Transcending the endless void, Luo Mang seized NTZ-48. With the permanent unlocking of NTZ-48, one would think he would ascend to the pinnacle of life. Yet an unforeseen incident propelled him into the Marvel Universe. This time, for the sake of survival, Luo Mang is willing to pay any price. He catalyzes Uncle Ben's demise, compelling Spider-Man to shatter his no-kill principle. He plunders, mutating and transforming, amalgamating countless mutations into his very being. Lizard Serum, Luke Cage. Abomination Serum, Deadpool's infinite regeneration. Symbiote, Goblin Serum. Life is fleeting, flesh ascends. Peter, after Uncle Ben's death, Luo will be the one I follow for the rest of my life. Ancient One, Luo Mang is wicked, yet he is also magnificent. Nick Fury, raise Luo Mang's threat level to the maximum. Tony, although Luo Mang saved me, I suppose it's time to update my armor inventory. Deadpool, hey, looks like today I'll be heading to the docks with Luo for some fries. Captain America, Luo Mang is an existence I cannot acknowledge, yet he has undeniably contributed much to humanity. Thanos, I recognize you share my grand vision. Chapter 1, an ordinary person from the endless void. In the Marvel Universe. Midtown High School, within a tranquil classroom. Luo, Teacher Luo. I truly appreciate your assistance. Peter gazed at the young Chinese man before him, his face alight with surprise. However, he clearly struggled with the pronunciation of Luo Mang, fumbling over his words. Too kind, Peter. This decay formula is quite fascinating. I eagerly anticipate the results it will yield. Luo Mang smiled, akin to a benevolent teacher observing his proud pupil. As Peter opened the classroom door and hurried away, the smile on Luo Mang's lips gradually faded. He slowly maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, basking in the sunlight, lost in a reverie. He was not of this world. By a serendipitous twist of fate, he had inexplicably traversed into the endless realm. Leveraging his familiarity with the narrative, Luo Mang preemptively seized NTZ-48. With the aid of NTZ-48, he rapidly advanced across multiple domains. Eventually, he even overcame the side effects of NTZ-48, transforming its effects from 24 hours into permanence. Regrettably, following his evolution, Luo Mang's brilliance attracted the attention of the authorities. How could one man contend with the machinery of a state? In a desperate flight, Luo Mang gradually succumbed to exhaustion, losing consciousness. Yet, when he awoke, he discovered himself reborn as a child in this world. The young man he had just conversed with was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Luo Mang glanced down at his lower body, now entirely devoid of sensation. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. At last, it commences. In this world, Luo Mang is an orphan. Reborn, he retains the enlightened form bestowed by NTZ-48. However, his body is afflicted with a congenital disability, leaving him bound to his wheelchair. Having learned from his past life, Luo Mang navigates this existence with utmost caution. In a world rife with firearms and extraordinary mutations, he feigns weakness to protect himself. Despite his awareness of the Marvel Universe's narrative, Luo Mang remains undaunted. The more he contemplates, the clearer he perceives the rarity of such an opportunity. Should his actions induce any alterations, he would find himself regretting it too late. For the past 20 years, Luo Mang has regarded himself as an ordinary person. Now, the time has come for the plot to unfold. Through Peter's securely buttoned jacket, Luo Mang discerned, through color refraction, the homemade, loose-fitting spider suit beneath. Coupled with the decay formula Peter had just presented, Luo Mang recognized that the emergence of Dr. Lizard was imminent. Regeneration serum, indeed, he murmured, gazing into the distance. Behind his glasses, his eyes involuntarily flicked back to his legs. A fleeting shadow passed through his gaze. Yet, when he lifted his head again, that shadow vanished, replaced by an unwavering calm. If he so desired, he could use the decay formula to deduce the complete regeneration serum. Similarly, should he wish, he could forge an armor akin to Iron Man's ahead of time. However, at this moment, Luo Mang trusts only himself. Armor is ultimately just an external tool. Life is fleeting, flesh ascends. In Luo Mang's eyes, the only means for him to thrive lies in an extraordinarily mutated body. Yet, before that, let us first witness the birth of Spider-Man. As twilight descended, Luo Mang slowly made his way to the opposite side of the street. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he gazed across the road. There, the most conspicuous sight was a dilapidated supermarket illuminated by incandescent lights. Observing the hurried figures within, a subconscious smile crept back onto Luo Mang's lips. They're here. Luo Mang propelled his wheelchair forward. Hey Ben, long time no see. Hey, Luo, have you seen that boy Peter? He has run away from home, and I am quite worried about him. Uncle Ben's lips were pale, trembling from the cold wind, yet he immediately inquired about Peter's whereabouts. As Luo was Peter's favorite teacher, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Uncle Ben's eyes. Of course, I just saw Peter rush into that supermarket. I intended to greet him, but I noticed you first. Oh, thank you, Luo, you have helped us immensely. A gleam of insight flashed in Luo Mang's eyes as he began to guide Uncle Ben toward accepting his fate. Although by the usual trajectory Uncle Ben was destined to die, Luo Mang could not afford even the slightest misstep. Thus, it was best to steer events back onto the right path. As Uncle Ben made his way toward the supermarket, a disheveled figure burst through the doors, careening headlong toward him. In a fateful collision, Danny stumbled and inadvertently crashed into Uncle Ben. After a brief scuffle, with a loud bang, a fleeting flash of fire caught the eye under the dim light. Upon regaining his senses, Uncle Ben bore a new wound, a hole in his body. Though Luo Mang was aware of this scene in advance, he had no intention of intervening. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. The birth of Spider-Man was never defined by the moment Peter was bitten by a spider. Rather, it was when Peter lost the one person who cared for him the most. He lost one of the few loves he had. As Peter rushed to Uncle Ben's side, cradling him in his arms, Luo Mang knew that the iconic line that would forever alter Spider-Man's life was about to be uttered. Watching Uncle Ben muster his final breath, determined to guide Peter, Luo Mang could not suppress a sigh. Rest easy from this day forth, I will help guide Peter. Coldly observing as Uncle Ben lay lifeless in Peter's embrace, Luo Mang felt no remorse. The truth remained. In this world, Luo Mang is willing to go to any lengths to survive. Witnessing the demise of Uncle Ben, Luo Mang chose not to approach Peter. It was now imperative for Peter to process this on his own. Pushing the wheelchair, Luo Mang gradually departed in the opposite direction, disappearing at the end of the street. Are you saying you need my assistance? Yes, Mr. Luo Mang. This time, Peter finally managed to articulate correctly. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with determination. Although Luo Mang was not surprised by Peter's request, he feigned astonishment on the surface, donning his habitual smile. He wheeled closer to Peter and gently patted him on the shoulder. I have heard the news, Peter. Please accept my condolences. You are my most exceptional student. Whatever you aspire to do, I shall undoubtedly support you. As Peter gazed into Luo Mang's resolute expression, a mist clouded his eyes. Aside from Uncle Ben and Aunt May, it seemed that Luo Mang was the only one who had treated him with such kindness. Regrettably, Uncle Ben was no longer. The thought ignited a blaze of fury and hatred within Peter's eyes. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. He was determined to find that individual and make him pay for his transgressions. If there are any suggestions, feel free to leave them at the end of each chapter. One will review them when time permits. Chapter 2. A carefully planned encounter. This is the final adjustment, Peter. The special chemical agent is transformed into a sticky and elastic web through this wristband. Luo Mang adjusted his glasses and handed Peter a ring-like device resembling a watch. I never anticipated you would possess such power. I hope you do not squander it. Luo Mang regarded Peter with an air of profound meaning. Thank you, Mr. Luo Mang. I will utilize it wisely. Peter's hatred had not diminished with the passage of time. In fact, during the period Luo Mang spent perfecting the web shooter, Peter's anger intensified. This, of course, was largely due to Luo Mang's guidance. Luo Mang scrutinized the nascent Spider-Man before him, as if observing a rare gem. Disheveled hair and fists stained with blood, it appeared that Peter had encountered considerable trouble during this interval. Merely gazing at him, information surged into Luo Mang's consciousness as if it had a life of its own. Seeing Peter in his current state, Luo Mang silently nodded. The Peter molded by Ben is far too timid. It has caused Spider-Man's potential to remain completely concealed beneath that red bodysuit. Peter Parker, you require a complete metamorphosis. With this thought, Luo Mang retrieved a sheet of paper from his drawer, upon which were several lines of text and a sketch portrait. This is a sketch I created based on the description of the murderer you provided. If all goes according to plan, the individual responsible for Uncle Ben's death is currently in this vicinity. Luo Mang spoke with an unwavering tone. As Peter took the paper and stared at the portrait, his hands clenched tightly. It's him. Each word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from Peter, rendering the sheet of paper tattered almost instantly. Leave the rest to me. After a brief moment of losing composure, Peter regained his focus, swallowed hard, and cast a grateful glance at Luo Mang with his crimson eyes. Peter did not inquire about the source of the address. How could a chemistry teacher possess such remarkable artistic skill? Nodding at Luo Mang, Peter swiftly turned and departed. Luo Mang remained silent. In his eyes, he observed Peter's body, quivering with rage, suppressing a tempest of hatred within. Grow, Peter. In the future, this world will undoubtedly have a place for you. Luo Mang murmured as he watched Peter's receding figure. Yet, his plans extended beyond this. Once Peter had left, Luo Mang deftly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this May? This is Luo Mang, Peter's teacher at Midtown High School. I wish to discuss Peter with you. Are you aware of his recent circumstances? Perhaps we should find a place to sit down and talk. How about 8 p.m. tonight? In the CAF, seated opposite Luo Mang was the legendary Aunt May. Though she was over 50, her youthful appearance was striking, with barely visible wrinkles. However, due to Uncle Ben's passing, May looked quite haggard. Her slightly reddened eyes revealed that she had recently wept. I have always held high hopes for Peter. However, it seems he has not been himself lately. As he stirred his coffee with a spoon, Luo Mang spoke earnestly, adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder. The coffee swirled within the white porcelain cup, seemingly forming a harmonious yin-yang pattern. While his words flowed unceasingly, Luo Mang's attention drifted outside the glass window. Glancing at his watch, a smile graced his face. It's getting late. I fear Peter might worry. Let us converse as we walk. I can escort you home along the way. May hesitated at Luo Mang's suggestion, but thinking of Peter, she wearily nodded. Thank you, Rom. As they exited the CAF, they found themselves in a dimly lit alley not far from the establishment. A commotion erupted from the street behind them. Accompanied by cries of alarm, a figure with golden hair burst forth from the crowd. Upon seeing May's frail form and Luo Mang seated in a silver wheelchair, Danny's eyes lit up. He rushed towards Luo Mang and May, forcefully dragging them into the shadowy alley. You and this cripple. Surrender everything you have. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled during the struggle, Luo Mang exhibited no signs of fear, as if he had anticipated this encounter. Please, do not harm us. I will give you everything. In that moment, Luo Mang feigned innocence, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his arms trembling slightly. Under the subtle control of his mind, he portrayed the role convincingly, resembling a mere ordinary individual concerned for his safety. His hands continuously retrieved pre-prepared items from his person. In stark contrast, May, overwhelmed by the scene, trembled and handed over her valuables. However, when it came to her diamond ring, Aunt May hesitated. Her right hand clenched tightly around her left ring finger, her eyes filled with reluctance. Unbeknownst to them, as they focused on the ring in May's possession, Luo Mang's gaze held a deeper intensity. Filthy woman, hand it over. Danny's breathing became erratic, glancing anxiously towards the alley entrance, as if evading something. Seeing May's hesitation, Danny, losing patience, yanked at her. Ugh! Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the force of Danny's violence caused a sharp crack as May's finger was forced. That I warn you, should you utter a word about having seen me, I shall return. I have memorized your faces. Ignoring Aunt May's dire condition, Danny left with a chilling remark. Luo Mang, sprawled on the ground, observed Danny's departure with calm composure. Indeed, this Danny was the very architect of Uncle Ben's demise. Luo Mang had calculated the timing of Peter's attempt to apprehend Danny, and had subtly tampered with the web shooter, ensuring Danny could escape before the police arrived. The amalgamation of time, location, and an analysis of Danny's character allowed Luo Mang to deduce that the likelihood of Danny passing through this area was exceedingly high. Furthermore, exiting the CAF at the opportune moment rendered the probability of an encounter between Danny and them nearly absolute. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Aunt May had recognized him as the murderer of Ben, but such considerations were trifling. With Luo Mang as the eyewitness, that sufficed. May, are you all right? Don't worry, I will call for an ambulance right away. As Luo Mang witnessed Aunt May's complexion pale, her hand clutching the severed finger, he stifled a chuckle. He maneuvered the wheelchair back to the CAF and dialed for emergency assistance. At that very moment, in the dimness of the night, a hurried Danny clutched something in his hands. Suddenly, Aunt May's phone illuminated, displaying the name Peter Parker prominently on the screen. Chapter 3. Why do you not let them go? Hey, Peter. Luo Mang propelled the wheelchair, waving at Peter not far from the ambulance. At that moment, Peter's eyes were slightly reddened, and he was breathing heavily. In his overwhelming panic, he instinctively unleashed his abilities. His form was like a shadow, moving with the swiftness of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Peter appeared before Roman, ignoring the hint of surprise in Roman's gaze. Peter immediately turned his attention to Aunt May. Seated at the rear of the ambulance, Aunt May was allowing the medical personnel to tend to her injuries. Her face, pale to the point of being almost bloodless, occasionally flickered with unbearable pain. The bloodshot hue in Peter's eyes intensified. His fists tightened ever so slightly, enough to convey the terrifying strength contained within. Peter turned back to Roman, not concealing the ferocity that enveloped him. His body trembled slightly. Though it was uncertain whether it was due to the sorrow of Uncle Ben's departure or the anger he was forcefully suppressing. Who did this? Peter enunciated each word with a clenched jaw. Do you really want to know, Peter? Your current state, do not tell me. Before Roman could finish, Peter erupted in a roar. The rage and murderous intent within him could no longer be contained, bursting forth unabashedly. He clenched his fists tightly, violently grasping Roman's collar. Peter's face drew close, and in that moment, Roman felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The intense palpitation compelled Roman to retreat swiftly. Yet, despite facing such a Peter, Roman quickly regained his composure. The two locked eyes in a silent battle, and surprisingly, it was Peter who faltered first. A flicker of clarity passed through Peter's eyes as he lowered his gaze, his aura diminishing in an instant. I'm sorry, Rom. I lost control for a moment. But Uncle Ben just left me, and I can't bear to watch something happen to Aunt May. Peter cradled his face in his hands, the crimson glow of his eyes visible through his fingers, sending chills down one's spine. This child, who had lost his beloved in such a short span of time, was treading perilously close to the edge of danger. A single misstep could lead him into an abyss from which there would be no return. He needed an outlet. Observing Peter in this state, Roman silently nodded in understanding, though his face still bore a look of hesitation. Though it was but a fleeting moment, how could it escape the perceptions of the newly empowered Peter? Roman, you know who it is, don't you? Tell me, you saw his face clearly? Peter implored with a tone and gaze that bordered on desperation. At that moment, his mind could no longer afford to contemplate anything else. He was not Spider-Man. He needed to bring those who harmed Aunt May to justice. Seeing the hesitation on Roman's face, Peter instinctively assumed that Roman was concerned about his impulsiveness. Peter's expression instantly turned serious as he looked at Roman, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I shall never take the law into my own hands. Criminals must face the consequences of their actions. However, upon hearing Peter's words, Romang's brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze fixed on Peter with an incredulous intensity, revealing a truth that Peter found difficult to accept. But the one who robbed us and the one who murdered your uncle are the same person. What? You can't be serious. Even a mighty Spider-Man felt a momentary sense of helplessness. Peter's body swayed slightly, his mind racing with speculation, yet he pressed on with hope. I deeply regret to inform you, Peter. However, after meticulously sketching the features of the suspect you provided, I can never forget his long, golden hair. Romang's tone was somber, his gaze dropping slightly, filled with unwavering certainty. Seeing Romang's utterly serious demeanor, Peter felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. His spider sense activated in an instant. A chilling sensation surged from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Each pore seemed to throb with a sharp pain. I will find him. You know my abilities, Peter coldly declared, casting a lingering glance at Aunt May before turning to leave. Yet, the sound of Romang's voice halted him in his tracks. Let me help you. I know his current location. Upon hearing this, Peter turned back, his eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Roman, whose fingers were interlaced. How do you have a tracking device on your phone? In response to Peter's inquiry, Roman pointed to his legs and shrugged slightly. In America, if you don't keep some means of protection, you might find yourself robbed of every last cent. Sorry, Roman. No need to apologize. The most important thing is to find that person. Isn't it? Indeed, Peter nodded emphatically. The thought of his uncle being shot, and now even Aunt May not being spared, filled him with a renewed rage. Despite his newfound powers, Peter had never harbored thoughts of killing. Yet, the primal predatory instinct that emanated from him was unlike anything an ordinary individual could muster. Had it been anyone other than Roman before him, they might have been paralyzed with fear, reduced to a quivering mess. Half an hour later, the two arrived at an abandoned building. Peter exchanged a knowing glance with Roman before donning his mask and scaling the wall. He ascended with an unusual grace, merging into the darkness without a sound. As Peter disappeared from sight, Roman watched intently. Luo Mang removed his glasses and wiped them, lightly tapping his temple with his fingertips. Lost in contemplation. Yet, after merely 5 seconds, he propelled his wheelchair directly through the entrance, his gaze shimmering with resolute determination. Humanity. This aspect had long been overlooked by Luo Mang, and he had failed to anticipate it entirely. Despite Danny having reached such depths, Peter still sought to punish him through the law. Indeed, he had been profoundly influenced by Uncle Ben. But what if I were to stoke the flames further? Let me observe how you, Peter Parker, would choose. The building was eerily silent. Within the entire structure, the only sound was that of Luo Mang maneuvering his wheelchair. Scattered throughout were various construction materials and debris, suggesting that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. However, Luo Mang was aware that in some shadowy corner, Danny and Peter were present. Suddenly, the wheel inadvertently brushed against a steel pipe, and the crisp sound of it rolling across the floor echoed incessantly. Yet, Luo Mang remained unfazed, continuing to push the wheelchair forward. A faint light seeping in from the dilapidated building illuminated one side of his face. As he navigated alone, the strained voice of Peter finally reached his ears. Why won't you spare them? Chapter 4. The principle of non-killing broken. Peter's voice was deep and hoarse, as if he were enduring immense pain or grappling with a fury that threatened to erupt. In an instant, it reverberated throughout the entire building. Luo Mang gradually advanced his wheelchair, passing a brick wall, when 2 figures standing by the window abruptly came into view. At that moment, Peter had already landed several blows on Danny, leaving him dazed. With force, Peter shoved Danny out of the window. No, please, give me another chance. I don't know what that woman means to you. I have children, a wife at home. Please, I beg you. Danny was suspended by one of Peter's hands outside the window, clinging to Peter's arms like a drowning man grasping for the last straw. He desperately shouted, pleading for his life. At that moment, Peter's eyes, concealed behind his mask, bore into Danny with unwavering intensity. His chest rose and fell rapidly, gasping for breath as though engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Witnessing Danny's pitiful state, the anger in Peter's eyes swiftly dissipated. For the first time, he hesitated before the man who had shot Uncle Ben and harmed Aunt May. Ultimately, Peter could not bring himself to let Danny go. He pulled Danny back from the brink and forcefully slammed him onto the ground, clenching his fists as he loomed over him. I have memorized your face. If you have not surrendered to the police by tomorrow, I shall return to seek you out. Peter reiterated the words Danny had spoken to Aunt May. As he gazed into Peter's cold, steely eyes, a flicker of dread ignited within Danny. He silently cursed, pondering the bizarre nature of this individual, truly despicable. Despite his internal vitriol, Danny dared not reveal a hint of his feelings. He nodded slightly, as if resigned to his fate, lowering his head in acquiescence. Ro, what brings you here? Peter, noticing Luo Mang's gaze, turned to inquire. He distinctly recalled having instructed Luo Mang to wait outside moments prior. I merely grew concerned for your safety, Luo Mang replied, maneuvering his silver wheelchair from the shadows. Yet, the words he intended to speak suddenly shifted. Even in the darkness, Peter could perceive the sudden constriction of Luo Mang's pupils. Every hair on his body standing on end, as if he had encountered something horrific. Simultaneously, Peter's spider senses ignited. Bang! In this proximity, the first assault came in the form of a thunderous noise, followed swiftly by a blinding flash in the darkness. A heavy scent of gunpowder soon followed. To Danny's astonishment, Peter's body shifted to the side, his head tilting in an oddly peculiar manner as he evaded the bullet, initially stunned by his reflexive dodge. A wave of fury soon engulfed Peter. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze fiercely upon Danny. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a frown creased his brow, halting his movements. A sound, emanating from Peter's throat, compelled him to turn back. What he beheld was nearly enough to shatter his composure. A crimson stain spreading across Luo Mang's form, the blood gradually soaking through his white shirt, transforming it into a deep scarlet. Peter, I am truly sorry, Luo Mang said, his pallor evident, evoking memories of the final voicemail left by Uncle Ben. No. The vivid red quickly clouded Peter's vision. Beneath his mask, his mind went blank. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Peter did not even turn his head. With his back turned, he raised his hand, shooting forth a strand of white silk. A gentle tug sent Danny's weapon crashing against the wall, shattering to pieces before it even reached the ground. Sizzle. The white silk, in a seemingly careless manner, ensnared Danny's skin. With another pull, Peter not only disarmed him, but also tore away a substantial portion of Danny's flesh. gushing forth a spurt of blood. Danny finally became aware of the large hands that had plunged into his chest. In disbelief, he raised his gaze, meeting Peter's eyes, which radiated an inhuman malice. "What manner of creature are you?" Danny struggled to utter his final words. However, before he could finish, Peter exerted a fierce strength, tearing Danny asunder. In an instant, blood cascaded like a torrential rain, splattering over Peter and staining his garments crimson. The pungent scent of blood was so potent that it could be detected even from 10 meters away. After reducing Danny's body to fragments, a flicker of clarity emerged in Peter's eyes as he turned to see Luo Mang, clutching his wound, hastily approaching. "Oh my God, oh my God! Kneeling beside Luo Mang." Peter gazed at him with a pleading expression. "Take a deep breath, you will be all right. I shall take you to the hospital immediately." Danny's blood stained Peter's hands, and as he cradled Luo Mang's hands, it thoroughly soaked his white shirt. Utilizing spider silk to staunch the bleeding, Peter rushed with Luo Mang towards the nearest hospital. "Hey, just find a place to set me down. Return and erase all traces of my wheelchair," Luo Mang gasped, summoning the last of his strength to whisper in Peter's ear. "But you, the Peter of now, are not the same as the one you will become." The calamity that befell Luo Mang had thrown Peter into utter disarray. Yet, a single phrase spoken by Luo Mang made Peter halt in his tracks. "You have killed someone, Peter. If you wish to spare me and May from trouble, return quickly. Trust me, I will be fine." As Luo Mang spoke, he was seized by a fit of weak, violent coughs. But he was not merely attempting to placate Peter. Determined to survive in the Marvel Universe, Luo Mang had no intention of perishing here. The location of the gunshot had been meticulously calculated by Luo Mang. Though it might appear grievous, with timely medical attention, he would face no peril. Luo Mang's initial words struck Peter's heart like a heavy hammer, and only after hearing the subsequent words did he fully comprehend their weight. "I will place you in a safe district not far from the hospital. Luo, promise me. You must not die. I promise you." Luo Mang silently vowed within himself, resolute to survive at all costs. He would not allow himself to be outmaneuvered again. He would rather orchestrate the schemes than be ensnared by others. As his consciousness began to fade, he felt his body slacken and make contact with the cold ground. The sounds of footsteps gradually receded, only to return with the sharp sound of knocking. Then, it seemed, a woman's scream pierced the air, and thereafter, silence enveloped him. Having lost an excessive amount of blood, had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 5. My Lady, I suppose you wouldn't want this either. Gradually regaining consciousness, felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping him. As he attempted to struggle and move, a wave of intense pain coursed through his body. However, in comparison to the agony of a bullet penetrating flesh, this pain had considerably diminished. Just as was grappling with the severity of his suffering and his consciousness lingered in a hazy state, a voice imbued with emotion suddenly resonated in his ear. Though the voice was rich with feeling, could still detect the coldness lurking beneath, as if it were imitating the tone of a genuinely emotional being. At the moment those words reached him, a flicker of realization ignited in his eyes. What a remarkable coincidence this was. Recollecting his thoughts, with a pale visage and a feigned bewilderment, weakly inquired, "Where am I?" Accompanied by an expression of timely confusion, he appeared truly unaware. "You are currently in Mr. Stark's private hospital. Would you like me to call for Miss Pepper?" It was she who discovered you on the roadside when Mr. Happy brought her home. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and spotted a speaker positioned high in the corner. At that precise moment, the camera above also pivoted to face him, even swaying slightly as if to nod in acknowledgment. Witnessing this, S. suspicions were confirmed. The voice, which clearly lacked humanity yet endeavored to imitate one, unmistakably emanated from J.A.R.V. Ice, Tony Stark's exclusive intelligent assistant. Even the subsequent development of the armor was entrusted to J.A.R.V.I.S. For Tony Stark, J.A.R.V.I.S. was an unfailingly meticulous and devoted aide. "Then I shall trouble you," replied. "My thoughts are quite muddled. I require a bit more rest." He closed his eyes once more. Yet his mind remained restless. The notion of directly contacting Peter through J.A.R.V.I.S. was swiftly dismissed. If J.A.R.V.I.S. caught even the faintest hint of a clue, it would be tantamount to alerting Tony. As it stood, he had no ties to Tony whatsoever. Considering the current progression of events, It was evident that Tony Stark had yet to develop the earlier generations of Iron Man suits. He had not yet endured the trials of life and death, nor achieved enlightenment through survival against the odds. Should Tony discover the activities that Peter had engaged in, it was likely that both of them would be subject to Tony's dominion in the future. The catastrophic conclusion of the previous life lingered vividly in his memory. Just as his mind was in turmoil, that familiar, crisp sound echoed once more within the confines of the hospital room. A brisk and decisive approach brought with it a fragrant breeze. As Roman slowly opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of bright, glistening eyes filled with concern. "Sir, are you all right?" Pepper, the little firecracker, displayed a genuinely caring expression. For reasons unknown, the sight of the unfamiliar Chinese man lying by the roadside stirred within her an irresistible urge to assist him. Now that Roman had awakened, Pepper felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if his presence had the power to soothe the soul. "You should really thank her, a light." Teasing voice interrupted before Roman could finish speaking. A man with a small mustache swaggered into the room, removing his sunglasses with an air of nonchalance. Yes. You are Roman, raised in an orphanage, lacking any notable achievements, and currently employed at Midtown High School. To be precise, had it not been for Pepper, no one would have come to your aid, so you truly ought to express your gratitude." Roman did not take offense at Tony's words. Instead, he maintained a gentle smile, preparing to correct Tony's inaccuracies, only to be cut off once more. "Indeed, you are in the presence of the illustrious Tony Stark." "Yes, the very same Stark of Stark Industries." "Lucky you. Now you have the opportunity to work at Stark Industries, which undoubtedly pays far more than your high school teacher's salary. Doesn't it?" Tony exuded an unparalleled confidence, as if it were an inherent trait. He paid no mind to Roman's potential reactions, dismissing him as an insignificant figure in his eyes. Even the so-called arch-nemesis of Stark, this genius remained unfazed. Without awaiting Roman's response, Tony turned his attention to Pepper, adopting a playful tone. Well, isn't this the renowned Pepper Potts? How does it feel to personally save a life?" At this moment, Roman comprehended the reason behind Tony's sudden display of goodwill. Yes, goodwill. Despite Tony's somewhat irritating demeanor, it was merely a facade, akin to Roman's habitual smile that masked his true feelings. Thus, it became evident that Tony's intentions were not aimed at pleasing Roman, but were directed elsewhere entirely. Roman's gaze followed Tony's to Pepper. "I recall your flight was supposed to arrive about an hour and a half ago." Pepper did not respond to Tony. Instead, she crossed her arms, showcasing her poised demeanor, her tailored suit reminiscent of an authoritative teacher. "I assume my plane would wait for my arrival before taking off. Otherwise, what would be the point of having a private jet?" Tony's words, though seemingly brash, rolled off his tongue with an effortless charm. "I am curious, Miss Potts. When did you develop a penchant for altruism?" Tony raised an eyebrow, finally revealing his true intentions. He is indifferent to Roman, yet he holds Pepper in high regard, which is precisely why he has taken the trouble to come personally. This piques Roman's curiosity. For Pepper, what is Tony's motivation? Surely it cannot be merely for him. Roman's extraordinary memory allows him to recall every individual he has encountered, yet he is certain he has never met Pepper. One must always gift oneself something special on their birthday, mustn't they? Your birthday? Today? How peculiar. It coincides with the same date as last year. Observing the seemingly trivial exchange between the two, a subtle understanding unique to them lingers in their words, prompting Roman to cover his face and turn away. It is simply too cloying. Rome. Only upon hearing the name Rome from Tony's lips again does Roman turn with a smile and introduce himself. "Mr. Stark, my name is Roman, but you may call me Ro. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I am immensely grateful for the assistance you and Miss Pepper have provided. You saved my life. Why can't I distinguish between Rome and Roman? Nevertheless, it matters not. Today may very well be our last encounter." Hearing Tony's confident words nearly causes Roman's expression management system to falter. Perhaps we may yet have the chance to meet again. Roman's words are laden with meaning. The controllable supermemory, liberated permanently, will not err. Pepper's birthday, Tony's capricious flight delay, if all goes as expected. Tony's dealings in weaponry will lead him to the 10 rings. Roman's gaze shifts from Tony to Pepper, silently pondering, "Madam, I trust you would not wish for your husband to be unable to return?" Chapter 6. The Relentless Avenger, Spider-Man, on the scene. However, Tony seemingly pays no mind to Roman's words. Upon learning the rationale behind it, the subtle hint of jealousy in the air dissipates considerably. After exchanging a few playful remarks with Pepper, Tony does not cast another glance at Roman and departs, heading straight to the airport. Roman, too, declines Pepper's invitation to stay, citing other commitments, and casually finds a wheelchair to leave the hospital. Yet, before exiting, he takes a deep look at Pepper, then turns on his heel and departs without looking back. From a temporal perspective, it has been 2 days since Roman was shot. Peter and the school must be searching for him. The wound in his abdomen continues to bleed, the bandage faintly tinged crimson. Still, Roman presses on, enduring the pain as he maneuvers the wheelchair back home. Truly, it is impressive that the private hospital of Stark Industries has managed to keep the wound from reopening. Gently touching the injury, Roman muses to himself. Just then, the water in the transparent glass beside him ripples slightly. Roman has not opened a window, and there is no breeze. Yet why is this so? Contemplating this, Roman's expression remains unchanged, gently lifting his head to meet the gaze ahead. He spoke in a calm tone, "Peter, I know you are there." The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any response, as if only Roman existed within its confines. Yet, in the next moment, from the darkened corner devoid of light, Peter, clad in black, began to ascend the wall, inching away from the shadows, revealing his form. His movement was eerie and unsettling, reminiscent of a human spider. Upon reaching the ceiling above Roman, he suddenly descended with a leap. Despite this, Peter emitted no sound, embodying the primal instincts of a top predator. Confronting Roman, he removed his mask, unveiling a pallid visage even more ashen than Roman's, with eyes ablaze in crimson. "Roman, I cannot find you. I feared you had been taken by the local gang." Peter's voice was hoarse, akin to a frenzied beast on the brink of death, grasping at the last thread of hope. As Peter drew nearer to Roman, a potent metallic scent of blood enveloped Roman's senses, lingering persistently. "In these past 2 days, how many have you slain?" "I do not know." Upon seeing Roman, Peter's tense voice softened considerably. After a brief silence, he offered this response. The moment he tore Danny apart, it felt as though a new door had swung open. The rage and long-held grievances within him dissipated significantly. However, upon returning in search of Roman, he found himself utterly unable to locate him. Not even in the nearby hospitals was there any trace of Roman. Peter teetered on the brink of madness. Throughout those 2 days and nights, he was consumed by the act of killing, unaware of the whereabouts of this teacher, who held immense significance for him. Much like Uncle Ben, he could not even ascertain whether Roman was still alive. Thus, all his fury was unleashed upon the local gangs. Those who preyed upon the weak, by all means, they deserved their fate. Draped in Uncle Ben's black leather coat, Peter tightly enveloped his makeshift combat suit within, with each drop of sinful blood that splattered upon it, forming a kaleidoscope of dark hues. Peter felt as though Uncle Ben was taking solace in his transformation. Uncle Ben was right. With greater power comes greater responsibility. I shall drag these demons from hell back to their rightful place. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Peter felt a pair of warm hands gently rest upon his head. As they tousled his unruly hair, Roman's expression remained kind and gentle. "You did nothing wrong. It is I who caused you to worry, and for that, I am sincerely sorry." Upon hearing Roman's words, Peter was abruptly transported back to those 2 fateful nights. The night Uncle Ben was shot, the night Roman was shot. "Peter, I am truly sorry." Weak and weary words gradually reassembled like fragments, yet they relentlessly pierced Peter's fragile heart like a drill. "It is I who should apologize, Ro." Peter lifted his head once more, his gaze now infused with unwavering determination. "From this moment forth, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Yes, you. My conviction is unshakable." Peter now exuded an air of formidable intensity, yet Ro boldly met his gaze without flinching. "However, you must return home now, Peter. May has just lost her beloved and has been wounded by Danny. She is in dire need of you." As Peter observed Ro's calm demeanor, the image of Aunt May's anguished expression flickered in his mind. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if the old Peter had returned. "Oh, Ro, you are right. I have been searching for you and have, in turn, neglected Aunt May. My heavens, I haven't been home in the past 2 days. Aunt May must be frantic. No, how could I forget Aunt May? She has just endured a great hurt." Peter appeared somewhat flustered, yet within his confusion simmered a newfound anger, dispelling the previous gloom. "I must leave at once." "Oh, Ro, I shall take the window instead." Ro watched calmly as Peter stealthily exited through the window, swinging away like a spider on its silk thread. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. This is the true essence of Spider-Man. Not merely a knight playing his capture games. With a punch capable of delivering 20 tons of force, Should he really hold back when apprehending criminals for fear of unintentionally causing death? Nonsense. Ro merely redirected what should rightfully belong to Spider-Man, restoring matters to their rightful course. However, Ro had not anticipated that Uncle Ben's shadow would still loom over Peter's journey of growth. Is it true that with greater power comes greater responsibility? No. It is rather that with greater power comes greater authority. I wonder what perfect form Peter will take under Uncle Ben's guidance in the future. The prospect is truly exciting. A smile graced his lips, yet unlike other times, this time Ro's joy emanated from the depths of his heart. Sitting upright in his wheelchair, a drop or two of blood seeped through the gauze, sliding down the silver chair as melodious echoes filled the room. The prerequisites have been fulfilled. Now let the plan proceed along its intended path. I sincerely apologize for my unwarranted absence, which has caused you considerable distress. However, my recent state has rendered me incapable of fulfilling this role. I hope you can find a more responsible teacher to take my place. Thank you for your years of care. As he hung up the phone, Ro gazed up at the minimalist villa before him and slowly propelled his wheelchair forward. Chapter 7. Regenerative Serum. Click. The door of the villa swung open. The first sight that greeted him was a figure clad in white. As Ro's gaze ascended, a gentle and focused face came into view. The silver-framed glasses lent him an air of sophistication. Observing Luo Mang, Connors turned his body slightly, concealing his dismembered limb behind him. This instinctive gesture inadvertently revealed that which he held most dear. Who are you? I don't recall having met you before. Connors lowered his gaze to Luo Mang, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. My name is Luo Mang, Dr. Connors. I have come in search of the regeneration serum. Luo Mang spoke candidly, without pretense. How unfortunate, but I fear I cannot assist you. I have been dismissed from Osborne Industries. Upon seeing Luo Mang's feet, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Connors' eyes, yet he shook his head, indicating his helplessness. However, perhaps due to a shared sense of loss stemming from their physical impairments, Connors hesitated momentarily before closing the door, then looked back at Luo Mang and said, I do not know how you learned of the serum. However, if you seek it, you might try your luck at Osborne. After all, they are currently conducting human trials on the regeneration serum. At that moment, Dr. Connors, having just lost all hope, bore a countenance of despair, compounded by the pungent scent of alcohol that clung to him. A hint of self-mockery flickered in Connors' eyes. Perhaps Luo Mang had ulterior motives, but at this point, he had little left to lose. Just as Connors was about to shut the door, it was abruptly halted by a hand reaching out. Pushing the door open revealed a harmless smile. Dr. Connors, I can fund the completion of your research on the regeneration serum, on the condition that I become the first recipient of the finished product. True to form, Luo Mang did not indulge in circumspection with Connors. For him, wealth was merely an ancillary benefit that arose from the pursuit of knowledge. Although his amassed fortune could not rival that of industrial giants like Tony, it was more than sufficient to support Connors in finalizing the serum's enhancements. Besides, he had the advantage of experience. It was he who had been the foundation for Project 48's success. Fields that appeared unfamiliar would take Luo Mang merely a week to master, even delving into depths that most would struggle to reach in a lifetime. Issues that perplexed Connors were trivialities to Luo Mang. The only reason he still needed Connors was that he wished to prevent matters from spiraling out of control. What? At Luo Mang's words, Connors' pupils constricted, and he instinctively glanced at his dismembered limb, a flash of inner turmoil crossing his face. Luo Mang observed every nuance of Connors' reaction. Who among us is without weakness? Only the dead. Only the dead possess no weaknesses. As long as one lives, there will inevitably be obsessions. And as long as there are obsessions, they can be exploited. What initially seemed complex was, in truth, exquisitely simple. Romain could almost perceive the palpable excitement and exhilaration in Connors' eyes. Indeed, the very next moment, Connors turned to Romain and earnestly declared, I am willing to undertake any endeavor, as long as we can successfully create the regeneration serum. Connors had attempted to remain true to his principles, only to discover that in the face of reality, they meant little. Much like Osborne Industries, perhaps in their eyes, he was even less than an obedient dog. A flicker of resentment flashed in Connors' gaze, and he silently vowed that if the opportunity ever arose, he would present Osborne with a significant gift. It would be remiss not to reciprocate, would it not? I have been awaiting your words, Dr. Connors, Romain exclaimed, clapping his hands with an even broader smile. Moreover, you need not worry. I am merely someone, like you, who desires to live. Upon hearing Romain's words, Connors instinctively glanced at Romaine's disabled legs and nodded emphatically. Connors then extended his soul-intact arm and clasped Romaine's hand, firmly shaking it. In that moment, both men seemed to glimpse the shared hope reflected in each other's eyes. 3 months swiftly passed, within a cold, yet impeccably clean and tidy basement. A figure clad in a white lab coat paced back and forth in the laboratory. Suddenly, a container, seemingly veiled in white mist, emitted a soft chime. Connor's gaze immediately fixated on the container. In an instant, as if the white mist had dispersed, the opaque walls of the container transformed into transparency, revealing its interior state to Connor's eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if verifying something, when he beheld the intact little white mouse within the container. The excitement and exhilaration in his eyes nearly overwhelmed him. It is done, finally completed. Of course, the regeneration serum, in its complete state, still required human trials. But according to my calculations, there should be no issues. No. The first person to utilize it should be Romaine. Without him, I would never have accomplished the serum. Connors, resembling a man in a state of mania, could not suppress his incessant mutterings. The conclusion he had just voiced a moment ago was swiftly overturned by his own thoughts. He paced around the laboratory in small steps, a smile breaking upon Connor's lips that had not graced his face in the past 2 months, excitedly approaching the computer to record the experimental results with the camera. He remained blissfully unaware of Romaine, who was maneuvering his wheelchair toward him. What a splendid day. Our Dr. Connors is uncharacteristically losing his composure. The changes of 3 months paled in comparison to the past several decades, yet the smile remained firmly etched on Romaine's lips. Romaine, Connors exclaimed, his face alight with joy. The regeneration serum is complete. Connors hastily approached Luo Mang, gesturing towards the small white mouse within the container. Next, we simply need to locate a willing volunteer for the injection. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Connor's voice was abruptly silenced. Though interrupted by Luo Mang, Connors felt no displeasure. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing at Luo Mang with genuine concern. I understand that you are suffering, but this final experiment is crucial. Perhaps due to their shared plight, Connors empathized deeply with Luo Mang. Yet, adhering to the meticulous nature of a researcher, Connors was reluctant to allow Luo Mang to take such a risk. You promised me, did you not? Once the regenerative serum is confirmed effective, I shall be the first to receive the injection. Come on, Connors, I will be the inaugural test subject. A rare madness flickered in Luo Mang's eyes, his words akin to the seductive whispers of a demon. Noticing Connor's silence, Luo Mang leaned forward, supporting himself with his hands on the wheelchair. Their gazes colliding. Allow me to eliminate the final obstacle for your rebirth. Chapter 8. Regenerative Serum? Lizard Serum. The pale green serum slowly coursed into Luo Mang's veins. As the serum entered his bloodstream, that faint green hue spread through the vascular network of his arms, enveloping his body. Accompanying this was an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow. The cold emanating from his core compelled Luo Mang to instinctively clench his fist, attempting to counter the frost-like invasion. A wave of weakness washed over him, as though every cell were thirstily absorbing this infusion. Were he not seated in his wheelchair, Luo Mang might have succumbed and collapsed to the ground. However, following the brief chill, an overwhelming heat surged forth, as if a furnace were roaring within him. Beneath this searing sensation, it felt as though every pore was being incessantly scratched by tiny claws, igniting an unbearable itch. What is happening to you? At that moment, Connors appeared to witness something terrifying being born. He instinctively gasped, staring in disbelief at Luo Mang in the wheelchair. What is wrong with me? Thanks to the permanent liberation of his cognitive state, Luo Mang's mind cleared rapidly. Upon hearing Connor's words, he instinctively glanced at his own body. The orderly arrangement of dark green scales adorned him, each one seemingly crafted by a skilled artisan. Even in this underground laboratory, they radiated a subtle yet profound luminescence. At this moment, they were breaking free, remnants of his flesh and clothing still clinging to them. Luo Mang turned to the nearby transparent glass, using its reflection to observe his current form. The armor-like green scales extended from his neck down to his feet. Rather than mere scales, they resembled meticulously chosen armor, perfectly safeguarding every part of Luo Mang's body. The tail behind him swayed unconsciously. The sudden sensation of an additional limb felt peculiar to Luo Mang. Although there was no discernible change in his visage, a profound emerald hue flickered within Luo Mang's pupils. If Luo Mang had previously resembled a learned and benevolent scholar, he now embodied the essence of a refined general from another realm, exuding an elegant grace that inadvertently hinted at an ineffable restlessness. Luo Mang, are you all right? Connor swallowed hard as he approached Luo Mang, raising his hand as if to stroke the scales adorning Luo Mang's form, only to restrain his impulse and awkwardly lower it instead. I am splendid, unprecedentedly so. With merely a slight exertion, the metallic wheelchair contorted and warped. The joy radiating from Luo Mang's verdant gaze was unmistakable. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he had never experienced such a significant emotional upheaval. Following this extraordinary initial sensation, Luo Mang rediscovered a semblance of his former self. He attuned himself to the changes in his body, feeling not a hint of discomfort. It was as though he existed perpetually in a warm embrace, and the sensation of newfound power intoxicated him. However, almost in the blink of an eye, Luo Mang's expression shifted drastically. A potent aura of danger began to emanate from him. Why? With a sudden burst of strength, the wheelchair disintegrated into a multitude of fragments scattered across the floor. Without its support, Luo Mang collapsed to the ground, gazing in disbelief at his powerless legs. His mind raced with a torrent of data regarding the regenerative serum from the past month, his brain functioning like a sophisticated computer, frantically recalling and analyzing the myriad details. Yet, in the end, he found that everything had been impeccably calculated, deepening his disappointment. If the earlier surge of elation represented Luo Mang's first significant emotional fluctuation upon entering the Marvel Universe, this moment eclipsed that, his sense of defeat reaching unprecedented heights. Decades of meticulous planning had crumbled at the very first step. This was an emotion Luo Mang had never encountered since acquiring his abilities. His previous smooth sailing had led him to harbor overly lofty expectations. But where had he gone wrong? This was impossible. He had tirelessly verified the data countless times. And such a scenario should not have arisen. Observing Luo Mang's reaction, Connors could no longer deny that Luo Mang's recovery had failed. Bowing his head, Connors murmured the phrase quietly to himself. This was the culmination of his life's work, his enduring hope. If Luo Mang failed, it signified that he too faced a significant probability of failure. Yet, it had transpired. After venting his frustrations, Luo Mang turned calmly to Connors. However, from his current vantage point, the first thing that caught his eye was Connor's severed arm, the site of amputation still resembling the pale complexion of Connor's skin. The grotesque appearance that emerged after the amputation, closely resembling bone, was impossible to overlook. The severed arm. As Connor's exposed limb came into view, a glimmer reignited in Roman's eyes. What crossed your mind? Is there an error? Connors could not help but inquire. No, Roman shook his head. The earlier sense of defeat vanished entirely. A smile crept upon his lips, and an unmistakable excitement began to bubble within him. If my assumptions are correct, grant me just one day, and I shall deliver results. Roman, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Peter gazed at the formidable chainsaw in his hands, its height nearly that of a person, his head slightly bowed. His eyes swept over Roman's armored form. The infamous merciless Spider-Man, who had slaughtered countless gang members, now found his palms clammy with sweat. Were it not for Roman's insistence, Peter would never dream of inflicting harm on a single hair of Roman's being. Of course, Peter, this is my sole hope for resurgence. Roman maintained his smile. The chainsaw's reflection under the harsh light was almost blinding, yet it did nothing to sway his resolve. If this is your will, I shall comply. After a moment of silence, Peter resolved to act without hesitation. Gripping the chainsaw firmly, he lowered it alongside Roman's legs. The chilling sound reverberated ominously in the darkness. Roman did not cry out in pain. After administering the modified serum for 48 hours, he had gained the ability to manipulate his perception of pain. In response to Peter's actions, he felt only the searing sensation of the chainsaw's friction. However, as blood flowed, his complexion turned somewhat pale. Yet, under the influence of the regenerative serum, the lost blood could swiftly replenish itself. In synchrony with Peter's rhythm, a rather comical scene unfolded. Roman felt his current state resembled a face-changing act he had once witnessed, though he could only shift between two shades. Despite his hardy armor, it could not withstand the relentless grinding of the chainsaw, coupled with Peter's considerable strength. Before long, this grand operation reached completion. Although he was the centerpiece of this surgical spectacle, the smile on Roman's face grew ever broader, the curve of his lips widening. In that moment, he could distinctly feel a warm current rapidly coursing through his legs. He had guessed correctly. Chapter 9. I said, I will bring him back. Spider-Man, the Avenger of the Night, the demon from the abyss. What does his emergence signify? Who truly is he? What experiences could forge this hero? instilling dread in the hearts of criminals? Hero, assassin, murderer. For more information, please follow James. With a rustle, Roman shook the newspaper. The corners of his eyes crinkled slightly, as if amused. It seems you have become quite the celebrity, Peter. Turning to Peter, he cautiously assumed a supportive stance, his gaze intently fixed on the ground beneath Roman's feet. Observing Peter's demeanor, Roman resignedly tucked the newspaper into his embrace. All right, Peter. I am not an infant still learning to walk. Your concern is excessive. As his lower limbs gradually healed, the sensations that had been lost returned to Roman. However, due to his prolonged inactivity, he appeared somewhat clumsy. Last night, upon descending from the operating table, he had stumbled and collapsed weakly into Peter's arms, causing Peter to remain on high alert ever since, fearful of any mishap befalling Roman. Peter lifted his head, silent, his eyes meeting Roman's with an intensity of earnestness. Very well, do as you wish, Roman said, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he adjusted his clothing. Now, as he prepared to walk outside, he needed to be thoroughly covered. Otherwise, his green scales alone would invite incessant trouble. Fortunately, the scales on his limbs could retract into his skin, and his tail could coil around his waist. As long as he could grow stronger, Roman did not mind having an additional appendage. The adjustments to the regenerative serum would soon be complete, and May's fingers would also heal. As if recalling something, Roman gazed at Peter with concern, offering him a comforting word. After Danny had harmed Aunt May, the emergency responders had only provided her with a rudimentary bandage. The subsequent swelling, pain, and acute infection emerged within a day. When Aunt May returned to the hospital for a follow-up, she was informed that an urgent amputation was necessary. Thus, despite the ring that Uncle Ben had gifted her being returned, she would never wear it again. I know, I have never worried about it, Peter murmured. Lowering his head slightly, his lips pressed together, his spirit visibly dampened. A persistent sense of guilt enveloped him. Had he been present at that moment, perhaps Uncle Ben would not have encountered such misfortune. If he had taken decisive action against Danny sooner, rather than clinging to the absurd notion of justice, perhaps Aunt May would not have lost a finger and Roman would not have been shot. With this thought, Peter's fists clenched involuntarily. However, a clear ringing sound abruptly pulled him back to reality. Hello, Roman answered the phone, his tone warm and inviting. Roman, do you remember me? Of course, Miss Pepper. You are my benefactor. Roman replied enthusiastically, already forming a sure hypothesis about Pepper's call, yet feigning ignorance. A smile graced his lips, with the allure of a 48. Coupled with the hints left during his hospital stay, he was curious how long Pepper would endure before reaching out. Is there something you require my assistance with? As I mentioned previously, I possess certain unique experiences in specific areas. Upon hearing Roman's words, Pepper on the other end of the line suddenly exhaled in relief. Since the incident involving Tony, she has exhausted every conceivable connection, yet to no avail. In her desperation, she suddenly recalled Roman. Thus, I shall speak plainly. Tony has gone missing, and the reports surrounding his disappearance are rampant. I trust you have heard the news. I implore you to return him to me unharmed. At this juncture, Pepper paused, and Roman could sense her breath through the phone. Roman, I am out of options. I will acquiesce to any request you may have. At that moment, Pepper no longer embodied the demeanor of an authority figure. Her tone bore a hint of entreaty. This disheveled concern was within Roman's expectations. Pepper is a figure of power, yet she is also a woman, and if forced to choose, she would grasp even the slightest chance to save Tony. Under the allure of her emotions, when Pepper's mind was in turmoil, Roman inevitably infiltrated her heart, which elucidated why she had once chosen to save him. Would Pepper concern herself with the means at Roman's disposal? Certainly not. Through military channels, through Stark's connections with arms dealers, and even through certain other means, Roman was merely a potentiality conceived through Pepper's multifaceted strategies. After all, uttering a few words bore no risk. Roman was acutely aware of this. He was merely a contingency, yet he spoke without hesitation. I will bring him back. His voice was calm and unwavering, devoid of any sign of agitation. What can I offer you? Pepper seemed not to have grasped his words clearly and hastily sought confirmation. I said, I will bring him back. Roman's tone remained composed, imbued with tranquility. Upon hearing Roman's assurance, Pepper inexplicably felt a significant weight lift from her heart. However, before she could continue, Roman's voice resonated again in her ear. I require no agreements or benefits. I can assure you I will return Mr. Stark to New York unharmed. Why? Pepper could not help but inquire. As Tony's capable assistant, She had encountered numerous opportunists who would forsake all morals in the face of gain. Thus she had grown accustomed to offering enticing terms. Yet, someone like Roman, who acted selflessly, was a rarity for her. Because you and Mr. Stark once saved me. The ancient Eastern tradition values reciprocity, does it not? Roman's voice tapered off, its timbre delicate as gossamer. Upon hearing Roman's reasoning, Pepper gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. She had not anticipated that what she had whimsically chosen as a birthday gift would return to her in such a manner when she needed it most. Roman, if you can rescue Tony, you will earn Stark's friendship. Pepper vowed earnestly, enunciating each word with conviction. Certainly, if Tony fails to return, Stark may vanish in the truest sense of the word, and the notion of friendship would be rendered moot. Grant me a moment. Roan nodded, this time not refusing. Roan's purpose in this Marvel universe, teeming with deities, is to survive and seize his destiny. As one of the Marvel fandom's self-proclaimed sons, he embodies the most human presence within this cosmos. Forming an alliance with Tony Stark would yield only benefits, devoid of any detriment. For when a pivotal moment arises, this frivolous playboy shall not forget such loyalty. The playboy, the young prodigy, the master of Stark Industries, this individual, who ought to be devoid of sentiment, proves to be the most loyal in critical circumstances. Otherwise, Tony would not have kept his graduation project from MIT, a small arm, all this time. Did you hear that? Roan ended the call and turned to Peter. Completing this task alone might pose some challenges. The Ten Commandments gang employs weaponry developed by Tony, and its caliber is beyond question. If Peter could accompany him, the entire endeavor would become significantly simpler. Indeed, the Ten Commandments gang is a malignancy upon the world. I must return them to their rightful place. Peter nodded emphatically, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. His agreement stemmed not solely from a desire to assist Roan. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter was resolute in aiding the gang's descent into oblivion. His fingers casually brushed against the hem of his attire, revealing a sleek, pitch-black combat suit. Faintly, one could discern the crimson spider emblem upon his chest. Yet this spider appeared far more menacing, more terrifying than Peter had initially envisioned, as if it sought to rend apart all injustice and malevolence in the world. Through fear, it would seize control of the darkness lurking within people's hearts. Chapter 10. Why don't you take a look in the mirror at the wretched sight you have become? The sun scorched the grains of sand. The yellow sand swirled with waves of heat, the oppressive air seeming capable of igniting anything. Two figures were currently racing through the desert with wild abandon. With each step, a cloud of yellow sand would be kicked up beneath their feet. Roan, I still find your calculations somewhat perplexing. Peter removed his mask, exhaling a cloud of sand. After all, this desolate expanse was void of life. No one would witness him without it. Roan slowed his pace, releasing a measured breath. The coordinates of Tony's abduction, combined with the military's initial intelligence, along with fragments of information provided by Pepper and the timing of Tony's predicament, Roan murmured to himself, gazing at a distant black speck that had emerged on the horizon. Thus, the final conclusion was drawn. Tony must be here. We have arrived, Peter. The speed at which the two raced would certainly cause any onlooker to gape in astonishment. Exclaiming Superman. Before long, the distant black speck materialized before them. Observing the weapons stacked around the cave entrance, emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia, Luo Mang declared with conviction. He removed his white shirt, neatly folding it and placing it on the yellow sand, revealing his dark green heavy armor beneath. Having brought only one garment, he was determined not to let it be ruined. Satisfied with the meticulous arrangement of his shirt, Luo Mang nodded approvingly. All right, Peter, since we are embarking on this outing, let's not keep May waiting anxiously at home. Of course, Peter donned his mask once more, while he himself might not fear exposure. He was acutely aware of his vulnerability concerning Aunt May, and he wished to spare her any further harm. Together, Luo Mang and Peter infiltrated the camp, their primary objective being the protection of Stark. The regenerative lizard serum had endowed Luo Mang with abilities somewhat akin to Peter's. His controllable claw structure allowed him to scale any surface. With exceptional adaptability, camouflage, and sensory capabilities, Luo Mang was equipped for superb infiltration. His agile physique, coupled with immense strength, enabled him to effortlessly crush metal, and human bones were no challenge. Navigating past the guards, they silently ascended above the patrolling sentries. As they melded into the shadows, they evaded detection entirely. The labyrinthine complexity of the cave made their search somewhat time-consuming. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, illuminating Luo Mang's focus. Boom! Hearing the abrupt, resounding blast, Luo Mang and Peter exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding the unspoken meaning in each other's eyes, and instantly sprang into action. One climbed, while the other adhered to surfaces. In a moment of the explosion, Luo Mang had already etched the source's location firmly in his mind. With little effort, Luo Mang arrived at a cave entrance where the smoke had yet to dissipate. The cave's doorway had been forcefully flung open, pinning a member of the 10 rings beneath it. Blood began to flow slowly through the dust, and the unfortunate man was clearly on the brink of death, struggling for breath. A mere glance was enough for Luo Mang, whose eyes betrayed no emotion as he turned his gaze inward. They have arrived. Ethan, beads of sweat trickling down his face, suddenly grasped something while staring at the computer screen. We need more time. He turned to Tony, his eyes resolute, and, after tossing out a brief statement, he strode purposefully towards the cave's exit. I'll buy you some time. Tony, immobilized within his armor, could only shout to halt Ethan, perhaps aware of the impending events. A soft glow emanated from Tony's eyes. According to the plan, his voice became trapped in his throat, eyes widened in shock at the unfolding scene. Ethan, clutching a machine gun, had just stepped out of the cave when a sinuous green tail ensnared him, lifting him off the ground. The only weapon in his possession was swiftly taken from him. Ethan's face bore an expression of sheer terror, while Roman gazed at Peter with keen interest. What do you think of this individual? He inquired. He is a good person. Peter's voice emanated from beneath his mask, with a curious tilt of his head. He observed Ethan, his words reverberating through the cavern, causing Ethan to tremble with fear. You are a good person. You need not fear me. Peter instinctively clarified upon noticing Ethan's state. However, unbeknownst to him, it was Roman whom Ethan truly feared. Following the direction of the tail, Ethan was startled to discover that it extended from Roman's own body. The glowing green pupils he beheld were anything but human, instilling a deep sense of dread within Ethan. Given this, Spider-Man, might I request your assistance for this good sir, to complete his unfinished business? Would you oblige? With pleasure. Peter nimbly traversed the cave's edge, crawling back along the path he had come. His posture, coupled with the fear-inducing combat attire, made one wonder if Peter was indeed a genuine terrifying spider. As for you, Mr. Ethan, there is no need for fear. I merely represent Stark Industries, here to aid Tony in finding his way home, Roman said as he gently set Ethan down, descending from the rock face to stand firmly before him. Ethan's gaze was fixed upon the man who towered over him by a good head and a half. Despite his monstrous appearance, there was an inexplicable aura of elegance and reason about him. If one were to liken him to a legendary creature, it would be a vampire. Yet, Roman lacked any of the traditional vampire traits. Just then, the sound of gunfire echoed like torrential rain from behind Roman, prompting Ethan to gesture anxiously towards him. Aren't you going to assist him, Spider-Man? Ethan managed a voice, though he held no doubts regarding the capabilities of either individual. Roman smiled and shook his head, about to speak when a familiar flippant voice interrupted. Ethan, come behind me, Tony exclaimed, casting a quick glance that revealed Roman's green armor and peculiar tail. Hastily raising his right hand, a mini-rocket launcher emerged from its holster. While beckoning to Ethan with his left hand, he aimed his weapon squarely at Roman. Mr. Stark, has it truly been only 3 months that you've forgotten me? Roman raised an eyebrow, stepping forward into the light. The white glow filtering through the cave as crevices illuminated Roman's face, leaving Tony momentarily astonished, his surprise evident in his eyes. Is it you, Roman? I am Roman, Mr. Stark. Your attire today is rather distinctive. Roman corrected him with a hint of exasperation. Oh, Roman, why not take a look in the mirror at your current ghastly appearance? Tony smacked his forehead, finally recalling the correct pronunciation of Luo Mang's name. Despite being imprisoned for over half a month, Tony's acerbic wit remained undiminished. Chapter 11. Tony's Return. Indeed, Tony Sharptongue was as renowned as ever. Yet, sensing Tony's intent to continue, Luo Mang hastily interjected. Miss Pepper has entrusted me with your rescue. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us first depart from here. Of course, I yearn for my cheeseburger. I wish to return to my bathtub immediately. With that, Tony clumsily followed Luo Mang, trailing behind him while Ethan brought up the rear. After navigating several corners, they were met with an overwhelming stench of blood, as though the very air had been infused with it. Suddenly, a member of the 10 Commandments gang came rushing towards Luo Mang in a panic, colliding directly with him. The firearm he clumsily held clanged against Luo Mang's armored form, producing a sharp sound. Upon seeing Luo Mang, the gang member's pupils dilated in terror, words caught in his throat. Allow me to handle this. After months of effort, Tony was eager to test the prowess of his armor. Mr. Stark, since Miss Pepper has tasked me with your rescue, I cannot allow you to be harmed in any way. Luo Mang smiled down at the gang member. Then, without looking back, he swiftly grasped the man's head with his razor-sharp claws, lifting him effortlessly. With a mere exertion of his grip, the gang member could barely emit a scream before his skull was crushed. The blood splattered across Luo Mang's armor, but slid off, pooling on the ground. Simultaneously, Tony and Ethan felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Given their prolonged survival under the Ten Commandments' control, their mental fortitude was commendable. Yet this gruesome scene proved challenging to withstand. Damn it, Luo Mang. I will never add ketchup to my food again. Tony's complexion paled slightly, the raw intensity of the moment unsettling him. Luo Mang, unfazed, took a couple of steps forward with his hands clasped behind his back. After a moment, his voice drifted back to them. If it were only this, I believe you could walk out with your eyes closed, Mr. Stark. Luo Mang's words piqued both Tony's and Ethan's curiosity. As they exited quickly, the sight that greeted them was one that would haunt them for a lifetime. Ugh! Ethan could no longer contain himself, leaning against the rock wall as he retched. Tony, too, was not faring any better. His face grew even paler, his mouth twitching as if he were on the verge of being sick. Luo Mang gently kicked aside the remnants of flesh at his feet and turned to regard Tony with an enigmatic smile. Mr. Stark, if I were you, I wouldn't suppress it. Ugh, damn it, Luo Mang, I should have listened to you. For the first time, Tony expressed agreement with Luo Mang, albeit with a hint of fervor. Hey, you all are out, they heard a voice almost simultaneously. Although it was Tony's first encounter with Peter, the young man left an indelible impression on him. Stripped of his mask, Peter radiated an unmistakable youthful innocence, with a few conspicuous blushes adorning his cheeks. Covered in a considerable amount of flesh and blood, they seemed almost like embellishments against his black coat. Yet, this young man was smiling warmly at Tony. Could you not employ less gruesome methods? After regaining his composure, Tony remarked with a tone of resignation. The 10 Commandments had imprisoned him for 3 long months, during which Tony had endured immense suffering. How could he possibly pity them? Not to mention, as an arms dealer, countless lives had perished at his hands. I apologize, Mr. Stark. As I promised Miss Potts, I won't let a single hair on your head be harmed, but I cannot guarantee anything beyond that. Luo Mang slightly bent his body, raising his hand to perform a gentlemanly bow towards Tony. Oh, how splendid. You found me. Now I can return to Pepper to claim my reward. Hearing Tony's sarcasm, Luo Mang merely smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. If there is nothing else, it's time to take you home. Upon emerging from the cave, Tony, who had been silent, suddenly turned sharply. With arms lowered at a 45-degree angle, a torrent of fiery orange flames erupted uncontrollably from the tubes beneath his hands. Boom! Weapons emblazoned with Stark Industries insignia were obliterated, the explosion engulfing hundreds of meters around them. In an instant, Ethan was lifted by Luo Mang to a distance of 100 meters, closely followed by Peter. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Mang's tail swayed gently. Watching the soaring silver figure, Luo Mang couldn't help but speak with fervent admiration. Indeed, Tony Stark, the armor created in this shattered cave, is remarkably powerful. Luo Mang admired not only Tony's intellect, but also his indomitable spirit of survival. Just as Uncle Ben's demise seemed inevitable, Tony too must endure this ordeal to give rise to the proclamation, I'm Iron Man. However, Luo Mang cast a sidelong glance at Ethan. The losses necessary for a hero's growth were still somewhat lacking for Tony. Initially, Luo Mang had no intention of saving Ethan, just as he had watched Uncle Ben perish. Yet, upon arriving here, he altered his course. Those cursed by knowledge, haven't you been losing all along? Luo Mang's expression was calm, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He observed the steel fragments that had fallen before him and Tony, who emerged from the sand like a startled groundhog. Well, I imagine Pepper must be quite worried about you. Let's go. After casting a lingering glance at the scattered pieces of metal, Luo Mang turned to leave with Peter, leaving Tony sprawled on the sand, waving helplessly. Hey, hello. Pepper asked you to bring me back in one piece, remember? Hey, Miss Pepper. I dare say you must be quite pleased to see someone. Luo Mang glanced at Tony, who was voraciously devouring a cheeseburger, and spoke gently. Oh my God, Tony, let me talk to him, Luo. Pepper's voice brimmed with unmistakable delight and excitement. As seconds ticked by, she found herself waiting for Luo Mang's call, believing he had yet to set off. Recently, Luo Mang's signal had been lost in an uninhabited area, and any flicker of hope in Pepper's heart quickly dimmed. However, she had not anticipated that Luo Mang would return Tony so quietly and without fanfare. Are you shedding tears for your missing boss? Tony's words made Pepper burst into laughter. At that moment, she was certain that the voice on the other end belonged to none other than Tony Stark. Chapter 12, The Raft. You know, I was imprisoned for 3 months. Now that I am back, there are 2 things I wish to do. First, indulge in cheeseburgers until I am satiated, and second, suddenly. Tony rolled his eyes, having overheard something. It's not what you think. I am hosting a press conference. Listening to Tony and Pepper chatter away, Luo Mang felt himself nearly drifting off to sleep. Fortunately, Tony had yet to delve into his endless musings. Luo, drive directly to Stark Industries. Before the party begins, I need to warm up. With a gentle turn of the steering wheel, Luo Mang complied and started the car. I heard from Pepper that you didn't ask for anything. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Tony could not contain himself and spoke up first. Yes, Mr. Stark, I simply dislike being indebted to others. Don't call me Stark, remember. You saved me? Call me Tony. At the pinnacle of his life, Tony faced unforeseen changes, and he felt a deep gratitude toward both Ethan and Luo Mang. What a coincidence. I too dislike being indebted. Ethan will be joining Stark Industries, as previously mentioned. How about you? I can offer you a position with a $10 million salary. How does being my personal bodyguard sound? Don't look at me like that. I only require female bodyguards. Despite having narrowly escaped danger, Tony recovered swiftly, joking with a playful tone. Tony, have you ever contemplated what your future might hold? Ignoring Tony's jest, Roman calmly maneuvered the steering wheel, as if posing a casual question unintentionally. I suppose one might be lost in a haze of countless dollars, Tony shrugged, responding indifferently. And if someone were to attempt to take away everything you have painstakingly built, then I would ensure they pay the price, Tony replied with a serene tone, as if revealing his truest self in that moment. Through the rearview mirror, Roman glanced at Tony, only to discover Tony was also observing him, prompting a smile to escape Roman's lips. We are indeed quite alike, he mused. A gentle curve of sunlight streamed through the car window. Though warm, it was somewhat blinding. I hereby declare the immediate cessation of Stark International's weapons manufacturing division, Tony proclaimed in his black suit, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Amidst the crowd, Tony could always spot Roman's figure. Perhaps due to their earlier conversation, Tony now yearned for Roman's support. Seeing Roman smile at him inexplicably eased the weight on Tony's heart. Hello, I am Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. I would like to ask you about the details concerning Tony Stark's rescue. Upon entering Stark Industries, Roman felt the gaze of someone watching him, and he was surprised that the ever-amiable Coulson had waited until now to approach him. I believe you should inquire about the specifics with Tony, rather than me. Roman replied politely, turning to face Coulson before walking away without a backward glance. Coulson, what do you think? Coulson watched Roman retreat, as a commanding voice echoed in his earpiece. Very dangerous, sir. Although he has been smiling, I instinctively felt the urge to avoid his gaze. Nick Fury's brow furrowed at this remark. Roman's file was pristine, but one's eyes never lie, regardless of how deeply a person may conceal their true self. Coulson, temporarily classify Roman's threat level as high. Monitor his interactions with Stark. Understood, sir. Coulson's right hand lowered from his earpiece, and, as he turned, his pupils suddenly contracted in alarm. Pardon me, did I interrupt you? Roman's smile sent a chill of sweat cascading down Coulson's back. When had Roman appeared behind him? How had he not sensed it? And no, not at all, Coulson stammered, forcing a smile, though his expression maintained the fa-ade of the amiable good guy. Turmoil churned within him. To Coulson, Roman's smile bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a devil. Do not follow me. I am considering your well-being. Having reached this juncture, Roman felt no further need for concealment. His eyes, gleaming with an eerie green hue, fixed intently on Coulson. Roman was indifferent to whether Coulson was a good-natured person. His message was clear. Anyone who obstructs my path shall perish. If Coulson were to seek his own demise, then even if he were to be slain by Luo Mang, it would be an unavoidable fate, wouldn't it? Understood. After a brief lapse of mental clarity, Coulson recalled the fundamental qualities expected of an agent. Ah yes, I must respond promptly. I would rather not be inexplicably treated as a criminal. Before departing, Luo Mang had touched his right ear, and only then did he truly leave. Coulson, respond quickly. It was not until his body relaxed from its taut state that he heard Nick Fury's voice. Director, Coulson swallowed hard. I believe it might be prudent to elevate Luo Mang's threat level to the highest tier. There was a silence on the earpiece, and, after a moment, 2 words were relayed back. Approved. Upon the boundless expanse of the sea, there lay an isolated maritime prison. Thank you, Pepper. It was my pleasure. You saved Tony, and this is the least I could do. Just as I promised, you shall receive Stark's friendship and support. However, I am a tad curious about your intentions with the raft. You must understand, it is a floating prison. All right, Pepper, no need for excessive inquiries. Luo Mang has some, well, issues of that nature. A playful voice from the video feed chimed in, observing Tony, who could not help but wink at him. Luo Mang was well aware that Tony was covering for him, yet he could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him, thanking him once more before ending the call. Upon stepping onto the renowned maritime prison, Luo Mang immediately sensed something unusual. His reptilian green eyes afforded him vision far superior to that of an ordinary person. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the toxic jellyfish that permeated the surrounding waters. Encircling him were high walls equipped with 30 computer-controlled laser guns. From the moment he set foot on the island, Luo Mang's scales had recoiled as if confronted by a natural enemy. The biological energy damping field of the raft is indeed intriguing. Adjusting his glasses, Luo Mang strolled nonchalantly towards the prison. I was just wondering when you would arrive. A blond man clad in a prison guard uniform approached Luo Mang. Rackham. Shifting his nightstick to his left hand, he extended it for a handshake. Luo Mang. Maintaining his signature smile, Luo Mang slightly adjusted his grip. He understood that the man before him, who appeared merely as a guard, was in fact the true overseer of the raft, an agent of SHIELD. He had been tasked with monitoring the raft after being rescued by the organization. He controlled and supervised some of the most dangerous criminals and metahumans. In reality, this place was Rackham's private domain. The ease with which Luo Mang had entered indicated that Tony had indeed bestowed upon him considerable favors. Chapter 13. Luke Cage. Upon encountering Luo Mang, Rackham appeared even more eager. As they made their way into the prison, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Mr. Stark inquired, "Do you wish to enter the raft?" To which Luo Mang nodded in acknowledgment. Yet, the only individuals permitted to access the raft, aside from the incarcerated, were the prison guards. A knowing glint flickered in Rackham's eyes, and Luo Mang swiftly grasped his implication. "For each day you remain, I shall personally offer you $1 million. Rackham chuckled heartily, his earlier gloom dissipating considerably. Turning to the guard who trailed closely beside him, Rackham called out, "Soya, why aren't you escorting our esteemed guest to change attire?" With a nod towards Rackham, Luo Mang followed Soya's lead. As he observed Luo Mang's retreating figure, Rackham turned abruptly, delivering a swift blow to the newly arrived inmate before him. "This is my domain, and you all are to heed my commands, understood? As a guard, many of the rules here are mere formalities. You need only remember one thing. Obey Rackham." Soya, with an expression devoid of emotion, guided Luo Mang towards the changing room, his words imbued with admiration for Rackham. Of course, Luo Mang squinted, masking any sign of discontent. Through his observations along the way, Luo Mang discerned the underlying truth. Their genuine interest in his purpose for being there was negligible, as long as the money was sufficient. All else was negotiable. This, in turn, facilitated Luo Mang's endeavors. Indeed, this formed part of Luo Mang's forthcoming strategy, more accurately, a revised strategy. Ever since he acquired the lizard serum, an instinctive urge had arisen from deep within him. Perhaps the effects of 48 had subtly altered him. Luo Mang naturally concluded that he could undertake a myriad of different mutation experiments and amalgamate them entirely. Thus, he shifted his focus to another individual, Luke Cage, renowned as the man with the toughest skin in the Marvel Universe. He was humorously said to risk demise from appendicitis due to his skin's impenetrability, which would hinder surgical intervention. His powers encompass superhuman strength and impenetrable skin, capable of withstanding 150 pounds of force without so much as a scratch. While the term toughest may be overstated, it nonetheless represented a formidable ability for Luo Mang at this moment. With resilient skin coupled with remarkable regenerative capabilities, he would not be as fragile as Deadpool. Possessing superhuman strength, even if he could not match Spider-Man, he would at least possess the means for self-preservation. Upon arriving at the changing room and donning the prison guard uniform, Luo Mang's demeanor transformed dramatically. Beneath the uniform, he felt an indescribable sensation, as if he were fundamentally at odds with the attire he wore. After equipping himself with the provided radio and emergency weapon, Luo Mang made his way directly to the Sentry Square. As Soja had indicated, there were no rules for the prison guards here. although Luo Mang was a stranger. The other guards averted their gazes upon seeing his attire, showing little concern. Is this Luke Cage? Luo Mang mused silently, maintaining a stoic expression as he glanced at the solitary figure in the square. With curly hair, skin as dark as night, and a countenance reminiscent of a beast, he was strikingly conspicuous amidst the crowd. Observing the wounds on Luke's face stirred something within Luo Mang. If all went as expected, Luke was currently being coerced by Rackham, engaging in illicit underground boxing matches. If that were the case, the day when Luke would be subjected to human experimentation would not be far off. During the following period, as Luke took his leisure, Luo Mang arrived at the prison square. When Luke returned to the prison, Luo Mang accompanied him back. This was Rackham's territory, and pretense would be futile. It was better to be straightforward. Before long, a week had passed. All the prison guards regarded the anomaly clutching a white book with strange expressions. Have you heard? This kid just gave Rackham $7 million. What on earth does he do? Just read? I don't know. Why not go ask him yourself? What I secure is mine. The hushed whispers of the guards, of course, did not escape Luo Mang's keen ears. Soon, 3 men led by a burly guard approached Luo Mang with ill intent. Hey, kid, you've been here for a week. How's life treating you? Not bad, Luo Mang replied, basking in the sunlight, his expression innocent and unassuming. This demeanor immediately silenced Kevin, who had intended to speak. For some reason, looking at Luo Mang left Kevin with a sense of futility akin to striking cotton with a fist. Casting a glance at his companions, Kevin, now somewhat irked, glared at Luo Mang and declared loudly, I hear you like to give away dollars. If that's the case, how about you share a bit with me? Just $1 million. How does that sound? Kevin inched closer to Luo Mang, locking eyes with his eerie green irises, which sent a shiver down his spine. However, with the other guards watching, Kevin knew he could not back down. Straining to maintain his bravado, he gripped his baton tightly, veins bulging. If Luo Mang's next words were even slightly unsatisfactory, that baton would surely come crashing down. Yet, Luo Mang's subsequent response left Kevin questioning the reliability of his ears. Sure, gazing at the anonymous card in his hand, Kevin felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. $1 million? Was it really this easy? Even the other guards, who had been observing from a distance, exchanged glances, their greed for Luo Mang palpable, as the darkness within them expanded infinitely. All of it. I want all the dollars you have. Kevin's breath quickened. For $1 million was nearly his entire income over the past decade. However, I wish to retain a portion, Luo Mang replied calmly, though his words instantly contorted Kevin's expression into a snarl. At that moment, Kevin was nearly certain that Luo Mang was nothing more than a wealthy coward. Each year, a few such individuals resided in prison, but he never anticipated encountering one himself. You have no right to speak here. Hand over the money, Kevin shouted, swinging a club violently towards Luo Mang's head, accompanied by the 2 men at his side. They had witnessed Luo Mang's willingness to part with the cash, and the prospect of acquiring such wealth made Kevin's eyes widen in astonishment. Yet, the club that was aimed at Luo Mang's head inexplicably ended up in Luo Mang's grasp. As Kevin stared at his empty hands in bewilderment, Luo Mang, toying with the baton, expressed his regret. Is $1 million not enough? Why can't you control your hands? Kevin opened his mouth to respond, but the next moment, a sharp crack echoed in his ears. Oh! The sudden pain felt surreal, akin to an anonymous card. It was palpably real for Kevin. In the blink of an eye, his arm twisted at a 90-degree angle, white bone piercing through flesh and muscle, stained with blood. The towering man was reduced to mere fodder before Luo Mang, as if he were but a loaf of bread easily torn apart. Oh, I almost forgot about you too. Luo Mang's sudden realization appeared devilish to the remaining 2 men. The ensuing cracks and screams drew the attention of numerous criminals. When they turned to look, they could only see the once formidable prison guards kneeling before Luo Mang. The white book cover in Luo Mang's hand now bore splatters of blood, and his once gentle smile appeared terrifying to all. A chill swept through the hearts of everyone present, as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 14, Skin. Divine Power. At 11 o'clock at night, at the Mu-Fa prison, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the facility. Strangely, the typically vicious and ruthless criminals, upon hearing those footsteps, collectively shrank into their gray blankets, seemingly evading something. As the footsteps drew nearer, rounding a corner revealed Luo Mang's unassuming visage. With each cell he passed, Luo Mang offered a smile and a nod to its inhabitants. Holding a white-covered book whose red dots had multiplied, Only after Luo Mang's footsteps faded from the vicinity did the prisoners dare to emerge from their covers, gasping for breath. Thank heaven, the demon has finally departed. Last night, I was plagued by nightmares, and he even haunted my dreams. I fear him far more than I do Rackham. The very individual who killed Rackham could saunter out of his office unscathed. What an anomaly. Hey, are you not afraid of being overheard by him? Upon hearing a companion's caution, the one who spoke recoiled in terror back under the covers, trembling throughout the night. In the corridor, Roman paced with intent towards a cell block where Luke Cage was confined. However, this time, the atmosphere was far from the usual tranquility. Two inmates clad in orange jumpsuits emerged from Luke's cell, their blood-stained fists evoking grim images of the events that had transpired within. Casting a glance at the security camera above, Roman narrowed his eyes, coldly observing the scene. It seemed this evening heralded his birth should fate allow. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, a prison doctor donned in a white coat approached. He entered Luke's cell and assisted him towards the medical room. Roman stealthily followed, his footsteps making no sound. In a sealed chamber, the experimental tank into which Luke was placed began to hum softly. The doctor methodically pressed buttons along the tank side until the final one was activated, allowing him to exhale in relief. Luke, the human experiment is not perfect, but this is the only way to save you, he murmured, gazing at Luke within the tank. He was the principal researcher behind Rackham's clandestine human experimentation project, aiding Rackham in the creation and control of a super army. However, Luke's unforeseen presence ignited new ideas within him. As the liquid within the tank began to bubble, the doctor slowly relaxed. Just as his eyelids began to droop, they snapped open in alarm. Following the direction of the doctor's gaze, an enigmatic figure had silently emerged beside him. A sudden face-to-face confrontation caused the doctor to stumble back 3 paces, instinctively seeking to distance himself. You cannot leave, Roman declared, shaking his head as his shadowy tendrils slithered forth unnoticed, gliding across the ground. They ensnared the doctor's ankle, gradually creeping up towards his neck. With a mere subtle twist, the doctor collapsed, his limbs falling limp, devoid of life. His body thudded to the ground with a dull thump. Yet Roman appeared to disregard the lifeless form as he stepped over it, approaching the experimental tank. By this point, the solution within the tank had been fully infused, hinting at a simmering vitality. Paying no heed to Luke's terrified gaze, Roman reached in and extracted him from his confinement. Deprived of the restoration of the experimental chamber, Luke's vitality rapidly diminished. His breath waned, presenting a visage that suggested he was on the brink of death. Luke Cage, he mused. Do you know that in the distant east, there exists a saying? To achieve anything, one must have the right timing, favorable circumstances, and harmonious relations. None can be absent. The same event occurring at different times may yield varying results. There was no enmity between us. We merely sought to survive. Romang's tone resembled that of an old friend reminiscing after a long separation, tinged with melancholy and reflection. Luke's once wide-open eyes gradually drooped as time passed. When Roman glanced back, he found Luke's eyes firmly shut, his chest devoid of movement. Observing this, Roman adjusted his spectacles with a finger. The skin on his arm began to ripple and eventually transformed into a clawed appendage. Without a moment's hesitation, he pierced through Luke's heart, shattering it within. After lifting Luke's remains to examine them, Roman cast him aside. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself in the experimental chamber. The long tail of the armored creature coiled gently around him, and the chamber's power surged to its maximum. As Roman plunged into the liquid, he felt an intense heat enveloping him. The previously simmering liquid erupted into a frenzied boil, akin to water reaching a rolling boil. In the next moment, Rackham hurriedly burst through the door, only to be met with a blinding white light emanating from the chamber. The radiant glow instantly engulfed the entire room. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath seemed to tremble. Components of the chamber, accompanied by shards of glass, scattered in the wake of the explosion. Poor Rackham, upon entering, was swept away in an instant. A tiny screw struck him squarely in the forehead, and propelled by immense force, its impact rivaled that of a bullet. A drop of blood trickled down from a hollow between his brows. The formidable overseer of the wooden raft fell silently into darkness. Simultaneously, as the smoke cleared, Roman emerged. Bare-chested, the green scales upon him surged outward in a frenzied growth, finally ceasing only when they resembled the edges of a pine cone. His chest heaved as he gasped for air. The scaled claws uncontrollably manifested, their transformation mirroring that of the scales on his body. A sudden wave of satisfaction surged within him at the sight of his monumental transformation. Gazing at the sealed walls surrounding him, an idea struck him with a powerful punch. He shattered the 50-centimeter thick wall effortlessly. Looking down, he noticed the sharp claws gliding over his scale body, producing a disconcerting hissing sound. Upon witnessing this scene, Roman nodded in satisfaction. He had wholeheartedly inherited Luke Cage's abilities, his divine power and resilient skin elevating his survival prowess to an entirely new level. Roman paused momentarily, exerting all his strength to maintain control. In the next instant, the scales adorning his body seemed to awaken with a consciousness of their own, retracting back into his skin. As the armor vanished, Roman's smooth surface was revealed. Following the acquisition of Luke Cage's abilities, he could now command his scales with complete autonomy. Casting a glance at the 3 corpses at his feet, Roman abruptly turned and strode outside. Upon his return, he possessed a card. Remarkably, it was the very dollar bill he had once entrusted to Rackham. With a hint of a smile gracing his face, he slightly bowed before Rackham's lifeless form. "Thank you for your care, esteemed warden." Now that he had secured his powers, there was no longer any reason to linger. Observing the gaping hole he had created moments ago, Roman clenched his fists, and in no time, he had fashioned an opening large enough for passage. The night was dark, and the sea was ominously deep, resembling an unfathomable abyss. However, after merely a glance, Roman leapt into the water, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 15. Return to New York, Chaos. Across the ocean, a shadow glided swiftly across the water's surface in an astonishing manner. The surrounding fish, sensing an impending doom, scattered in panic. The once renowned killer whale, a great white shark, distinguished itself from the smaller fish solely by its slightly accelerated speed. If one were to observe from a higher vantage point, they would discern that this shadow was, in fact, the form of a human. With a splash, Roman burst forth from the sea, expelling a mouthful of briny water. It was astonishing to recall that he once could only board a raft, yet now he could swim back tirelessly. The scales on his body began to shed as he ascended the shore, only to be met with a cacophony of screams in the air. Initially, Roman assumed another robbery had occurred, as such events were commonplace in this area. However, in the next moment, he felt as though he had plummeted into an abyss of despair. The shock compelled him to instinctively sidestep. In an instant, a car sped past him, plunging into the very waters he had just vacated. A superhero, or perhaps a villain, though narrowly avoiding being struck. Roman maintained an air of calm. His legs tensed with visible veins, and the concrete beneath his feet cracked like spiderwebs. In the next heartbeat, he vanished from his spot, following the throng of people. After traversing several blocks, Roman surveyed the severely damaged street infrastructure, his mind racing with speculation. It wasn't until he crossed another block and beheld 2 masses of green rolling into view that his suspicions were conclusively confirmed. Before stood a rotund figure clad in super stretchy pants, adorned with tousled green hair, none other than the formidable green giant, Robert Bruce Banner. Engaged in an exuberant embrace with Banner was the fearsome Abomination, Emil Blonsky, whose body, punctuated by bony protrusions and devoid of trousers, resembled a being encased in a greenskin suit. Once a member of an elite special forces unit, Emil's relentless pursuit of power led him to undergo gamma radiation exposure and the injection of super soldier serum, ultimately transforming him into the Abomination. Both the Abomination and Hulk draw their strength from emotional turmoil, one from profound loathing, the other from seething rage. The sole distinction lies in the Abomination having undergone 2 experimental injections, one targeting deep muscle tissue and the other the marrow, resulting in an additional 800 pounds of bone and tissue, manifesting as the serrated spikes erupting from his back and elsewhere. Though the Abomination is a villain, Hulk is not without his own moral ambiguities, having taken lives in moments of uncontrollable fury that rival those of his adversary. After all, how could the sea pianist be deemed a villain? As observed the 2 green behemoths clashing, vehicles in their grasp appeared as mere plastic toys, effortlessly wielded and torn apart. Unable to suppress his astonishment, watched intently for a considerable time, realizing that the lack of commotion from the raft was due to the chaos unfolding here. Given the intensity of the battle, it seemed likely that Tony had also dealt with Ironmonger, as he regarded these 2 brutish fighters, devoid of finesse and reliant solely on brute strength. Instinctively compared himself to them. However, he quickly shook his head. While his own abilities were commendable, matching them in direct combat was a fool's errand. At this moment, Hulk was brimming with primal vigor, while the Abomination was steeped in malevolence. Suddenly, a voice, laced with surprise and a hint of mischief, broke through his reverie. "Hey, you're back." Turning to the source, he found Peter descending from the wall of a nearby building. After a month's absence, Peter exuded an even more potent aura, the scent of blood faintly wafting from his black coat. Hidden beneath his mask, his features were obscured, rendering his presence all the more bizarre and surreal. Yet, upon seeing Peter, felt a wave of warmth. "You're back. How is May?" He responded softly, his next words evoking a sense of emotion in Peter. Having rushed back to New York from the raft, his attire was tattered and worn. Had it not been for the fierce battle between Hulk and the Abomination, Peter might not have recognized him at first. Nevertheless, the first thought that crossed mind upon seeing Peter was a concern for Aunt May. As Peter gazed upon the only two individuals who genuinely cared for him, his expression softened considerably. Should this demeanor be observed by those outside, they would surely be left astounded. When did this merciless, bloodthirsty spider demon become so affable? Dr. Connors had successfully refined the serum, and Aunt May's fingers had begun to regrow. After responding in a gentle tone, Peter leaped lightly onto his toes and landed silently beside Roman. "That's a relief. I've been quite anxious about May's condition in my absence." Roman maintained his stoic expression, nodding slightly. Deceiving a naive, inexperienced young hero was as effortless for Roman as lifting a compact car. Turning his head, he noticed Peter intently observing the battlefield, where two rotund green figures were still locked in combat. "What do you think of them?" Roman inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Had it been the old Peter Parker, he would have undoubtedly rushed in with a barrage of quips to intervene. "They're formidable. I can't say for certain until I've faced them. Only through experience can one truly comprehend their strength," Peter replied, his gaze unwavering from the two colossal figures. Yet Roman was aware that, based on his parameters, Peter's statistics were slightly inferior to those of the Hulk. Should he abandon his no-kill principle in pursuit of his goals, Peter might indeed have a chance of subduing one of them. Just as Roman was about to articulate something, a sudden furrow creased his brow. In the next moment, both Roman and Peter seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly turned their heads. The rapid thrum of a helicopter filled the air. An armed helicopter appeared high above. Clearly cautious of being caught in the fray between the two battling behemoths below, a blinding spotlight shone down from the helicopter, illuminating Roman and Peter in an instant. Reacting instinctively, Peter leaped from his position, his form adhering to the wall. By the time the spotlight swept back, Peter had vanished from sight. "General, we have detected additional targets on the battlefield," a soldier aboard the helicopter shouted, attempting to drown out the noise of the rotors. "Ignore the civilians. Focus entirely on capturing the Hulk and Emil." However, the soldier hesitated momentarily. "I just saw a freak in a black and red suit by his side. He vanished in the blink of an eye. It's possible he is an anomaly like the Hulk. Should we pursue him as well?" "Freak? Are you referring to me?" Before Ross could respond, a playful yet bloodied voice whispered in the soldier's ear, so close that it seemed to bypass the cacophony of the rotors entirely. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, a chill racing up his spine. Suddenly turning his head, he locked eyes with a pair of distorted, masked features. At that moment, Peter was clinging to the side of an armed helicopter, grinning at him. Chapter 16. The Psychologist. I fired. The soldier's expression shifted dramatically, and without time to consult Ross, he aimed his weapon at Peter. The bullets, licking with fiery tongues, hurtled toward him. Yet, when the smoke cleared after an entire magazine was spent, the night revealed nothing but emptiness. "What transpired? Report immediately." Ross's voice crackled through the radio. Just as the soldier was about to respond, he turned and froze in place, drenched in cold sweat. Peter hung upside down from the helicopter, his head aligned with the soldier's, his dark coat cascading down like that of an enormous bat. Though his face was obscured by a mask, the soldier could unmistakably sense the smile on Peter's lips. "What manner of creature are you?" The soldier's eyes betrayed his terror as he clutched his empty weapon tightly. Peter offered no reply, extending an arm clad in a red tight-fitting suit toward the soldier. "Enough. It is time to depart." Hearing the voice of Roman beside him, Peter halted abruptly, his fingers mere centimeters from the soldier's throat. "Buddy, next time, refrain from commenting on others' appearances." Instantly, Peter reverted to his playful demeanor, tossing a cheeky remark before gracefully leaping to Roman's side. "I merely intended to teach him a lesson." Peter shrugged, his tone now entirely different, reminiscent of a child who had erred. "Either do nothing or go to extremes. The concept of lesson should not apply to you. Do not forget, you still have May." Roman gazed at Peter quietly, causing him to feel a wave of shame. Yet, in an instant, a warm hand rested on Peter's head, gently ruffling his hair. But fear not, I will always stand behind you. Roman. Once more, tears brimmed in Peter's eyes. This was not the first instance he had seen Uncle Ben's shadow in Roman. Subsequently, Roman cast a deep glance at the armed helicopter representing Ross, and at the figure of Venom, entangled with Hulk behind them. He turned and led Peter away from the street corner. Now is not the time. The blood samples have been nearly destroyed. We must devise another plan. Roman's voice drifted through the dark alley, carried by the embers in the wind. 3 months later, in a clandestine military base, Emil had recently been stable. The special confinement effectively restrained him. The two from that day? Apologies, General. We have yet to obtain any leads. Yes, I understand. Through the thick walls, the man heard voices from the adjacent conference room. He strolled through the military base as though it were his own hallway. After navigating through numerous obstacles, I finally managed to extract an unknown card, effortlessly gaining access to the special cell where Emil was held. Hello, Emil. It is a pleasure to see you again. Lo, this marks your 26th visit in the past 3 months. I truly do not require a psychologist. Emil's demeanor appeared somewhat dejected, a stark contrast to the loathsome giant he once was. Do not speak like that, Emil. You are unwell and in need of treatment. Luo Mang remained undeterred by Emil's attitude, maintaining a smile while casually placing a book beside him. I do not believe it will make any difference. Emil shrugged. Confined within various restraining devices and energy fields, he had grown accustomed to Luo Mang's presence. Would you like to see the latest newspaper? Zalman et dastet a gumpa. Wrinkled newspaper from the book and waved it at Emil. Certainly, if you wish. Luo Mang approached the side and spread the newspaper open for Emil to peruse. Emil sauntered over slowly, but upon catching sight of the newspaper, he could not suppress a sudden, forceful thump. Do not act like that, Emil. Doing so will only draw more attention, and I cannot provide you with any more news from the outside. Despite his words, Luo Mang's expression remained unchanged. Why am I confined here while Bruce Banner roams free? Emil roared at Luo Mang, finally exhibiting a hint of his former disdain. Nothing in life is inherently fair. You should be aware of that. Luo Mang leisurely tucked the newspaper away and picked up a white-covered book from beside him. All right, it is time to commence today's storytelling segment. Today, I shall recount the tale of Typhon, the father of all monsters. Luo Mang lowered his head slightly, a subtle smile widening, yet it went unnoticed by Emil. Typhon, born of Gaia, the Earth Mother, and Tartarus, the embodiment of the abyss, was birthed from Hera's wrath. He inherited the most formidable Titan bloodline, striking fear into the hearts of the gods. Conceived from loathing and resentment, his purpose was to annihilate the deities. Over the past 3 months, Luo Mang had stealthily visited the military base where Emil was imprisoned, posing as a psychologist while subtly providing Emil with nourishment for his psyche. Environment can catalyze the transformation of humanity, especially given Emil's confinement in such a secluded space, with Luo Mang being his sole contact. The Lucifer effect was in play. At this moment, Emil was progressing toward the direction Luo Mang hoped for. Well, that concludes today's story, Mr. Emil. Until next time, Luo Mang rose, extracting a dog whistle from his pocket and blowing it before preparing to leave. Luo Mang always took note of Emil's subtle cues. However, Emil's capabilities have not yet reached the expectations set by Luo Mang. It seems the gentle stream must continue to flow. Do you not wish to rescue me? Emil finally broke the silence, gazing at Luo Mang standing at the door. Oh, a flicker of surprise appeared in Luo Mang's eyes for the first time. His raised hand fell back to his side as he turned to face Emil. I was a member of the former assault team. I am acutely aware of the fate that awaits me. If that is the case, why would there be a psychologist? And if there is no psychologist, how then do you exist? Emil lowered his head, seemingly engaged in a dialogue with himself. I initially thought you were a figment of my imagination, a construct of my subconscious born from the trauma I endured. Each time you departed, I would question my own reality. But this time, I am finally certain. Emil slowly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and reminiscent of the once familiar Peter. Yet, Emil was distinct from Peter. He was far more genuine. Share your thoughts. Luo Mang observed Emil with a keen interest, devoid of any embarrassment for being unmasked. A story, Emil exclaimed, infused with a manic fervor, fixing his gaze on Luo Mang with a smile. Chapter 17, Awakening. Deadpool. Emil's disheveled black hair contrasted with the unkempt beard that spoke of untold hardships. The story has inconsistencies. For the first time, Luo Mang discerned something beyond mere lethargy in Emil's gaze. With both hands resting against the bars of his cage, Emil began to narrate. As a child, I would incessantly beg my mother to tell me bedtime stories. She would hold a book of myths and recount the tales of Greek mythology. I was well versed in all of these myths, except for one. Emil abruptly paused, his eyes widening in astonishment. Except for the tale of Typhon, the father of all monsters. My mother merely mentioned his name. In the absence of any knowledge, I could not have conjured him from thin air. Clap, clap. The expansive prison chamber echoed with the sound of applause. Luo Mang regarded Emil with admiration. Well analyzed. So, when will you rescue me? Emil, not forgetting his purpose, shrank back slightly and inquired hastily. Well, did I ever claim I would rescue you? Luo Mang decisively turned to leave, leaving Emil in a state of shock. Upon exiting the military base, Luo Mang pondered, entirely unperturbed by Emil's discovery of the truth. All right, now Emil has also come to terms with reality. All that remains is to leave it to time. A glint of eerie light flickered in Luo Mang's eyes behind his glasses. Despite the daylight, an unmistakable chill emanated from them. Had it been the old Emil, perhaps he would have aligned with Luo Mang's previous path, stripped of all hatred, and become a mere weakling, thriving in a world of deceit. However, now with the seed sown by Roma, Emil is destined to traverse the depths of torment. When Emil's loathing reaches its zenith, it will be the moment for that animosity to resurface. Back in New York, Roma had just intended to visit Peter's home to see May. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his attention was captured by a hand that suddenly emerged from an alley. This hand, ensconced in red leather, could not conceal its alluring charm. It seemed to have noticed Roma as well, as it languidly beckoned, exuding an air of seduction. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of this hand, Roma instinctively stepped forward. Hey, this is a robbery. Hand over your most valuable possessions. The figure in the leather suit, with a peculiar accent, brandished a short knife at Roma's throat. Only upon fully discerning the appearance of this leather-clad individual did a smile grace Roma's face. The search for this particular superhero, among all the extraordinary beings, has been the most elusive. Despite possessing only formidable combat skills and extraordinary regenerative abilities, they are more difficult to vanquish than most superpowered beings. Even in the comic Deadpool's night, they were devoured by a horde of zombies, yet still managed to survive. All it takes is a single cell for a true resurrection. Gazing at Deadpool, Roma, threatened by the knife, instead revealed a smile. Hey, this is my robbery now. Why do you look as though you've just seen a bikini-clad beauty? But if you wish, I could certainly oblige, Deadpool remarked, playfully tapping his fingers together. His penchant for witty banter surpassed even that of Spider-Man. Nevertheless, Roma remained unfazed. The next words he uttered left Deadpool utterly stunned. Do you wish to restore your appearance? In an instant, Deadpool quickly regained his composure. Restore my appearance? What are you implying? I meant the verb. Honestly, my current visage offers a certain tactile appeal, he added, preparing to remove his mask. However, just as Deadpool was about to reveal his less than pleasant mouth, Roma halted him. Accept my offer of employment, and you may consider my proposal as a condition. Of course, if anyone offers a higher bid, you may disregard my words. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Deadpool exclaimed, pressing his palms against his cheeks in a theatrical display of shock. Do you not wish for what I say to be true? Roma tilted his head, posing the question. You must understand whom you are addressing. Should you deceive me, you might end up like this hand. With a crack, Deadpool abruptly twisted his own hand, collapsing to the ground in agony, rolling back and forth before Roma. However, this scene did not last long. Deadpool's severed wrist soon regenerated. Observing Deadpool's remarkable healing abilities, Roma felt a flicker of desire in his eyes. Although Deadpool's recovery was slow at that moment, it nonetheless left Roma yearning for his powers. Acquiring Deadpool's abilities would essentially grant one the freedom to traverse the Marvel Universe with ease. After all, that was precisely how Deadpool operated. With a full resurgence, Deadpool sprang from the ground, hands on his hips, once again adopting a menacing demeanor. Believe me, no matter where you flee, you cannot escape my pursuit. I shall cling to you like a parasite, he threatened, evoking the image of the most nefarious demon intent on breaking every bone in his opponent's body. Could you possibly silence that before you speak? Roma replied with exasperation, gesturing toward the black phone in Deadpool's hand. Oh! Deadpool clumsily pressed several buttons through his gloves until the music ceased. By the way, what was I saying earlier? You mentioned you agreed to my proposal. Did I? I have no recollection, Roman retorted. Wow, must you be so insistent? Can't you be a little gentler with me? Honestly, if you just spoke, I would comply with anything. In the underground laboratory, Deadpool found himself pinned to a reclining chair, his limbs restrained by metallic fixtures. Yet, there was no hint of panic in his voice. He had encountered far worse in his past. Connors stood beside him, gripping a large syringe, its needle approximately 20 centimeters long. With a grim determination, he plunged the needle into Deadpool's spinal cord, extracting a murky white liquid. What might be deemed a cruel act by any ordinary person elicited nothing more than a languid sigh from Deadpool, akin to stretching after a long nap. However, he instinctively felt discomfort at the unfolding scene, perhaps a remnant of past experiments. It seems your arm has healed remarkably well, Dr. Connors, Roman stated, nodding appreciatively. His simple greeting warming Connors' heart, a flicker of orange light dancing in his eyes. Thanks to you, Connors replied. After extracting the spinal fluid, he appeared to recall something and pointed to the corner. I kept your previous wheelchair for you. It has been repaired, though you may not need it anymore. It can serve as a memento, can it not? Following Connor's gesture, Roman spotted a display case in the corner, illuminated by a soft white light. Inside lay the pristine wheelchair he had occupied for many years, now reassembled by Connors after being shattered. Thank you, Connors, Roman murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself as he gazed at the wheelchair. Chapter 18. Who is this flamboyant figure clad in tight leather? Hey, I have fulfilled your request. When will you assist me in my recovery? I cannot endure this visage for even a fleeting moment. With that, Deadpool sprang up from his recliner, adopting a pose of languorous beauty as he sprawled at Roman's feet. Without a modicum of decorum, he wrapped his arms around Roman's thigh, adopting a lamenting demeanor as if to pour out his heart's grievances. Not now, but perhaps later, Roman's initial words caused Deadpool to squint. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, Deadpool instantly reverted to his irreverent self. Oh dear, how vexing. However, as Deadpool concluded his banter, Roman's expression darkened ominously. Remove your hand, or I shall not hesitate to delay our next encounter by several hours. Observing the unwelcome hand encroaching upon his rear, Roman spoke with irritation. Deadpool sheepishly withdrew his hand. Indeed, this master of awkwardness exuded an unmistakable air of discomfort wherever he roamed. Starting tomorrow, you shall come here daily to provide samples for a duration of 3 months. Afterward, I shall assist you in restoring your appearance. Cool. The prospect of being held by a mysterious man and visiting his abode for injections daily? Dreams do come true, Wade, Deadpool exclaimed, clenching his fist and slapping it against his palm, brimming with excitement. Damn it, I must reward myself tonight. Roman's ears instinctively filtered out Deadpool's ramblings as he began to explain patiently. Your superhuman healing abilities are both a gift and the very reason you cannot restore your appearance. You may understand it as your super healing treating your damaged visage as a 0. Each instance of healing resets to 0, while the appearance you desire most is a 1. Deadpool tilted his head, appearing rather dazed in response to Roman's elucidation. I actually quite liked 0. Roman, undeterred by Deadpool's erratic thoughts, continued. From the experiments conducted on Deadpool, it was evident that while he gained extraordinary healing, it also rendered his cognition exceptionally vibrant. His bizarre combat techniques and whimsically erratic conversational style were mere external manifestations of this. The rapid regeneration of gray matter would swiftly overwrite Deadpool's existing perceptions. The newly formed synaptic connections led to such peculiarities. Nevertheless, who among us is entirely sane? Roman reassured himself, resolving not to dwell on Deadpool's eccentricities. Even his own hyper-accelerated mind occasionally faltered, a phenomenon he dismissively termed going a bit mad. By the way, did Peter send you to meet me? Roman, lost in thought, suddenly recalled this detail. Of course, we are the best of buddies. Deadpool interlaced his fingers, rubbing the back of his hand against his cheek with delight. His legs, encased in leather pants, twisted together, clearly reveling in his admiration for the little spider named Peter. The Punisher Spider-Man, who has shattered the principle of non-lethality, might indeed forge a friendship with Deadpool. Curiously, for the first time, confusion flickered in Roman's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. Where are you headed? To Peter's house to find May. May I accompany you? Do you wish to be pulverized by Peter's fists? Ultimately, however, Roman was unable to dissuade Deadpool. The two made their way to Queens. In Deadpool's words, he simply hoped Peter would be gentle when he struck as he feared pain. After all, being near immortal, how could he truly be threatened by physical harm? "Hey, May, how are you feeling?" Observing the elderly woman with white hair, Roman beamed a warm smile. "Oh my goodness. Roman, it has been ages." May's face lit up with delight upon seeing Roman, yet this peculiar shift in emotion puzzled him. Logically, given his relationship with May was established through Peter, neutrality should have been norm. Yet May's next words brought clarity to his thoughts. "Peter mentioned you were busy. I was wondering when I might invite you over to express my gratitude in person. If not for your research, my fingers might never have returned." May's smile radiated kindness, making her one of the few benevolent souls in the neighborhood. "In truth, this is a joint achievement with Dr. Connors," Roman said, settling onto the sofa, his heart brimming with reflection. He had once been the one to push Ben Parker toward his demise, yet now he sat before May, receiving her heartfelt thanks. And who might this be? May then noticed the bashful figure of Deadpool beside Roman and inquired, "Hello, Aunt May, I'm Wade." Deadpool stood awkwardly, his toes turned inward, resembling a character from a Japanese manga. Wade's face was injured in an accident, but he is genuinely a good person. "I can see that. Like Peter, he is a kind child," May remarked, her gaze toward Deadpool imbued with maternal affection. Hearing May's words, Roman's lips twitched imperceptibly. She referred to the Punisher, Spider-Man, and Wade as kind-hearted souls. Evading this topic, Roman engaged May in casual conversation, primarily expressing concern for her well-being. Suddenly, the television interrupted with an urgent news bulletin. "Tony Stark has been attacked. Who is the mysterious assailant wielding dual whips?" So soon, Roman's pupils dilated slightly as he hurriedly bid farewell to May and departed Queens. "Oh my goodness, this is Tony Stark. Does he require personal protection? I could offer a 99 discount for your sake," Deadpool exclaimed beside Roman, incessantly tossing out new phrases. Roman, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Mentioning a 99 discount in front of Tony will only lead him to charge you double. On account of Peter, could you perhaps restrain your tongue?" Fortunately, Queens is not far from the interrogation room, where Ivan Vanko, also known as Whiplash, is being held, and soon the two arrived. Just as Ron was about to meet Tony and Whiplash, he entered the interrogation room alongside Deadpool. "You arrived so quickly. Could it be that you've fallen for me?" "Worry not. It's nothing to be ashamed of," Tony quipped, ever the narcissist, as he noticed Ron's presence. At that moment, Tony, having recently brushed against death, was still grappling with the precariousness of his existence. Beyond the threat posed by Whiplash, the palladium poisoning was also plaguing him, robbing him of sleep. Although his banter remained unchanged, it was evident that facing mortality had imparted considerable growth upon Tony. "Hello, I am Wade. The moment we met, I found myself hopelessly enamored with you," Wade exclaimed, affecting an earnest demeanor as he reached to kiss Tony's hand. However, it was clear that Tony deftly evaded him with a sidestep, leaving him incredulous. Who is this flamboyant figure clad in tight leather? Tony wondered. "Do not dwell on such trivialities," Ron muttered, regretting his decision to introduce Wade to Tony, as both their tongues were sharp. Chapter 19. A Conversation with Whiplash. "How long do you intend to chat? Should I prepare afternoon tea for you?" Whiplash interjected, observing the flirtation among the trio while feeling somewhat sidelined. "Oh, truly splendid. I'll have mine with extra sugar," Deadpool retorted, never one to shy away from a jest, and he turned to Whiplash with eager anticipation. "Impressive technology, but the cycles per second seem a bit low," Tony remarked, his playful demeanor subsiding as he approached Whiplash, hands in pockets. He proceeded to engage in a technical analysis while expressing his confusion. "You seem to have connections in the underworld. Why not find a way to market this technology? You can make a fortune. Your family, a pack of thieves and butchers," Whiplash hissed through gritted teeth as he glared at Tony. Meanwhile, Deadpool, who had been standing beside Ron, turned towards the corner of the room with a pout, drawing circles with his fingers on the floor as he murmured to himself, "Why don't they listen to me? Is my presence so negligible? Yet, I cannot comprehend what they are saying." Ron, however, focused intently on the exchange between Tony and Whiplash. Two archenemies, yet they sat together in a hushed conversation, despite the unfriendliness of their words. Suddenly, Ron burst into laughter, drawing the attention of both Tony and Whiplash. "Oh, it's nothing, just a sudden thought that struck me as humorous." As both men turned to face him completely, Ron continued, "Consider this. After Tony suffered severe injuries, he fashioned a reactor from scrap metal within a cave, capable of producing 3 billion joules per second. Yet you, with the blueprints in hand, can only manage 18 billion joules. Is that not rather amusing? As his words hung in the air, Roman subtly observed the reaction of the scythe. Just as he anticipated, Scythe was glaring at him, teeth grinding, seemingly gnawing on something, exuding a menacing aura, as if he could slay Roman with his gaze. Very well. Stay comfortably in your cell, and I shall send you some soap. Following Roman's interruption, Tony rose, casting a glance at Scythe before turning to leave. 5 minutes, I need to speak with him. Hearing the voice near his ear, Tony turned back, locking eyes with Roman. For reasons unknown, encountering Roman always evoked in Tony a sense of familiarity, akin to meeting a kindred spirit. All right, the soap I send will be shared between you two. Tony instinctively agreed, but quickly added a cheeky remark. Oh, are you leaving? Do you require personal protection, sir? Don't go. I can handle anything. Deadpool trailed Tony outside, chattering incessantly. Bang! With the metal door's closure, only Roman and Scythe remained in the interrogation room. Roman turned, finding Scythe fixated on him, his gaze oily, lost in thought. Your skills are commendable, but you still fall short in comparison to Tony. Unfazed, Roman strolled leisurely to sit beside Scythe. Just a god of defeat whose illusions have been shattered. The moment he begins to bleed marks the onset of his demise. Scythe's voice was grim, reminiscent of gears grinding in his throat. Is that so? But what does defeating Tony truly prove? Who will remember your father's death? Roman regarded Scythe with a smile, as if appraising a finely crafted artifact. Upon hearing Roman's words, Scythe raised his head, scrutinizing him intently. You seem not merely here to mock me, but rather to offer assistance. Scythe was astute, and Roman did not shy away, addressing the matter directly. Can you help me eliminate Tony Stark? At Scythe's inquiry, Roman shook his head. That is your own affair. It must be undertaken by you alone. However, I can assist in your growth. Roman gestured towards Scythe's head. Since you possess the blueprints, there exists an opportunity. You perform tasks for me, and I will aid your development. This arrangement is quite straightforward. Observing Scythe's silence, Roman smiled and rose to his feet. You may ponder this. I am in no rush, but your time is limited. Without a trace of regret, Roman exited the interrogation room, leaving behind Scythe's dimly flickering gaze. After departing the interrogation room, however, Luo Mang discovered that Tony had not left. The incessant chatter of Deadpool still echoed in his ears. Shall we go together? Tony nodded towards Luo Mang, saying, I did not come in my armor. Of course. Luo Mang readily accepted. As the two entered the car side by side, Deadpool could no longer contain himself. Mr. Stark, if you choose me, I'm bound to. Just as Deadpool finished his sentence, the car window automatically rolled down and a check for $10,000 floated out. Then Happy drove away without a backward glance, leaving Deadpool kneeling on the ground, gingerly cradling the check. Inside the car, Tony asked casually, what's the matter? You're not thinking of inexplicably splitting my shares, are you? Watching Deadpool's silhouette grow distant, Luo Mang posed the question nonchalantly. Of course, if you wish, Tony replied, unexpectedly more nonchalant than Luo Mang, sipping a bottle of green liquid. How about 35 shares in exchange for you becoming the exclusive consultant for Stark Industries? After the Ironmonger incident, Tony had gained clarity on many matters. Even Pepper, despite her capabilities, found it challenging to manage the vast Stark Industries. It was akin to the hearings Tony had recently participated in. Without sufficient strength, nothing could be retained. What a damned world of the survival of the fittest, he mused. Sometimes what appears to be a setback is, in fact, the best long-term strategy. Noticing Luo Mang's silence, Tony continued. You won't need to manage anything or worry about a thing. All of that will be handled by Pepper. You simply need to agree. And voila, 35 of the shares will all be yours. Tony made an exaggerated expression, yet a rare hint of tension flickered in his eyes. You don't seem like a fool who would make a losing deal. Let me guess, are you on the verge of death? You speak as if you were delivering your last words. A smile danced in Luo Mang's eyes, but it startled Tony, prompting him to hastily mask his unease with a sip of the green juice. Happy, gripping the steering wheel, instinctively tightened his hold upon hearing this. Yet, his long-standing professionalism compelled him to maintain composure, pretending as if he had heard nothing. Haha, just kidding. Look at how scared you are. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, Luo Mang suddenly changed his tone and burst into laughter. If you had said that while I was in bed with June, I would have truly killed you. Tony shot Luo Mang an irritated glance, but found him still gazing back with a smile, as if he could see through everything. He truly knows. A sudden shock coursed through Tony. This thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Chapter 20. The Sandman. This is the worst deal I have made since establishing Stark Industries. Tony shrugged and quickly continued. In truth, it no longer matters whether Luo Mang knows or not. Eventually, everyone will find out. At this moment, the understanding between the two was sufficiently profound. Moreover, Luo Mang had become one of Tony's most trusted confidants. Although their initial meeting had been somewhat peculiar, Luo Mang, noticing Tony's anxious attempts at concealment, adjusted his glasses. In the next instant, his gaze caught a fleeting silhouette outside the car window, causing his pupils to narrow. Happy, could we pause here? I seem to have spotted an acquaintance. His tone was gentle as he exchanged a knowing glance with Happy through the rearview mirror. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Luo Mang bestowed upon Tony a courteous smile before turning to depart. Clutching a glass of chlorophyll juice, Tony took a lingering glance at Luo Mang's retreating figure before he too moved on. Sir, I feel as though I have encountered you somewhere before. In a narrow alley, Luo Mang cheerfully obstructed a figure's path, leisurely appraising him from head to toe. The individual before him was clad in a striped short-sleeved shirt, his skin slightly flushed. Terror glinted in his eyes as he instinctively lowered his gaze. You must be mistaken. I resemble many others, he replied, pivoting to leave. Is that so? Flint, I imagine the sensation of evading capture must be rather distressing. Indeed, the man Luo Mang had recognized was none other than Sandman, Flint Marko. Originally a confident antagonist from the Spider-Man universe, his presence here was perplexing, though not entirely surprising, given the appearance of the second Spider-Man. I simply wish to return home, Flint murmured, his brow furrowing, his arms tightening slightly as minute grains of sand began to swirl at his feet. He had been irrevocably transformed by nuclear radiation into the notorious Sandman. Observing Flint's movements, a broader grin spread across Luo Mang's face. In the next moment, a flicker of emerald light sparkled in Luo Mang's eyes, and a formidable set of scales began to writhe beneath his skin, gradually enveloping his entire being. Even his face was shrouded in the tightly bound armor. This intricate mosaic of scales did not evoke dread. Rather, they gleamed with an eerie luminescence, exuding an aura of cold-blooded predation. This transformation starkly contrasted with Luo Mang's previously humble demeanor. Seeing Luo Mang's formidable visage, Flint instinctively swayed. It was his first encounter with another individual endowed with powers. Yet in the very next instant, Flint's arm morphed into a sand hammer, launching directly towards Luo Mang. Luo Mang, unfazed, remained still, and with a single powerful blow from Flint, he was propelled out of the alley. A monster clad in scales suddenly emerged onto the bustling street, eliciting screams of terror. However, despite crashing onto the roof of the car, Luo Mang stood up unharmed. The roof of the car had already been crushed and deformed, deeply dented. Yet, Luo Mang lowered his head with an air of nonchalance, glancing at his scaled armor. Its defensive capabilities were indeed remarkable. However, he was uncertain about its recovery potential. Unperturbed by his exposure, Luo Mang cast an expectant gaze toward the alley. Yet, in a fleeting moment, anticipation morphed into astonishment. The Sandman, who had been in the alley just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. His attention shifted to the few grains of sand remaining on the manhole cover. As a tail slowly extended from the base of his spine, the tail flicked the manhole cover shut before Luo Mang leapt down. Using all fours, he crawled through the sewer like a true lizard. If the desert was the Sandman's domain, then the sewer was the optimal arena for Luo Mang, who had been injected with lizard serum. He scurried swiftly between the walls of the sewer, leaping energetically. The echoes of the sewer reverberated incessantly in his ears. Before long, a slightly labored breath caught Luo Mang's attention, igniting a spark of excitement. At last, I've got you. Luo Mang accelerated multiple times, launching himself forward and tackling Flint to the ground. Flint's back scraped against the sewer bank, scattering countless grains of sand. Luo Mang raised his claw, its tips shimmering with a cold glint before it fell upon Flint's chest, once again claiming a portion of the sand. Without the replenishment of sand, how long can you endure? Luo Mang inquired curiously, tilting his head slightly. However, Flint was unwilling to engage in conversation, transforming his arm into a sand hammer and striking Luo Mang's head. Luo Mang did not evade, enduring Flint's blow head-on. With a resounding crash, Flint's arm shattered into countless grains of sand, only to quickly reassemble. In contrast, Luo Mang, struck with Flint's full force, experienced merely the shattering of two scales. The scales that had just cracked fell away, but began to regenerate within mere moments. The restoration was indeed sufficient. Observing the speed of his healing, Luo Mang mused inwardly. At this moment, Luo Mang stood in close proximity to Flint, who gazed at Luo Mang's scaled visage, suddenly gripped by fear. However, as Luo Mang clawed at him, Flint's internal sand gradually dwindled, leaving him in a state of helplessness. "Penny, Penny," Flint called out his daughter's name repeatedly, his eyes flashing with reluctance. Yet, just as Flint was about to lose all capacity for resistance, Luo Mang halted his assault. The layers of his scales peeled away, revealing a gentle countenance. He extended a hand and, amidst Flint's astonished gaze, helped him to his feet. "I can offer you sufficient wealth. Even the finest hospitals in New York could be arranged for you." Romang's words were delivered with a dispassionate tone, as if recounting a trivial matter. "What is it that you require?" Flint found himself perplexed by Romang's intentions. Just a moment ago, they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, yet in the next breath, they reverted to the demeanor of their previous encounter. "Flint Marco, I require your unwavering loyalty," Mang stated candidly. The Sandman's abilities, when sufficient sand is available, are undeniably formidable. Flint had only recently acquired his powers, lacking even the capability to manipulate sand for flight, resorting instead to fleeing through the sewers. Should the sand giant emerge later, it would be likely that Mang would find himself overwhelmed. It is worth noting that the Sandman is a foe that even Peter must confront with utmost seriousness. Distinct from those adversaries who hold back, fearful of delivering a fatal blow. Yet, this immensely powerful entity possesses a glaring vulnerability: his daughter, Penny Marco. Conveniently, exploiting that weakness is Romang's forte. Chapter 21. Every individual has their flaws. "How can I trust you?" Flint swallowed hard, his throat dry. He had prepared himself to seize an armored truck, yet here stood someone proposing to resolve all his current troubles. In response to Flint's skepticism, Mang offered a faint smile, though it faltered an instant later. The phone had been destroyed during the use of his powers. "Do you have a mobile device?" "I just escaped from one." At that moment, two formidable individuals found themselves at a loss for words. Hell's Kitchen. Flint led Mang to his home. "Is this your residence?" Mang followed behind Flint, bemused. "Who breaks in through a window?" "Well, it seems many heroes favor that approach." "Shoo!" Flint placed a finger to his lips, then cautiously peeked into the house. Observing the Sandman in a stealthy pose, Mang delivered a swift kick, sending Flint tumbling inside. "Oh, A startled exclamation echoed from within, promptly muffled by Flint's hand. Mang entered the house confidently, following Flint. "Haven't you caused enough trouble for us? Hurry up, otherwise I'll call the police." Flint's wife, Jenny, exhibited no signs of surprise upon seeing him. Instead, her expression was one of fear and anger. As Mang stepped inside, Jenny clutched her phone, poised to dial. Jenny, I found a way to treat Penny." Flint gazed at his wife, a flicker of guilt crossing his features, quickly replaced by hope. "You have a solution?" Jenny paused momentarily, only to be engulfed by deep disdain. "Are you planning to undertake those actions again?" Jenny shouted vehemently, her voice laden with distrust towards Flint. Grasping the telephone receiver, she intended to call Flint. However, her vision blurred, and when she refocused, her hand was merely clenched into a fist. Turning around, she found the receiver in the hands of a courteous gentleman. "May I borrow the phone?" he inquired. His attire, tattered and frayed, starkly contrasted with his refined demeanor. Instinctively, Jenny shielded her slumbering daughter behind her, her gaze wary as she regarded Roman. "He is here to assist us," Flint hastily explained, omitting any mention of their prior altercation. As the busy signal ceased, a woman's voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, Miss Pepper, it's been a while. I have a few matters that I hope you can assist with." "The hospital affiliated with Stark Industries?" "Certainly, thank you for your help." After hanging up, Roman paid no heed to Flint's and Jenny's astonished expressions, dialing another number. "Hey, could you swing by Hell's Kitchen? Bring the card from my drawer." After ending the call, Roman remained silent, leaning against the window as if awaiting someone's arrival. In less than 10 minutes, a shadow flitted past the window. Suddenly, a head popped up, startling Jenny. "Hey, Ro, I brought the goods. Business is quite bustling here in Hell's Kitchen. I must get back to it." Peter tossed a small package inside, greeted Roman, and swiftly departed. Although Peter's presence lasted merely seconds, it left Jenny and Flint thoroughly shaken. The infamous Spider-Man, the ruthless Punisher, and the renowned Pepper from Stark Industries. Who exactly was Roman? "Here," Roman turned to Flint, tossing the small package into his arms. Flint instinctively swallowed hard, his mind racing with speculative thoughts about its contents. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 bank cards resting quietly inside. All expenses for Penny's treatment will be covered by Stark Industries. These cards represent my promise to you, each containing $1 million. Roman smiled warmly at Flint, these cards having been retrieved from Lakshmi. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Roman's eyes. If he could reclaim the money from Lakshmi, he could just as easily eliminate Sandman to recover more funds. Should Flint prove uncooperative, he had a contingency plan. After all, Flint had a daughter. While such a notion may seem despicable, Roman was resolute. He would go to any lengths for survival. In the perilous world of Marvel, ordinary individuals are often devoid of the privilege to fight for their own interests. Silently, they awaited the impending disaster, a truly lamentable situation. Flint and his wife, Jenny, exchanged a glance filled with turmoil. Yet in the next moment, a bright voice pierced the tension, sending chills down their spines. "Daddy, you're back," Penny exclaimed with delight, rising to tug at Flint's pant leg. Observing his daughter, and then the smiling countenance of Luo Mang, Flint inhaled deeply and approached Luo Mang, bowing his head in a gesture of submission. "Uncle, who are you?" "Be good, Penny. You should call him brother," Luo Mang replied, effortlessly lifting Penny into his embrace. An action that made Flint's eyelids flutter. He had witnessed the bloodthirsty demeanor of this man just moments ago. Coupled with the knowledge that this individual could command Spider-Man at will, Flint's gaze toward Penny was fraught with anxiety. He feared those large claws might soon descend upon his fragile daughter. However, Flint's worries were entirely unfounded. Luo Mang held Penny with utmost care, his expression exuding the tenderness of an older brother looking after his little sister. "You mentioned you previously served Kingpin?" Flint nodded, acknowledging that he had once been merely a street thug. Yet tracing the roots back, it was accurate to state that Kingpin was indeed at the top of the hierarchy. After all, in Hell's Kitchen, every matter revolved around the decrees of this underworld emperor. "Then it seems we can pay him a visit," Luo Mang mused, stroking Penny's small head, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. At 11 o'clock at night, Hell's Kitchen was often at its most vibrant. Evil thrived amidst the chaos. In the depths of every alley, one could discover a few unknown corpses. The gangs might be divided, yet one man evoked fear in all: Kingpin, whose real name was Wilson Grant Fisk. He was undoubtedly one of the most formidable supervillains, renowned for his cunning and muscle exceeding 98%. In a certain comic universe, Kingpin had struck Peter dead with a single punch and had kicked Captain America into submission, earning the title of humanity's extreme, a force of unimaginable power. Thus, Luo Mang made a few minor arrangements. "Hey, Ro, I brought a friend." From the shadows of the rooftop, Peter slowly crawled into view, startling Flint, who stood behind Luo Mang. He had not noticed Peter's arrival at all. But that was not all. Chapter 22, Fisk Tower. With a wave of his hand, Peter beckoned. From the darkness behind him, a tall figure with slicked-back hair emerged, clad in a black and gray combat suit adorned with a white skull emblem. "The Punisher, a friend I met while working," Peter explained, crawling over to Luo Mang, casting a curious glance at Flint before introducing Luo Mang. "The Punisher? Have you encountered Daredevil?" Luo Mang inquired, intrigued by their reactions. "I have. We couldn't quite get along and ended up fighting before parting ways," Peter remarked, squatting on the edge of the rooftop, his feet together. "Remarkable. You didn't actually kill him?" Luo Mang's curiosity deepened at Peter's statement. "What is there to be proud of in killing a blind man?" Peter retorted, turning his head away, avoiding Luo Mang's gaze with a hint of pride. Not one to pry into Peter's peculiarities, Luo Mang understood that Peter inhabited his own world. Unlike Flint, Luo Mang typically refrained from commanding Peter with an authoritative tone. "Oh dear, little spider, how could you not personally invite me? I'm truly heartbroken." A dark shadow descended from the sky, crashing onto the rooftop and splitting in two. Deadpool, struggling, propped up his severed head with both hands, gazing at Peter with exaggerated sorrow. "All right, Wade, pick up your head." "I said to pick it up." Luo Mang, irritated by Wade's remarkable regenerative abilities, shouted in frustration. Upon hearing Luo Mang, Wade wobbled to his feet, clutching his head, attempting to forcibly reattach it to his neck. However, after numerous futile attempts, he was unable to align it properly. It was only when Peter intervened, using webbing to secure Deadpool's head to his neck, that he began to recover rapidly. Unlike the time it took to regenerate severed limbs, Deadpool's reattachment was considerably quicker. "Is everyone here? Let us move. Kingpin has lingered in Hell's Kitchen long enough. He must be eradicated. He is guilty and deserves to die." The Punisher spoke coldly, his words dripping with the scent of blood, a true embodiment of vengeance. And another has arrived. Luo Mang slightly tilted his head, glancing towards the opposite side of the rooftop. Before the group's eyes, a colossal figure scaled the wall. Ro. The massive lizard nodded at Luo Mang, astonishingly articulating words. The oppressive aura emanating from him caused the others to subtly alter their expressions. Unlike Peter and Deadpool, the lizard's non-human appearance resembled that of a true monster. Observing the lizard-esque form, Flint instinctively shot a glance at Luo Mang, feeling an inexplicable similarity in their abilities. Doctor, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Luo Mang acknowledged the transformed Dr. Connors with a nod. Connors, Peter, Flint, Deadpool, and the Punisher, unbeknownst to them. A multitude of heroes and villains had gathered, choosing to stand alongside Luo Mang. All eyes fell upon Luo Mang. He slightly bowed his head, and when he lifted it once more, the ethereal sheen of moonlit scales began to shimmer into view. His deep green eyes glowed with an icy clarity beneath the moonlight. Roman bared his teeth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Let Kingpin witness your prowess. The Fisk Tower, ablaze with lights, resembled the cacophony of Hell's Kitchen. Within the penthouse office, Kingpin's muscular frame filled out his white suit. His robust hands were clasped beneath his chin. Are you suggesting that a new little spider has emerged here? His voice rolled like thunder from his throat, deep and resonant. A cunning individual, indeed, appearing frequently alongside the Punisher. In his tight-fitting, circular bodysuit, Bullseye nodded, casually toying with a dart that, in an instant, found its way to a dead angle of the target, its tail quivering slightly. Oh dear, the violence is quite frightening. From behind Bullseye emerged a woman, adorned in exaggerated makeup, her demeanor betraying an incongruous fear. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her expression transformed. Let them engage with me. She licked her lips, playfully lifting Bullseye's chin, a flicker of desire igniting in her eyes. However, Bullseye remained unperturbed, seemingly accustomed to her antics. Moments later, a fierce aura radiated from the woman, intensifying with a chilling fervor. He. All troublemakers must be eradicated. As she roared, flames erupted around her. Yet, neither Bullseye nor Kingpin uttered a word in response. Kingpin merely tapped his ring, silencing the woman's frenzy. Mary, should that reptilian creature appear again, you and Bullseye shall handle it. Despite lacking the overpowering abilities of Typhoid Mary, Kingpin exerted an undeniable pressure that left her breathless. Understood, Mary replied, seemingly retreating to her timid disposition, her fingers entwined nervously as if chastised by a teacher. Yet, in the next instant, her expression froze, as if witnessing something extraordinary. An invisible wave emanated from her, and her face erupted in alarm. Whirling around, her gaze fixated on the soul elevator. Before she could utter a sound, a forceful energy burst forth from her hand, obliterating the elevator and its door in a spectacular explosion. Bullseye's countenance shifted dramatically at this sight. Though Typhoid Mary often appeared erratic, she never faltered in moments of significance. Producing several steel marbles from seemingly nowhere, Bullseye launched them like shooting stars toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Kingpin remained seated, his formidable presence undiminished. Damn it, Roman. You made me a shield. Just then, an absurd voice echoed from within the elevator. Deadpool, blood oozing from his wounds, disdainfully picked several marbles from his body and tossed them to the ground. You all. Before Deadpool could complete his sentence, a dart pierced the center of his forehead. Not you guys. Can you let me finish what I'm saying? I'm really getting angry. Enough. Having been knocked to the ground by the target multiple times, Deadpool rose once more, brandishing 2 short blades. He wildly swung the blades around his body, deflecting the hidden weapons aimed at him. Thus, he advanced toward the target while continuing to wield his blades. When he finally stood before the target, he swung his knife forward with fervor. However, the sensation in his hand indicated a miss. Just as Deadpool intended to lift his gaze to locate the target, he was suddenly hurled backward by a blast of flames. He crashed against the wall, stirring up a cloud of smoke. It was only then that Kingpin slowly rose, contemplating before speaking. Who gave you the audacity to come see me alone? As the smoke dissipated, Deadpool coughed several times before lifting his head, playfully glancing at Kingpin. Who told you I came here by myself? Chapter 23. Submit or perish. Kingpin frowned. With years of strategic experience, he instinctively sensed something amiss. At that very moment, a colossal shadow gradually rose from the glass window, enveloping Kingpin entirely. Bang! Kingpin abruptly turned his head, only to meet a pair of amber-hued, slitted eyes, cold and piercing. Accompanied by a deafening noise and a billow of smoke, Kingpin found himself motionless before Connors. The robust arms clad in a white suit collided fiercely with two clawed appendages. Faced with Connors in his fully transformed lizard state, Kingpin showed no signs of backing down. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the target's fingers twitched slightly nearby. In the next moment, 3 darts shot forth from his hand, hurtling toward Connors. Following their earlier clash, despite the uncertainty surrounding Deadpool's uncanny survival after sustaining multiple fatal injuries, the actual intimidation factor leaned more towards Connors in his reptilian form. At that moment, Connors found himself completely ensnared by Kingpin. His orange-yellow eyes widened slightly, astonished by this pure human before him. A glint of cold light flickered at the corners of his eyes. He was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of darts, moving too swiftly for him to react. Yet at that instant, another glimmer of cold light flashed behind Connors. Then, a series of clinking sounds echoed through the air. The 3 darts fell helplessly to the ground. A spring knife grazed the target's cheek, firmly embedded not far behind him. But before he could react, a whirlwind of yellow sand surged in, engulfing the entire fist tower in a relentless torrent. In an instant, the 3 individuals from Kingpin were isolated in different regions. Typhoid Mary, having launched an assault, found her initial strike ineffective, prompting her to unleash a torrent of flames that barely opened a passage to the target. I shall slay them. Typhoid Mary had morphed into a figure of utmost brutality, a harbinger of death, embodying a persona that was almost antisocial. Cloaked in flames, she advanced with the target in tandem towards Kingpin's location. Have you heard the adage? With great power comes great responsibility. A shadowy figure, dark as crimson, sank into the sands, propelled by an unstoppable force, delivering a formidable kick towards the target. Astonishingly, the target chose to withstand this onslaught with his bare arms. Moments latte. As he gazed at Peter, mere inches away, he spat out a tooth mingled with blood. In the nocturnal sands, although Peter's vision was hampered, his innate spider sense emerged as his most potent sensor. As the alarm bells rang in his mind, Peter leveraged his legs, forcefully propelling himself backward, submerging once more into the heavy sands. While Peter engaged in combat with the target, Flint was not idle. He had already blended into the sands, ready to assume an offensive stance. Utilizing the weight of the sands, Flint's strikes could approach Peter with unnerving steadiness. Typhoid Mary found herself momentarily unable to extricate herself from Flint's relentless barrage. Amidst the chaotic melee, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes observed their every move from above. Rhino, emulating Spider-Man, hung upside down from the ceiling. The lizard Serum had bestowed upon him exceptional climbing abilities. As he watched the skirmish unfold, a contemplative glint flickered in his eyes. Could the target truly withstand Peter's punch? Though not at full strength, this was beyond human capability. It appeared he had been infused with adamantium. As for Typhoid Mary, it was unexpected. Who would have imagined this madwoman had become one of Kingpin's subordinates? From his elevated vantage point, Rhino silently scrutinized the scene. He witnessed Deadpool charge into the sands with dual blades, only to be sent flying by an opponent. The 2 short swords clattered to the ground, yet he stubbornly rose again to attack. Damn it, if I wielded that spandex-wearing fool's abilities, I would do the same. Rhino felt a pang of envy at Deadpool's audacity. After a moment of contemplation, Rhino slightly parted his lips, his voice calm, yet resonant. Flint, as if by magic, the very sands that enveloped them dissipated in the next heartbeat, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a striped shirt in the corner. The sands had vanished abruptly. However, this did not allow the target or Typhoid Mary to lower their guard. They regarded the intruding figures with caution. Meanwhile, Connors, who had been entangled with Kingpin for a considerable duration, began to retreat slowly, suppressing his fervor for battle, awaiting Rhino's command. Although Kingpin is human, his strength is formidable. He just crushed dozens of Connor's bones with ease. Had it not been for Connor's remarkable healing abilities, he would likely have been expelled from the fray by now. A rope quietly descended from the exterior of Fisk Tower, and the Punisher, clad in a black and gray combat suit, entered, standing beside Connors. The moment the Punisher stepped in, Bullseye's gaze fell upon him, and he silently mused to himself, as expected. Once a Marine, now a Tier 10 operative, the Punisher is unrivaled in Hell's Kitchen. No one but him can keep pace with Bullseye's skill in the use of hidden weapons. What brings you here? Despite the situation, Kingpin maintained the imposing demeanor of a supreme crime lord. After surveying the intruders, his gaze finally settled on Luo Mang, who was clinging to the ceiling. Mr. Fisk, I am Luo Mang. Luo Mang descended vertically from the ceiling, landing squarely within the encirclement formed by Typhoid Mary and Bullseye, surrounded by two of Kingpin's most dreaded subordinates. Luo Mang exhibited no sign of fear. In contrast, Typhoid Mary, who had regained her timid disposition, took a few steps back in trepidation upon seeing Luo Mang. Luo Mang maintained a courteous smile, though his sharp teeth appeared somewhat unsettling. His nonchalance instilled a sense of unease in Bullseye. Apart from the Punisher, at least 4 other empowered individuals served him, not to mention Luo Mang himself was also a person of abilities. What organization does Luo Mang hail from to possess such influence? Though no words were exchanged, both parties remained on high alert. As Luo Mang approached Kingpin, he took a sip from a glass of wine he had retrieved from Kingpin's desk. Excellent wine, he remarked, savoring it as if a grand feast were unfolding. Tony has never offered me such fine wine. Upon hearing Luo Mang's commentary, Kingpin remained silent, exuding an air of authority simply by standing there, his icy gaze fixed upon Luo Mang. I've heard your methods are quite straightforward, either compliance or destruction. Not perturbed by Kingpin's silence, Luo Mang held his gaze steady. So now, let us dispense with the petty tricks, Fisk. Either comply or face annihilation. He tipped over the glass, spilling the $1,000 wine across the table. Leaning forward, despite his smaller stature compared to Kingpin, Luo Mang's presence was undeniably commanding. Chapter 24. Compliance? Attack. Moonlight seeped through the shattered window, as Luo Mang's words hung in the air. The top floor of Fist Tower once again fell into silence, even Deadpool obediently closing his mouth. The only sound was the faint gasping of Connors. Luo Mang, despite Kingpin's notorious reputation, held a certain admiration for him. Though his methods were ruthless, who among them could claim to be virtuous? The formidable strength and the execution prowess akin to a mechanical entity are sufficient to influence the power dynamics of an entire nation. Following the assassination of his son, Kingpin personally extinguished the life of his wife, severing his last emotional ties. At this juncture, he is transformed into a flawless execution machine, a chilling weapon. If Ronin had Kingpin, many tasks would become considerably easier. While Tony Stark's Industries is commendable, it pales in comparison in this regard. From a certain perspective, Pepper represents a significant flaw. There are numerous tasks that Ronin cannot delegate to her, nor would Pepper choose to assist him. This was subtly indicated after the incident with the raft. Within 2 weeks of Ronin's arrival at the raft, the warden perished, and it was revealed that he had been conducting clandestine human experiments. If one were to claim that this bore no relation to Ronin, Pepper would hardly believe it. Thus, Ronin now seeks a pair of black gloves to assist him in handling matters that are inconvenient or impossible for him to confront directly. Confronted with Ronin's pressure, Kingpin remained silent. His gaze shifted from Ronin, surveying the surroundings, scrutinizing the eyes fixated upon him. The Punisher behind him furrowed his brow, but remained silent. The lizard was panting, with its striking orange-yellow slit pupils glowing vividly in the darkness. The little spider previously mentioned seemed more akin to a true spider, dangling from the ceiling, coldly observing him. Kingpin's attention then turned to the most inconspicuous individual in the corner. The power of this sand manipulator would rank among the top 5 of the abilities he has encountered. Additionally, there lay a figure clad in a tight, red leather suit, propping its head with one hand while the other idly picked at its nails. Damn, is this guy merely here to fill space? Kingpin's gaze flickered back to Ronin. Ronin bore a resemblance to Connor's, yet was entirely distinct. His emerald green eyes seemed capable of ensnaring the soul, and each scale on his body was as exquisitely crafted as a work of art. However, based on Kingpin's extensive experience, he had no doubt about the defensive capabilities of Ronin's scales. Observing Ronin's scaly visage and the subtly revealed sharp teeth, Kingpin was suddenly struck by the illusion of striking a deal with a demon from hell. Had it been anyone else, Kingpin would have roared to challenge me. Kingpin is to court death, and then unleashed his fists. Yet now, he hesitated. Kingpin sensed a kinship in Ronin. Should the facade be shattered, the ensuing battle could undoubtedly obliterate the criminal empire he had meticulously built over the years. However, to submit was a notion Kingpin found utterly unacceptable. His body trembled, not from fear, but from profound resentment and fury. At this critical moment, Kingpin endeavored to maintain his authority and presence. I shall obey. A true tyrant knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Yet, gazing into Jean Bing's drooping eyes, one could sense a blend of fear and submission, artfully veiling a simmering fury and a steadfast resolve for vengeance. Witnessing this scene, Luo Mang could not help but burst into laughter. Had Jean Bing furiously brandished his fists, revealing everything, perhaps Luo Mang might have chosen to believe him. However, Jean Bing's demeanor at this moment troubled Luo Mang's sleep, rendering him restless. Although it was regrettable to lose such a capable operative, survival remained Luo Mang's paramount priority, did it not? In response to Luo Mang's laughter, an inexplicable panic gripped Jean Bing's heart. Yet, the very next moment, a fierce battle reignited. A pair of claws lunged towards Jean Bing's neck, leaving a crimson mark in their wake. Observing the severity of Jean Bing's injury, Luo Mang could not help but ponder whether this truly was an unaltered ordinary man. Acting under the threat of death, Jean Bing gritted his teeth and severed all ties with Luo Mang. At Jean Bing's command, not only did Mary the Typhoid and Bullseye spring into action, but so too did Peter and Deadpool, standing beside Connors. The Punisher revealed a bloodthirsty grin upon hearing Luo Mang's words. In a surge of exhilaration, his speed eclipsed even Connors. Flint remained silent, opting not to transform back into a sandstorm, but instead expanding his form into a colossal sand giant. The giant bore a resemblance to Flint, its massive arms swinging directly towards Jean Bing. This was both a command from Luo Mang and a manifestation of Flint's own selfish desires. As a mere thug, Flint's eyes could not perceive the grandeur of Luo Mang's vision. For Flint, eliminating the foremost crime lord would greatly enhance the well-being of himself and his family. However, to his astonishment, Jean Bing withstood the blow. A piercing pain surged through Flint as Jean Bing punctured his sandy palm. Yet before Jean Bing could catch his breath, a flash of green light sent him hurtling backward, crashing into Connor's embrace. Connors tightened his grip around Jean Bing, a glimmer of vengeful satisfaction flickering in his orange vertical pupils as his arms constricted, producing a series of sharp cracks from Jean Bing's bones. The force behind that punch had unmistakably come from Luo Mang. Bolstered by divine power and lizard serum, Luo Mang's strength at that moment was formidable. Struck by Luo Mang's fist, even Jean Bing could not suppress the spurt of blood that escaped his lips. Struggling, Jean Bing reached behind him, seizing Connors and flinging him aside. Yet, in the very next instant, he felt something crawling upon his back. Unable to grasp it, he was met with an office desk ensnared in spider silk, crashing down upon him. Did you truly believe this would be sufficient to bring down Jean Bing? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Jean Bing roared, and amidst the swirling dust and splintered wood, his crimson eyes glowed fiercely. Beasts differ from humans. Even when faced with inevitable death, they will relentlessly seek sustenance, water, and every means of salvation, clinging to life until the last drop of blood is shed and the final breath is exhaled. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, they will stubbornly cling to existence in this world. Yet, just as Jean Bing prepared to fight with all his might, he discovered that his hands and feet had been ensnared by pale, silken threads, binding him tightly and rendering him utterly immobile. The threads extended to the edge of the wall, securing his limbs inescapably. Chapter 25, Extermination. In the next instant, a smooth, firm hand grasped Jean Bing's chin. He gaped, wide-eyed, at the cold, piercing gaze of the black-coated spider before him. With great power comes great responsibility. Since your authority has slipped from your grasp, it is my duty to send you back to the embrace of hell. Peter aimed the web shooter at Jean Bing's mouth and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. With a sickening pop, the resilient web expanded, and Jean Bing's bald head exploded in an eruption of white brain matter, crimson blood, and splintered skull fragments. The formidable Jean Bing, powerful beyond belief, was ultimately just a mortal. His 204-kilogram frame collapsed thunderously to the ground. In the distance, Target and Typhoid Mary were momentarily stunned. Had the Master of America's vast underground empire truly perished? Upon confirming Jean Bing's demise, Typhoid Mary's demeanor shifted once more. She approached stealthily, her gaze not on Jean Bing, but rather on Luo Mang, her beautiful eyes brimming with flirtation. Now that Jean Bing was dead, there was no need to continue the fight. Do you desire me? You will find it pleasurable. Witnessing Typhoid Mary's actions, Target, I remained speechless, while inwardly cursing at the madness of this woman. What a chaotic situation. Yet, he still harbored a flicker of hope for Luo Mang's response. To be frank, with Target Eye's extensive combat experience, he perceived that if the battle continued as it was, they would have no chance of victory and would inevitably share Jin Bing's fate. Look at the former underworld overlord. His brain hadn't even cooled yet. However, if there were a chance to escape, Target Eye believed he could soon rise to establish a new underworld emperor. Yet, Luo Mang's subsequent words extinguished the warmth in Target Eye's heart. Luo Mang, with a casual air, scrutinized Typhoid Mary with keen interest, then nonchalantly turned away. Striding towards the moonlit path, with his back to the others, a smirk crept across his lips. Extermination, Luo Mang intoned, each word heavy, his deep voice echoing like a demon's whisper. The remaining 5 against 2, the outcome had long been predetermined. As Luo Mang turned once more, the 2 had already been utterly obliterated. Thus, the Marvel Universe lost 2 legendary antagonists. The entire Fist Tower, if it desired anything, must procure it on its own. Otherwise, it would merely be left for the next gang. With those parting words, Luo Mang seized a bottle of liquor and leapt from the building, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. It was only when Deadpool took the lead that the others commenced their evacuation plan. The Fist Tower, from top to bottom, briefly returned to a semblance of liveliness. "You should not have done this," came a voice from a rooftop in Hell's Kitchen. Luo Mang tilted his head back to drink, as a deep voice resonated behind him. "But we have already done so." Luo Mang shrugged, showing no sign of embarrassment of being caught. Behind him stood a dark crimson figure, resolute. "Do you believe your eyes hold the potential for healing?" The figure paused momentarily before continuing. "I possess my own eyes." Indeed, this figure was none other than the renowned Daredevil, also known as Matt Murdock. His superhuman hearing enabled him to catch the faintest sounds from several blocks away. Therefore, in the matter of eliminating Kingpin, Luo Mang had no intention of concealing it from this superhero of Hell's Kitchen. "The conflict will not cease. Your actions will only exacerbate the chaos here." Matt stepped forward with a hint of agitation, his nose slightly twitching as he memorized Luo Mang's scent. "Is this your affair?" Luo Mang, without a backward glance, hurled the bottle of liquor behind him with great force. The liquid sloshed within the bottle as Matt caught it, though it spun several times before he could fully dissipate the momentum. "Please drink." Luo Mang rose, nodding at Matt. Dressed in his father's old boxing attire and holding the bottle, Matt took a moment before uttering, "Thank you." Sometimes, you might consider learning Frank's version of justice. Though extreme, it could be more direct and effective in this dark and chaotic world. Luo Mang tilted his head, his words leaving Matt in contemplative silence. The Punisher and Daredevil had undoubtedly engaged in countless ideological clashes. Yet, regrettably, absolute justice does not exist in this world. No one can definitively declare the other's sense of justice as erroneous. Thus, they cling stubbornly to their own beliefs. "I'm leaving. This drink has lost its appeal." Luo Mang muttered, leaping from the high rise and vanishing into the night, leaving Matt to gaze at the bottle in his hand, lost in thought. Fist Tower was slaughtered in one night. Hell's Kitchen is once again engulfed in turbulent undercurrents. Luo Mang perused reports regarding that fateful night while speaking into the phone. "Tony, have you seen the news lately?" "News? I only relish creating the news." "How fortuitous," I too smiled Ramon. On the other end of the line, Tony's voice was slurred, clearly inebriated. If Romang's intuition served him right, Tony had orchestrated everything and was now reveling in the final throes of madness. "What have you decided regarding our last conversation? Would you like more?" 40 is also an option. Despite his drunken stupor, Tony had not forgotten to inquire about this matter. "I believed I had conveyed my stance quite clearly," Ramon replied gently, maintaining an impassive expression. Others may be oblivious, but he understood that Tony was not destined for demise. Although Ramon would not intentionally steer the conversation, deepening their bond in such a manner was not altogether unwelcome. After all, once money enters the equation, the purity of human relationships is invariably tainted. Even in America, the notion of a society rooted in connections holds true. Tony's unreserved trust in Ramon stemmed from his impending mortality. Should Tony miraculously survive and Ramon, having accepted a 40% stake, become a potential thorn in his side, the fickleness of human sentiments could pose a threat. Hence, the most prudent course of action is to keep financial matters at bay. For Tony Stark, money is the least valuable commodity. From the very moment Luo Mang rescued Tony, his quest has always been for the most precious currency of all, human connection. Tony Stark may be a reckless libertine or a reviled arms dealer, yet he remains unwaveringly loyal in matters of camaraderie. Without a second thought, he entrusted Pepper with his legacy and bestowed his heart and soul into the war machine, forged by his closest confidant, James Rhodes. The subsequent events further illuminate what Tony truly holds dear. What? Is Luo Mang manipulating human emotions? No. Rather, it is a modest insurance policy for his own survival. Chapter 26. Venom? Oh, Will Smith. Do you not feel any regret? Hey, Jarvis, play some music. Listening to Tony's casual command of a super-intelligent AI, Luo Mang couldn't help but chuckle. There exists a poem from the distant east. When the mountains are exhausted and waters run dry, one doubts there is no way out. Yet, amidst the shadows of willows and the bloom of flowers, another village appears. However, rather than entangle yourself with me, you would do better to visit Pepper. In a Marvel universe, there are plenty of loquacious individuals, but none quite as unique as Tony. Daily, he either mocks others or is en route to do so. After a few more exchanges with Tony, Luo Mang abruptly ended the call. Yet, within the next heartbeat, his phone rang again. Hello, what is it now? Luo Mang frowned, responding with irritation. To his surprise, a somewhat frantic voice came from the other end. Peter. It is worth noting that since Peter awakened as the Punisher Spider, he had never exhibited such alarm, not even during the hunt and subsequent slaying of Kingpin. Calm down, speak slowly. Luo Mang's voice was composed and unhurried. Perhaps influenced by Luo Mang's demeanor, Peter gradually found his own agitation subsiding. However, a single statement caused Luo Mang's eyes to narrow. I've acquired something new. Come to the laboratory. I shall arrive shortly. Even without seeing it, Luo Mang had already deduced the majority of the situation. Spider-Man. Awakening to find something new on his body. What else could it be? Surely it wasn't the web-slinger's gland, was it? By the time Luo Mang arrived, Peter had been anxiously awaiting in the lab. In today's world, Peter could trust only two individuals completely, Aunt May and Luo Mang. Yet, it was clear that this matter could not be disclosed to Aunt May. Thus, Peter's immediate thought was of Luo Mang. Luo. The moment he saw Luo Mang, Peter felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Let me see. Luo Mang nodded at Peter, getting straight to the point. After casting a glance at Connors, Peter hesitated for a moment before unbuttoning his shirt, revealing a pure black bodysuit beneath. It's alive, Peter cautiously warned. Luo Mang remained silent, first testing it with a touch. In an instant, however, his finger was pierced, the armor unable to defend itself in time. Observing the blood oozing from his fingertip, Luo Mang frowned. Is it resisting me? Subsequently, Luo Mang urged Peter to unveil the entirety of the bodysuit. At that moment, it was evident that Peter appeared significantly more powerful than before. His physique even more refined. A subtle yet palpable aura of danger emanated from Peter's form. Observing Peter's appearance, Luo Mang pondered deeply. It is indeed venom, and it has successfully parasitized Peter. Thus, it does not manifest in its true form, but rather adheres to Peter's battle attire. After a moment of reflection, Luo Mang continued. Can you remove the suit? It was known that in the hands of the first confident Spider-Man, Venom behaved like an obedient child, easy to don and doff at will. When needed, it was a loyal companion. When not, merely an article of clothing tossed aside in the corner of a wardrobe. I can try, Peter replied without hesitation, reaching out to tug at the suit. However, after a grimace of effort, the suit remained unyielding, showing no signs of coming off. Come out. Don't force me. A cultured person. To take action. Luo Mang's cold gaze fixated on Peter's suit, fully aware that venom was contained within. Yet, as moments passed after Luo Mang's words, the suit remained intact, and venom showed no signs of movement. Feigning death, are we? Luo Mang raised an eyebrow, letting out a scoff. He casually seized a bottle of ethanol from the table and shattered it upon Peter's form. In an instant, alcohol coursed through Peter's veins. With a snap, Luo Mang extended his claw. Just a gentle friction between two fingertips ignited a spark, and Peter was instantly engulfed in flames. Simultaneously, an ear-piercing howl emanated from within him. Peter charged recklessly toward Luo Mang, expending all his strength. I cannot control myself. Peter felt a surge of panic. He bore no resentment toward Luo Mang's actions, viewing them merely as an attempt to devise a means of salvation. However, Luo Mang merely observed Peter, ablaze, as he dashed through the door. In the presence of Connors, he raised a finger and softly counted to 3. 3, 2, 1. As Ramon completed his countdown, a cacophony of frenzied music erupted outside the laboratory. The rhythm was frenetic, the sound grand, an anthem of fervor. Within mere seconds, that shadowy figure returned, collapsing along with Peter. Before Ramon, I specially summoned a death metal band just for you. How does it feel? Does it truly evoke a sense of mortality? Ramon gazed at the writhing Peter and the symbiote, slowly kneeling down. At that moment, the symbiote, driven by the thrumming of the triple speakers, began to liquefy, clinging to Peter and revealing the original black and red hues of his tight suit. Now come to me, otherwise perish. Luo Mang's voice bore no emotion as he quietly regarded the symbiote. Finally, after several minutes, the symbiote could no longer endure. It shifted its viscous form, detaching itself from Peter. Ramon extended his finger, and the symbiote vanished in an instant from his fingertip. Meanwhile, Ramon distinctly felt a powerful force continuously filling his body, akin to a deflated balloon expanding. After halting the death metal, Ramon attempted to summon his scales. Empty. His abilities surged once more. Luo Mang's scales transformed into countless barbed spikes. Connors, observing from a distance, instinctively took 2 steps back. At that moment, Ramon exuded an unmistakable aura of formidable power and malevolence. On his cheeks, not covered by scales, mysterious, symmetrical patterns began to emerge. What on earth is this? Peter instinctively inquired. The symbiote, a parasitic entity from another world. Symbiote? Alien? Parasitic entity? Upon hearing these 3 terms, both Peter and Connors regarded the symbiote with renewed intrigue. However, Ramon, caught in their gaze, subtly furrowed his brow. In its normal state, it was manageable, but in its complete form, the sense of rejection intensified. Is it because I'm not the host chosen by the symbiote? Ramon mused silently within himself. Then, an insatiable hunger surged within Roman. Even he could not resist casting a fleeting glance at Peter, instinctively licking his lips. Roman, Peter exclaimed softly. Cough, cough. Go fetch some high-calorie food, like chocolate or cheese balls. Roman withdrew his gaze, suppressing the tidal wave of hunger, and replied to Peter. All right. At his words, Peter hurriedly rose and dashed outside. Peter was unconcerned about whether the symbiote would enhance his strength. His only worry was whether it would pose a threat to Roman. He quickly returned with an abundance of high-calorie food, and Roman devoured most of it until he felt satiated. Tony had given Roman this nickname with the intent to mock him. Chapter 27. Terminal illness, it was not merely a matter of rejection. Even the consumption had increased. Looking down at his scaly armor, Roman sensed his swiftly depleting stamina and silently thought, let me return, or we shall all perish. A voice resonated in Roman's mind, deep and frantic, laced with endless yearning. Yet, Roman remained calm, extending his right hand and gesturing toward the distance. In the next moment, a strand of pure black webbing instantaneously adhered to the wall. It seems you truly can inherit the host's genes. However, Peter was not a confident spider. Why could he also produce webbing? Roman found this perplexing, but soon a bold idea surfaced in his mind. The symbiote, Venom, was beneath his notice. Unless chosen by the god of light to become Venom, god of light, it was evident that the symbiote was indeed the weakest among all. However, if it were possible, Roman suddenly recalled a pivotal figure, Mr. Negative. Like Sandman in later developments, he was also a member of the Sinister Six. With this thought, Roman disregarded the chaotic voice of Venom in his mind and turned to Connors. I recall you have been conducting experiments on the fusion of Deadpool's genes with cancerous viruses, correct? Upon Connors' nod, Roman decisively stated, inject me with cancer cells. Before Peter and Connors could respond, Venom could no longer contain itself. Are you insane? Venom could not fathom Roman. However, after witnessing Roman's various tactical maneuvers, Venom began to entertain a notion of acceptance. For a symbiote, the stronger the host, the greater the combined power. Although Venom coveted Peter, it now realized that Roman might also prove to be an excellent choice. On the symbiote planet Clintar, Venom was the weakest, but certainly not the most foolish. Compared to Peter's recklessness, the astute and courageous Roman appeared to be the optimal selection. Ignoring Venom once more, Roman rose and approached Connors. Are you certain? Connor gazed gravely at Ramon. As a beneficiary of the lizard serum, he was acutely aware that it could not cure cancer. Although Ramon was also an empowered individual, The probability of succumbing to cancer was, theoretically, exceedingly high. I cannot accept this, Peter exclaimed in a state of panic, hastening towards Luo Mang with a pleading look. The last time Peter displayed such a countenance was when Luo Mang had been shot and on the brink of death. Peter, step aside. Luo Mang's voice carried an irresistible authority. However, upon meeting Peter's reddened eyes, something within Luo Mang softened inexplicably. His tone softened as he affectionately ruffled Peter's hair. Do not worry. When have I ever acted without discretion? Only upon hearing these words did Peter hesitantly shift aside. Amidst the venom's furious protests, Luo Mang successfully injected the cancer cells. From that day forth, Luo Mang would nearly every day inject cancer cells to exacerbate their division. His immune system was gradually besieged and consumed by the cancer cells. Fortunately, venom aided in devouring the proliferating cancer cells. Though Luo Mang's condition deteriorated daily, it did not worsen abruptly to the point of death. Venom, reluctantly parasitic within Luo Mang's body, incessantly berated him within his mind. What kind of misfortune is this? How did I end up with such a self-destructive host? While a normal person would strive to reduce cancer cells, this individual willingly injected them, even lamenting the slow growth of the cancer cells. Venom expressed its exasperation, even vowing that upon Luo Mang's demise, it would seek to inhabit Peter instead. Time passed day by day until one fateful day when Tony arrived. Hey, look who I see. My savior. Tony's trademark levity was evident, yet his condition appeared significantly improved, suggesting he had resolved the palladium issue. This was also the only occasion Tony bowed his head before Luo Mang, referring to him as a savior. Observing Luo Mang, whose once robust physique had withered to little more than skin and bones, Tony felt a pang of sorrow. No wonder you were unwilling to agree back then. It turns out you were battling cancer. Tony placed the flowers he held down and sat beside Luo Mang's hospital bed. Not long ago, it had been Tony Stark who was on the verge of death. Now, fate had cruelly turned the tables. After a prolonged silence, Tony continued. He looked deeply into Luo Mang's eyes and, with measured seriousness, stated, "Would you like to go to a hospital affiliated with Stark Industries? I will not abandon you. Did you not also seek medical help when you were near death?" Luo Mang met Tony's gaze and managed a feeble smile. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Tony fell silent once more. With his pride, would he truly choose to die in a hospital? In a similar vein, would Luo Mang truly opt to visit a hospital? Do not be so hasty. Do you recall Ethan? He has recovered, encountered a woman, and is contemplating the revival of the family. Tony spoke in a hushed, almost bedtime, story-like tone. Ethan wishes for me to accompany you to his wedding. As the godfather to his child, you cannot succumb here. A light chuckle escaped Luo Mang, quickly followed by a fit of coughing. Depart now, Tony. Bestow upon me the dignity I deserve, just as I have granted you. Despite his life hanging by a thread, Luo Mang held his ground, locking eyes with Tony. The latter's gaze reddened. The prospect of parting between life and death proved even too much for a notorious playboy like him. Yet at that moment, Luo Mang silently chastised. Tony, do not disrupt. The plan is nearing its conclusion. As time elapsed, Tony cast a lingering glance at Luo Mang, seemingly wishing to etch his image in memory. Before stepping out, he donned his sunglasses once more, as though nothing had transpired. Half a month passed, and Luo Mang's condition deteriorated. True to his earlier promise, Tony had not returned. Yet on this day, Luo Mang mustered the strength to rise once more. He settled into the silver wheelchair that had been his companion for 21 years, embarking alone towards Chinatown. Hey, sickly one. A hip-hop-clad thug approached Luo Mang, casually rifling through his pockets. Need help? Luo Mang weakly lifted his gaze, his hollow eyes meeting those of the thug. Recognizing the markings upon the thug's attire, a flicker of rationality ignited within Luo Mang's eyes. Yellow-skinned monkey, what is your problem? Without responding to Luo Mang's query, the thug grasped Luo Mang's wallet, extracting all the cash within before looking back at him. AIDS, Luo Mang replied, his expression unchanging. The thug covered his mouth, as if confronted by something repugnant, and swiftly vanished into the alley with his companion. Only upon confirming the thug's departure did Luo Mang breathe a sigh of relief and continue on toward Chinatown, his voice drifting softly. Help, knowing the name is sufficient. An eye for an eye, a debt to the rightful owner. Hammerhead, one of New York's most notorious mob bosses, who suffered a severe head injury during a gang confrontation, resulting in a replacement iron skull, rendering him impervious to bullets and blades. He stands in opposition to Mr. Negative's demonic gang. Chapter 28. Finally, the trap is set. Chinatown. Rui Restaurant. Luo Mang entered, his gaunt visage evident. The attendant at the entrance, responsible for greeting patrons, promptly approached to assist with his wheelchair. What would you like to eat? A young Chinese woman leaned closer, whispering in Luo Mang's ear. There was no trace of the disdain or hostility one might expect. The Chinese woman exuded a gentle demeanor, showing great care for her compatriot, Luo Mang. As Luo Mang surveyed the bustling Rui restaurant, he noted the crowded lunchtime atmosphere. His eyes quickly fell upon the only vacant table. He pressed his lips together, attempting to present himself as a gravely ill patient. However, before he could utter a word, several figures appeared at the entrance. Among them, only one person stepped into the restaurant. Upon the arrival of this individual, the atmosphere in the Rui restaurant instantly became tenfold more vibrant. Every patron greeted this person with warmth, and he responded amicably, devoid of any airs. As he approached Luo Mang and the Chinese woman, he paused. In the Mandarin he spoke prompted Luo Mang to lift his gaze. Their eyes met, revealing a pair of gentle, water-like orbs. A flicker of recognition coursed through Luo Mang. Mr. Martin Li had arrived. Shortly thereafter, the Chinese woman leaned in to whisper something into Martin Li's ear. He promptly made his way to Luo Mang. There's no space here. Let us share a meal, shall we? All right, Luo Mang replied softly, his parched lips parting just enough to reveal a hint of a smile. Though no blood flowed forth, Martin Li pushed Luo Mang's wheelchair, and together they proceeded to the solitary vacant table. What ailment afflicts you? Martin Li, far from presenting himself as a person of high stature, instead radiated the warmth of a benevolent middle-aged man. As he inquired, he kindly helped Luo Mang cleanse his utensils with tea. Cancer, incurable. I wish to savor the flavors of my homeland while I still can. I shall never return in this lifetime. Luo Mang rasped, nostalgia swelling within his eyes, a deep-seated yearning for home. Were you sent by a smuggler? Martin Li asked, momentarily taken aback, then quickly expressed concern. More or less. They say there's money to be made here. Yet only now do I realize that life and loved ones are truly what matter most. Luo Mang replied, a bittersweet expression of regret gracing his features. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes as he lifted his head, as if reminiscing about the earlier chapters of his life. It was a montage of lies. It is a small operation performed on the truth. Each word spoken may hold truth, yet when stitched together, they transform into something else entirely. Thus, it can be said that Luo Mang did not deceive Martin Li. Given the choice, Luo Mang would wish to return to his ancient eastern homeland. Listening to Luo Mang, Martin Li found himself reflecting deeply. He had never imagined that a meal would lead him to encounter a fellow countryman whose experiences mirrored his own so closely. Had he not gained his own abilities, he might not have fared any better than this compatriot. Beneath his kind exterior, Martin Li was a philanthropist who had established shelters for the homeless. At that moment, he readily believed Luo Mang's words. If your illness were to improve, what would you plan to do next? A Chinese woman wheeled over a selection of dishes, the rich aromas of various Chinese delicacies wafting through the air. Yet Luo Mang could only manage a sip of soup. Upon hearing Martin Li's inquiry, Luo Mang maintained a facade of composure, but internally, he silently acknowledged the arrival of his opportunity. The purpose of Luo Mang's visit was to harness the abilities of Mr. Negative Film to reverse his cancer, while simultaneously preserving a portion of Martin Li's capabilities. Though it was merely a temporary preservation, possessing the toxic fluid would render everything entirely different. A bitter smile escaped Luo Mang's lips as a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over him. It felt as if he were both anticipating and pondering deeply, uncertain yet resolute in his desire to live on. Through Martin Li's question, Luo Mang articulated his long-held intention. Do not chastise me for my short-sightedness. Only those who have faced death can truly comprehend this experience. To his surprise, Martin Li nodded in agreement, as he too had once been betrayed and used as a test subject for comprehensive drugs. In his own way, he had tasted death. The two continued their conversation, and soon the table was cleared of all dishes. The flavors reminiscent of home-cooked meals made even the prospect of death today seem worthwhile. Luo Mang exhaled deeply, a mix of fatigue and pain evident on his brow, yet interspersed with a hint of satisfaction. At that moment, he was acutely aware of Martin Li's disposition. From the instant Luo Mang entered this auspicious restaurant, he had been subtly signaling to Martin Li. Every underlying implication in his words conveyed a plea for assistance, a desperation for salvation in light of his unwillingness to succumb to death. Yet should this endeavor fail, he feared there would be no further opportunity for Martin Li to willingly offer him treatment. "Do not speak in such a manner. Perhaps there will still be a chance," Martin Li remarked, rising to pat Luo Mang's shoulder in consolation before departing the restaurant without a backward glance, leaving Luo Mang alone with his head bowed. His face, nearly pressed against the table, bore an almost grotesque smile. Luo Mang's shoulders quivered uncontrollably, appearing to an outsider as tears. Yet only he understood that it was a desperate effort to suppress maddening laughter, a sound that emerged from his throat, low and strained, as if releasing the anguish he had endured over time. Stepping outside the restaurant, Luo Mang stood eagerly, feeling the resurgence of strength within him. He swept back his long-neglected hair, revealing a refreshed visage adorned with a triumphant smile. His eyes sparkled with cunning and madness, as if intoxicated by the moment. "Finally, I've been tricked," he mused, a sentiment laced with satisfaction. Just moments ago, Martin Li's seemingly casual gesture had infused Luo Mang with the transformative power of Mr. Negative film, successfully reversing all cancer cells within him. The residual power of the symbiote gradually merged with venom, and a piercing scream echoed in Romang's ears. In the next instant, venom detached itself from Romang's fingertips. A mass of black liquid seemed to emanate a palpable fear. Ramon grasped the fleeing venom, his emotions stabilizing momentarily. "Stay still. Return and let yourself bond with Peter." Upon hearing this, venom ceased all movement, becoming a limp, lifeless mass akin to a pool of black slime. Subsequently, Ramon raced back to the laboratory from Chinatown. By the time he arrived, Peter and Connors had been waiting for him. Suddenly, with a sound reminiscent of separation, Romang's entire body became enveloped in scales. In an instant, his once emerald scales transformed into a blood-white hue. Romang's physique began to swell, his body growing more robust by more than double. The blood-white scales crept upward until they completely enveloped his head. Simultaneously, a visage of terrifying ferocity materialized before the onlookers. The crimson eyes revealed an aura of madness and bloodlust. The once dull fangs of the scales sharpened dramatically, and his mouth widened, displaying a set of menacing tusks. Romang's claws elongated, resembling glimmering scythes. At the moment of Romang's transformation, venom reacted as if encountering a natural enemy, instantly darting into Peter's body. Gasping for breath, Ramon slowly lifted his head, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 29, The Serum. Feeling the unstoppable surge of power within him, Ramon felt an overwhelming sense of triumph compared to venom. He was on an entirely different level. He clenched his fist tightly, finally feeling a sense of worth. "Ramon, you," Peter stammered, stunned by Romang's sudden transformation. Initially, Peter had been concerned about Romang's deteriorating health, and as Ramon grew weaker by the day, his worries escalated. However, now Ramon appeared not only healthy, but also seemingly gaining strength exponentially, leaving Peter in awe. Peter's focus remained solely on Ramon, oblivious to Venom's reattachment. "Ramon, is that truly you?" In stark contrast to Peter's surprise, Connors transformed into a massive lizard-like creature, fixating his gaze on the indistinct form of the serum and questioning in a deep voice. "I'm fine." Emerging from his moment of joy, Ramon finally acknowledged their reactions. He withdrew the serum back into his body, revealing his restored visage. At this sight, both Peter and Connors let out a collective sigh of relief. Had Ramon been afflicted by something, they would have faced an impossible dilemma: fight or refrain. "What on earth is this?" Peter stepped forward, sensing a connection between the venom emanating from Ramon and the venom within himself. "The serum." At this moment, Ramon finally regained his composure and looked at Peter in response. With a mere thought, the serum manifested once again on Romang's surface, now seamlessly integrated with the scales. As the master of the serum, Ramon could distinctly perceive its capabilities. The ability to remain unaffected by flames and sound waves was merely a fundamental trait. The serum's greatest advantage lay in its status as the nemesis of symbiotic beings. It possessed every basic capability of symbiote while lacking any of their weaknesses. Moreover, the serum could effortlessly extract symbiotes from others' bodies. In close proximity, It could even directly manipulate the abilities of the host. By disarranging and correcting the cells, it could temporarily nullify any host's powers. The final point, which Luo Mang valued the most, was that the serum, unlike other symbiotes, bore no consciousness whatsoever. Fundamentally, it could only be wielded and controlled by Luo Mang alone, unlike the venom, which had its own awareness and caused numerous complications. Regardless, I am relieved you are unharmed. I have been quite worried about you. Peter, after all, was still just a child. Though his physical capabilities surpassed those of the majority of ability users, in the presence of Luo Mang, Peter always seemed like a frail child. It's all right now, Luo Mang said, gently stroking Peter's head, speaking to him as much as to himself. Having been in this world for quite some time, he finally possessed the strength to negotiate at the same table as other formidable beings. Just as Luo Mang was lost in thought, a figure entered through the main door. What on earth is that? An exaggerated and somewhat obnoxious voice reverberated throughout the laboratory. The group turned to see Deadpool cautiously waddling over, legs clutched together. He approached Luo Mang, raising a tiny finger to poke at his chest. Luo Mang glanced at Deadpool's newly sprouted miniature finger and, in exasperation, swatted it away before speaking. It's me. Have you been fighting again? Oh, for the love of. To Luo Mang's surprise, Deadpool reacted even more dramatically upon hearing his voice. He began to draw 2 carbon steel blades from behind, eager to spar with Luo Mang. However, Deadpool's tiny finger was far too short to reach the blades on his back. After a comical struggle, he was ultimately sent flying by an exasperated punch from Luo Mang, accompanied by the sound of several bones fracturing and blood spilling onto the floor. Even so, Deadpool continued to struggle, raising his head defiantly, utterly oblivious to his incapacitated body. Why are all of your abilities so cool? Provide me with a bow, an arrow, and I shall become Hawkeye. With a reluctant exhale, Deadpool buried his head once more. Yet again, he raised his head, refusing to yield. Are you certain you are not coming? Why does everything seem so dark? After uttering this, Deadpool withdrew into himself. He pressed his nose against the cold ground, silencing his voice, leaving only Colossus and Peter to exchange bewildered glances. After a restful slumber, Deadpool stirred, only to discover himself bound upon a frigid operating table. However, rather than panic, he cheekily remarked, "What's the matter? Are you planning to take my kidney? I should really open a barbecue joint." Upon hearing Deadpool awaken, Colossus approached with a smile. "Wade, I am now attempting to restore your visage. It would be splendid if you could keep that damn mouth shut." "Really? I am ready. Feel free to proceed," Deadpool exclaimed, writhing with excitement upon the table. "Once my appearance is restored, should I procure a new costume? As long as it's not green." The naive Deadpool continued to ponder until, in the blink of an eye, he was knocked unconscious by an enlarged fist. With a thud, Colossus observed the indentation left on Deadpool's skull, contemplating in silence. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer. If Colossus allowed Deadpool to undergo surgery in his current state, it would likely result in Deadpool's demise. As he awaited Deadpool's self-healing, Colossus calmly restructured his thoughts. Upon acquiring the serum, Colossus gained the means to suppress any abilities. This suppression is distinct from the restraining collar, which merely confines an ability within the wielder's body. While the ability may appear to vanish, it remains hidden within. The serum, however, can render the wielder entirely devoid of power for a brief period. This limitation acts on a cellular level. In simpler terms, before Colossus, Deadpool could only be considered an ordinary individual skilled with weapons, devoid of his regenerative capabilities. Unless Deadpool had already encountered death and made an acquaintance with the purple potato. After being cursed with immortality by Thanos, Deadpool had truly transcended the source of Wolverine's powers. Immortal, the moment he encounters death, he is instantaneously rejected by it, reviving in an instant. Colossus gazed at Deadpool's gradually swelling skull and nodded slightly, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his plan. By temporarily stripping Deadpool of his superhuman abilities, he could proceed with facial reconstruction surgery. Once completed, the restrictions on his self-healing would be lifted, defining his restored visage as a baseline. Henceforth, Deadpool's self-healing would commence from a state of 0, effectively circumventing the manufacturer's settings to adjust the device's factory defaults. With a crisp sound, Deadpool's skull suddenly sprang back into place, fully restored. He was a being of amusement, entirely composed of mirth. Luo Mang sighed, instantly transforming into a state of heightened awareness. The tail at his spine slowly extended, directly infusing itself into Deadpool's body. A peculiar essence gradually faded from Luo Mang's perception. The surgical knife he held aloft glimmered under the pale light, casting reflections upon Deadpool's visage. His face, pockmarked like the surface of the moon, silently narrated the excruciating experiments he had endured. Prepare to greet your handsome face, Wade. Chapter 30. I had intended for us to play together, Ugh. Deadpool groggily regained consciousness. A wave of nausea washed over him, prompting an involuntary retch. He then cast a complex gaze towards Luo Mang, his lips pale as he trembled and spoke. Luo Mang, tell me honestly, what did you do after you knocked me out? The only reply was a fleeting glint of cold light. As Luo Mang brought forth a mirror, Deadpool was finally able to behold his current appearance. His cheeks were smooth and unblemished, devoid of any pits. The wound that Luo Mang had inflicted earlier was healing slowly. However, unlike before, the restored visage was not the one that made Deadpool want to vomit, but rather the face of Wade that had only existed in photographs. Deadpool was astonished. He cupped his cheeks with both hands, a look of disbelief etched across his features. Turning to Luo Mang, he noticed him tossing a transparent box in his direction. Looking down, he realized it contained his former face, a thin layer that Luo Mang had meticulously peeled away with the surgical knife. A keepsake for you. After this, you probably won't see that face again. Luo Mang shrugged, somewhat surprised at the smoothness of the procedure. After 3 days of studying medical knowledge, coupled with the rapid healing provided by the regeneration serum, Deadpool's face had become the model for Luo Mang's practice. With the regeneration serum, even a subdued Deadpool, rendered ordinary, would not perish. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Mang indulged in thorough research. Damn it, Luo Mang, I'm so moved. Why are you taking your clothes off? Luo Mang, I want to have your babies. Get lost, Wade. While such comments might be jesting from others, Deadpool's declarations were likely sincere. A swift kick sent Deadpool sprawling. Finally, Luo Mang found a moment to step out of the laboratory for a breath of fresh air. However, a sudden scream instantly drew Luo Mang's attention. He beheld, in the distance, a semicircular sphere surrounded by countless armored suits soaring through the skies, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Mang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His legs propelled him forward, racing with fervor. As he ran, his body gradually became enveloped in blood-white scales. He transformed his sprint into a leap, landing directly at the forefront of the technology exhibition. At that moment, the area was already teeming with fleeing New Yorkers and military mechs. Amidst the chaos, the sudden appearance of Luo Mang, with his fearsome visage, caused several ordinary citizens to faint on the spot. Hey, Ivan! Luo Mang shouted joyfully from a distance. Noticing the figure of Sang Bien, clad in self-developed iron armor, looking his way, the scales on Luo Mang's head vanished in an instant, revealing his handsome face. What have you thought about the matter I mentioned last time? He called out, casually grasping an Air Force mech that flew by. With a powerful squeeze, sparks flew as it was crushed into scrap metal. Sang Bien's pupils dilated at the sight of Luo Mang. Immediately, all mechs around Sang Bien pivoted sharply, aligning towards a single direction. Realizing the urgency, Sang Bien prepared to take off and follow. However, in the next moment, a dark, hoarse voice echoed ominously in his ear, causing his heart to constrict. You have yet to answer me. Instinctively turning his head, Sang Bien was met with a pair of chilling red lights that seemed capable of piercing through Ivan's very soul, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. In a sudden burst of action, Sang Bien lashed out with 2 energy whips, wrapping them around Luo Mang's waist and hurling him away. With a thud, Luo Mang crashed into the rubble. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that white figure leaped back into action, dragging the already airborne Sang Bien back down. Luo Mang forcefully slammed Sang Bien into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Approaching Sang Bien, Luo Mang found him spitting blood, clearly wounded internally. Luo Mang frowned slightly, gazing at Sang Bien with a look of sorrow. What a pity. It seems your shock absorption is not as good as Tony's. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Sang Bien spat blood, the crimson spray reaching half a meter high. Even at death's door, you still mention Tony. Such a heart-wrenching blow. Squatting beside Sang Bien, watching him struggle helplessly within the mech, Luo Mang sighed. I initially intended to take you along for the adventure, but it appears that that's no longer an option. With his blood-white claws, Luo Mang swiftly severed the mech in half, forcing Sang Bien's eyes shut. Luo Mang stood up only to see Pepper, dazed, on the nearby steps. "Hey, Miss Pepper, it's been a while," Luo Mang said sincerely, waving to the bewildered woman. Throughout their encounters with life-threatening crises, Pepper had always devoted herself wholeheartedly to assisting Luo Mang. In regard to Stark, Roman harbored a certain fondness. However, who could have anticipated that upon witnessing the fragments of citizens clinging to Roman's bloodied, white claws, Pepper would be utterly overwhelmed, were it not for her legs betraying her. She might have fled back to Stark Tower that very night. From a distance, Roman affectionately waved at Pepper, but when he noticed the red lights of a mech's chest flickering at Pepper's feet, his brow furrowed in concern. In an instant, Roman, who had been several dozen meters away, appeared at Pepper's side with a mere blink. Such speed sent chills down Tony, who was desperately racing back. Pepper, with the assistance of Jarvis, Tony did not perceive Roman as he truly was, but rather as a towering monstrosity, grasping Pepper in his hand. He even envisioned Pepper glancing back, her expression one of reluctance. Tony, pushing his propulsion to its maximum, hurtled towards her direction, only to be violently propelled away by the immense shockwave generated by countless mech explosions. In midair, Tony regained his balance, his gaze sharp as that of a predatory hawk, scanning the ground for any sign of Pepper. "Jarvis, are you there?" Scan for Pepper's precise location. Unable to ascertain location. Confirm Pepper's whereabouts. Tony bellowed in a state of near collapse. Miss Pepper may no longer be in this vicinity. Distraught and frantic, Tony believed he had lost Pepper, plunging him into a moment of profound despair, surpassing even the near-death experiences he had previously faced. "Your adrenaline levels are rapidly escalating. Please take a deep breath. Should I connect to satellites for further search? Conduct a comprehensive search. Locate that entity." Tony's expression hardened, the sudden heartbreak nearly causing him to falter. Despite being Tony Stark, who seemed to hold everything in his grasp, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and loss in that fleeting moment. Chapter 31. What do you think about Roman becoming the godfather to the child? On the streets of New York, Roman carefully cradled Pepper in his hands, gazing at the towering Star Tower that loomed above, nearly the highest in the city. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Suddenly, a sound akin to a missile explosion erupted. Roman crouched slightly, and the next moment he leapt high into the air. The pinnacle of Stark Tower drew closer, but soon, the powerful thrust began to wane. Using both hands and feet, Roman halted at the 13th segment of the building. His leaping ability was commendable. It could not rival the capacity for flight, resembling more closely that of Banner-esque jumping prowess. With a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, Roman continued his ascent up the 347-meter structure. In merely a few seconds, Roman ascended to the top floor. "Oh!" Pepper let out a startled cry as she noticed the peculiar white creature gently placing her down. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was astonished to find herself in Stark Tower. Before Roman could utter a word, a sudden beam of energy struck him, causing him to stagger. "Huh!" As Roman turned, he was met with the sight of a metallic blaze hurtling downward. "Pepper, get out of here!" Tony shouted hoarsely. The instant Roman arrived at Stark Tower, Jarvis had already detected his presence. Tony lunged into Roman's embrace, the immense force propelling them both to the ground, where they rolled several times, shattering everything in the penthouse hall. Yet, when Tony lifted his gaze to meet Roman's, even he could not help but feel a shiver of trepidation. What manner of visage was this? Crimson eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, exuding an indescribable malevolence at first glance. Despite this, Tony instinctively retorted, "So are you hungry? Shall I offer you a taste of my energy cannon?" The mockery served to divert attention. The moment his words fell, the energy cannon in his chest rapidly charged, launching towards Roman. Boom! A flash of white light erupted, leaving the top floor in utter ruin. Glass shattered instantly, and all appliances began to spark and smoke. However, as the dust settled, the sight that greeted Tony left him wide-eyed. This full-force strike, infused with 40 units of energy, barely breached Roman's defenses. The charred areas of his body began to writhe, as if imbued with life. Once the smoke cleared completely, the wounds on the scorched skin healed entirely, leaving no trace of prior injury. The armor, deprived of energy, rendered nearly inoperative, just as Tony sought to discreetly summon Jarvis. A voice from across the room froze him in place. The white creature approached slowly, its menacing maw and crimson eyes vanishing to reveal Roman's smirking face. Tony, could you adhere to the usual protocol before engaging in battle next time? Perhaps we can negotiate first? As Tony gazed at Roman, the words he had intended to speak morphed into, Roman? How is it you? Tony instinctively glanced at Pepper, only to find that aside from a modicum of fright, she had suffered no harm whatsoever. What was the meaning of this? Have you been getting a makeover? With a series of clicks, the armor automatically opened at the center. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Tony made his way to the only remaining sofa, pouring himself a drink, seemingly letting his guard down. However, a subtle movement on his part elicited an amused chuckle from Roman. At Tony's feet lay two prominent indentations. If Luo Mang is not mistaken, this is undeniably Tony's portable armor, merely folded and placed in an inconspicuous location, presumably to address unforeseen circumstances. The world may label you as nothing more than a playboy, but such an assessment is woefully inadequate. Luo Mang shook his head, retracting the scaled armor back into his body before taking a seat beside Tony. The moment Luo Mang settled down, his keen senses detected a subtle tension in Tony's form. Yet, this is Tony Stark. No dire predicament could extinguish his spirit. Release your grip. I assure you, I am indeed Luo Mang. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Luo Mang cast a sardonic glance at Tony. Given the circumstances, I believe I should have perished by now. Tony's hand discreetly positioned itself on the armrest of the sofa. However, Luo Mang's next utterance caused Tony to momentarily halt his actions. If you could survive, why should I not? Few are aware of Tony's precarious state, besides the few in S, H, L, D, and those close to him, like Pepper and Happy. Luo Mang is likely the sole exception. Is it truly you, Rom? Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, surprise flickered in Tony's expression, mingled with disbelief. Cancer, has it truly been cured? Otherwise, why would I have rescued Miss Pepper? Luo Mang replied, observing Pepper approach Tony with a resolute demeanor, a light smile gracing his lips. In the vast realm of Marvel, Tony and Pepper undeniably stand as one of the few enviable couples. Upon reflecting on Luo Mang's statement, Tony realized the truth in it. If Luo Mang were impersonated by another, rescuing Pepper would not have led him directly to Stark Tower. Given Tony's recent loss of energy, Luo Mang would not have simply withdrawn. After a moment of contemplation, Tony arrived at a conclusion. Your cancer has genuinely been cured. He expressed astonishment. Although Tony does not specialize in biology or medicine, he possesses a fundamental understanding. The breakthrough in cancer treatment holds a value comparable to the miniature nuclear reactor he invented. After all, in any era, human life takes precedence. Certain influential figures battling cancer would undoubtedly go to any lengths for such a treatment. Luck, Luo Mang replied with a cheerful grin as he finished his drink, refraining from divulging the specifics of his methods, merely attributing it to fortune. With the serum's capabilities, treating any ailment within the human body is a straightforward endeavor. Given that this power stems from the reversal ability of the man, known as Mr. Negative, it can restore disease cells to a state of health akin to how Mr. Negative effortlessly healed Luo Mang. Damn it, you truly ought to see what I have done for you. I even named the newly established charity foundation after you. Tony exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips as he removed his feet from the portable armor. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him. He sprang to his feet and hurried to Pepper's side. After exchanging a few whispered words, the two shared a passionate kiss right in front of Roman. However, when they turned back, they were astonished to find that Roman, who had been seated on the sofa, had vanished. Holding Pepper's hand, Tony gazed at the spot where Roman had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "What do you think about having Roman as the godfather of our child?" Pepper nodded gently. In that moment of solidifying their relationship, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Chapter 32, when the following day. "Hey, Roman, where are you off to?" Peter inquired, appearing in the laboratory and observing Roman as he prepared to leave. "Just handling a few matters." "Do you need something, Peter?" Roman replied with a gentle smile, eager to finally check on his benefactor after tending to his own affairs. Roman possessed a grand heart. As long as his interests were not at stake, he could afford to step back. Yet, he also had a small heart. Any slight annoyance could linger for decades, and when given the chance, he would retaliate 100-fold. "I've met a girl, and I want you to meet her," Peter said, a rare blush adorning his cheeks, reminiscent of a boy introducing his girlfriend to his parents. "Of course, Peter. I apologize for not being more attentive to you lately," Roman responded, approaching Peter with a tone of regret. No, no, Roman. You've always been so good to me, Peter exclaimed, flustered, waving his hands dismissively. The two then set off together, with Peter animatedly sharing tales of his budding relationship with Gwen. Roman listened patiently, always smiling and nodding as Peter spoke. In that moment, despite the symbiote's influence and the chaos of his nightly escapades, Peter resembled a boy who had discovered a treasure, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As they strolled past a commercial street, Roman suddenly halted. What's wrong? Peter asked, a hint of anxiety in his gaze. Are you really going to visit a girl empty-handed for the first time? Roman's eyes scanned their surroundings, finally resting on a flower shop, a fresh produce store, and a suit shop. In ancient Eastern traditions, such gestures were considered fundamental etiquette. I don't want others to look down on you. Roman, without glancing at Peter, continued selecting fresh fruits, yet his words warmed Peter's heart. Thank you, Roman. No need to thank me. You must present these yourself, Roman insisted, unceremoniously handing Peter a large assortment of beautifully packaged fruits while he held a bouquet in his own hands. Just leave it to me, Peter exclaimed, flustered as he clumsily juggled the gifts. One of the gift boxes slipped from his grasp, but with quick reflexes he deftly caught it with his foot. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he breathed a sigh of relief. Peter even utilized spider silk to secure all the gift boxes together. However, when he turned around, Roman had already walked several paces ahead. Roman, wait for me, Peter called out, then followed closely behind him like a devoted shadow. After the two had procured a tailored suit, they soon arrived at Gwen's residence. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Peter's intention to ascend the side staircase, Roman swiftly intercepted him. Observing Peter's bewildered expression, Roman sighed. When you visit Gwen, you should confidently enter through the front door. Don't act like a delinquent. Her parents are bound to be put off by you. With Peter in tow, Roman halted before the entrance of Gwen's home. Turning back to Peter, he gently tidied the disheveled strands of hair on his forehead before knocking on the door. Mrs. Stacy, it's a pleasure to meet you. The door was answered by a middle-aged woman, and Roman quickly presented the bouquet he held. Oh, exclaimed Gwen's mother, her face lighting up with surprise as she accepted the flowers. Whether it was Roman's illusion or not, Gwen's mother seemed to brighten considerably at that moment. It is a bit presumptuous to visit for the first time, so I brought some fresh fruit. I hope you don't mind, Roman said, gracefully stepping aside to reveal Peter behind him. For many families, practical gifts are always appreciated. Upon seeing the exquisite gift box in Peter's hands, Gwen's mother broke into a broad smile and hurriedly welcomed the two inside. It's enough that you came. You needn't have brought anything. Though pleased, Gwen's mother cast a playful, reproachful glance at Roman and Peter, noting that she had uttered the first half of a well-known adage. Roman felt compelled to respond in kind. It is only proper for younger guests to bring gifts on their first visit, he replied with poise and a smile. At that moment, Roman was clad in a brown, vintage suit. Coupled with his youthful, handsome visage, he exuded the air of a young European nobleman. Behind him, Peter, dressed in a crisp black suit, appeared somewhat youthful, but possessed a luminous gaze and an indescribable aura that caught Gwen's mother's attention. Yet, if she were to discover that Peter's aura stemmed from a darker past, it might very well cause her to drop the flowers she held in shock. Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. I will fetch Gwen, Gwen's mother promptly offered once Peter set down the gift box. As Roman and Peter entered the living room, they were greeted by a man with deep-set eyes, whose golden hair closely resembled Gwen's. You must be Peter, George Stacy approached, scrutinizing Peter with a penetrating gaze. Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to meet you, Peter replied, his hands clasped nervously together, inhaling deeply as he nodded awkwardly. Unexpectedly, the formidable spider demon reveals such a facet of itself. I am Roman, sir, the brother of Peter. Roman smiled and nodded, eschewing a cold demeanor, instantly diffusing George's tension. Hey, Peter, Gwen emerged from the room, her gaze immediately landing on Peter. Upon noticing the exquisite suit adorning him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Gwen's eyes. She approached Peter with genuine warmth, her eyes irresistibly drawn to him, radiating admiration. If everyone is here, I believe it is time to commence dinner. How does lemon base sound? I hope you will enjoy it. George nodded towards Roman and Peter before turning to the kitchen to prepare the tableware. At the dining table, as the guests took their seats, the sound of metal cutlery clashing against plates filled the air. With Roman's gentle reminder, Peter managed to sidestep any awkwardness regarding the lemon base. "George, please share with us what transpired today," Gwen's mother said with a smile, proud of George's work. Indeed, a conversation was needed to alleviate the awkwardness surrounding the gathering. "Did you manage to catch Spider-Man?" asked Tacy, Gwen's younger brother, gazing at his father with unabashed admiration. "We have not yet caught him, but we certainly will," George replied without hesitation, categorically labeling Spider-Man's actions as those of a dangerous individual. Peter, upon hearing his name being vilified, could no longer remain silent and instinctively countered George's assertions. Following a brief exchange of words, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the dining table, with subtle expressions etched on every face present, until Roman cast a glance at George. Chapter 33. The Surprise at Gwen's Home. Roman dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and spoke gently. "George, do you know? This world is not as idyllic as people often perceive it to be. Many things may seem wonderful, but they are overly idealistic. I believe your intentions and stance are well-meaning, yet exceptions do exist." "Such as?" George shifted his focus from Peter to Roman, his expression sharpening as he regarded Roman as an interrogator. "For instance, Mr. Stark," Roman pointed to the news currently playing on television, where the faces of Tony and James appeared prominently. The two were embracing a senator, giving a thumbs up to the camera, their laughter echoing with enthusiasm. George turned his attention to the television, prompting Roman to continue. "If my memory serves me correctly, not long ago, Senator Stern confronted Mr. Stark at a hearing. Yet now, he is the first to commend Mr. Stark. What exactly are you implying?" George furrowed his brow. "It is imperative to recognize that one should not merely heed the words of others, but rather observe their actions." At this juncture, Roman paused, his gaze sweeping across the dining table before ultimately settling on Peter. Since the emergence of Spider-Man, New York's crime rate has plummeted by 80%, ensuring the safety of women and children traversing the streets at night. Even a number of criminals possessing extraordinary abilities has significantly diminished. Can you imagine how the citizens would perceive Spider-Man? Turning back, Roman steadfastly held George's gaze, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Yet, right is right and wrong is wrong. I bear a badge while he dons a mask. He is a fugitive, not a hero." George was resolute, unwilling to yield. This was his conviction and stance. "You may hold this belief, but others may not share it. Perhaps by tomorrow, Spider-Man will leap into the limelight as a celebrated hero among the populace." Roman regarded George, questioning how he could possibly be outmatched by a mere police officer in such a debate. Uncertain of where Roman was employed, George's demeanor faltered, and he seized the opportunity while wiping his mouth with a napkin to pivot the conversation. "I manage a small laboratory where I conduct research, and the results have been quite promising," Roman replied candidly. He then turned his attention to Peter, not forgetting that Peter was meant to be the centerpiece of the evening's discourse. "Me?" Peter felt the weight of everyone's gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Though he had yet to graduate, he had recently received an invitation from Stark Industries. Peter found himself torn between Stark Industries and my laboratory. Upon hearing Roman's words, even Gwen's two younger brothers could not help but look up at Peter. The name Stark Industries was known throughout the nation, not to mention Tony Stark's illustrious reputation as Iron Man, who had made significant contributions to the country. Surely, he could not be fabricating this? And what was there to deliberate? Choosing between a small laboratory and Stark Industries, the latter was the obvious choice. "What is the name of your laboratory?" Tacy inquired, curiosity etched on her face. "It is merely a small laboratory," Roman replied, "though we have recently developed a serum that can aid patients in regenerating lost limbs." "Have you heard of it? The limb regeneration serum?" Gwen's mother exclaimed. "This is a groundbreaking medical serum that can assist patients in regrowing limbs. The price of a single vial has skyrocketed to $3 million. It circulates primarily among the wealthy. Were it not for George's position as police chief, they might never have been aware of it. Yet this laboratory is astonishingly managed by Peter's brother." Observing the demeanor of Roman, Gwen's mother grew increasingly convinced of the possibility. After all, this was a sum of $3 million, enough to procure every item within their residence. In an instant, Gwen's mother regarded Roman and Peter with a softened gaze. The principle of assessing others based on their status exists in every society. Though the manifestations may differ, they ultimately converge on the same truth. Moreover, given Roman's stature, The notion of replacing George, the police chief, could be accomplished with but a single utterance. The chief of the New York City Police Department, a position scrutinized by countless eyes. Meanwhile, Gwen, upon hearing Roman's words, couldn't help but steal another glance at Peter, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight. Connors was her mentor. She could easily verify the truth with a simple inquiry. Yet, Gwen chose to place her faith in Peter. Upon learning of Roman's identity, George became noticeably more subdued. He nodded slightly, intending to diffuse the tension with a few words, but at that moment, a sudden knock echoed against the living room window. The sound bore the quality of metal striking glass. Instinctively, George reached for his firearm and approached the window. Upon opening it, he was met with the familiar visage of someone who seemed almost impossible to be present in this location. Tony Stark? George couldn't help but exclaim. Hey, I know I'm quite famous, but could you send Roman over here for a moment? Tony, clad in his Mark VI suit, hovered outside Gwen's window. Once again hearing Roman's name, everyone instinctively redirected their attention to him. What's going on? How'd you find this place? Roman furrowed his brow as he regarded Tony. Their SA gang called the Demon Gang in a skirmish with another faction. Why hasn't T, our good neighbor from New York, made an appearance yet? As Tony spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Peter. Peter's identity had already been unveiled during the rescue of Tony. Not just you. You need to come too. Their firepower is formidable. And there are enhanced individuals within the gang, Tony whispered to Roman. A gang? Roman paused momentarily, then a faint, sardonic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had thought he would miss the opportunity to lend assistance today, yet it seemed they could not resist making an appearance themselves. With this thought, Roman turned back to the others. Mr. George, Mrs. Stacy, I believe our dinner must conclude here. Peter and I have an urgent matter to attend to. Oh, very well. George instinctively replied. Only moments ago, he had pondered whether Roman was fabricating stories, but now the genuine Tony Stark had come knocking at their door. Looking at Roman, George felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt. Let us go, Peter. Upon hearing Roman's words, Peter rose without hesitation, though he cast a reluctant glance back at Gwen before exiting. Noticing Peter's subtle movements, Ramon remained silent on the surface, yet his mind was engulfed in contemplation. Should he eliminate Gwen's entire family? Peter's vulnerability, stemming from Aunt May, was already significant. Adding more complications would only hinder him. However, after a moment's reflection, Ramon shook his head. Observing the venom gradually enveloping Peter, the blood-white scales on Romang's body began to manifest instinctively. Chapter 34. Osborn Tony soared through the night sky, a vivid blaze flickering from his palms and calves. Below him, two shadowy figures were dashing with fervor, their speed barely a fraction slower than Tony's jet propulsion. In an instant, they traversed 3 city blocks. Ramon looked up at Tony. Are we there yet? Almost. Tony's voice was interspersed with mechanical tones. As his words faded, the Osborn building emerged in the distance. At that moment, fierce gunfire erupted beneath the Osborn building, where 2 factions clashed. The Demon Gang, adorned with masks of torment and wielding specially crafted weapons radiating a purple glow, possessed immense firepower. In contrast, a rival faction brandished an array of high-tech weaponry, matching the Demon Gang's might. Defeat them. Locate Osborn. Ramon spotted Mr. Negative, Martin Lee, at the forefront of the opposing faction, donning a mask. His ability to manipulate dark energy served as both weapon and power. Every strike from Mr. Negative decimated a considerable portion of the Demon Gang. Opposite Martin, Lee stood a fiercely formidable man, relentlessly pummeling the Demon Gang members with his fists. Witnessing this scene, Ramon found himself perplexed. While he understood the Demon Gang's pursuit of Osborn, it was Osborn himself who had once conducted experiments on Mr. Negative. How then could this faction be aiding Osborn? Tony arrived first, launching simultaneous assaults on both factions. Meanwhile, Ramon seized Peter's arm. First, eliminate the gang. Mr. Negative, stay put. Understood. Peter replied without hesitation. Though unaware of the rationale, he was resolute in following Romang's directives. Swinging on his web, Peter seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the opposing army. His agile prowess allowed him to evade all assaults, rendering the gang members utterly outmatched. Under Peter's relentless offensive, they faltered in retreat. The venom that clung to Peter occasionally surged forth, devouring an entire adversary. This brutal spectacle instilled a palpable fear in onlookers, deterring them from approaching Peter. However, as the gang members recoiled, they unexpectedly collided with something solid. Cautiously glancing back, they were met with a grinning maw brimming with sharp teeth. With every swipe of Luo Mang's white claws, the sound of blood splattering echoed ominously in the air. However, the blood that converged like a river could not touch the pristine white scales of Luo Mang. He swung his claws with fervor, moving through the chaotic crowd with an air of elegance. It would not be an exaggeration to call Luo Mang the graceful butcher. Why do you choose to assist me? Upon hearing the voice beside him, Luo Mang paused his movements. Turning around, he found Martin Li standing behind him. At that moment, Martin appeared in stark black and white, his well-fitted suit accentuating his form. His eyes glowed with a white light as he tilted his head to gaze at Luo Mang. This time, we have a bit of a grudge against Osborn as well. Luo Mang did not reveal his true self. Instead, he bared his fangs in a sinister grin at Martin Li. In the distance, a massive lizard slowly crawled down from the high-rise buildings of the night. With a sudden crash, it landed, sending a wave of henchmen flying. Noticing Luo Mang standing out amidst the crowd, Connors nodded in his direction. Connors had been summoned by Luo Mang earlier, given the stakes involved with Osborn. It was imperative for Connors to make an appearance. After all, Connors had been itching to deliver a grand gesture to Osborn. Roar! Connors let out a furious roar. Each swipe of his claws could sever a man in two, standing in stark contrast to Peter, who could evaporate a person with a single punch. With Luo Mang's side joining the fray, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. The gang leader, Hammerhead, sensing the shift in momentum, attempted to signal his men to retreat. However, upon turning, he encountered two figures clad in white. Martin Li, leaning on his cane, stood not far from Hammerhead, observing silently. Meanwhile, the ever-menacing Luo Mang approached, licking his elongated tongue and grinning wickedly at Hammerhead. The gang? Hammerhead swallowed hard, nodding slowly. Though he was stubborn, he was not a fool. These individuals were clearly not ones they could handle. Then it is your subordinates to blame, Luo Mang replied with a nod. In a swift motion, he seized Hammerhead amidst the horrified gazes of the countless henchmen. His claws plunged deep into Hammerhead's head, instantly rending the hardened metal apart. Along with the shattering, Hammerhead's head and body were cleaved in two, the iron skull capable of effortlessly overturning a car. The physical prowess and combat skills of an Olympic-level athlete paled in comparison to Luo Mang. With one clawed swipe, Luo Mang felt no resistance whatsoever. In that instant, the vast gang began its descent into disarray. With Hammerhead's demise, Martin Li would methodically begin to consume the territory and establish control. With Luo Mang's decisive strike, the underworld of American gangs was on the verge of yet another upheaval. Shall we enter together? Please. Martin Li and Luo Mang conversed in English. At this critical juncture, the two men appeared as courteous gentlemen, yielding to one another. However, at this moment, Connors had already entered the Osborn building. His colossal hands grasped a high-ranking executive, and his immense mouth addressed him. Jason, long time no see. Do you like my gift? Before Jason could utter a word, Connors swiftly twisted his neck. This Jason was none other than the executive who had previously chosen to expel Connors from Osborn. Inside the conference room, numerous executives huddled together, trembling in fear. Yet Osborn himself was nowhere to be seen. Where had Osborn gone? Upon entering the Osborn building, Martin Li appeared somewhat unstable. At this moment, he could not contain his rage and demanded to know Osborn's whereabouts. He took the elevator down, timidly spoke one of the executives. The three exchanged glances and turned to leave, disregarding the executives in the conference room, and proceeded directly to the elevator. A core key was required, which only Osborn possessed. Glancing at the elevator structure, Connors turned to Roman. Nodding in response, Roman swiftly made his way to the first floor. Taking a deep breath as he surveyed the ground floor, Roman, under the astonished gazes of Connors and Martin Li, unleashed both fists with a force that exceeded 100 tons, bolstered by the serum. The ground of the first floor shattered under the might of his blows, revealing the laboratory buried deep beneath the Osborn building. Just as Roman broke through to the underground, a maniacal laugh echoed through the air. Roman barely caught a glimpse of a green flash, as a terrifying demon clad in deep green armor emerged, gliding in on a glider. He tossed 3 pumpkin grenades, but was swiftly suppressed by Mr. Bottom Film, preventing their explosion. The green demon, laughing maniacally, soon found his mirth cut short. Chapter 35. Is there a problem? That is not for you to decide. The glider beneath the green demon shook violently, but could not escape the confines of the Osborn building. Turning to look back, he encountered a blood-white, scale-covered tail, which was entangled around the glider's rear. The fierce flames belching from the glider's tail could not scorch the scales in the slightest. Roman extended his hands, and in an instant his 10 fingers transformed into long, white, supple tendrils, each flowing gently like a white version of venom. The 10 tendrils simultaneously coiled around the green demon, binding him securely. In the next moment, the deranged green demon felt his entire body weaken and fell heavily from the glider. His mask fell away, revealing Osborn's withered visage. The effects of the soldier-enhancing serum were momentarily nullified, and Osborn reverted to an ordinary man once more. "I'll leave him to you." As Luo Mang turned around, he beheld Martin Li and Connors, both of whom were eager to engage. However, Martin Li's resentment ran deeper than Connors's. Osborn's experiments, while giving rise to the being known as Mr. Negative, had ultimately shattered Martin Li's life. The duality of goodness and malevolence coexisted within him, rendering his suffering incomprehensible to others. Leaving Osborn behind, Luo Mang leapt through the shattered opening, landing directly in the lower laboratory. The entire space glowed with a verdant luminescence. At its center lay the researcher's workspace, surrounded by the fruits of Osborn Industries' long-standing endeavors. Yet, upon Luo Mang's arrival, all the transparent chambers containing research findings were conspicuously absent. Rhino armor, scorpion suit, green goblin ensemble. Luo Mang surveyed the surroundings, noting that all valuables seemed to have been removed. Only 2 transparent test tubes remained by the injection apparatus, one of which lay empty. The super soldier serum of the Green Goblin? Grasping the intact tube, Luo Mang pondered. The Green Goblin had consistently performed admirably, especially in the climactic battle against the original Spider-Man. Peter had unleashed all his might against the first Green Goblin, yet the latter had endured the onslaught, emerging not only alive, but also remarkably vibrant. While others sought to develop super soldiers, only Osborn had focused on enhancing defensive capabilities, albeit at the significant cost of personality alteration. After some contemplation, Luo Mang resolved to secure the Green Goblin serum, contemplating a potential collaboration with Connors for its enhancement. It would be a waste to let it go unused, especially since Luo Mang himself could accommodate multiple mutations and serum effects simultaneously. Upon resurfacing from the pit, he was greeted by a scene of shattered armor and pools of green blood. Osborn had been disassembled by Martin Li's reverse power. Noticing Luo Mang's ascent, Martin Li refrained from inquiring about his descent and instead stepped closer to him. This time, considered a debt repaid, he declared, feeling a sense of elevation after avenging his wrongs. "No need. You've already paid your dues," Luo Mang replied, dismissing the notion with a flick of his tail. Luo Mang was willing to resort to any means for survival. In other instances, he could tolerate actions that did not directly affect his interests. Moreover, Connors was still present. Even without Martin Li, Luo Mang would have sought trouble with Osborn. Not to mention, Luo Mang harbored significant intentions toward Martin Li, the formidable antagonist. If wielded properly, the reverse power could create far more chaos than one might imagine. "What is this?" Tony flew into the first floor and halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Roman. Unlike Roman, Tony was indiscriminate in his approach outside the Osborn building. Regardless of whether they belonged to the demon gang or its remnants, he treated all as criminals, intent on delivering justice one by one. Roman, unreserved, understood that with Tony's intellect and means, even if he could not deduce the truth now, he would surely uncover it later. "The last time I saw him, he was not like this." As he transformed into a Mexican meat pie, Tony rolled his eyes, not angered but rather expressing his exasperation. Osborn and Tony were never truly connected. His demise could, in fact, benefit Stark Industries. Although somewhat ruthless, Tony could find no justification for Osborn to have offended Roman. "Let us go." Roman nodded toward Tony. However, the sudden explosion that ensued caused Roman to frown. He shot out towards the exterior of the Osborn building and discovered Peter confronting an individual. This person wielded a bow and arrow, a dark quiver slung over his shoulder. And in his grasp was an arrow whose tip shimmered ominously with a red glow, the very source of the earlier explosion. As Roman exited the building, Hawkeye released the explosive arrow, which hurtled directly at Peter. But that was not the end. 2 more arrows of differing functions swiftly followed, all within the span of a second. Instinctively, Peter activated his spider sense, his symbiote suit taut with tension. Unlike Roman's serum, the symbiote harbored a fear of fire, explosions, and sonic waves. This instinct propelled Peter to flip mid-air, evading the two arrows. The third arrow, however, was caught mid-flight by a large hand clad in white scales. Boom! The black smoke of the explosion billowed outward. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the massive hand bore no injuries. Roman flicked the remnants of the arrow's tip from his fingers. Such potent weaponry could not inflict harm upon him, even prior to acquiring the serum, as the explosion's force was far below the threshold of his resilient skin. Casting a glance at Peter, Roman turned his gaze toward Hawkeye. I don't recall any conflict with S.H.I.L.D. Tilting his head, Roman voiced his inner confusion. Whether there's a problem is not for you to decide. With stubbornness, Hawkeye unleashed several more arrows, only to have them ruthlessly swatted aside by Roman. In Roman's perception, as Hawkeye acted, several special operations teams were stealthily approaching, each member equipped with the most advanced military weaponry. Has Nick Fury not warned you? Approaching like this will lead to your demise, Roman stated earnestly. It was not yet time to engage in conflict with S.H.I.L.D. I beg to differ. Hawkeye adjusted his neck, exuding an air of a fierce individual, leaving Roman speechless. There are always particularly confident individuals who utter the most unexpected remarks. However, it soon became clear to Roman where Hawkeye's confidence stemmed from. A hum resonated as a small team approached, each member wielding not firearms, but uniquely designed sonic weapons. Under the collective influence of dozens of these sonic devices, Peter quickly collapsed to the ground in agony. Peter shared a symbiotic bond with Venom, and the sonic weapons affected both entities equally. Chapter 36, Retreat. The sudden, excruciating pain compelled Peter to instinctively detach Venom. Venom gradually sloughed off his suit, resembling a puddle of muck. Observing this scene, Roman narrowed his eyes, realizing that S.H.I.L.D. had explicitly targeted them this time. He glanced back at Hawkeye, who was furrowing his brow, his expression rife with doubt as he pondered the erroneous intelligence that led to this predicament. Why was Peter in agony, while Roman remained unscathed? Yet, Roman would not afford him the luxury of contemplation. With a swift motion, he plunged forward, abruptly appearing before Hawkeye. Hawkeye's reflexes were, unsurprisingly, remarkable. After a brief narrowing of his pupils, he swiftly engaged, launching arrows while propelling himself backward with a powerful push, vanishing several meters away in an instant. Unfortunately for him, this distance posed no challenge for Roman, who extended a bloodied white claw directly toward Hawkeye's chest. Should this strike connect, given Hawkeye's physique, it would likely cleave him in half, resulting in instant demise. However, in the next heartbeat, a red-blue circular afterimage surged forth, targeting Roman's outstretched arm. Despite its arcane shape, Roman felt no doubt regarding the ferocity of the impending strike. In an instant, several countermeasures flashed through his mind. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of the pale Peter behind him, Roman relinquished his intent to continue the assault. He halted momentarily, retracting his claw in a swift motion. His hand clenched tightly as he forcefully swiped at the arc. The arc collided with Roman's white-scaled armor, creating a shower of sparks, and was forcibly sent back along its original path. It soared high into the air, executing several rotations before landing in the grasp of a blue figure. Upon recognizing this figure, Roman's interest was piqued. Returning to Peter's side, he observed the pale visage of Peter and the feeble Venom, and suddenly spoke up. "Steve Rogers? Many believed you to be deceased." Although the current situation appeared unfavorable for Roman, he remained completely unfazed. The assembly of individuals stood in solemn silence as Captain America, wielding his shield with one hand and exuding an air of American bravado, approached with deliberate grace. "Ronan Spiderman, you have squandered the formidable power you possess," he declared, raising his shield toward Ronan with a heavy tone. "Yet I have just resolved a significant dilemma for you. Have I not?" Ronan grinned, revealing a set of sharp fangs, his gaze drifting to the multitude of bodies strewn outside the Osborn building. However, Captain America seemed disinclined to engage Ronan any further. With his hands crossed over his chest, he flexed his joints and resolutely stated, "I could spend an entire day in this standoff." The atmosphere grew tense, only to be punctuated by Tony's teasing voice moments later. The crowd turned to see Tony emerging from the Osborn building, a look of astonishment plastered across his face as he took in the scene with Ronan and Captain America. "What did I miss? How about this? You, the American boy with the fine posterior, go back and confer with that egghead to clarify the situation." As Tony spoke, he sauntered toward the battlefield with an air of nonchalance. His hands hung casually at his sides, indicating he was prepared for battle. To Tony, in that moment, both Hawkeye and Captain America were merely unfamiliar faces. Yet, Ronan held a distinctly different significance for him. Tony had always been fiercely protective of his own. In his mind, the distinction between allies and adversaries was crystal clear. Stark, I knew your father. He was a great man. But you have left me quite disappointed. Is that so? I hadn't realized you were a relic from 70 years ago, Tony replied, lifting his mask and defiantly jutting his chin toward Captain America. Surrender these two, or I shall take you into custody as well. Hawkeye interjected, drawing his bowstring taut against his cheek as he glared at Tony. Surrender? This provoked an involuntary chuckle from Ronan, setting aside his own prowess. Even without the symbiotic enhancement of Venom, Peter could likely dispatch Hawkeye with ease. Though uncertain whether the Captain America before him was the fabled hero of extraordinary attributes, even the presence of Spider-Man alone would suffice to navigate the current predicament. Not to mention, Ronan, bolstered by the Serum symbiote, was present. Ronan's claws twitched as he surveyed the elite task force surrounding him, poised for action. Let them depart now. It may spare a life. Just as Hawkeye was about to respond, the authoritative voice of Nick Fury echoed in his ear. Let them leave. Nick Fury, having ascended to the role of director of SHIELD, was known for his exceptional strategic acumen and foresight. At this juncture, the presence of ordinary agents would only exacerbate casualties. With a mere glance, Hawkeye signaled the specialized team to retreat into the shadows of the night. It was as the elite unit withdrew that the seemingly dormant Venom once more latched onto Peter's ankle, re-establishing its parasitic bond. A head composed of a flowing black liquid extended from within Peter, casting a sinister gaze upon Captain America and the others. A fleeting glimmer of panic flashed in Venom's eyes as his glance inadvertently swept over Ramon. Stark, you seem oblivious to your current position, Captain America admonished gravely, as though Tony's actions had transgressed some profound error. After uttering this statement, he cast a penetrating look at Ramon, who was in a serum state, before slowly retreating with Hawkeye. This operation was aimed at Venom. However, since Ramon remained unaffected and Tony was present, it was evident that the mission had already faltered. Are you all right? Ramon inquired, turning his attention to Peter after Captain America and Hawkeye departed. I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell, Peter explained, his complexion pale. This was his second forcible detachment from Venom, yet the reaction this time was markedly more intense than the first. It was only when Venom reattached itself that Peter began to feel considerably better. Observing Peter's reaction, Ramon pondered for a moment. Venom's ability to triumph over numerous adversaries, even when faced with notable weaknesses, was largely due to its capacity to replicate the host's genes and preserve certain abilities. Just as Venom could now shoot webs, Peter no longer needed to create a web-shooting device. If possible, it might be beneficial to allow Venom to bond with individuals possessing resistance to sound waves or flames, to potentially alleviate or even permanently resolve its vulnerabilities. While Ramon contemplated this, Tony approached him suddenly. Nick Fury has set his sights on you. Be cautious, Tony warned, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he regarded Ramon. Even he could not discern whether Ramon and Peter were fundamentally good or evil. Rest assured, I will not permit anyone to threaten my life, Ramon replied, his eyes glinting with resolve. Chapter 37, Black Widow and Max at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun shone brightly. In a quaint CAF, a voice unexpectedly interrupted Luo Mang's thoughts. May I know your name? He looked up, startled by the person before him. With wine-red hair, a finely sculpted face, and deep blue eyes reminiscent of a tranquil lake, it was Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, an operative of SHIELD. The moment he laid eyes on her, an influx of information surged through Luo Mang's mind. At that moment, Black Widow's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, her gaze seemingly brimming with admiration and delight. Ramon responded with a warm, radiant smile. Hello, my name is Ramon. The joy she displayed appeared somewhat contrived. This woman could wield her smile as a weapon to charm men. What a lovely name. Are you of Chinese descent? She playfully inquired, as if just realizing it, winking at Ramon with a mischievous glint. The vivid imagery was striking, leaving Luo Mang in a state of contemplation. To Tony, she was the aloof yet formidable personal secretary, while to himself, the Black Widow transformed into a first love, a luminous moonlight, standing before Luo Mang. The mere smile gracing her lips was enough to ensnare one's heart. The art of seduction, with its subtle divisions, proved the wisdom of ancestors true. Luo Mang couldn't help but silently marvel. Yet he maintained an amiable facade, nodding gently at the Black Widow. "Why not sit down and converse?" he suggested. The Black Widow's expression remained impassive, though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She hadn't anticipated that approaching Luo Mang would be so effortless. Since he invited her, she naturally took a seat. Observing Luo Mang quietly engrossed in his book, she ultimately couldn't resist breaking the silence. "What are you reading?" she inquired. "Just some knowledge related to electricity. Nothing too complex," Luo Mang replied, eliciting a slight twitch at the corners of the Black Widow's mouth. The books fanned out before him, each formula capable of leaving her dizzy. "It appears you are a man fond of knowledge," she remarked, twirling a strand of hair by her ear, her gaze capable of intoxicating anyone. "I would prefer that knowledge cherished me. Then I wouldn't have to toil so hard to comprehend it," Luo Mang responded. "What do you intend to do with this knowledge?" she probed cautiously. This question caused Luo Mang to pause momentarily, and that brief hesitation instinctively made the Black Widow reach for the weapon concealed on her thigh. "To do everything that benefits me," he stated. Observing his expression, the Black Widow relaxed her grip on her weapon, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. "But this world is vast. You cannot live solely for yourself," she countered, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. However, only Luo Mang understood that the battle-hardened Black Widow would never easily open her heart. All of this was merely a facade to accomplish her mission. "What then can I do?" she asked. "For instance, you could join a global charitable organization and advocate for world peace," he suggested, his expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. With a raised eyebrow, the Black Widow jokingly remarked, "I thought you were here to befriend me, yet it seems you've come to promote something." Luo Mang shook his head in mock disappointment, sensing the deeper implications of her words. The ethos of the Red Room was to fulfill missions at all costs, a principle that had profoundly shaped the Black Widow's modus operandi. In many ways, Luo Mang and she were cut from the same cloth. As for killing, it was not a simple dichotomy of good and evil. Just as she and Hawkeye had taken lives, so too had others, including those in the director's plans, stained with blood. Murder, while a crime, was often a means to pacify the masses. From a broader perspective, the loss of a few was merely a necessary sacrifice for a more stable path. The greater the number of individuals aligned on the same path, the easier the task at hand becomes. When confronted with challenges that exceed your capabilities, the need for companions becomes paramount. The Black Widow remained undeterred, her gaze fixed intently on Ramon. "If that is the case, I shall bring matters to a close in my own manner. Moreover, I am not alone." Ramon gathered his books and rose to his feet. "Apologies, my friend has arrived." With a smile and a nod towards the Black Widow, he proceeded to greet a plainly dressed individual. "Max, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The man referred to as Max returned a shy smile, revealing gaps in his teeth large enough to hold a seed. "Sorry, Rum, the company required overtime." Indeed, this Max would eventually become the Electric Man, a formidable supervillain that Ramon sought to recruit. The Electric Man's abilities were of a catastrophic caliber. In today's Blue Star, where human congregations exist, is there any place devoid of electricity? Furthermore, compared to other villains, Max's likelihood of joining Romang's ranks was considerably greater. Max rubbed his hands together, casting an apologetic glance at Ramon. "Rom, do you have the photo?" "Of course." Ramon produced a photograph from his book, which Max eagerly accepted. The image prominently featured a close-up of Peter as the Dark Spider. The quality was exquisite and crystal clear, unmistakably authentic. "Thank you, Rom. One day, I too shall stand behind Spider-Man." Gazing at Peter's photograph, Max trembled with excitement. Perhaps that day would come sooner than anticipated. Ramon observed Max as one might regard a child with heroic aspirations. Upon their first encounter, Ramon was astonished that Max did not express disappointment over Peter's transformation into the Punisher Spider. Instead, it was Peter, as the Punisher Spider, who subtly reshaped Max's perspective. Today, Max was infinitely more resolute than he had been in the past. "I met Spider-Man last time. He was right before my eyes. He told me I could be a big shot. He said he needed me." The pride in Max's voice was uncontainable, causing his head to lift higher. His eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the most significant day in his 30 years. "This is splendid. I'm a friend of a future luminary." Luo Mang smiled, each of his words seemingly healing Max's spirit. The two strolled onward, with Max enthusiastically sharing his tales, animatedly gesticulating. Luo Mang listened quietly, his expression gentle. "Director, it seems this idea may not be so easily realized," remarked the Black Widow, seated in a CF. Touching her earlobe, she heard Nick Fury's voice. "Return at once. A significant individual requires your attention. As for Luo Mang, may he not pose a threat to Blue Star." Nick Fury found himself quite troubled by Roman. Yet he was at a loss regarding how to address the situation. Roman's earlier life had been as unremarkable as that of an ordinary individual. However, in just a few short months, he had astonishingly evolved to such a degree. Surrounding him were several empowered individuals, and even Tony seemed to lean subtly in his favor. Presently, Roman's strength was such that even S.H.I.E.L.D. regarded him with caution. As he opened the drawer, Nick Fury gazed intently at the red button, words failing him. Chapter 38, Max's Birthday. "Roman, your audacity knows no bounds," Peter remarked, observing Connors gripping the emerald serum, poised to inject it into Roman. Unable to contain himself, he spoke up. Roman turned back, meeting Peter's anxious gaze. As though the mere sight of the needle piercing Roman's skin compelled him to shut his eyes. "I'm sorry I couldn't attend your graduation ceremony," Roman said sincerely, causing Peter's eyes to glisten with emotion. "It should be I who apologizes. I am too feeble and often unable to assist you." Should Peter's words become known, they would likely evoke feelings of inadequacy in the majority of empowered beings, especially given that some individuals, with merely a wing, deemed themselves superheroes. "Do not fret, Peter. This situation will soon transform," Roman assured, feeling the green goblin's serum coursing through his veins, his tone growing increasingly cold. "I will no longer allow anyone to threaten us." Roman's gaze fixated on the ceiling, as if he could peer through it to behold a vast azure sky and the entities beyond. Yet in the next moment, a flash of green light ignited within his eyes. His already eerie green irises seemed on the verge of being entirely consumed by that hue. The blood within him surged, and a sensation akin to a creature crawling through his veins stirred beneath his skin, pushing outward as it raced along his blood vessels. Then, Roman's skin underwent a transformation, revealing a blood-white scaled armor that suddenly appeared tinged with a hint of green. Fortunately, the fleeting emerald hue vanished almost immediately. Roman's mask instinctively enveloped him, presenting a visage even more terrifying than the original serum. His crimson eyes radiated a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The instant the scales manifested, an ominous aura enveloped the air. At that moment, Roman embodied a tangible manifestation of dread. "Do you experience any discomfort?" Connors inquired from the side, his hands having morphed into those of a lizard. This was a specific instruction from Roman to Connors, to ensure that if he were to lose control, they would find a way to restrain him alongside Peter. As Connors posed his question, Roman's scales swiftly receded, revealing his gentle, serene countenance. "I am well. Thank you for your concern," Roman replied. Upon hearing his words, Connors finally exhaled in relief. The pressure that Connors felt towards Luo Mang was immense. Regardless of Luo Mang's prowess, even if he were merely an ordinary individual, Connors would still prefer to avoid confrontation with him. Following the Osborne incident, Connors had fully pledged his allegiance to Luo Mang. In simple terms, wherever Luo Mang pointed, Connors would follow. "How did it go with Max?" Luo Mang casually inquired, as he reveled in the enhancement of his physical prowess. Initially, he had anticipated that the injection of the modified Green Goblin serum might result in some form of mental corruption. However, to his surprise, the process was remarkably seamless. The synergy between the Green Goblin and his own essence was quite harmonious. Perhaps under the influence of the compound 48, Luo Mang effortlessly amalgamated various mutations, extracting their essence while discarding the dross. Osborne truly was a breeding ground for supervillains, far surpassing the mere mediocrity of Hammer Industries. Max's reaction was unexpectedly enthusiastic. Even I did not foresee such fervent admiration. Speaking of Max brought a smile to Peter's lips. In the words of the Punisher Spider, Max was indeed a good person. Philosophically, he shared an almost identical outlook with Peter. It would not be a misfortune to have such a comrade in the future. Alas, Max was but an ordinary man. A flicker of regret passed through Peter's eyes as he contemplated this. Today marked Max's birthday, and Peter believed he deserved friends to celebrate this grand occasion. Rising to his feet, Luo Mang's demeanor had once again transformed following the alterations from the Green Goblin serum. Even the gentleness of his expression could not conceal the palpable aura of danger that surrounded him. Were one to delineate a clear boundary between superheroes and supervillains, Luo Mang would undoubtedly be categorized as a supervillain. I have invited a few friends as well, Luo Mang remarked with a smirk as he exited the laboratory, with Peter closely trailing behind. As they approached Max's residence, Luo Mang's gaze fell upon the modest dwelling, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Unlike Peter, Luo Mang's motives were not aligned with Max's character. His intentions were driven by a desire for Max's physical form. Luo Mang was acutely aware that tonight heralded the debut of Electro. His visit to Max's home was solely intended to evoke a sense of gratitude within him. Sensitive, vulnerable, solitary, and lacking in self-confidence, Max epitomized a classic inferiority complex. Even the slightest gesture of kindness from others was enough to inspire profound gratitude within him. The mere remembrance of Max's name by Gwen could send him into a state of exhilaration. This time, Luo Mang aimed to ensure Max's unwavering allegiance, exploiting the insecurities of the self-doubting individual. Although it may appear unscrupulous, it proved to be remarkably effective. "Hey, Colin Evans, could you kindly step down from my sports car?" Tony's voice suddenly resonated, drawing the attention of Luo Mang and the others. They beheld Tony berating Deadpool, who was lying on his crimson sports car. Ever since Luo Mang restored Deadpool's visage, he had acquired a mirror, perpetually yearning to remove his mask and admire his own reflection. Upon spotting Luo Mang, he promptly tumbled off Tony's vehicle, then dramatically positioned himself in a seductive pose, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Luo Mang. "Luo Mang, I've recently conceived a new moniker for myself. How does Captain Deadpool sound?" Luo Mang shook his head at the utterance. Deadpool's quips were inexhaustible, always innovating. If he were to participate in a certain talent show, he might well clinch the championship. "Luo Mang." A colossal cloud of sand descended from the heavens. As the sand swiftly coalesced, Flint's visage emerged. Gratitude filled Flint's eyes as he regarded Luo Mang. Penny's ailment was now under control and gradually healing. Following closely was a muscular man and a blind lawyer. "I detest this feeling," the Punisher remarked, casting a glance at Mark, unable to suppress his disdain. A luxurious limousine glided to a halt before them, and Martin Lee emerged. "It's you." At that moment, Martin Lee exhibited his benevolent persona. However, upon seeing Luo Mang, astonishment washed over him. Luo Mang had summoned him under the pretense of a serum. Whoosh! The sound of a jetpack landing filled the air. War Machine descended beside Max's cabin, the armor retracting to reveal Rhodes. "Did you really have to come in the suit?" Tony couldn't help but quip. Rhodes flashed a gleaming smile, gazing at Tony, who was clad in a suit, and after scratching his cheek, remarked, "Oh, I wonder who was once ensnared by two whips and rendered immobile." Chapter 39. The Collector and the Master, observing Rhodes roll his eyes and retort, elicited laughter even from Mark, who leaned on his cane. Deadpool, meanwhile, sprang up from the ground, poking the metallic exterior of War Machine with a mischievous finger, tilting his head to inquire, "How much could this thing fetch?" Surveying the gathering of 8 individuals, Luo Mang first performed a courteous bow before finally speaking. "I am grateful for your presence. I believe Max will be thrilled to witness this scene." "Where's that Max fellow?" "I happened to pass by a bakery and brought a cake," Tony announced, lifting a cake adorned with an Iron Man design from the passenger seat of the sports car, prompting Rhodes to stifle a chuckle. Yet, he was ultimately silenced by a stern glance from Tony. "Max has not yet returned. Therefore, I propose we record a celebratory video in advance." Luo Mang winked, deftly retrieving his phone and thrusting it toward Peter. Peter appeared somewhat flustered before the camera, yet quickly found his voice. "Max, I'm not quite sure what to say, so I'll just wish you a happy birthday." "Hey Max, would you like to enjoy a splendid time with Deadpool?" Deadpool abruptly leaned into the frame. "I am Tony Stark, and you heard that correctly, Stark Industries' very own. I am War Machine. You should have seen me on television." Tony and Rhodey chimed in. It suffices to say that the two friends exhibited a similar flair in their introductions. "I'm Mark, a pleasure to meet you, Max," he said. Boring." Daredevil Mark and the Punisher nodded at the camera aimed at Rhodey. "Wishing you good health," Flint said. his nerves apparent, but still articulating his heartfelt sentiments. "Live well, Max. You are quite fortunate," Martinly remarked, his astonishment at Rhodey's serum evident in his tone. Finally, the camera abruptly turned, revealing Rhodey directing it towards himself. "Hey, Max, many prominent figures have come to your birthday party today. I hope you aren't too intimidated." Rhodey grinned at the camera. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed sharply. The serum within him surged forth, seemingly threatening to engulf him entirely. Rhodey turned to see a figure materializing behind him, frowning as he spoke. "I don't recall extending you an invitation, sir." Upon hearing Rhodey's words, the others snapped back, noticing the unexpected guest. Peter instinctively leaped back, his expression cold and frosty, though alarm bells rang in his mind. Even his spider sense had failed to detect the sudden presence behind him. Tony took a half-step back, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the portable armor in his sports car. The rest of the group immediately shifted into combat mode. Mark's blind cane revealed glinting, menacing spikes beneath it. The Punisher had already grasped two specially designed high-caliber pistols, poised for action. Rostov into War Machine, where many missiles were at the ready on his shoulder. Flint's body swelled, transforming him into a colossal sand giant. Martin Lee's demeanor shifted dramatically, his form instantaneously cloaked in a stark black and white aura, exuding an aura of malevolence. Deadpool had already drawn two carbon nanotube blades, charging towards the mysterious figure. Yet in the blink of an eye, Deadpool was sent hurtling backward, his arms broken, lying in Tony's sports car and howling in pain. Rhodey's brow furrowed deeper, but in an instant, another white figure emerged. The dark figure promptly spoke. "Master, this is my collectible orb that I found first." "Hey, collector, I'm not here to compete with you. Isn't that what makes it interesting?" The imposing figure known as the Master cast a penetrating gaze at Luo Mang before swiftly departing from the scene. Once the collector turned back, he regarded Luo Mang for a moment before speaking. "There has been a shift in your world, and I require your assistance. What do you wish to discuss?" Luo Mang refrained from reclaiming the serum, instead lightly tapping his chin to signal the collector to continue. "The individual you encountered earlier is referred to as the Master, or you may also call him the High Celestial." The collector indicated the spot where the Master had vanished. "He possesses a peculiar temperament, often mocking and reveling in competitive contests, and this particular competition is to be held in New York." As the collector gestured towards the ground beneath them, he added, "The location is indeed New York. I suspect the stakes of this contest are also rooted there." Luo Mang scoffed, the implication drawing a change of expression among the onlookers. "Indeed," the collector conceded, nodding slowly. "This is a game entitled Heroes and Villains. The Master and I will each select 10 participants, with only the victor's team able to dictate the outcome of the game. The winning team will claim the most prized possessions from the loser's collection." Luo Mang, stowing away the serum, queried, "Why should I assist you?" The collector appeared puzzled by Luo Mang's words. "Is this not your planet and city?" "I care solely for myself and those dear to me," Luo Mang replied, casting a glance at those nearby. "However, if you can acquiesce to 2 conditions of mine, the matter will become considerably simpler." A grin spread across his face. Noticing this expression, the collector sensed an ulterior motive. "Since you are a collector, I presume you possess numerous invaluable items. I require the right to utilize an infinity stone." Upon hearing Luo Mang's request, astonishment flickered in the collector's eyes, as he seemed to ponder how Luo Mang was aware of the infinity stone's existence. After a brief silence, the collector resumed speaking. "My collection encompasses many wonders. It does not include an infinity stone. Then I shall require the right to the very first infinity stone that comes into your possession," Luo Mang stipulated, ensuring he sought only the right to use it rather than ownership. The collector had no grounds to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Luo Mang proceeded to present his second demand. "Secondly, I wish to select the 10 participants myself." "This is not an issue," the collector readily assented. In the next instant, Luo Mang found himself momentarily disoriented, only to discover he was in a peculiar space. The collector was now face to face with the Master, and before them lay a holographic projection of the entire city of New York. In front of the projection were 10 holographic cards, but presently, only one displayed a character adorned in shimmering white scales, Luo Mang himself. Witnessing this, Luo Mang promptly declared, "Tony, Rhodey, Spider-Man, Sandman, Punisher, Daredevil, Deadpool, and Mind Demon. As the final slot approached, Luo Mang hesitated not for a moment. Electro. At that moment, the sky darkened, and if all went as expected, Max had long since plunged into the experimental pool. With Luo Mang's voice, each name called forth a flicker of shadow in the special space, each figure fully armed. Finally, in tattered garments and radiating a blue-white aura, Max made his entrance. "Oh, buddy, did you get bitten by an electric eel?" Deadpool quipped, unable to resist the urge to jest at Max's expense. Chapter 40, 1010. It was only upon hearing Deadpool's voice that Max snapped out of his stupor. His gaze swept across the array of figures, and with each passing silhouette, his mouth involuntarily widened in astonishment. It was not until he reached Luo Mang and Peter that he came to a halt. "You all." Max hesitated, uncertain whether to speak, when Luo Mang's voice pierced his thoughts. "Wait, step aside." Luo Mang then approached Max, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. "I had intended to invite everyone to surprise you, but then this unexpected situation arose." Luo Mang paused for a moment, gesturing towards Max. "Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Max replied, his gaze darting over his own body, his white pupils widening in disbelief. His hands fumbled across his form, utterly unable to comprehend the transformation he was undergoing. "What is happening to me?" However, the wave of fear surged quickly and receded just as swiftly. Soon, Max focused on the crux of Luo Mang's words, raising his head in bewilderment. "You mean they all came to celebrate my birthday? Spider-Man? Tony Stark?" With Max's perspective, he could only recognize these two figures. "Indeed, they even recorded a birthday message for you." Luo Mang casually opened his phone and played the earlier video, observing the arcs of electricity escaping from Max in his emotional state. Luo Mang secretly nodded in approval. Luo Mang had initially contemplated that he would use this video to sway Max, just as he was on the verge of losing control, seizing the opportunity to bring him to his side. However, he had not anticipated that the involvement of the Collector and the Master would render the situation significantly easier. After watching the video, Max could not help but rub his eyes. Just that morning, he had encountered Gwen. To avoid her underestimating him, he had deliberately claimed that his party was at full capacity, attended only by prominent figures. Although Gwen had not pressed further, Max's heart was heavy with melancholy. Coupled with the extended hours at Oscorp, he naturally assumed that no one would remember his birthday. Yet, to his surprise, Luo Mang not only remembered, but had also invited such esteemed individuals to his celebration. "Luo Mang, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Max gazed at Luo Mang with sincerity, a spark of electricity flickering in his eyes once more. "Do not despair. After today, you too shall be a superhero." "Me? A superhero?" Max exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief. Luo Mang chose not to elaborate further, and instead turned his attention to the Collector. "I have ample personnel on my end." The Collector nodded, revealing the identities of 9 individuals displayed upon the remaining 9 cards. "Electro." Max beheld his image and title, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Hee, how intriguing." The Master let out a dark chuckle, then turned, tapping the cards lightly with his fingers. "In that case, I shall select these few." The instant the Master's words concluded, Luo Mang and the others vanished into a peculiar space, only to reappear moments later on the bustling streets of New York. However, unlike the usual vibrancy, the streets were eerily desolate. From one end to the other, not a single pedestrian or vehicle was in sight. The aircraft and helicopters that typically traverse the skies had mysteriously vanished as well. The rules were simple. The team that persevered until the end would emerge victorious. Your actions will be broadcast live across all of New York. Should you fail, the city shall descend into oblivion. The Master's voice echoed throughout the New York space. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent information screen suddenly materialized at the very heart of New York, displaying Luo Mang and his companions. The unexpected screen captured the attention of many. "It's Spider-Man. The S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, perched high in the skyline, immediately detected the anomaly. Nick Fury gazed sternly at the screen, a fleeting expression crossing his solitary eye. At Stark Tower, Pepper caught sight through the glass and gasped in astonishment. "Tony." In a hospital room, Penny pointed towards the sky, exclaiming to Jane, "Mom, look, it's Dad." However, unlike Penny's excitement, Jane wrung her hands together, her expression complex as she observed Flint's projection. Meanwhile, the internet erupted in chaos. with numerous New Yorkers and residents from other cities tuning in to the live broadcast. In the simulated New York, shortly after Luo Mang and the others appeared, the figures chosen by the master emerged across the street. A metallic-skinned rhino, a frenzied scorpion with emerald hues, the tentacled Dr. Octopus trailing behind with formidable metallic claws, the green goblin gliding on his glider, the rocky, absorbing man, and a man with an air of defiance whose powers remained obscured, followed by 4 symbiotic beings akin to Venom, each revealing their distinct forms: Riot, Whiplash, Devourer, and Extremis. Upon observing the individuals before him, Luo Mang instinctively focused his gaze on the figure of Venom, clad in a black battle suit. "What are you staring at?" Venom inquired, extending its head to regard Luo Mang. "Are these not your offspring? Venom's progeny?" Peter, intrigued by the exchange, cast a glance at Venom. "I'm unaware. I escaped during my slumber," Venom replied before retracting back into Peter's form, sensing that the other symbiotes had turned their attention toward them. The 4 symbiotes directed their gaze toward Luo Mang, albeit only lingering on Venom for a fleeting second before shifting their scrutiny to him, their brows furrowing in mild distaste. For reasons unknown, they sensed an unpleasant aura emanating from Luo Mang. As he mentally counted the number of adversaries before him, reaching a total of 10, Luo Mang wasted no time and transitioned into a serum-enhanced state. "You, Ro," Max exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Luo Mang's transformation. He had not anticipated that even the typically amiable Luo Mang possessed such formidable abilities. Moreover, his demeanor suggested that he resembled a supervillain. Ordinary individuals could not stand in this arena. With a smile directed at Max, Luo Mang turned and sprinted toward the location of the symbiotes. "Leave the 4 to me. You handle the remaining 6. As Luo Mang approached, the 4 symbiotes revealed their formidable powers. The chaotic arms morphed into hammers, while from the whip-like limbs, several tendrils composed of symbiotic material shot forth. Devourer and Extreme roared in unison, charging toward Luo Mang. As descendants of Venom, they possessed capabilities surpassing those of their progenitor. Although the reason for their presence remained a mystery, their brutal nature assured that they would not spare Luo Mang. Witnessing the serum coursing through Luo Mang, Extreme, who led the charge, felt an inexplicable tremor within his heart. Chapter 41. Is it you? The citizens of America watched in astonishment, their mouths agape at the unfolding spectacle. They found themselves inundated with questions. Why were these individuals endowed with powers engaged in combat? Why were Tony Stark and War Machine involved? However, after some contemplation, they arrived at a consensus. Compared to Luo Mang's faction, the opposing side bore little resemblance to superheroes. Thus, it was a battle between a superhero and supervillains. As for the figure clad in white scales, was he also a superhero? "Go, white-scaled demon!" A young boy cheered, shaking his small fists in excitement as he enthusiastically shouted the nickname bestowed upon Luo Mang. The others on the street, inspired by the boy's fervor, joined in the vocal support. Sometimes, the power of collective enthusiasm is remarkably simple. Some individuals had even fashion banners bearing Luo Mang's likeness, embarking on a parade through the streets with a gathered crowd. In this manner of action, support is lent to the battling Luo Mang. In a virtual New York, Luo Mang dashes forward, his fingers gradually transforming into a flowing liquid that extends several meters. At a glance, Luo Mang now bears a resemblance to a whip. As his hands begin to elongate, the frontmost figure, Extreme, slightly decelerates. Yet, he underestimates Luo Mang's prowess. With merely a few flickers of white phantoms, Luo Mang appears before Extreme. A piercing scream escapes Extreme's lips, panic visibly etched on his grotesque visage. This is the first occurrence of such a situation since his birth. Ignoring Extreme's reaction, Luo Mang's fingers ensnare him completely. In an instant, Extreme finds himself tightly bound by Luo Mang. Before he can react, an overwhelming heat emanates from all directions. Terror-stricken, Extreme gazes at Luo Mang. This heat is unlike the sensation of being scorched by flames. He feels akin to an ice cream, gradually melting away. Extreme shrieks cause the chaos behind him to momentarily halt. Witnessing Luo Mang effortlessly detach Extreme from his host sent a shiver through the 3 symbiotes. After the separation, Luo Mang unhesitatingly tilts his head back, his gaping maw voraciously consuming Extreme. The incessant screams of Extreme finally cease as he is swallowed whole by Luo Mang. seemingly digested and rendered silent. At this juncture, the whip and the chaos retreat a few steps, for Luo Mang has now turned his gaze upon them. With a palpable sense of formidable pressure and threat emanating from Luo Mang, the remaining three symbiotes, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, turn and flee. Peter and the others observe from a distance as Luo Mang gains the upper hand, and they finally breathe a sigh of relief, readying themselves for the remaining 6 adversaries. Each individual on the opposing side, save for the Green Goblin, is unfamiliar. None can ascertain the abilities of the others. However, the Green Goblin invokes a sense of confusion not only in Peter, but also in Tony and Martin Lee. Wasn't T. Osborn dead? What then is this Green Goblin? Have they merely dealt with an imposter? It is no wonder they have been so easily dispatched. If the late Osborn were to learn of such thoughts, he would likely be incensed enough to regurgitate the Green Goblin's serum on the spot. Had it not been for Luo Mang's restriction of the Green Goblin's powers, would he have been able to eliminate him so effortlessly? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Green Goblin astonishingly removed his mask, revealing a visage that left Peter utterly astounded. He, Spider-Man. Harry? Both the Green Goblin and Peter spoke simultaneously, though at that moment, Harry remained unaware of Peter's true identity. I placed all my hopes in you, yet you betrayed me. Harry's countenance had been thoroughly corrupted by the Green Goblin's serum. Had Norman been present, he would have been taken aback, for he had clearly taken the last vial of the Green Goblin's serum, which now coursed through Harry's veins. Trust me, everything will be all right. You have stolen my hope. I have emerged from the depths of hell, and I shall gradually strip away your hope as well. Harry had no intention of heeding Peter's words. With a dark roar, he donned the Green Goblin mask once more. As the Green Goblin's words echoed, the assembled crowd braced themselves for battle. Max displayed a nervous expression, cautiously striking a superhero pose of his own design. Although it appeared somewhat awkward and comical, fortunately, no eyes were upon him at that moment. Just when everyone anticipated that the Green Goblin would be the first to engage, an unassuming man from the villainous ranks stepped forward. To everyone's astonishment, he approached Peter directly, pressing his face close to Peter's, his expression a blend of arrogance and confidence. Just you? With a defiantly raised head, countless spikes erupted from his body. As the porcupine drew closer, he seemed to challenge Peter, exuding an aura of imminent violence. You should always be aware of your position, Spider-Man. The porcupine leaned in close to Peter's ear, his spikes bristling with menace. Suddenly, a spray of blood filled the air. The porcupine, now bereft of his upper body, collapsed, leaving the remnants of his form to fall slowly to the ground. Peter casually wiped the blood on his black coat, casting a resigned glance at his teammates. I can't bear to listen any longer. Humph. Hut, hut, hut. With a disdainful snort, the rhino charged forward. The villains had always operated independently. Encounters of overwhelming numbers against fewer adversaries were not unprecedented. Did they truly believe that a mere increase in their ranks would compel him to surrender? Such delusions. As the rhino advanced, the scorpion with his thrashing tail, Dr. Octopus with his myriad mechanical tentacles, the second Green Goblin Harry, and the Absorbing Man, all surged forward in unison. The long-suffering Deadpool rushed to the forefront, confronting the rhino directly. Before Deadpool could even draw his blade, he was hurled several dozen meters away by the rhino's charge. My face, you son of a dog. The furious roar of Deadpool faded from Tony's ears, gradually dissipating into the distance. He must have given money to Rose. Tony mused while observing the information being scanned on his visor. Subsequently, flames erupted beneath his feet, propelling him and Rhodey directly towards Dr. Octopus. The Punisher and Daredevil confronted the Absorbing Man, while Martin, Lee, and Max approached the Scorpion. Peter found himself entangled with Rhino, and Flint silently manipulated the swirling sands to envelop Harry. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 42. The Game of the Master and the Collector come into my body. Fear not. Resonated the voice of Luo Mang, suppressing his excitement within the silent city. In front of Luo Mang, Riot and Whiplash were fleeing. Just moments ago, the Absorbing Man had been overtaken and effortlessly consumed by Luo Mang. What manner of monster is he? Whiplash couldn't help but utter a curse. Since earlier, she had realized that they stood no chance against Luo Mang. It seemed that fleeing was their only option. Yet, Whiplash had forgotten that she herself resembled a monster. How do we end up here? Were we not in a human experimentation base? Riot exclaimed, glancing back at the white figure behind them. feeling as though their symbiotic essence was about to be lost. Unbeknownst to them, they had never encountered such a symbiote. She couldn't even sense any intelligence emanating from it. It appeared to be a weapon specifically designed to target symbiotes, recalling the recent demise of the absorbing man and extremis. A flicker of fear manifested on Whiplash's otherwise human visage. Even possessing the memories of her father, Venom, she had never encountered such a terrifying counterpart in Clintar. It was akin to a pig witnessing the slaughterhouse process of its brethren. Among the millions of symbiotes in Clintar, Luo Mang could undoubtedly be classified as a deranged killer. No, he was more akin to a man-eater. As this realization struck her, Whiplash shivered involuntarily. However, she remained oblivious to the massive hands approaching from behind. Crack! Like a duck caught in a trap, Luo Mang seized Whiplash with a single mighty hand, gripping her tightly and rendering her incapable of escape. In that fleeting moment, Whiplash felt the despair that had engulfed the absorbing man and extremis before their demise. Creak! Accompanied by the sounds of gnashing and chewing, Whiplash too was swallowed by Luo Mang. A wave of satisfaction surged within Luo Mang, affirming his newfound strength. Turning to seek out Riot's figure, he realized that he had already sprinted several kilometers away. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Luo Mang revealed a terrifying smile, then pursued the direction in which Riot had fled. Within special spacem, the master gazed at the 4 information cards on his side that had turned dark, his brow furrowing in concern. In stark contrast, the collector wore a visage of delight, seemingly relishing the unfolding events. Observing the collector's expression, the master let out a sinister chuckle. In the next moment, he raised his staff high. A modification to the rules of the competition was in order. As his words resonated, a tumultuous sea instantaneously engulfed the simulated New York before them. The waters surged from a corner of the city, threatening to inundate all land. The abrupt alteration of rules left the collector's demeanor somewhat grim. Like the collector, the master was an ancient entity from the cosmos, often indulging in whims to manipulate the game and alter the regulations at will. This was not the first instance of such behavior. Their game was not a new endeavor either. With a huff at the master's sudden decree, the collector retorted, "In that case, I shall employ my private collection." With a deft motion of his fingers in the air, countless schools of sharks materialized within the ocean enveloping New York, targeting the master's supervillains exclusively. The master, witnessing the collector's actions, responded with another sinister grin, his gaze fixed mysteriously upon the simulated New York, silent. Gwen. The unexpected turn of events disrupted the rhythm of the battlefield. Peter clung to the side of a building, surveying his surroundings. However, the sudden appearance of a figure suspended in midair rendered him momentarily speechless. Gwen, along with a throng of others, floated above, supported by a levitating platform, all in a deep slumber, oblivious to the rising waters beneath them and the menacing supervillains lurking nearby. They remained in a state of unawareness. Penny, Pepper, Karen, Yana, Mom. The same predicament befell others as well. In that instant, it seemed as though all the loved ones of the superheroes had been forcibly brought forth by the master. Ha ha! The villains erupted in laughter. Yet, the dorsal fins emerging from the waters soon stifled their mirth. Countless great white sharks pursued them relentlessly, leaving the villains no choice but to abandon thoughts of Peter and the others as they sought refuge. Damn it! Peter slammed his fist against a nearby building. The impact sent a massive chunk of stone crashing down, splashing into the ocean. He gazed intently at Gwen, but despite his desperate calls, he could not awaken her. It was not just Gwen. The others remained in the same state. What am I to do? Peter cradled his head in his hands, the image of Uncle Ben collapsing into his arms replaying relentlessly in his mind. Gazing at Gwen, Peter once again found himself engulfed in confusion. Peter! A familiar voice pierced through the haze. Hope rekindled in Peter's eyes as he turned to see Luo Mang rushing towards him, clad in white scales. I do not know what to do, Peter exclaimed, his excitement reflecting the desperation of someone seeking refuge. I have seen it, Luo Mang replied, his expression somber. Just moments ago, while pursuing the chaos, he had nearly reached the body of the turmoil. However, that golden opportunity was abruptly thwarted by the encroaching sea. Damn it, so close. Luo Mang felt a pang of frustration. If only he had taken that final step, perhaps his strength would have surged once more. What shall we do next? Peter fixed his gaze on Luo Mang, awaiting his words. What now? Luo Mang raised his crimson eyes, locking onto Peter. You know what to do. Follow your heart. Follow my heart. Peter was momentarily taken aback by Luo Mang's words, then shifted his gaze towards the supervillains fleeing in the ocean. Taking a couple of steps forward, he looked down from a height. In the next moment, as if having made a profound resolution, he plunged freely into the ocean. Since this is a competition, I shall eliminate all villains. I will seize victory and reclaim Gwen. Tony and others, who had already noticed Luo Mang, silently awaited his decision. Upon witnessing Peter charging towards the supervillains, they sprang into action, racing towards the remaining foes with fervor. Unlike before, this time they were fueled by anger, expending every ounce of their strength. Observing the others joining the fray, Luo Mang utilized the terrain of Stark Tower, searching for traces of the chaos. The scope of this championship contest spanned the entirety of New York. If the turmoil were determined to hide, discovering its whereabouts would not be an easy task. Chapter 43. The Chaos of Deadpool? Luo Mang's eyes narrowed as he observed a sudden current in the waters below. Whoa! Deadpool is back, villains. Make sure to clean your behinds. Deadpool shouted flamboyantly, ensuring that his return was unmistakably known. However, what captured Luo Mang's attention was not Deadpool himself, but the shark he rode upon. This great white shark, unlike its kindred with grayish-white skin, boasted a silvery hue. As it swam frantically, its large eyes were restlessly swirling, sometimes appearing with ordinary pupils, and at other times reflecting a pure silver sheen. Seeing both Deadpool and the great white shark materialize together, a sense of foreboding washed over Luo Mang. Wait, get away from there immediately. Luo Mang hastily shouted in a hoarse voice, yet he could not contain Deadpool's reckless antics. What? You say Deadpool is truly formidable? Oh, you flatter me too much. We are friends, and let this be a one-time occurrence. Suddenly, he noticed something sticky clinging to his feet. In the next instant, Deadpool found himself rendered speechless. The viscous substance began to creep upward, resisting all attempts to be shaken off. The more he struggled, the tighter it clung. Eventually, the thick liquid reached his mouth and nose, seeping in with a sudden rush. Witnessing this scene, Luo Mang plummeted downward. In midair, he planted his feet against the Stark Tower, propelling himself forward like a missile directed at Deadpool. However, when Luo Mang arrived before Deadpool, he was already a moment too late. At that moment, Deadpool was entirely enveloped in a tricolored cocoon of silver, white, and black. Before long, a flowing silver liquid began to exude from within, completely encasing him. Deadpool's form swelled, nearly tripling in size, and his head was ultimately replaced by a fearsome skull, reminiscent of Venom. Looking for me? I have returned. Riot roared at Luo Mang. Within the symbiote, the greater the host's strength, the more powerful the symbiotic fusion became. After bonding with Deadpool, Riot's power surged significantly. Riot was discerning. Upon witnessing this transformation, a wave of dread washed over Luo Mang. With all 10 fingers, he intended to employ the same tactic, attempting to separate Riot from Deadpool. Yet in an instant, as the 10 liquid tendrils writhed, a flash of white light streaked past, almost in contact with Riot's form. All 10 of Luo Mang's fingers were severed cleanly at the joints. Instinctively, Luo Mang tried to activate his healing abilities, but the effect was sluggish, taking a considerable time to regenerate a single finger. It was then that he noticed the glimmer of silver. Deadpool's carbonadium sword had emerged from Riot's symbiotic form. Coupled with Riot's unique ability to manifest various weapon forms from the symbiotic material, the carbonadium sword in Riot's grasp was now wielded to its fullest potential. Allow me to send you on your way, Riot rasped, brandishing the carbonadium swords, filled with murderous intent. He had no intention of seeking vengeance for the whip or for consumption. Riot's sole objective was the serum coursing through Luo Mang's veins. This natural substance capable of countering all symbiotes. Luo Mang could absorb it to enhance his powers, and Riot could similarly gain the ability to counter symbiotes by directly consuming the serum's symbiotic essence. When he returned to Clintar, he would be the new king. Hey, darling, shall we share a meal together? As the chaos unfolded, just as he was about to wield his carbon nanosteel blade for an assault, another phrase resonated in his mouth. The instant that phrase reached his ears, even the tumultuous figure was momentarily taken aback. In contrast, Luo Mang, who had been observing quietly, couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace his lips. His assumptions were indeed correct. Although the chaotic being had acquired Deadpool's formidable blade and even his regenerative abilities, he was also burdened by Deadpool's vulnerabilities. The rapidity with which his mind updated was astonishing, leading to a confusing whirlwind of thoughts that often leapt ahead with great speed. Thus, it could be said that the current incarnation of the chaotic Deadpool should not be treated as a typical ability user. Hey Luo, that phrase was uttered by me. Deadpool struggled to extricate himself from the chaos within. The symbiotic entity was nearly stretched thin by Deadpool's attempts to escape. Get back in there. The tumultuous figure roared, forcefully swallowing Deadpool once more. Observing this spectacle, an idea suddenly ignited within Luo Mang's mind. Though pursued by the chaotic entity, he remained unperturbed. He glanced at Tony and the others, who had already dealt with the Rhino and Scorpion, and shouted, "Tony, Rhodey Max, make some noise for me." Upon hearing Luo Mang's call, Tony exchanged a knowing glance with Rhodey, while a flicker of panic crossed Max's eyes. Was he truly capable of handling such a critical task? Here we go. Without hesitation, Tony and Rhodey each took one of Max's arms, lifting him towards Luo Mang. As the three approached overhead, Luo Mang shared a glance with Tony from a distance of 10 meters. In that fleeting moment, it seemed they both understood each other's intentions. Tony gave Luo Mang a slight nod, prompting him to halt his frantic dash and execute a powerful leap. As he descended, he struck forcefully upon the chaotic being. A resounding thud echoed, accompanied by a cloud of dust that billowed outward. Once the dust settled, Luo Mang positioned himself assertively atop the tumultuous figure. Despite the imposing stature of the chaotic entity, it found itself unable to rise against Luo Mang's towering height of over 2 meters. Now, ignoring the 2 carbon nanosteel blades strapped to his waist, Luo Mang unleashed a fervent roar towards the heavens. "Charge it up, baby! Give me some electricity!" Tony, with a swift motion, pinched Max's arm, and a torrent of electricity surged forth from him, flooding into Tony and War Machine's energy reserves. Energy at 80, energy at 90, energy at 100, energy at 200, energy at 300, as JARVIS chimed in with reminders. Tony turned to Rhodey in the War Machine suit, and both men could see the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Yet at that moment, the energy overflowed, desperately seeking an outlet. Tony and Rhodey, without time for deliberation, concentrated all their energy at their chests. Flecks of energy coalesced, and an intense radiance of white light manifested almost simultaneously at both their chests. With a swift motion, 2 high-powered energy cannons were unleashed. At the very moment when the chaos stirred, a piercing scream echoed in an instant. These 2 powerful blasts delivered not merely immense destructive force. Upon collision, the resulting cacophony surpassed the symbiote's capacity to endure 4,000 hertz. In a fleeting moment, the chaos was expelled from Deadpool's body, propelled several meters away, its once ferocious visage now replaced by a look of utter exhaustion. Chapter 44, Crimson. The chaotic, sludge-like form writhed and slowly began to recuperate. Witnessing this scene, Rhodey's eyes glimmered with a hint of astonishment. He planted a foot upon the chaos, which was sluggishly advancing towards Deadpool. Without hesitation, Rhodey opened his mouth and consumed the chaos whole. As the 4 symbiotes converged within Rhodey, a peculiar reaction seemed to unfold in an instant. The 4 entities merged within him, akin to a primordial source intertwining. The white scales adorning Rhodey began to shed, revealing his pallid complexion, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face, saturating him within mere seconds. "Are you all right, Ro?" Deadpool inquired, propping himself up curiously. He glanced down and noticed his lower half had been flung far away by Tony and Rhodey's combined onslaught. Yet, Deadpool appeared utterly unfazed by the pain, his curiosity directed solely at Rhodey. "Move aside." The word squeezed through Rhodey's clenched teeth. Just moments ago, he had discovered that his pain regulation had failed. This agony felt as though it was assailing his very soul, relentlessly gnawing at his consciousness. His ears were besieged by voices inaudible to others, not just 1, but 4. They entwined around him, clamoring and incessantly chattering. In this instant, Rhodey began to grasp the nature of Deadpool's experience. Typically a reserved individual, Rhodey found himself unable to contain his frustration. "Silence!" he bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, veins prominently surfacing. His composure shattered. revealing the truest essence of himself for the second time since entering the Marvel Universe. Yet, in the next heartbeat, with a roar, silence enveloped him. The incessant mosquito-like din vanished in an instant, and the world regained its normalcy. Only an odd sensation lingered behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Rhodey caught sight of Deadpool dragging his half-severed torso away into the distance. Until he heard the voice of Luo Mang. Deadpool turned around with an awkward chuckle, as if caught in an illicit affair. It was only when he beheld a portion of his own intestines that Deadpool gingerly tossed it towards Luo Mang, saying, "If you wish to eat, partake of this. It is the softest here." He paused momentarily, adding, "I have another piece over there if you're inclined to try." Luo Mang, somewhat perplexed, followed the direction of Deadpool's finger, only to see the lower half of Deadpool's body. Aware of Deadpool's penchant for reckless behavior, Luo Mang's expression darkened, prompting Deadpool to hasten his crawling. As he scurried, he muttered, "The barbecue plan needs to be expedited. There are more and more monsters surrounding us." "Monsters?" Luo Mang paused, his expression momentarily frozen. Despite Deadpool's barely audible mutterings, Luo Mang could hear him distinctly. Instinctively, he glanced at his own body, and a flash of crimson caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. The once white scales of Luo Mang transformed into a vivid scarlet, enhancing the ferocity of his already fearsome visage. His exaggerated eyes were stretched to an extreme, exuding an unsettling yet bloody beauty. His 10 fingers were enveloped in a silvery substance, starkly contrasting with his scarlet form. The shimmering silver light commanded attention. Under the sunlight, Luo Mang's shadow revealed several spike-like tendrils waving about erratically. The peculiar sensation he had just experienced was indeed those tendrils, which he had yet to master. Each tendril felt both alien and familiar, akin to a child who has just learned to walk, sensing their feet as their own, yet feeling a disconnection. He ha 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 ha. Just as Luo Mang marveled at his transformation, an ecstatic and maniacal laughter echoed from the sky. Drawing his gaze, he beheld Harry, perched on a glider, hurling pumpkin bombs beneath him. Luo Mang extended a hand, and in an instant, everything around him seemed to contract. In less than a second, he found himself before Harry. "Have I acquired the ability to fly?" Luo Mang pondered, observing his feet hovering steadily in midair. The tendrils swirling behind him appeared to be the source of his newfound capability. "Ah!" Harry, startled by the sudden appearance of the crimson figure before him, felt his laughter choke in his throat. His orange-hued eyes widened, and he forgot to release the pumpkin bomb in his grasp. Regaining his composure, he swiftly maneuvered the glider several meters back. Shortly thereafter, Tony, Rhodey, and Max, among the few possessing flight capabilities, arrived, and even Tony hesitated momentarily before inquiring about Luo Mang's current form. "Are you all right, Luo?" Tony's voice snapped Luo Mang back to reality as he was savoring the moment. Turning to face Tony, a sinister grin slowly spread across his crimson visage, causing Max to instinctively recoil. "I feel splendid," he replied, his voice taking on a guttural, husky tone reminiscent of a symbiote. The very sound evoked a spine-chilling dread. From the towering heights beneath Luo Mang, a dark head emerged. Venom gazed up at him, eyes flickering with trepidation. "He is red," Venom exclaimed. Upon noticing Luo Mang's seemingly casual glance, Venom hastily retreated, though they were all his progeny. Each one surpassed him in strength. Even more absurd was the fact that these beings could merge into a singular entity. When the world was happening, in a peculiar dimension, the Master observed the transformation of Luo Mang's physique. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his right hand, only to find the collector mirroring his gesture. With a disgruntled huff, the Master begrudgingly lowered his staff. Yet, as he beheld Luo Mang, an inexplicable glimmer sparkled in his eyes. In reality, New York fell silent as Luo Mang devoured the 4 symbiotes. Those parading with his banner gradually lowered their flags, all transfixed by the sight of Luo Mang, now a crimson hybrid. For a moment, words escaped them. "Wow, the Crimson Demon," a young boy on the street exclaimed. But this time his mother swiftly covered his mouth, casting wary glances around before whisking him home. If the previous Luo Mang, clad in white scales, appeared heroic, the present incarnation was unmistakably an anti-hero, or rather, a villainous hero. In contrast to conventional heroes, anti-heroes often operate with extreme measures, placing their moral compass above societal laws. Thus, even the citizens of America could not assure themselves that this newly emerged anti-hero would relish his notoriety. They worried that if the name bestowed upon him did not align with his preferences, they might incur his wrath. Statistics reveal that 92 of anti-heroes have, at some point, taken the lives of innocents. Chapter 45. What do you intend to do? The Absorber had been dealt with by Flint, the Punisher, and others in a coordinated effort. Seizing the moment during the Absorber's transformation, the Punisher had inserted explosive grenades into his body. Thus, in this realm, the Master's villainous team was left with only the second-generation Green Goblin, Harry. Yet, confronted with such an unfavorable scenario, Harry was not merely unconcerned. Rather, he laughed increasingly maniacally, as though his hand had become an enchanted bag of tricks. The pumpkin grenades were incessantly hurled, never ceasing their relentless assault. Yet upon witnessing the current state of Luo Mang, Harry shifted his focus to the ordinary people who had been taken hostage. The pumpkin grenades wreaked havoc upon the floating platform beneath the captives, and the towering buildings nearby crumbled as if they were mere bubbles. With just a few explosions, they began to collapse. The roar of despair did not emanate solely from Peter. Every member of the Collector's team exerted themselves to the utmost, desperately attempting to save their beloved ones. Utilizing the debris from the falling skyscraper, Peter propelled himself forward, launching a web towards Gwen. The white strands of silk were gradually enveloped by a symbiotic venom, enhancing both their strength and elasticity while increasing their velocity. As he observed Gwen plummeting towards the ocean, Peter's pupils contracted in horror. Falling into the sea from such a height was scarcely better than landing on concrete. Gwen could be shattered to pieces. Yet, Peter found himself too far to save her. A warmth spread from the corners of his eyes as he shouted in despair, "Gwen, help! Who can save her?" Gritting his teeth, he sought to accelerate his descent, but Gwen's fall seemed swifter still. The distance between them remained frustratingly vast. Peter's heart began to harbor a grim suspicion, one he was reluctant to accept. Within mere seconds, his body grew weak and limp. A flash of crimson rushed past him with blinding speed, the resulting air disturbance even causing Peter's airborne form to sway. In an instant, the red tendrils surpassed Peter's black web, gently enveloping Gwen and bringing her safely into his embrace. This extraordinary scene unfolded simultaneously in other locations as well. The velocity of the red tendrils far exceeded that of anyone present, swiftly rescuing all the hostages in one fell swoop. The crowd followed the tendrils' path and beheld a scarlet figure standing on the rooftop with hands clasped behind its back, nodding at them. It was Luo Mang, who had seemingly acquired an enhanced version of whip-like abilities. Even while remaining stationary, the tendrils could move rapidly over great distances. Once the rescue was complete, each tendril retracted gracefully behind Luo Mang, swaying slightly. He lifted his gaze to the green figure suspended in midair, his lips moving slightly. "Harry, if you were to perish now, I suspect Peter would have little to say about it." In a flash, Luo Mang reappeared before Harry once more. At this moment, Harry had removed the Green Goblin mask. His face, distorted by the corrosive serum, was streaked with transparent traces of tears. So that is how it is. Observing Peter's reckless endeavor to rescue Gwen, Harry finally comprehended the truth. Spider-Man was indeed him. Yet before Harry could articulate his thoughts, a swift red shadow sliced through the air, cutting across his neck. In an instant, the words he wished to speak were forcefully stifled. With a single stroke, the blade effortlessly penetrated the Green Goblin armor, severing Harry's head, which had been tainted by the serum. Blood filled his mouth as his eyes widened, gradually losing their luster. Only when his head slipped from his body did Harry's form begin to topple. The glider, now devoid of control, plummeted into the sea simultaneously with Harry's descent, spiraling downwards until it ultimately vanished beneath the waves. Ronan hovered in midair, his right hand morphing into a massive blade nearly 3 meters long, its edge razor-sharp. He gazed at Harry's submerged figure, lost in contemplation. The game concluded, and the Collector's team emerged victorious. At that precise moment, an overwhelming voice reverberated throughout the simulated New York. The virtual projection of the city dissipated. Ronan and his companions blinked, reappearing in a special space. However, upon entering, Ronan immediately felt an immense wave of pressure. Had he been in his previous state, adorned with white scales from the serum, he likely would not have endured it. Yet at this moment, Ronan defiantly glared back. The Master, now panting in frustration, extended a colossal hand towards Ronan. "This time you have lost. The Collector unreservedly shielded Ronan and his team. In games, there were rules. In reality, there was power. If it came to a real confrontation, the Collector would not fear the Master. The spoils will be delivered to you later. With that, the Master uttered a parting remark, his form distorting and vanishing from the special space, leaving the Collector to gaze contentedly at Ronan. Your abilities are formidable. Use them wisely. After imparting this advice, the Collector too disappeared into the void. Subsequently, Ronan and his companions began to dissolve into particles. Ronan hastily called out to the empty space. "Do not forget your promise to me." "Understood," came the Collector's response, allowing Ronan to finally dissipate from the special space. New York, USA, 6:25 a.m. Amidst the encirclement of numerous NYPD officers and military personnel, Ronan and his companions materialized quietly. With Ronan's arrival, the air was filled with the sound of countless gun chambers being drawn back. "Oh, should we raise our hands now? Or would you prefer to experience my energy cannon?" Tony was not one to be trifled with. After saving New York, Tony returned only to find himself confronted at gunpoint. How could he possibly endure such a situation? Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. "Tony, you should lower your weapon for now." Rhodey, being part of the U.S. military, was naturally reluctant to witness this tense standoff. Mark and the Punisher had been entrenched in Hell's Kitchen for quite some time. This scene was all too familiar to them. They retreated into the crowd, gripping their weapons tightly. Max had nearly mastered his abilities, the elemental characteristics fading away as he nervously gathered the remaining electricity in his hands. Martinly transformed into a blend of black and white. Flint cradled his daughter Penny, his ankle turning to sand. Peter, holding Gwen, leaped onto a lamppost, observing the unfolding chaos from above. Ronan, clad in crimson scales, moved forward, the dark red tendrils behind him writhing restlessly, causing the gathered police and military personnel to flinch. Ronan approached, completely disregarding their firearms. Under the tense scrutiny of the crowd, he reached an open area, his body slowly levitating as his tendrils expanded and flailed wildly behind him. Against the sunlight, his silhouette resembled that of a deity. Gazing down the ominous barrel of a gun, Ronan tilted his head. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 46. Kill. Within the encircled area, Ronan's exaggerated crimson eyes swept over each individual. Feeling the chill of his gaze, the officers in blue-black tactical vests had already retreated several steps. Only the fully armed military personnel stood their ground. Ronan's voice echoed through the plaza and streets. Observing his imposing demeanor, the sound of nervous swallowing echoed among the onlookers. Ronan was emulating the brutality of New York, and they were all acutely aware that he was no pushover. However, since this was an order from above, retreat was not an option. "Fools, lower your weapons." George squeezed through the ranks of officers, similarly clad in a blue-black bulletproof vest. From the moment he entered, his gaze fixated on Gwen and Peter's arms, his eyes filled with concern for his daughter's safety. "You cannot advance any further." A captain emerged from the police ranks, positioning himself in front of George. "That is my daughter." Yet George's anger proved ineffective, only prompting more officers to stand in his way. He struggled to move forward, but ultimately, he was restrained and dragged back into the ranks. "My daughter, Gwen." George's voice reverberated across the plaza. At that moment, he was a far cry from the assertive figure he was during their earlier gathering. As he watched Ronan draw near, every soldier in the military tightened their grip on their weapons. Tanks slowly rolled in, coming to a halt behind the army. The 28-meter cannon was steadfastly aimed at the figure of Roman suspended in midair. Armed helicopters swept across the sky, their machine guns and wing-mounted missiles ominously trained on him. They refrained from launching an immediate assault, biding their time for orders from the highest command. "General, the target has appeared. Please issue your commands." A soldier huddled within a tank called out over the radio. "Attack." "Yes, General." This command swiftly echoed in the earpieces of every soldier. In the next moment, the sound of mechanical clashing reverberated through the air. A deluge of bullets rained down from every direction. Their target was not solely Roman. The indiscriminate gunfire was a merciless assault on life itself. "Pepper, you'd better have insurance," Tony exclaimed, his expression shifting as he realized these soldiers were indeed willing to open fire. He and Rhodey swiftly descended, kneeling protectively in front of Pepper. In that instant, the captives of the mastermind became the Achilles heel of the group. Were it merely a battle, These soldiers might not have posed a significant threat. However, the presence of innocence altered the stakes entirely. "I will make these politicians pay," Martin Lee growled, cradling his wife protectively in his arms, his teeth clenched. Clearly, in Martin's eyes, this chaos was yet another scheme orchestrated by American politicians. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, everyone instinctively activated their abilities. The bonds of family hindered their capacity to fight effectively. Peter held Gwen tightly, burying his head, bracing for impact. Yet in the next moment, Venom instinctively began to form a pitch-black shield to deflect the incoming fire. "I cannot block everything," Venom roared. Peter, witnessing the soldiers, who were meant to protect the citizens, aiming their weapons at him, and Gwen felt his eyes redden with fury. A surge of malevolence and indignation swelled within him. Sensing the pain coursing through him, Peter glared at the fully armed soldiers, a rising tide of hatred swelling in his heart. "Stay with Gwen and get her out of here first. But listen to me. I will not abandon you," Peter snarled, turning fiercely to Venom, and in that moment, their eyes locked, revealing their shared resolve. "We are Venom. After this, you'd better let me feast." Venom spat, before surging from Peter's form into Gwen's body. The black symbiotic mass enveloped her entirely, controlling her movements as she leaped away, disappearing into the square. Peter turned to gaze at the figure hovering above. The symbiotic material flowing over Roman resembled an endless stream of blood. Vines spread forth, curling and twisting. In an instant, the army opened fire. Luo Mang obliterated an armed helicopter with astonishing swiftness. Unlike Tony and Rhodey, who remained preoccupied with the army and politicians, Luo Mang perceived every threat to his existence as something that must be eradicated. Observing that others had shielded their families, Luo Mang's vines burgeoned into dozens more. Hundreds of tendrils sprouted simultaneously from his back, extending infinitely, their tips writhing and transforming into countless lethal and heavy weapons. With each swing of the crimson tendrils, swathes of enemies were swept away. Roaring, Flint enveloped his daughter within himself, transforming into a colossal figure of sand as he wildly swung his fists. Each strike crushed a tank into a disk of iron, with streams of red liquid seeping forth, reminiscent of juice being extracted. Soon, Peter joined the fray. In that moment, the only thought occupying their minds was the protection of their loved ones. To Peter, Luo Mang was undeniably one of the most cherished family members. With a swift motion, Peter tore through a shadow. Blood rained down from above, splattering onto Peter's face. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter roared hoarsely through his mask. The army, capable of surrounding the entire square, stood powerless before these 10 individuals. Were it not for the presence of ordinary civilians, this farce might have concluded long ago. The once yellow cobblestones of the square were now stained crimson with blood. It seemed that every inch of the square was littered with the bodies of soldiers. While the police had long since retreated, their whereabouts unknown, a dark stream of blood dripped from Peter's fingertips as he panted heavily. The mist sprayed from his mask, the metallic scent of blood somewhat soothing his frayed nerves. 9 individuals, including Tony, formed a protective circle around Luo Mang. Although the slaughter had ceased, they had yet to emerge from their bloodthirsty state, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Hey, Pepper, are you all right?" Tony asked, noticing movement within his embrace as he cautiously lifted her. "Where am I? Tony? What has happened?" Pepper appeared somewhat terrified, her fair hands trembling as they caressed Tony's cheek. "I cannot allow your hands to get dirty as well." Tony gently grasped her small hand, indicating for her to be calm. "Is this retribution from those politicians? I shall make them pay." The more Tony spoke, the angrier Pepper became. The formidable aura of the strong woman began to subtly emerge with her furrowed brow. Chapter 47. Unusual circumstances at that moment. Tony had just endured the torment of loss. It is difficult not to suspect the involvement of the legislators in this matter. However, as Pepper struggled to rise from Tony's embrace, the overwhelming sin of blood nearly caused her to retch. Instinctively, she clutched Tony tighter, her eyes filled with disbelief as they surveyed the sea of lifeless bodies surrounding them. She could hardly fathom the events that had just transpired. "No!" A sudden wail pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. Roman furrowed his brow as he turned to the bloodied Max, who was cradling a woman with graying hair in his arms. The woman's lips were pale, her face etched with fatigue, clearly on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. Max called out to her in a strained voice. Yet there were no signs of her awakening. Only her hands, firmly grasping Max's, refused to let go. I have become a superhero. Open your eyes and see me, he implored, tears cascading uncontrollably down his face as he exited the state of blue light. Tony glanced at Pepper before taking heavy steps forward. Jarvis, scan her vital signs, he commanded. This marked the first encounter between Tony and Max, and it could be said that everything unfolding today was due to Max's actions. Nevertheless, Tony was willing to extend his assistance to this earnest newcomer endowed with powers. Target's vital signs are rapidly declining. Severe blood loss detected, Jarvis's mechanical voice announced, effectively condemning the woman to death. Witnessing this, the others clutched their loved ones tightly, as if only the warmth of family could provide them with a fleeting sense of comfort. No, Max wept like a child. In the midst of his emotional turmoil, arcs of electricity surged around him, filling the air with a charred scent. Roman, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly descended from the air to Max's side. I want to be with my mother for a while, Max said in a composed voice, never once diverting his gaze from her. I can give it a try. Martin Lee, having reverted to his benevolent persona after the fierce battle, approached Max, leaning on his cane as he crouched beside him. In the hopeful gaze of Max, Martin gently placed a hand on the woman's forehead. In an instant, her body transformed into a black and white negative image. Yet, just 3 seconds later, Martin shook his head. The last glimmer of hope in Max's eyes extinguished, leaving only an abyss of despair. The surrounding arcs of electricity intensified, and even the scattered weapons on the ground began to tremble slightly. The crowd retreated, their hearts heavy with compassion for Max, yet feeling utterly helpless. Just then, countless tendrils emerged from behind Roman. Under Max's astonished gaze, the woman was enveloped entirely. From an external perspective, it appeared as though tendrils were consuming her. Release her. Max's emotions were in turmoil as he observed Romang's actions, momentarily recalling the sight of Romang devouring the 4 great symbiotes. Despite the evident danger posed by Romang, Max summoned his powers, unleashing a furious roar. Arcs of electricity danced upon his form, and in an instant, he transformed into a brilliant blue. His hands gathering orbs of electricity, his pale eyes fixed intently on Romang. Even the onlookers began to regard Romang with a peculiar gaze. Peter stepped forward, addressing Romang softly. To outsiders, Romang appeared bloodthirsty, yet he possessed his own tender side. Max's mother reminded him of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. A flicker of doubt emerged in Peter's eyes as he regarded Romang. However, unfazed by the strange looks from the crowd, Romang continued his actions unabated. The tendrils tightened their grip, and the woman within seemed to lose her breath. Sparks of electricity crackled from the corners of Max's eyes. Clutching the electric sphere in his hand, he hesitated to strike at Romang, his gaze reflecting a painful struggle, torn between his best friend and his mother. The events of the past 10 hours had surpassed all his previous life experiences. Max teetered on the edge of losing control. In contrast, Romang remained calm, raising a finger. The multitude of tendrils suddenly constricted, forming the woman into a human shape. Romang, he called, turning just in time to meet the blinding light of Tony's repulsor. Release her. Observing Romang, splattered in blood and obscured in expression, Tony instinctively assumed Romang had succumbed to control and lost his sanity. After all, his current behavior was far from what the original Romang would have exhibited. Witnessing Tony's movements, the crowd stood amidst the ruins, the tension reaching a fever pitch. The Punisher had already drawn his weapon, prepared to strike at the slightest provocation from Romang. Flint's gaze wavered as he looked at his daughter. The expressions of the crowd varied, yet they all shared a singular anticipation for Romang's response. With a sharp snap of his fingers, the crimson tendrils suddenly released their grip, and the woman fell into Max's embrace. As Romang relinquished his hold, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Romang had single-handedly defeated 5 supervillains, while the others had struggled for an extended period to address the remaining 5. In terms of sheer strength, there was no doubt that Romang stood as the mightiest among them all. As everyone pondered the situation, Max's voice, filled with astonishment, broke the silence once more. The crowd quickly turned to see the woman, who had been on the brink of death, now awakening with a vibrant complexion. What had transpired? Yet, Max offered no explanation, instead weeping as he embraced her. The sensation of recovering something lost was both bittersweet and profound. Only upon witnessing this scene did the crowd realize that Roman's actions were aimed at aiding her. Wiping away his tears, Max instinctively sought Roman's presence. However, upon turning around, he encountered Roman's eyes, now restored to their normal state after undergoing enhancement. Roman regarded Max with a smile, a warmth enveloping him like a gentle embrace. Let us depart from this place. There will be others to seek retribution on my behalf. Roman paid no heed to Max's oscillation of emotions. In his heart, he had thoroughly ensnared the once timid and self-doubting Max. The misunderstandings born from a lack of deliberate clarification would take root in Max's soul, becoming a persistent inner demon. Moreover, the fact that Roman had healed his mother in the capacity of a best friend solidified their bond. Thus, from this day forth, Roman had gained a formidable ally in Max. Regrettably, Roman sighed inwardly, contemplating the potential that could have unfolded had Max not restrained himself and successfully pressed forward. The consequences of such a reversal would have been exponentially greater, leading this man, who harbored dreams of heroism, to become utterly devoted. Chapter 48. As long as they wish. We shall depart. How are things on that front? Nick Fury inquired, twisting his neck to focus his remaining good eye on Black Widow. She remained silent, placing the tablet before him, her expression far from favorable. Fury's gaze fell upon the screen, and his countenance darkened instantly, struggling to suppress the urge to overturn his chair. He glared with fury, his voice booming. Who issued them the orders? How dare they? Fury could not fathom why the military had inexplicably launched an assault on Roman and his companions. Setting aside the question of their capability, Roman and his group had already been exposed to the gaze of the entire populace of New York, hailed as heroes. Did they not consider the repercussions of such actions? Should we inform Steve? Black Widow cautiously suggested. Agents are weapons, and Nick Fury is the mastermind behind them. Do not let him know, Fury replied, his brow furrowed. His relationship with Roman was far from amicable, and he had no desire to provoke this formidable individual further. Knowing Steve's temperament, he was certain that any awareness of the situation would inevitably result in renewed conflict with Roman. Nick Fury closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Let Coulson handle it, and you accompany him to clarify the situation. The actions of the Hulk were not devoid of method. Understood. The Black Widow nodded, stepped through the door, and thoughtfully closed it behind her. The instant the door shut, a thunderous roar erupted from within the room. Damn it! Yet, the Black Widow remained unfazed, waiting patiently. 3 minutes later, Nick Fury emerged from the room. Never mind, I shall accompany you. A civilian helicopter soared through the sky. This is the New York Daily. We are approaching the scene. Oh my goodness. Mia, clad in a tan suit with impeccable makeup, suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment. Following her gaze, one could see the Hulk suspended in midair, his tendrils sharply extended. From a distance, his figure appeared even more colossal, surrounded by a dozen shadowy figures. What is happening? Why would the superhero who saved New York turn against the military? Mia keenly observed that the fallen soldiers lay in a circular formation, with wide, captivating eyes. The reporter's mind raced with a daring hypothesis. No, it is the military that is attacking them. How can this be? Who granted them the authority to do so? This is a hero who just saved all of New York. Mia swiftly regained her composure, her expression serious as she faced the camera. Her words carried a tone of indignation, complemented by a flicker of concern in her brow. Presenting herself as a frontline journalist dedicated to justice before the citizens of New York. I believe we should move closer, but you may be in danger. The cameraman interjected, winking at Mia. Even if it costs me my life, I shall unveil the truth to the public. Moreover, I have every reason to believe that the superheroes would never harm me, Mia asserted passionately. Before long, the helicopter descended. Will you join us? Mia winked at the pilot. Cough, cough, no need for that. I must keep an eye on the helicopter. The pilot awkwardly pointed at the control panel, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the ominous figures in the distance, fear flickering in his eyes. This is not some slaughter of pigs or chickens. They're taking the lives of real people. Mia, accompanied by the cameraman, advanced cautiously. Beneath her tan skirt, her fair thighs were exposed as she carefully navigated her high heels, sidestepping the bodies of soldiers and debris. The more she observed, the more harrowing the scene became. Yet, fortunately, they soon reached the epicenter. Tony Stark, hello. May I inquire why you are slaughtering soldiers? Steadying her slightly trembling legs, Mia, undeterred, extended the microphone towards Tony. However, upon closer observation, one would discern that Mia avoided others and directly approached Tony. Just as Tony was preparing to take Pepper away, he glanced back at Roman without uttering a word and proceeded to fly towards Star Tower with Pepper in tow. "Why do you slaughter soldiers?" Mia inquired, clutching the microphone, summoning her courage before stepping in front of Roman. "Is this live?" Roman smiled faintly, resembling a benevolent teacher. "Yes." Mia nodded vigorously. Otherwise, her body would likely become rigid with apprehension. Among the crowd, Roman appeared to be the most composed. Yet, only those who had witnessed the projection in the sky understood that he was undoubtedly the most perilous of them all. "Then I would like to ask you, why does the American military seek to eliminate us?" Roman's expression turned grave. The others behind him began to leave with their families, leaving only Roman standing alone. "What?" Mia was taken aback, secretly affirming her suspicion. She then watched as Roman turned to address the camera. New York finds itself ensnared in a gamble with an alien, mysterious force. My friends and I are doing everything in our power to ensure the safety of every New Yorker. Yet, unexpectedly, after our victory in saving the entire city, we are met with weapons drawn by our own. Roman's demeanor, while serious, concealed an undeniable sense of disappointment. It seemed as though it was not Roman who wished to eliminate the soldiers, but rather they themselves. He lifted his head as if bearing the weight of sorrow and loss. It appeared he wished to articulate something further, yet ultimately he sighed and continued, "If they desire our departure, then we shall leave." With those words, Roman abruptly turned, leaving the crowd with a profound silence in his wake. In the shadows unseen by the camera, a faint smile graced his lips. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Roman walked further into the rising sun, gradually disappearing from view. Observing Roman's despondent silhouette, Mia gripped the microphone tightly against her chest, her expression of anger now genuine and heartfelt. As she looked at Roman, a sudden pang of anguish pierced her heart. Her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless with discomfort. It was evident that during battles, Roman was the most ruthless and brutal of all. Yet, in the presence of an ordinary person like herself, he exhibited remarkable gentleness. He must also feel helpless when faced with the military, right? Offering his most vulnerable back to his own, only to be betrayed by them in the end. Mia took a deep breath, turning to face the camera. "If they wish for us to depart, then we shall depart," she echoed the poignant words. "I am uncertain about the underlying events that have transpired. However, it appears that our heroes have been subjected to a most unjust treatment. I cannot render any judgment. All I can do is present the facts before the citizens of New York." Mia of the New York Daily reports to you. Chapter 49, Mia's Report. On the streets of New York, as the sun sets, one would typically expect the city's inhabitants to retreat to their homes to savor their private moments. Yet now, they have converged en masse. From the initial scattering of individuals to the gradual formation of a substantial gathering, nearly every New Yorker has taken to the streets, brandishing placards proclaiming, "Heroes deserve justice too." What are they doing? A newly arrived homeless man, observing the throng, curiously inquires of another vagabond. They're urging the heroes not to depart. Upon hearing this, the homeless man hoists his tattered backpack and cradles his dog, joining the parade. The newcomer gazes at the crowd, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face. He scratches his head and subsequently melds into the assembly. In this moment, they seem to transcend their identities, statuses, and differences in wealth and gender. Each is doing what they can to convey to those 10 heroes, "Do not leave us." On this day, the crowd encircled the entrance, their voices of protest resonating from street to street. Even online, every live stream was echoing their dissent in its own manner. Little did one anticipate that a few remarks could wield such profound impact. Tony reclined on the rocking chair, watching as Roman reached into his own chest. It was inexplicably perilous for Pepper. "Do you not seek an explanation?" Roman, feeling the slickness beneath his palm, softly replied, "Oh no, not here, not here." Tony's face flushed crimson, veins bulging. It was not until Roman released his grip that Tony could catch his breath. "Shouldn't I also consider some form of mutation?" He mused. "Your peculiar abilities are far more practical than technology." Observing Roman extract a bullet from his chest with bare hands, Tony jested. "At least I currently rely on a nuclear reactor to sustain my life." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Not all mutations lead to favorable outcomes. I shall take you to witness a failed mutation one day, and you will understand that you are already quite fortunate. Roman raised an eyebrow as he retrieved the last bullet from Tony S.'s body. A tendril emerged from behind Roman, penetrating Tony S.'s form. Crimson fluid, akin to blood, coursed through him, visibly causing his chest to rise and fall. In a short while, Tony's chest was completely filled, as if he had never been wounded. He appeared remarkably whole. Observing such an extraordinary regenerative ability, Luo Mang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was the enhanced healing prowess akin to that of Deadpool. At this moment, Luo Mang had acquired the regenerative capabilities of Deadpool. In this regard, Luo Mang owed a debt of gratitude to the chaos. Had it not been for his parasitic connection to Deadpool, acquiring such genetic prowess would have undoubtedly required considerable effort. The synergy of Deadpool's regeneration and the lizard's healing abilities seemed to engender a subtle transformation. Ultimately, through this hybridization, he could temporarily bestow his self-healing ability upon others. Most crucially, akin to Wolverine, his regenerative prowess conferred upon him a form of immortality. In succinct terms, Luo Mang was nearly invulnerable to death. At least on Blue Star, no one could achieve such a feat, even that bald overlord could only exile him. Unable to truly extinguish Luo Mang's life. What are you gazing at? After concluding the minor operation, Tony had been observing Luo Mang, pondering his thoughts. I am contemplating the design of an armor capable of defeating you. Tony rose and took a sip of whiskey neat. Luo Mang smiled at him. Why must you defeat me? We are not enemies. Who knows? Tony shrugged, responding without reason. In truth, the idea had already taken root in Tony's mind when he witnessed Luo Mang enveloping Max's mother. If one day Luo Mang were to go on a rampage or openly threaten him, could Tony triumph over him? Observing Luo Mang's current formidable and versatile abilities, Tony felt a sense of reflection. It was worth noting that when he first encountered Luo Mang, he was merely an ordinary man, nearly losing his life from a gunshot wound. Now, standing alongside Luo Mang instilled a sense of trepidation in Tony. Previously, he had perceived Luo Mang's strength as formidable. However, after witnessing Luo Mang manipulate public sentiment to achieve his aims, Tony felt as though he was seeing Luo Mang in a new light, and a sense of vigilance began to stir within him. Time and again, Tony tried to convince himself that he was merely overthinking. Yet, the notion of creating an anti-Luo Mang suit lingered in his mind. While lost in thought, Tony realized that the preliminary designs for the anti-Luo Mang armor had already begun to take shape. He could only comfort himself internally, rationalizing that all of this was a necessary precaution for Pepper's safety. With this thought in mind, Tony shook his head. After all, who could predict the unfolding of future events? Jarvis, check the news. Tony stretched his body and addressed the air. Sir, the news from the past week has been compiled. Instantly, a semi-transparent virtual screen materialized before Tony and Luo Mang, displaying a plethora of significant news articles that had been curated. Among the news articles, one caught Tony's attention as it was prominently displayed at the top. Mia, dressed in professional attire, appeared before them. Upon seeing her, Tony instinctively glanced at his companion, Luo Mang. If my memory serves me correctly, this woman seems to have interviewed you alone. Observing the tone of Tony's voice and the implication in his gaze, Luo Mang could not help but roll his eyes. Do not mistake me for you. Our interaction was purely professional. Tony's reputation as a playboy was not unfounded. For instance, he had a history of taking every attractive female journalist who came to interview him to bed, while male reporters were invariably turned away. Upon hearing Luo Mang's remark, Tony's smile faltered. Since confirming his relationship with Pepper, these old tales have been recounted by her countless times. Seizing the opportunity, Tony coughed strategically and swiftly scrolled through the news to the crux of the matter. Thus, we finally learned that besides Tony Stark, other heroes exist in this world. They quietly protect us, yet they are constantly subjected to unfair treatment. As Mia's words concluded, the news footage shifted abruptly. A young boy appeared on the screen, waving his arms excitedly before the camera. Are you referring to the Crimson Devil? I coined that title. He is the most formidable hero I have ever encountered. Unfortunately, the boy was abruptly pulled away by his mother before he could finish a sentence. The scene transitioned again, revealing a young woman in what appeared to be the streets of New York. She wore a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with crimson lettering. I cannot claim that everything Crimson does is right. However, when danger arises, it is only Crimson and his companions who step forward. Regardless, the military should never aim their weapons at them. The footage continued to shift, presenting an elderly man whose reaction was markedly more irate than the previous two. Crimson? Of course, I support him. What? You say he has killed many soldiers? Oomph. The soldiers of this country often do not know what they are doing. They fail to appear when they should protect the populace, yet they show up when they ought not to. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to challenge Old Bush? Come on, you shameless little rascal. Old Bush would kick your sorry backside with his hard-soled shoes. The camera then shook violently and abruptly cut to black. Chapter 50. Guests arrive. After watching the video, Tony's face was a portrait of astonishment. I had anticipated that the citizens would unleash a torrent of abuse upon us. I was even prepared for a court appearance at any moment. Yet, to my surprise, the citizens' sentiments were overwhelmingly in our favor. He then turned again to Luo Mang. Are you certain that this Mia did not share anything with you? Throughout the entire segment, she spoke solely of you. What a me. As the illustrious Tony Stark, how could I have been swayed merely by the word friend? Tony's expression conveyed his disbelief. Enough, Tony. Do not display such rudeness before our guests, came a voice. Guests? Tony was taken aback by Roman's words. Turning around, he was startled to discover an unfamiliar figure with a bald head who was idly toying with a Rubik's Cube on his desk. It was only upon hearing Roman's voice that the stranger lifted his gaze. Are you not aware that intruding upon another's abode is quite impolite? Tony narrowed his eyes. The alert from J.A.R.V.I.S. arriving belatedly in his ears. While it might be implausible for most, if this individual were indeed the director of S.H.I.O., then it was certainly feasible. After all, Nick Fury was himself an agent. Let us bring out our old friend. After all, we are all acquainted. A red tendril silently extended from behind Roman. Observing this, Black Widow, who had been concealed in the shadows, boldly stepped forward. Having witnessed the power of Roman's red tendril, she wisely refrained from testing it on herself. With a smile, Roman squinted at the uninvited duo. That army surely cannot be your doing? Although Roman verbally denied it, a chill instantly enveloped the room. It was not us, after our last failure. We have no reason to deploy ordinary individuals again. Nick Fury quickly interjected, unable to maintain his composure upon witnessing Roman's terrifying prowess. Having experienced Roman's formidable strength firsthand, Nick Fury was resolutely aware that it was best for S.H.I.L.D. to avoid antagonizing him, even in the absence of any bonds. Such thankless tasks were best left to those who desired them. S.H.I.L.D. would not partake. Despite Roman's ambiguous morality, he was certainly preferable to a purely antagonistic villain. Is that so? I share your sentiment, Roman replied with a grin, a fleeting scarlet visage crossing his face. Though the chill dissipated, the menacing undertone in Roman's words was unmistakable. S.H.I.L.D. was not a complacent entity. They had to be wary of both the nefarious Black Egg and the agents of Hydra. With a moment's attention, these individuals could execute their own disruptive schemes. In fact, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers Initiative, Nick Fury stated, casting a sidelong glance at Tony. In the future, we will inevitably face insurmountable forces. These powers may arise from within our world or from beyond it, much like the confrontation we experienced in New York. Noticing Roman's silence, Nick Fury continued, the Avengers Initiative seeks to gather righteous individuals or those with noble aspirations. When danger looms, we can unite to confront the threat. Upon hearing Nick Fury's proposition, Roman turned to Tony. You were aware of this all along? Tony nodded slightly. He mentioned it during the palladium poisoning incident. And what are your thoughts on it? Tony hesitated momentarily, shrugging his shoulders, and Roman immediately understood. Tony's father, Howard, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving Tony with no compelling reason to decline joining. However, having shared numerous experiences with Tony, Roman was keen to observe whether Tony would display any divergence in thought. Yet, it appeared evident that a disparity indeed existed between them. Despite perceiving the expectant gazes of Black Widow and Tony, Roman resolutely shook his head in refusal. He did not inquire as to the reasons, nor did he invoke national loyalty to bind Roman's decision. Nick Fury nodded, leading Black Widow away from the scene. Nick had come personally, firstly to prevent any misunderstandings with Roman, and secondly to extend a personal invitation for him to join. With matters settled, they had no grounds to linger. In truth, I had contemplated that we would fight side by side in future confrontations, akin to a cooperative game. Tony downed his whiskey in one gulp, expressing his frustration. Roman picked up a physics book, resting it on his lap, and as he glanced at its contents, he was on the verge of speaking when his brow furrowed. Scarlet scales suddenly emerged, enveloping Roman entirely. "What's wrong?" Tony asked, momentarily taken aback by Roman's transformation. "Put on your armor. We truly have guests." Roman surveyed the vicinity, observing that everything appeared normal within several kilometers around Tony's residence. Yet he could discern the multitude of heartbeats beyond just himself and Tony. Without hesitation, Tony called out to J.A.R. who promptly delivered the armor from the basement. Leaning back, Tony swiftly donned the suit just as the final screw tightened. In an instant, a brilliant flash ignited within Tony's home, shattering countless transparent windows into shards. The ensuing shockwave forcefully propelled Tony away. Meanwhile, Roman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, rising effortlessly into the air. Unperturbed by the powerful shockwave, he coldly gazed towards the direction of the approaching flames. Was such destructive force truly necessitating the use of missiles? As the bombardment continued, Roman emerged from the debris, ascending alongside Tony in midair. His vision magnified exponentially, revealing a military force stationed atop a distant hill. Upon realizing it was the same army, Roman could hardly suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "They are courting death." Leaning forward, Roman unleashed a powerful recoil that caused Tony, along with his armor, to sway violently. In a mere millisecond, Roman found himself atop the hill. As he descended from the sky, the startled soldiers began unleashing a frenzied assault on him. Unfazed, Roman's tendrils morphed into 1-meter-long scythes, sweeping wildly before him. Every bullet, and even artillery shell, was precisely intercepted before Roman, unable to advance even a fraction further. A vast army launched a relentless assault for 20 seconds. Not a single scratch marred Roman's form until the moment Tony arrived. In the face of such a formidable offensive, Roman remained remarkably composed, who, one might wonder, would repeatedly send you to your doom. Observing these soldiers, Roman felt a curious intrigue. Their obstinacy reminded him of a certain individual. Yet, to strike without ascertaining the truth would be rather impolite. As Roman approached step by step, the soldiers gritted their teeth and unleashed a frenzied barrage. Even as the heat from their firearms scorched their skin, they pressed on, determined to exert their final ounce of strength to vanquish Roman. Enough, he mused. Merely harboring doubt rendered him guilty. With a shake of his head, Roman's form suddenly shifted, vanishing from sight. The gunfire ceased, replaced by the dull thud of bodies collapsing. In a speed imperceptible to the soldiers, Roman had already severed their heads before they could react. Sensing the rising panic within the ranks, Roman paused, his figure fully revealed at that moment. He strolled through the throngs of soldiers as if on a leisurely promenade. Behind him, dozens of crimson tendrils morphed into scythes. With a whoosh, the remaining heads soared into the air, twisting and dancing, embodying a gruesome yet captivating beauty. Chapter 51. Hatred Unleashed. Within a certain military base, Roman traversed the cold, dark corridors. No sunlight penetrated this place. Only the ghastly glow of circular lights illuminated everything around. Following the army's second ambush, Roman deduced who orchestrated these assaults. Though lacking definitive proof, he never required such evidence to act. When a threat to his existence arose, there was no room for hesitation. The matter was inherently flawed, and he should not be present. "Hey, just stay at Star Tower, and kindly send my regards to Pepper," Roman said, a smile gracing his face. Despite the tense atmosphere, his demeanor was as casual as if he were chatting with an old friend during a leisurely outing. "What's that sound on your end?" Tony's voice came through, tinged with surprise, then shifted to an odd tone, one that men often understand. "Don't get me wrong. With all these incidents, I need someone to vent my frustrations on. You know I'm no gentleman, and my patience is rather limited." Roman continued to advance, a cheerful smile on his face. Under the stark white light, countless shadows of tendrils writhed frantically against the walls. Indeed, Tony nodded in agreement. "I've heard about the assistance. One could say the hammerhead brought this upon himself. It's a fitting end. At the very least, perishing at the hands of someone as formidable and renowned as Luo Mang would not be a disgrace. However, succumbing to a mere hedgehog or a spitter would indeed be a death devoid of dignity. Enough said. I have arrived." Ramon gazed upon the imposing golden gate, weighing at least 50,000 pounds of pure metal, before terminating the call. Behind him lay countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered about, seemingly tinting the pale light with a hue of crimson. A closer examination would reveal that those slain by Ramon were part of the same cohort that had attacked him and his companions. Before him stood the towering metallic gate, with numerous tendrils swirling in an ethereal dance. In a mere 3 seconds, the gate, capable of containing monstrous floods, disintegrated into countless fragments, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Before the dust could settle, a sharp whistle pierced through the haze. Within the force field prison, Emil suddenly lifted his head, his dark eye sockets fixated intently on the gate, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. At the sound of the dog whistle, something peculiar within Emil was irrevocably awakened. An overwhelming anticipation radiated from his countenance, and his limbs began to fidget anxiously, reminiscent of a dog eager to greet its master. Upon witnessing Ramon emerge from the dust, Emil could no longer contain his exhilaration, vigorously pounding against the prison's force field, creating rippling waves. As Ramon entered the confinement, his gaze fell upon Emil. The transformation in Emil's demeanor was stark compared to just a few months prior. Though only a brief passage of time had elapsed, Emil now exuded an aura akin to a wild beast. Slaughter and savagery had become his inherent nature. Observing Emil's state, Ramon nodded in satisfaction. His initial decision to subtly influence Emil had evidently borne fruit. The combination of suggestion, coupled with Emil's solitary existence over the past months, during which he had endured harrowing experiments, had brought him to the brink of losing his humanity. Yet, the final vestige of his human essence remained intact, allowing him to harbor revulsion without indulging in excessive personal thoughts. Despite Ramon's capabilities soaring to new heights, he remained cautious in the presence of the giant clan, who could amplify their power through emotions. Taking a few steps closer, Ramon regarded Emil with the same smile he had once worn. "Emil, the time has come. As promised, I have come to retrieve you." However, Emil appeared to have entirely lost the ability to communicate, his gaze fixated on Ramon, murmuring incessantly the name banner. Seeing the glimmer of satisfaction in Roman's eyes, the final probe yielded the desired outcome. With a subtle lift of his finger, crimson tendrils erupted wildly, obliterating the suppression of the abomination. The moment it broke free from the gravitational hold, Emil's form surged dramatically, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a rain. Bone spurs erupted from his major joints and spine, and his skin, now an eerie shade of green, bore coarse textures. In this instant, the abomination was significantly more colossal and menacing than it had been just months prior. The accumulated fury over those months was unleashed in a single moment. A thunderous roar erupted from the abomination, causing the surrounding walls and objects to tremble slightly. Yet, this ferocious beast ultimately approached Roman and knelt before him with obedience. Its massive 4-meter frame thudded to the ground at Roman's feet, its enormous head bowing slightly in submission. "Good. I shall take you to meet an old friend," Roman remarked, unperturbed by the abomination's transformation. He gently stroked its head, feeling the rough texture beneath his palm, and chuckled softly. "General Ross, we have lost contact with the cage housing Emil Bronsky," an aide suddenly reported, removing his earpiece and addressing the somber-faced, middle-aged man beside him. The cage containing Emil was supposed to be checked for safety every 30 minutes and opened every 3 days for a visual confirmation of his status. The lack of communication at this moment indicated something had gone awry. The man known as General Ross tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his face shadowed by a cloud of concern. Following 2 failed attempts to subdue the creature, the base had suffered significant losses. The citizens demanded accountability, and the Parliament was pressing Ross with an ultimatum. At this critical juncture, further complications arose with Emil. Ross's expression shifted rapidly, caught between uncertainty and urgency. Ultimately, he relaxed his brow and turned to the person beside him, inquiring, "Dr. Blue?" The green-tinged figure of Dr. Blue approached, taking a seat at the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard with a rhythmic clatter. The screen settled on a flickering image from the cage's surveillance camera, which, when magnified, revealed the unmistakable visage of Roman. "General, if I were you, I would immediately assemble all troops." "They're already on their way," Dr. Blue cautioned. Hearing his words, General Ross felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly unlocked the nearby phone and issued a command for full military alert. Mr. Blue, both a beneficiary and a victim of the Hulk incident, felt the serum drip onto his forehead, followed closely by gamma rays that catalyzed his evolution. At this moment, Mr. Land's head had swollen to 3 times its original size. Yet his intellect had surpassed previous levels by several fold. Even among the exceptional individuals of Blue Star, Mr. Lon was one of the most astute. Chapter 52. The Red Giant? What shall I do next? General Ross gazed at Dr. Lon, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. This unease stemmed not only from the emergence of the Abomination, but also from the sight of Luo Mang approaching. Damn it! How has this monster arrived so swiftly? General Ross cursed inwardly. Those individuals can only hold them off for a while. The rest relies upon you. Me? General Ross furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uneasy under Dr. Land's gaze. For some reason, he perceived a resemblance in Dr. Land's look towards him, akin to how he once regarded others. A vivid crimson against a deep green. 2 figures, one crimson and one emerald, leapt gracefully to the entrance of the military base. Outside the military facility, tanks were already amassed. Fighter jets and armed helicopters patrolled the skies, seemingly having detected Luo Mang and the Abomination, swiftly closing in on them. It's in your hands now. Let me witness your current prowess. Luo Mang did not rush into the fray, but instead patted the Abomination beside him, speaking softly. Roar. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, the Abomination let out a thunderous roar. With a fierce stomp, it propelled itself from its position, soaring away to strike down an armed helicopter. Emerging from the inferno, the Abomination was astonishingly unscathed, brushing aside the remnants of soldiers draped over its shoulders as it barreled through a barrage of gunfire and munitions. There were no words, no negotiations, only the relentless drive of a body propelled by boundless hatred. Luo Mang followed closely behind the Abomination, refraining from employing his abilities, merely strolling at a leisurely pace. Upon entering the military base, he found it transformed into a sea of flames. The soldiers who had once shouted in battle were now nothing but fragments. Luo Mang kicked aside a half-body that clung to his pant leg, with a lift and a drop of his foot, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Hot blood instantly drenched Luo Mang. Even his cheeks bore the stains of crimson. As Luo Mang arrived, the Abomination crashed down from the air, landing right beside him. Breathing heavily, it trailed Luo Mang deeper into the base. Though the Abomination was considerably larger than Luo Mang, it obediently followed behind him, carefully maintaining its distance, not daring to overstep by even a step. Finally, as Luo Mang stood with hands clasped behind his back, he dismantled the last barrier. A cloud of dust settled, revealing a figure akin to the Hulk, radiating a green hue. Oh, still indulging? Luo Mang chuckled as he entered, addressing the green figure. As they passed through the security gate, the low doorframe forced the Abomination to bend it just to enter. With a well-developed mind, he often felt hunger and thus consumed more than usual. Dr. Blue, with a smile, casually explained while stuffing the last bite of a protein bar into his mouth. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire military base was inhabited solely by Luo Mang, the Abomination, and Dr. Blue. Dr. Blue's voice echoed throughout the facility. Noticing Dr. Blue point at his mutated head, a fleeting chill flickered in Luo Mang's eyes. Had he not encountered this individual today, he might have nearly forgotten about his existence. It was Dr. Blue who had injected Emil with the serum that transformed him, unleashing gamma rays to catalyze his mutation. What was Luo Mang's true purpose in being here with Ross? His eyes narrowed, uncertain of the answer. Sometimes, the most calculative individuals are the cleverest, and the inscrutable are often the shrewdest. A conscious being would never engage in an action devoid of meaning. In other words, any undertaking that is artificially propelled must harbor hidden objectives and profound significance. Thus, Dr. Blue's presence here could not be mere coincidence. Luo Mang's nostrils flared, his ears twitching slightly as he unleashed the full amplification of his 8 senses. Thump, 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 whose heartbeat resonated with such intensity. No, something felt amiss. Luo Mang's expression darkened, his gaze turning steely. In the blink of an eye, crimson engulfed him entirely. Just 2 or 3 seconds later, the tranquil atmosphere shattered. A red figure burst through the wall beside Luo Mang. Just as he was about to be tackled, the long-awaited Abomination threw himself into the fray, colliding with Luo Mang and sending him flying. The 2 figures, each of a different hue, crashed against the opposite wall in a tumultuous roll, resembling two ferocious beasts fiercely exchanging blows. Gazing at the red figure, Luo Mang softly uttered its name, Red Hulk. Presumably, this creature was the giant transformed from General Ross. Beyond gamma radiation, it had also absorbed cosmic rays, which accounted for its crimson hue. Unlike the Hulk and the Abomination, the Red Hulk possessed not only immense strength, but also complete control over his faculties, maintaining a state of lucidity at all times. He could absorb all forms of energy, including gamma rays from other beings. One could say the Red Hulk was a perfect replica of the Hulk, with nearly identical defensive power. Within mere seconds of their encounter, the Abomination found itself clearly at a disadvantage against the Red Hulk. Overpowered and pinned to the ground, every punch thrown by the Red Hulk sent tremors through the earth, akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Strong, exceedingly strong. This was the giant's might I had always desired. Luo Mang's eyes sparkled with admiration as he watched the Red Hulk, unable to restrain himself from applauding, exclaiming in awe. At present, it seems that the Hulk is not significantly stronger than Abomination. Faced with the Crimson Giant, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of severe beating. You flatter me. Behold my latest creation, the Red Giant. Dr. Blue adjusted his attire, approaching Luo Mang as if he were about to receive an award. Are you not afraid that I might end your life right here? The tendrils behind Luo Mang writhed erratically, suggesting he was not jesting. If the Red Giant were to lose, would you not also bring about my demise? A glance exchanged between Dr. Blue and Luo Mang elicited laughter from both, a peculiar scene unfolding in an equally bizarre setting. On one side, Abomination and the Red Giant were engaged in a furious battle, while on the other, Luo Mang and Dr. Blue shared jovial banter. I am Luo Mang, he suddenly declared, his smile vanishing as he introduced himself. Dr. Blue, but you may refer to me as the Chief. Dr. Blue gestured towards his abnormally large head, a manifestation of his condition. I believe Abomination is no match for the Red Giant. Do you not agree? Luo Mang and Dr. Blue stood side by side, resembling longtime friends. Although Abomination belonged to Luo Mang's faction, he appeared utterly unconcerned. I concur. In terms of mutation levels, the gap is far too vast. Dr. Blue nodded without hesitation, a broad smile gracing his pale green visage. He resembled a proud father basking in compliments about his offspring, satisfaction radiating from his expression. Luo Mang sensed that, had the circumstances permitted, Dr. Blue might have burst into triumphant laughter. Chapter 53. The Fall of Abomination, the Rise of Crimson. So tell me, is there any possibility that I might transform into something akin to him? Luo Mang abruptly inquired, shifting the tone of the conversation. You? Dr. Blue instinctively turned to scrutinize Luo Mang, taking in his grotesque visage, the flailing tendrils and menacing fangs. He hardly resembled a human. While I cannot ascertain the source of your power, one thing is certain. As you are now, you cannot bear the mantle of the Red Giant, nor any other form of mutation. At this juncture, Dr. Blue hesitated. Should you attempt force fusion, the outcome would be singular and explosive. He splayed his fingers, adopting an exaggerated expression. Yet I believe I can. Luo Mang tilted his head, a hint of defiance in his demeanor. This display left Dr. Blue feeling disappointed. He had anticipated encountering an equally astute mutant, only to find himself confronted with a fool blinded by arrogance. Your belief in your capability is merely that. A belief, Dr. Blue remarked, shaking his head, his words indicating that he no longer regarded Luo Mang as an equal. He had long understood that reasoning with the ignorant and foolish was futile. Dr. Blue's shift in demeanor did not escape Luo Mang's notice. Observing the silence from Dr. Blue, Luo Mang felt no indignation, for he alone understood that his capacity for mutation far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At least for now, after integrating at least 3 variations, Luo Mang still did not feel he had reached his limit. Let us make a bargain, Luo Mang declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the retreating Abomination. What? Dr. Blue looked at Luo Mang in astonishment. The Abomination will exit, and the Red Giant will enter. If I can eliminate Ross, you shall replicate the mutation of the Red Giant upon me. Luo Mang flashed a grin, revealing a row of chilling teeth. Yet at that moment, his demeanor resembled that of an elegant gentleman, quietly negotiating with Dr. Blue. That won't be easy, Dr. Blue shook his head. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Let's see. Let's indeed. Dr. Blue glared at Luo Mang, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was understandable. To openly declare the destruction of another's creation in front of them would incite wrath in anyone. Upon hearing Dr. Blue's response, Luo Mang nodded with satisfaction. Was this provocation a tired old trick? It had been overused by the ancients. Yet, even when faced with individuals whose intelligence far surpassed the norm, it remained effective. Observing the abomination, now utterly devoid of resistance, lying on the ground like a defeated dog, Luo Mang interlaced his fingers and stretched lazily. The anticipated sound of cracking bones did not occur. Only the low rustling of his scaly armor filled the air. "Hey, Ross, do you remember me?" Upon hearing his name, the red giant instinctively turned his head, only to be met with a grotesque visage that suddenly loomed before him. The red giant could even distinctly catch the faint scent of blood emanating from Luo Mang. With a whoosh, the red giant was sent flying as if he were a tattered cloak. However, as soon as Luo Mang cast aside the abomination, the red giant charged forward once more. "I am a red giant," he roared, but it was Luo Mang who was astonished. Had it not been said that the red giant would not be affected mentally? Why had Ross suddenly exhibited such temperament after his transformation? Had he become arrogant with newfound power? Watching the red giant charge, kicking up countless rocks in his wake, Luo Mang entertained the thought, but quickly dismissed it. An unusual excitement flickered across his face. This marked Luo Mang's first full exertion of strength after acquiring his hybrid form. Boom! Luo Mang stood firm, bracing himself against the impact of the red giant. The two locked fingers tightly, engaging in a fierce contest of strength. With two ultimate symbionts within me, how could I possibly be defeated? Feeling the surging power from the opposing force, Luo Mang exerted himself, lifting the red giant off the ground. The tendrils behind Luo Mang swelled dramatically, transforming into heavy hammers and curved blades, launching an assault from below towards the red giant's body. A second might seem fleeting, yet it was ample time for Luo Mang to strike 100 times. Strangely, as the curved blade collided with the body of the red giant, a dull thud echoed. Luo Mang raised his head, narrowing his eyes. Given the formidable strength of the symbiotic organism he embodied, piercing through the armored tank should have been as effortless as plucking a flower. Yet, upon striking the red giant, it merely grazed his skin, barely breaching his defenses. However, the surprise in Luo Mang's eyes was tinged with a hint of delight. The greater the red giant's strength, the higher his own potential would soar in the future. Yet, the red giant seemed unwilling to grant Luo Mang a moment's respite. Maintaining the posture in which he had been elevated by Luo Mang, he seized Luo Mang's head with one hand and yanked it backward with brutal force. Scales of crimson armor scattered as a sharp crack echoed through the air. In an eerie twist, Luo Mang's neck contorted at a 90-degree angle, flinging backward. Observing Luo Mang's frozen state in the act of lifting him, both the red giant and Dr. Blue displayed a glimmer of triumph. Yet, the fault lay with Luo Mang's overwhelming presence. Otherwise, Ross would not have repeatedly sought to eliminate him. However, their smiles quickly froze in place. Before them stood Luo Mang, who, thought to be dead, suddenly hurled his head forward, his rows of sharp teeth embedding themselves into the red giant's neck. With a violent tug, large chunks of muscle were torn away. Moments ago, he had struggled to penetrate the red giant's defenses. Now, he stood bloodied, the wounds on the giant visible and unable to mend swiftly. Spitting out the flesh, Luo Mang grinned, his sharp fangs glistening menacingly at the red giant. The orange blood of the giant dripped from the corner of Luo Mang's mouth, and he remarked, "Your flesh is somewhat sour." The corrosive effect of the orange blood caused toxic gas to waft from between Luo Mang's teeth. Yet, the very parts that had just been corroded healed almost instantaneously. Thus, to the eyes of the red giant and Dr. Blue, Luo Mang appeared unscathed. The red giant was formidable, yet Luo Mang was no less so. With a furious roar, the red giant bellowed. In response, Luo Mang matched his ferocity, returning the roar with equal intensity, his fearsome visage more terrifying than that of the red giant, exuding an equal measure of menace. Who among them was not a monster? With a swift entanglement of limbs, Luo Mang hurled the red giant away. Yet before the giant could crash into the wall, Luo Mang, as if a specter, soared after him. In midair, he lashed out with his claws, wrapped in a white substance, targeting the giant's injured gap. This forcefully altered the trajectory of the red giant's flight, sending him crashing to the ground. The ground, already ravaged by the conflict between the abomination and the red giant, gave way under the impact of Luo Mang's strike, sinking deeply. The military base's surface, naturally, was not so yielding. However, before Luo Mang, he was not particularly formidable. Until now, Luo Mang had been employing tendrils for slaughter. At this moment, when he unleashed his full power, he surprisingly surpassed the Red Giant in sheer physicality. Chapter 54, Ross Die. The loose gravel began to cascade down. As the billowing smoke dissipated, the interior of the military base had been transformed into a deep, gaping pit. Dr. Blue stood atop a rudimentary flying apparatus, scrutinizing the situation below. Among all present, the most anxious individual was undoubtedly Dr. Blue. He cared little for his own life, nor did he concern himself with the Red Giant's mutation technology. His sole desire was to see the Red Giant triumph over Luo Mang, unwilling to witness his painstaking creation meet with failure. After all, an extreme scientist like Mr. Blue would never resign himself to being outdone. Ross, Dr. Blue called out loudly, his voice reverberating throughout the hollow pit. Yet, the only response came in the form of a deep growl. As the smoke cleared from the depths, Dr. Blue finally beheld the scene below. The Red Giant lay supine within the pit, muscles bulging, his once rosy skin now a deeper crimson. A massive hand, covered in dark red scales, was tightly clasped around the Red Giant's neck. Despite his formidable strength, the Red Giant found himself unable to rise. His furious gaze fixed on Luo Mang, emitting low, rumbling roars intermittently. Above the Red Giant, Luo Mang loomed, gazing down upon him from a position of superiority. Shrouded in shadow, his eyes were nearly devoid of warmth. Luo Mang sensed the Red Giant's futile struggle, akin to controlling a dying beast. In his eyes, the Red Giant was livestock refuse, but above all, not human. His elevated right hand slowly descended, transforming instantaneously into a flowing liquid that reached toward the Red Giant's injured neck. As if it had finally discovered a point of vulnerability, the viscous fluid, brimming with fervor, surged towards the wound. The moment the dark red liquid made contact, the Red Giant reacted as though he were drowning. His eyes widened in shock, his cheeks instinctively puffing out. The force of his struggle diminished significantly. The hands that had grasped Luo Mang's arm gradually relaxed, soon relinquishing their final grip, falling helplessly to his chest before cascading to the ground. The Red Giant's gaze became dazed, a tide of weakness overwhelming him. In a mere 20 seconds, the once massive form shrank rapidly, revealing a middle-aged man with an exposed torso before Luo Mang. Upon gazing at General Ross's visage, Luo Mang's face contorted into a grotesque smile. No, suspended high in the air, Dr. Blue seemed to sense something amiss and urgently shouted as he dove downwards. However, he was swiftly seized by the resurgent Abomination, who leapt high and captured him in his grasp. Despite this, Dr. Blue continued to struggle, intent on thwarting Luo Mang's actions. With a sound reminiscent of a deflating balloon, General Ross was crushed to death before he could even register fear, his head pulverized in an instant. In Luo Mang's palm, it was as if a ripe grape had burst open, with seeds and juice oozing slowly between his fingers. The Red Giant was nothing more than this. Luo Mang smirked, exhaling a thin wisp of hot air. It was over. Dr. Blue clutched his head in despair, unable to fathom that his most prized creation had been so effortlessly destroyed by Luo Mang. How could it be that Luo Mang had only been entangled with the Red Giant for a mere 2 or 3 minutes? A torrent of thoughts surged through Dr. Blue's mind, overwhelming him with anguish. Luo Mang hovered up from the pit, his encounter with the Red Giant having consumed little of his stamina. In the face of Luo Mang's serum, any mutant, no matter how formidable, would have to submit when given the opportunity to engage closely. Just as before, all the mutated cells within the Red Giant were temporarily eradicated by Luo Mang's reversal power. As a human, Ross was no match for Luo Mang. All of this was, in fact, anticipated by Luo Mang. Approaching the Abomination and observing the tender green figure clutched in its hand, Luo Mang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. No matter how clever you are, you still fall into my trap. The wager in game with Dr. Blue brought Luo Mang an unusual sense of exhilaration. Drawing near, Luo Mang spoke softly to Dr. Blue. You must understand, Ross has to die. Dr. Blue remained silent, clutching his head in a frenzy. Let us go. Noting Dr. Blue's current state, Luo Mang shook his head and flew off into the distance. The Abomination gazed at the mangled remains of General Ross, a flicker of relief flashing in its pale yellow eyes. After a brief silence, it murmured a response. dragging Dr. Blue's weakened form along with several leaps to keep pace with Rama. The vast military base vanished into the plains as if it had never existed. A hammer descending from the heavens. Is this truly a creation of God? On the television, a blurred silhouette magnified to the point of indistinctness was displayed. One could discern from its basic outline that it was indeed a hammer. Much like many other occurrences, such vague and surreal news would invariably give rise to a multitude of interpretations. Faced with such reports, the majority of the populace maintained a cautious attitude, reluctant to believe. Yet, only Luo Mang knew that not only the hammer had descended from the sky, but also its master. What had become of him? Luo Mang tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Emil. Over the past month, Luo Mang had frequently instructed him on how to control his abilities. Upon hearing Luo Mang's voice, a fleeting glimmer of fear instinctively crossed Emil's eyes. However, after a moment's reflection, he resolved to respond. The day after his return, things had returned to normal. And now he was perpetually engaged in experiments within a laboratory that Luo Mang had constructed for him. Luo Mang nodded and then rose to his feet. Observing Luo Mang's movement, Emil instinctively stood up as well, anxiously watching him. "Do not be nervous. I'm not a villain," Luo Mang chuckled, internally acknowledging that he had indeed frightened the boy. At the sight of Luo Mang's smile, Emil could not help but swallow hard, yet ultimately remained silent. "Very well, let us go see Dr. Lan." With a resigned shake of his head, Luo Mang proceeded towards the exit. Emil, witnessing this, followed closely behind, unwilling to stray even a step away. In a certain part of the desert, amidst the endless expanse of scorching golden sands, one would expect it to be devoid of life. Yet at this moment, there existed a cool refuge situated underground. Luo Mang and Emil entered slowly, and before them stood the slender figure of Dr. Lan, clad in a white lab coat. Aside from his tender green complexion, he bore the unmistakable appearance of an expert in a particular field of research. "You have arrived," Dr. Lan remarked without turning around. His head bowed as he observed the liquid dripping before him. His mind resembled a precision machine, meticulously analyzing the composition and density of the liquid with his naked eye. Chapter 55. Mutation? A mutation. It has come. Luo Mang nodded. "Is there something you need?" Dr. Lan inquired casually. His demeanor suggested that he was not a captive of Luo Mang, but rather the master of this place. "There is a matter at hand, and the situation outside is equally pressing. Once I complete my task, I must depart," Luo Mang replied, nodding again, as if they were merely engaging in a mundane conversation. Upon hearing this, Dr. Lan finally exhaled and gestured toward the nearby bed. "Lie down." "Thank you." Luo Mang smiled slightly and willingly reclined on the bed. "How did you know I would come for you to conduct mutation experiments?" Dr. Lan, observing Luo Mang's seemingly carefree demeanor, could not help but inquire with curiosity. Intelligent individuals are often like this. They can deduce the answers themselves, yet prefer to hear the rationale articulated by others. "And how did you know I would be coming recently?" Luo Mang glanced at the various instruments that had only recently been assembled, along with the pure green serum set aside. Whether it was the Abomination or the Red Giant, the catalyst for their emergence required Banner's experimental serum. Clearly, Dr. Lan had been well prepared. As Luo Mang's words concluded, Dr. Lan fixed his gaze upon him, falling into a contemplative silence for several moments. However, soon the two individuals inexplicably burst into laughter, seemingly finding each other's inquiries to be rather foolish. The notion that an intelligent person could pose such trivial questions held a certain charm. "Doctor." Lan wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, which shimmered with an emerald hue. "How delightful it would be if it were you I had met first instead of Banner," he said earnestly, gazing at Luo Mang. "Having undergone the ordeal with Banner, I find myself utterly exposed to the scrutiny of the outside world, and I must seek a refuge." As Dr. Lan fiddled with the instruments, he chuckled nonchalantly, although his oversized head made the smile appear somewhat grotesque. "Then General Ross found me. You understand, having him around indeed facilitates matters considerably." "Doctor." Lan restrained Luo Mang's limbs in iron shackles, never once meeting his gaze. "They all say I am dangerous. Had it not been for you, I might never have seen the light of day again." This statement from Dr. Lan caused a flicker of discomfort to cross Emil's face as he remained on guard. "Yet no one comprehends that I am merely a scientist with a passion for research. My initial intention was only to utilize gamma rays for medical technology, perhaps to casually win a Nobel Prize. As Dr. Lon recounted this, his hands faltered momentarily. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Luo Mang inquired with a smile, showing no concern that Dr. Lon might act against him. I've been experiencing some minor issues with my body, Dr. Lon replied, shaking his arm in front of Luo Mang. To his surprise, his once vibrant green skin now began to fade, blending with a normal complexion, resembling a canvas tainted with paint. No wonder, Luo Mang chuckled softly, choosing not to speak further. The two remained in silent companionship. Luo Mang reclined quietly on the bed, lost in thought, while Dr. Lon diligently adjusted the equipment, ultimately inserting a vial of serum into a nearby apparatus. As the serum was placed, the machine's lights blazed to life, accompanied by the resonant hum of the motor echoing in their ears. No further words were exchanged. Dr. Lon proceeded to the other side of the isolation glass. Arriving at the control room, he glanced at Luo Mang and pressed the red operation button with determination. It all transpired in an instant. The entire room enveloped Luo Mang in a shroud of green light. Observing the events that once transpired within himself, Emil's gaze became serious and attentive. The green light shimmered as the serum was simultaneously propelled through countless translucent needles into Luo Mang's body. Strangely, despite the serum being administered, Luo Mang remained with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of abnormality. Dr. Lon fixed his gaze upon Luo Mang, attempting to discern his reaction. From the very beginning, Dr. Lon had informed Luo Mang that the experiment might fail. Nevertheless, Luo Mang remained resolute in his obstinacy. Initially, Dr. Lon attributed this to Luo Mang's arrogance and chose to disregard it. However, after spending a month in this laboratory, he began to contemplate that Luo Mang's motivations were far from simple. Indeed, as the serum was fully injected, Luo Mang's entire being suddenly transformed into a gruesome spectacle. The tendrils behind him flailed erratically, yet miraculously avoided all the delicate instruments around. Accompanied by flickers of green light in the air, the scarlet scales that enveloped Luo Mang began to shift towards a verdant hue, reminiscent of his appearance following the injection of the lizard serum. Each piece of his flesh swelled grotesquely, resembling the bloated carcass of a beast. His once distinct facial contours now appeared as a mass of rotting flesh. The scales that adorned him became loosened, lifted slightly under the pressure of the engorged flesh, revealing portions of skin marred with bulging veins ready to burst. Luo Mang's muscular form was unmistakably transforming into that of a giant. If this continued, he would truly explode, Dr. Lon murmured, unable to believe that Luo Mang would lead himself to ruin without some contingency. Observing Luo Mang's condition, Dr. Lon steeled himself and decisively pushed the lever down. The illumination within the isolation chamber instantly morphed into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of the crimson flesh of a colossal being. This was cosmic radiation unleashed. Any ordinary individual exposed would likely meet their demise. Yet, it seemed to react with the serum coursing through Luo Mang's veins. In a mere 10 seconds after exposure to the red light, the inflated flesh of Luo Mang appeared to deflate, akin to a punctured balloon. As the excess gas was expelled, his visage regained clarity. However, when his flesh finally tightened, Dr. Lon and Emil were astonished to discover that it was merely the bloated exterior that had dissipated. The transformed, perfect physique remained intact. The faint greenish tint had vanished completely, leaving Luo Mang's scarlet form even more pronounced, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. A mere glance at this ghastly sanguine hue would leave an ordinary person in awe for an extended period. Each scale was now enveloped in a robust, textured skin, and Luo Mang's overall size had more than doubled. Though not as exaggerated as the muscles of a red giant, his stature reached an impressive 28 meters, surpassing the length of the experimental bed. Such a creature, merely by sight, radiated an oppressive force that was suffocating. Chapter 56. Let the red giant overlook the entire world. He has truly succeeded, Dr. Blue murmured to himself. The scene unfolding before him surpassed his comprehension. How could Luo Mang successfully embrace the mutated state of the red giant? Why did the fusion between the red giant and his primal mutated genes occur so harmoniously, as if they were destined to be one? At this moment, it would seem logical for Luo Mang to be overwhelmed by the power of Hulk and explode, would it not? Although he had prepared himself, Dr. Blue was still unavoidably shaken by the spectacle before him. However, The initial shock quickly faded from his gaze, replaced by an intense fervor. Luo Mang, Luo Mang, Luo Mang. Doctor. Blue found himself incessantly calling out Luo Mang's name. His feet moved unconsciously until he realized he was standing before the door of the isolation chamber. A faintly green hand rested upon the doorknob. Dr. Blue looked up in astonishment, only to find an empty experimental bed. At that moment, a hoarse, deep whisper echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a devil from the depths of hell, murmuring softly. Even Dr. Blue felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, a chill coursing from his spine to the crown of his head. The overwhelming cold nearly disrupted his already extraordinary intellect. Forcing himself to turn around, the first thing that entered his view was a row of bone-like, serrated teeth, glistening with a faint chill. Though they appeared bony, Dr. Blue had no doubt they could effortlessly rend him apart. His gaze rose higher, locking onto a pair of eyes. Yet, instead of comfort, a greater chill enveloped him. Eyes are the windows through which thoughts are conveyed, but in that moment, Dr. Blue discovered he could not discern any emotion within those eyes. The obscurity of the gaze and features only intensified his dread. It was only now that he fully extricated himself from the delirium of joy. What followed was a profound sense of terror. What kind of monster have I created with my own hands? His thoughts became utterly disordered in the face of fear. Even his exceptionally advanced brain began to crumble under the weight of this realization. It felt as though the chilling aura was eroding him, freezing him, entirely robbing him of the ability to think. At this moment, the crimson figure bent its massive form, gazing down at Dr. Blue. Behind its terrifying head was a physique far surpassing that of an ordinary human. The red symbiotic substance spread and writhed across every visible muscle, as if the very flesh itself had birthed an intelligent life. Luo Mang. In this instant, Dr. Blue finally erupted in full. The air was thick with wails of anguish and despair, heralding the birth of what I considered my greatest masterpiece. I am here. The voice of Luo Mang resonated, intermingled with a peculiar timbre, as though two individuals were speaking simultaneously. Yet, once the words settled, the reverberation throughout the laboratory seemed to revert to its usual cadence. Dr. Lan's eyelids fluttered open, only to find that the imagined crimson visage had not materialized. Instead, what met his gaze were the beaming faces of Luo Mang and the gentle warmth of the sun. Noticing Dr. Lan's gaze upon him, Luo Mang maintained a smile and reiterated, I am here. It was as if a lover was responding in kind, and at that moment, Luo Mang bore an entirely different countenance from mere moments prior. His voice had returned to its normal state, as warm as a spring breeze, melting away the icy grip that had held Dr. Lan captive. Gazing at Luo Mang, who now appeared entirely human, Dr. Lan shuddered, his senses reawakening in an instant. Everything he had just witnessed felt like mere phantoms, ephemeral and non-existent. You have succeeded. It is not I who has triumphed. I have become. Dr. Lan's eyes sparkled with a mad glee, as if he had snatched back a cherished treasure from the heavens. The sight of the red giant re-emerging within Luo Mang sent Dr. Lan into an ecstatic frenzy, his large head bobbing as if intoxicated. He staggered toward Luo Mang, reaching out with his fading hand to gently caress Luo Mang's skin. Despite Luo Mang's current ordinary state, he remained irresistible to Dr. Lan. As warmth flowed from his fingertips, Dr. Lan's gaze grew enraptured. You have surpassed Ross. You have truly outdone the red giant. You are my most magnificent creation, the gem of the new era. Dr. Lan appeared somewhat incoherent, fervently sharing his excitement with Luo Mang. Luo Mang simply observed him, a smile unwavering on his face. Taking Dr. Lan's hand, he guided him to sit beside him, listening quietly, like a father watching over his child. Ironically, at this moment, Luo Mang's blood and cells were undeniably the fruits of Dr. Lan's labor. If anyone could be deemed a father, it was Dr. Lan who rightly held that title. Yet, the fervor evident in Dr. Lan's demeanor rendered him akin to a child recounting the day's amusing events to his father. As Dr. Lan passionately narrated his tale, Luo Mang nodded gently in affirmation, reassuring Dr. Lan that he was still present, still listening to everything. Meanwhile, Emile, who had been lurking in the corner, appeared dazed, oblivious to the exchange between Luo Mang and Dr. Lan. He squatted in the shadows, his chest rising and falling, reminiscent of a panting dog. As Dr. Lan regained his composure, quenching the dryness in his throat and clearing the excitement from his eyes. Luo Mang also rose to his feet. "Are you leaving?" Dr. Lan could not help but grasp Luo Mang's hand, tilting his head in inquiry. Luo Mang remained silent, merely nodding slightly as usual. "Very well." Dr. Lan's head drooped, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. Luo Mang stood there, motionless, and the two were caught in a stalemate. Suddenly, Dr. Lan looked up with urgency. "Could you refrain from ending my life? I will merely revert to my former self, devoid of any wisdom beyond that of an ordinary person." For the first time, a plea flickered in Dr. Lan's gaze. Yet, in response to this earnest request, Luo Mang merely maintained a serene smile and nodded. Strangely, the nod, seen through Dr. Lan's eyes, elicited a sorrowful smile, and his aura of desolation intensified. In a flash, Dr. Lan lifted his gaze once more. The pleading in his eyes met only with tranquility, laced with stubbornness. Let the crimson giant gaze upon the world. Oddly enough, confronted with Dr. Lan's earnest stare, Luo Mang refrained from nodding again. Instead, he turned away without a backward glance, departing with Emil. In the now vacant laboratory, a sigh echoed. Dr. Lan, his eyes wandering in confusion, ultimately opened the door to the isolation chamber, retrieving the emptied vial of giant serum. He lay sideways on the experimental bed, cradling the empty tube, and gradually closed his eyes, appearing as if he had drifted into slumber. The next moment, the entire laboratory trembled violently. A pair of colossal red hands emerged, descending with overwhelming force. The laboratory began to collapse, and a pool of green blood began to surge amidst the searing chaos. The previously desolate desert reclaimed its silence. Chapter 57. The Hammer of Thor. In America, in the state of Mexico, a scarlet figure materialized at the center of a temporary structure. Luo Mang lowered his head, glancing at the iron hammer that had forged a large crater in the ground. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he realized that he had not been noticed by the passing agents of S.H.I.L.D. Subsequently, as if having made a profound decision within himself, Luo Mang extended his hand, enveloped in crimson, reaching for the hammer. His fingers brushed against the cool handle, which emanated a unique rhythm. This sensation bore a resemblance to the crimson essence that enveloped him, alive, yet undeniably an object. As Luo Mang tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, his entire arm began to exert force, muscles rippling with vigor. At that moment, countless tendrils behind him entwined around the hammer of Thor, which began to resonate with faint sparks of lightning. Yet, astonishingly, none of this energy could harm Luo Mang in the slightest. Instead, the crimson tendrils that continuously spread across the hammer of Thor began to envelop the weapon completely. Only when it had entirely consumed the hammer did the earlier surges of electricity finally dissipate. A low growl escaped Romang's lips, drawing the attention of those around him. Observing this crimson-hued monstrosity, everyone instinctively grasped their weapons, yet refrained from firing immediately. Although Romang's appearance had altered somewhat, it still bore a striking resemblance to the beloved shade of red favored by the American populace. Their hesitation to shoot was not born of concern for the hero's safety, but rather from the collective understanding that no one dared to challenge Luo Mang after his massacre of the military. This was a consensus among nearly all present, especially since the last individual who defied him had met with a grim fate. Disregarding the others, Luo Mang's focus remained solely on the hammer of Thor beneath him. The tendrils wrapped around it, exerting force in tandem with Luo Mang. The weight he could feel was likely beyond 10,000 pounds, as if it were magnetically affixed to the ground. With Luo Mang's tug, the surrounding earth inexplicably began to fracture. The power of lightning could no longer be concealed, surging forth from the confines of the tendrils. The liquid crimson flowing across Luo Mang's face surged forth, resembling bulging veins upon his fearsome visage. As Luo Mang exerted further strength, the hammer of Thor finally broke free from the ground. The sudden contrast in force nearly caused him to stagger backward. The uncontrollable splatter of thunderous energy filled Luo Mang's eyes with delight. He had not anticipated that he would qualify to wield the hammer of Thor. Since Thor's banishment to the mortal realm, Odin had altered the rules governing the hammer. Through a curse, he ensured that only those deemed worthy could lift it. The advantage of this was that aside from Thor, others could also have the opportunity to wield the hammer. However, the downside was that even Thor himself could no longer lift it. In Luo Mang's remarkable memory, there were only a few individuals capable of directly lifting the hammer of Thor. Most notably among them was Thor himself, followed by Vision and Captain America. Aside from Thor, who was the rightful owner of the hammer, Vision and Captain America had managed to do so through unique circumstances. Vision, being a construct, was naturally exempt from the curse's rules. Conversely, Captain America, amplified by the serum coursing through his veins, embodied pure justice. From a conventional perspective, Captain America and Luo Mang were alike, while they appeared human. Their true essence could scarcely be classified as such. Luo Mang had never expected to earn the hammer's recognition. He did not consider himself just or great, yet he pondered. Why was that so? Never mind. Luo Mang shook his head, for the knowledge of curses exceeded the bounds of his understanding. From beginning to end, this was merely his first encounter with such arcane matters. Yet, suddenly, a profound sensation coursed through him, prompting him to gaze skyward. The agents surrounding him were startled by this reaction, their apprehension palpable. Paying them no heed, Luo Mang's eyes penetrated the heavens, as if he glimpsed something beyond the celestial expanse. As he raised his gaze, the MJ lunar in his grasp grew increasingly weighty, crackling with the fury of thunder. The enchanted hammer seemed eager to soar into the sky. Feeling the mounting force within his grip, Luo Mang's expression darkened slightly. He relaxed his fingers, willingly relinquishing the hammer. Freed from his constraints, MJ lunar bolted skyward like a caged rabbit escaping, vanishing from sight in an instant. The agents exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for what to do, and ultimately decided to leave Luo Mang behind, murmuring in exasperation about his stinginess, lamenting that it was merely a family heirloom despite claims of recognition being sufficient for its use. Among those who could unsettle Luo Mang, Odin's name had now been added to the list. Indeed, possessing the right to wield MJ lunar was one thing, but the act of wielding it was an entirely different matter. However, Luo Mang reflected that Thor was indeed Odin's chosen heir, and the challenges he faced were merely those of a prince on an adventure. Are you suggesting that you've resolved that significant dilemma? Peter, hanging upside down from the ceiling, regarded Luo Mang with incredulity, as if he had missed an entire universe. I apologize, Luo. Following the last incident, there has been unrest in the shadows of New York. Moreover, I must console Gwen and her family. Peter's countenance was tense, as he fervently explained, only to be halted by a wave of Luo Mang's hand. Luo Mang, far from being disinterested, regarded Peter with keen curiosity. One must be quite frightened, no? Did nothing happen between you? At Luo Mang's inquisitive remark, Peter's face visibly flushed. The bloodthirsty demeanor of the dark spider was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he appeared as an infatuated youth. He leaped down from the ceiling and sheepishly replied, I'll visit Gwen again. Her family has been much kinder to me. I'm just inquiring about her. Luo Mang mercilessly pierced through Peter's words. Not asking is one thing, but your face turns as red as a giant when you do. Understanding dawned upon him, and Luo Mang chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. Given Peter's demeanor, it was clear that Gwen had likely discovered his true identity. The present version of Peter has been accepted as a matter of course, and it seems that Gwen has been indirectly transformed quite significantly. Look who I've spotted. A baby in pajamas. Last time, you weren't frightened, were you? Tony approached through the doorway, a bouquet of fresh flowers arranged in a black gift box resting on his arm. Chapter 58. One red giant is sufficient. The number of villains he has personally dispatched far surpasses yours. Ronan retorted without hesitation. Oh, how terrifying. I hope the spider demon doesn't come after me. Tony casually set down the flowers, adopting an exaggerated expression. It appears I did not extend an invitation for you to be here today, did I? Ronan remarked, gazing at Tony. In response, Tony shrugged, displaying an air of resignation. Pepper sent me here, expressing her gratitude for your rescue. Damn it. I was the one who cradled her in my arms and led her away from peril. Tony rolled his eyes at the thought, feeling a surge of irritation. It seems Pepper is a person of gratitude. Do convey my thanks. Ronan inhaled the fresh scent of the petals before continuing, and you, Tony, can barely be regarded as human. Hannibal Lecter, why not acknowledge my virtues? Tony replied, somewhat disgruntled, ever since witnessing Ronan devour the 4 symbiote villains with his gaping maw. That moniker has been firmly etched in Tony's mind. Enough of the banter. You haven't come merely to deliver flowers, have you? Ronan tilted his head, scrutinizing Tony's eyes. Given Tony's nature, even at Pepper's behest, it would likely be just a remote-controlled delivery of the mark suit. After all, the more intelligent one is, the more they value time. Time is indeed precious. This was a lesson imparted to Tony by his father, Howard Stark. Rather than reminiscing with Ronan, Tony would have preferred to flirt with Pepper over a glass of red wine. Yet, faced with Ronan's gaze, Tony was the first to concede. Now, I need you to listen to me attentively. Tony suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, the jest and mockery evaporating from his expression. Having endured a series of trials, Tony had matured considerably. Locking eyes with Ronan, he spoke deliberately. I hope you will hand over Dr. Blue. Upon hearing Tony's words, Ronan chuckled inwardly, meeting Tony's gaze in return. Is it your wish, or is it the wish of the Avengers behind you? Ronan arched an eyebrow. If he was not mistaken, the Avengers had begun to take shape at this moment. Since Tony had no connection with Dr. Blue, it was evident that the one requiring Dr. Blue was not Tony himself. The true party seeking Dr. Blue's surrender was already glaringly apparent. As Ronan's words faded, a palpable tension filled the air. Peter remained quietly by the side, refraining from uttering a word, yet he was fully prepared to take action. Did Peter harbor any animosity towards Tony? Certainly not. However, if compelled to choose a side, Peter would unhesitatingly and resolutely ally with Roman. The dynamic between Roman and Tony oscillated between the warmth of old friends engaged in casual conversation and an undercurrent of hostility. Listen, I'm not here to quarrel with you. I simply wish to speak with Mr. Blue, Tony stated, his tone slightly diminished as he was not clad in his armor. Yet, recalling his purpose for being there, he emphatically reiterated, Mr. Blue is of no use to you. He is merely a scientist, researching something about green spotlights. Though Tony appeared to be idly chatting, each utterance was a deliberate evasion of the crux of the matter. If you have any concerns, I can assure you on behalf of the Avengers that Mr. Blue poses no further threat to your safety. Tony spoke with unblinking conviction. After delivering his final remark, even Peter could barely suppress a chuckle. Guaranteeing Roman's safety? Perhaps he should first ensure Mr. Blue's safety. I will kill him, Roman stated plainly and decisively, without any pretense. If he remains alive, I might even find it impossible to sleep. As he toyed with a pedal, Roman elucidated his rationale. Such matters he handled with utmost transparency, leaving no room for subterfuge. Those capable of eliminating Roman require no justification. Those who need a reason cannot accomplish the deed. When survival is not at stake, everything is negotiable. However, why? Tony furrowed his brow, voicing his confusion. Yet, this time, Roman remained silent. Deep down, Roman understood that the power of the Red Giant is sufficient in this world. Should Dr. Blue live, complications are bound to arise. Better to eliminate him. Is Roman merciless? Perhaps he simply prioritizes his own survival above all else, eradicating potential threats as a matter of procedure. Ironically, the individual who understood Roman best was none other than Dr. Blue, whom Roman himself had slain. Roman ultimately declined Dr. Blue's request. For words, no matter how eloquent, cannot impact the world as profoundly as tangible actions. Yet, in any case, Dr. Blue would no longer witness the unfolding events. As two figures appeared at the doorway, their shadows elongated by the sunlight behind them, Roman gestured towards the entrance, softly smiling at Tony. It's time for you to leave. Very well. If that is the case, I shall return and explain everything to them. Though Tony spoke lightly, the sheen in his eyes revealed that his emotions were far from simple. In truth, even if Tony remained silent, Roman could surmise the underlying tension. In the realm of the Avengers, there exists but one individual who can forge a connection with Dr. Blue and relies upon him. Though it could be argued that two individuals fit this description, Banner and the Hulk. At this juncture, the Green Giant continues to navigate the path of growth. Emil, brushing past Tony, averted his gaze, weakly exchanging greetings. Trailing behind him was Flint, who, upon observing Emil, simply nodded in silence and retreated to a corner alongside him. Witnessing their interaction, Emil was surprised by the harmonious rapport between the two. Hey, Ro, have you missed me? Deadpool entered, cradling a bottle of toilet cleaner, taking a hearty swig, and burping loudly. Wade, ever since you gained immortality, have you forgotten how to wield a blade? Ro gazed in astonishment at Deadpool's back, where his signature twin swords had seemingly vanished. Hey, isn't that the crux of the matter? Deadpool shook the toilet cleaner bottle, his eyes wide with curiosity. However, Ro merely glanced and remarked, "Your occasional eccentricity is, in fact, quite normal. But have you lost interest in the arsenic trioxide in my lab? How did you end up drinking cough that toilet cleaner?" Ro read the name on the side of the bottle softly. "I recently encountered a woman. She resembled an angel. To my astonishment, she showed no interest in my dashing looks. I'm heartbroken, Ro." The acrid scent of something corrosive wafted from Deadpool's words, prompting Ro to push him aside in distaste. It was only after hearing Deadpool that he realized the odor was not of decay, but rather the sour scent of unrequited love. "For heaven's sake, please keep your mouth shut. Today is a momentous occasion." "Keep my mouth shut? Perhaps you could consider sewing it shut for me, much like Wade." "Oh, I meant Wade's twin?" Deadpool, having inadvertently let slip a secret, quickly shifted the conversation with a playful gesture. Chapter 59, The Serpent Gang. Following Deadpool's entrance, Max, Martin Lee, and the Punisher soon arrived. Max had reveled in his heroics over the past days. Wherever he appeared in New York, he was instantly recognizable. His iconic, gap-toothed grin and electrifying presence rendering him the second most popular superhero after Ro. As for Tony, he presided over an entire military-industrial complex, developing weapons of war. How many could genuinely admire him? Not to mention the Iron Tyrant, Obadiah Stane, who had once collaborated closely with the Ten Rings and had caused untold devastation to the homes of many at the hands of Stark Industries. With everyone gathered, Ro took his seat at the head of the table, inviting all to find their places. A long rectangular table, though not exceptionally lengthy, exudes an air of mystery and elegance. Each chair behind the individuals is adorned with a uniquely carved pattern. There are 9 chairs, yet only 8 are occupied. Martin Lee ponders deeply about the solitary unoccupied seat, for it alone bears an intricately carved design. A lizard shaped like a crescent moon, its scales vividly embossed. Merely gazing at it evokes a palpable sense of vitality. As if sensing Martin Lee's scrutiny, Luo Mang gently spoke. "Dr. Connors, many of you have already met. Regrettably, he cannot be present today. However, our team is fully assembled. Is there anything we can assist you with?" Peter, unable to contain himself, interjected, having not spoken to Connors since his relationship with Gwen began. As Peter's words escaped his lips, all eyes turned towards him, including that of the Punisher, who typically adhered to a personal code of lethal principles. "Have you heard of a criminal organization called the Serpent Gang?" In response to the group's reaction, Luo Mang appeared unfazed. "I've heard of them. The number of abilities among them is not insignificant, though their capabilities are rather mediocre." Martin Lee waved his cane dismissively, conveying disdain for the Serpent Gang. "I've had a confrontation with Viper Jordan and Glasses King Cobra Klaus." "And then what?" Max inquired with curiosity. "Since that encounter, the Serpent Gang has lost 2 of its serpents." Martin Lee leaned on his cane, unable to suppress a chuckle. His power of reversal could entirely negate the mutated genes within the 2 individuals. Coupled with the seductive attributes of his abilities, he didn't even need to intervene directly. They would have turned against each other. "Oh, you're quite impressive," Max exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. During the last superhero versus supervillain competition, Max had been too anxious to notice the abilities of others. However, if it weren't for the territorial disputes and vested interests, I would prefer not to provoke the Serpent Gang. There are too many ability users. A sudden onslaught would be manageable, but lurking in the shadows could pose significant challenges. Martin Lee candidly acknowledged this, for he was responsible for the entire Demon Gang. Despite the influx of high-damage weaponry through smuggling, he remained the sole ability user within the organization. Should the Serpent Squad conceal themselves and transform into true serpents, lying in wait, Martin Lee would find himself ensnared in an unending state of passivity, his fists powerless against overwhelming numbers. Indeed, Luo Mang nodded at Martin Lee, surveying the group. "From what I understand, the Serpent Squad comprises at least 20 ability users, each possessing distinct powers. While their individual strengths may be average, their greatest advantage lies in their solidarity." At this point, even Luo Mang couldn't help but express admiration. Members mutually protect and share the fruits of their victories, which is precisely why they have emerged as a second-tier criminal organization on the global stage. Luo Mang paused momentarily, and his assertion was not mere conjecture. After all, outside, the Viper Squad, also known as the Righteous Snake Squad, exhibited a bond akin to that of siblings. Few criminal organizations surpass them in teamwork, making them a paragon within the industry. As Luo Mang's words lingered in the air, each individual bore a distinct expression. Accustomed to solitary endeavors, they seemed to ponder how they might handle this criminal organization were they in a similar position. However, as everyone was deep in thought, Deadpool and Max curiously surveyed their surroundings. One was somewhat eccentric, while the other was a nascent hero, bewildered by the actions of their peers. Luo Mang cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all present. Thus, I have considered that perhaps we require a common organization. Together, we can share intelligence, confront crises, and minimize the dangers of survival. After much deliberation, Luo Mang finally revealed his true intention. Ever since his previous life, when he was hunted, he had harbored this clandestine thought. Among all his plans, this was undoubtedly one of the most pivotal: to possess one's own influence, enhance personal threat levels, and diminish those of adversaries. On the path forward, one inevitably encounters like-minded individuals. If they're not already aligned, Luo Mang would endeavor to align them. With this thought, he cast a glance at Peter. I concur. As long as we unite, the perils will diminish. Peter, as Luo Mang's devoted admirer, had no reason to hesitate. Upon sensing Luo Mang's gaze, he promptly voiced his agreement. Next to speak was Max. The largest conflict I have participated in was the recent competition. My most immediate realization is that without you, I could not have emerged unscathed, nor could I have saved my mother. I hope we can unite. This marked Max's first address before such a gathering of empowered individuals. Despite summoning great courage, his voice trembled slightly. Observing Max's reaction, Luo Mang silently lamented the long road ahead for those with inferiority complexes. I will join. The Punisher's voice resonated with surprising decisiveness. This level of commitment had not been anticipated by Luo Mang. Unlike Peter and Max, who were steadfast supporters and grateful friends respectively, the Punisher had always occupied a peripheral position within Luo Mang's group. Thus, it would be more accurate to describe him as a fellow traveler whose path merely overlapped with Luo Mang's journey. However, from the fundamental perspective of the principle of retribution, it is evident that the Punisher and Luo Mang are fundamentally distinct. Luo Mang nodded towards the Punisher, then glanced at the others. Following suit were Emil and Flint, who were both direct subordinates of Luo Mang. Their reluctance to speak immediately stemmed from their desire to gauge the attitudes of those around them. Chapter 60. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What? Deadpool exclaimed, noticing everyone's gaze upon him. He promptly withdrew his leg from the friction with Peter. With a cheeky grin, he pointed to the toilet cleaner in his hand. I still prefer the 84 brand. Upon hearing Deadpool's nonsensical reply, Luo Mang smiled and remained unperturbed. Wade, for every action taken by a new member of the organization, there is a subsidy of 100,000, with no upper limit. What do you think about naming our organization the Task Force? Deadpool, upon hearing this, excitedly slammed the toilet cleaner onto the table, causing the acidic liquid to fizz and sizzle on the surface. His reaction was anticipated by Luo Mang, as Deadpool had always been known for his mercenary appearances. It was a return to his roots, so to speak. As for the source of funding, that was something Connors could handle entirely. Recently, the price and sales volume of the regeneration serum had risen. Upholding the principle of excellent after-sales service, Luo Mang diluted one portion of the serum into 3. Thus, to achieve the effect of one portion, one would have to spend 3 times the amount. What? You say the market will eventually saturate? Huh, the market may indeed saturate, but money will never be in short supply. When that time comes, we can always create some demand manually. Who hasn't had a limb broken at some point? In other words, the regeneration serum served as Luo Mang's inexhaustible source of income. With the demise of Osborn and the second Green Goblin, Harry, there was virtually no one left to obstruct Luo Mang's path. Contemplating this, Luo Mang turned his gaze towards the last individual, Mr. Negative, Martin Lee. Leaning on his cane, Martin Lee pondered for a moment, his skin fluctuating between negative and normal hues, seemingly negotiating between his benevolent and malevolent personas. This flickering did not last long. After approximately 3 minutes, Martin Lee regained his composure. Meeting the hopeful gazes of the others, he ultimately shook his head. Luo Mang was the one person Martin Lee found most inscrutable since his arrival in the United States. Upon their first meeting, he appeared to be a cancer-stricken man with little time left. Yet, by their second encounter, Luo Ramong's demeanor had begun to instill a sense of trepidation in Martin Li. Although Ramong had never shown hostility towards him, this was a world rife with interests and deception. One moment of carelessness could lead to utter destruction and irretrievable doom. Martin Li's benevolent nature concurred, yet under the vehement persuasion of his malevolent side, he ultimately resolved to decline Roman's invitation. Had Roman been able to hear the unspoken thoughts of Martin Li at that moment, he would surely have expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "How did you know what I was thinking?" If deception is to be considered, it is evident that from the very beginning, Roman had been intent on scheming against Martin Li. In a world beyond, perhaps it is the Chinese themselves who conspire against their own. Even now, Roman still sought to ensnare Martin Li through his invitation, aiming to assimilate the demon gang into his fold. Before the American public, he had established a heroic facade, rendering it inconvenient to engage in actions that starkly contrast this image. Moreover, with Peter and Max having recently dismantled numerous gangs, and with Jin's demise leaving a power vacuum, promoting the demon gang to oversee America's underground factions might prove to be a prudent choice. After all, among the multitude of gangs, the demon gang is relatively distinguished, far superior to those of lesser caliber. Upon hearing Martin Li's resolute refusal, Roman shook his head in regret. Yet, it was this seemingly innocuous expression from Roman that instilled a sense of foreboding in Martin Li. His malevolent persona surged forth like a deity, gripping a golden-headed cane. The force of transformation coursed through his arm and into the cane, which instantaneously morphed into a striking black and white, its lethality amplified beyond measure. Martin Li's actions elicited a palpable shift in the countenance of the other participants at the table, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. A faint rustling sound filled the air. Flint's legs had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into sand, sprawling beneath Martin Li's feet. Emile, with one hand concealed behind his back, clutched the armrest of his imposing chair, poised to unleash it upon Martin Li's face at a moment's notice. Peter, with a grim expression, did not even lift his gaze. However, should conflict ensue, his spider sense would prompt him to react optimally. The Punisher, arms crossed, scrutinized the others with a furrowed brow, remaining silent. Max appeared utterly flummoxed, raising his hands in a gesture that seemed to implore everyone to maintain their composure. As for Deadpool, he had vanished from his seat, and a glance revealed him at the doorway, fervently attempting to wedge his calf into the door latch. Aware of the attention upon him, he sheepishly raised his head to explain, "I was just worried he might escape. And by the way, does the $100,000 start counting from now?" With Deadpool's inquiry, the initiative was once again relinquished to Roman. In terms of strength, cohesion, and financial prowess, Roman was undoubtedly the rightful leader. Everyone was awaiting Romang's command. "What are you all doing?" Little did they know, Romang's words caused a slight pause among the crowd. "What do you mean by doing?" "We are here to eliminate the traitors and establish authority." The people silently shouted in their hearts, yet it was impossible to voice their thoughts at such a critical moment. They merely exchanged puzzled glances with Ramong. "Don't be so tense. Let's maintain our composure," Ramong said with a smile as he rose from his seat. However, his subsequent actions left everyone momentarily stunned. He approached Martin Li with deliberate steps, and as the atmosphere thickened, Ramong extended his right hand towards him. "I sincerely appreciate your continued assistance. It remains etched in my memory." This unexpected reaction from Ramong left Martin Li somewhat disoriented. Was this truly the same individual who had relentlessly pursued four formidable villains at the slightest provocation? Even Martin Li instinctively thought Ramong might betray him. After all, such scenarios were not uncommon in the realm of organized crime. Observing Romang's outstretched hand, Martin Li instinctively relinquished his defensive stance. He released his cane and grasped Romang's hand. "Why are you all staring at me? Do you think I would forcibly retain Li?" Ramong inquired softly, noticing the confusion on the faces of those around him. "Ugh, this is dull," Deadpool muttered as he returned to his seat, resting his face against the table, his hands limply hanging beneath it. "What's wrong with you?" Peter asked quietly. "Oh, nothing, just a broken leg." Deadpool waved dismissively, resembling someone who had just lost a fortune. As the atmosphere gradually returned to normal, Ramong made his way back to his seat, speaking aloud as he walked. "I will never coerce anyone to join. Likewise, anyone already involved may depart at any time." However, Ramong paused at the head of the table, exuding absolute confidence. His gaze swept across the faces of those present, capturing every subtle change in their expressions. A smirk graced his lips as he transformed into a formidable crimson figure, his form swelling to a towering height of 28 meters. His imposing shadow gradually enveloped the entire table, and the myriad of tendrils behind him danced and swayed, a heavy scent of blood permeating the air. Rule 1. Do not speak of this to anyone. Rule 2. Please adhere to the first rule. Rule 3. A glint of cold ruthlessness flickered in Luo Mang's blood-red eyes. He slowly opened his arms, his gaze piercing through the eaves towards the dark, starry sky. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We are the Crimson Secret Society. Chapter 61. Action. Under the moonlight, Martin Li leaned on his cane, walking steadily through the alley. After taking a few steps forward, a faint, urgent breath and a voice of pleading emerged from the shadows of the alley. Martin Li halted his steps, letting out a soft sigh. He gently pointed his golden-headed cane at the figure crawling before him, causing the person to freeze instantly. In less than a second, they sprang to their feet, seizing a stone and relentlessly striking down upon their still uncollected weapon, until flesh and blood were reduced to a gruesome mess, at which point they expressionlessly dropped the stone from their hands. Yet, the rhythmic sound of impact did not cease. The individual began to bow their head against the ground, offering prostrations to the trembling figure shrouded in shadow. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows. Throughout this ordeal, Martin Li remained at the side, leaning on his cane, quietly observing in the tranquil alley. Accompanied by a faint sound, the bowing figure fell utterly still. A large gaping wound marred their forehead, from which a mixture of red and white substances flowed forth. To engage in such acts and to offer remorseful bows is a leniency you do not deserve. Martin Li murmured softly in his native tongue. He then disregarded the girl lurking in the shadows and stepped over the corpse. Swiftly, several dark figures swept across the alley above. Yet, Martin Li continued forward, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Although his expression remained unchanged, his mind incessantly replayed the events that had transpired not long ago. Rule 1. Do not speak of this to anyone. Rule 3. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We are the Crimson Secret Society. When Martin Li came to his senses, he found himself at the end of the alley. Looking back, the dark figures had vanished without a trace. He let out a slight sigh, feeling a sense of loss and uncertainty. He pondered whether refusing Roman's proposal was ultimately a blessing or a curse. As a person of Chinese descent, he believed in karma. An unsettling awareness crept over him. He might soon require the assistance of the Crimson Secret Society. However, having departed only recently, he already felt a twinge of regret. "Hey, I'm soaring," exclaimed Deadpool, reveling in the exhilaration that surpassed even the thrill of receiving 10 rewards in a single day. Woo! He wandered through the pitch-black void above, occasionally ensnared by Peter's venomous webs or entangled by Roman's tendrils, only to be hurled back into the air. He would sometimes linger amidst Flint's sand clouds. In the darkness, several figures soared and sprinted across rooftops, converging towards a common destination in their unique postures. Despite their differing forms and stances, the sole unifying feature among them was a ring adorning their right hands. The ring, unpretentious in design, bore an air of antiquity. Although each individual wore it in a distinct position on their right hand, it fit them remarkably well. Etched upon the ring were 2 elegantly crafted uppercase initials. This marked the inaugural collective endeavor of the Crimson Secret Society. With but a few swift movements, the group materialized atop a distant skyscraper. From another side, a green figure scaled the building's edge, its armored plates glistening under the moonlight with a cold radiance. The figure, adopting a quadrupedal stance, emitted a crisp sound as it twisted past a railing. In the next moment, the enormous green silhouette vanished, revealing a slender, bare-chested humanoid figure emerging from behind the railing. Adorning its right finger was an ancient ring. "Dr. Connors, it has been quite some time." Luo Mang approached, holding a white shirt. "Thank you, Luo," Connors replied, warmth flickering in his eyes as he watched Luo Mang drape the shirt over his shoulders. "How is our new friend faring?" Luo Mang inquired leisurely. At the mention of this, a flicker of brutality crossed Connor's face. The first encounter was too abrupt. 20 vials of regenerative serum were seized. I attempted to reclaim them, but they proved formidable. The regenerative serums I consumed after sustaining injuries have already surpassed the amount they stole. A shadow darkened Connor's expression. Unjustly targeted and inexplicably deprived of several vials of regenerative serum, he was acutely aware of the perpetrators, but felt powerless to reclaim what was rightfully his. A tempest of fury brewed within him, seeking an outlet. "It is good that you are unharmed," Luo Mang observed, seemingly unfazed by the loss of the serums, as he appraised Connors with a scrutinizing gaze. Then, with a disquieting smile, he added, "Regardless, even if they manage to snatch but a drop of the regenerative serum, they will pay with their lives. What should we do?" Connors asked, impatience evident in his tone. He had suffered too many setbacks at the hands of the Viper Squad and was eager to reclaim his dignity. Luo Mang sauntered to the edge of the rooftop, with Connors close behind. Gazing into the distance at the dilapidated asylum, Luo Mang softly inquired, "Is that their Viper castle?" Connors nodded. "There are many traps. Though their overall capabilities are modest, their coordination is remarkably strong, and each member of the Viper Squad possesses potent venom. The entire Viper gang operates solely around their castle, and any assault will certainly be met with relentless counterattacks." "Did you hear that?" Luo Mang tilted his head slightly, observing the varied stances of the individuals behind him. Deadpool unabashedly lay sprawled on the ground, while Peter squatted at the edge of the rooftop, on tiptoe, his masked visage betraying neither observation nor repose. The Punisher meticulously organized his weaponry, ensuring every bullet was primed for action. Flint leaned against the rooftop's edge, idly rubbing a photograph of his daughter between his fingers. Max waved awkwardly at Connors, while Emil fixed his gaze intently on Roman, awaiting his command. Ignoring the postures of the others, Roman slightly opened his arms. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Show them your strength." As soon as Roman's words echoed, several figures sprung forth from his side, plummeting from the rooftop into the darkness below. Ultimately, only Deadpool sauntered leisurely to Roman's side, stepping onto the edge of the rooftop. "What are you staring at?" "This is how superheroes make their entrance," he remarked, casting a sardonic glance at Connors. Then, with one foot suspended in midair, he dropped straight down, vanishing swiftly into the night's thin mist. Yet within mere seconds, a chorus of pained cries ascended from below. Thick-skinned Shet, hearing the crisp sound of bones cracking from the depths. Even Connors couldn't help but twitch his lips. He turned to Roman, his expression peculiar, as if he wished to articulate something, but hesitated. Roman closed his eyes, shaking his head in resignation. Those who seek to be heroes must inevitably pay the price. Chapter 62, The Asylum. The moon waxed fuller, scattering the clouds across the night sky. Its gentle luminescence resembled a small, energy-efficient nightlight, casting a faint glow upon the ground. Roman strolled along the outskirts of New York City, with Connors trailing behind him. The two ambled leisurely, drawing closer to a singular direction. With each step, the streets appeared increasingly desolate, as if many had abandoned this place. Household items lay strewn about, and cobwebs fluttered in the gentle breeze. Even Hell's Kitchen seemed more vibrant in comparison. People hurried past, as though they had encountered an unspeakable terror. "Look at S.H.I.E.L.D., assembling some Avengers. Protecting the nation, but neglecting its citizens," Roman sighed, disappointment etched across his face. "Or has always been thus. Regardless of circumstances, the populace becomes the sacrifice." Connor spoke gravely, reflecting on his previous existence as merely one among those citizens. What did it matter that he was at the forefront of research in biological medical technology? He was still at the mercy of capital. Had he failed to produce the lizard serum and regeneration potion, he and his family might have inadvertently been swept into chaos, losing their lives without reason. Who could they turn to for justice then? They would merely have to accept their misfortune. After all, they had been ordinary people at that time. Considering this, Connors couldn't help but glance at Roman. Without his glasses, Roman's features appeared significantly clearer. Though his Asian features lacked the pronounced and chiseled qualities of an American, they possessed an ineffable charm. The perpetual smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth rendered it difficult to associate him with the crimson figure. Little did Connors know of the trials Roman had endured in the past. Yet, that aura captivated Connors. It is hard to fathom that all of this transpired within a man barely in his 20s. "What is it?" Luo Mang, noticing Connors' expression, inquired softly. "It's nothing." Connors quickly averted his gaze, responding with a tone of reverence. He felt profound gratitude, admiration, and even veneration for the man who had altered the course of his life. "By the way, It seemed that Connor's interruption had sparked a sudden recollection in Ramon. He halted his steps and turned to face Connors. Staying in the underground laboratory indefinitely is not a viable solution. We should acquire a building to serve as the headquarters for the Scarlet Society. Bring your family over. Their safety will be ensured by the Society. Connors slightly parted his lips, taken aback that Ramon would go to such lengths for him. In America, the depth of employment relationships is profound. Even within the expansive Osborne Industries, core technicians must ensure their own safety, as collaboration only extends within the confines of the company. Matters outside the company are the responsibility of the individual. In some cases, researchers are even placed under house arrest, euphemistically termed as secret research. It seems that Ramon is perhaps the only one in all of America capable of such an endeavor. Connors wholeheartedly agreed with Luo Mang's proposal. While others may be uncertain, Connors had witnessed Ramon's remarkable ascent firsthand. His growth was nothing short of astonishing, given Luo Mang's current prowess. As long as he remained at the helm of the Scarlet Society, there is unlikely to be any individual in New York capable of threatening their safety. Upon entering middle age, one's concerns often revolve around the struggles of life and family. The heavy burden that had long weighed on Connor's heart finally lifted, and even his steps felt considerably lighter. Spare no expense on the building. Ensure safety measures are of the highest caliber. Ramon instructed Connors as they walked, detailing the specifics. As they drew closer, the cacophony around them intensified. However, upon reaching the entrance of the abandoned asylum, the previously overwhelming noise diminished significantly. Ramon pushed open the wrought iron gates, which creaked ominously. Before he could step inside, he was already met with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Gazing into the depths of the overgrown grass, he beheld numerous figures lying silently. The pooled blood had grown cold, as if it were always meant to be so. These individuals bore a resemblance to serpents. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that they possessed legs and were, in fact, ordinary humans. Suddenly, the giant of sand appeared, climbing the staircase, with a stout figure of deep green perched upon its arm. Hatred surged along Flint's arm, a powerful leap that crashed down upon the rooftop of the asylum. The immense force caused the staircase to tremble, creating a gaping hole in the top floor. Debris fell, with winds and dust rising to such an extent that they could topple a person. Yet, Luo Mang and Connors remained resolute in their stride. As the dust settled, Luo Mang maintained his composure, but a colossal lizard suddenly emerged behind him, leaving massive footprints with each step. "Go," he murmured, sensing the restless stir behind him. A gust of wind swept past Luo Mang. Unlike the frenzied roars of hatred, Connors exuded the calm and bloodthirstiness of a predator. Without a sound, he ascended the stairs to the fourth floor, casting his silhouette downwards, crashing to the ground at Luo Mang's feet. It was a creature with a body glazed in blue, a flat-mouthed being, an eel Leopold Strick. Luo Mang offered a gentlemanly bow to its lifeless form before unhesitatingly stepping over it. The sound of bones and flesh cracking echoed as a peculiar transparent liquid splattered across the ground, a toxin unique to him. Yet before Luo Mang, it posed less danger than a glass of milk. As Luo Mang withdrew his foot from the eel's body, it suddenly transformed into a dark red, clawed appendage. Bathed in moonlight, the shadow of a monster, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of the elderly and children alike, abruptly raised its head. Its trailing tentacles slowly lifted, writhing with anticipation. Luo Mang slightly raised his arm and made a grasping motion towards the asylum structure. In less than a millisecond, whoosh, the fifth floor of the asylum began to collapse. Luo Mang's vision flickered, penetrating the fifth level and arriving at the back of the asylum. The sensation of grasping transformed from ephemeral to tangible. Suddenly, he held a figure of yellow and red in his hands, its face flushed, brows thick like silkworms, with a faint yellow horn at its brow. Though its body was enveloped in yellow scales, it donned a tight-fitting red and white combat suit, creating a grotesque and repulsive appearance. At that moment, it struggled in Luo Mang's grasp, its large yellow cape fluttering. Observing its attire, it resembled a mutated superhero, while Luo Mang appeared as the true supervillain. The horned rattlesnake, Seth Walker, it gasped, struggling against the crimson monstrosity before it. "It's you, Crimson Beast." Chapter 63, Annihilation. If one intends to survive in New York, one must understand who truly holds power here. Not long ago, The fear scene of Luo Mang's emergence had instilled fear in the Serpent Gang for quite some time. In contrast to other superheroes who prioritize their heroic titles, the anti-hero Luo Mang instills far greater fear in them. Even yesterday, during an internal meeting of the Serpent Squad, the name of Crimson was mentioned. Yet, no one anticipated that today, Crimson would come personally to confront them. "We have not provoked you." The purple blood trickled from the corner of the Viper's mouth, cascading onto Luo Mang's scaled claws, emitting a faint sizzling sound. However, in an instant, that purple liquid seemed to be consumed, vanishing abruptly from Luo Mang's arm, which appeared as pristine as though it had never been corroded. Under the immense pressure exerted by Luo Mang, the Viper's single eye bulged wide open while the other remained half-closed. Coupled with the blood streaming from his mouth, he appeared utterly wretched. Just moments ago, when Luo Mang had grasped him and dragged him, the violent collision with the wall had already rendered his body overwhelmed. Even now, he could muster only a flicker of resistance. As Luo Mang's grip tightened, the Viper completely succumbed, his eyes dull and sunken, arms weakly hanging down. Purple blood gushed forth from his mouth like a fountain, ceaselessly pouring out. The Viper's expression bore a hint of defiance, as if he wished to utter something more, but Luo Mang was disinclined to listen further. With an increased intensity in his grip, the muscles in Luo Mang's arm began to ripple. Unlike the typical explosion of a human body, Luo Mang's claws penetrated deeply into the Viper's neck, as effortlessly as one might plunge into a soft ice cream cake. Each of his scales resisted the force exerted by Luo Mang, yet they proved utterly ineffective. The blood ceased to flow from the Viper's mouth, instead leaking from the gaping wound in his neck, staining his entire body in a hue of purple. The very acid and venom that were meant to corrode enemies began to assault its own form. A waft of white smoke accompanied by a putrid odor arose. Within 20 seconds, only the Viper's head remained in Luo Mang's grasp, the body having been entirely obliterated, leaving not a single bone behind. With a swift motion, Luo Mang tightened his grip around the Viper's head, causing it to explode like a balloon. The remnants of blood and venom within the skull slid down Luo Mang's scales, failing to mar his pristine exterior. When Luo Mang turned his gaze back, the once mighty asylum now lay in ruins. A few resilient figures stood amidst the debris, coughing up blood. Members of the Crimson Secret Society surrounded them, tightening their encirclement with every step. At this juncture, the collective goal had transcended mere elixirs of regeneration. What resonated in their hearts were the tenets of the Crimson Society: an eye for an eye, and blood for blood. The Queen of Pythons, the Diamondback Rattlesnake, the Leeches, the Black Mamba, and the Death Adder. In this once mighty gang of venomous serpents, only these 5 remained. They glared at Peter and his companions as they drew closer. Turning back, they were reminded of former comrades who had fought alongside them, and a flicker of anguish crossed their venomous eyes. The Viper Squad had now reached its 3rd generation. Initially, under the leadership of the Rattlesnake, they had far surpassed the previous 2 generations. Yet now, a decade of achievements lay in ruins. The 5 serpents stood back to back, unwilling to relinquish hope even in their final moments, steadfastly choosing to trust one another. However, witnessing their unbreakable bond, Luo Mang shook his head. Suddenly, he appeared within the encircled formation of 5. His deep, raspy voice echoed in their ears. "It is over." The tone was calm, subdued, like a serene declaration or a gentle whispered farewell. Though it sounded gentle, it sent chills down the spines of the 5. Just as they prepared to respond, they found their world spinning wildly. They plummeted to the ground, the first sight being the pitch-black night. After a moment of disorientation, they finally recognized their bodies, collapsing helplessly. Crimson flooded their vision until everything faded to black. Luo Mang gently shook the tendrils behind him, causing venom to splatter on the surrounding stones, suddenly revealing a gaping hole. Yet, such terrifying venom posed no threat to Luo Mang. The once dominant Viper gang was utterly vanquished. Flint, Max, and the others resumed their normal state, slowly descending near Luo Mang, gazing at the sanguine scene. Just then, a mischievous voice shattered the tranquility. Turning around, they saw Deadpool bounding in with his short legs. The blood splattered on his dual blades indicated that he had sustained injuries to his lower half, forcibly severed and regrown. His tiny feet, even in tight-fitting leather, struggled to keep up, trailing behind him. Yet, in this comical visage, he brandished 2 short swords, exuding an aura of menace as he approached. Where is everyone? Damn it. Did they all run home to find their mothers upon sensing Deadpool was coming? He smugly rubbed his nose with his finger, as if he had anticipated this all along. Luo Mang and the others exchanged silent glances, shaking their heads. They took off into the air, leaving Deadpool behind, who tilted his head back, raising his dual blades, his little feet bouncing beneath him. Hey, wait for me. At least take me along. Watching Luo Mang fly further away, Deadpool's expression fell as he lowered his short swords. But then he suddenly looked up again. Am I getting my share of the $100,000? Hello. Deadpool's voice echoed through the desolate mental asylum. A chilling breeze brushed past, causing him to shudder. With a comical expression, he hurriedly departed from that dreadful place, clad in a snug leather outfit. A week later, the Serpent Gang was obliterated, and the supply of regenerative potions was restored. The Crimson Society experienced its first flourishing growth. In the heart of New York City, the signage atop a certain skyscraper had inexplicably transformed. A blood-stained white claw became conspicuously visible amidst the multitude of buildings. This was the handiwork of Connors, who intended for this claw to symbolize Ramon. Atop the blood-red edifice, on an open-air platform, Ramon was engrossed in a tome titled Explorations and Mysteries of the Multiverse. He remained oblivious to a fleeting shimmer of gold and silver across the sky. Subsequently, to Luo Mang's mild astonishment, Tony descended from above. Judging by the design of the armor, it was evident that Tony had made new enhancements. The marked suit landed precisely on the edge of the platform. Before Ramon could utter a word, Tony emerged directly from the armor, clad in a deep brown suit, his expression grave as he scrutinized Ramon. His gaze mingled with suspicion, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Did you come to see me last night? Chapter 64. Gods do not die. No. Tony's response left Ramon somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he candidly stated that he had remained in the blood-red skyscraper and had not ventured out. Not ventured out? Tony's brow furrowed tighter. He paced back and forth in front of Ramon, his anxiety evident. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tony whipped around to face Ramon. Their eyes met, and observing the smile lingering at the corner of Luo Mang's mouth, Tony appeared to have an epiphany, confirming something in his mind. After a moment of dazed expression, Ramon sensed a peculiar shift in Tony's gaze directed at him. This look reminded Ramon of a recent encounter with the leader of the Serpent Gang, the one he had crushed with his own hands. In its final moments, it seemed to possess a similar expression. Ramon closed the book, furrowing his brow. What's wrong? The curiosity that arose from Tony's pallor piqued Luo Mang's interest. I suddenly recalled that I was utterly intoxicated at the party last night. Perhaps I merely dreamed of you. Tony seemed to revert to his former roguish playboy demeanor. Then I must be truly honored. Ramon set the book aside and stepped closer. Yet, it appeared that Tony was reluctant to engage further, diving back into his armor and departing with a brief greeting. Ramon stood at the edge of the terrace, contemplating Tony's figure as it faded away. As dusk descended and night enveloped the city, Ramon pondered what Tony had truly witnessed and why he had chosen to inquire about him. However, despite his ruminations, he could find no answers. The only one privy to the truth, Tony, evidently harbored no intention of revealing it. As Roman immersed himself in contemplation, a sudden commotion erupted within the building beneath him. People surged onto the street, where a faun-like figure was enraptured, delivering a passionate oration. In the beginning, is man inherently a slave? Truly a reckless assertion. Even from 100 meters above, Roman could distinctly hear Loki's words. Observing the throng kneeling before Loki, he leapt for the terrace, enveloped in a crimson aura as he descended. Those bowing before Loki were undoubtedly luminaries from various esteemed fields. They had gathered at the Blood Tower under the pretense of a musical soiree orchestrated by Connors to promote a regenerative serum. Roman could hardly believe the fortuitous timing of encountering Loki. With such disruption, the concert was clearly doomed to fail. To sever one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's parents. Yet, before Roman could touch the ground, a flash of lightning erupted from the side. The ambient lights began to flicker, revealing that Max, who remained at the Blood Tower, had made his move. However, the seemingly ferocious strike fell short. Loki's form began to shimmer like a hologram, before vanishing entirely. To Roman's astonishment, another identical Loki emerged from the side. Raising the scepter of the mind, Loki aimed it at Max. This is a divine revelation. Bow before me. Despite himself, Loki could not resist a taunt, as energy began to coalesce around the scepter. You are born to be ruled. Once the energy was amassed, Loki swept his hand dramatically, unleashing a torrent of light. Yet in the next instant, a crimson flash illuminated the scene. A scarlet figure plummeted from above, the force of its descent generating a shockwave across the ground. Centered around this crimson figure, the shockwave radiated outward. The crowd, once entranced by Loki, now exhibited a glimmer of clarity in their eyes. Unable to contain their astonishment, they exclaimed, "It's crimson!" Like a line of dominoes, the realization spread among them. However, Roman had no time to indulge their reactions. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hovered above the crowd, gazing down at Loki. The energy beam had struck Roman directly, yet as a brilliant light flashed beneath him, the energy was drawn into his being. Loki gazed up at the towering crimson figure, his mouth slightly agape. "Do you realize your muscles are more grotesque than my dim-witted brothers?" Loki approached cautiously, seemingly in awe of Roman's rippling muscles. In the next moment, Loki's expression shifted, a playful smile appearing as he quipped, "Just kidding." He thrust the scepter of the mind directly against Roman's ankle, the tip of the scepter meeting Roman's flesh with a sharp sound. With a sudden start, Loki's expression froze as he observed the stillness of Roman, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The mischievous smile that once graced his lips vanished in an instant. Noticing Romang's lack of response, Loki hesitantly gathered energy once more and directed it towards Romang's ankle. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The initial failure of the mind scepter left Loki in a state of unease. However, when he raised his gaze, he found himself confronted by the unsettling grin that gradually spread across Romang's face, stretching to the very edges of his cheeks, revealing each glistening tooth. This bizarre and intimidating smile was enough to instill fear in anyone. Even the self-proclaimed god, Loki felt his resolve waver in the presence of such a sight. Just as he attempted to lift the scepter, he realized that Romang's tendrils had already ensnared it. Loki struggled desperately, yet his efforts were futile against Romang's overwhelming force. Each tendril seemed to possess a strength exceeding 100 tons. With a simple tug, Romang effortlessly wrested the mind scepter from Loki's grasp. Locking eyes with Romang, Loki inhaled deeply, reminding himself of his divine status. "I am a god. You." But before he could finish, Romang's tendrils coiled around his ankles, hoisting him upside down. Suspended before Romang's fearsome visage, Loki felt the blood rush to his head, his eyes instinctively shutting tight. To his astonishment, Romang's next words forced him to reopen his eyes wide. "Gods cannot die." Romang tilted his head, his massive hand extending to seize Loki's antlered head. The specially crafted metal helmet began to warp, emitting a jarring sound. Loki could no longer uphold the facade of divinity. He grasped Romang's hand, desperately attempting to pry it away, but his efforts were in vain. His face turned crimson, veins bulging dangerously close to bursting. Just as the trickster god Loki appeared on the brink of demise, a surge of energy struck Romang's form. Yet, the potent blast was absorbed instantaneously by Romang's body. Feeling the grip on him loosen, Romang glanced up at the night sky. Unbeknownst to him, Tony floated above, his arm raised, ready to strike. "Romang, let him go," Tony declared, his expression grave and serious. Romang remained silent, yet he registered Tony's demeanor. When did Tony become one to actively confront him? The thought flitted through his mind, but a smile crept onto Romang's face. "Of course," he replied, releasing Loki, who fell to the ground with a thud, appearing rather disheveled. Ignoring Loki's state, Romang turned his attention back to Tony. Until he understood the cause of Tony's shift in attitude, he had no intention of engaging him directly. Chapter 65. The Scepter? What scepter? As Romang relinquished his hold, Tony's palm cannon was slowly lowered. Gazing at Romang, then at Loki, who had miraculously survived, he remained silent. Behind Tony, a sleek, obsidian-hued stealth aircraft hovered gracefully. A figure clad in red and blue leaped from its heights, the striking blue and white stripes on his body and weapon readily apparent. It was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, whom Romang had encountered not long ago. Upon landing, Captain America took a moment to catch his breath before turning his gaze towards Romang. With a slight lift of his chin, he addressed Romang with a commanding voice. "Romang, surrender the scepter you hold." The righteousness in Captain America's tone implied that this was an expectation, as if it were a matter of course. With Captain America's words, the eyes of the crowd, including numerous ordinary citizens, converged upon Luo Mang. The name of Captain America was known to all. Surely, he would comply with such a request. However, to their astonishment, Luo Mang clasped the mind scepter firmly in his grasp, swiftly concealing it behind him. Scepter? What scepter? Luo Mang's expression betrayed his confusion, feigning ignorance. He was well aware that the Mind Scepter was indeed the Mind Stone, a fact perhaps unknown to others but clear to him, since Loki had willingly presented himself. Luo Mang saw no reason to relinquish it voluntarily. As Luo Mang spoke, Max approached him, radiating a bluish aura that suggested danger. Standing behind Luo Mang, Max looked up at his figure, memories of his mother's words flooding his mind. Max, I always knew you would succeed one day. This should be a joyous occasion, yet in your case, I can't discern if it is good or ill. One thing I need you to remember, Luo Mang should not only be your friend, he ought to be your benefactor. When he faces adversity, you must steadfastly stand by his side. Do you understand? Standing behind Luo Mang, Max clenched his fists, softly responding in his heart, I understand, mother. As the arcs of electricity around Max intensified, even the surrounding lights began to flicker, prompting Tony to step forward. All Nick Fury said was to take Loki away. Tony's gaze towards Luo Mang grew increasingly apprehensive. Recalling the events of the previous night, the hairs on his neck bristled beneath his armor. Take Loki away. Captain America glanced at Tony, as Natasha's voice crackled through his earpiece. Captain America remained silent, quietly advancing to place electromagnetic restraints on Loki. Before departing, he cast a lingering, furrowed glance at Luo Mang. From Captain America's perspective, Luo Mang represented an internal threat. Eliminating him promptly would undoubtedly yield benefits. Presently, taking Loki away was merely a strategic decision for the greater good. Watching as the stealth aircraft vanished into the darkened sky, Luo Mang's eyes concealed profound meaning. However, it is not directed at Captain America, but rather at Tony, Iron Man logically speaking. Even if Luo Mang were to acknowledge the killing of Dr. Blue, Tony's attitude towards him should not undergo such a drastic transformation. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. Tony has begun to intentionally and unintentionally distance himself from Luo Mang. In particular moments, he does not hesitate to take action against Luo Mang. To Luo Mang, this cannot be considered good news. At the same time, it only deepens Luo Mang's curiosity, compelling him to uncover what Tony witnessed last night that prompted such a significant shift in his demeanor. As the crimson hue gradually faded, Luo Mang turned to address all the attendees of the soiree, offering them a gentlemanly bow. I sincerely apologize for the oversight that led to the danger you all faced. As compensation, the regeneration serum will be offered to everyone at a price of 80, with a purchase limit of 3 vials per person. As for Dr. Selvig, we shall provide 1 vial of the regeneration serum free of charge, in hopes of aiding in the restoration of his eyesight. Dr. Selvig, clearly the unfortunate victim of Loki's gruesome act, was currently being assisted out, shielding his eye with one hand, blood streaming uncontrollably. Loki's assault not only severed the retinal scan, but utterly destroyed Dr. Selvig's eyeball, leaving a dark, gaping void beneath his palm. Crimson, I am deeply grateful for your generosity. Dr. Selvig grimaced as he bent slightly, yearning to restore his vision, knowing that the regeneration serum was likely his only hope. This revelation made it evident to all that the once elusive regeneration serum, which had been in high demand for months, was indeed the creation of Crimson. Understanding this, the crowd could not help but glance up at the emblem adorning the Crimson Tower, a symbol tainted with a macabre white substance resembling claws. It now appeared to be the perfect representation of Crimson. With this realization, the previously anxious crowd settled considerably. Throughout New York, even Iron Man Tony Stark's residence had been bombed. If safety were to be considered, it seemed only this Crimson Tower could truly offer it. And not to mention Luo Mang, did they not notice the electric hero, Max, trailing behind him? The gazes directed at the Crimson Tower were now imbued with a mix of fear and envy. After dispersing the crowd, Luo Mang glanced upward at the intermittently flickering night sky. What should we do next? Max pondered, acknowledging to himself that he was not a particularly adept leader or decision-maker. Maintaining his electrified state, he approached Luo Mang with his inquiry. The gods who have come to the blue planet are not limited to Loki alone. A flicker of unusual light crossed Luo Mang's eyes. He vividly recalled the last time Odin toyed with him. Unable to confront Odin directly, perhaps it was time to seek trouble with his son. Since it was a prince's adventure, one must endure considerable hardships, mustn't they? Upon reflecting upon this, Luo Mang took flight. Max, with arcs of electricity coursing through his body, followed suit, mirroring Luo Mang's aerial stance. The two vanished into the night almost instantaneously, their speed rivaling that of the SHIELD aircraft that had just arrived. "Listen to me, brother." Before Thor could finish his sentence, he was whisked away by Tony, who swooped down. As the white smoke gradually dissipated before him, Loki couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His younger brother was still listening, but before he could articulate his thoughts, two figures flashed past him. Loki widened his eyes, recalling the fearsome profile he had just witnessed, his elegant demeanor faltering. With a low growl, Loki cursed under his breath. The memories that Luo Mang conjured were far from pleasant. Despite his hands being shackled, Loki hurriedly waddled away, eager to escape the scene. In the night sky, flickers of fire illuminated the darkness, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens. With a resounding crash, Thor landed in the earth with a growl. The two exchanged barbs for a moment, and then Thor suddenly hurled Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, forcefully towards Tony. Clang! In the next instant, a scaled claw clamped down upon Mjolnir, absorbing its immense force entirely. Thor gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before him, his voice barely a whisper. How is this possible? Chapter 66. Retaliation. Thor stared at the hammer of the thunder god, now held in the grasp of a crimson figure, letting out a near-silent roar. It felt akin to witnessing his beloved wife resting in the arms of another man. In that moment, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. His gaze swiftly shifted to Luo Mang, a complex mix of surprise and astonishment in his eyes. He understood now the curse imposed by their father. Could it be that this anomaly before him possessed the same eligibility as he did? With this thought, a wave of shock and fury surged through Thor, making him forget all about his duel with Tony. He lunged towards Mjolnir. The hammer wriggled vigorously in the grip of the crimson figure, akin to a cat desperately attempting to escape with its neck grasped. Thunderous energy crackled, yet inflicted no harm. Mjolnir remained firmly ensnared. As the figure spoke, "Thor, the god of thunder? It is an honor to finally meet you." Luo Mang's expression remained impassive, a smirk forming as he revealed his sharp teeth. "You exude the same odious aura as my discordant younger brother." Thor furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting towards Mjolnir. His fingers subtly curled behind his back, as if he had not yet relinquished hope of reclaiming it. "Dear brother?" Luo Mang, upon hearing Thor's words, could not help but exclaim, "Truly, you two brothers, raised together, never miss an opportunity to exchange barbs." Indeed, Thor nodded earnestly, lacking any hesitation on this point. "However, I have heard that Loki, upon his arrival to Blue Star, swiftly took the lives of many." Luo Mang spoke with a sly smile. Thor fell silent for a moment, instinctively lowering his head, his tone diminishing considerably. He's adopted," he said. Upon hearing Thor's words, even Loki, who was eavesdropping from a distance atop a mountain, could not help but roll his eyes, wearing an expression of exasperation. Is the bond of Asgard's royal family so fragile? Loki could not resist opening his little notebook of mischief in his mind, meticulously noting down Thor's transgressions, knowing that one day he would have the opportunity to exact his revenge. With this thought, a mischievous and cunning smile crept upon Loki's face. Yet in the next instant, a cold sweat broke out across his body. Following the piercing cold light that stung his skin, he saw Luo Mang glancing back at him, standing opposite Thor. Observing Loki retreating his head in silence, Luo Mang withdrew his gaze. "How about you return the hammer to me first?" Thor swallowed hard, anxious about his precious weapon. As Thor's words fell, Mjolnir began to sway even more vigorously. Luo Mang glanced at the enchanted hammer and ultimately relented. In truth, this object, much like a woman, is never truly yours if it does not belong to you. No amount of force can seize it. Mjolnir returned to Thor's grasp, and he tenderly wiped its handle, evidently harboring some disdain for Luo Mang's crimson hands. "Hey, I don't understand. Are you all here to engage in a romantic dialogue, or what?" Tony stepped forward, lifting his mask. He positioned himself not beside Luo Mang, but rather, intentionally or not, facing both Luo Mang and Thor, thus forming a triangle among the three. Ultimately, Loki belongs to Asgard. Any judgment should be a matter for Asgard. With Mjolnir reclaimed, Thor appeared somewhat emboldened. He vigorously swung the hammer through the air, producing a whooshing sound. Do you want to go, or shall I? We need to take Loki back, but sorry, every time I speak to him, I feel like I'm in theater. Tony made no move, instead casting a probing glance at Ramon. Upon hearing this, Ramon remained silent, his tendrils stirring behind him. In the next moment, the brilliantly blue Max surged forward. A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. Thor raised Mjolnir high, summoning a thunderbolt that struck Max. Yet, such a powerful attack merely flickered past him. Instead of appearing harmed, Max seemed invigorated, akin to having consumed some form of elixir. Clenching a sphere of electricity, he prepared to unleash it, even accelerating his flight speed significantly. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a resounding thud, Max's head turned white as he was sent flying back along the same path. The speed of his retreat was so swift that, without Tony's helmet scanning, the naked eye could only perceive a blur of blue light. Ramon stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tendrils moving in unison. It took no less than 4 tendrils to finally halt Max's goodness. His strength is truly immense. Max's head buzzed, and after a considerable pause, he managed to utter a single phrase. However, it was evident that Thor had no intention of relenting. His Mjolnir spun in a full 360 degrees, propelled by inertia as it flew towards him. As Thor approached with blinding speed, Luo Mang's eyelids flickered slightly. With his arms resting behind him, he raised his palm effortlessly to receive Mjolnir without exerting any force. The formidable destructive power generated by the lightning could neither harm Ramon in the slightest, nor could it prevent the energy from coursing up his arm, being absorbed into his very being. Gritting his teeth, Thor summoned all his might. In an instant, a flash of blue light swept before the onlookers. When the azure glow dissipated, Ramon had withdrawn his left hand, slightly levitating above the ground, while Thor, now in a half-kneeling position, found himself several meters away. Gripping his hammer tightly, Thor's gaze bore down on Ramon. "Are you truly a Midgard?" Thor pondered. A warrior of Asgard, despite his youth, he was renowned for his valor. Daily, he would immerse himself in the arena, easily besting dozens of other combatants. Yet, even with such prowess, he found himself utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Ramon. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Ramon felt more divine than that of a god himself. Not to mention, Luo Mang's crimson visage, with tendrils swirling erratically behind him, and muscles rippling like flowing blood, presented the very image of an eldritch deity. Thor could not help but wonder if he faced a malevolent god that had suddenly awakened. Ramon nodded thoughtfully. He did not claim to be an outsider. Rather, he stated that he had never departed from Blue Star. Observing Thor's astonished expression, Ramon found the Asgardian prince's innocence rather endearing. Witnessing Thor's descent into self-doubt, Ramon spoke up with clarity. The gods of Asgard and the mortals of Blue Star are, at their core, both human. Cast aside your pride as a deity, or else. Or else what? Thor could not help but inquire. Or else, you shall be struck down. Ramon replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he playfully flicked his vibrant tongue. In an instant, a speck of dust fell to the ground, and Ramon vanished from sight. Accompanied by the momentum of his rapid movement, the remaining leaves clinging to the towering trees were dislodged and fell. Thor's eyes widened, and he instinctively swung Mjolnir. But it was a moment too late. He was sent flying as if struck by a train, deeply embedding himself into the earth. The force propelled him forward until he collided with a tree trunk, finally coming to a halt. Shaking his dazed head, Thor instinctively swung his hammer in a leap. Meanwhile, Ramon stood with his hands clasped behind him, casting a sweeping glance. The tendrils at his back converged into a single mass, entwining like the spear of a knight. With a powerful sweep, he struck Thor, sending him tumbling back through the air. Under such immense force, Thor's body was unable to withstand the impact and was sent careening backwards, ultimately flying away into the distance. The divine physique he possessed was rendered no more formidable than that of an ordinary ability wielder in the presence of Ramon. The situation that had just unfolded with Max was merely Luo Mang's way of returning the favor to Thor. Ramon turned once more, casting a glance at Loki, who was peeking from the edge of the cliff, and smiled. This instantly deflated Loki's confidence, causing him to avert his gaze, as if he had never witnessed his brother being so effortlessly vanquished. Chapter 67, Above the Dome. Subsequently, Ramon unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, completely disregarding the impending arrival of Captain America and the bystanding Tony. It wasn't until Thor relinquished Mjolnir, rendered utterly defenseless, that Luo Mang, with a look of satisfaction, departed the forest alongside Max. Tony and Captain America stood in speechless disbelief at the sight of Thor sprawled on the ground. Yet, reflecting on Luo Mang's overwhelming dominance, along with the back-and-forth exchanges he had shared with Thor, Tony felt a chill run down his spine. An urgent, gnawing sensation surged from within, akin to the cold sweat and anxiety that accompany hunger. This was an instinctive and primal desire. Before his eyes, the visor displayed the information regarding the counter-Luo Mang strategy. Fixating on those 5 words, Tony felt a suffocating weight press down upon him. Compared to his previous brush with death due to palladium poisoning, this impending dread was far more intense and ferocious. His advanced suit began to tremble, prompting Captain America to swiftly support him. Tony! Tony! Captain America's voice echoed in Tony's hazy consciousness. Yet, in that moment, Tony found himself devoid of any strength to respond, his gaze becoming distant and blurred. In a daze, he seemed to relive the events of that fateful night. Confronted by those icy eyes, he could not help but inhale sharply, gripping Captain America's arm as if he had been rescued from drowning, restoring his clarity. "Are you there?" "At your service." Scanning my physiological condition, Tony gasped, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. No abnormalities detected. Jarvis's voice resonated near his ear. Sensing Tony's current distress, Jarvis inquired further. "Would you like me to contact a hospital and Ms. Potts for a comprehensive examination?" "No need." Tony exhaled deeply, his emotions finally settling. The sensation he had just experienced stemmed from a psychological and spiritual ailment, akin to a panic attack. Hearing Jarvis mention Pepper, a flicker of warmth and resolve crossed Tony's eyes. He focused, marking the counter-Luo Mang strategy with an asterisk. "I'm fine." Instinctively releasing Captain America's hand, he turned to see Thor cautiously rising from a crouched position nearby. "Hey, explosive boy, we are about to take Bambi home. Would you like to join us?" Tony gestured towards Thor's golden locks cascading by his ear. Despite having just endured a brutal beating from Luo Mang, Thor's hairstyle remained unscathed. A touch of introversion lingered within him after the altercation, and he silently nodded. The prince appeared somewhat displeased. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle yellow hue across the sky. Were this a time of antiquity in the east, one might proclaim that rain was imminent. Luo Mang lingered atop the blood-red tower, where a recliner was positioned at the edge, allowing him to quietly observe the ebb and flow of New York's populace. In his grip was the Mind Scepter, seized from Loki. The events surrounding Loki had left Peter and the members of the Crimson Cabal engulfed in guilt, believing their negligence had precipitated the unforeseen incident. Thus, under Peter's leadership, the group divided into 3 factions, radiating outward from the Blood-Red Tower to eradicate potential threats in the surrounding neighborhoods. Their concerted efforts eliminated any semblance of danger, and to their astonishment, the area within a 10-mile radius of the tower became the lowest crime district in New York's history. Reports of incidents from this vicinity approached an infinitesimal figure, and the once omnipresent shadows lurking in alleyways vanished entirely with the actions of the Crimson Cabal. As for their whereabouts, no one inquired, nor did anyone dare to answer. However, from that day forth, property values surged once more. Numerous affluent individuals and officials flocked to the area, transforming it into the new epicenter of high society. Each resident of this elite enclave took great pride in their residence, even doffing their hats in homage as they passed the blood-red tower. Everyone was aware of the unspoken truth, yet none dared to voice it, quietly savoring the privilege while striving to avoid Luo Mang's disdain. Connors approached from behind, adorned with a nameplate declaring him the Chief Scientific Research Officer of the Blood-Red Tower. He extended the quarterly report to Luo Mang, which compiled recent financial data. Although termed a quarterly report, Connors actually submitted updates weekly. "Doctor, you need not burden yourself with such frequency," he remarked, despite Luo Mang accepting the document, compelled by Connors' unwavering resolve. With a swift glance, Luo Mang absorbed the contents of the report into his mind, his brain functioning like a miniature computer, swiftly reaching conclusions. Yet, as he scrutinized the figures, a frown creased his brow. Lifting his gaze to Connors, he inquired, somewhat perplexed, how could there be such a substantial increase? The results he had calculated revealed a figure more than 5 times greater than that of a week prior. Faced with this anomaly, Luo Mang was eager to uncover the reasons behind it. Perhaps what seems unrelated to Connors may be interpreted differently in Roman's eyes. It is well known that the regenerative serum belongs to you, and the bidding has become quite generous. Some officials even procure entire batches, merely to share a meal with you. A smile graces Connor's face. For these individuals, showing respect to Roman is, in essence, a gesture of respect towards him as well. Have you acquiesced to their requests? Impossible. Connors quickly shakes his head. I informed them that my role is solely to oversee research and auction matters. The rest they must resolve on their own. At this juncture, Connors cannot help but puff out his chest with a sense of pride. The look in their eyes reflects a newfound seriousness, for I represent the Crimson Tower. Observing Connor's proud demeanor, Roman cannot suppress a slight chuckle. He then returns the report he held, gazing at the silhouette of Star Tower in the distance, and speaks slowly. Allocate 1/3 of the expenditures to establish a charitable foundation. Assist those innocent civilians affected by the ravages of war. At Roman's words, surprise flickers in Connor's eyes, yet he nods in agreement. After Connors departs, Roman finds himself momentarily lost in thought. In his perception, certain matters have begun to exceed his expectations and control. While immense power may soothe unrest, it also stirs a restless ambition within Roman. Picking up the white paper at his feet, he turns and strides back into the tower. However, a sudden buzzing in his ears prompts him to whip around, his eyes narrowing. Just a second after Roman turns, a thunderous roar and a burst of flames erupt from the yellowed horizon. A colossal dark blue entity materializes before all. Yet, at this moment, it is engulfed in flames, trailing billowing smoke behind it. As the aerial vessel appears, a beam of blue energy swiftly follows, connecting directly to the dome above. Chapter 68. From this day forward, you shall serve the Crimson. This beam unmistakably emanates from the pinnacle of Stark Tower. With the emergence of the beam, countless tiny black dots stream forth from it. The deafening sounds of cannon fire reverberate, and every corner of the street begins to suffer damage. The citizens of New York start to scatter, yet they cannot evade the advancing Chitauri army on their flying crafts. Within mere minutes, the streets of New York are stained crimson. Although there is some resistance, it is challenging to provide immediate support to everyone. Beneath Roman's feet, crowds have begun to gather. An overwhelming multitude surges into the plaza before the Crimson Tower. They chant the name Crimson. The sudden cacophony and the army's arrival instill a sense of unease. The crowd continues to swell. Among those present are not just the residents of the affluent neighborhoods, but also members of the Demon Gang hastening from Hell's Kitchen. Each key figure of the Demon Gang is adorned with energy weapons radiating a purple glow. However, at this moment, their guns were not aimed at the crowded citizens, but rather pointed towards the heavens. Every face exhibited a palpable tension, as if they were anticipating the arrival of something ominous. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed behind Luo Mang. The heels of polished shoes struck the smooth tiles with a sharp resonance. Turning around, Luo Mang discovered Martin Li approaching briskly, his countenance grave and devoid of the usual calm demeanor. I need your help. Martin Li had completely lost his composure. At this moment, even his malevolent persona urged him to seek refuge with Luo Mang. Years of experience in gang negotiations had taught Martin Li that this attack was not trivial. It could not simply be categorized as a mundane act of terrorism. Before Luo Mang could respond, several figures converged from all directions. Peter slowly scaled the smooth glass of the blood-red building, quietly positioning himself behind Luo Mang. Flint transformed into a swirling mass of sand, enveloping Emile as he approached. Connors, who had just departed, returned with the enforcer beside him, meticulously counting ammunition. The surrounding electronics flickered, and Max descended forcefully, crackling with electricity. As for Deadpool, Luo Mang cast a glance at him. He was currently at the base of the building, taking selfies with a multitude of people. The fisheye lens captured his charming visage while including everyone else, completely oblivious to the impending crisis, exuding no hint of panic. What should we do? Should we go as well? Peter, having just rushed back from several blocks away, had witnessed the ferocity of the Chitauri army firsthand. Their indiscriminate assault encompassed nearly the entirety of the city. Hearing Peter speak, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Luo Mang. Go. Why should we? Luo Mang raised an eyebrow in retort. Have you all forgotten that your families are in the blood-red building? Upon hearing these words, realization dawned upon them. Such a high-frequency and densely packed attack would surely endanger those within the building if they chose to leave. Peter's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the central part of the blood-red building. Aunt May resided there at present. Martin Lee's expression grew even darker. While others had their families in the blood-red building, his wife was currently under the protection of the demon gang. In terms of safety, she was certainly not as secure as those in the blood-red building. The mere thought of this made Martin Lee grit his teeth. His cane clutched tightly as his head hung low. Regret and frustration consumed his every rational thought. If only he had joined the Scarlet Secret Society from the beginning. Damn it! Luo Mang observed the shifting expressions on each face, silently acknowledging the truth. The more villainous the character, the more difficult it was for them to sever their emotional ties. Yet, these sentiments were often overshadowed by their other traits. However, this played perfectly into Luo Mang's hands. Otherwise, why would he unconditionally offer protection to their families? This moment presents a unique opportunity to unite everyone within the Scarlet Secret Society. With this thought, Ramon raised his head to gaze at Peter. Has Gwen's family arrived? At this, Peter nodded, his eyes ablaze with the ferocity ignited by the Chitauri army. His blood-soaked attire shimmered in iridescent hues as the wind stirred it. Upon his arrival, Gwen's father, George, was valiantly fending off a Chitauri soldier. Had he not intervened in time, the outcome would have been dire. Hearing Peter's words, Ramon softened his expression and nodded in agreement. As the battle unfolded around the Crimson Edifice, he instructed the others to focus solely on their own safety and that of their families. What about them? Max could not restrain his curiosity, gesturing towards the crowd below. Take care of yourselves and your families. Luo Mang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Max, emphasizing each word, although he did not respond directly. The implication was unmistakable. The welfare of others was not our concern. Our responsibility lies solely with those within our organization. Under Luo Mang's penetrating gaze, Max lowered his head slightly, falling silent. As for Lee, Ramon turned towards Martin Lee, but before he could utter a word, a heavy warship emerged from the Chitauri ranks. The moment it appeared, its shadow engulfed 2 city blocks. It was now barreling towards the Scarlet Edifice, seemingly intent on crashing through its metallic facade. When Ramon turned back, the warship had already closed in to within a kilometer. It loomed larger in the eyes of the onlookers, gliding through the air like a colossal whale. Its surface was riddled with spikes and protrusions, with a massive ram at the forefront. It blotted out the sky, resembling a vast, dark cloud swiftly advancing. Ramon pivoted, his foot stepping forward. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing a kilometer away. Observing the sleek metal exterior of the warship up close, Luo Mang's body suddenly expanded. When the transformation concluded, his right hand was entirely replaced by a 5-meter-long giant blade, the longest weapon currently wielded by Luo Mang's symbiotic organization. Tendrils behind him surged, thick as vines, with the tips morphing into crescent blades. Though dark red, they glimmered with a cold light. As he stared down the ram, now mere centimeters from his cheek, Ramon slowly raised his right hand. The ram halted, suspended in the air, less than 10 centimeters from Luo Mang's crimson skin, beneath the Scarlet Edifice. All eyes were fixed on Ramon, filled with hope. Civilians hiding in other streets looked up at Ramon and the heavy warship. Standing at 28 meters, Ramon appeared diminutive next to the 100-meter-long warship. However, gazing upon the scarlet figure, with its diminutive form standing resolutely against the colossal behemoth, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of awe. The stark contrast evokes an overwhelming sensation, sending chills cascading down one's spine. As the distance between the 2 figures diminishes, the tension in the crowd escalates, hearts racing to an almost audible crescendo. The conventional understanding of size compels some to cover their eyes, fearing that the valiant yet small figure would be mercilessly crushed beneath the weight of this formidable adversary. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the heavy warship comes to an abrupt halt before the valiant one. Both figures find themselves ensnared in a moment of stillness. A thunderous roar reverberates throughout New York City. The beleaguered Avengers, caught in their own struggles, cannot help but cast their gazes toward the unfolding spectacle. The massive vessel, stretching 100 meters in length, astonishingly cleaves in 2 before the smaller figure, accompanied by a tumult of collapse and flames. The warship loses all power and plummets from the sky. This seemingly invincible giant succumbs effortlessly to the might of the valiant one. The juxtaposition of their sizes appears almost paradoxical, yet reality defies expectations. Amidst the collective gaze of onlookers, the valiant one turns to glance at Martin Lee, before swiftly vanishing into thin air. What does this mean? Martin Lee wonders, albeit momentarily, before he hears Peter's voice. Hey, Lee, where's your family? I want to bring her in. From this day forth, you shall serve the scarlet cause. Martin Lee, though pained, cannot help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Chapter 69. Is the valiant one truly dead? The crowd weeps, wails, and laments in despair. The valiant one strides through the skies, each step allowing him to traverse several kilometers in an instant. Observing the inferno and the mountains of corpses below, he shows no sign of faltering. With the mind's scepter in hand, he halts atop the highest building in New York, the Stark Tower. A sidelong glance reveals Hulk unleashing fury upon Loki, who lies disoriented on the ground, appearing almost docile amidst the chaos, completely devoid of his former divine demeanor. Hulk snorts, expelling a cloud of foul air, and inadvertently turns to see the scarlet figure. With primal instincts ignited, Hulk strikes the ground, propelling himself toward the valiant one. The sheer force of his leap sends him crashing before the smaller figure, his enormous green hands poised to strike. Veins bulging, it seems as though a single blow would obliterate the valiant one. Without hesitation, the valiant one deftly swings his tendrils, delivering Hulk a staggering blow. In an instant, the immense green figure careens past, crashing heavily onto the remnants of a nearby structure. Can the tendrils inflict harm upon Hulk? The answer is rather evident. The Hulk's defensive capabilities are nearly on par with those of the Red Giant. However, in moments of extreme emotional upheaval, his limits can surpass those of the Red Giant in every aspect. The strike from Luo Mang merely grazed the Hulk's skin. Yet, for one who cannot soar through the skies, this was sufficient. After landing a successful blow, Luo Mang shifted his gaze towards the Stark Tower's rooftop not far away. The cerulean beam emanated from this device. Suspended in mid-air, Luo Mang looked down upon the portal as a mental scepter suddenly materialized in his right hand. Gently probing towards the portal apparatus, Tony navigated through the heavy battleship, igniting a blaze of fire and fireworks. The battleship plummeted, yet Tony had nearly exhausted all his energy. At that moment, Nick Fury's voice echoed in his ear. A nuclear missile is heading your way. How long until impact? No more than 3 minutes. Jarvis, divert all remaining energy to the propulsion system. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony made his decision. He surged upward, pursuing the nuclear missile across the surface of the sea. The missile measured 3 meters in length and 1 meter in diameter. Tony could only steer it with his hands, bracing against the missile with his body. Stark, your energy is insufficient for a return. Save some energy for the turn, little Jarvis. Should I call Ms. Potts? Very well. Tony's eyes shimmered, yet he ultimately refrained from displaying bravado. Unfortunately, the call did not connect. He bore the missile all the way to Stark Tower, where his visor automatically magnified Luo Mang on the rooftop. Suddenly recalling something, Tony's eyes widened in alarm. Stop him. Do not let Luo Mang obtain the Tesseract. Tony shouted over the team channel, and without hesitation, Thor swung his hammer with fervor, soaring skyward and landing on the Stark Tower rooftop. By all accounts, the Tesseract was meant to be safeguarded by his father in the courtyard, and Thor would not allow anyone to take it. Hey, are you asleep? Let me awaken your senses. Thor's voice reached Luo Mang's ears. As Luo Mang turned, he was struck squarely by the hammer. The sound of metal colliding resonated with a dull thud. However, the force of the blow did not budge Luo Mang in the slightest. His head was knocked sideways as if his carotid artery and spinal cord had been severed. This unexpected strike was delivered with all of Thor's strength, for he dared not hold back against Luo Mang. I think I may have killed him, Thor murmured instinctively. Hearing the crack of bones and witnessing Luo Mang's head contort at an unnatural angle. What? As the Black Widow executed a swift maneuver, she found herself falling onto the rooftop from the Chitauri aircraft, staring incredulously at the grotesque figure of the Scarlet Being, whose head had been entirely twisted. She pondered, had Luo Mang truly perished? Even the mere thought of such a statement felt profoundly alien to her. I didn't mean to, Thor expressed, his face etched with guilt. To him, his previous actions did not embody those of a true warrior. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a white-clawed hand struck him, sending him flying. Black Widow followed the trajectory of the arm, and was taken aback to see Luo Mang retaliating against Thor. With a successful strike, Luo Mang's bones began to shift within him, emitting a series of sharp, cracking sounds. He subtly twisted his neck, appearing to regain his composure, as if nothing had transpired. "Are you joining in? I am still capable," Luo Mang remarked, nodding at Black Widow with a sinister grin. The contrast between the Luo Mang before her now and the one she had first encountered was stark. "Luo Mang, I appreciate your assistance in closing the portal. Leave the Tesseract to me from here," she stated, her tone imbued with a sense of negotiation as she gazed at the receding cosmic void above. Extending a hand, she seemed to seek to reassure Luo Mang, hoping to lower his defenses. However, before she could fully react, several glimmering tendrils had already brushed against her neck. The tips of the tendrils pressed against her delicate skin, probing into the indentations, as if they could effortlessly sever her throat at any moment. The tendrils spread out ominously, even fixating on her from behind. "Do not move. The cube is unclaimed. It is safer in my custody." Luo Mang's voice was thin and cold as ice, sending shivers down Black Widow's spine. The blue energy before Luo Mang began to flicker erratically. He withdrew the Mind Scepter and forcefully struck the device housing the Tesseract. In an instant, sparks flew. The device became inert the moment the scepter passed, and the black hole above was sealed. As Luo Mang reached out to retrieve the Tesseract, an arrow suddenly soared through the air, embedding itself into his arm. The specially crafted arrow pierced his armored scales but could not penetrate further. Immediately, a flash of green light appeared as Hulk scaled the Stark Tower and leapt from below with ferocious intent. Luo Mang halted, bracing himself against Hulk's powerful fist. Meanwhile, Hawkeye unleashed a flurry of arrows, yet all were deflected by the tendrils that writhed behind Luo Mang, clattering against them. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Luo Mang with tremendous force, releasing a charred aroma. Yet, beneath the scorched surface, fresh scales began to sprout anew. Black Widow seized the opportunity to snatch the Tesseract, only to be repelled by Luo Mang's flailing tendrils as she witnessed the Avengers launch a relentless assault against him. A frenzied glint ignited in Luo Mang's eyes. "Come, all of you come." Chapter 70, The Mutation. With a roar, Luo Mang engaged in a fierce struggle with Hulk, devoid of any fighting techniques, purely contesting physical strength. Hulk's fist struck Luo Mang's scaled armor, creating a dent. However, in an instant, the damage was mended, and Luo Mang retaliated with a punch that sent Hulk staggering. His tentacles moved with such swiftness that they almost left behind afterimages. The relentless clattering of arrows echoed as they rained down around them. Amidst the falling arrows, a chilling gust swept through. A black hammer hurtled toward Luo Mang's head. Gripping Hulk tightly with both hands, Luo Mang swiftly turned, sinking his sharp teeth into Thor's hammer. The hammer remained unscathed, yet Luo Mang's teeth shattered into fragments. Yet, in the next moment, new sharp teeth pierced through his crimson gums, regrowing anew. Before Luo Mang could turn back, a fierce wind struck again as a curved shield collided with his cheek. A sound of cracking bones resonated, leaving an irregular shape on his face. His bloodshot eyes widened dramatically, filled with an exaggerated thirst for violence. With a powerful punch, Luo Mang sent Hulk plummeting from the rooftop, cascading down to the base of the building. He forcefully shoved Captain America, who was on him, away. With another swift punch, he collided with Thor's hammer, sending him flying a considerable distance. Seizing this fleeting moment, Luo Mang reached for the Tesseract. The Avengers' pupils widened in alarm, yet they were powerless from such a distance. As Luo Mang's fingertips brushed against the Tesseract, a flash of blue light erupted. Suddenly, a perfectly circular void appeared in the sky above Stark Tower, surrounded by swirling blue-black and golden-orange electromagnetic energy. It seemed in that instant, a connection had been forged with the Tesseract. Whoosh! The blue light surged back. As the light transformed into a singularity and vanished, the Tesseract disappeared from its apparatus, along with Luo Mang's colossal form. The Avengers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. Mere seconds after the Tesseract's disappearance, a figure cloaked in red and gold plummeted from the heavens, caught by Hulk, who leaped to embrace it, gently placing it on the ground. The sensation of turmoil, pain, and tearing engulfed Luo Mang as he felt as though his very being was shredded and reassembled. Each ill-fitting organ's reconfiguration brought forth excruciating agony. All of this transpired in an instant, leaving no time to adjust to the pain. As Luo Mang regained his senses, the haze before him shifted from obscurity to clarity. The piercing agony throughout his body dissipated as his vision sharpened. Before him now stood a massive, gray-white circular structure, resembling a colossal coconut snow donut. Instinctively took a step forward. However, the slight tremor of the pebbles beneath his feet caught his attention. Upon raising his gaze to scrutinize the colossal circular ring, the two flowing beams of light against the backdrop of the night sky appeared particularly resplendent. Yet, the velocity of the beams surpassed the limits of human perception. Had it not been for numerous serum enhancements, he might have remained oblivious. Within the grooves of the ring, one beam shimmered in a golden-orange hue, while the other radiated a somber blue. Both beams continued to accelerate, as though engaged in a contest of speed. Furrowed his brow, preparing to advance, when two translucent gemstones gradually manifested before him, halting his progress. These gems emitted a vibrant turquoise and a luminous yellow, positioned at the height of his shoulders. Infinite gemstones? A fleeting thought crossed mind. For reasons unknown, the vessels containing the two infinite gems had disintegrated, leaving only the gems themselves. As he extended his hands to grasp them, the gemstones, seemingly drawn to him, abruptly plunged into his chest. A vivid crimson aura erupted. The immense power of the gems caused his body to begin disintegrating uncontrollably, his flesh peeling away like delicate paper. He felt as though he were a puzzle fragmenting into pieces. Strangely, even as his body shattered, the scattered remnants flowed back together, reassembling upon his form before they could touch the ground. As every inch of his muscles and skin fully restored, another cycle of collapse commenced. The agonizing sensation of reformation and fragmentation surged through every fiber of his being. With each reconstruction, the two infinite gems sank deeper into him. In a mere 10 seconds, he endured hundreds of reconstructions. The brilliance of the infinite gems gradually dimmed, leaving only a faint glow. At this moment, the pain finally subsided. Looked down at the two infinite gems embedded in his chest, now glowing softly like fireflies. There was no time to ponder what had transpired. In the next instant, the deep blue beam of light in the circular portal was suddenly struck and sent flying by the golden-orange beam. A sense of urgency surged within. With a swift step, a miniature spatial door opened before him. However, the deep blue beam approached too swiftly, nearly exceeding the limits of his reaction. His mind grasped the situation, but his body lagged behind. The deep blue beam struck directly, and the portal vanished instantaneously. Cheers echoed in his ears. Struggling to maintain consciousness, I slowly opened my eyes, only to discover a figure clad entirely in black leather lying beside me. The mask covering its face resembled the intricate patterns of a withered tree, while its mouth was roughly stitched shut, tugging slightly with each breath. This unsettling appearance, though not as vivid as the crimson of my own, was nonetheless deeply terrifying. As I gazed upon this face, my blurred vision began to waver, and the relentless onslaught of changes sapped me of any remaining strength. My eyelids grew heavy, and I succumbed to darkness once more. A series of crisp, rhythmic beeps echoed in my ears, jolting me awake. I attempted to move my limbs, only to realize the extreme weakness that permeated my body. Every joint was constricted by specially designed metallic rings. Instinctively, I sought to summon the crimson within me, but there was no response. It felt as if the crimson had fallen into a deep slumber. A thought crossed my mind, and I immediately attempted to connect with the infinity gem. Yet, it seemed to be temporarily dormant alongside the crimson, unresponsive to my efforts. As I regained consciousness, a figure in a white coat, clutching a clipboard, suddenly appeared startled outside the glass partition. Hastily, he set aside his belongings and pressed a black button. To my astonishment, a man with golden hair, clad in a cerulean uniform, approached. Upon seeing me awaken, he puffed his cheeks and exhaled in relief. With hands adorned in red sleeves, he leaned casually against the edge of my bed, revealing a warm and friendly smile. "You have finally awakened," he said, "in a race between Speed Force and the Flash. Uncontrollable singularities may emerge under specific circumstances. When the Speed Force reaches its limits, it can transcend time and space. Here, it has combined with the space gem, creating a simple condition for traversing the multiverse." Chapter 71. You are merely an ordinary, incompetent, wretched cripple. You are gravely injured, and I am genuinely concerned. The golden-haired man remarked sincerely, his expression reflecting true worry. Where am I? I inquired, maintaining an air of calm. Instantly recognizing the distinctive man before me, I realized he was the opposite of Superman, a character known as Homelander. His true name was John, though his surname remained unknown. It was evident that I was not in the Marvel Universe. Although I could not fathom the reason for my presence here, I was eager to acquire information. Can you not tell? It is merely a hospital room, Homelander replied, a warm smile gracing his lips. With a habitual gesture, he clasped his hands behind his back, lifting his red cloak as he approached me. I remained silent, casting a detached glance at the metallic rings that bound my body. Who was Homelander? While others might not comprehend, I certainly did. Noticing the gaze of Luo Mang, the smile on the face of the patriotic figure momentarily stiffened. Subsequently, he affectionately settled by Luo Mang's bedside, gently patting his arm while a grin spread across his face. This was merely a temporary measure. You, being an empowered individual, ought to grasp the essence of my words, the patriotic figure explained patiently. At that moment, he was still in a bashful state. His emotional expression was not as uninhibited as it would later become. Then, the patriotic figure raised his forehead, revealing several prominent wrinkles. Could you share your origins with me? He inquired, gazing into Luo Mang's eyes, before instinctively gesturing towards his own ears with a red glove. I can hear your heartbeat, so do not attempt to deceive me. Upon hearing these words, Luo Mang could not suppress a smile. I hail from New York, and I acquire my abilities in recent months, he stated, fixing his gaze upon the patriotic figure. Had Luo Mang lied? Indeed, he was from New York, and he had indeed gained his powers in the last few months. However, the answer he provided was not what the patriotic figure desired. The smile on the patriotic figure's face diminished abruptly as he took 2 steps away. Yet, as if suddenly recalling something, he turned back, his expression brightening once more, his white teeth partially exposed. Do you know? Those individuals have remarked that your physique is exceptionally formidable. Even the density of your bones can surpass any metal known to man. Truly admirable. As he drew closer to Luo Mang, the smile on the patriotic figure's face grew ever more pronounced. Finally, standing directly in front of Luo Mang, he spread his hands and continued. But what if it were me? What happened then? The patriotic figure's visage instantaneously morphed into a menacing grimace. With a swift clap of his hands, he shattered both of Luo Mang's legs in an instant. In that moment, the facade of kindness was stripped away. The ferocity of his expression was enough to chill the hearts of those who supported him from the outside. In the instant his legs were broken, Luo Mang's eyes narrowed. Pain was a mere commonplace for him. It was something he had learned to filter out almost instinctively. The sensation of pain he could clearly feel lasted only for that fleeting moment. However, the feeling of having his legs shattered brought forth vivid memories of his earlier life, a life marked by disability and the accompanying muscle atrophy. A flash of bitterness crossed Luo Mang's eyes, yet he remained silent. Unlike Luo Mang, the patriotic figure acted without purpose, driven solely by whim. Revealing one's suffering to such a person would only encourage them to press further. And now, you are merely an ordinary, powerless, wretched cripple. The patriotic figure exhaled, appearing invigorated. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked down upon Luo Mang from a position of dominance. The shadow of the brow obscured the gaze of the homeland's people, presenting an image steeped in utter darkness. Disregarding this thought, the homeland figure stepped out of the isolation room, closing the door behind them with a thoughtful touch. A young woman clad in a white coat trembled as she gazed at the homeland figure, her recording board clattering to the ground. Moments earlier, she had witnessed the nation's most popular figure inflict harm upon Luo Mang. Her body shook with fear, yet she found herself enveloped in the homeland figure's embrace. With a tender expression of comfort, the homeland figure gently patted her back, assuring her not to be afraid, to simply be cautious in the next life. The woman, nestled in the homeland figure's arms, suddenly stilled, momentarily forgetting her tremors as she gazed up in disbelief. Her eyes met the homeland figure's fervent, crimson gaze. A distinct sound sliced through the air, akin to a laser gliding across flesh, and in an instant, the woman who had just sought refuge vanished. In her place, countless bloodstains and remnants marred the transparent glass of the isolation room and the homeland figure's visage. After eliminating the woman, the homeland figure appeared remarkably composed, bloodied yet unbothered, allowing the dark, crimson liquid to flow unheeded. With hands clasped behind, reminiscent of an elderly man, they sauntered away leisurely. Luo Mang observed the homeland figure's actions with a cold, unyielding stare, remaining utterly silent. Closing his eyes, his mind raced to comprehend the situation. Clarity dawned upon him. Yet devising a means for self-rescue posed a significant dilemma. He subtly shifted the metallic rings affixed to each joint, which clung tightly to his bones and skin as if custom-made. Despite his vigorous shaking, the rings remained steadfast, seemingly fused to the solid bed beneath him rather than merely attached. Luo Mang's chest heaved, his eyes fluttering beneath closed lids. Despite his feet being utterly crushed and deformed, he remained unfazed. In such moments, his calmness intensified. Suddenly, a waft of air brushed across his face, and a deep, nightmarish voice resonated in his ear. "You are awake." This voice, akin to a caged beast's guttural roar, startled him. Luo Mang opened his eyes to find, in the corner of the isolation room beneath the camera's gaze, an enigmatic figure clad in pure black that had appeared unbeknownst to him. The figure was indistinct, vibrating as though in rapid motion, emanating a low hum. Though humanoid in form, it exuded an air of primal ferocity. Its face bore a gaping maw, stitched in a manner that was impossible to ignore, sending chills down one's spine. "I have been waiting for you to awaken," it uttered, tilting its head in a manner that suggested an attempt to comprehend Luo Mang's reaction. Lowering his gaze to the twisted legs of Luo Mang, he quickly looked back at him. This time, no words were spoken. He merely lingered silently in the corner, seemingly awaiting Luo Mang's response. As he beheld the malevolent visage reappearing before him, Luo Mang's mind involuntarily replayed memories. The great circular wheel, arcs of varying hues, the embedded infinity stones, the instantaneous transformation, and the dark face that appeared in his vision just before he fainted. Luo Mang's eyes widened abruptly, and he raised his gaze to see a hint of a smile on Jisu's face. "Have you come to rescue me?" Chapter 72. Escape. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Jisu did not respond immediately. Instead, he regarded Luo Mang solemnly. In the next instant, Luo Mang felt a sudden tug. The entire world seemed to morph into lines of different lights and speeds. When Luo Mang regained his senses, he found himself, like Jisu, under the watchful eye of a camera. Jisu gripped Luo Mang's neck, lifting him high. Luo Mang's contorted legs dangled in an unusual manner. Jisu pressed his terrifying mask close to Luo Mang's face. "Where's this place?" After arriving here, the speed force within his body incessantly urged Jisu's restoration and awakening. Jisu awakened before Luo Mang, and the first sight before him was Luo Mang. Deep black arcs of electricity flickered uncontrollably, revealing Jisu's unstable speed force. Helpless, he could only watch as Luo Mang was taken away by the What Group's personnel. For 3 days, Jisu ran daily. Yet, every corner of the streets revealed unfamiliar sights to him. This was America, yet not his America. Thus, Jisu traversed through walls each day to observe the man who lay unconscious, perhaps aware of the current situation. Fortunately, today, Luo Mang finally awoke. Jisu cared not whether Luo Mang was injured. He only desired what he sought. "Why do you ask me when you awoke before I did?" Luo Mang, feeling the suffocating sensation in his throat, spoke in halting fragments. At the moment his cheeks turned completely red, Jisu released his grip. Luo Mang fell heavily to the ground, his legs suffering from the impact, blood flowing profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Mang glanced at his hands. Although he had freed himself from the metallic ring under the high-frequency vibrations, his body showed no signs of automatic repair. Even the powers he once possessed showed no signs of awakening. "I could kill you at any moment." Jisu's right hand vibrated rapidly, encased in black leather, transforming into a sharp blade in an instant. Though merely an arm, the residual visual effect of its pointed tip left no doubt about its lethality. Yet, in the face of Jisu's threat, Luo Mang lifted his gaze to meet his. "I understand, but you must first rescue me, mustn't you?" Luo Mang and Jisu locked eyes, and in that moment, the air seemed to come to a standstill. The swift figure seemed to be analyzing Luo Mang's intentions through a peculiar black vinyl mask. However, with the sudden drop of flesh against the glass of the isolation chamber, the entire room was abruptly illuminated by flickering red lights. Following this, an urgent alarm rang out, its sound powerful enough to reach 100 meters away. Glancing at the camera, the swift figure then looked down at Roman. Like a leopard, they crouched slightly and with a flash of dark blue light. Both Roman and the swift figure vanished from the enclosed space. In an instant, with a rustle of surrounding leaves, they reappeared in an abandoned factory. The swift figure grasped Roman with one hand, tossing him several meters away. Despite the barrier of the black vinyl mask, it was still evident that the swift figure was taken aback. Looking down at their own body, they noticed that the speed force was intermittently shimmering over them. "You are absorbing my speed." In the next moment, the swift figure appeared before Roman, revealing a fearsome visage magnified in an instant. The swift figure tilted their head, slightly bending to observe Roman. A blue-black speed force manifested on the surface of Romang's body, heralding the return of a familiar power. With a thought, crimson energy spread like a flowing pool of blood, enveloping Roman entirely. Before the swift figure, Roman, once regarded from above, began to overshadow them with his own shadow. As he reached a distance of 28 meters, the two embedded gems in Romang's chest gleamed brighter than before, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds. His twisted legs were instantly restored. Clenching his fist, Roman distinctly felt the resurgence of his strength. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the two slightly brighter infinite gems, contemplating the revelation. In this different universe, the infinite gems were instinctively seeking a suitable host, coexisting like a symbiotic venom, continuously absorbing the host's energy, irrespective of its nature. Gamma radiation, cosmic rays, regenerative serums, all were welcomed by the infinite gems, akin to a transparent leech greedily siphoning Romang's energy. This explained why, upon awakening, Roman could not summon the crimson energy nor achieve automatic bodily repair. What remained within him was merely the last vestige of his formidable physique. The recent outflow of the swift figure speed force had disrupted the balance within Roman. This unexpected and unfamiliar energy intrusion prompted the infinite gems to relinquish their hold on him. Gazing at the infinite gems seemingly etched into his chest, Roman could not help but chuckle bitterly, initially believing it to be a blessing, only to find himself burdened with an additional tenet. Yet, his lamentations drew forth a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Roman lifted his gaze. Only the swift could see the glimmer of excitement and madness in his eyes as he gazed at Roman. This expression starkly contrasted with the typical reactions of others upon encountering Roman's fearsome visage. Rather than succumbing to terror, he fixated intently on Roman, pulling back his black vinyl mask to reveal a strikingly handsome Western face, with tousled golden hair framing his profile. He spoke. "I was once confined in a mental institution, labeled a monster. But now look closely. Who truly embodies monstrosity?" With gritted teeth, he regarded Roman, torn between an impulse of affection and loathing. The blue-black arcs of electricity crackled to life around him, and he could not resist unleashing his super speed. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue-black lightning. Darting to Roman's side, Roman cast a sidelong glance. Despite the swiftness of the swift, he was able to discern his form amidst the cascading lightning. He could even meet the swift's gaze in the slowed time of super speed. The swift's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly retreated several meters. Yet the entire sequence transpired in less than a second. As the swift halted, it seemed time resumed its normal flow. Roman observed the distant figure of the swift and, with a firm step, unleashed a series of blue waves of light that rippled like water. In that instant, Roman's form vanished. At that moment, even the swift, endowed with extraordinary speed, could not perceive Roman's whereabouts. But when Roman reappeared, he was standing directly before the swift, gently pressing against the swift's suddenly widened eyes. Roman chuckled softly. The powers of super speed and the Infinity Stone, irrespective of their limits, stemmed from entirely different sources. Roman's teleportation was a manipulation of space. How could the swift possibly comprehend it? Looking down upon the swift, Roman spoke in a tone reminiscent of a demon enticing a soul before signing a pact. "Do you wish to regain your health?" In the abandoned factory, only the sound of the wind could be heard. Roman's words momentarily stilled the swift, as if the sudden silence had interrupted a spell. The swift's obsession with speed and superspeed had become an unwavering fixation, to transcend his own limits. He had injected himself with speed serum number 9, which accounted for the blue-black hue of his superspeed. He was ruthless not only to others, but also to himself. While speed serum number 9 amplified the Swift's super speed, it simultaneously began to erode his physical form, subtly altering his very genetics. Fundamentally, the sources of power for the Swift and the Flash, Barry, had begun to diverge into two separate paths. The Swift's abilities were now tainted by external interference. Lacking the purity of true super speed, akin to Reverse Flash, embarking on a path both sinister and formidable. Swiftly regaining composure, he scrutinized Luo Mang, the colossal form, with a hue reminiscent of blood rather than flesh, pulsating sinew, and gently swaying tendrils, compelled even the once dominant figure who had trampled the Flash to instinctively swallow. The echo of Luo Mang's words reverberated incessantly in his mind. "Do you wish to restore your health?" Swift came to himself, realizing that this was not merely a replay within his thoughts, but rather Luo Mang's unsettling smile as he reiterated the phrase. Despite the disquieting nature of Luo Mang's grin, Swift found himself mirroring the smile, his body trembling not from fear, but from an exhilarating anticipation nearing its threshold. Was this a transaction? Luo Mang nodded slightly, observing Swift's movements with quiet intensity. Swift donned the obsidian mask once more, which seamlessly conformed to his visage. The blue-black lightning re-emerged around him. Though Luo Mang had siphoned some of his speed, Swift remained formidable. With the mask in place, he felt as though he had rediscovered his true self. Utilizing high-frequency vibrations of his vocal cords, he revealed only his hollow, dark eyes, fixed intently on Luo Mang. The stitched mouth stretched open, emitting a deep, sinister voice. Swift agrees to the transaction. Luo Mang nodded in satisfaction, casually resting his hand on Swift's shoulder. The yellow gem embedded in his chest flickered momentarily, almost imperceptibly. Swift gazed at Luo Mang, sensing a transformation within his own eyes, yet still ablaze with fervent excitement and madness. Luo Mang withdrew his hand, internally acknowledging the diminished control of the Soul Stone, which now exerted only a slight influence over thoughts and emotions. "What do you intend to do?" Swift was no fool. In his own realm and timeline, he was a formidable antagonist, acutely aware of the cost required to obtain something of value, a principle known as equivalent exchange. Observing the exaggerated physique of Luo Mang, a flicker of familiarity crossed his gaze before he inquired, "It seems, based on your words, that I do indeed have something." Luo Mang surveyed the direction from which they had come, a slight grin spreading across his lips as the scent of blood began to permeate the air. A surge of blue-black lightning surged forth, crashing through the tightly shut doors and into the conference room. As the electrifying aura enveloping Swift dissipated, both he and Luo Mang became visible. Luo Mang strolled leisurely within the conference room, as if meandering through his own backyard. Through the transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze down upon the cityscape. This building was among the tallest in the city, towering above the surrounding structures, a solitary giant. Should anyone happen to glance at this high rise, they would discern a sign emblazoned with the name "What Group." Indeed, at this moment, Luo Mang finds himself in the very place where the Super 7 convene. "Go, see where I mentioned the reagent is hidden," he said, placing a cup of water on the table and gesturing lightly with his chin towards Jisoo. "I will find it." Jisoo twisted his head, his body sank, and he instantly vanished from sight, utilizing high-frequency vibrations to assimilate his structure with that of the surrounding matter. Jisoo could traverse to any location at will, much like when he had rescued Luo Mang previously. Once Jisoo departed, Luo Mang sat in the position of authority among his compatriots, idly playing with a porcelain cup in his hand. Suddenly, a figure pushed the door open and stepped in, inadvertently noticing Luo Mang, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Who are you?" Xinguang advanced a couple of steps. Having only recently joined the Super 7 and the Water Group, she appeared particularly cautious, especially after the harrowing experience in the depths of the ocean. Upon hearing Xinguang's inquiry, Luo Mang momentarily lost his focus before regaining his composure. "Just consider me an ordinary person wishing to survive. Then you should not be here, nor should you occupy that seat," Xinguang cautioned, her tone laced with genuine concern rather than corruption by power. The true nature of the compatriots had long instilled a sense of dread in her voice, which trembled slightly. "No, it is precisely because I wish to survive that I must be here," Luo Mang replied softly, not harboring any resentment toward Xinguang. Without waiting for her to respond, he continued, "Power is a remarkable thing. It can rejuvenate one in an instant and easily satisfy one's desires. However, the path to acquiring power often necessitates stepping over the corpses of many. I once believed I was akin to the compatriots, but now it appears I am far superior. At the very least, I have not lost myself in the face of power. Luo Mang shrugged, his gaze fixed on Xingguang. Whether it was due to Xingguang being from another world or some other reason, Luo Mang found himself opening up. In that moment, he resembled an ordinary individual driven by intense, personal desires. I do not understand what you are saying. You must leave at once, or else, Xingguang urged, her brow furrowed, not wishing to witness Luo Mang recklessly throw away his life. Yet, before she could finish her warning, the conference room door was forcefully pushed open. Dressed in a black combat suit and wielding a short blade, the figure bore a striking resemblance to a certain anti-hero. Upon seeing Luo Mang, Xuanzi swiftly drew the blade from his back, disregarding Xingguang's cries, and lunged toward Luo Mang. Xuanzi was solely adept at killing, and unlike the compatriots, he could not comprehend the concept of murder. To him, ending a life was merely a matter of placing a weapon against another and silencing them forever. At last, Xianse has fulfilled the company's task. With a crisp sound, Starlight covered her mouth with her hands, gazing at Luo Mang with a mixture of astonishment and fear. The incredulity painted across her smooth cheeks was almost palpable. The gentle man who had just occupied the prominent position of the country transformed instantaneously into a towering behemoth, standing nearly 28 meters tall, almost brushing the ceiling. At this moment, Luo Mang had risen, crossing his arms and using his numerous tendrils to deflect Xianse's short blade. What began as an unfamiliarity had evolved into an instinctive defense. Luo Mang had honed his ability to wield arms from the 3rd to the 100th with remarkable proficiency. Xianse possessed nearly all the capabilities of the country's people. Though she could not fly, her combat skills were exceptionally refined. She swung her blade before Luo Mang with the swiftness of light, undeterred by his imposing figure. Behind her mask, her expression remained obscured, yet she was resolutely confronting Luo Mang. Each tendril of Luo Mang inflicted damage upon Xianse, but none were fatal. In mere seconds, the gaping wounds, each as wide as a finger, had healed completely. Enough! Luo Mang abruptly clenched his fist, summoning a pale, blue beam of light that coalesced around Xianse, binding her with the power of space, rendering her incapable of struggle. Chapter 74. The mind is truly Na'vi. With a slight gesture, Luo Mang beckoned Xianse closer, and as she approached, the ghastly injuries inflicted by his tendrils had vanished entirely. Gazing at Xianse, Luo Mang pondered for a moment. Suddenly, the heart-shaped gem on his chest emitted a brilliant glow, flashing in Xianse's eyes. He was attempting to alter the fabric of her mental realm. As the yellow light spread, Luo Mang sensed his own strength waning. Simultaneously, the charming cartoon characters that had once populated Xianse's mental landscape began to be engulfed by the yellow luminescence. Witnessing this, Xianse's struggles intensified. Hidden beneath her pure, black combat suit, her formidable strength was nonetheless palpable. Release her. Starlight could no longer remain silent, raising her hand high. Her palm and beautiful eyes shimmered with radiant golden light. Casting a sidelong glance at Starlight, Luo Mang remained unfazed. Her powers were insufficient to breach his defenses. Even if her brilliance were to dazzle his eyes, he could simply remove the damaged eyes and swiftly recuperate. The force of the mind continued to encroach upon Xianse's mental realm, with each cartoon character shrouded in yellow light undergoing a transformation in temperament. Though their manner of speaking varied, they all began to implore Xianse on behalf of Luo Mang. The struggle of Xuanzi suddenly diminished, and his body ceased to sway violently. Instead, he gazed at the cartoon figures within his mental realm, tilting his head as if attempting to comprehend their words. Observing Xuanzi's momentary bewilderment, Luo Mang discreetly loosened his grip. The power of space transformed into blue stars that scattered, and Xuanzi abruptly landed back on the ground. However, this time, his behavior perplexed the Starlight behind him. Xuanzi stood motionless, devoid of expression, resembling a robot frozen in place. After a few seconds, he unexpectedly nodded to Luo Mang, as if convinced by the cartoon characters and now acknowledging Luo Mang's presence. He silently stood beside Luo Mang, sheathing his dagger. Witnessing Xuanzi's pure reaction, not only the Starlight, but even a flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Mang's eyes. At this moment, The power of the mind gem was undeniable. And as its bearer, Luo Mang had the most authority to speak on the matter. After being embedded in crimson, the potency of both infinity gems had drastically diminished, far from the formidable strength witnessed during the Battle of New York. Yet, Luo Mang was taken aback to discover that despite this, Xuanzi remained influenced by the mind gem. "Your mind is truly Navi," Luo Mang mused, shaking his head in a mix of amusement and resignation. The formidable Xuanzi turned out to be a rather innocent lad. Suddenly, a flash of blue-black lightning erupted, circling the conference room 3.5 times before finally coming to a halt. When the speedster revealed his form, countless blue vials instantaneously appeared on the table before Luo Mang. The reagents settled quietly in their respective slots, undisturbed by the speedster's frenzied movements. Simultaneously, Luo Mang noticed the figure being dragged along by the speedster. "Ha ha ha, I've found you. Let's see who is faster. He's too slow." The speedster shook the train engine in his hand, a profound sense of satisfaction emanating from within. Besides enhancing speed, competing with others in a race was far more exhilarating. "Permanent, temporary," the speedster stated, pointing to the large and small vials with a serious tone. Empowered by his swiftness, 3 seconds were sufficient for him to examine all the documents within the laboratory. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. He had not anticipated the existence of such potent reagents capable of awakening various abilities, and the prospect of mass production was truly terrifying. Observing Xuanzi trailing behind Luo Mang, the speedster discreetly concealed a blue vial within his gloved hand, secretly anticipating the enhancement the fifth compound would bring to his speed. Starlight stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the fifth compound and the speedster. Before she could utter a word, another figure pushed the door open. Deep Sea glanced at Starlight, who was raising her hands aglow with brilliance, and the train engine lying motionless on the floor, bloodied and defeated. Instantly sensing the tense atmosphere, Deep Sea swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. This is not his territory. He cannot even summon an octopus. Yet unexpectedly, the enormous figure across from him suddenly turned its gaze towards him. "Where have the compatriots gone?" Luo Mang smiled at the depths of the sea. Yet this smile forced the depths to retreat a few steps. He cursed himself inwardly for foolishly closing the door he had just locked. Off to participate in a baptism, he stammered. However, he secretly reassured himself that this did not amount to betraying his compatriots. Perhaps the imposing figure was merely a facade, incapable of overpowering them. "Yes, indeed. I am merely delivering the intruders of the water group into the hands of my compatriots. They might even express gratitude towards me." Unbeknownst to Luo Mang, the depths of the sea were tangled in complex thoughts and inner turmoil. After a moment of weighing his dwindling strength, he lifted his head, revealing a crimson smile once more. "Please convey to him that I shall visit the water group in 3 days." Luo Mang's expression remained unchanged, yet his words dripped with chilling intent. Suddenly, gazing at the towering mound of compound number 5, an intriguing thought struck him. Having encountered such an interesting adversary, how could he allow them to perish so easily? Recalling the moment his legs had been broken, the tendrils behind Luo Mang stirred with sudden energy. A smile gradually spread across his face as he grinned wider in the face of the depth's terror. When the compatriots returned to find not only had their home been raided, but their team members were either killed or abducted, they would likely be enraged enough to unleash their laser eyes repeatedly. The mere thought of this made Luo Mang unable to suppress a chuckle. With the spatial gem at play, the compatriots would be forced to remain compliant for these 3 days, as finding their enemies for vengeance would be impossible. Subsequently, Luo Mang expended his last reserves of strength to amplify the spatial gem. The azure halo expanded significantly, enveloping the dark figure, the swift one, and compound number 5 together. When the blue light faded, all traces had vanished, leaving only Starlight in the depths of the sea. They stared in silence at the locomotive, which lay motionless on the ground, its rear end elevated, uncertain of its fate. Observing the fallen locomotive, Starlight turned thoughtfully away, with both hands directed at the depths. He suddenly emitted a burst of brilliance. After a shriek, the conference room returned to tranquility. In the bar, the liveliest place on the street, a steady stream of patrons flowed in and out each night, as if it had never been empty. "Hey, would you like to chat?" Butcher, clad in a somewhat worn coat, glanced back at the young man who was patting his shoulder. upon seeing the young man's handsome face. A flicker of impatience crossed Butcher's features. He waved his hand dismissively and replied in a composed tone, "I do not require that." Clearly, Butcher had misjudged Luo Mang as one of those types. Yet, it was certainly not unreasonable for him to do so. Amidst the dim lighting of the bar and the intoxicating scent of alcohol lingering in the air. In such a place, one man seeks another, not for the sake of quarrel or combat, but something deeper. However, before he could turn fully, the next utterance from Ramong left Butcher's tongue momentarily rooted in place. "Really? The Butcher?" Butcher's tongue, taken aback, turned to Ramong and led him into a secluded alley adjacent to the bar. He forcefully kicked aside a drunken man sprawled on the ground, then turned his serious gaze toward Ramong. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 75. An encounter with the black cloaked enforcers. Butcher's tongue's expression was grave, yet his distinctive mustache curled with a hint of character. Ramong chuckled softly to himself, producing a test tube from his pocket. The moment the test tube emerged from its concealment, an ethereal blue hue, seemingly infused with luminescence, burst forth in the night. That faint azure illuminated the faces of both Ramong and Butcher's tongue. Butcher's tongue furrowed his brow as he regarded the fifth compound, then turned to Ramong, his eyes laden with meaning. "I've seen it, and then what?" Ramong, unfazed, tucked the fifth compound away. "This is a staggering secret concerning the Watt group," he said languidly, further ensnaring Butcher's tongue's curiosity. Ramong raised his gaze to Butcher's tongue, an urgency flickering in his eyes, yet natural wariness restrained him from pressing further. "An ancient saying from the East posits that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I wish to strike against what? To execute a grand scheme against the compatriots. I wonder, Mr. Butcher, do you possess the courage?" Ramong spoke with a smile, while others in his position might have already found themselves on the receiving end of Butcher's fists. Yet, gazing at Ramong, Butcher's eyes flickered with scrutiny and doubt. When Ramong mentioned compatriots, Butcher's couldn't help but clench his fist hidden in the shadows. His wife had utterly vanished within the confines of America. Despite Butcher's relentless search, she had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Through his investigations, Butcher's had come to believe that the compatriots were responsible for his wife's demise. Thus a grudge was born. "What do you propose?" Butcher's fixed his intense gaze upon Ramong, his unique British accent punctuating each word. At that moment, Butcher's felt his mind divided. One part warned him that this could be a trap, while another frantically alerted him that this might be the closest opportunity for revenge. Outwardly, Butcher's appeared the epitome of a tough man, yet internally, his emotions were delicate and tumultuous. Otherwise, upon realizing that the individual in question hails from the homeland, an ordinary person would likely have relinquished any thoughts of vengeance long ago. They might even live in constant trepidation, perpetually anxious about potential repercussions. The very thought of his wife's disappearance being linked to the homeland ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Butcher. Gazing at Roman's countenance, Butcher silently vowed that if Roman sought amusement, he too would extract some form of entertainment from him. Clenching his fist tightly, Butcher gestured with a tilt of his chin, urging Roman to respond. "I wish to meet your associate," he asserted. Observing the escalating agitation and vigilance in Butcher's eyes, Roman explained, "Such an opportunity is singular." "Do you truly expect me to divulge this here, Mr. Butcher?" Upon hearing Roman's words, Butcher instinctively scanned his surroundings. The earlier blue glow of Compound No. 5 had already attracted some attention. In the shadows of the alley, malevolent eyes were scrutinizing the scene. For them, anything of value was worth the risk. Witnessing this, Butcher's vigilance slightly waned. Seeing this, a subtle smile curved Roman's lips. In the darkness, it was not prominent, and even Butcher thought he might have misperceived it in a moment of distraction. Roman yearned for an ordinary individual, once scorned by the homeland's people, to personally bring him to his knees, utterly shattering the divine demeanor and confidence of the homeland's denizens. What expressions would they wear then? Roman was genuinely eager to find out. "I will lead you, but should I discover any clandestine maneuvers on your part," Butcher cracked his knuckles menacingly. The classic bravado of a tough man elicited a light chuckle from Roman, as if finding the situation amusing yet tinged with mockery. "Why not now?" Before Butcher could utter another word, Roman snapped his fingers, the sound resonating crisply in the inky night. Before the echo of the snap could fully dissipate, Butcher was momentarily dazzled by a sudden flash of light and the abrupt appearance of a figure. Instinctively, Butcher stepped back, reaching for his waist. He harbored an innate aversion towards those with abilities. Perhaps it would be more prudent for Mr. Butcher to guide us on our path, Roman suggested with a grin. Meeting Butcher's incredulous gaze, a deep blue lightning bolt surged directly through the door of a small warehouse. 3 figures trembled violently before coming to a halt, their indistinct forms appearing exceedingly surreal. The sudden emergence of these figures triggered a sense of alertness among others in the warehouse. Huey took several steps back, instinctively grasping a frying pan to shield himself. Frankie drew a powerful silver handgun, aiming with intent. Kyoko clutched a sharp short blade, her enhanced physical prowess granting her a distinct advantage in close combat. However, as the 3 figures ceased their tremors and revealed their forms, the collective morale of the group plummeted. Butcher, who the hell are they? Frankie, fluent in the vernacular, inquired with a displeased expression. Despite his questioning tone, the firearm in his grasp was already lowered. Butcher had always been direct in his dealings, at times bordering on reckless, exemplified by his earlier encounter with the elusive Alex Hassel, whom he had brazenly brought forth. Observing Butcher's demeanor, Frankie felt an impending sense of trouble. They possessed explosive revelations from Walter. Butcher inhaled deeply. The sensation of rapid movement was unsettling. Grabbing a bottle from the cabinet, he poured himself a generous drink and, after a hearty sip, felt considerably better. Now, divulge everything you wish to say, he declared, setting down the crystal glass and grasping the nearby shotgun, racking it forcefully. The ominous sound of the shotgun being chambered seemed to serve as a warning for Roman to choose his words wisely. Yet Roman remained undeterred. Under the keen gaze of the rapidly moving individual, he approached the dark muzzle of the shotgun, poured himself a glass of strong liquor, and took a delicate sip. Then, under Butcher's menacing glare, he placed the 5th compound heavily onto the old wooden table. This time, there was no pretense, he spoke plainly. The 5th compound, developed by Walter Corporation. Its sole function is to enable ordinary individuals to acquire superhuman abilities. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the warehouse as every pair of eyes involuntarily widened. Butcher squinted at the 5th compound, pondering its implications. This revelation was undoubtedly a thunderbolt for them, leaving everyone stunned. Chapter 76. I can't wait any longer. When all believed that those with abilities were born as such, it is now suggested that these powers can be awakened through a serum. The implications hidden within this revelation could disrupt not only the Walter Group, but, in the long run, even cause turmoil across the entire nation. Just a simple injection could grant one abilities. Who wouldn't he desire a share of that? Observing the astonished expressions on the faces around him, Roman pushed Butcher's shotgun aside. The Super 7 were merely the FA-Ade cultivated by the Walter Group. Even the renowned patriots were birthed from this small vial of serum. Inject it, and you too can possess abilities. And now, I place it before you. This should suffice as a gesture of goodwill. Wouldn't you agree? Butcher's expression fluctuated between shadows and uncertainty. The others mirrored his apprehension, their gazes fixed upon the blue luminescence of the 5th compound, unable to look away. With furrowed brows, Butcher scrutinized Roman, seemingly trying to discern the truth in his words, while also grappling with the question of how Roman had come to know such a core secret. After some contemplation, Butcher mustered the courage to speak, his voice thick and resonant. What makes you think I would inject that substance and become like them? He gestured towards the speedster behind Roman, his tone imbued with the warmth of spirits, taking on a buzzing quality. Roman had approached with a weighty revelation, even presenting the 5th compound directly before him. Butcher was far from naive, aware that Roman did not intend for him to expose the reagent to the media. With a disdain for those with abilities, Butcher raised a shotgun. Only another ability user could defeat someone like the patriotic man. However, we need not rush. I can grant you 2 days. As his words lingered in the air, Roman turned to glance at the speedster, who immediately understood the implication. Muscles rippling, the speedster surged forward like a bolt of deep blue lightning, vanishing from sight with a sound reminiscent of thunder cleaving through the air. Within 3 seconds, he reappeared before Butcher, accompanied by a meticulously crafted small box. Upon opening it, they discovered another vial of the 5th compound, faintly glowing with a blue luminescence. These were temporary 5th compounds, each effective for 1 hour. Ordinary individuals would perish after injecting more than 3, but there was no cause for alarm. If the patriotic man could not be dealt with, It was quite possible they would meet their demise that very day. Roman spoke in his gentlest tone, his words chilling the hearts of those present. Having delivered this message, Roman turned to stride back towards the speedster, but paused midway, a look of mild regret crossing his face as he patted his head. He then retrieved a platter from his pocket. Although it was intended as a greeting gift, he had only remembered to present it last. "Butcher, I recall your wife has gone missing." Roman observed Butcher beneath his murderously intense gaze as he placed the platter on the table. Without further elaboration, he leisurely returned to the speedster's side. "Hey, have you visited water? Seen a locomotive?" Huey suddenly interjected, his grip on the frying pan betraying his nervousness. The locomotive had shattered his girlfriend, and Huey was sworn to vengeance. Hearing Huey's words, Roman glanced back at the speedster, unable to suppress a grin. The speedster, catching the expression, revealed a predatory smile in response. That individual was intriguing, yet he was not fast enough. Reacting to the speedster's retort, Roman offered an apologetic gesture towards Huey. "Huey, it seems the Super 7 are down another member." Roman was acutely aware of the speedster's nature. When defeated in a race, the speedster would assess the potential of his opponents. If they showed the capacity to improve, he would employ various means to provoke them into becoming swifter, ultimately culminating in a thrilling contest. However, if deemed weak by the speedster, the conclusion of the race would signify their acceptance of death. As Luo Mang's voice faded, a swift, deep blue lightning flashed, and he vanished from sight. Upon receiving this news, Huey felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, overcome with weakness, he stared blankly ahead. All along, he had devoted himself to Butcher and joined the Black Noir team with the singular purpose of avenging that fateful day. Yet now, with the sudden realization that the perpetrator had been slain, a profound emptiness enveloped him. A wave of despondency washed over Huey, causing his body to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, in the old warehouse, the expressions of the others varied. Frank and Kimiko exchanged glances, both perceiving the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Butcher imbibed glass after glass of strong liquor, his gaze fixated on the table, his expression flickering with uncertainty. Why not just kill them outright? In the eyes of the swift, everyone apart from their own kind appeared weak. However, should Luo Mang stand before them, even the last shred of difficulty would dissipate effortlessly. In pursuit of sensation and experience, Luo Mang found a chair to sit upon. At that moment, Xiansei was situated behind Luo Mang's chair, arms wrapped around his knees, quietly listening to his friend's conversation. This demeanor resembled that of a young boy with a youthful charm. Sensation? Experience? The swift tilted his head, puzzled, and posed a counter-question. Luo Mang regarded him and chuckled softly. When faced with a foe of slightly lesser strength, one might go to great lengths to aid their growth. To enhance your opponent's speed, you may even resort to threatening their family, inflicting pain upon them, and employing any means necessary to achieve your ends. Witnessing them expend every effort only to be slain by you. What were you thinking at that moment? After a moment of contemplation, the swift cracked a grin and replied. It was exhilarating. Upon delivering his answer, he gazed at Luo Mang, the delight in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. The swift, unable to contain his amusement, burst into laughter. Despite the harshness and discord of his laughter, Luo Mang found himself laughing along. Their laughter crescendoed, with Luo Mang unable to resist slapping his thigh in mirth. The swift exaggeratedly cradled his belly, laughing so hard he nearly gasped for air. Xiansei observed the two curiously, his dark eyes glimmering with confusion beneath the shadowy curtain. Once their laughter subsided, Luo Mang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In the swift, he discovered a flicker of kinship, sobering his expression. Luo Mang gazed intently at the swift as he spoke. Those of our kind act according to their whims, unrestrained and domineering, yet they bear a heavy childishness. For such individuals, instantaneous slaughter cannot entirely subdue them. Identify their weaknesses, exploit them, and instill an unprecedented fear before their demise. Luo Mang's pupils dilated slightly. Let even the undefeated deity accept the baptism of mortality. I can hardly wait. Chapter 77. The scent of milk on your lips as dawn broke. Wisps of white smoke began to waft from the sewers of the streets, mingling with the diverse throngs of people passing by. At first glance, it resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Yet, for the inhabitants of this place, such scenes were merely the norm. A flash of deep blue darted through the smoke, unnoticed by the bleary-eyed pedestrians. When Luo Mang and Jisit arrived at the old warehouse once more, it had undergone a complete transformation. Indeed, a true upheaval. The roof of the warehouse bore several gaping, charred openings, allowing sunlight to filter through, mingling with the dust in the air. Everything within the warehouse appeared to have shifted positions, not only shattered but scattered haphazardly. 2 days prior, a shotgun had been aimed at Luo Mang. Now, it lay bent and useless on the ground. At his feet was a complete outfit, shirt, trousers, and shoes, carelessly piled together. "Have you made your decision?" Luo Mang called out, his voice echoing in the desolate, damaged space. As his words resonated, a charred beam suddenly toppled, revealing a man standing behind it, clad only in rags. "Could someone toss me a piece of clothing first?" Huey requested, shielding his body with his hands, his face a portrait of embarrassment and discomfort. "We can set off right now. I want to twist that bastard's head off and shove it up his ass," Butcher exclaimed, kicking a table, sending its remnants flying. Dust cascaded onto his head and shoulders, yet he paid it no mind. With reddened eyes, he approached Luo Mang, raising a finger in a fierce oath. After learning the truth, Butcher was as savage as a beast. In his fury, he disregarded the disdain for abilities and any meticulous plans. Revenge was his sole priority. With newfound power, the once unfathomable aspirations now surged within him, restless and eager. "And what about them?" Luo Mang inquired, tilting his chin. "Negotiations failed. It fell apart. Frankie, that coward." Butcher cursed, though he did not lay all the blame on Frankie. As the leader of the Black Fear Patrol, Butcher understood the complexities of loyalty, especially after Frankie became entangled with Kimiko. He was even less inclined to take risks now. Family came first. There was no disputing that. Had his own wife remained, Butcher would have never dared risk it. "Not to worry, aside from you. There's another. 3 of us will suffice." Luo Mang nodded, and a dark figure emerged from behind him, startling Butcher. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket to grasp a vial of blue liquid, intent on consuming it. However, I was swiftly seized by the arm. In a hoarse whisper, a voice drew near to Butcher's ear, declaring, "Your life must serve a greater purpose." Like a serpent flicking its tongue, a chill ran down Butcher's spine. Do not misunderstand. This is the essence of darkness. Once internalized, it will lead to a profound realization, enabling us to collectively combat the false heroes lurking in the shadows. This narrative must hold some weight in the eyes of the world, mustn't it? Ramong observed Butcher with a sly grin. Locking eyes with Ramong, Butcher felt an increasing sense of secrecy surrounding him. Yet in light of their shared interests, Butcher was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. If it came to that, he would drink the last of the elixir and fight valiantly for his homeland. "When shall we depart?" Butcher abruptly yanked his arm free from Romang's grasp, spitting in mild irritation. Romang's gaze swept across each individual before finally resting on Butcher, his eyes glinting with ferocity. "Now, tell me, why do they all resist me? I am a hero. I am the sole savior they require." The figure of the Patriot stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the vast expanse of the city, a hint of confusion in his voice. Although no violence had erupted, the Patriot's cheeks bulged as he struggled to contain his breath, a testament to his simmering rage and unrest. He turned to Ashley, appearing as a child eager to unburden his heart. "In America, there is no God. I am a God, the only one above. Why can't these people demonstrate a modicum of intelligence? You are the God, Patriot." Ashley swallowed hard, clutching the planning board tightly. The researchers who had fallen to the Patriot's lethal rays were the very ones Ashley had been left to manage in the aftermath. "I mean," the Patriot ground his teeth, pressing Ashley, the veins on his neck bulging. "I am a Patriot. I can do whatever I wish." He leaned closer to Ashley, looking down upon her as she cowered like an ostrich. "Is that so?" Before Ashley could gather her thoughts, a voice unexpectedly echoed in the conference room. They both turned sharply to find Ramong seated, with his knees slightly bent, ready for confrontation. What sent adrenaline coursing through the Patriot's veins was the phone Ramong held, its camera aimed directly at him. At that moment, the most powerful individual found himself ensnared by a mere camera. His expression shifted instantly, the initial warmth of his smile returning. "Oh, that was merely me rehearsing lines with Ashley. This is our new script. Furthermore, during our dialogue, you certainly should not have recorded it." Facing the camera, you displayed a charming smile, radiating positivity like a benevolent neighbor. The individual known as Captain America not only exhibited prowess, but also showcased remarkable acting skills. Ramon could not help but remark, "It appears you've lost your superhero role. Perhaps a minor part in the theater would suit you well." Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Captain America's expression darkened considerably. He struggled to restrain the urge to unleash his heat vision, instead opting to crush the phone in Luo Mang's grasp. Ramon merely chuckled, unperturbed by the threat. "It seems that even the crushing of your legs has not imparted sufficient wisdom. Do you think I'll be angered? I shall compel you to leap from midair." Captain America's eyes reddened, a searing intensity palpable even from a meter away. In that moment, he resembled a volatile furnace, on the brink of an explosion. Observing this, Ashley discreetly retreated in her high heels, eager to avoid any collateral damage. "Hey, keep your distance. The scent of your milk is overwhelming," Ramon taunted, exploiting Captain America's vulnerability with relentless verbal assaults. Can words inflict harm? Indeed, they can, potentially leading to the demise of both spirit and flesh. Gritting his teeth, Captain America glared at Ramon, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, the collision was not with Ramon's form, but rather with another golden beam of light. Butcher strode in boldly, his posture commanding as he observed Captain America, whose chin was slightly raised and eyes narrowed. Chapter 78, John. Night is approaching, the crimson beam intertwined with the golden one, suddenly igniting a brilliant flash. The two forces clashed and entwined, effectively splitting the conference room in half. The remnants of a scorched laser still emitted smoke and high temperatures. Ramon watched as Captain America retracted his heat vision, chuckling, "I forgot to mention, I want to be the first to take the stage today." At Luo Mang's words, Captain America instinctively glanced at Butcher. "Hey, William, what a surprise." Captain America observed one after another rising in opposition, frustration overcoming his ability to think clearly. He noticed Butcher lost in thought, unable to suppress a chuckle that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Seeing Captain America smile, Butcher curled his lips into a peculiar grin. "Prepare to face my ultimate move, you mother of cur." Butcher didn't engage in lengthy conversation with Captain America, but charged forward, his eyes gleaming with energy. Each punch landed with unyielding force. Having ingested Compound 5, Butcher found himself evenly matched with Captain America in that moment. The power emanating from his golden beams was no less formidable than that of Captain America. A piercing sound sliced through the air as Captain America forcefully shoved Butcher away. As Butcher lowered his gaze, he discovered a tear in his uniform across his chest, although it did not inflict any harm upon the motherland at this moment. Gazing at Xian Sei, standing beside Butcher, wielding a dagger with one hand, the eyes of the motherlander involuntarily twitched, causing half of his face to contort as well. "Xian Sei, why have you betrayed me?" The motherlander lowered his head, his eyes lifting to glare at Xian Sei. Just then, Huey suddenly appeared behind him, embracing him tightly. The fifth compound had bestowed upon Huey not only the ability to teleport, but also a substantial enhancement of his physical prowess. The motherlander's eyes began to redden, and he turned his head, seemingly intent on obliterating Huey's head. Butcher and Xian Sei quickly stepped forward to restrain the motherlander's head, forcefully pinning him down. "How dare you? How dare you?" The motherlander's eyes were gathering energy beams, his body thrashing incessantly. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt fear. He had never anticipated that these few individuals could indeed suppress him. Once able to slaughter ordinary people at will, he now found himself firmly subdued. A tumult of shame and frustration welled up within the motherlander. "Maeve," he bellowed in a hoarse voice. A brown figure darted forth, her fair thighs exposed. However, as Queen Maeve approached, a deep blue lightning encircled her. With an acceleration akin to a specter, a bolt of deep blue lightning was hurled, crashing down upon Maeve. She was sent flying several meters, and upon halting, a charred mark marred her abdomen. In an instant, the specter-like figure appeared before Maeve, his imposing visage rapidly enlarging in her view. A low, resonant voice echoed near her ear. Maeve swung a punch, but it met only air. In the next moment, she found herself gripped by the throat, instantaneously dragged several kilometers away. Observing Maeve's sudden disappearance, the motherlander's cheeks flushed, utterly devoid of his earlier arrogance. The red energy beams still gathered within his eyes, Yet suddenly he felt an additional weight upon his head. Luo Mang, grinning, stood atop him, having once been vanquished by the Motherlander. "Hey, Motherlander, come greet your fans," Luo Mang remarked, producing a phone from seemingly nowhere and broadcasting live. The barrage of comments surged wildly, and within moments, the live stream amassed 20 million viewers. On the screen, Luo Mang's foot was unmistakably pressing down on the Motherlander's head. To countless onlookers, the once invincible Motherlander now resembled a defeated dog, crawling beneath Luo Mang's foot. Gazing at the phone in Luo Mang's hand, the Motherlander felt veins pulsating across his head, and fueled by an inexplicable surge of strength, he violently flung Butcher and the others aside. His energy-charged laser eyes suddenly targeted Luo Mang. In an instant, Luo Mang was cleaved in two by a searing ray. Even the structure of the water group began to tremble, as it too was simultaneously pierced by this intense beam. Observing Luo Mang's wide-eyed expression, a flicker of satisfaction sparkled in the eyes of the patriotic man. The divine sense of confidence seemed to resurface at that very moment. However, just as the patriotic man resolutely turned to confront Butcher, Huey, and Xian Sei, a voice tinged with mockery drifted from behind him. "Has anyone ever told you that your cloak is rather unsightly?" Instinctively, the patriotic man turned around, his golden locks disheveled upon his forehead. To his astonishment, Luo Mang, who should have perished from being cleaved in two, now exhibited countless tendrils sprouting from the bloodied edges of his dismembered body, entwined and interwoven with one another. These appendages writhed, pulling and merging Luo Mang's two halves together. As his body rapidly regenerated, Luo Mang began to swell, the tentacles behind him surging forth. Under the glowing gaze of the patriotic man, Luo Mang gradually loomed over him, bearing rows of sharp teeth and a sinister grin. "I'm a fair man. For every severed limb, there is a dismemberment. As long as you can endure, I shall take my leave immediately." The sight of Luo Mang struck the patriotic man's childlike worldview, shattering it in an instant. Despite being accustomed to bloodshed and violence, Luo Mang's current form was enough to overturn the perceptions of everyone in this world. "Oh dear!" Huey hastily grabbed a chair to shield himself. Witnessing Luo Mang being sliced in half, only to rise again as a 9-foot monstrosity, he lamented, "I preferred his original appearance." Butcher took a step back, a rare retreat for the hardened man. Observing Luo Mang's transformation, he spoke in a distinctly British accent. Xian Sei, gazing at Luo Mang with curiosity, took a step closer, seemingly finding some familiarity in the creature's visage. The patriotic man appeared momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure, he prepared to ascend into the sky. Yet, before he could utter another word, his movements halted. Turning back, he witnessed a scene that caused his pupils to constrict in horror. Luo Mang had leaped into the air, seizing the patriotic man by the ankle. With a thunderous crash, the patriotic man plummeted to the ground, his head striking the earth with a heavy thud. Almost immediately, a large hand pressed against the back of his head, exerting immense force that left him utterly defenseless. The patriotic man felt as though his legs were being crushed under an irresistible weight. The pressure exerted surpassed the combined strength of Butcher and the others. With each cry of agony from the patriotic man, a distinct sound of cracking bones echoed in response. The patriotic man yearned to turn around, but Luo Mang held him firmly in place. Saliva mingled with tears, cascading onto the concrete pavement. The incessant dust that found its way into the mouths of the citizens of the homeland filled them with humiliation. Yet, the unprecedented agony they experienced left them no opportunity to dwell on such feelings. Each anguish cry seemed to alleviate the torment they endured. From the soles of their feet to their thighs, every inch was mercilessly crushed. At that moment, the citizens of the homeland were evidently oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Like a reckless child, they unleashed a torrent of curses against their tormentor, Roman. With a slight exertion, Roman restrained their arms, his sharp teeth grazing their ear. The sound of Roman's voice began to instill dread in the hearts of the citizens. "Hey, John, night is falling. Good night." Their eyes widened in horror as a blade sliced through their midsection. With a hiss, their gaze became bloodshot. As a gentle breeze swept by, they split apart, revealing the smooth crimson interior, akin to a uniquely crafted piece of art. Chapter 79, Dixon City. A sweltering afternoon. The streets bustled with hurried pedestrians, their expressions wary, eyes scanning their surroundings as if observing something amiss. No sounds of protest echoed in the streets. All was eerily silent. Yet, despite the absence of spoken words, everyone was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. The Super Seven had utterly collapsed, and the citizens had been cleaved in two, their severed bodies displayed in the central square of the city. The Waters Corporation found itself ensnared in its gravest crisis to date. Edgar Stan, the owner of Waters, faced an avalanche of public outcry and over 30 serious charges. Once a towering entity at the pinnacle of Dixon City and the nation, the collapse of the Waters building heralded the onset of its demise. Compound 5 lay buried beneath the rubble, a casualty of the disaster. However, the actions of the heroes associated with Waters were now laid bare to the unforgiving light of day. Among them, a video featuring the citizens and a downed aircraft gained immense notoriety. When the people uncovered that the citizens were nothing more than hypocritical villains, the divine filter was instantly shattered. The once admired citizens of the homeland were now left with a notorious reputation that invited public scorn. Certainly, the primary reason for this downfall was the demise of the citizens themselves. Various narratives circulated online regarding their death. A few posited that the citizens were righteous, merely provoking formidable adversaries that led to their downfall. However, the majority subscribed to a singular version. On that fateful day, as I passed by the Waters building, I witnessed the citizens being pinned to the ground by a colossal figure, rendered immobile. They were the color of blood, prompting me to name them Crimson, their every muscle brimming with explosive strength. Behind him, an inexplicable array of tendrils flourished. Merely gazing upon his exterior sent shivers down my spine. After he had cleaved the people of his homeland into two, he cast a fleeting glance in my direction. Yet, he chose not to slay me. I was fortunate, indeed relieved. A creature capable of effortlessly extinguishing the lives of my compatriots could now be lurking anywhere in the world. In the video, a man with bloodshot eyes was addressing the camera, recounting something. Coupled with the ominous atmosphere, many would feel a sense of dread merely by listening. However, Luo Mang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was he truly that fearsome? He opened the comments section and began to type, attempting to defend himself. Yet before long, his comments had amassed a total of 99 responses, all unerringly aimed at refuting him. Hey, buddy, if you were to lock eyes with him for 3 seconds, would you not soil yourself in terror? I commend your courage. But why did you not step forward that day at the water tower? Spare us. We do not admire the overconfident. You should rush to the courthouse. Perhaps you might even issue a summons to Crimson. Watch out. Do you truly believe Crimson won't knock on your door? As he scrolled through these comments, Luo Mang could not help but sigh and chuckle softly to himself. Am I seeking my own troubles? He mused with a smile. A deep blue flash darted before him, moving at an untraceable speed. It spiraled around an elliptical path incessantly. Were it not for its deliberate restraint, the winds generated by its velocity could have conjured a formidable tornado. Suddenly, the gale ceased abruptly. The swift figure materialized before Luo Mang, gasping for breath. I cannot do it. I'm unable to open the door. The entity, imbued with a deep blue velocity, could not contain its erratic leaps, appearing and vanishing with an unsettling instability. Its prior actions had aimed to utilize its unique cosmic method to breach the gates of time and space, seeking to return to its own universe. It should not be your concern, Luo Mang remarked, his brow inadvertently furrowing in thought. The original Infinity Stones had similarly originated from a solitary reality. 6 Infinity Stones emerged from a singular, isolated individual, an entity of limitless energy and power, driven by solitude to end its own existence. The essence of reality coalesced into the 6 Infinity Stones. Thus, fundamentally, the Infinity Stones possessed by Luo Mang hailed from the cosmic dimension of that reality. When Luo Mang arrived with the Infinity Stones before the Black Robe, these stones lost their source of energy and, as a result, their inherent formidable capabilities. From this, one could deduce that the swift entity was incapable of utilizing its speed to shatter the constraints of time and space. This world does not possess a deity with conscious agency akin to the Speed Force's essence. It mirrors the situation with the Flash. Yet, how do we arrive here in the first place? Lost in contemplation, the Flash lowered his head, feeling a sense of perplexity. Surely, we cannot come here without the possibility of returning. can we? Observing the Flash's relentless determination to recommence his efforts, he closed his eyes and began to reminisce. His remarkable photographic memory enabled him to visualize every detail that had once graced his consciousness. His mind functioned like a recording device capable of infinite documentation, rewinding at will. As the timeline reverted to the pinnacle of Stark Tower, time resumed its normal pace. The Flash engaged in combat with the Avengers, encountering the Tesseract, where deep blue and orange lightning formed a black hole, the Infinity Stones embedded within. As the Flash was propelled by the gravitational wheel, instinctively he reached for the Infinity Stones. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. All the connections of cause and effect crystallized in his mind, revealing that the Infinity Stones were intricately woven throughout the entirety of their traversal. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to speak. Before he could utter a word, the Flash, clad in a sleek black suit, materialized before him. The Flash's speed force seemed to be continuously regenerating. With each stride, he was gradually regaining his former strength. Engaging in dialogue with the Flash, he no longer vibrated his vocal cords, but instead inquired with his own voice. "Bring Shinsei. I have discovered a way back." A profound glimmer flickered in the Flash's eyes, for he did not specify a return to the Flash's own world. No sooner had he spoken than Shinsei appeared before him, gazing at the Flash with a dazed expression, seemingly unaware of how she had come to be there. Grasping Shinsei's hand, he turned his gaze toward the Flash. "Run with all your might." Suddenly, deep blue lightning flashed. In the blink of an eye, the Flash's acceleration had reached completion. Every subsequent second was marked by full-speed running. Lightning began to emanate from the Flash's legs, spreading outward. Uncontrolled, the stability of the torrent was swiftly disrupted. Air vortices at a medium scale began to spiral upward. A tornado formed, with lightning violently scattering in all directions, fiercely striking everywhere. With each step the Flash took, arcs of electricity erupted. Witnessing this, the Flash stepped forward without hesitation. The Infinity Stone embedded in his chest emitted a brilliant blue light. In an instant, both he and Shinsei found themselves at the very center of the tornado. A blue portal centered around the Flash expanded outward. The lightning generated by the Flash's frenetic sprint seemed to be drawn into this portal at that moment, flickering at its edges. The light emanating from the space stone on the Flash's chest grew increasingly radiant, even obscuring the Mind Stone, which is also an Infinity Stone. A powerful suction emanated from the portal, and the intangible energy flowing from it made the Mind Stone glow even brighter. "Bring the reagent." Luo Mang managed to shout just in time. At this moment, however, his primary concern was the reagent sample of compound number 5. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sensation in his limbs, with only the blue light at his chest remaining. Chapter 80. This is the essence. In utter darkness, Luo Mang's consciousness gradually stirred to life. This awakening, however, did not bring the soul-rending agony he experienced previously. Instead, every pore began to slightly expand, reveling in the essence of the world around him. A wave of relief washed over him. His body had not yet fully awakened, yet he had already made this determination. The previous act ranked among the top 3 most perilous actions he had ever undertaken. Merely a conjecture, yet he had boldly stepped into the teleportation array with Shien's, emboldened by the impossibility of verifying or experimenting with the situation. In the realm of his consciousness, it felt as though only a brief span of minutes had passed. The surrounding darkness gradually transformed into a blend of red and white, colors perceived through his eyelids as light penetrated and reached his retina. A faint whiff of smoke and dust wafted to his nose. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the blurry world sharpening into focus. The first sight that greeted him was a desolate, crumbling ruin. The concrete walls had partially collapsed, with fallen debris piled precariously, threatening to tumble down at any moment. Exposed rebar jutted from the walls, looking both sharp and menacing, as if it had been honed by some unseen force. Although the scene was one of decay, Luo Mang extended his hands, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his face. This is the essence. The post-war desolation of New York, its surviving inhabitants had undoubtedly been evacuated to safety long ago. A faint rustling sound reached his ears from behind. Startled, Luo Mang turned to see Jess collapsed on the ground, his super speed flickering briefly in his hands and feet before vanishing entirely. Observing his own hands, Jesus' expression darkened. Where exactly are we? Why has my super speed nearly vanished? The remnants of his agility were insufficient even to produce sound. Removing his mask, JIS gazed at Luo Mang in shock. Where's the compound number 5? Luo Mang chose not to answer Jesus' question, instead prioritizing the safety of the reagent. JIS shifted aside, revealing a temperature-controlled box filled with compound number 5, though most of the vials had already been shattered. Only a small portion of permanent reagents and a plethora of temporary ones remained. Luo Mang approached with concern and, upon inspection, discovered that some were still intact, which brought him a sense of relief. He intended to hand over these reagents to Connors for collaborative research, hoping to optimize them. After all, the awakening direction of Compound 5 remained uncertain. If it merely transformed into a body akin to that of the deep sea, it would be tolerable. However, if the awakening manifested the abilities of the deep sea, Luo Mang would surely lament for a long time. From the very beginning, his focus had not been on appearance, but rather on powers that could enhance his strength. Contemplating this, Luo Mang touched the interior of his pouch, feeling the creases of his clothing pressed against a square-shaped box. This was a sample he had collected from a native of his homeland. Blood, hair, a piece of skin. Everything conceivable had been gathered and compressed into this sturdy little box. Otherwise, the people of Dixon City wouldn't have only found half a corpse of a native hanging from the flagpole in the central square. A proud native. Not only had Luo Mang shattered their resolve, but he had also dismembered them, leaving their body parts far from whole. What about my speed? The furious voice of Jisoo echoed, a low growl filled with desperation. He was acutely aware of the formidable power and terrifying methods of Luo Mang. Yet what did that matter? For the sake of speed, Jisoo would forsake his very life. This is my universe. There is no need to rush. I will assist you in reclaiming your speed, just as I promised to heal you. Luo Mang lifted his eyelids, gazing at Jisoo. The latter's current predicament bore a resemblance to Luo Mang's own situation upon his initial arrival in this realm. Listening to Luo Mang's words, the tense atmosphere surrounding Jisoo eased considerably. With a grim expression, Jisoo lowered his head, inexplicably unable to harbor any hatred for Luo Mang deep within his heart. Had it been Barry, the Flash, in this scenario, Jisoo would likely have sought his family within mere moments of such exchange. A crisp sound echoed as metal clattered to the ground. Luo Mang and Jisoo exited the dilapidated building, carrying Compound 5 with them. They looked upwards towards the location where the short blade had fallen, only to find Xian-sei inexplicably suspended against the wall. A sharp steel rod had pierced through his chest, traversing his body from front to back. Yet, Xian-sei's dark visage betrayed no hint of pain. Even in such a dire state, he emitted not a single cry of anguish. Two tendrils extended from behind Luo Mang, lifting Xian-sei down from his precarious position. Before Xian-sei even touched the ground, the gaping wound had already begun to mend. Were it not for the tattered combat suit and the dark crimson blood congealed upon it, one might not believe that Xian-sei had sustained such severe injuries. Observing Xian-sei's swift recovery, Jisoo fell into contemplation. Once on solid ground, Xian-sei remained silent, simply retrieving the short blade and following closely behind Luo Mang. He resembled an excessively dependent yet inarticulate shadow. With each step that Luo Mang took, he followed suit. Beside Xian-sei stood the swift figure who had shed his black mask. The trio traversed the ravaged streets of New York, the devastation before them causing a jolt of shock within the swift one. Even in the world he once commanded, such severe destruction had not befallen it, having merely extinguished 90% of humanity. What transpired here? The swift one mused, embodying the spirit of a curious observer. Yet, confronted by this increasingly unfamiliar environment, he recognized the necessity of gathering ample information to devise a plan. A great battle, a conspiracy, countless lives lost. Luo Mang spoke of it with an unsettling nonchalance. Only those who have truly participated in war can fathom its brutality. The swift one bowed his head in contemplation, yearning to inquire further. However, before he could pose his questions, a youthful voice, imbued with surprise, suddenly emerged from the depths of the ruins. "Xing Hong, I knew you wouldn't die." Amid the astonished gazes of the three, a small boy dashed forth from the debris. His knees were swathed in bandages, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. It did not diminish his fervor for Luo Mang. Upon reaching Luo Mang, The initially exuberant boy appeared suddenly shy, murmuring softly, "I knew you were still alive." Following the boy was a woman of around 35, clad in jeans and a short top, her attire caked in dust. She approached the boy, placing her hands on his shoulders, casting a hesitant glance at Luo Mang. "We did not intend to intrude. We are truly sorry. We shall leave at once." The woman's eyes reflected uncertainty and disappointment as she regarded Luo Mang. It was evident that she recognized him, and with that recognition came trepidation. "It's quite all right. As I was just about to ask you a few questions," Luo Mang replied with a gentle smile, his sudden warmth startling the woman. "Well, I don't know much," she stammered, her grip on the boy's shoulders tightening. The abnormality of the situation bred unease within her, a fear of the unknown lurking just beyond the next moment. However, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Instead, Luo Mang began to engage her in a typical exchange of questions and answers. Chapter 81. The war is not over? Did you not receive the relief supplies from the Blood Red Tower? Observing their demeanor, Luo Mang regarded the woman with curiosity. If memory served him correctly, he had instructed Connors to allocate 1/3 of the profits from the regeneration serum to aid ordinary people affected by the war. "We did. As soon as those aliens departed, we received them." The woman, seemingly anxious to dispel any potential misunderstanding, spoke with a hint of excitement, hastily elucidating her point. Upon realizing her emotional outburst, she averted her gaze from Luo Mang, lowering her head. "Liam's wound was bandaged by them, wasn't it, Liam?" In response to his mother's inquiry, Liam's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed into Roman's eyes, nearly squinting with joy. His expression mirrored that of a Chinese individual encountering the Monkey King, imbued with a surreal sense of fulfillment and bliss. "Indeed, Crimson, your companions are all good people. They are heroes too." Liam proudly extended his thumb, as if the commendable actions were his own rather than those of the Blood Tower. Upon hearing Liam refer to Roman by his moniker once more, his mother gently pinched him, anxious. In all of New York, aside from those of similar villainous stature, who else would dare address Roman so familiarly? To his mother, there was an undeniable sense of disrespect in directly naming someone of high standing. Roman observed the pride on Liam's face and his mother's subtle gesture, a slight twitch betraying his amusement. Could Roman's allies truly be virtuous? Just from witnessing Roman's transformation, he had already formed a few speculations regarding his companions. However, the notion that Roman's faction would actively care for civilians was indeed surprising to him. Initially, upon perceiving Roman's crimson form, he had assumed that even if they were not of the same ilk, they would be nearly identical. Yet Roman's actions defied his expectations. Thoughts flickered through his mind as he pondered silently, refraining from interjecting. "Why is it that?" Roman began, looking around. Despite the passage of time since the war, there were no signs of reconstruction in New York. The woman hesitated, torn on whether to speak, but the boy beat her to it. "I know. The Blood Tower's people clashed with the Avengers. The war is not over," Liam exclaimed, raising his hand like an eager student called upon by a beloved teacher. Roman raised an eyebrow at his words, and before he could respond, Liam continued, "Someone saw you being besieged by the Avengers, and then you vanished. You took many people to confront the Avengers, seeking retribution." "Yes, that's exactly what they said." Liam nodded earnestly, dramatically extending his arms to illustrate a grand circular gesture. He was confident he was not mistaken about the Blood Tower and Roman. However, the woman's expression shifted upon hearing this. The ancient proverbs of the East instilled a sense of unease within her. With a forced smile, she tugged at Liam, leading him back. "Crimson, Crimson, goodbye." Liam waved his chubby little hand at Roman, raising his voice in a farewell, as if fearing Roman might not hear him. "Goodbye, Liam," Roman replied, his face lighting up with a smile, unwilling to dampen the enthusiasm of his small admirer. During their recent conversation, Ramon learned Liam's name. As Liam completely faded from view, the curve of Romang's lips flattened considerably. What should be done? Should he assist his allies first? Rapid inquired from behind Ramon. He had not forgotten that at this moment, his speed remained under Romang's control. Despite having lost a significant portion of his swiftness, he still wished to convey his stance. No need. Although he uttered these words, Ramon was enveloped in a scarlet aura. 2 infinity stones, one above the other, were embedded in his chest. While there appeared to be no remarkable change, A closer inspection revealed that both the blue and yellow infinity stones radiated a brilliance far surpassing their previous glow. The sensation of wielding power surged continuously from within Luo Mang. He grinned at Rapid. You take the reagent to the Crimson Tower and wait for me. I will go with Xuanza. As soon as Luo Mang's words fell, a teleportation array emanating a ghostly blue light appeared beneath the feet of Rapid and Xuanza. In an instant, they were consumed by it, vanishing completely amidst the surrounding ruins. Luo Mang glanced back at the tallest building in the city center, squinting slightly. With a flash of blue light, his towering figure similarly disappeared without a trace. In the streets of downtown New York, two groups stood facing each other, the tension in the air palpable and even more intense than when the Tansarians had arrived. I will say this once more. Hand over arm. Peter's gaze was fixed intensely on the individuals opposite him, a fierce turmoil churning within him. From a standpoint of justice, these individuals were the heroes safeguarding New York, and he should not raise a hand against them. However, when it came to Rom, even Peter found himself wavering. Had it not been in their grasp, he might have already made several lethal strikes. After all, those who held differing ideologies, despite walking parallel paths, were ultimately not of the same ilk. Flanking Peter were Martin Lee and Connors. Martin Lee leaned on his cane, standing resolutely with both hands gripping it. While his body had not transformed into a negative hue, his eyes blazed with a white light as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the Avengers. Connors had already morphed into his reptilian form, adorned with the snake crown scavenged from the Serpent Castle. The crown seemed to meld seamlessly with the scales atop his head, rendering Connors both imposing and fearsome. Amidst the cold-blooded lizard, there lingered an eerie essence akin to that of a venomous serpent. Behind the trio stood countless members of the demon gang, who had completely filled the street, casting a dark pall over the scene. As Peter spoke, they began to roar in unison, their voices organized and resonant, reminiscent of a battle hymn. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The convoluted ancient words of the East, when uttered from their lips, evoked the sensation of incantations woven with sorcery. Merely listening to them is enough to instill a sense of retreat. Yet, the widow standing across from them bore an expression of disquiet. She realized that these individuals were not the entirety of their faction. At her feet, a trickle flowed, resembling sand stirred by the wind. Above, the gleaming blue light flashed across the reflective surface of the skyscraper. Like a formidable giant, the bone-spiked behemoth loomed ominously, exuding an irresistible power. A kilometer away, a level 10 agent cradled a heavy sniper rifle in his arms. Damn it! The widow cursed under her breath, her face pale with frustration. When had Roman amassed such a formidable assembly of empowered beings? Chapter 82. Agitation. Casting a glance at her companions, the widow felt an increasing sense of unease. Among the Avengers, Hawkeye lay incapacitated, his insides shattered by a blow from Peter, still recuperating in S.H.L.D.S. Medical Bay. Apart from Hawkeye, the remaining Avengers were present, and even Nick Fury had summoned numerous agents. However, in the face of the Crimson Edifice, their numbers seemed insufficient. I told you this is a misunderstanding, Tony interjected boldly before her. Since his fall from the sky, Tony had scarcely recovered before being thrust into a new conflict. Everyone sought an explanation from him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Initially, it had been his directive to prevent Roman from obtaining the Tesseract. Now, with Roman inexplicably vanishing alongside the cosmic cube, he found himself incapable of justifying the situation. Perhaps, in the eyes of Peter and the others, they would perceive it as a conspiracy against Roman. The mask on Tony's face automatically lifted, revealing a weary countenance. The once meticulously groomed mustache had vanished, replaced by a disheveled beard. Tony had not anticipated that a single utterance could usher in such turmoil. I merely intended to stop Roman from acquiring the Tesseract. I never wished to kill him. His explanation felt feeble, failing to sway the tide of battle in the slightest. Roman, you bastard, Tony muttered darkly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he donned his mask once more. Mind your language, Captain America admonished, standing resolutely beside Tony with his shield at the ready. Wasn't that what the captain just advised against? Tony exclaimed, astonished, his voice resonating through the Avengers communication channel. Enough of the banter. I'm starting to feel a bit anxious, Banner remarked, warming up with a few jumps, only to notice the peculiar glances directed at him. "What are you looking at?" "As long as Hulk remains calm, everything will be fine," he responded, somewhat awkwardly. Suddenly, amidst the Avengers' discourse, a blade was hurled toward them. With remarkable speed, Captain America swung his shield, which spun gracefully through the air before returning to his grasp. The blade soared back, leaving only a chilling scream resonating from within the ranks of the demon gang. This anguished cry caused the members to exchange bewildered glances, seemingly in search of the source of the sound, anxiously checking themselves and those nearby for wounds. Amidst the crowd, a voice filled with exasperation emerged from beneath a crimson leather coat. Almost immediately, Deadpool surged forward through the throng. "Excuse me, you just touched my backside. Remove your hand. And don't wield that knife," he exclaimed. "Ouch, I told you not to move. Why are you stabbing back at me?" Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Deadpool finally reached the forefront, a carbon nanosteel blade lodged in his head, indignantly pointing at the Avengers. "Who threw that back? Step forward. I could engage with you for an entire day." Captain America puffed his chest and stepped out. "An entire day? I could wear you down to death." Deadpool, refusing to back down, mimicked Captain America's stance. With a cocked hip and puffed chest, he spoke disdainfully. However, lacking the quintessential American physique, Deadpool's efforts paled in comparison to Captain America's natural stature. The blade protruded directly through Deadpool's skull, yet he ambled forward, seemingly unfazed, to taunt. The crowd couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Although Deadpool had a penchant for the unexpected, his regenerative abilities were truly extraordinary. At least for now, they were unable to genuinely eliminate him. Even Tony, who had long suspected Deadpool had bribed Ronan, couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. "Don't worry, little spider. They undoubtedly hand over Ronan today." Deadpool provocatively licked the edge of his blade, only for a lively tongue to plummet to the ground moments later. With arms hanging limply, he awkwardly glanced at his severed tongue, chuckling. "At least my performance is quite impressive, huh? Enough with the antics." Peter's voice was low, devoid of his usual chatter. Ronan's disappearance had struck Peter deeply. He had witnessed Ronan's growth, and just when he thought Ronan would never leave him, he vanished due to the Avengers. "They must pay for this," Peter shouted, charging forward. Bang! Boom! The sound of gunfire erupted instantaneously from both sides. However, just as everyone anticipated the onset of war, the onslaught was abruptly halted by a figure that appeared in the midst of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, a dark silhouette was revealed. Where the figure had been struck by cannon fire, ghastly white bones were exposed. Countless fragments were embedded in the ebony body, yet he merely lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Observing the sudden appearance of this dark figure, the crowd furrowed their brows, hesitantly lowering their weapons. "You truly are a man of substance," Deadpool exclaimed, exuberantly approaching Shinsei, his curiosity evident even through his mask. However, when Shinsei met Deadpool's gaze, he tilted his head in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend the words spoken. "No worries, from now on, you shall accompany me, and I assure you, I will protect you from harm." Deadpool, observing Shinsei's skin, which was in the process of regeneration, patted his own chest with vigor, entirely oblivious to the blade still lodged in his head. "I am searching for Luo Mang. Have you encountered this individual?" With a flourish, Deadpool produced a wrinkled, yellowed piece of paper. Shinsei focused intently on the drawing, which depicted both Deadpool himself and Luo Mang in a striking crimson hue. The art appeared rather juvenile, reminiscent of a child's handiwork. Upon examining Luo Mang's likeness closely, Shinsei nodded earnestly. This single nod instigated a ripple of tension among the onlookers, prompting the members of the Crimson Secret Society to converge around them, with Peter leading the charge. Tony, standing within the Avengers' ranks, could not help but rub his clammy hands together, torn between the desire to hear Shinsei's insights and a sense of hesitation. In the midst of holding a nuclear weapon, Tony had little time for reflection. Yet, later, he found himself plagued by regret. Those actions were not committed by the current Luo Mang. Was it truly fair to impose such punishment? Tony had previously broached the subject with Pepper, feigning indifference. Yet she had responded with grave sincerity, asserting that it was unjust to Luo Mang. Indeed, it was unfair. With a sigh, Tony pondered his conduct over the time Luo Mang had been absent, increasingly convinced that his actions had been excessive. He even assembled an Luo Mang suit of armor, which he had since dispatched to space, ready for deployment at a moment's notice. However, Luo Mang had vanished completely, all because of a single utterance. Tony had even enlisted Jarvis to search discreetly, but to no avail. As he fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure clad in black, rumored to hold information about Luo Mang, Tony's breath quickened. Yet, when he saw Xian-Sei lift his head to the skies, he, like the others, found his mind momentarily blank. Compelled to follow Xian-Sei's line of sight, a crimson figure materialized before them, suspended in midair, scrutinizing the expressions of those below. Countless eyes were fixed upon him as he grinned broadly. "I hear you have all been searching for me?" Chapter 83. Apologies, but you were obstructing my path, Luo Mang. The most astonished of all was Peter. He instinctively shot out his webs, pulling himself into Luo Mang's embrace without a care for appearances. As the unmistakable scent of blood filled his nostrils, Peter's racing heart finally calmed, and he visibly relaxed. All present looked on in disbelief at the sight of Spider-Man. Though he possesses the capability to lead numerous gifted individuals and a formidable army of demons in a direct confrontation against the Avengers before the Scarlet Figure, he appears as a child yet to mature. This dependence and affection are palpable to those around him. With his white-scaled clawed hand, Luo Mang gently caressed Peter's head, jesting at the unexpected surprise of the young Spider-Man's newfound independence. Observing Peter shyly bowing his head, Luo Mang felt a twinge of astonishment at Peter's growth over the recent period. His physical prowess had more than doubled, and the force with which he had lunged moments ago had even caused Luo Mang to stagger slightly. What could be the driving force behind his growth? Was it due to his own absence? Luo Mang pondered, vaguely sensing an unusual gaze upon him. This gaze was curious. While others displayed joy, relief, or lingering concern, this one seemed to encompass it all. Turning his head, Luo Mang discovered Tony standing within the ranks of the Avengers, his eyes gleaming with an enigmatic contemplation. "Where exactly have you been?" Peter inquired as he crawled along Luo Mang's massive form, maneuvering around to perch on his right shoulder, whispering close to his ear. "A faraway place. I'll tell you all about it when we return," Luo Mang softly replied, prompting Peter to nod and leap down. Luo Mang's gaze swept over the members of the Scarlet Assembly before settling on the Avengers. Noticing Luo Mang's attention, Thor and Captain America instinctively tightened their grips on their hammer and shield, while Banner gritted his teeth, struggling against the urge to transform, his skin tinged with green. Black Widow regarded Luo Mang with a heavy heart. He had returned, yet Hawkeye interrupted. "Hold on a moment. Luo Mang, are you back just in time for dinner or something?" Tony stepped forward, his sharp tongue re-emerging. This was Tony. Before the age of 45, he often struggled to express certain sentiments, resorting to sarcasm as a form of relief. After turning 45, he professed his affection daily. "Not welcome?" Luo Mang smiled, countering. It seemed that during his absence, Tony had undergone some changes, though Luo Mang could not pinpoint precisely what. After exchanging a few playful barbs, the shift was undeniably palpable. "I happen to know of a restaurant," Tony coughed, sensing the astonished gazes of his teammates, before adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to Luo Mang. "Luo Mang, while I am glad for your return, I must insist," Tony paused, gesturing with his hands to signify a box. "We need you to surrender the Tesseract. It must be under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s supervision." This appeared to be the consensus reached between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, with Tony merely conveying the message. Luo Mang sighed, taken aback by their unwavering dedication. The flesh and blood flowing from his chest began to contract, revealing 2 infinity stones embedded within, symmetrically positioned. He gestured with a large finger towards his chest, grinning widely. "I can't remove them myself. Perhaps you would care to try?" Nick Fury's desire for the Tesseract was not lost on Luo Mang. Did he truly believe that Luo Mang was oblivious? Recklessly wielding uncontrollable power seemed to have become a tradition in America. The Battle of New York bore Nick Fury's fingerprints. At the inception of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark, Tony's father, as one of the founding members, initiated research on the Tesseract. He aspired to harness the dark energy of the Tesseract to develop a revolutionary form of energy. However, this ambitious project was shelved due to technological limitations of the time. Howard settled for a compromise, placing the atomic structure diagram within the Stark Industries Expo. This act inadvertently forged a new legend. In 2010, Tony stumbled upon his father's research notes. Utilizing the isotopes of the Tesseract, he synthesized a new energy element that permanently resolved the energy issue of his suit. Now that is what one might call research and innovation. Nick Fury, unable to even address the internal issues of SHIELD, sought to study powers beyond his control. Luo Mang felt uneasy about placing them in Fury's hands, and it was high time to remind him of his limitations. On the streets of New York, hearing Luo Mang's words, Captain America emerged from the crowd. He extended his hand, attempting to grasp the Infinity Stones. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the stones erupted with a formidable force, launching Captain America several meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, his exposed chin coated with a thick layer of dust. Tony observed the Infinity Stones on Luo Mang's chest with thoughtful contemplation. It was evident to the discerning eye that the stones were rejecting him. Did this mean the two stones had truly fused with Luo Mang? Captain America rose from the ground, his expression grim. From his perspective, power should not reside in private hands. This force could potentially corrupt anyone, tainting the human spirit. You can accompany me to SHIELD. Dr. Selvig will clarify everything that has transpired with you. Approaching Luo Mang, Captain America glanced at Peter, then met Luo Mang's gaze unflinchingly. Are you unwilling to yield? Luo Mang smiled at Captain America, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. One must yield when necessary, yet stand firm when is not. The serum granted Captain America not only physical prowess and strength, but also an extreme sense of justice. Listening to Captain America's words, Luo Mang felt as though he were living 70 years in the past. However, this was not 70 years ago. The current ethos did not revolve around sacrifice and selflessness. In the eyes of Ramon, power equates to authority, power ensures peace, and power is essential for survival. Matters beyond mere existence do not warrant his attention. However, if one must designate authority to an individual, why should that individual not be Ramon? A light chuckle escaped Romang's lips. The overwhelming scent of blood emanating from him caused Captain America to furrow his brow. Observing the captain's frown, Romang's smile widened. Since Steve's awakening from his frozen state, he had frequently opposed Ramon, from the sonic wave plan targeting Peter to the assault atop Stark Tower, and now, despite their limited encounters, Ramon and Captain America seemed like sworn enemies, constantly provoking one another's ire. The captain before him stood like a towering figure on a moral high ground. Once his moral standing reached its zenith, he began to impose expectations on others. With a sharp clang, Captain America deflected Romang's tendrils with his vibranium shield. The force of the tendrils was instantly diminished by 90%, yet it still caused the captain's arm to tremble slightly. Before he could catch his breath, a torrent of attacks followed, a relentless barrage of tendrils raining down upon him. Boom! Tony interjected, his brow furrowed. Was Ramon truly spiraling out of control? The sudden turn of events caused the surrounding onlookers to pale. The Avengers had a profound understanding of Romang's formidable strength. Yet, Ramon remained impervious to their cries. Channeling all his might, the vibranium shield vibrated violently, its material properties pushed to their limits, yet it could not withstand Romang's strike. The shield was sent flying into the air. The tendrils swiftly slithered closer, and the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as they reached out to protect Captain America from the impending blow. The tendrils morphed into a crescent blade, exuding a chilling aura. In full view of the spectators, Ramon indeed beheaded Captain America. Steve, a heart-wrenching cry reverberated from an unknown source. Suspended in midair, Captain America blinked, feeling a sudden lightness in his body. He attempted to move, but found himself utterly immobilized. Before his eyes, Ramon let out a final quiet sigh. I'm sorry, Steve. You were in the way. Chapter 84. Did I miss something? I'm sorry, Steve. You were in the way. The enhancements of the super soldier serum in Captain America failed to withstand the tendrils for even 2 seconds. As Romang's voice faded, a hammer-like figure and a vibrant green silhouette surged forth simultaneously. Yet, they were swiftly repelled by 2 swift slaps from Ramon. Hulk roared in fury, and even from the sound alone, it was evident that the green giant was livid. The Hulk lunged once more at Ramon, his force intensifying with each strike, his veins bulging as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Having endured the trials of the New York battle, the Hulk had finally assumed the formidable visage of the green giant. In that very moment, countless H-I-E-L-D agents recklessly launched their attacks, disregarding their own lives. Amidst the throng of humanity stood the solitary and melancholic figure of Tony Stark. JARVIS, deploy Anti-Roman Unit 1. He commanded, his voice laced with bitterness as he raised his gaze to behold the relentless carnage unfolding before him. In the presence of the Scarlet Council, the ordinary agents resembled mere ants, swept away in the chaos. Peter stood beside Roman, delivering a crushing blow that shattered the incoming foes. Deadpool and the enigmatic Xian Sei moved in seamless coordination, akin to long-lost brothers, weaving effortlessly through the crowd. One remained silent, while the other was a veritable fountain of banter. Flint, cloaked in loathing, spread his influence from all directions. Martinly strolled through the masses, each tap of his cane inciting enmity among onlookers. His minions, the demons, wielded weapons imbued with reversed power, retaliating with fervor. Connors slithered forth, unleashing sudden strikes that decimated swathes of adversaries. The Punisher and Max observed from a distance, grappling with indecision before ultimately committing to the fray. Firearms proved of limited efficacy, as the scene devolved into utter chaos. At that moment, high above in the firmament, a small dot began to magnify. The drop pod containing Anti-Roman Unit 1 descended beside Tony. Without shedding his armor, he stepped directly inside. The pod instantaneously transformed, revealing a towering suit of armor. Standing 3 meters tall, it appeared meticulously crafted to mirror Roman's stature and form, only slightly shorter. Mechanical claws unfurled from behind, dozens emerging with a thunderous clamor, each adorned with smaller appendages reminiscent of miniature claws sprouting from the main limbs, akin to branches extending from a grand tree. Originally, there was only one core reactor to power the suit, but now 3 luminous reactors radiated a pearlescent glow, enhancing its grandeur. Roman, a creature of monstrosity, was met with Tony's own monstrous creation. Flames ignited beneath him, propelling Tony skyward. The helmet automatically locked onto Roman, determination blazing in Tony's eyes. Despite his imposing size, he flew with a speed that rivaled Roman's own. In the blink of an eye, Tony found himself before Roman, who had just sent Thor's hammer soaring. With fingers interlaced, the mechanical claws behind him entwined with Roman's tendrils. Upon raising his gaze, Roman was met with the astonishment of Tony's anti-series armor. Before he could finish his sentence, the air suddenly stilled. All those present on the battlefield halted their movements, frozen like statues. Even Hulk and Thor were no exceptions. Caught mid-swing, sweat and blood mingled in the air, suspended without falling. The dust illuminated by sunlight became utterly motionless, and every bird soaring above unfurled its wings. A droplet of bird droppings and a bullet hovered before Deadpool. Observing his exaggerated pose, it was evident that he was torn between dodging the excrement or the bullet. In that moment, Ronan and Tony seemed to gaze across a chasm filled with crimson and armored antagonism. They could both discern the fury, wrath, and despair reflected in each other's eyes, as various emotions intertwined and coalesced within their clenched fists. Suddenly, the blood-streaked pupil of Ronan flickered slightly, while the space stone and mind stone on his chest emitted a faint glow. "Are you all looking for me?" The words that almost escaped his lips morphed unexpectedly, leaving even Ronan momentarily taken aback. Why did this phrase strike him as familiar? Ronan, upon glancing to his side, he saw Peter enthusiastically leaping towards him, embracing him tightly. In a fleeting moment, he spotted Captain America, who should have been decapitated just moments ago, holding his shield aloft while gazing at him from distance. Tony, with his hand shaped into a cylindrical form, called out to Ronan, "Let me interrupt you for a moment, Ronan. Are you back for dinner or something?" Ronan, unable to restrain himself, interjected, "Wait, are you implying that I should return the Tesseract to S.H.O.D.?" Upon hearing this, Tony couldn't help but exchange glances with Captain America. Both could clearly see the astonishment in each other's eyes, as if silently questioning, "How does he know? If I refuse, will you not relent?" Ronan turned his gaze toward Captain America, who frowned and nodded in agreement. It was not just Ronan. Even Captain America and everyone else present began to feel an unsettling familiarity with the unfolding narrative. A member of the demon gang instinctively touched his heart, which, though uninjured, continued to race uncontrollably. Deadpool absent-mindedly waved a hand above his head, as if an annoying presence lingered overhead. Captain America swallowed hard, raising a hand to wipe his brow, only to find no cooling sensation as he had anticipated. Tony lowered his gaze, observing the activation options for the anti-Ronin armor that had emerged instinctively within his visor. Lost in thought, at that moment, everyone finally sensed the peculiar atmosphere. A sudden spark of realization flashed in Ronin's mind. He abruptly turned his head toward the direction of the blood-red tower. Although nearly 2 to 3 kilometers away, it appeared magnified infinitely in Ronin's eyes. Upon the terrace atop the blood-red mansion, a figure emerged, causing Luo Mang's pupils to involuntarily constrict. The starkly bald head and the tall yet seemingly frail physique were instantly etched into Luo Mang's vision. However, despite this, Luo Mang dared not underestimate the presence before him. He paused momentarily, uttering a curt dismissal for everyone to return to their respective places. With a deft leap, he executed an aerial maneuver, his form sinking into the radiant blue light. In the blink of an eye, Luo Mang vanished entirely. The members of the Crimson Secret Society exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden appearance and subsequent disappearance of Luo Mang. It was only upon Peter's command that they decided to retreat from the scene. In contrast to the Crimson Secret Society, the Avengers and agents were left utterly perplexed. They had engaged in battle due to Luo Mang, only for him to appear and then vanish without a trace. Even the Crimson Secret Society had hastily evacuated the entire street. A cool breeze swept through the thoroughfare, leaving the Avengers with an unsettling feeling that something had eluded them. Chapter 85. Luo Mang, you have personally annihilated Blue Star on the terrace of the Blood-Red Mansion. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene. The first sight to greet Luo Mang was that of Speed, who stood rigidly at the edge of the terrace, as if he might plummet at any moment. Beneath the glossy mask, his eyes darted restlessly within their sockets, the minuscule pupils seemingly filled with fear of a certain individual. Luo Mang's gaze swept over Speed before he took a seat in a reclined chair, lifting a steaming cup of tea from a nearby low table and taking a sip. You do not seem surprised by my presence, he remarked. The Ancient One stood with one hand clasped behind her back, the other deftly turning skewered meat over the flames. Without turning her head, she remained focused on the gradually browning morsels. Dressed in sumptuous robes, she bore the demeanor of an ordinary passerby. Those who brought tea were merely guests. Luo Mang gestured with his cup towards the Ancient One, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Having grown accustomed to strong spirits, the occasional sip of delicate tea brought him a sense of comfort. In truth, Luo Mang had often pondered how long it would take for the Supreme Sorcerer, Guardian of Blue Star, to seek him out. Initially filled with a sense of urgency, his anxiety had gradually faded as his strength increased. Just as he was on the verge of forgetting the Ancient One, she appeared before him. The gaunt sorceress before Luo Mang appeared frail, yet in reality, she was the most formidable being on Blue Star, dedicated to resisting the encroachment of the Dark Dimension and thwarting the invasion of the non-corporeal Dormammu. It had been a full millennium since he first began learning sorcery from her. Embrace the darkness to safeguard the light was a phrase that encapsulated her essence. Just moments ago, perhaps due to the influence of the Infinity Stones, Luo Mang could distinctly perceive the reversal of time. The Captain America, whom he should have slain, remained miraculously unharmed. Upon hearing this, Ancient One turned her head, holding the clip, and subtly glanced at the area around Luo Mang's chest. Her gaze seemed to maintain an unwavering calmness, while Luo Mang felt as if Ancient One could see through his very being. You should not kill him. The future requires him, she stated, her tone devoid of reproach, as if merely presenting an undeniable truth. Then why is it not you who is needed? Luo Mang inquired. Curiosity piqued. Logically, Ancient One's immense strength should be sufficient to withstand most threats from the cosmos, for she is undoubtedly the Supreme Sorcerer, a title that carries no embellishment. I can see history, yet I do not manipulate it, Ancient One replied after a moment of silence, gathering the roasted meat onto a plate and turning to hand it to Luo Mang. Otherwise, you would not even be here. The implication in her words was unmistakable. She was aware that Luo Mang hailed from beyond the universe. At this revelation, Luo Mang felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Blue Star was rife with various occurrences every day, often beset by threats from both within and beyond. However, had Ancient One intervened, Many of these issues would never have even arisen, swiftly subdued by her formidable presence. The combination of absolute power, mastery over time, and foresight could usher this world into an unprecedented era of peace. Indeed, a person who has lived for a millennium possesses an unparalleled understanding of the world. Luo Mang mused inwardly. Ancient One's perspective was not limited to individuals, but encompassed the entirety of Blue Star. Perhaps her primary concern lay in safeguarding Blue Star itself, rather than humanity at large. You have sought me out. Is there a matter at hand? Luo Mang took a sip of tea. Ancient One's protection of Blue Star aligned closely with Luo Mang's core interests. He desired to survive. Yet the increasing number of lurking threats compelled him to take control of his own power. When strength is sufficient, one naturally commands authority rather than being a mere lamb to the slaughter. Throughout, Ancient One had been a silent guardian of Blue Star. From this viewpoint, Luo Mang felt a sense of gratitude towards her. Circumstances had shifted. With a subtle elevation of her hand, the world before Luo Mang underwent a dramatic transformation. Everything around him seemed to whirl rapidly. The walls of the towering structure began to roll and surge as if crafted by mechanical artistry. The very ground he stood upon was engulfed, swallowed, and vanished. The entire crimson edifice appeared to collapse instantaneously. Yet Luo Mang felt no sensation of weightlessness. The mirrored world, he realized, as the recliner beneath him morphed into countless sturdy stones, weighing heavily upon him. Observing Ancient One approach, Luo Mang furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing for the worst. In the next moment, his entire being began to swell, shattering the stones into a multitude of fragments. With a swift motion, the space stone blazed to life. The azure spatial barrier began to encircle Ramong, while the gem embedded in his chest radiated a brilliant blue light. The surrounding edifices contorted and compressed towards him, shrouding even the sun in a profound darkness. Though the structures continued to constrict, they could not breach the power of space even by a fraction. Returning to the Marvel Universe, the space gem seemed to regain its vigor, unleashing a torrent of energy with unrestrained fervor. Faced with the futility of their efforts against Ramon, numerous buildings rolled aside, revealing the figure of the Ancient One. At that moment, the Ancient One wielded a fan-shaped weapon glowing with an orange hue, crafted from pure magical energy. As she approached, Ramon narrowed his eyes. With a gesture, he began an endless compression of the surrounding space. In this inverted realm, where reality itself turned, the very fabric of space became Ramong's ally. The spatial power twisted and pushed the surrounding structures closer to the Ancient One, burying her beneath their weight. What was originally an offensive maneuver by the Ancient One had inadvertently become a constraint upon her. Ramong, empowered by 2 infinity stones, stood undaunted against even the might of a celestial being. A faint crackling sound echoed. A formidable surge of magical energy emanated from the encroaching buildings. Countless structures began to fracture, emanating beams of light from their crevices. With a tremendous roar, the entire cluster of buildings collapsed. Yet in a mere heartbeat, the ruins reformed, twisting and rolling anew. The air shimmered with ripples, reflecting light as if from a mirror. The Ancient One elevated the crimson-orange fan blades, observing as Ramong raised his right hand. Instantly, the fan expanded thousands of times, hovering above Ramong's head before crashing down with a resounding boom. Ramong, utilizing his spatial power, deftly evaded the attack by a mere step. He regarded the Ancient One, raising his hand in a swift motion. The concentrated spatial energy propelled her back several paces. However, in that fleeting moment when Ramong was not enveloped by spatial power, the Ancient One seized her opportunity. An arc appeared before him, an orange beam of energy hurtling towards Ramong. With a fierce roar, Ramong summoned both the space and mind gems to life. The immense energy of the space gem served as a conduit for the mind gem as a fervent outpouring of psychic energy. The two beams, closely akin in hue, collided, generating a shockwave that shattered the mirrored world around them. Ramong's beam directly countered the Ancient One's, enveloping her entirely and violently tearing at every inch of her being. Just then, an emerald light began to emerge. Beneath the orange beam, it remained inconspicuous yet irresistibly captivating. Ancient One slightly raised her hands before her, forming a hand gesture. The eye of Agamotto, hanging around her neck, instantly opened, revealing the time stone within. At the moment the eye of Agamotto unfurled, the stone emitted a brilliant emerald glow. Embedded within it, the time stone resembled a genuine eyeball. In an instant, the shattered mirror realm began to reverse. Each fragment seamlessly reassembled itself. The orange beam flowed back into the soul stone. Seizing this fleeting moment, the green light swept toward Roman. Ancient One opened her eyes wide, and in that brief second, it seemed as if a multitude of events had transpired. In Ancient One's gaze directed at Roman, there was no longer calmness, but rather a complexity and surprise. She refrained from making a move, while Roman cautiously approached, only after grasping the true extent of their powers. "You have seen my future? What did you witness?" Roman frowned, feeling somewhat irked by Ancient One's abrupt attack without a word. "Celestial level? If we are to fight, so be it." With the augmentation of 2 infinity stones. Although Roman could not prevail over Ancient One, she too could not easily subdue him. Despite the brevity of their exchanges, Roman distinctly sensed the depth of her power. Ancient One retracted the time stone and gazed intently at Roman. Her next words caused Roman's habitual smile to falter abruptly. "Roman, you have personally annihilated Blue Star." Chapter 86. Roman from the future. Roman, you have personally annihilated Blue Star. Hearing Ancient One's words, Roman's heart skipped a beat. "Don't joke around. I am merely an ordinary person wishing to live peacefully." A forced smile adorned Roman's face, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Ancient One had mastered the time stone for a considerable time. She would not be mistaken. What could possibly lead to his destruction of Blue Star? Roman pondered deeply, countless questions swirling in an instant. However, unlike Ancient One, he found no answers to the myriad questions that arose. Just as Roman's mind was in turmoil, Ancient One shook her head. "I cannot see clearly. I only perceive the conclusion, and, among 231 million outcomes, most depict you as the one who destroyed Blue Star." At this point, Ancient One paused, her gaze penetrating as it suddenly flickered. Someone once traversed time and space to arrive in present-day New York. He was powerful, swift, and effortlessly mobile, possessing all the Infinity Stones. Upon hearing the first half of Ancient One's statement, Roman initially thought it referred to Tony and the others returning. But now, it seemed as though she was speaking of Thanos. Yet that couldn't be the case. The Soul Stone and the Space Stone were in Roman's possession. He cannot be considered an easy target, nor is he inclined to willingly relinquish the Infinity Stones. Could it be that the future has undergone some alterations? With this thought, Luo Mang furrowed his brow, sensing an increasing number of questions arise. In the midst of Luo Mang's puzzlement, Gu Yi exchanged glances with him. "He is your future self." Luo Mang raised his eyebrows, instantly struck as if by a thunderbolt. His future self had traversed his timeline unbeknownst to him? No wonder Gu Yi had taken action against him. Gu Yi scrutinized the changes in Luo Mang's eyes, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Gu Yi could not forget that night. Beneath the moonlight, suspended in midair, there were eyes colder than the moonlight itself. A subtle air of nobility emanated from him. His resplendent white attire harmonized with the 7 infinity stones adorning his chest. When Gu Yi, gazing from thousands of kilometers away, caught sight of him, he too turned to look back at Gu Yi from the same distance. A smile graced his lips as he slightly bowed, performing a gentlemanly gesture before vanishing in an instant. Possessing the time stone, he was equally adept at understanding and utilizing the gems, perhaps even surpassing Gu Yi. Despite Gu Yi's mastery over the time stone, he could not glimpse a single fragment of this individual's past or future, though he exuded no overt aura. A mere glance was sufficient for Gu Yi to discern that this person's strength was undoubtedly superior to that of Dormammu in the Dark Dimension. With the enhancement of 7 infinity stones, he was at least of multiversal caliber and very likely of hyperuniversal status. The magnitude of the power he wielded left even Gu Yi in awe. Should the two confront each other, or should that individual harbor malicious intent? Gu Yi would not stand a chance. Contemplating this, Gu Yi suddenly continued, "I sense your re-entry into the multiverse, which prompted me to witness your future firsthand." With his hands clasped behind his back, the surroundings abruptly shifted, and the buildings returned to their normal state. The faint sounds of passers-by echoed beneath their feet, as the two had clearly departed from the mirror dimension. Meanwhile, still frozen at the edge of the terrace, Luo Mang felt a spark of inspiration, as if a realization dawned upon him. Could Tony's swift change in attitude be linked to his future self? In the same terrace, in the same position, Tony had once approached Luo Mang and asked, "Did you seek me out last night?" The elements of time and information that Tony spoke of aligned perfectly with what Gu Yi had mentioned. The cause of Luo Mang's long-standing confusion suddenly became clear, and he felt a wave of enlightenment wash over him. In the next moment, the image of reverse Luo Mang one flashed through his mind. Yet he could not recall the encounter with Tony. Gu Yi cast a glance back at Luo Mang, his eyes suddenly flickering. Out of 231 million possible outcomes, the majority indicate that you have personally brought ruin to Blue Star. However, among the remaining outcomes, there lies the possibility that you saved Blue Star. If it were you, what would you choose to do? Gu Yi gazed at Luo Mang, his eyes once again assuming a tranquil demeanor. He simply looked into Luo Mang's eyes, patiently awaiting a response. It was undeniably a straightforward question. Any individual with a modicum of intellect would know how to respond. Yet, Luo Mang hesitated for an extended period. Memories of the past vividly replayed in his mind as he pondered what he would do if he were in that situation. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Mang raised his head to meet Gu Yi's gaze. "I choose to survive." Although he did not provide a direct answer, the implication of his words was abundantly clear. Regardless of the choice made, his survival was paramount. Luo Mang could obliterate the earth for the sake of survival, or he could save it in the same pursuit. Thus, this solitary response served as his answer. It was neither overly humble nor arrogant, yet it encapsulated the thoughts that weighed heavily on his heart. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi nodded slightly. The anticipated reaction did not materialize. It did not even alter the calmness in Gu Yi's eyes. Before him appeared a perfectly round portal of sparks, and Gu Yi stepped through it without hesitation, leaving Luo Mang behind to watch the sparks gradually fade away. His mouth slightly agape, but with no opportunity to voice his thoughts. Luo Mang had intended to inquire if he could learn the magic of Camartage, unwilling to forfeit any chance for greater strength. However, it was evident that Gu Yi had no intention of granting him this opportunity. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The Book of Ashanti and the Darkhold were equally suitable for Luo Mang, and he would obtain them in due course. The moment Gu Yi vanished, Jisu's body trembled violently, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "What did you arrive here?" Jisu looked at Luo Mang with a furrowed brow. In his recollection, he had merely turned to gaze into the distance when Luo Mang had suddenly appeared behind him, even without perceiving the action of that wondrous teleportation ability. "Just arrived?" Luo Mang replied as he sank into a seat, releasing a heavy sigh and downing his tea in one go. "Did you hand over compound 5 to Connors?" Suddenly recalling the reagent he had brought back, Luo Mang turned to Jisu with a query. The sheer volume of information that had arisen moments ago left Luo Mang feeling somewhat unsettled, particularly the sense of powerlessness he experienced when Gu Yi effortlessly manipulated him, intensifying his resolve to strengthen himself. "That biology professor?" "Yes, I did," Jisu nodded, clearly pleased with the environment of the Blood Tower, deeming it perfect for a temporary base. As he observed Jisu, Luo Mang abruptly rose, startling Jisu in the process. At that moment, Jisu could not run. He appeared somewhat cautious in Luo Mang's presence. "I'm here to help you regain your health. Why are you avoiding me?" Luo Mang spoke with a hint of irritation. Jisu possessed commendable abilities and intelligence, yet his thoughts often veered towards darkness. Could Luo Mang truly bring about his demise? Luo Mang shook his head and remarked, "No one truly understands me. In truth, I wish to be a good person." Chapter 87. The innocence of youth is truly embarrassing that the child remains oblivious to the circumstances. The crimson tendrils retracted from the swift figure, who gazed at his own body with a sense of novelty, as if encountering it for the first time. Although he was not yet able to run, he could distinctly feel the resurgence of his once exhausted form. The cells, altered by the speed number 9 serum, were gradually progressing toward a state of health. At this rate, it should not exceed a month before he regains his condition prior to the injection of speed number 9. "Stay here in the Crimson Tower and do not venture outside. Otherwise, I fear you may meet a violent fate," Luo Mang stated, his words devoid of exaggeration. Despite the inherent strength of the swift figure's physique, in America, a single bullet could spell disaster. Furthermore, given the swift figure's temperament, one could only speculate on the chaos he might inadvertently unleash. Remarkably, in response to Luo Mang's admonition, the swift figure nodded obediently, an incongruous sight akin to the sun rising in the west. In times past, he would have sulked and bargained with Luo Mang, yet this compliance was a welcome relief. Sparing Luo Mang further concern, Luo Mang stepped forward, vanishing from the terrace into the bustling streets of New York. The city was rife with collapsed and damaged structures. Yet amidst this chaos, one establishment stood resilient. Surrounding buildings lay in ruins, with only a humble eatery remaining intact. Shawarma, the name emblazoned on the sign before the door. Luo Mang approached and pushed the door open, causing a bell to jingle melodiously. 5 pairs of eyes turned to him, and upon recognizing Luo Mang, Thor momentarily paused in his consumption of pizza, clearly taken aback by this unexpected encounter. "How did you find this place?" Tony inquired, twirling his mustache, as he recalled not having mentioned it to Luo Mang. "Not welcome?" Luo Mang chuckled lightly, regarding Tony with an inexplicable sense of intrigue. The shift in Tony's demeanor was remarkable, transitioning from hostility to a welcome reception. It was a stark contrast to their previous conflict, where Luo Mang had fought for his life against Tony. Yet here he was, seeking out an invitation to dine with Tony and the other Avengers. Just a short while ago, they had been at odds, but before Tony could respond, the doorbell chimed once more. "Hand over all your money." Luo Mang turned to see a man clad in hip-hop attire, brandishing a handgun pointed directly at him, perhaps distracted by Luo Mang's presence. The assailant seemed oblivious to the Avengers gathered at the table. "Do you not recognize me?" Luo Mang queried, bemused, almost inclined to laugh. The Demon Gang, now under Luo Mang's command, signified that the future of America's underground crime syndicate would fall within his grasp. Yet here stood a young thug, filled with bravado. Attempting to rob him? At present, New York is bustling with activity, and it is not surprising to encounter individuals engaging in petty mischief. However, to commit robbery against Roman is indeed a grave mistake. "Hand over your money," one man demanded. Yet, Roman remained unfazed, effortlessly redirecting the man's aggression. With one hand firmly pressing against Roman's head, the robber began to search him, employing a common tactic from muggings and alleyways. Soul, initially savoring his meal, soon noticed the corners of Roman's mouth curling upward and glanced at the untouched pizza in his hand. Unable to suppress his frustration, he tossed the pizza back into its box. In the next moment, a sudden explosion of tendrils erupted from behind Roman. In the blink of an eye, a pool of blood appeared on the bell at the entrance, the impact reverberating through the bell, seemingly echoing the man's silent screams. A drop of blood flew through the air, landing squarely on Soul's pizza. Soul had no inclination to consume food tainted with blood. Observing Tony, who had pushed the tomato sauce far away, Roman approached, dark red blood dripping from him. With each step, he left behind a crimson footprint. He plopped down beside Black Widow, who raised her hand in disbelief. Roman's earlier demeanor, as a gentleman fond of books, starkly contrasted with his current capacity to make a person vanish in an instant. This jarring disparity left Black Widow momentarily speechless. Roman occupied a space that was originally Hawkeye's. Regrettably, Black Widow's eyes dimmed. Hawkeye now existed in a state akin to a vegetable, barely clinging to life. All of this was a result of the actions of Roman's associates. Watching Roman nonchalantly enjoy his pizza beside her, Black Widow pinched her hand, only to release it again. It was a compromise, a concession, a sense of helplessness. The S.H.I.E.L.D. could ill afford such conflicts. Although Hawkeye remained unresponsive, the presence of Roman, a being of both benevolence and malevolence, endowed with formidable power, might ensure a semblance of safety for Blue Planet. "Oh, by the way," Roman suddenly spoke, drawing Black Widow back to the moment. As if recalling something, he turned to her. "During my absence, I appreciate your care for the child." With a gentle snap of his fingers, a figure materialized out of thin air. Upon entering the restaurant, this figure began gasping for breath, the sounds emanating from his throat resembling the struggle for air. "Barton!" Black Widow exclaimed, rising abruptly. Yet in the next instant, tendrils shot forth from behind Roman, enveloping Hawkeye completely, forming a human shape, and the gasping ceased. However, the anticipated healing did not manifest. The tendrils constricted incessantly, and droplets of blood seeped from them. A thick, viscous sound accompanied by the crack of bones reverberated through the air, and Hawkeye was mercilessly strangled to death by Ramon. As the crimson tendrils relinquished their grip, what fell into Black Widow's embrace was an unrecognizable corpse, every inch of its skeletal structure seemingly reduced to fragments by Luo Mang's brutal assault. The child, in his innocence, had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, which was rather regrettable. Luo Mang squinted as he surveyed the room. Everyone glared at him with fury, except for Thor, who could not suppress a gulp. The scene of Luo Mang delivering a devastating blow was still fresh in his memory, especially since Luo Mang had also wielded the god of Thunder's hammer, making Thor feel a profound sense of conflict. With this thought, Thor instinctively tightened his grip on Mjolnir. Chapter 88. I thought he was you. Captain America clutched his shield, springing to his feet with a sudden motion. To him, Hawkeye was not merely a colleague, but a comrade. However, a hand adorned with deep crimson nails reached out as Natasha tugged gently at Captain America. Turning her head back, she still cradled a mass of indistinct flesh and blood, and upon noticing Captain America's subtle shake of his head, a flicker of anguish crossed her eyes. Panting heavily, Banner struggled to catch his breath, his eyes reddening as his body began to take on a green hue, his clothes straining against his expanding form, threatening to tear at any moment. Silence. Enough of this noise, Luo Mang snapped, casting a glance at Banner before snapping his fingers, causing the space around them to compress. Although Banner was in the throes of an infinite expansion, he found himself ensnared within the constricting confines, desperately pounding against the walls of his prison like a struggling sardine in a can. Yet, as a brilliant flash of golden light flickered before Luo Mang, an eerie silence enveloped the group. Banner's form quickly diminished, returning to his human state. What exactly are you here for? Tony could not contain his curiosity, though he found Hawkeye's state rather unsettling. The truth was that he had only crossed paths with him a handful of times, mainly during the Battle of New York against the Chitauri. Beyond that, their personalities and social circles hardly intersected. In essence, Nick Fury had forcibly assembled them into a so-called Good Boys Alliance. Even in this moment, Tony sensed the disparities in thought and perspective between himself and the others. Thus, upon witnessing Hawkeye's demise, Tony did not react with the same emotional upheaval as Natasha. Nevertheless, since Hawkeye's current plight stemmed from his actions, Tony felt compelled to speak up. Just then, Jarvis's voice echoed in his ear. Anti-Mang armor, ready for deployment. Tony was resolutely prepared to engage Luo Mang in battle. It is not a matter of what I wish to do, but rather what you intend to do, Luo Mang mused, raising a finger in a questioning gesture, his tone laced with confusion. Why assault me atop this building? What compels you to undertake actions that bring me discomfort? As he spoke, Luo Mang gestured towards the lifeless Hawkeye. In truth, I had no desire to end his life, yet he persistently loitered before me. From the inception of Osborn's company, Hawkeye began to target both Luo Mang and Peter. Eventually, during the battle in New York, arrows pierced through Luo Mang's scales, embedding themselves within his flesh. Why, as a mere mortal, could he not simply receive his S.H.L.D. salary and enjoy a peaceful retirement? Thor observed the scene with great caution. Captain America, restrained, wore a pallid expression, the veins on his forehead visibly straining against his restraint. Though Tony felt a pang of sorrow for Hawkeye's demise, words eluded him in that moment. Should he divulge to Luo Mang that he had glimpsed a version of him from the future? To do so would be tantamount to manipulating the very fabric of time, leading to uncontrollable consequences. Tony's mind was in turmoil, struggling to devise a course of action regarding the matter. Noticing Captain America's silence, Thor too fell quiet, cautiously lifting his gaze towards Luo Mang. Captain America, typically the most vocal hero within the team, was uncharacteristically mute in the presence of Luo Mang. Meanwhile, Thor cast a wary glance at Banner, who found himself ensnared within an invisible cage, a manifestation of the Space Stone's powers. In that moment, Luo Mang was not an adversary Thor could hope to overcome. As Tony remained silent, Luo Mang waved his hand lightly, and a blue teleportation circle materialized beneath Thor, Banner, and the others. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Luo Mang's gaze remained fixed on Tony, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You have seen him? The identity of him was all too clear. Tony's eyes momentarily flickered, yet Luo Mang could discern the astonishment flashing within them. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Luo Mang was also aware of this matter. However, Luo Mang's expression bore no semblance of deceit, nor did it suggest jest. After a moment of hesitation, Tony nodded. I thought that was you. His appearance is nearly indistinguishable from yours. As if finally relieved of a burden, Tony exhaled. Having suppressed this revelation for far too long, When he approached me, he spoke of peculiar things, and I mistakenly believed it was you, rushing off to find you. Leaning back in his chair, Tony offered a self-deprecating smile, as if lamenting the irony of having been clever his entire life, only to falter in this instance. What did he say? Luo Mang inched closer, scrutinizing the expression in Tony's eyes. Upon hearing Luo Mang's inquiry, a flicker of fear suddenly crossed Tony's features, something he had never exhibited even during his palladium poisoning. Turning to meet Luo Mang's gaze, Tony found himself unable to suppress a shiver. Pulsating and flickering, it was almost unbelievable, as if witnessing the scene firsthand. You literally pried open my skull and extracted something from within. Tony was venting his emotions, his armored fingers fiercely pointing at Roman, his words laced with gritted teeth. It seemed he sought to unleash all the fear he had endured during this time upon Roman, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Extracting something from Tony's mind? Roman momentarily froze, glancing at his own chest. While others may be oblivious to the contents of Tony's mind, Roman was acutely aware. The moment Thanos laid eyes on Tony, he could readily utter the name Tony Stark, boldly declaring that Tony Stark, like himself, was cursed by knowledge. Could it be that the seventh gem truly exists, nestled within Tony's mind? Instinctively, Roman's gaze shifted to Tony's head, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power within his grasp. When power begins to corrupt the heart, greed inevitably spreads. The Mind Stone on his chest shimmered faintly, and Roman felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Looking back at Tony, he had regained his composure. The world knows of the 6 infinity stones that circulate through the cosmos, yet remains unaware that a 7th, equally formidable gem resides within the vessel of a mere human on Earth. Do you think I would pry open your skull to extract something? Roman retorted, countering Tony's emotional outburst. Tony inhaled deeply, reclining back in his chair, refraining from answering Roman's question, yet a glimmer of reminiscence crept into his eyes. You saved me from the clutches of the 10 Rings. You led me to rescue New York from the brink during the conflict. You shielded Pepper amidst the military onslaught, even restoring my body to its optimal state. Tony touched the arc reactor at his chest before continuing. You have earned Stark's friendship. But could you at least allow me the chance to witness my daughter's birth? In their dialogue, Tony's tone had shed its former frivolity, now imbued with a somber maturity. Over this period, he had confronted the specter of death too many times, as if it had become a commonplace occurrence. Each crisis seemed to be accompanied by the looming threat of mortality. With every recounting, Tony was organizing the moments that brought him closer to death. After all he had endured, he discovered that beyond life itself, there were more profound treasures to cherish: love. Roman had informed Tony that he would later have a daughter, little Morgan. Yet, what Tony yearned for most was to have Morgan personally present him with a rose, followed by a warm kiss and embrace. He envisioned playful moments with Morgan, whispering stories under the nightlight until she drifted into slumber. When he turned around, Pepper would be there, her gaze filled with affection as she watched the tender bond between father and daughter unfold. Rather than merely placing roses horizontally upon his desolate gravestone, Tony found himself reflecting on a life filled with abundance, only to realize that what truly mattered were the simplest of things. He harbored no fear of death itself. Rather, it was the thought of never seeing those he cherished again that haunted him. Countless times, Tony contemplated pressing the virtual deployment button for the anti-Thanos armor. Yet he consistently restrained himself, as Pepper wisely advised against condemning Thanos with judgments based on events yet to unfold. Moreover, Tony harbored doubts about the efficacy of the anti-Thanos series in vanquishing his foe. Should he succeed in eliminating Thanos, how would he reconcile that act within himself? He feared that merely gazing into Morgan's eyes would evoke memories of Thanos. The human brain, the more intelligent and developed it becomes, generates a multitude of thoughts instantaneously. Yet, it is often the brightest minds that find themselves perplexed by what might appear to others as trivial matters. If the roles were reversed, Thanos would undoubtedly eliminate Tony without hesitation. Pepper stood as Tony's emotional anchor, yet simultaneously his greatest vulnerability. Overthinking, overanalyzing, and excessive worrying only propelled matters toward uncontrollable outcomes. Although the current situation favored Thanos, he could not shake the absurdity of it all. As Tony pondered, Thanos questioned himself internally. His hands were stained with blood from the path he had traversed, yet he had always regarded Tony as a friend. Would he truly consider extracting the gem from Tony's mind in the future? Thanos pondered deeply, a shock coursing through him. Given his nature, it was conceivable that, when faced with insurmountable forces, he might sacrifice Tony, utilizing the Infinity Stones to dismantle the final barrier. Upon contemplating this, Thanos raised his gaze, meeting the glistening eyes of Tony. The two shared a silent exchange for 5 minutes, as if they could discern one another's innermost thoughts through their eyes. Thanos understood Tony completely. It was only in their true encounter that he grasped the depth of Tony's being. Tony was not merely an ingenious inventor of weaponry and armor, nor just a flamboyant playboy. He was a living, breathing individual, full of emotions and thoughts. Seated right before Thanos, each flicker of his gaze seemed to convey his innermost feelings. As Tony observed Thanos, he recalled their first meeting, when Thanos's fearsome, scaled visage startled him. Over time, he grew accustomed to Thanos's various terrifying appearances. Now, the once injured schoolteacher, who lay in Stark's private hospital, had risen to stand shoulder to shoulder with Thanos, wielding his own formidable power. Even the current prowess of Luo Mang has surpassed Tony's expectations. On that day, Tony encountered the future Luo Mang, who expressed a longing for Tony. Yet, in a tragic turn, he took many lives, ultimately left alone in solitude. He confided in Tony that he had been in a perpetual state of longing, but in doing so, he had lost everything of true value. He acquired immense power, yet the most precious connections slipped through his grasp. The might of the 7 Infinity Stones could not retain the ones he cherished most. He emerged victorious, becoming a near unstoppable force in the universe. Yet the boundless lifespan and the endless, dark void of the cosmos left him feeling hollow. Thus he sought out Tony. In this era, even Deadpool's perpetually decaying visage, stripped of any pretense, felt familiar to him. He appeared colder than the moon's shadow, seemingly devoid of all emotion. Yet, Tony understood that this Luo Mang's soul ran deeper than the current incarnation. His presence suggested a mere desire for conversation, and then he departed, leaving Tony in a state of profound yearning and anguish. However, now, before Luo Mang, Tony articulated the concealed sentiments that had long been buried within. He felt as if some binding chains had been shattered, and the intense panic that once consumed him dissipated. Tony's eyes, once flickering with uncertainty, gradually settled into tranquility, as if he had embraced the entirety of this reality. Gazing at Luo Mang, he unexpectedly chuckled. "I remember when I first returned to New York. You were the one driving me. You remarked on our similarities, which I dismissed at the time. Yet, when the impulse to terminate you preemptively arose within me, I suddenly realized how true your words were. We are indeed quite alike." Tony shook his head with a smile, as if reflecting on his former naivety, his admiration for Luo Mang evident in his tone. "You are simply more genuine and unadulterated." After a moment of silence, Tony continued, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Mang. "If my future self is destined to perish, please look after Pepper and Morgan for me." Of course, assuming little Morgan arrived safely. Tony cared little for Stark Industries or the fate of his armor after his demise. What mattered most were those who intertwined with his soul, those he loved and who loved him in return. Having lost his parents at the tender age of 21, Tony seemed uniquely devoted to this aspect of life. Upon hearing Tony's request, Luo Mang did not respond immediately, but rose to face him. "There was once someone who entrusted me with a similar task on their deathbed, and I did not acquiesce, not because I was incapable, but because the words spoken felt too unreal. Falsehoods, no matter how often repeated, remain false. Tony, you know me. You should understand how I will act." At Luo Mang's words, Tony felt a momentary disorientation, lost in thought. It is as if he is inquiring within himself. When he regains his composure, he finds that the imposing figure of Luo Mang has vanished without a trace. Outside the quaint shop, rescue personnel clad in crimson uniforms bustle about. The once vanished crowd re-emerges on the street, their voices fervently singing praises and gratitude to the Scarlet Hue. Yet inside the shop, the lively atmosphere has seemingly dissipated entirely, leaving only Tony in solitude. Suddenly, Tony leaps to his feet, his thoughts consumed by a singular individual. Chapter 90. Research on Compound 5 with a melodious chime. The door to the core laboratory of the blood-red building swings open. Luo Mang, with a gentle expression, steps into the lab. The first sight that greets him is the figure of Jisudu, who is fervently running on a large treadmill. Although his speed is impressive, easily surpassing several athletic records, It pales in comparison to his former prowess. The currents emanating from Jasudu's body resonate with the treadmill. What is he doing? Luo Mang inquires, approaching Connors. Hunter mentioned that this is a device known as a cosmic treadmill, which he assembled from various materials. Connors, initially startled by Luo Mang's sudden appearance, quickly elucidates. Hunter is the true name of Jasudu, though he prefers the moniker. In the dual roles of hero and villain, Hunter presents himself as the Flash of that dimension, while Jasudu reigns as the master of that realm. The true Flash, however, remains imprisoned, caught in a state of perpetual existence, unable to live freely or succumb to death. Noticing that Jasudu continues to run, Luo Mang turns his gaze towards the experimental chamber behind Connors and gestures with his chin. What is the status? The experimental chamber emits an ethereal blue glow. Peering through the transparent glass, one could discern several exquisite test tubes lying within. These contain the fifth compound that Luo Mang procured from the Dark Cloak. Although much of it was lost in the journey across worlds and universes, the remaining quantity suffices for research purposes. 3 test tubes have been consumed, yielding unstable results. It appears to awaken some form of superpower, yet the probability is not consistent. Connors approaches 2 shadowed containers. With a soft click, the containers shift from obscurity to clarity. Inside one, there lies a mass of congealed blood, its solidified state indicating it has been deceased for quite some time. This white mouse, after being injected with the 5th compound, exploded almost instantaneously. It remains uncertain whether this was due to an overwhelming surge of energy or a mere failure of awakening. And what of the other one? Luo Mang inquires, directing his attention to the adjacent container. This is the sole success in awakening. Initially, I presumed its abilities were akin to teleportation or vaporization. However, after conducting numerous experiments, I discerned its presence through the slow-motion camera. Just as Connors was about to retrieve the footage for Roman, he was halted in his tracks. No need. I can see it, Roman interjected, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. To him, within the confines of the box, there was a white mouse darting about at an astonishing speed, displaying a rather irritable demeanor. The spatial gem on Roman's chest suddenly radiated with brilliance, followed closely by the heart gem. In an instant, a small white mouse materialized in Roman's hand, now calm and docile, as if it had undergone a temperament transformation. Gone was any semblance of its previous agitation. It lay obediently in the palm of his hand. Witnessing this scene, Connors opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He instinctively worried about the potential harm the mouse could inflict upon Roman, only to quickly regain his composure. After all, this was Roman. How could he possibly be harmed by a mere mouse? Roman leaned in, scrutinizing the little creature. Despite being under the influence of the heart gem, the mouse's legs continued to flail uncontrollably. Having recently awakened its high-speed capabilities, it was utterly incapable of self-regulation, and its velocity paled in comparison to its peak performance. The high-speed abilities granted by compound number 5 simply could not rival divine swiftness. I have also analyzed the samples you provided. They appear to be harvested from the same individual with remarkable abilities. The original owner possesses formidable strength. With a layer of muscle so thin that even a power drill failed to penetrate, I ultimately resorted to laser cutting to separate it, Connors explained, observing as Roman meticulously examined the mouse. With the experimental data he had diligently recorded, Connors quickly grasped the intricacies of compound number 5. It should be feasible for mass production, correct? Roman inquired, returning the mouse to the testing box and perusing the experimental data. From the data, it seemed that mass production of compound number 5 was indeed manageable. The challenge lay in controlling the awakening and replicating the abilities of the awakened individuals using the genetic material of the ancestors. The injection of compound number 5 was not as straightforward as other serums. It required precise, timely administration to achieve the desired effects. Moreover, it harbored a significant potential for addiction, a concern that needed to be eradicated. The cravings and demands stemming from the genetic level were not easily quelled. While mass production posed no issues, Connors found himself grappling with other complexities. He possessed unparalleled expertise in the realm of biology, yet when it came to other disciplines, he recognized his limitations. Hunter was a physicist by training, and their unfamiliar fields could offer some degree of complementarity. However, to achieve the requisite outcomes, it was imperative for him to join the research effort. Connors had not overlooked Roman's remarkable pace of advancement within the academic sphere. The enhancement of knowledge required for regenerative agents is precisely what Roman accomplished in a mere 3 days. In terms of learning and research, Roman possesses an almost terrifying natural advantage, as if he were born solely for the pursuit of science. This quality is, without a doubt, what Connor admires most about him. In any professional field, the adept become the teachers, a principle that holds true universally. Roman nodded in agreement, his ambition being to harness the capabilities of the fifth compound to delineate the abilities of his compatriots, whose genetic prowess is derived from the soldier boys, standing among the pinnacle of abilities. If utilized effectively, the fifth compound could lead to a swift enhancement of his own strength, as well as that of others within the Scarlet Secret Society. In the ensuing period, Roman immersed himself in the laboratory, collaborating with Connor on the study of the fifth compound. Rather than casting a wide net for knowledge, Roman would only delve into learning when confronted with a problem. The progress in the research of the fifth compound accelerated remarkably after Roman's involvement. Within a week, the effects of the fifth compound stabilized. The laboratory was soon filled with numerous experimental enclosures housing a variety of peculiar creatures. A chameleon scuttled across, vanishing completely within the enclosure in the blink of an eye, eluding even the thermal imaging devices, rendering it entirely invisible. Beyond that, there was a 3-headed Komodo dragon, a melodious bird capable of enchanting hearts with its song, and a tortoise adorned with rock-like patterns. One might mistakenly believe they had stepped into a fantastical zoo. Meanwhile, Velocity consistently ran on the cosmic treadmill every day, yet the results were minimal. The enhancement of his super speed was negligible, leaving him unable to move at high velocity. He could only utilize his speed to modulate his vocal cords, altering his voice slightly. During Roman's exploration of the fifth compound, neither Tony nor any members of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers sought him out even once. It appeared that S.H.I.E.L.D. was conducting a funeral for Hawkeye, concealing the truth behind his demise. Nick Fury seemed utterly disinterested in troubling Roman, remaining as silent as a dead fish. Perhaps the aftermath of the New York battle had consumed his attention, leaving little room for other concerns. Then one day, Tony unexpectedly announced his intention to transfer 50 of his shares to Roman without compensation. Consequently, Roman became the largest shareholder in Stark Industries, marking a new chapter where Stark Industries would henceforth carry the surname of Roman. This decision left many astonished. The citizens of New York speculated that Tony and Roman had fallen out and become adversaries. However, it was evident that these were mere rumors, unfounded and baseless. Iron Man and Scarlet were still the best of friends, although only Roman and Tony were aware of this truth. This is a compromise, a concession, a submission. At this moment, Tony is devoid of any desire to resist Roman. All Tony seeks is to enjoy a peaceful existence with Pepper. During his leisure hours, he wishes to refine his armor, combat crime, and save the world. Let us relish the present, for tomorrow may bring forth any number of unpleasant surprises. Meanwhile, the citizens of New York find themselves discussing another subject. Roman, who is currently reveling in the extraordinary events unfolding within the experimental chamber. The chamber is labeled as Subject 14. Inside, a rather unremarkable white mouse resides, seemingly indistinguishable from an ordinary specimen. However, when Roman tosses another mouse into the chamber, the once unassuming creature swiftly reveals an intense predatory instinct. Its naturally pink eyes suddenly blaze crimson. A slender beam of laser erupts from its gaze, obliterating the other mouse in an instant. Chunks of flesh and droplets of blood slowly cascade down the glass of the chamber. Yet, witnessing such gruesome carnage, Roman's smile radiates with genuine delight. What is repugnant to the outside observer appears to be profoundly endearing to him. The explosion of the mouse mirrors the horrific scene when the Homeland's forces employed heat rays to eliminate women. Although Subject 14 bears a striking resemblance to a common mouse, in essence, the two creatures represent entirely different species. Thus, when Roman introduces the second mouse into the domain of Subject 14, it inevitably displays such ferocity. Despite acquiring newfound abilities, 14 remains a mere beast, devoid of any capacity for thought, only driven by primal instincts. Roman reaches out, a flash of blue light, and 14 materializes in his grasp. The moment it departs from the chamber, 14 begins a frantic escape. Yet, after a futile struggle, it remains firmly ensnared in Roman's palm. Its fiery gaze, as it thrashes about, rends the air around Roman. With a mere thought, a crimson hue envelopes his entire being. The heat ray, capable of easily shattering human flesh, proves utterly ineffective against Roman's scaly armor. The crimson scales emit wisps of black smoke, yet remain unbroken, continually mending themselves. The aggressiveness of 14 is rendered almost non-existent in Roman's presence. Observing the heat ray advancing toward the laboratory's delicate instruments, Roman shakes his head. This cannot be allowed. With a sudden forceful motion, Roman's grip tightens, causing 14's eyes to bulge. The damage inflicted by the heat ray intensifies momentarily. However, in an instant, Roman covers the creature's eyes with his fingers, applying pressure with his entire hand. The sound of Subject 14's explosion was faint, distinct from the cacophony of a human detonation. Before the thermal rays could breach the armor of Luo Mang, Subject 14 was crushed directly by him, leaving a small pool of blood nearby. Luo Mang picked up a white cloth to wipe his hands. His defensive capabilities and strength were commendable, yet the physique's capacity was somewhat limited. He tossed the blood-stained cloth into the comprehensive waste bin and began to document the experimental data on the recording board. Having spent considerable time with Connors, a subtle aura of a researcher had begun to envelop Luo Mang. Clad in a white lab coat, a perpetual smile graced his lips. At this moment, Luo Mang exuded the demeanor of a scientist, and if he were to step outside, he would undoubtedly become the object of desire among women. "Can't you be a bit more refined? Perhaps embody the elegance of a gentleman?" exclaimed Velocity, rushing to Luo Mang's side and glancing at the bloodstain on the white floor. Unable to suppress his criticism, he had thoroughly acclimatized to the Marvel universe. The black latex suit had vanished, replaced by a casual athletic outfit. Sweat beaded at his temples, indicating he had just concluded his training, despite the lack of noticeable results. "Do you still have a germophobia?" Luo Mang, without lifting his gaze, swiftly recorded the experimental data of Subject 14. Upon hearing Velocity's remark, he couldn't help but chuckle. The notorious figure who could decimate a city at will was now being urged to adopt a more refined demeanor. Was he not a scientist after all? Velocity fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "When will you assist me in regaining my super speed?" The name Velocity itself hinted at his obsession with speed. For the sake of swiftness, he had once engaged in an underhanded scheme, infiltrating the Flash's team, masquerading as a hero to manipulate Barry Allen, ultimately stealing speed from him. Among villains, Velocity was undoubtedly cunning and formidable. If Barry had abandoned his protagonist status during their first race, he would have been pierced through the heart and skull by Velocity's vibrating hand strike. Yet, ironically, Velocity's weakness was speed itself. The faster he went, the more he yearned to compete with other speedsters. The more he competed, the more he craved greater velocity. Now, stripped of his speed, he felt an anguish surpassing even death. Having completed the data recording, Luo Mang lifted his gaze to meet Velocity's eyes. In truth, he had harbored bold conjectures regarding Velocity's loss of superspeed during this period. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Connors, who walked into the laboratory, appearing fatigued. Although there were no visible dark circles under his eyes, his cheeks bore the signs of premature aging. During this period, Connors tirelessly assisted Roman in researching compound number 5 in addition to his work on the regeneration serum. As he approached his limits, Roman commanded Connors to take a moment to rest. "What is it?" Roman, interrupted, exhibited no trace of displeasure. Connors was undoubtedly the first person to transform Roman's life. Roman's legs, in particular, were a testament to Connors' groundbreaking research. Thus, Roman has always shown great patience towards him. "Roman, there's a man here seeking you. He claims his name is Aldrich Killian. Is it him?" A flicker of surprise crossed Roman's eyes. Aldrich Killian. It was only upon seeing him in person that Roman confirmed his identity. Killian, once a fervent admirer of Tony Stark, had developed the Extremis virus alongside Maya Hansen, one of the most effective serums ever discovered on Blue Planet. Beyond enhancing fundamental human capabilities, the body would remain searing hot, capable of emitting intense heat rays, and could easily rend Tony's armor with a single hand. More importantly, it possessed an almost limitless capacity for bodily repair. Though referred to as a virus, it resembled more of a redemption. Had the Extremis virus been developed and disclosed earlier, The regeneration serum would not hold the prominent status it does today. Despite being a weakened variant, its efficacy remained formidable. What brings you here, Mr. Killian? Roman, unaccustomed to addressing unfamiliar individuals, habitually appended the honorific Mr. to Killian's name. He escorted Killian to the uppermost level of the Crimson Tower. This was a pristine, minimalist open office, including the terrace outside, all part of Roman's private domain. At this moment, Killian presented himself in stark contrast to the disheveled image one might expect. His robust physique was clad in a well-fitted suit, and his golden hair was neatly tied back, exuding confidence. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you, Crimson. Killian addressed Roman directly, appearing quite earnest. Roman poured a cup of tea for Killian, nodding slightly to encourage him to proceed. However, even without Killian's words, Roman could surmise the essence of their conversation. At that moment, Killian harbored no grand ambitions. His thoughts were solely consumed with exacting revenge on Tony Stark through his research findings. Unlike others, who often revealed their vulnerabilities, Killian's singular focus remained exclusively on Tony. Indeed, in the next moment, Killian spoke. I have developed a research outcome that can enhance human strength and repair all forms of damage. I am aware that your company produces a regeneration serum, but if I may be candid, its reparative effects pale in comparison to my research. In fact, one could say they are worlds apart. At this juncture, a hint of pride crept into Killian's voice. Such a formidable serum, yet Tony chooses to disregard it. This is indeed his loss. However, if Killian were to realize that the regenerative agent's effects are intentionally divided 3 ways by Roman, he might refrain from uttering such words. Although the extremist virus may possess superior capabilities in bodily restoration, the absence of any side effect from the regenerative serum stands as its paramount advantage. While the virus's inherent instability poses a significant risk. Moreover, would Killian present the complete version of the extremist serum? Clearly, that is improbable. In terms of equivalent proportions, Roman is confident that the profitability and acceptance of the regenerative serum will undoubtedly surpass that of the extremist virus. Yet, Roman remains unhurried, savoring a sip of tea before he resumes speaking. What is your request? Help me eliminate Tony Stark. At this, Roman cast a surprised glance at Killian. Haven't you been following the news lately? Any rational individual would likely refrain from seeking out Roman at this juncture. Currently, the sentiment across the United States, from the highest echelons to the grassroots, is that Iron Man and the Scarlet Witch share an extraordinary connection. Perhaps sensing Roman skepticism, Killian slowly shook his head. For the past decade and more, I have been perpetually vigilant regarding Stark. Your relationship with Stark is quite intricate, certainly not as simplistic as portrayed on television. Moreover, Stark is an arrogant and egotistical man. He would never casually relinquish shares of Stark Industries to anyone. Killian spoke with unwavering conviction. To Roman's astonishment, Killian's deductions were remarkably accurate. Indeed, the fervor of a critic often mirrors that of an admirer. It seemed that during those lost years, aside from his research on the extremist virus, Killian had also been covertly observing Tony. If you can eliminate Tony, I will gladly present you with all the research data I have amassed over the past decade. Killian's disdain for Tony was palpable, and this complex mix of love and hate intensified his desire to see Tony dead. Years ago, Tony had abandoned him on a rooftop for an entire night, reveling in the company of beautiful women, utterly dismissive of Killian's existence. Killian demands that Stark pay for his condescension and arrogance. Roman swirled the tea leaves in his cup, suddenly raising his gaze to Killian with a grin. This smile, even amidst Killian's thirst for vengeance, sent a shiver down his spine. Roman's voice drifted through the air. What if I were to eliminate you directly? Would that be easier? Roman tilted his head, his words sending a chill through Killian. Roman's deranged demeanor, which he had witnessed in the news, was all too real. Those who perished at Roman's hands left behind not even a complete corpse. Killian had seen the aftermath of Roman's violence. The victims were often reduced to mere fragments. Instinctively, Killian rose to his feet. Beneath his white suit, the orange-red patterns of heat began to manifest upon his body, radiating a searing temperature from within. Even the tea before Luo Mang began to simmer, ever so slightly, as if the temperature had inexplicably risen above 90 degrees. Killian's eyes glowed with an orange-red energy, while Luo Mang regarded his physique with a peculiar interest. The level of energy within Killian's body had indeed surpassed that of most individuals Luo Mang had encountered. The fact that he could concoct such serum marked Killian as a remarkable talent. However, it was not only Killian who possessed knowledge of the experimental data. Luo Mang shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. He had considered bringing Killian under his wing. Yet he consoled himself with the thought that with the experimental data on the extinction virus, another individual like Killian would inevitably emerge. If there were to be blame, it lay solely with Killian for his lack of foresight. Even should tensions arise between Luo Mang and Tony, it was not someone of Killian's caliber who could exploit such circumstances. With a sigh, Luo Mang rose to his feet. Under Killian's gaze, tinged with fear, Luo Mang's body began to swell and expand, accompanied by the sounds of scales scraping and bones creaking. A crimson figure materialized before Killian. The writhing tendrils behind Luo Mang compelled Killian to retreat a few steps. In the dark web videos he had seen, Luo Mang had used those very tendrils to decimate entire battalions. It had been a while since Luo Mang had moved. It was time to stretch his limbs. He extended his body. The sticky sounds emanating from him caused Killian to turn and flee. Killian's expression changed dramatically. He turned and dashed toward the terrace, seemingly intent on leaping off. Yet almost instantaneously, a figure with arms crossed appeared at the edge of the terrace, not far from him. Luo Mang looked up, grinning to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth, and the scent of blood began to permeate the air. Merely gazing upon this figure made cold sweat break out on Killian's brow. Damn it! Killian raged inwardly, utterly unprepared for Luo Mang's sudden aggression. Where do you think you're going? Wouldn't it be better to let me inspect the goods in advance? However, before Luo Mang could finish his sentence, a searing energy beam erupted from Killian's mouth, enveloping Luo Mang entirely. Yet, after a wave of intense heat, what emerged was Luo Mang's scales, now shimmering with a deep crimson hue. The scattered scales that had turned to ash began to rapidly reconstitute. Under Killian's full offensive, Luo Mang had only singed a few scales. The energy had been entirely absorbed by his body. Brushing off his body with a hand, Luo Mang lifted his gaze toward Killian, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How rude. Chapter 93. Experimentation time. Hey, Rom, do you need my assistance? Max, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, entered his electric elemental state and soared to the edge of the terrace, calling out loudly. Max differs from Peter and others in that he has long been stationed in the Crimson Mansion, leaving only in emergencies. At the moment of the tremendous noise, Max sensed the battle unfolding outside. With just a command from Roman, Max was prepared to demonstrate his prowess to Killian. Supported by the resources of the Crimson Mansion, Max was fully charged with energy and remained in peak condition. You may simply watch the spectacle. Roman nodded, casting a glance at Max and speaking softly. Yet, even in a whisper, the words uttered through his crimson vocal cords carried an unsettling aura. Roman's gaze fell upon Killian, who stood opposite, on high alert. He gently raised his hand and beckoned. Meanwhile, countless tendrils behind him erupted as if freed from a cage, wildly expanding and surging towards Killian to ensnare him. Killian's expression darkened, the orange-red glow beneath his skin flaring intensely. It was as if he were enveloped from head to toe in searing energy. Killian reached out, suddenly grasping Roman's tendrils, his own heat energy surging. The tendrils began to melt like plastic, glimmering droplets of fiery goo falling to the ground, producing puffs of white smoke. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the melted tendrils re-extended before Killian's astonished eyes. With determination, Killian transformed his palm into a blade and fiercely began to slice at the tendrils. As he grappled with them, he cautiously advanced towards Roman. By the time Killian stood before Roman, a large puddle of melted tendril fluid lay on the ground behind him. Meeting Roman's mocking gaze, Killian had no time for further thought. His hand, now a heated blade, swiftly lunged towards Roman's heart, feeling the humid warmth emanating from his palm. Even Killian was taken aback. Following the line of his arm, he saw that his hand was fully embedded in Roman's heart. With a mere twist, he crushed Roman's heart, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. However, before Killian could revel in triumph, he looked up only to find Roman seemingly unfazed, his expression unchanged. I've always been curious, Roman mused. Tell me, if I were to remove your head, could the desolation virus still repair it? Would your esteemed regenerative abilities still function? At such proximity, Roman's words felt as though they were whispered directly into Killian's ear. Hearing Roman's statement, Killian was instantly alarmed. A cacophony of warning bells ringing in his mind, a tremor surging deep within. The area where his hand was embedded felt taut and elastic. Killian abruptly withdrew his hand, only to witness the gaping wound at Roman's chest mend itself within mere breaths. The crimson flesh reknit, the scales appearing as smooth and flawless as if they had never been harmed. Experiment time, Roman declared. Today's unfinished task shall be fulfilled by you. With a sinister laugh, Luo Mang's figure began to flicker before Killian. Before Killian could react, he felt a sudden lightness as Luo Mang effortlessly seized him by the head, lifting him as one might pluck a radish. Through the gaps between Luo Mang's fingers, Killian's gaze locked with Luo Mang's, their eyes meeting in a tense confrontation. The elongated pupils, coupled with the ferocious, inhuman fangs, marked Killian's first moment of stillness as he scrutinized Luo Mang's appearance. Yet in that instant, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Despite the searing energy coursing through him, an involuntary chill enveloped his body, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of profound fear. In that fleeting moment, the confident Killian, who had embraced the abyssal virus, vanished, replaced by a version of himself from over a decade ago. Humble, timid, akin to a drenched, defeated dog. As Killian's eyes widened in horror, Luo Mang tightened his grip. The fingers, shrouded in a white substance, pierced through Killian's skull with a soft pop. Killian's head began to compress suddenly, collapsing weakly to his knees before Luo Mang, the once fervent energy in his hands dissipating entirely, leaving him motionless. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Max swallowed hard, unsure. Typically, he would electrocute his opponents, reducing them to nothingness. Such bloodshed was a sight reserved for Luo Mang and Peter. Is he dead? Summoning his courage, Max stepped forward, dissipating his electric energy as he turned to Luo Mang with a question. Max understood that Luo Mang would not harm him. He is dead, yet not entirely so. Luo Mang's towering form crouched down, casting a shadow over Killian's fallen body. In Luo Mang's view, he could distinctly see the molten, searing energy pooling at Killian's neck. If left unchecked, it might very well regenerate a head. But would this new head still belong to Killian? Luo Mang pondered, waiting in silence. The rate at which Killian's head reformed paled in comparison to Luo Mang's own healing, dragging on at an agonizing pace. Over 40 minutes passed before Killian's head finally completed its restoration. Luo Mang meticulously examined Killian's visage, his remarkable memory retaining every detail of Killian's cheeks. On the surface, the restored Killian appeared unchanged, as if the healing process had left no mark. As the eyelids fluttered, Killian began to regain consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the imposing figure of a 28-meter-tall monster, towering above him with an intimidating gaze. Killian's face contorted in shock, and before he could utter a word, his body activated the despair virus, compelling him to rise and flee. However, as he attempted to stand, he realized he was utterly immobilized. Glancing back, he saw a blade, at least 3 meters in length, piercing his abdomen. The dagger penetrated his body and embedded itself into the ground beneath him, effectively pinning Killian in place. Following the line of the blade, he discovered that it originated from Roman's right arm. No, to be precise, Roman's entire right arm had transformed into this lethal weapon. Muscles, flowing and alive, continuously seeped into Killian's body. In an instant, he was engulfed by an agonizing pain that emanated from his very core, as if it were sourced from the depths of his soul. His strength began to wane as the invasive muscle continued its relentless influx. Within mere seconds, Killian despaired as he realized he could no longer sense the presence of the despair virus. He screamed in agony, for it had been his sole source of confidence against Tony. Yet, in the following moment, a massive hand obscured the light above him, plunging Killian into darkness. And he lost consciousness. Chapter 94. Ami? Roman withdrew his hand. At this moment, Killian had lost the despair virus, dead beyond any hope of revival. However, observing the manifestation of the despair virus within Killian, Roman couldn't suppress a flicker of anticipation. Although the virus's offensive and regenerative capabilities left him somewhat disappointed, its capacity for mass production and implantation was undeniably advantageous. With the despair virus, it was tantamount to possessing an army of despair. If it could be slightly modified to enhance the survival rate post-injection, Once the virus was officially mass-produced and administered to the demons under Martin Li, it would equate to acquiring half an army of the undead. A fervent glint flashed in Roman's eyes as he flicked away the remnants of bone from his hand and turned to Max. At that moment, Max was engrossed in jotting down notes in a small notebook. Upon noticing Roman's gaze, he immediately donned a broad smile, revealing his wide teeth, and concealed the notebook behind him. "Are you looking for me, Ro?" Max inched closer, gripping his notebook tightly. However, had Roman been able to see moments earlier, he would have noticed that Max was recording some rather peculiar items. First, remain calm and composed in the face of adversity. Never act on impulse. 7th, protect yourself and your family at all costs. 16th, confront enemies with the decisiveness of Roman, without a hint of hesitation. "I asked you, where's he been lately?" Roman regarded the grinning Max with a tinge of curiosity, but thought little of it, reiterating his previous inquiry. "Huh. Oh, Lee and the others have recently gone to Hell's Kitchen." "The others?" Roman had been so absorbed in his experiments that he had not inquired much about the other members of the Crimson Secret Society. The rules of the Crimson Society are, after all, quite simple. There are only 3. Beyond that, Peter, whether the enforcer is willing to uphold the justice in his heart, or Flint is eager to spend time with his family, Roman will not interfere with their pursuits. Ah, yes, and then there's Flint and Emil. Recently, Lee has encountered some resistance in the underground gang scene, and they have both gone to assist him. Now, nearly 1/3 of the gangs and territories in the United States belong to the Demon Gang, all under the banner of the Crimson Society. Max could not help but lift his head in pride. Such an achievement was once a mere figment of his imagination. Yet now, it has been realized by members of his own caliber. How could one not feel a sense of pride? Upon hearing this, Roman was taken aback. It seemed these individuals had begun to expand their influence independently. As the leader of the society, he felt somewhat inadequate. And what of Peter? Roman pondered, his concern evident in his inquiry. He had not seen Peter for some time. Under normal circumstances, Peter would seek him out 3 or 4 times a day. Ever since learning about Roman's extraordinary journey, Peter had been worried about when Roman might suddenly disappear. Should he wish to return, it might not be so easy. Peter had recently ventured to Westchester, where it appeared a large number of empowered individuals had congregated. Max, sensing Roman's possible displeasure, quickly defended Peter. Peter acted for the good of ordinary citizens. In recent times, the crime rates in several nearby districts had significantly decreased, particularly with the presence of Crimson in New York City. Those daring enough to commit crimes were likely only large gangsters like Martin Li and some insignificant petty thieves. Thus, Peter expressed his desire to investigate their sense of justice. He went there alone? Roman furrowed his brow at the thought of the numerous, empowered individuals in Westchester. Without needing to think further, he could easily deduce that the gathering in Westchester could only be the mutants. Speaking of mutants, Roman had encountered one a few months prior, but was unable to confront him as Peter had dispatched him with a single punch. It was only later, during a meal, that Peter shared the humorous anecdote with Roman. No, Wade and Xian-Se accompanied him. Although Peter was accustomed to operating alone, Wade insisted on joining him, claiming that he had many friends who could provide support in that area. Max waved his hand dismissively throughout the entire Blood Tower, including the families of the Crimson Society members, who was unaware of Peter's special significance to Roman. Consequently, their treatment of Ant May also underwent subtle changes. All right then. Roman returned to his usual demeanor, smacking his forehead. It seemed that during this period, he was not the only one preoccupied. Others were equally engrossed in their own affairs. Currently, it seems that only Max and the Punisher Frank remain in the heart of New York City. In truth, everyone else departed with confidence in your abilities, which allowed them to leave with ease, Max added awkwardly. The earlier incident where Roman brutally assaulted the Avengers was captured on numerous recordings, although it has since been suppressed. Members of the Crimson Cabal still possess certain avenues and means. Knowing that Roman is stationed at the Blood Tower, others naturally felt secure in pursuing their own endeavors. After all, in the entirety of New York, few possess the capability to harm Roman. Under his protection, families can remain unharmed. I do not blame them. Why are you so anxious? Roman smiled at Max. Max is commendable in many aspects, yet his mindset is lacking, often succumbing to self-doubt and seeking to appease others. Gazing at Killian's lifeless body, Roman contemplated. Entrust this body to Connors. He knows what to do. Remember, ensure he rests for 10 hours before resuming any work. Regardless of his tasks, I do not wish to see him laboring during this 10-hour span. You will oversee this matter. Roman intended to temper Max's disposition through these small tasks. Me? Understood, Max replied uncertainly, scratching the back of his head. Yet, he was internally conflicted. Could he truly supervise Dr. Connors? Upon hearing Max's agreement, Roman nodded in satisfaction. In an instant, a flash of blue light enveloped him, and he vanished from the terrace, leaving Max to gaze at the blood-soaked Killian, his expression contorted in confusion about how to handle the situation. Inside the Blood Tower, the semi-open shooting range housed nearly the most advanced firearms in the United States. Various handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, and machine guns were quietly arranged on their respective racks. At that moment, the range was filled with the sound of rapid gunfire and flashes of light. The Punisher was in the midst of the chaos, wielding a machine gun and unleashing a relentless barrage upon distant targets. Strangely, despite the machine gun's frantic vibrations, only a single bullet hole appeared at the center of the target. Clang! As the last shell casing hit the ground, the machine gun ceased its wild spinning, the barrel glowing faintly as it emitted wisps of smoke. The Punisher deftly began to disassemble each component of the machine gun, meticulously maintaining it as it cooled. Yet, in a sudden moment, the Punisher furrowed his brow, pausing his actions for a few seconds, and without turning his head, spoke. I thought you would remain in the laboratory for at least another month before emerging. Chapter 95. Symbiote? The Punisher's words did not impede his meticulous work. As his motions quickened, the machine gun was soon reassembled. It remains a mystery what method he employed for maintenance, as the machine gun swiftly regained its pristine condition. The earlier sight of the barrel glowing red and emitting wisps of white smoke seemed to have never occurred. There are matters to attend to. Will you accompany me outside? With a decisive click, as Luo Mang's words fell, the enforcer was already fully equipped. It appeared that he perpetually concealed numerous weapons upon his person. He forcefully pulled back the slide of his powerful handgun, the sharp sound resonating throughout the shooting range. Observing this, Luo Mang paused momentarily before nodding at the enforcer. And in a flash of blue light, the two vanished from the range. At the seaside villa, the figures of Luo Mang and the enforcer materialized. Although Luo Mang was unaware of Maya Hansen's current whereabouts, he possessed the knowledge of where she would inevitably go. A woman will arrive shortly. Ensure you take her away without allowing her to see Tony. The enforcer nodded in acknowledgment, refraining from inquiring further, and turned to walk into the distance. After a minute, Luo Mang approached and knocked on the door of Tony's new villa. Don't say you're here for the party. Every time you come to my home, it never ends well, Tony remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Mang, seemingly reverting to their previous rapport. Yet, only Tony knew the truth. Since that fateful day, although he felt considerably lighter, he was plagued by nightmares that jolted him awake each night. In his dreams, Tony beheld a stone staircase ascending to great heights. Along the staircase lay numerous figures in repose. As he approached, he realized they were the Avengers. To his dismay, he did not see his own visage among them. But as he climbed the stairs, he discovered a throne at the summit. Sitting upon the throne, with a mocking glint in his eyes, was none other than Luo Mang. Each time he reached this point, Tony would awaken abruptly. Even he could not discern whether this was a portent or something else entirely. Fortunately, Pepper was by his side, sparing him from succumbing to anxiety. I'm merely here to check in. After all, I'm a major shareholder of Stark Industries now, Luo Mang said with a gentle smile. The two settled onto the sofa in the living room, engaging in conversation for quite some time. They discussed everything from the regeneration serum of the Blood Red Tower to the latest summoning technology of Tony's Mark suits. Their dialogue flowed freely. Yet neither broached the subject of that fateful night. As dusk fell, they unknowingly conversed throughout the afternoon. Before them lay 5 empty bottles of fine spirits, the majority consumed by Luo Mang. Tony had only managed to drink less than 1 bottle, yet he was already inebriated, downing the remaining contents of his glass. Tony gazed vacantly and spoke. Listen to me. I want Pepper and Little Morgan to reside in the Blood Red Tower, regardless of what fate awaits me. Your protection gives me peace of mind. Luo Mang listened intently, sensing the pressure that had been weighing on Tony through his words alone. Once Tony finished speaking, his gaze fixed firmly on Luo Mang. However, Luo Mang's response left Tony in a state of astonishment. Then why did you not come along? Tony scrutinized Luo Mang's expression and discerned that he was not deceiving him. I. Before Tony could complete his sentence, his tongue stumbled over his words, and his head tilted as he succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Luo Mang observed Tony for a while, then rose to retrieve a blanket, draping it gently over Tony's form before lifting his gaze. Jarvis, please inform Tony that this invitation remains open. Kindly look after him, as I must take my leave. As Luo Mang's words fell, a screen embedded in the wall flickered to life, revealing the voice of a middle-aged man. Mr. Luo, thank you for your care of Stark. I will convey your message. Luo Mang nodded and exited the villa. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted to his nostrils. Though he had been contemplating Tony, concern furrowed his brow. A thought struck him, and the power of spatial perception surged forth, guiding Luo Mang to the location of the Punisher. It was a hillside road not far from Stark's villa. There, a small vehicle was halted at the roadside, inside which sat Maya Hansen, one of Tony's former girlfriends, her expression etched with fear. However, it was not Maya that caused Luo Mang's pupils to constrict, but rather the figure kneeling not far from the vehicle. The Punisher's limbs had vanished, along with his tongue and eyes, leaving a pool of blood seeping from his wounds. As Luo Mang approached, the Punisher swayed precariously in the wind, as if on the brink of collapse. Luo Mang stepped forward, steadying his body. Just as he intended to heal him, the Punisher murmured faintly, "Hurry, they're still here." They? In an instant, Luo Mang mentally cataloged the potential assailants. Yet, before he could ponder further, a gust of wind, tainted with the scent of blood, surged behind him. Instinctively, Luo Mang summoned the crimson, and as he turned, he found himself enveloped entirely in its embrace. The protective tendrils behind him were swiftly torn apart by a clawed hand. Luo Mang retaliated with a powerful strike, sending the orange figure hurtling away, but upon landing, it quickly regained its stance, watching Luo Mang with a predatory gaze. At that moment, Luo Mang finally had the opportunity to examine the figure's appearance. The orange silhouette bore a striking resemblance to him, with distorted, elongated eyes, sharp claws, and menacing teeth. The creature was enveloped in a reddish hue. Notably, it bore symbiotic organisms akin to droplets on its back, extending seamlessly to its spine. A symbiote? Ramong furrowed his brow as he observed the figure in the distance, his thoughts racing at the unexpected encounter with such a being. The force of that previous strike suggested the symbiote possessed formidable strength, one that surpassed even the Hulk's might. Could it be him? The orange-hued figure, resembling a reptile, crawled on all fours, circling twice before abruptly lifting its head to inquire toward the mountainside. Subsequently, a buzzing sound resonated in Romang's ears as a dark green figure materialized before him. Sniffing the air, it spoke with certainty. "It is him. I can even detect the scent of other ancestors." This figure appeared to be the antithesis of the orange entity, draped in inconspicuous black with green, liquid-like tissues flowing around its form. Its speech emitted a pungent, unpleasant odor. Is this also a symbiote? Ramong gazed upwards, noting the round exterior of this symbiote, which starkly contrasted with his own and the orange figure, lacking any exaggerated eyes. Regardless of their identities or intentions, Ramong cast a glance back at the near-death Punisher. Upon turning back, a sinister grin spread across his face. "You seek your demise." Chapter 96. "So, it is you." Ramong's figure surged forward suddenly. In less than the blink of an eye, he reached the orange figure. A claw came crashing down, only to be firmly blocked. The strength of this symbiote proved to be nearly on par with Romang's own. With a slight bend of his legs, he straightened his body and unleashed a beam of light from his chest. The orange figure's eyes widened as it leaned to the right. The mental beam swept through, severing the orange figure's arm. However, before the severed limb could touch the ground, the orange figure regenerated its arm, displaying a terrifying recovery ability. "Fire!" the orange figure roared, its voice low and hoarse. Ramong turned, suddenly aware of a sticky substance enveloping him, exuding a faint sweetness. Simultaneously, the orange figure spewed forth a massive web from its mouth, entangling Ramong completely. He exerted tremendous force to tear through it, but at that moment, a flame erupted unexpectedly. Ramong looked up to see a man with a left arm crafted entirely of precious metal emerging. He wielded a flamethrower, firing flames at Ramong with the intensity of a machine gun. As the sticky substance met the flames, a tremendous explosion ensued at Luo Mang's center, accompanied by uncontrollable flames raging wildly. The flames began to spread, causing both the black-green symbiote and the man to instinctively retreat several paces, leaving only the orange-red symbiote unaffected. However, the scene that unfolded before them was utterly beyond their expectations. The explosion and fire, which had surged halfway, were abruptly enveloped by a translucent blue substance. Under the control of this blue material, the explosion instantaneously contracted before the three individuals, ultimately transforming into a small cube that rested in Luo Mang's palm. Within the cube, the explosion continued to churn, yet it posed no threat to Luo Mang whatsoever. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings until it settled upon the armored man. I was initially curious about your identities and affiliations, but it seems there is no need for further inquiry. Indeed, the armored man was none other than Bucky Barnes, the steadfast ally of Captain America, also known as the Winter Soldier. Based on the current timeline, the Winter Soldier should still be under the control of Hydra. Was he temporarily liberated from his icy slumber for the purpose of assassinating Luo Mang? Observing the flamethrower in the Winter Soldier's grasp, Luo Mang could not suppress a cold chuckle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. was aptly dubbed the Snake Shield. Previously, Nick Fury had dispatched Hawkeye and Captain America to partake in the encirclement of Luo Mang and Peter, employing the agency's latest sonic weaponry. Thus, Hydra was evidently aware of their sonic resistance, opting instead to utilize fire. However, it was regrettable that Luo Mang possessed no weaknesses against flames. With this thought, Luo Mang's hands abruptly clapped together, shattering the spatial cube. The explosion and fire engulfed Luo Mang entirely, yet only inflicted a minor burn, which quickly healed. What astonishes me most is you two, Luo Mang remarked, turning his attention to the orange-red figure and the black-green one. Toxin, the son of Venom, and the Sleeper. Gazing at the toxic form of the symbiote, Luo Mang felt a stirring within him. Toxin, the offspring of Venom, was known as the most powerful symbiote in history, being the 1,000th child of Venom. Although this title may be somewhat exaggerated, the genetic inheritance within him was vast, rendering him fearless against both sound waves and flames. Much like Luo Mang himself, each generation of Venom's offspring seemed to have accumulated their foundational abilities within Toxin. He embodied a symbiote that possessed all of Spider-Man's powers. Besides formidable strength and defense, he also wielded a unique web-slinging attack mode. As for the other, the Sleeper, he was fundamentally incomparable to Toxin. Luo Mang could not fathom why the two were intertwined. According to the narrative of Venom's renegade offspring, one would expect them to clash rather than cooperate. The Sleeper's ability allowed him to secrete various compounds, and intriguingly, he was among the few symbiotes capable of traversing the cosmos, propelling himself through gas jets for solitary travel in space. Moreover, the ability to engage in battle without relying on a parasitic host is indeed a peculiar trait among symbiotic entities. However, why would Hydra seek to trouble me? We should have no conflicting interests. Luo Mang spoke softly, his gaze flickering towards the nearly breathless Punisher and the paralyzed Maya. With a single wave of his hand, the two were transported back to the Crimson Edifice. Only after their successful return did Luo Mang feel a sense of complete reassurance. His attention shifted back to the individual and the two symbiotic entities encircling him in a triangular formation. Logically, Hydra's current objective should be the rescue of those trapped in the hive. Yet, upon noticing the Winter Soldier's gaze, a sudden realization dawned upon Luo Mang. The Winter Soldier had been fixated on the area around Luo Mang's chest. Just moments ago, when he transported the Punisher and Maya back, a flash of blue light from a space gem had surged across. This connection began to make sense. Nodding slightly, Luo Mang took a step back, evading the sulfuric acid that the Dreamer had unleashed. He turned to grapple with the approaching Toxin, and with a sudden surge of spatial power, he hurled Toxin directly against the rocky wall. Yet Toxin, with its limbs clinging to the surface like a spider, began to scuttle towards him with astonishing speed. Tilting its head to observe Luo Mang, it moved with an agility reminiscent of its eight-legged counterparts. Luo Mang regarded Toxin, recognizing it as the most formidable threat among the group. In their previous confrontations, he had found himself consistently at a disadvantage against Toxin, often forced to retreat. He aimed to strike first, but was met with a swift counterattack from Toxin. The entity before him was astonishingly even stronger than before. Suddenly, He felt a rush of air behind him, a force that struck against his scales, alerting him to the presence of another. The tendrils behind him stirred, intercepting the iron fist. Luo Mang pivoted and grasped the iron fist firmly, exerting pressure. With a series of piercing cracks, the Winter Soldier's metal arm was forcibly twisted. In the Winter Soldier's incredulous gaze, Luo Mang simply snapped his fingers. A blue cube, centered around the Winter Soldier, abruptly contracted. In an instant, the flesh was compressed into a singular mass, exploding outward. When the blue cube vanished, only a block of metal, reshaped by spatial force, remained. The act of slaying the Winter Soldier stirred no emotion within Luo Mang. Not only was he the murderer of Tony's parents, but eliminating him also served as a gift to Tony. Even from Captain America's perspective, Luo Mang deemed it necessary to end Winter Soldier's life. If there were to be blame, it could only be directed at Winter Soldier for befriending someone who stood opposed to Luo Mang. Had it not been for the ancient and formidable presence of the Ancient One, who, in a moment of desperation, might have taken Luo Mang along with her. Winter Soldier would have finally reunited with Captain America. Observing the Winter Soldier transformed into a pool of blood, Luo Mang could not suppress a grin. It seems that Steve will never see the Winter Soldier again. How delightful. Chapter 97, Devour. What? The Winter Soldier has been brainwashed by Hydra? How pitiable is the Winter Soldier? What about Roman, who was set ablaze by the Winter Soldier's flamethrower, igniting nitroglycerin? Damn, the Winter Soldier. In order to prevent the Winter Soldier from harming and threatening Roman, he had no choice but to eliminate him first. Indeed, Roman was also compelled by circumstance. Ha. Shaking his head, Roman could not restrain himself and laughed aloud as he watched the Winter Soldier being reduced to mere fragments by Roman wielding the space gem. Neither Toxin nor the Sleeper dared to approach. They merely tilted their heads, silently observing as Roman ended the Winter Soldier's life. Seizing the moment of the Winter Soldier's demise, Toxin launched a sudden assault on Roman. Together with the Sleeper, they attacked. Roman swiftly turned around without raising his head and waved his hand. The power of space directly hurled the Sleeper from midair. With a step, ripples spread beneath his feet. In an instant, Roman vanished from Toxin's sight. Upon noticing Roman's disappearance, Toxin immediately halted, crouching in imitation of Peter. He scanned the surroundings for Roman's figure, but found nothing, unaware of the moment Roman appeared above him, stepping on his head. At that moment, Roman seemed to have shed all his weight, evading Toxin's awareness entirely. Yet, a careful observer would notice that Roman was subtly suspended above Toxin, with only a few millimeters separating his toes from Toxin's head. As Toxin searched around, he suddenly seemed to recall something and glanced beneath him. There, he indeed spotted a faint shadow beneath himself. Were it not for the remnants of sparks left by the surrounding explosions and the pale streetlights, Toxin might have been perplexed for some time. Observing Toxin's expression, Roman chuckled softly. It is often said that the first host of a symbiote holds great significance, influencing its fundamental abilities. It appears that your first host was not particularly clever. Toxin screamed with a peculiar sound, seemingly incensed by Roman's momentary disdain. The liquid, web-like symbiotic organism behind him began to swell frantically, instantly enveloping Roman within it. The web seemed to flow with some sort of neurotoxin, which, upon contact with human flesh, would automatically seep in and paralyze. Unfortunately, this had no effect on Roman, who was clad in scales. Toxin seemed to realize this as well, turning around and delivering a powerful slap towards Roman. The immense force was effortlessly caught by Roman with a single hand. The two arms, unlike human limbs, collided with one another, generating an invisible shockwave that blew the surrounding dust and smoke 10 meters away. The ground beneath Roman and Toxin began to crack, and the cliffside road collapsed entirely. The sun has just completely set, and despite the illumination from the streetlights, the ground below remains shrouded in darkness. Across the collapsed road, Ramon and the Toxin gaze at each other from a distance. In the next moment, a wave of black-green toxic gas envelopes Ramon entirely. The Sleeper's figure flickers, reappearing behind Ramon, brandishing its dark claws, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Sleeper abruptly halts. Its crimson eyes widen in shock as Ramon thrusts at least 20 tendrils into its chest. While the Sleeper remains motionless, the remaining tendrils continue to penetrate further. The flowing muscles begin to convulse along the tendrils, and a series of low, guttural sounds emanate from the sleeper's throat. It appears to attempt speech but cannot articulate a word. Despite the sleeper having lost its combat effectiveness and continuing to diminish, Luo Mang furrows his brow. He can distinctly sense that the efficiency of the symbiotic serum in eliminating the sleeper's virus has significantly decreased. It seems that toxins like the sleeper, having propagated through multiple generations, grow stronger, harboring more viruses within, thereby diminishing the clearing efficiency. Luo Mang instinctively glances at the toxin across from him, only to observe that upon seeing Luo Mang's serum, it abruptly turns away, showing no intention to regard the sleeper any further. The concept of self-preservation in peril is taken to its utmost extreme. Witnessing the toxin's cunning behavior, a flash of murderous intent crosses Luo Mang's eyes. It is essential to recognize that the toxin is also capable of continuous evolution. Its retreat suggests it could pose a future complication. However, Luo Mang remains composed, meticulously controlling the tendrils behind him as they writhe and consume. As the sleeper's body gradually diminishes, ultimately dissolving into a mound of black sludge, Luo Mang seizes it, opening his maw to reveal sharp teeth, and swallows the sleeper whole. It is as though he compensates for some genetic deficiency, with the serum and hybrid receiving waves of satisfaction. They lack self-awareness, yet possess basic instincts. After devouring a kindred spirit, an exhilarating sense of fullness reverberates within, with each cell rejoicing. The enhancement from consuming the sleeper surpasses that of devouring the extremes. Having completed this act, Luo Mang gently raises his hand, and a swirling blue portal materializes before him. Sensing the residual spatial energy from the toxin, he steps through, reappearing in a dark, foreboding forest. He has moved quite swiftly, having covered a distance of at least 30 kilometers from his previous location in just over 20 seconds. The forest appears devoid of any life, enveloped in eerie silence. Yet, Luo Mang knows that the toxin must be lurking somewhere within, observing him. Otherwise, the forest would not be so unnaturally quiet. Surveying his surroundings, Luo Mang lightly pressed his toes against the earth, propelling himself into the air. Elevated above the forest, he clenched his right hand, unleashing a wave of azure light that emanated from him, radiating outward. As he attuned himself to the fluctuations of the space around him, a figure suddenly emerged within his line of sight, crouched in the shadows beneath the trees. Sensing the disturbance caused by the blue wave, the figure instantly turned and fled with wild abandon. Luo Mang felt an overwhelming sense of mortal peril, a sensation that had never manifested, even in the presence of the distant deity from his memories of a far-off planet. His heart raced with a toxic urgency. Yet, the frantic flight abruptly halted, his feet screeching to a stop. The figure, known as Toxin, fixed its gaze upon the towering presence before it, emitting a low, indistinct growl, akin to a cornered beast. "Do not flee, come. Become a part of me." Luo Mang, stirred by the serum and his hybrid instincts, experienced a surge of exhilaration. Upon encountering Toxin, this excitement reached a crescendo. He pressed his right hand downward forcefully toward Toxin, conjuring an invisible wall that compelled it to kneel before the ground. However, Toxin remained defiant, eyes wide with determination, refusing to yield. Despite its legs trembling under the weight of spatial power, there were no signs of complete submission. Observing this, the two infinite gems on Luo Mang's chest ignited simultaneously. Energy coalesced within the psychic gem. With a resounding roar, the forest was pierced by a beam of psychic energy, cutting through nearly 2 kilometers of trees. In the darkness, clouds of dust billowed into the air, following a thunderous explosion and a veil of smoke. What materialized before Luo Mang was a grotesque mass, reduced to a mere half of its former body, with a 2-meter-wide arc of devastation trailing behind, fading into the unseen. Toxin's head had vanished entirely, yet its body continued to twitch instinctively. Witnessing the remnants of Toxin beginning to reform, each fragment of flesh pulsated with urgency. Luo Mang stepped forward, thrusting his arm forcefully into Toxin's flesh. The serum's purging energy surged violently, gradually eroding Toxin's form. Time became a blur for Luo Mang. But as the chill of the forest deepened, Toxin finally detached from its half-formed body. Upon hitting the ground, Toxin writhed like a gelatinous creature, attempting to flee, only to be ensnared by a massive scarlet claw. Luo Mang tilted his head back as Toxin trembled, still struggling even as it fell into his mouth. Yet, with each sticky chew from Luo Mang, the struggle waned, until Toxin was swallowed whole, devoid of any further reaction. Chapter 98. That Memory. The Forest. Luo Mang concealed himself within the shadows. The chill of the moonlight gradually faded into the forest. Luo Mang's visage was half shrouded in darkness, while the other half lay exposed under the silvery glow. Beneath the crimson veil, his expression appeared somewhat obscure, yet emanated an increasingly potent sense of aggression. As he ingested the toxin, its power was slowly digested by his corporeal form. In an instant, Luo Mang underwent a profound transformation. Each vibrant crimson scale upon his body writhed, as if animated by some unseen force, gradually lifting and curling. It seemed as though a creature was stirring beneath the surface. A series of crackling bone sounds echoed from his frame. In that moment, his body was forcibly elongated. It felt as though every bone had been shattered and reassembled. From afar, Luo Mang appeared to have gained an additional head in height, rendering him even more imposing. The difference between 28 meters and 3 meters seemed to shrink to a mere 20 centimeters. Yet from a visual perspective, he seemed to have acquired a taller, mightier physique. Despite making no movement, not even a glance, an overwhelming sense of pressure and ferocity emanated from him. Any ordinary person who beheld this figure would likely be rooted in place, their minds blank, incapable of coherent thought. Undoubtedly, after voraciously consuming the dreamer and the toxin, Luo Mang's sheer physical strength had ascended to a terrifying echelon. However, in that moment, he bore an expression of normalcy, his face appearing dazed, entirely unaware of the rapid transformations occurring within him. At that juncture, within his somewhat vacant gaze, a sphere of gray and black hues materialized. It was a realm devoid of light and civilization, stark and desolate. In the next instant, his field of vision suddenly magnified, like a man-made satellite. It descended directly to the surface of the planet. A peculiar roar resounded, unlike any creature known on Blue Star. A creature, entirely cloaked in darkness and resembling a lizard, lifted its head and howled at the sky. Following suit, other lizard-like beings raised their heads in a chorus of howls, seemingly celebrating the birth of something momentous. Amidst the cacophony, sounds of gnawing and consumption echoed. A crimson figure emerged at the center, its upper body concealed in shadow, rendering its face indistinguishable. The blood-red hue stood out starkly against the surrounding shades of black and gray. At that moment, this figure was shoving some viscous substance into its mouth. With each crunching sound, a chilling scream reverberated in response. The viscous entities being consumed appeared to possess life. Yet upon entering the maw of the crimson figure, they fell utterly silent, resigned to their fate as they were devoured. Suddenly, the figure's hand paused, freezing in place. The perspective of observation continually draws nearer, as if striving to unveil the true visage of that shadowy figure. Suddenly, the crimson silhouette sways violently. The viscous substance in its grasp is effortlessly crushed into fragments, transforming into countless liquid shards that scatter across the ground. A pair of eyes, brimming with unrestrained ferocity, abruptly come into view, seemingly spanning an unfathomable distance. Instantly detecting the onlooker, a finger, resembling an iron hook, extends pointedly towards Luo Mang. Seize him and bring him before me. With a deepened voice, the crimson figure bellows furiously. The roar reverberates across the entirety of the gray-black planet. At its command, countless pitch-black lizards take flight, their wings unfurling in a chaotic swarm, completely obscuring the observer's vantage point. A buzzing fills the air, accompanied by a sudden ringing in Luo Mang's ears. As darkness envelopes his vision, he finds himself once more in the forest. An unusual expression crosses Luo Mang's face, his mind replaying the earlier glimpse of the red figure. A thoughtful glimmer emerges in his eyes, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. With a tone of uncertainty, he muses to himself, "Massacre! Has he become a demigod?" Indeed, the red figure that had briefly occupied Luo Mang's sight is none other than the offspring of Venom, the Massacre. The gray-black planet that had just appeared is the symbiote star. Clinter, once home to millions of symbiotes, Clinter now teeters on the brink of annihilation, as nearly all symbiotes have been wholly consumed by Massacre. This is true slaughter. At this moment, Massacre has descended into madness. Consumption and carnage are his sole convictions, empowered by the myriad of symbiotes. The ominous aura emanating from Massacre surpasses all adversaries Luo Mang has ever encountered. Enormous crimson spines have sprouted from his head, shoulders, and jointed limbs. Behind him, terrifying tendrils reminiscent of Luo Mang's own writhe ominously. A slightly curled tail trails closely behind Massacre. This manifestation starkly contrasts with Luo Mang's prior impressions of what Massacre should embody. Luo Mang surmises that the earlier pointed finger was not aimed at him, but rather at a symbiote he had consumed. If that is the case, then it all makes sense. Lowering his gaze, Luo Mang reflects on the tranquility of his forest surroundings. Although some beasts lurk in the darkness, the stillness is conducive to contemplation. No wonder the toxin allied with the dreamers. No wonder they serve the Hydra, for a mightier king of symbiotes looms as a threat to their very existence. Massacre's ambition is to ascend to godhood, to forge himself into the new deity of symbiotes. Yet, as this thought crosses Luo Mang's mind, his brow furrows once more. But where is the original god of symbiotes, Gnarl? He could never permit Massacre such impudence. Gradually, the vibrant chirping of insects begins to resonate in his ears, and a spark of insight illuminates Luo Mang's mind. Perhaps I have been overly presumptuous. At this moment, Gnarl remains ensconced in his slumber, oblivious to the atrocities committed by the slaughter. As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Mang's heart fluttered lightly, compelling him to brace for the worst. If the objective of the slaughter is ascension to divinity, then its initial targets must surely be the toxin and the sleeper, or even the venom. Particularly, the toxin and the venom, as progeny and progenitor of the slaughter, are the very entities it dreams of annihilating. Yet now, both the toxin and the sleeper reside within Luo Mang. Furthermore, he possesses the serum capable of restraining all symbiotes. The slaughter would never permit Luo Mang's existence. In other words, should it consume Luo Mang, perhaps the slaughter would indeed become the new god of symbiotes. At that juncture, it is likely that the slaughter would turn its wrath upon the sealed Gnarl, eliminating any remaining obstacles. This primordial conflict is inescapable. No matter where one might hide in the cosmos, the slaughter would inevitably find them. Discovering Blue Star is merely a matter of time. Chapter 99. Thank you. Connor's the moonlight was hazy, shrouded by clouds, hinting at an impending rain. Luo Mang stepped forward in silence, reappearing upon the cliffside road. He gazed at the iron arm compressed into a cube. With a gentle lift of his hand, it levitated before him, emanating a cerulean glow. Subsequently, Luo Mang visited Tony's residence once more, entrusting the cube to Jarvis for safekeeping, leaving behind a word before returning directly to the blood-red mansion. Where's Max? Luo Mang furrowed his brow, noticing Max's absence within the entirety of the mansion. He had heard that they had been attacked and had stormed out in a huff. Likely already en route, with a nonchalant shrug, holding a cup of coffee, he remarked he was once a figure of terror who wreaked havoc upon the world. Yet now he carries himself with the grace of a noble scion. Have him return to meet me, Luo Mang declared, turning away and making his way toward Connor's laboratory. Behind him, the Swift One cast a deep glance at Luo Mang's retreating figure, a vial of blue liquid suddenly appearing in his hand, hesitation flickering in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he returned it to his pocket, pursing his lips as he consumed the remainder of his coffee. In truth, he too wished to assist Luo Mang at the earliest opportunity. With a whoosh, the laboratory door swung open. The first sight to greet him was a vast expanse of crimson. At this moment, the blood had begun to darken, indicating it was on the verge of losing its vitality. Luo Mang returned the Punisher directly to Connor's laboratory. Although Connors might still be resting within the confines of the laboratory, he would undoubtedly detect its arrival at the first instant. For Connors, the laboratory serves as his second home. As long as he remains there, he seems to possess boundless energy. The dedicated laboratory within the Blood-Red Mansion is quite expansive. Connors connected the 2 floors of the building, transforming them into specialized laboratories. As he passed by the hyperspeed treadmill, Luo Mang arrived at the exterior of the next translucent isolation chamber and addressed Connors. How is he? Fortunately, your timely return has ensured his well-being. Otherwise, with such a volume of blood loss, even an elephant would succumb. Seeing Luo Mang return unscathed, Connors felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his attention to the Punisher inside the isolation chamber, objectively explaining the situation. Luo Mang glanced into the isolation room, astonished. A regenerative potion, which is virtually unattainable for an ordinary person at $3 million a bottle, would be consumed with utmost caution if procured, leaving even the container meticulously cleaned. Yet here, Connors utilized the regenerative fluid to bathe the Punisher. The treatment chamber was brimming with the verdant regenerative liquid. Although the Punisher remained in a comatose state, his limbs and body were already beginning to heal. Outside the isolation chamber, a large box filled with empty vials lay, remnants of the potion still clinging to their insides. If discarded carelessly, someone might recover them, mix them, and create a new bottle of regenerative potion. What exactly did you encounter? Frank merely instructed Max to assist you before losing consciousness. Connors adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Typically, only those with abilities could inflict harm upon the Punisher. A practitioner of modest abilities might not even perceive Frank's shadow before being assassinated by him. Within the Scarlet Secret Society, the Punisher was one of the two individuals Connors held in deep admiration, remarkably, the only non-ability user in the organization. Yet, he often charged into battle, employing every method at his disposal, provided he was diligently serving the Scarlet Secret Society. Connor's utmost admiration, however, was reserved for Luo Mang. Upon hearing Connor's inquiry, Luo Mang's eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity. A minor inconvenience. They're insignificant. The true challenge lies in what lurks behind them. If it were a divine massacre, even Null could be slain. Fortunately, the current slaughter is hindered, caught at the demigod threshold. Ro, we have always been here. Connors nodded seriously at Luo Mang, their gazes locking through the lenses of his glasses. Connors could never forget that fateful morning. It was on that day that the gears of destiny began to turn, leading him to encounter Luo Mang. Without Luo Mang, Connors shuddered to think of his present circumstances. A dismissed researcher, cast aside by the company? In this wretched society, survival is the most insurmountable challenge. In the face of self-interest, he was merely a helpless being devoid of agency. No one would choose to assist him, for there would be no benefit in doing so. Rest assured, I have no intention of evading this matter. Do you still remember our principle? An eye for an eye, blood for blood. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Mang's eyes. His desire for retribution extended not only to the symbiotes, but also to Hydra. Now that S-H-I-E-L-D is unwilling to take action, they have emerged like foolish jesters. Eliminating Bucky, the sleeper, and the toxin is merely the initial step. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Connors cast a glance at the Punisher, who lay quietly in the repair chamber, and spoke in a low tone. Upon witnessing the Punisher's severed limbs and hollowed eyes, his conviction in the Crimson Secret Society's principles deepened. The world is vast, fraught with myriad threats. They must band together for warmth. However, when true crises arise, Connors would never hesitate to employ any means necessary. A defenseless researcher or a colossal lizard crowned with serpents. This choice lies not with Connors, but with the actions of others. Glancing back at the Punisher, Luo Mang suddenly inquired, "What of the woman who accompanied Frank?" Despite the convoluted journey, he had not forgotten their original plan. Indeed, Tony's former lover, Maya Hansen, is the leading researcher of the extremist virus. During her courtship with Tony, she had already applied the extremist virus to the research of plant restoration and rebirth. However, after years of study, it ultimately fell into Killian's hands, leading to the creation of the extremist virus. She has been in the top floor office. I am unaware of her identity, hence I did not allow her to roam freely, Connors explained pragmatically. Within the Blood Tower, without an identity key, one cannot venture far. This is a testament to Luo Mang's insistence on a high-security, cost-no-object construction philosophy for the Blood Tower. In all of New York, aside from Tony's clean energy building, the Blood Tower stands as the most expensive structure. Understood, Luo Mang replied, turning to leave. Yet, as the blue portal materialized beneath him, he paused. Suddenly, he turned back to Connors, his gaze softening. Thank you for your hard work, Connors. Connors, who had been managing the sales of regenerative potions alongside his laboratory duties, had served faithfully, akin to a devoted steward. After being forcefully instructed by Luo Mang to rest for 10 hours, he was yet again compelled to rise and resume his work. At Luo Mang's words, Connor's eyes glistened with unshed tears. All along, he had quietly labored for Luo Mang, not for any grand recognition, but simply to be of assistance, even in the smallest measure. I will always stand behind you. Connors slightly lowered his head, unwilling to reveal his emotional turmoil to Luo Mang. However, when he raised his gaze once more, Luo Mang had vanished from sight. In terms of defensive capabilities, the design of Luo Mang scale armor can be understood as a byproduct of Lizard Serum, with subsequent enhancements primarily affecting the Crimson entity itself. Thus, while it is sometimes possible to penetrate the armor, the defense remains intact. Furthermore, certain adjustments were made in the preceding chapters, and indeed, you are not mistaken. Lastly, regarding the enhancement of the Punisher, rest assured, it has long been arranged. This incident of being obliterated by the symbiote serves as a pivotal opportunity for Frank to embrace mutation. Chapter 100. Pay later, a sudden exclamation resonated within the top floor office. Maya gazed, somewhat astonished, at the man who had unexpectedly appeared before her. Instinctively placing the celestial globe she had been fiddling with aside, Maya displayed signs of unease. Doctor. Maya, we have met before, Luo Mang remarked, seemingly unfazed by her fidgeting, as he approached the sofa with a friendly smile, gesturing for her to take a seat. Maya, feeling awkward, settled onto the sofa, her hands rubbing nervously against her knees. Occasionally, she would glance up, cautiously observing Luo Mang. During their encounter on the cliffside road, a stranger had abruptly punctured her tire. Just as fear gripped her, that man was suddenly dismembered by two monstrous creatures, their blood spilling everywhere. Maya had assumed she would meet a similar fate at the hands of these beasts. Yet in that moment of terror, Luo Mang had appeared once more. Though she had intended to cry out for help, Luo Mang transformed into a creature more terrifying than the two monsters. It was then that Maya recognized him. He was the Crimson, the savior of New York, as seen on television. As she watched the clash between Crimson and the two monsters, Maya contemplated escape. However, in the blink of an eye, she found herself inexplicably transported to the blood-red tower. Thus, Maya remained in a state of unease until Luo Mang returned. Thank you for saving my life. Maya expressed her gratitude cautiously, eliciting a smile from Luo Mang. Ah, this woman even knows idioms. Does she intend to curry favor with me, because I am of Chinese descent? Dr. Maya, please do not be so formal. I am Luo Mang, but you may call me Ro, he said, his tone relaxed. Maya heard him clearly, but hesitated to utter his name. The sight of Luo Mang transformed into Crimson had left an indelible impression, a visual impact that could only be comprehended through direct experience. As she recalled the image of Crimson while observing the gentle demeanor of Luo Mang before her, Maya found it difficult to discern which representation of Luo Mang was truly authentic. Noticing her confusion, Luo Mang understood that she was someone who responded better to firmness than gentleness. Perhaps a more assertive approach would put Maya at ease. Lifting his gaze to meet hers, Luo Mang calmly sipped his tea before speaking again. Do you know Killian? Alderic Killian. After a moment's reflection, he added his full name. Yes. He is my research partner, Maya replied softly, nodding, still puzzled as to why Luo Mang had mentioned Killian. Today he sought me out, sitting upon the very sofa you now occupy. Luo Mang set down his teacup, a smile dancing upon his lips as he gazed at Maya. And then, in that moment, Maya seemed to momentarily forget her trepidation. Her fingers instinctively clenched the flesh of her knees, her eyes fixed intently upon Luo Mang. She was aware of Killian's intentions to some extent. Her outing today was merely to caution Tony to exercise vigilance. Then Luo Mang rose and, together with Maya, turned his gaze towards the terrace outside the office, continuing to speak. Subsequently, I pinned him to the terrace with my right hand. He attempted to struggle. It was futile. At that moment, the blood and remains of Killian had been meticulously cleared away by Max. Although no trace of blood was visible, Maya could not escape the chilling draft that seeped in her neck. Instantly, goosebumps cascaded along her neck, traveling down to her calves, only to return once more to her nape, ultimately spreading to the crown of her head. In disbelief, Maya turned to Luo Mang, feeling increasingly restless. It seemed as though every pore in her body was being pricked by tiny needles. When Luo Mang glanced back, he met Maya's expression of fear, confusion, and incredulity. Do not look at me that way, he said, his voice low as he leaned closer to her ear. Do you not wish for his demise? Do you not desire to kill him? At his words, Maya instinctively recoiled, then locked eyes with Luo Mang, her expression shifting in an instant. The panic in her gaze was replaced by astonishment and guilt, as if her eyes were silently asking Romo, "How could you know?" For Maya, the apocalypse virus was not a concern when injected into a human, despite Killian's deviation from their original plan. However, what she could not endure was the way Killian looked at her. His gaze was slick and fleeting, as if she were of no significance, merely a disposable pawn. Maya had begun to sense that, after Tony, Killian's next target would likely be her. The longer she collaborated with Killian, the more she understood him. He would never allow anyone but himself and his subordinates to possess the apocalypse virus. Maya was oblivious to the details of Killian's conversation with Ramon, nor did she know the terms of Killian's dealings. Yet, in this moment of realization that Killian had been slain by Ramon, a flicker of relief and gratitude passed through her eyes. Just as Ramon had stated, she wished for Killian's death. She desired this man, with whom she had conducted research for over a decade, to perish. The human heart invariably harbors a shadowy side, and Maya was no more virtuous than anyone else. Her cautioning of Tony regarding Killian was not solely driven by past affections. It was also a means to employ Tony in resolving the Killian issue. Once Killian was dead, Maya would be the sole inheritor of the apocalypse virus. One might even perfect the cataclysm virus through Stark Industries, transforming it into a curative agent that surpasses regenerative serums. Tony's hardened exterior belies his soft heart, a truth Maya is acutely aware of, having once been his confidant. "What do you desire?" she inquired, feeling a surge of apprehension as she faced a man known for his mercilessness against criminals. In her final moments, she would choose to shatter rather than submit. Yet, as hope still flickered, Maya yearned for a chance to struggle once more. Engaging in discourse with a clever individual is always effortless. Ramon turned, gently clapping his hands, his gaze toward Maya brimming with admiration. However, in the next breath, he pivoted, emphasizing, "It is not a matter of what I desire, Miss Maya, but rather what you wish for." "Me?" A fleeting look of confusion crossed Maya's eyes as she failed to grasp the veiled implications in Luo Mang's words. The cataclysm virus is indeed a remarkable asset. It could potentially alter the entire landscape of the United States. Yet, an ancient Eastern proverb states, "A commoner is innocent, but possessing jewels is a crime." If this technology were in Stark's hands, perhaps there would be no issue. But in yours, can you safeguard it? Luo Mang's probing led Maya to introspect. Could she truly protect the cataclysm virus? She could scarcely withstand Killian. While Maya was lost in thought, Ramon extended his hand toward her. "Maya, join us. Become part of the Crimson Tower, and you will be the safest person in this world." Observing Maya hesitantly reach out to clasp his hand, Ramon wore a faint smile. Before articulating his demands, he let the object of his interest voice her own needs. This maneuver placed Ramon in a position of advantage, allowing him to introduce his requests later, thus causing the target to hesitate about abandoning her current circumstances. Eventually, everything would fall into place seamlessly, without a hint of error. This strategy, in Luo Mang's first incarnation, was known as use first, pay later. Chapter 101. I have mentioned that some matters have transformed. At the SHIELD temporary base, are we to remain idle? Natasha queried, her gaze fixed on Nick Fury, who stood with his back to her. His power had evidently surpassed that of the Avengers. I couldn't even inflict harm upon him. As an agent, Natasha seldom lost her composure. Nick Fury, with his singular eye, stared out the window, his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an elderly man, seemingly absorbed in thoughts unknown. I have never claimed that I would allow him to wreak havoc on the stability of Blue Planet, Nick Fury replied in a low voice, not turning to face her. At that moment, it seemed he had forgotten that his own endeavors in researching energy weapons and portals had indirectly precipitated the Battle of New York. Then why wait? What are your thoughts? Natasha inquired, suddenly realizing, her brow furrowing as she posed the question. Just the two of us, venturing to a specific destination. At that moment, Nick Fury finally turned around, expressionless as he led Natasha out of the office. The two departed swiftly in a vehicle, leaving the temporary base behind. During the battle in New York, the SHIELD spacecraft had been damaged and repairs were still incomplete. The loss of the Tesseract had rendered energy supply a significant issue. They halted at a secluded, deserted coastline. The night sky was enveloped by thick clouds, obscuring whatever lay beyond. What were we here for? Natasha inquired, glancing around with curiosity. A person, one powerful enough to potentially defeat Ronan, Nick Fury replied, his single eye filled with seriousness and melancholy. He instinctively touched his eye, as if recalling a long-buried memory. Not long after his words faded, a golden light appeared on the horizon. Approaching swiftly, it seemed poised to saturate the entire sky in a golden hue. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in golden light materialized above, descending gracefully before Nick Fury. Nick Fury, we meet again, Carol said, tilting her chin towards the one-eyed man, her golden aura making her appear resplendent. When will you reign in your powers? Nick Fury dramatically raised his hand to shield his eye from the dazzling light, feigning blindness. His lone eye blinked rapidly. With a sigh, Carol relaxed her stance, and the golden glow around her vanished in an instant. Natasha watched Carol with intrigue. Having joined us, HIELD, later than others, she had never heard of such a figure within the organization. Carol's earlier display suggested she was far from ordinary. Sensing Natasha's curiosity, Nick Fury took the initiative to introduce her. This is Carol Danvers, though you may know her by another name, Captain Marvel. What brings you here? Carol clearly preferred to bypass pleasantries with Nick Fury, directly inquiring. She had numerous matters to attend to in the cosmos. Her visit to Earth was solely due to her bond with Nick Fury and the emergence of malevolence on this planet. Eradicating evil and injustice throughout the universe was her mission. Upon hearing Carol's question, Nick Fury composed himself, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Carol, the current state of Earth and SHIELD requires your assistance. However, before he could finish, Carol raised her hand, signaling him to silence. Her gaze shifted suddenly toward the distant horizon, as if sensing something. I understand why you needed me here. Ronan stood on the terrace, savoring the freshness of the morning air. Since acquiring the Infinity Stones, he had seldom required sleep or rest. It seemed the Infinity Stones provided him with ample energy, liberating him from fatigue. Suddenly, Luo Mang furrowed his brows, abruptly turning his gaze towards the distance. A whispering voice floated into his ear, beckoning him, "Come find me." This voice circled and echoed in his mind, as if it emanated from a spiritual realm. Gently raising his hand, the soul gem activated, causing the voice to vanish in an instant. Gui. Despite their single prior encounter, Luo Mang swiftly discerned the source of the voice. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, vanishing from the blood-red terrace of the building. In terms of power, Gui, as the guardian of the blue planet for centuries, indeed deserved the epithet of formidable. However, now, with 2 gems in his possession, Luo Mang felt no fear whatsoever. Following the trail left by the voice, he soon arrived at the 4th floor of a hospital. It seemed deliberate that he should see it. A translucent gray substance appeared before him. A closer inspection would reveal that this ethereal form bore an uncanny resemblance to the sorceress Gui. Gui turned to face Luo Mang, and before he could speak, she suddenly interjected, "I mentioned that some things have changed." Gui regarded him intently, lingering for a few moments over his chest. "I have endeavored to restore history, yet it continues to unfold in a direction beyond my control." "Have you perished?" Luo Mang inquired, observing Gui's translucent figure, while inwardly contemplating that the bald-headed sorcerer had finally retired. In this moment, Gui existed in a state known as astral projection. This ability allowed her spirit and body to be utterly separated. In such a state, she required neither breath, sustenance, nor sleep. Unconstrained by the laws of physics, she retained all her consciousness and thought. In simpler terms, death held no distinction for Gui. Death was merely a judgment reserved for the ordinary. Clearly, she now acted merely as a player, gracefully exiting the game. Luo Mang harbored 2 hypotheses regarding Gui's demise. First, she had lived for an extensive period, jesting about her immortality, thus growing weary. Second, she had returned to the realm of the eternal in a spiritual form, with the entirety of the universe as her future map. This was somewhat akin to achieving enlightenment, ascending to a celestial status. Otherwise, with Gui's capabilities, gleaned from the eye of Agamotto bestowed by the Eternal, she could foresee both the past and future. It seemed implausible that she could simply fade away as she had now. "Are you pleased?" Gui scrutinized Luo Mang, frowning. "No, not at all. I am overwhelmed with sorrow, struggling to maintain my composure. I am merely smiling in despair." Luo Mang stifled his excitement. With the bald-headed sorcerers passing, many matters would become significantly easier to address. Luo Mang, Gu, he suddenly called out, prompting him to gradually suppress his smile. I can glimpse 2,301,000 potential futures, yet I remain unable to fathom the essence of your being. Despite having perceived countless possibilities, I remain perplexed by your current intentions. Each seemingly trivial choice may significantly influence both your destiny and that of the Blue Planet. I trust you comprehend this. Chapter 102, Captain Marvel. Ancient One sighed and continued, throughout my life, I have thwarted numerous dreadful events, yet malevolence continues to inexorably follow. It appears that everyone inevitably arrives at this juncture, where their timeline comes to a complete standstill. The Ancient One regarded Luo Mang earnestly, articulating each word with care. I apologize. Regarding that matter, I fear I deceived you. Those 2,301,000 are not futures, but mere possibilities. They do not embody your current self, nor may you ever become them. Luo Mang, you exhibit a maturity far surpassing that of my unworthy successor. If it were possible, I would gladly bestow upon you the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. I believe you possess the capability. Luo Mang was taken aback, not anticipating the Ancient One's perspective on him. During their initial encounter, she had taken decisive action against him, leading him to believe she intended to treat him as a formidable adversary. Yet it was evident that this was merely a pretext. The underlying implication likely suggested a consideration of him, albeit without a genuine intention to proceed. Furthermore, Luo Mang was astonished by the mention of the successor, realizing that the Ancient One had already designated one in anticipation of her premature demise. He pondered whether that successor might one day be the peculiar Dr. Stephen Strange. However, after some reflection, Luo Mang recognized his own overthinking. The Ancient One possessed the eye of Agamotto. Some matters had likely been arranged long before. Before Luo Mang could articulate his thoughts, the Ancient One looked deeply into his eyes and continued, I have entrusted it to Strange. Though he had braced himself for this revelation, Luo Mang felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing her words. The Infinity Stones exert a limiting effect when wielded by others who also possess them. The Ancient One had initially applied the Time Stone to alternate vessels, which allowed Luo Mang to retain his memories while others could not recall anything. It was as if the Luo Mang of that moment had already become the Luo Mang of several minutes hence, rather than a version of himself from that time. The Time Stone altered their relationship with the world, rather than transforming Luo Mang himself. The predicament lay with the eye of Agamotto. If Dr. Strange were to foresee such an event and discreetly conceal it, it might indeed remain elusive. Those who wield magic pose a considerable complication. Contemplating this, Luo Mang's expression grew somber. Yet the Ancient One appeared undeterred, continuing her discourse. In truth, I do not harbor disdain for your actions. This world is destined to bear its share of regrets. Some individuals must undertake unconventional endeavors. My immortality and part of my power are drawn from the dark dimension. I have witnessed your past. You possess the remarkable ability to adapt, rising against adversity with resilience. Your journey thus far has been marked by astonishing growth. Yet Ancient One turned to gaze directly into Luo Mang's eyes. You must comprehend what defines your essence and what can truly forge your identity. You ought not to be merely a lost soul. You are capable of so much more. As Ancient One's words resonated, her eyes were drawn to the pure white lightning that suddenly pierced the horizon. Captivated by the scene before her, she ultimately understood the necessity of departure. Under Luo Mang's watchful gaze, Ancient One's form grew increasingly translucent until she vanished from sight. Simultaneously, as she underwent resuscitation, she completely lost her heartbeat. Luo Mang found himself in an empty space, as if the preceding events had never transpired. He bowed his head in contemplation, realizing that Ancient One had held such high expectations for him. Since arriving here, it was the first time someone had imparted such heartfelt guidance to Luo Mang. Shouldn't he engage in some serious self-reflection? Luo Mang pursed his lips, unable to maintain a fade of unfeeling detachment. He sighed, preparing to leave. But in an instant, a golden figure struck him forcefully into the wall. Captain Marvel descended slowly, observing the damage within the wall. Yet, from within the wall came Luo Mang's sinister soliloquy. Change. What change? With a crimson visage, Luo Mang emerged from the debris of the collapse. The fleeting thought sparked by emotion was swiftly obliterated by Captain Marvel's fist. Nevertheless, Luo Mang felt a sense of gratitude towards this woman. Had it not been for her, his resolve might have wavered due to Ancient One's words. Qui n'est bouge exploitation. And good horses are ridden by others. I typically refrain from provoking others. Why do you persistently seek me out? Luo Mang raised his gaze to the radiant Captain Marvel, a grin stretching across his face. Carol, do you consider yourself a hero or a villain? Carol was momentarily startled, unsure how Luo Mang knew her name. But in an instant, the crimson figure loomed larger. Luo Mang's fearsome visage appeared before Carol. Alarmed, she raised her arms in defense, but the force of his punch sent her soaring into the sky. Having consumed toxins and the sleeper, Luo Mang's power had significantly increased once again. Yet, that single blow failed to inflict substantial harm upon Captain Marvel. Carol quickly regained her composure, watching as Luo Mang ascended into the heavens. Instantly, the golden light surrounding her flickered as she redirected her trajectory to follow him. The two ascended above the clouds. While Carol's base speed far surpassed Luo Mang's, she could not outpace the teleportation capabilities of the Space Stone. Luo Mang stood suspended in the sky, and only a moment later did Carol appear not far from him. Overlooking the city below, which shrank to mere inches beneath them, Luo Mang addressed Carol from a distance. Do you know, I have always held a profound affection for this planet, both in the past and in the present. A wistful glimmer appeared in Luo Mang's eyes. Such fondness is unlike yours, Carol replied with a glint of caution in her gaze, leaving no room for doubt. Before coming here, Nick Fury had thoroughly informed her of Luo Mang's background. Based on Carol's experience, he was arguably the most formidable adversary she had ever encountered. Perhaps my affection diverges from that of the ordinary. Luo Mang chuckled softly, suddenly turning his gaze towards Carol. You are perceived as a paragon of virtue, a hero whose very being radiates brilliance. You may not realize that the underworld of New York, and indeed the entirety of America, cannot be completely eradicated. Like weeds, even if a batch is cut down today, another may sprout again by tomorrow. Thus, instead of devising plans to annihilate all criminal organizations, it would be wiser to contemplate how to tame them. What precisely are you insinuating? Carol furrowed her brow. I mean that as long as human hearts persist, malevolence cannot vanish entirely. However, it can be governed. Luo Mang gazed intently at Carol and suddenly exclaimed. Then, under Carol's scrutinizing gaze, he raised one hand, palm facing upwards. When evil is contained, it becomes considerably more compliant. It will heed your command to the east, and when you direct it to the west, it will follow suit. Why? Because you need only to turn your hand to easily suppress it. Luo Mang abruptly flipped his hand and pressed downwards. Even evil fears death, for it is terrified of losing all that it covets after demise. Thus, in this manner, wouldn't the universe become secure? Chapter 103, Nick Fury. Are you prepared for my retribution? Do you intend to manipulate me, like the Black Spider and others? Carol's luminescence did not wane. Instead, it became even more blinding. She scrutinized Luo Mang's towering figure, questioning him. Hearing Carol's words, Luo Mang shook his head. It seems we are ultimately not on the same path. The differences in our ideologies and thoughts are irreconcilable. Carol is a warrior fighting for justice, yet she remains merely a soldier and cannot ascend to the role of a general. She may traverse the vast cosmos to combat evil and uphold righteousness, but her actions are merely reactive, addressing problems as they arise. This is protection. In contrast, Luo Mang aspires to rectify the root of the issues, striving to resolve everything fundamentally. This divergence in thought creates an insurmountable chasm, destined to position them as adversaries. Let us refrain from further unpleasant discussions. However, I wish to pose one final question. The tendrils behind Luo Mang began to sway, and the sinewy muscles coursing through him quivered slightly. Are you prepared for my retribution, Nick Fury? The corners of Luo Mang's mouth curled into a slight grin, the metallic scent of blood carried by the breeze to Carol's nostrils. Carol furrowed her brow, about to speak, when in the next instant, a crimson figure began to magnify infinitely before her eyes. Instinctively, Carol's pupils constricted, and a radiant golden light surged forth. Leveraging her exceptional combat instincts and basic physical capabilities, she deftly blocked Luo Mang's assault with one hand and immediately retaliated with a punch. Her fist, infused with golden radiance, began to land blows upon Luo Mang's fearsome visage. Each strike stripped away scales, revealing the resilient flesh beneath. Yet, within mere breaths, the damaged scales swiftly regenerated. Luo Mang resembled an indomitable beast, launching simultaneous attacks with his fists and countless tendrils from behind. The tendrils relentlessly lunged toward Carol's eyes, disintegrating upon contact with her photon energy. However, after a brief, self-healing interval, they resumed their onslaught. Gazing at the golden glowing Carol, Luo Mang abruptly retracted his fist, crimson liquid cascading from his arm to coalesce at his knuckles. With a single, forceful strike, he sent the diminutive Carol hurtling through the air. "Return," Luo Mang bellowed, his left hand squeezing tightly. In a flash of blue light, a translucent blue energy ensnared Carol. Yet, as Luo Mang pulled back his left hand, Carol astonishingly resisted the spatial pull that sought to draw her back. After struggling momentarily, she yanked with both arms, breaking free from the spatial force. Her eyes shimmered momentarily with golden brilliance, her body transforming into a pointed missile as she dove towards Luo Mang. In an instant, her acceleration rendered her a streak of golden light. Luo Mang strained to capture the fleeting image with his vision, as if witnessing an action unfolding at breakneck speed. He swung his fist, enveloped in formidable spatial energy. However, the anticipated scene of Carol being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, the golden light collided directly with Luo Mang's fist. In an instant, his knuckles began to fracture, like parched earth crumbling from his hand toward his body. At that moment, the two figures intersected. With a gasp, Luo Mang looked down to see his body, struck in two segments by the golden light. A gap of at least 40 centimeters lay between the severed halves, vanishing in the chaos of their clash. But as gravity took hold, his upper body plummeted downward. Blood vessels, as if endowed with consciousness, began to connect, swiftly mending the 40-centimeter void. Luo Mang glanced at his rapidly regenerating right hand, then at Carol. "No wonder Nick Fury sent you," he sighed in admiration. The power derived from the cosmic cube had nearly melded perfectly with Carol, who possessed a near-antibody status to the limitless energy of the cosmic cube. Originating from the cosmic cube, capable of adapting to its powers and absorbing its energies, Carol has become increasingly formidable with each confrontation. Suddenly, amidst the clouds, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air as an aircraft materialized, whizzing past Roman. Even Carol paused her actions, a hint of anxiety crossing her features as she regarded Roman, seemingly worried that he might take the passengers of the plane hostage. However, with a casual flick of his right hand, Roman propelled the aircraft several kilometers forward in an instant. Carol, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at him, clearly not anticipating such a maneuver. "Come," Roman commanded, stepping into the void and appearing amidst the unfathomable depths of the dark universe. Below him shone the earth, illuminated by the sun, its vibrant blue contrasting sharply with the boundless cosmos surrounding it. Thanks to his hybrid abilities of flight and the Dreamwalker-esque prowess in space travel, Roman traversed the universe with relative ease, sparing himself considerable effort. In swift pursuit, a golden light approached as Carol, moving with remarkable speed, joined him in the cosmos. With newfound confidence from her earlier success in piercing Roman's form, she charged towards him, her right hand casting forth a golden beam aimed directly at him. Yet, as the light made contact with Roman, it was absorbed entirely, akin to salt dissolving in water. A flicker of surprise crossed Carol's eyes, but undeterred, she continued her advance. In an instant, a fierce determination ignited within Roman, and a mental beam coalesced at his chest. As Carol neared, he released it with a sudden burst. In the vastness of space, both could unleash their full potential. The mental beam enveloped Carol, and as it collided with her surrounding photon energies, an explosion of brilliance erupted. Carol squinted, gritting her teeth, raising a hand in an attempt to shield herself from the onslaught of the Mind Stone's rays. The mental beams surged past her, creating ripples that radiated outward from her figure. However, as time wore on, Carol, initially resolute, began to retreat incrementally under the relentless assault of the beams. The continuous erosion of her strength became increasingly burdensome. In the next moment, as if losing her footing, she was violently thrust backward by the force of the light, spiraling several times before finally stabilizing in a patch of darkness. Her photon energies flickered uncertainly, a sign of her instability. With a furrowed brow, Carol recognized the familiar golden light once more. Yet this time, she refrained from attacking Roman hastily. For the first time, she experienced the palpable tension of an evenly matched confrontation. Chapter 104. It is not about whether you can kill me, but whether I wish to kill you. Typically, when Carol undertakes missions across the cosmos, her physical prowess is sufficient to vanquish the vast majority of her adversaries. However, in the presence of Ronan, particularly at that moment when the photon energy began to flicker, Carol found herself engulfed by an unsettling sense of powerlessness. Confronting Ronan felt less like facing an opponent endowed with abilities and more akin to confronting an indomitable, elusive, and immensely formidable creature, a veritable nuisance. What vexed Carol the most were the two gemstones embedded in Ronan's chest, intermittently radiating a dazzling light. Although modest in size, resembling mere ornamental trinkets, the energy they unleashed compelled even Carol to exercise caution. Were it not for the immense power she derived from the Tesseract, which had fully merged with her being, she would have likely faced a dismal defeat at that very moment. Yet, the source of her strength, the space gem, did not imply superiority over it. Even a fleeting moment of confinement would instill considerable trepidation in Carol. As she gazed at Ronan, Carol opened her mouth as if to speak, but momentarily forgot they were in the vacuum of space. Observing this, Ronan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a colossal blue cube enveloped both of them. Through the power of the space gem, Ronan had temporarily conjured a realm conducive to verbal communication. Carol steadied herself and directed her gaze towards Ronan. Dissolve the blood building and accompany me back to Nick Fury. He will devise a suitable arrangement for you. Her intent was straightforward. Since a decisive victory was unattainable at this juncture, it was prudent to seek a resolution. Yet, this concession was an implicit acknowledgment of defeat on Carol's part. However, Ronan merely chuckled derisively at the suggestion, clearly unimpressed by Carol's naive optimism. Dissolving the blood building? Setting aside Ronan's willingness to comply, the moment such a proposal was uttered, those in positions of power within the United States would swiftly intervene. The allure of the regeneration serum was far too enticing for them to ignore. This essentially signified that those endowed with wealth and influence could extend their lives indefinitely. Should illness arise, even intractable ailments like cancer, they could undergo surgeries without hesitation, utilizing regenerative methods. Internal organs failing? They could be extracted and replaced with additional vials of the serum. If a particular organ ceased to function, it could be eradicated and replaced through regeneration, restoring it to optimal condition. To the common populace, such items might appear to have a singular, straightforward application. Yet for the select few who wield access to resources, the potential uses are manifold. Even a staggering sum of $3 million, deemed unattainable by the average person, merely represents a series of numerical values to them. At each auction, it is invariably this elite group who procure the majority of regeneration serums. Furthermore, shall we let Nick Fury arrange our destination? I'm afraid that once one falls into Nick Fury's hands, restricted by certain special methods, there shall be no hope of seeing the light of day again. If it were possible, I suspect Nick Fury might even wish to construct a prison that spans the entire continent, imprisoning all those with abilities for a lifetime. Contemplating this, a chill spread across Roman's countenance. Carol, you spend your days rescuing people across the universe. Have you lost your senses? Would you consider leaving Nick Fury's alliance and departing from Alpha's ranks to join me in my Crimson Edifice? I would certainly provide you with a suitable refuge. Roman squinted at Carol, harboring no fondness for her. I shall not permit you to act recklessly. Even if I cannot end your life, I will remain a persistent thorn in your side. Seeing the conversation turn sour, Carol resorted to threats. These are my words for you. Since you have chosen a path among the stars, refrain from meddling in Earth's affairs. And have you misunderstood something? It is no longer a question of whether you can kill me, but rather if I desire to end your existence. Roman's words caused Carol's expression to shift dramatically. As his voice faded, the surrounding blue cubes began to swiftly close in on her, multiplying in layers, manifesting beyond the first blue cube. Carol soared upward, a trail of golden light following her like a meteor, charging towards the blue cube, directly at Roman. Upon her hand's contact with the blue cube, it transformed as if it were liquid, conforming to her palm and stretching to great lengths. A clang echoed, a sound of space fracturing. Strangely, it was audible even in the vacuum. Carol exerted all her strength to break through the power of the gem, thrusting her hand toward Roman's chest, seizing the space gem and pulling frantically outward. Yet, the two infinity stones embedded in Roman's chest resisted as if caught in a great maw, tightly ensnared. With Carol's pulling motion, they began to draw inward, along with Carol's hand. Roman's chest resembled a quagmire, drawing Carol's hand and the infinity stones further inside him. Gritting her teeth, Carol's movements grew more frantic. Photon energy coursed through her arms, attempting to penetrate, but the instantaneous backlash from the infinity stones propelled her back. As the 7th-generation Captain Marvel, her unique ability allowed her to absorb cosmic energy for her own use. Had it been anyone else, they might have been subdued by her strength. However, Roman, wielding 2 infinity stones, possessed energy far superior to that of Carol. Although Luo Mang is presently unable to unleash the true power of the infinity stones, it suffices against Carol. Observing Carol's anxious demeanor, the space stone embedded in Luo Mang's chest began to glow ever more brightly. In an instant, his upper body was infused with an overwhelming surge of energy, causing it to expand several-fold. Luo Mang now resembled an inflated balloon, his form significantly larger than before. His scaled armor began to fracture, revealing the sinewy muscles underneath, which were now cracking as blood oozed forth, quickly enveloped by a radiant blue light. This azure luminescence stood out vividly against the pitch-black cosmos. Suddenly, a torrent of potent energy surged through Luo Mang's body, bringing with it an intense sensation of tearing pain. A glint of madness sparkled in his eyes, followed by a brilliant yellow glow. As this vivid yellow emerged, the blue light began to wane, replaced by an overwhelming golden radiance. Carol's pupils constricted in response to this spectacle. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and activated her photon energy in an attempt to flee. Faced with the threat of death, she seemed to have forgotten the noble cause she had once adhered to. Between justice and survival, Carol chose the latter. Chapter 105. How is this possible? Was Carol killed? Run. Flee, I command you. Luo Mang's mind, overwhelmed by such immense energy, fell into a momentary blankness. He roared at Carol's retreating figure. But before his words could leave his lips, the brilliant yellow light erupted from the small mind stone with astonishing force. The mental beam, initially as thin as a thread, expanded exponentially. Once it escaped Luo Mang's physical confines, its width grew to match his own height, illuminating a corner of the solar system with its brilliance. With an unstoppable momentum, the beam struck Carol with pinpoint accuracy, devouring her entire being like a ravenous beast. Upon the collision of the mental beam and Carol's form, there was no explosive blast, but rather a resonant hum that rippled through the desolate universe. It felt as if a powerful wave was radiating outward from Carol's center, spreading silently across the void. This scene was as mesmerizing as an 18-year-old's fireworks display. Luo Mang propelled himself forward, landing at the epicenter of the collision. Here, amidst scattered debris, lay the once glorious Captain Carol, who had vowed to spare Luo Mang. However, she was no longer the radiant figure she had been moments ago. The golden light enveloping her began to dissipate, resembling a machine that had lost its power, gradually ceasing to function. Carol's lower half was nowhere to be found, while one arm floated nearby and the other hung limply, charred and fallen. A trickle of blood tears streamed from Carol's eyes, as if she regretted her meddling. Her other eye, at that moment, resembled a dark void akin to the surrounding cosmos. It seemed she sensed Luo Mang's arrival, for the remnants of her gaze fluttered beneath her eyelids. Yet, she could not open them. Carol had lost all her strength. Luo Mang approached Carol, grasping her sparse golden locks, and, with a single hand, drew her before him. A blue cube re-emerged in the surrounding space as Luo Mang observed Carol's lips parting. In truth, I granted you 3 opportunities. The first, a moment of realization, when you awakened me. Had you chosen not to follow, I might not have killed you. The second, a divergence of beliefs. Had you aligned with my vision, perhaps we could have collaborated. The third, a conflict of combat. Yet at this juncture, you still dare to propose fanciful conditions. Carol, you are indeed a well-trained dog of Nick Fury, a loyal hound. As Carol began to absorb the power of the space gem, a golden photon energy gradually emanated from her body, and her eyes hinted at the possibility of opening. Countless tendrils behind Luo Mang began to stretch forward, their sharp tips morphing slightly as they aimed for Carol's vital points. Luo Mang's gaze grew distant, yet his words remained unspoken. Carol, being a hero is no simple feat. When you aspire for the entirety of the universe, you must consider the consequences of today. With a sigh, Luo Mang's myriad tendrils surged violently through Carol's body. Her head, heart, and eyes, every remnant of her being, were ruthlessly pierced by Luo Mang. Aware of Carol's formidable abilities, Luo Mang sought to obliterate any chance of her revival. With a tear, Carol was instantaneously torn into countless fragments. She not only lost her vitality, but also began to dissipate the energy she had just absorbed from the space gem. Luo Mang's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, numerous blue portals materialized around him. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, the fragments surged toward various miniature portals. They plunged into the portals, which vanished abruptly. After remaining in place for half an hour, a smile crept across Luo Mang's lips. He had dispatched Carol to the farthest reaches of the universe. Although Luo Mang could not unleash the full power of the space gem, he could still survey the cosmos from its heights. However, gathering these fragments of Carol would demand considerable time and effort. Not to mention, she was, at this moment, already deceased. Suddenly, Luo Mang turned to glance at a massive satellite in the distance, which was quietly drifting closer. Luo Mang waved at the satellite, and with a slight movement of his foot, he seemed to evaporate, vanishing instantaneously from his original position. In that moment, the entire universe appeared to fall into silence, as if everything that had just transpired had never occurred. The atmosphere was one of emptiness, tranquility, and solitude, with only the satellite, which had briefly met Luo Mang's gaze, subtly shifting in response. Within a secluded chamber, the heavy sound of breathing echoed, emanating from a figure seemingly under immense pressure. Even the exhalation carried a suffocating quality. A chocolate-skinned man with a single, I turned to speak only after releasing a deep breath, informing the Avengers that preparations were necessary for an impending fierce battle. Observing Nick Fury's demeanor, Natasha felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. Her brows knitted tightly, and her expression was graver than ever before. Upon hearing Nick Fury's command, she merely bowed her head to press a button before returning her gaze to him. Could it be that Carol had failed? Had she been slain by Luo Mang? Natasha found it hard to fathom. After meeting Carol, Nick Fury had shared numerous tales about Captain Marvel, depicting her as a kind of secret weapon. It was said that with her intervention, most difficulties would be surmounted. Perhaps Nick Fury's portrayal was overly optimistic. The moment this speculation crossed her mind, Natasha found herself reluctant to accept it. Her unwillingness stemmed not solely from Captain Marvel's formidable abilities, but also from the terrifying retribution Luo Mang might unleash. In Natasha's memory, Luo Mang was a figure who, when provoked, would retaliate with brutal vengeance. Hawkeye was a prime example. After shooting a few arrows at Luo Mang and subsequently clashing with Peter and others, he was ruthlessly eliminated without hesitation. There was no room for delay. He acted decisively, embodying the essence of conflict and its consequences. Thus, what Luo Mang had extinguished was Hawkeye, who was already gravely injured and unable to sustain himself, rather than Natasha, Tony, or Hulk. This served as both a warning and a blood-soaked lesson, a stark message to all: do not provoke me. Faced with such a blatant threat, they found themselves powerless, compelled to acquiesce to Luo Mang's whims. Indeed, one could assert that Luo Mang was the most terrifying individual Natasha had encountered since emerging from the Red Room. Chapter 106. There is no time. He has already arrived. Luo Mang transcends the basest animalistic desires and primal instincts. The allure of beauty, which has proven effective on Tony, Hulk, Captain America, and even other heroes and villains like Winter Soldier, seems to work unfailingly. Yet before Luo Mang, Natasha was merely perceived as an ordinary individual. His calm gaze never lingered on her exquisite form, even for a moment. Whenever Luo Mang lifted his eyes, they invariably sought Natasha's own. Confronted by such a presence, Natasha could not harbor even the slightest inclination for vengeance. She only felt a profound sense of dread. It was not until Nick Fury voluntarily revealed the existence of Captain Marvel that a glimmer of hope appeared for Natasha. Upon learning that Carol's powers were also derived from the cosmic cube, her hopes swelled further still. Under Natasha's scrutinizing gaze, Nick Fury's countenance darkened. as though a multitude of suppressed emotions and fury had accumulated within him, rendering him momentarily speechless. With a sudden motion, Nick Fury cast a small portable screen before Natasha, which landed deftly in front of her. As her eyes fell upon it, a video began to play automatically. The screen displayed an expanse of infinite darkness, and the half-sphere visible within confirmed to Natasha that this was the vastness of space beyond Blue Planet. The video began to zoom in slightly, and two figures abruptly emerged within the frame. It was Luo Mang and Carol. Though both were enveloped by the blue cube, Natasha recognized their silhouettes instantly. They appeared to be engaged in a prolonged negotiation. Then, to Natasha's astonishment, the blue cube suddenly contracted, and Carol lunged towards Luo Mang with incredible speed, akin to a burst of photon energy, thrusting her hand through his chest. Natasha's heart twisted in tandem with Carol's movement. However, her expression soon shifted as she witnessed Carol being flung away, and Luo Mang's upper body seemed on the verge of bursting apart. With a brilliant yellow beam, both Luo Mang and Carol vanished from sight. Cautiously, Natasha raised her gaze to Nick Fury, whose face, dark as it was, now bore a hint of crimson. In the next moment, he could no longer contain himself and roared in Natasha's presence. He had outright killed Carol. Damn it! Nick Fury, with his background as a spy and strategic acumen, had ultimately ascended to power within S.H.I.E.L.D. This outburst was undoubtedly a reflection of events spiraling beyond his control and anticipation. In terms of scheming, his essence was not dissimilar to Luo Mang's. He too had employed various means to achieve his ends. Thus, witnessing his plans unravel was the catalyst for his unrestrained fury. Yet more than that, it was a desperate attempt to mask his inner turmoil and anxiety. At this moment, it was highly probable that Carol had been slain by Luo Mang, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D's last hope resting solely upon the Avengers. They had received your advance notice and should have arrived by now. I shall proceed to unite with them. Perhaps this war need not be fought after all. After watching the video, Natasha felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She naively believed that Luo Mang would cease his actions due to a few spoken words. It was too late. He had already arrived. Nick Fury's voice was heavy. His one visible eye fixated intensely on the surveillance screen. At that moment, Luo Mang, with his towering figure standing at 3 meters, had appeared outside the makeshift base. Was there truly no room for retreat? A line of armored suits stood aligned before Luo Mang, moving in unison as if controlled by a singular entity. It appeared that Tony had not delayed in advancing the development of the armors. The on-demand and intelligent control series had already come to fruition. The Mark series armors at this moment were undoubtedly far superior to those faced by Ironmonger in the past. Astonishingly, the voices of Tony resonated from beneath these suits. Tony, perhaps you understand me, but you do not comprehend Nick Fury. Luo Mang faced Tony with an air of calm, even suppressing a grin. Yet Tony recognized this as Luo Mang's prelude to violence. He was more perilous than any other official you have encountered, always striving to maintain control without possessing the corresponding virtue and strength. If today, Pepper were the one ensnared in his machinations, what would you do? Would you seek to reconcile with Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D., or would you summon all the armors to avenge Pepper? Hearing Luo Mang's words, Tony felt a momentary catch in his breath, falling into silence. Yet, this silence was the most telling response. Anyone who harmed Pepper would drive Tony into a frenzy, willing to fight at any cost until the last screw of his armor was shattered. In light of Tony's silence, the smile at the corners of Luo Mang's mouth widened. Tony understood Luo Mang, and Luo Mang, in turn, understood Tony. The true essence of Tony was certainly not embodied in any of the armors present. At this moment, Tony must have received Luo Mang's message and that peculiar metallic cube from J.A.R.V.I.S. Furthermore, he must have gleaned from Luo Mang's words that the current owner of the cube, Bucky Barnes, was the very one responsible for the death of his parents. For Luo Mang, Tony felt a tumult of emotions, conflicted, hesitant, grateful, and even tinged with melancholy. Thus, as a member of the Avengers, Tony should have responded to Nick Fury's summons. However, he had only dispatched a few remote-controlled suits. Luo Mang was acutely aware of what this implied. Clearly, upon learning of these matters, Tony had no intention of opposing Luo Mang. Should Luo Mang choose to threaten Blue Star, Tony might activate the anti-Luo Mang armor. Yet, it was evident that Nick Fury was the one instigating chaos. Did he truly intend to drag the Avengers into this turmoil? Tony, of course, was unwilling. He would rather face death than succumb to such circumstances. Having only recently begun a relationship with Pepper, he was determined to seize the moments of life. However, as an Avenger, he could not entirely disregard the call to action, despite Nick Fury not providing him with much. Thus, he deployed his intelligent suits of armor. This allowed him to maintain a semblance of participation without inciting Roan's ire. Those words he had just uttered were, in fact, directed at Nick Fury, ensuring that everyone understood Iron Man was not shirking his duties. It was merely that Roan was exceedingly domineering. After all, it was Nick Fury who had instigated the situation. Stealing himself, Tony commanded his suits to assemble and launch a simultaneous assault. Truly, he was Tony Stark, as Roan deftly evaded the onslaught of the suits. He couldn't help but admire their coordination. If Roan's intuition served him correctly, it was Jarvis controlling the armors. Tony had once again upgraded Jarvis, proving that there seemed to be no challenge too great for him in the realms of mechanics and physics. While Roan advanced, Tony was quietly augmenting his own strength. Suddenly, Roan realized how far they had already progressed. Chapter 107, A Hammer to Shatter Vibranium. Observing the multitude of suits soaring and furiously attacking, Roan lowered his head momentarily. When he raised it again, a flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. Completely disregarding the onslaught of the armor, he raised one hand high. In the next instant, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, he pressed downwards. At the moment his palm descended, all of Tony's suits seemed to abruptly lose all energy and momentum. Akin to birds suddenly rendered wingless, plummeting to the ground. From a distance, it appeared as if the suits had lost control upon nearing Roan, cascading downwards. Countless suits crashed to the earth, sparking upon impact, their chests and eyes devoid of luminescence, no longer glowing with white light. Roan strode through the shattered remains of the suits, gently pushing with his right hand. Instantly, the suits began to part, creating a clear and unobstructed path in the center. As Roan walked through, three figures soon emerged before him. The first, clad in resplendent armor, was a towering figure, muscles prominently defined, with golden hair adding to his striking beauty and authority. Beside him stood a man in a blue, red, and white uniform, his half-exposed jawline sharply defined. What drew attention was the circular shield he held. Behind the two, there stood a man dressed in a simple black and gray wool sweater. His physique was not as robust as the others, and he appeared somewhat timid, almost lurking behind them. The three individuals before him were unmistakably the Avengers: Thor, Captain America, and Banner. As the formidable Roman approached with an unhurried demeanor, Banner instinctively shrank back behind Thor and Captain America. He is coming, he is coming. Are you still unable to transform before him? Captain America turned slightly, frowning at Banner. At this moment, Banner's demeanor elicited a sense of disappointment from him. I wish I could, but Banner, feeling a surge of urgency, suddenly tensed, as if every fiber of his being was straining to assist him. In mere seconds, his neck and eyes flushed a deep crimson, slightly engorged with blood. However, that familiar green hue only managed to creep to his chest before completely receding. Witnessing yet another failed transformation, Banner could not help but feel disheartened. Ever since witnessing Hawkeye's demise, the absence of an explosive outburst had left Banner increasingly unsettled. It was only during an inadvertent attempt to transform that he realized he could no longer shift as effortlessly as before. Even when subjected to relentless slaps, his anger reaching a boiling point, the Hulk remained elusive. From a safety perspective, Banner felt a sense of relief. Yet this relief was fleeting. Faced with the slowly advancing Roman, Banner felt a gnawing anxiety. No matter how he called out, the Hulk seemed to be in a deep slumber, utterly unreachable. Try it first. I will join in shortly. Thor gripped Mjolnir, eager to engage. Though he worried about Roman seizing his hammer, he did not fear the adversary. Perhaps this was a testament to Thor's indomitable fighting spirit. With that, he swung Mjolnir in a full circle before charging towards Roman. Captain America, glancing back at Banner, followed Thor into the fray. Has he grown larger in our absence? Thor pondered as Roman drew nearer. In this moment, Roman had undergone noticeable changes compared to before. As Mjolnir swiftly approached, Roman, with a singular hand, met the hammer head-on, defying its force. The impact of Mjolnir failed to budge Roman even a fraction. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a delicate layer of blue enveloping Roman's palm. The combined might of spatial energy and Roman's enhanced physique effectively countered the onslaught of Mjolnir and Thor. Gripping the hammer, Roman tilted his head and smiled at Thor. With a sudden, forceful motion, he hurled Thor into the air, yet Mjolnir remained firmly in Roman's grasp. In truth, Thor was not weak. By virtue of his lineage, he possessed unparalleled talents unmatched by ordinary beings. Should he wield the Stormbreaker, a complete transformation would ensue, potentially allowing him to face Captain Marvel without succumbing to defeat. Not to mention, in a certain multiverse, there exists a king who has mastered the power of incantations to its utmost potential. With a fleeting glance at Thor, who had carelessly hurled himself, resulting in a massive collapse of the wall, Roman turned back and firmly grasped the handle of Mjolnir. Threads of thunderous energy began to surge through Romang's arms. As he observed Captain America's shield being thrown towards him, Roman retaliated with a powerful strike. This blow harnessed 70% of Romang's raw physical strength. The thunderous might began to swell, intertwining with the formidable force of Mjolnir. Clang! Buzz! The resounding noise reverberated throughout the expansive corridor. Under Romang's immense strength, the vibranium shield, for the first time, did not return to Captain America's grasp. The shield, matching the color of Captain America's battle attire, tumbled through the air several times before landing at Banner's feet with a crisp sound. Banner, who was still attempting to summon Hulk, suddenly noticed an object beside him. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was Captain America's shield, which he rarely partook in battle without. At that moment, a deep indentation marred the surface of the shield, causing much of its iconic blue and red colors to vanish. Romang's previous strike had nearly turned the shield inside out. The front was now indented, resembling an oddly shaped bowl. This was vibranium, Banner mentally shouted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked towards Roman, who held Mjolnir not far away, instinctively taking a step back. Although Banner was not well versed in this area, he possessed a basic understanding. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, is an exceptionally unique and resilient metal. It not only withstands physical attacks, but also absorbs kinetic energy, storing the energy released from external sources. Years ago, Tony's father, Howard Stark, had gathered only a small amount, which was ultimately used to forge Captain America's shield. If that blow had landed on Banner himself, he couldn't help but shudder. Without Hulk's assistance, he dared not contemplate the final outcome. Meanwhile, Thor, who had swiftly approached from a pile of rubble, coughed up dust, clutching his chest as he surveyed the scene before him. With a sudden wave of his hand, Mjolnir in Romang's grasp began to swing violently. It seemed that as Thor's strength grew, so too did the bond between him and Mjolnir. The hammer swung fiercely in Romang's hands. Roman furrowed his brow, the strength in his grip intensifying as he tightened his hold on Mjolnir. The muscles and flowing blood coursed visibly beneath Romang's skin, as the hammer struggled against the immense force and spatial power enveloping it, its movements considerably lessening. Chapter 108. It seemed to be something like Bah, though the clarity was lacking. Roman turned to face Captain America. At this moment, Captain America had ceased his running, gazing at the bent and indented shield with an expression of astonishment. He seemed still unable to emerge from the echo of that thunderous sound, unwilling to accept that his shield had been so easily dented by the force of Roman. Feeling the chilling gaze of Roman upon him, Captain America reluctantly turned his head. His eyes, filled with rage, locked onto Roman. Alas, if only a fraction of Captain America's fury could be transferred to Banner, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Roman couldn't help but chuckle at his own thought, surprised to discover a sliver of dark humor within himself. Observing Captain America's impotent wrath, Roman lifted his chin, seemingly recalling something amusing. Grasping the mighty hammer of Thor in his right hand, he gestured slightly with his left, causing a metallic cube to materialize amidst a blue luminescence on the ground between them. However, upon seeing this sudden apparition, Captain America was struck by curiosity regarding its nature. His fury swiftly morphing into caution, as though he suspected Roman had summoned some secret weapon. Noting Captain America's expression, Roman stifled his amusement and began to speak leisurely. Interestingly, someone recently sought to end my life. Yet, he was so fragile, only his left hand could withstand anything. In the end, there remains but this little piece. The mention of a left hand in metal caused Captain America's eyes to flicker in response. He fixated intently on the metallic cube lying silently on the ground. Although he was unaware of its owner's identity, Roman's words evoked a long-buried memory, awakening within him the echoes of a past frozen for decades. "Bucky!" Captain America could not suppress his exclamation, taking a small step forward. It seemed a connection of fate. After awakening, he had believed Bucky to be dead. Yet now he knew with clarity that the metallic cube before him was linked to his former dear friend. In that instant of uttering Bucky's name, Captain America's super soldier body trembled with emotion, his eyes quickly reddening and his breath growing rapid. He glared fiercely at Roman, as if interrogating him. It was unexpected for the embodiment of justice that Captain America represented to find himself in such a scene. I believe he called him Bucky, though I didn't quite catch it. Compared to him, the other two assassins are truly the significant figures, Roman mused, tilting his head thoughtfully before breaking into a grin. It must be a privilege for Bucky to be compared to the two beings atop the rankings, wouldn't you agree? Observing Captain America's seething fury, Roman inquired, "What significance does he hold for you? He came to kill me. My retaliation seems quite justified, does it not? As Captain America, upholding justice. You surely wouldn't fault me for this, would you?" The relentless inquiries from Roman ignited a fury within Captain America, unleashing a torrent of pent-up rage. "Banner!" he bellowed, not sparing a glance behind him. In one swift motion, his left hand grasped a distorted, twisted metal shield with precision. At that moment, Captain America's eyes glowed crimson. His brow furrowed tightly as he fixed his gaze upon Roman, breathing heavily as though Roman's actions warranted the gravest of punishments. Oblivious to the intensity of Captain America's demeanor, Roman continued his monologue, snapping his fingers with a sharp crack. In an instant, his body erupted, leaving nothing behind but a mass of metal on the ground. Watching Captain America's heaving form, reminiscent of a bull in distress, Roman chuckled softly. Did he truly believe that Frank's suffering would simply be dismissed? Steve had always stood in opposition to Roman. They were like natural adversaries. Roman spared no tactic against his foes. Yet, the sound of his laughter grated on Captain America's ears. Ultimately, Captain America was bewildered by the situation. All he knew was that Roman was a loathsome murderer, a despicable executioner. Roman's final remark felt like the last straw, breaking the camel's back. Captain America glared at Roman, inhaling sharply. His muscles seemed to shed some invisible constraint, suddenly swelling in size. The sage advice he once offered others to be magnanimous now eluded him entirely. When loss truly befell him, his overwhelming rage clouded his judgment, as if the serum that amplified his sense of justice had vanished. At that moment, Captain America had no interest in understanding Roman's motives for killing the Winter Soldier. All he could comprehend was that Roman had slain his friend. Under no circumstances could Roman take the life of his ally. In Captain America's eyes, Roman's act constituted an unforgivable sin. The equation was undeniable. Roman was a sinner. When Captain America raised his gaze once more to meet Roman's, it was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Yet, when he locked eyes with Roman, he was met only with a mocking amusement that intensified his fury. "Ah!" he cried, elongating the sound as he charged recklessly toward Roman. However, this time, Captain America had learned his lesson, no longer viewing Roman as a mere foot soldier to be dispatched with just a shield. As he observed Captain America's determined advance, Banner felt a surge of anxiety. But in the next instant, his entire being was enveloped in green as his body began to swell. Banner's conscious control was gradually waning, yet he felt a sense of relief. He understood that Hulk had finally come to terms with the situation. In less than a second, the Hulk re-emerged in the sight of the crowd. His legs bulged with veins, and this time, it seemed that he had accumulated a considerable amount of rage. His physique appeared significantly more imposing, overshadowing the form of Ramon. With a slight exertion of force, he propelled himself forward, easily matching Captain America's pace. The two advanced side by side, charging towards Ramon. Simultaneously, Thor emerged from the ruins. This marked the first instance where the god of thunder harbored animosity towards a target. Perhaps it was due to his fondness for Mjolnir, his enchanted hammer. Having once lost Mjolnir, Thor now found himself wishing for Luo Mang's demise, as he alone could wield the hammer in his grasp. At least on Blue Star, there was virtually no one capable of seizing Mjolnir from him. Three champions of justice, each harboring distinct, intense emotions, relentlessly assaulted Luo Mang. Their intentions transcended merely aiding Nick Fury in eliminating Luo Mang. They harbored a profound desire to see Luo Mang perish. Deep within, they wished for Luo Mang's death. Chapter 109. Steve, I could spend the whole day with you. Oh. Luo Mang lifted his gaze, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. It was precisely such exhilarating scenes that Luo Mang yearned to witness. This resembled the scene atop Stark Tower from days gone by. Yet now, the Avengers were merely a memory, with even one of their members having fallen to Luo Mang. The Avengers and S-H-I-E-L-D, since you wish to be interconnected. Let us deal with you one by one. Luo Mang's emotions began to stir, and with a swift strike, he sent the nearest Thor soaring into the sky. The immense force propelled Thor's body through the ceiling of the passage, revealing the pale blue sky above. In the next moment, Luo Mang seized Captain America's transformed shield, bringing it crashing down on a Hulk's head. Roar! Hulk was momentarily stunned by this blow, only for his anger to surge once more. With a dull crack, Hulk's form suddenly expanded again. At this moment, Hulk had completely surpassed Luo Mang's height of 3 meters, with a single massive hand capable of encircling Luo Mang's head. Yet witnessing this, Luo Mang remained unfazed. Harnessing the momentum from his strike, the hammer of the God of Thunder, now firmly gripped in his right hand, crackled with electric energy. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Luo Mang swung the hammer directly at Hulk's head. Buzz! Hulk had yet to remove the shield from his head when the vibranium shield collided once more with the enchanted hammer. Hulk felt a tingling sensation course through his body, his head ringing as he staggered backward several steps, as if he had been struck by a heavy lid, wobbling unsteadily. Observing the still recovering Hulk and the airborne Thor, Luo Mang turned his fierce visage towards Captain America. Stripped of his shield, Captain America naively clenched his fists, adopting a boxing stance. Luo Mang shook his head, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. Steve, do you truly comprehend that I've longed to end your life? You have already perished at my hands once. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, the first funeral of S-H-I-L-D and the Avengers would have been in your honor. In the face of Luo Mang's taunts and sinister grin, Captain America stifled his fury, fixing a serious gaze upon Luo Mang. I could endure an entire day of this. Luo Mang, barely containing his amusement, casually swung his right hand wielding Thor's hammer. In an instant, a crimson mist rose before Captain America. With a sickening sound, he beheld his empty arms, momentarily frozen in confusion, unable to fathom how they had suddenly lost all sensation and connection. As Luo Mang observed Captain America's expression, he gradually approached, disregarding the frenzied Hulk charging towards them. With a firm grip of his left hand, 5 layers of blue cubes ensnared the Hulk, rendering him futile against the unyielding confines. By the time Luo Mang reached Captain America's side, the Hulk had merely shattered the first layer of blue cubes. Luo Mang loomed over Captain America, a smirk gracing his lips, revealing a row of blood-white fangs. A massive hand, enveloped in a white substance, seized Captain America's throat, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere turnip, raising him to eye level. Captain America thrashed wildly, attempting to break free, but Luo Mang's grip remained unyielding. I'm sorry, Steve, you were obstructing my path. As Captain America struggled in vain, Luo Mang's expression remained impassive, as if he were pronouncing a death sentence. In that moment, the power of Thor's hammer surged past Captain America's ear. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, alongside the low, thunderous growl of the lightning. For reasons unknown, Captain America felt a peculiar connection to the hammer, as if it were intertwined with his fate. Yet, as the wind from the hammer swept by, that thought slipped away like sand through fingers. His eyes widened in shock, his mind blank. Instead of recalling Bucky, he was flooded with memories of the women who once graced his life. Peggy Carter, her niece Sharon, Black Widow, and other friends, agents, lawyers, scientists. But the final memory that surfaced was of a young secretary from the document room. His first kiss, a moment that lingered in his heart, second only to Peggy. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if reminiscing about something beautiful. Yet, the very next moment, the MJ Ulner was saturated with the red and white insignia of Captain America. In an astonishing display of brute force, Luo Mang shattered Captain America's skull with a hammer. Observing the limp form of Captain America crumpled on the ground, Luo Mang could not help but smirk. Death is death, yet there is so much theatrics involved. Indeed, The moment he made contact with Captain America's body, the Mind Stone embedded in Luo Mang's chest instantaneously activated, allowing him to experience the fleeting memories within Captain America's heart. Unexpectedly, while Captain America frequently spoke of Bucky, his thoughts were clandestinely occupied by women. Luo Mang was taken aback to discover that Captain America had been involved with so many women, including Peggy Carter and her niece. Justice? What exactly can Captain America bring to the nation? Gazing upon the headless corpse of Captain America, Luo Mang suddenly brought his foot down with force. As he looked at Captain America's mangled remains beneath his feet, the last vestige of admiration in Luo Mang's heart dissipated. Although standing in opposition to Captain America, Luo Mang could see that Captain America was first and foremost a patriot before being a leader. From the perspective of an adversary, Captain America seemed to possess some redeeming qualities. However, upon touching the genuine thoughts buried deep within Captain America's psyche, Luo Mang realized he was merely an antiquated relic who had survived for several decades. The thoughts that occupied Captain America's mind, the privileges he once enjoyed, without the aid of the super soldier serum, he might have long since become a mere citizen. No, Luo Mang shook his head. A citizen is at least a straightforward fool, acting upon their thoughts. By this measure, Captain America appeared to be even more hypocritical. In his performance, he had managed to deceive even himself. How fascinating. This world is utterly intriguing. With his head bowed, Luo Mang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned to face Hulk, who was on the verge of breaking the space cube, and raised his hand, clenching it tightly in the air. The space cube enveloping Hulk suddenly drew closer. Luo Mang exerted his control over the spatial power, pressing Hulk downwards into the ground. As Luo Mang applied force, the specially designed surface around Hulk began to fracture like a spider's web. Then, with a thunderous crash, the ground surrounding Hulk collapsed inwards. Luo Mang hovered in the air, one hand raised, looking down imperiously at Hulk. Hulk struggled desperately, yet remained firmly restrained by the translucent blue force of spatial energy. Chapter 110. The body suffices, but the mind fails observing Hulk's futile attempts. Luo Mang shook his head in disappointment. He had initially anticipated a display of rage, but it was evident that Hulk could not transcend the earthly limits. Hulk, you are still far too weak. With a sigh, Luo Mang pressed down with his left hand, driving Hulk deep beneath the earth. It became dark and silent, devoid of any movement. However, in the next instant, the ground behind Luo Mang erupted with a resounding crack. Emerging from the depths, the hulking figure of the green-skinned behemoth, Hulk, once again appeared before Luo Mang. With a primal roar, Hulk unleashed a ferocious bellow, reminiscent of a mindless beast, as if infuriated by Luo Mang's earlier words, fiercely venting his pent-up rage and discontent. The murderous intent radiating from him was palpable. Aside from the Chitauri soldiers and armies he had slain during the battle in New York, Hulk had also taken the lives of numerous innocents. Thus his overwhelming presence was hardly surprising. Under Luo Mang's astonished gaze, Hulk's form swelled once more, surpassing the 4-meter mark, his already large shorts expanding considerably alongside him. Now, even Luo Mang found himself needing to tilt his head slightly upward to meet Hulk's gaze. Witnessing Hulk's growth, Luo Mang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yes, indeed, he was now brushing against the very edge of godhood. This version of Hulk was unmistakably the one who would one day engage Thanos in a titanic clash. However, at this moment, facing Luo Mang, Hulk felt an unprecedented pressure, prompting him to evolve even further. With a deafening roar, Hulk seemed to rally himself, lowering his head and charging forward. Observing Hulk's singular focus on his charge, Luo Mang felt a surge of exhilaration. This time, he refrained from using the Infinity Stones, instead relying on a multitude of enhancements, wielding Thor's hammer to confront Hulk. A foot longer, a foot stronger. Gripping the hammer tightly, Luo Mang, though arriving later, struck first. He swung the hammer upward in a fierce arc, catching Hulk under the chin, forcing his head back. Yet, unlike others, Hulk's eyes gleamed with ferocity. As he leaned back, seemingly on the verge of falling, he abruptly nodded, pulling himself back into the fray. In an astonishing display of strength, Hulk caught Thor's hammer with one hand, while his colossal green fist swung violently toward Luo Mang's face. Feeling the impact of the blow on his cheek, Luo Mang was invigorated, perhaps due to his once frail physique. He now relished the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. With a swift turn, Luo Mang brought his other arm crashing against Hulk's, their powerful clash sending shockwaves that reverberated outward. The dust that had settled on the ground was stirred anew, and beneath the harsh white light of the corridor, two towering figures engaged in a fierce struggle amidst the swirling debris. The sharp sounds of metal meeting bone echoed through the air as Luo Mang employed both hands and feet. Even the tendrils behind him were not idle, desperately carving paths of injury across Hulk's massive form. Yet, within mere breaths, Hulk rejuvenated once more. The Hulk is a being endowed with immense physical strength, a manifestation of mutation. However, in comparison to typical mutants, the Hulk's physical prowess is exceedingly formidable. Yet, even when confronted with such a creature, the formidable Roman remains undeterred. They exchange wounds in a fierce contest, but ultimately, in terms of regenerative abilities, the Hulk is significantly outmatched by Roman. Gradually, the Hulk accumulates more and more injuries, and his healing capacity struggles to keep pace with the speed at which he is wounded, as green blood begins to trickle down his robust form. With a thunderous crash, they collide for the final time. The Hulk and Roman clasp their fingers together, entangled in a fierce struggle. The force of their collision generates a shockwave that disperses the swirling dust around them. As the dust settles, the faces of the Hulk and Roman are revealed. Gazing into the Hulk's face, Roman cracks a smile. Your body may be strong, but your mind seems lacking. Have you not realized something is amiss? Upon hearing Roman's words, a change washes over the Hulk's expression. Although his skin is green, it now begins to take on an ominous shade of greenish-black. A wave of weakness spreads from within him, urging him to seek rest as if from his very essence. With arms crossed, Roman watches with keen interest. Under Roman's gaze, the Hulk steps back, disbelief etched on his face, his once formidable presence visibly waning. The Hulk shakes his head violently, attempting to regain his clarity, but to no avail. As he retreats, the intensity of his anger seems to diminish. With each step back, the vibrant green of his skin gradually fades. First his feet, then his hands, neck, and head all revert to their normal hue. With a whoosh, the Hulk recedes and Banner emerges. Banner's eyes widen in shock, weakness coursing through his body as he collapses to the ground, propping himself up with trembling hands while gasping for breath. It appears that the brief skirmish with Roman has drained him of all his strength. With a smile, Roman approaches, eyeing the kneeling Banner. Only he understands that all the gamma energy within Banner has been completely siphoned away by the Red Giant. Each wound is a conduit for the invisible leakage of gamma energy. In their close-quarter struggle, the Hulk has undeniably fallen to the disadvantage. Now, although Banner's mind remains intact, his body has reverted entirely to that of an ordinary human. The Hulk lies in a deep slumber, and no matter how Roman provokes Banner, he cannot transform back into the Hulk. In this state, even a mere flick of Roman's finger could extinguish Banner's life. However, observing the fallen Banner before him, Roman reigned in his excitement and mirth. With a subtle lift of his fingers, a spatial cube enveloped Banner entirely. Even the evolved Hulk found himself unable to escape its grasp, let alone the now vulnerable Banner. As he gazed at Banner, trapped within, Luo Mang gently rapped on the cube. When Banner finally raised his head, he found Luo Mang mouthing words at him. Do not fret. I have no intention of harming you just yet. You still hold some value. With that, Luo Mang abruptly lifted his gaze towards the gaping hole created by Thor moments before. At that moment, a pair of eyes cautiously peered towards Luo Mang. Chapter 111. Old Fellow, is this your defense? As the crimson figure turned to face him, a grin spread across its face, sending a shiver down Thor's spine. Thor harbored a profound disdain for Luo Mang, particularly for having taken away his beloved hammer. Yet, he also felt a sense of trepidation towards the current Luo Mang, a fear that even surpassed the stern discipline once imposed by his father, Odin. In truth, he had already plummeted from the sky moments ago, but the sight of Luo Mang reverting the Hulk to his original form caused Thor to hesitate. Without the aid of Mjolnir, could he truly confront Luo Mang? Doubt began to gnaw at Thor's heart, especially upon noticing the red, blue, and white hues muddled in the debris, unmistakably belonging to Captain America. He was thoroughly shaken back to reality. However, when Thor cast his gaze back down the corridor, his eyes widened in shock. He was astounded to find that Luo Mang, who had been beside Banner just moments ago, had inexplicably vanished. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Thor's brow as he instinctively took a step back. In the face of mortality, the distinction of being a warrior seemed trivial. After all, he did not belong to Midgard, now known as Blue Star, which had guardians of its own. Thor continually reassured himself as he cautiously shifted his feet, mindful not to disturb anything, before turning around. Yet, in the very next instant, his pupils dilated to nearly the size of pinheads. His breath became erratic, and cold sweat poured down like rain. Gasping for air, he gradually lifted his gaze. What met his eyes was a profound shade of crimson. Luo Mang looked down at the terrified Thor, gently stirring the tendrils behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Mang's voice, once mild, now took on a deep, sinister tone after consuming the dreamer and toxins. Should this scene be witnessed by an ordinary person, bedtime stories for lulling children to sleep would surely undergo a transformation. Faced with the towering figure of Luo Mang, standing at 3 meters tall, Thor clenched his hands tightly, only to release them moments later. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Mjolnir in Luo Mang's grasp, and his fingers twitched with reluctant desire. It seems there was an intention to summon the hammer of Thor back to him. With the hammer in hand, he might stand a fighting chance against Luo Mang. The hammer shook violently for a moment. Luo Mang glanced down at Thor's small gestures, unable to suppress a faint chuckle within. In Luo Mang's eyes, Thor resembled a well-meaning, yet somewhat oblivious giant, often engaging in unexpected actions and uttering surprising words. Just like the last time when he remarked, he was adopted. However, Thor's potential and strength could not be overlooked. During the battle against Thanos, wielding the Stormbreaker, Thor was essentially in a post-peak celestial state. A high leap to cleave Thanos seemed less like an act of a god of thunder and more akin to that of a god of war. It appeared that the royal lineage of Asgard truly embodied the phrase, growing stronger by the day, were it not for the Infinity Stones embedded in Thanos' grasp. In a pure one-on-one confrontation, while Thanos, in his normal state, could best the Hulk, he would indeed struggle against Thor. Thus, Luo Mang constantly pondered how best to handle Thor. After all, Thor was not of Blue Star. He was an extraterrestrial. To claim any emotional attachment to Blue Star would be quite odd. The relationship between Luo Mang and Thor was not irreparably strained like that between Captain America and others. As long as the blame could be shifted to Nick Fury, this Asgardian prince, venturing out for experience, could be quite easy to manipulate. With a sigh, Luo Mang shook his head. Once the matter was settled, he would bring Thor and Banner back together. Luo Mang had plenty of ways to deal with Thor. A slight infusion of the Mind Stone might even persuade Thor to call him father, which wouldn't be too difficult. With this thought, a gentle smile crept onto Luo Mang's lips as he extended a large hand towards Thor. Yet in the next moment, the sky abruptly darkened, accompanied by a brilliant light suddenly appearing before Luo Mang, enveloped Thor entirely. Upon seeing the radiance, Thor's expression froze momentarily, and then he began to levitate uncontrollably. Without the hammer, Thor was suddenly propelled swiftly towards the heavens. All of this transpired in an instant, and Thor vanished from Blue Star alongside the radiant light. Watching Thor's retreating figure, Luo Mang narrowed his eyes. "Old fool, you guard him so?" Luo Mang scoffed, as if addressing Odin, the All-Father, across billions of kilometers. With the Rainbow Bridge destroyed, Odin should have been unable to transport anyone at will. Luo Mang surmised that Odin was forcibly tapping into the remaining reserves of dark energy to utilize dark magic to take Thor away. However, instead of receiving a response, the hammer in his grasp began to thrash violently, as if determined to break free from Luo Mang's control. This struggle was far more intense than all of Thor's previous calls for aid. Lowering his gaze to observe the peculiarities of Mjolnir, Luo Mang realized that the true master of the hammer was calling out. Although the first wielder of Mjolnir was the goddess of death, Hela, and the second was Thor, ultimately, the genuine master could only be Odin. Just as Odin could reclaim the divine artifacts he had bestowed upon them at will and impose curses as he deemed fit. Simultaneously, the clouds in the sky began to gather ominously. Countless clouds seemed to coalesce into the visage of an ancient face, fixated on Luo Mang with unyielding intensity. It felt as though Odin would unleash his wrath the moment Luo Mang dared to part with Mjolnir. "Do you desire it?" "Very well," Luo Mang mused with a faint smile. But in the next instant, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. 2 gemstones embedded in his chest flared to life, their energies surging through his arms towards Mjolnir. As the 2 forces converged upon the hammer's surface, a multitude of fissures began to spread across Mjolnir. Radiant yellow and blue light burst forth from the cracks, illuminating the surroundings. With a resounding crack, Mjolnir, forged from Uru steel by the Dwarven King, shattered into countless fragments. Upon hitting the ground, it disintegrated into a myriad of scintillating shards, vanishing from sight. Despite Uru steel being a rare metal in Asgard capable of withstanding magic and absorbing immense energy, it was utterly incapable of enduring the colossal power emanating from the space stone. The ancient visage in the sky furrowed its brow. Ramon stood tall, chest out, arms crossed, returning the gaze defiantly. Though there was no necessity to engage Odin in battle, he could not allow Odin to perceive him as someone easily manipulated. If others respected Ramon, he would reciprocate with even greater respect. To those within his circle, Ramon had never been stingy. Since Peter had allied himself with Ramon, he had never again worried about finances. Moreover, he and Aunt May were among the foremost users of the regenerative serum stockpile. However, against those who were ungrateful, Ramon showed no mercy. The ancient face's eyes lingered on Luo Mang's chest for several moments before the wind shifted and the skies returned to normal. Odin had conceded. Once a formidable force, who had faced the gods of the divine assembly alongside the destroyer and the denizens of the sanctum, Odin now retreated in the face of Luo Mang's power. Once Odin had departed, Ramon turned to glance at Banner, who was confined within the space cube. With a casual wave of his hand, Banner materialized in an empty isolation chamber within the crimson-hued laboratory. Ramon did not require Banner, but he certainly needed Hulk. Casting his gaze upon the disarrayed corridor left in the wake of battle, Ramon stepped forward, a flash of blue light engulfing him as he vanished from his previous location, leaving behind a lingering phrase that resonated in the air. In that case, it is time to pay a visit to this chess player. Chapter 112. A conversation with Nick Fury within the temporary headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. An array of dart gun barrels was simultaneously aimed at the seemingly unarmed Roman, with his hands clasped behind his back. Roman appeared unfazed by the threats posed by the agents. Yet, despite being the one without a weapon, the agents hesitated to pull the trigger, their resolve crumbling as they watched him stride towards the innermost conference room. The recent clash between Roman and the Avengers had generated such a commotion that it was beyond Nick Fury's capacity to conceal. Witnessing the almost omnipotent Avengers either perish or flee before Roman was a sight that left the agents trembling with uncertainty. Mustering the courage to aim their firearms at Roman was a feat in itself. As countless anxious eyes followed him, Roman halted abruptly before the conference room door. His sudden stop elicited a chorus of nervous swallows throughout the vast temporary base, and the agents' hands trembled around their weapons. The mere act of Roman standing still was enough to send ripples of unease through their ranks. "I expected at least one of you to fire at me," Roman remarked, his voice calm yet chilling. The agents remained silent, anxiously awaiting his next words. "I would actually prefer if you did shoot, for it would grant me the opportunity to eliminate all of you without hesitation." His voice echoed in the expansive space, causing many to instinctively shift their aim away, only to meet his gaze as he turned his head. Roman flashed a bright smile, his teeth gleaming, a sight less fearsome than crimson, but nonetheless prompting a collective step back from the agents. To their surprise, he merely chuckled and pushed the door open, leaving the agents to lower their weapons slowly, exchanging bewildered glances. As Roman stepped into the conference room, it was evident that this was the extent of their efforts. The rest was now in Nick Fury's hands. "Have you been waiting long?" Roman said, grinning as he faced Nick Fury, who still wore his signature eye patch, standing on the balcony with his back to the entrance. Flanking him were two senior agents, Natasha and Hill, arguably the most effective tools in Fury's arsenal. Always at his beck and call, obedient to a fault. "I did contemplate a stealthy escape," Roman continued, "but I couldn't fathom a mode of transportation that you couldn't pursue." Nick Fury turned to Roman, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, showcasing his characteristic sense of humor even in this tense moment. Roman nodded and stepped forward, while Natasha and Hill instinctively moved to obstruct him, only to be halted by Fury's gesture. Luo Mang approached Nick Fury, gazing out at the balcony. At that moment, the breeze was gentle and the clouds sparse. A beam of sunlight graced his skin, imparting warmth without discomfort. Luo Mang seemed to perceive the splendid scenery through Nick Fury's perspective. The two stood in silence for a while until Luo Mang abruptly spoke. "Setting aside our grievances, I must admit there are admirable qualities in you." "Oh," Nick Fury replied, clearly taken aback, turning his remaining eye towards Luo Mang. Without returning the gaze, Luo Mang continued to survey the landscape below. You established the Avengers, gathering Tony, Banner, and Thor among many other heroes, each with their unique strengths. Regardless of other considerations, this alone showcases your foresight. Your organizational and evaluative skills are commendable. Otherwise, the Avengers would not function cohesively. But what? Nick Fury pressed eagerly, eager to hear Luo Mang's assessment. But you have been clever throughout your life, yet you have momentarily acted foolishly. Luo Mang did not elaborate further. But Nick Fury understood it was a reference to his provocation of Luo Mang. Ha ha ha. Nick Fury laughed until tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Behind him, Natasha and Hill exchanged glances, both astonished by the display of genuine emotion from the normally stoic leader of SHLD. In previous encounters, whether with agents, key personnel, or fellow Avengers, such emotions were merely the basic decorum of an agent. Even Hill had believed that Nick Fury had largely lost the capacity for emotion. Who would have thought that before Luo Mang? Nick Fury would relinquish all pretense and laugh heartily? Damn it, I never expected you truly understood me. Nick Fury exclaimed, his words laced with expletives, as if to release all his pent-up feelings, or perhaps to celebrate finding a kindred spirit before his demise. What were you thinking, sending the Avengers to their doom? Luo Mang inquired with curiosity. In his eyes, Nick Fury, no matter how misguided, would not make such a blunder. Knowing that Carol could be in peril, he should have abandoned such underhanded tactics. S-H-I-E-L-D is the S-H-I-E-L-D of the United States, Nick Fury replied tersely, offering little elaboration. I understand, Luo Mang nodded. Nick Fury, as the head of S-H-I-E-L-D, appeared formidable, seemingly capable of anything. Yet, even such a vast organization was subject to the constraints imposed by those at the pinnacle of power in the United States. From a perspective of ordinary citizens, the emergence of another hero or heroic organization might seem advantageous. However, from the vantage point of those at the top, gazing down at the world below, the view was shrouded in a dense, white mist. They could not discern the individuals beneath them. They could only perceive themselves. Perhaps these unstable and uncontrollable heroes are merely obstacles to their power or the succession of power. Ordinary people wish for their survival. Yet those at the top desire their subjugation or even their demise. Ah, how amusing. Ramon chuckled heartily, having profoundly experienced the methods of America. But do you truly harbor no selfish motives? Ramon glanced at Nick Fury. At the very least, I do not wish to meet my end just yet. Nick Fury, with his hands clasped behind his back, peeled away the last layer of his facade. Upon hearing this, Natasha couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, clenching her fists. Fury's words were tantamount to informing the group that he was merely a facilitator, leading the Avengers to their doom, possibly including Hawkeye. However, this sentiment is not difficult to comprehend. Nick Fury is, after all, a beneficiary of power. The more one possesses, the greater the fear of loss. So, do you think they will turn against me in the future? Ramon looked at Nick Fury, who shrugged in response, voicing his resignation. Who knows? Yet, as those words left Fury's lips, Ramon's heart had already found its answer. Control, control, and more control. Anything that cannot be controlled must be eradicated. This resonates with the quintessential characteristics of America. Chapter 113, Destruction of S-H-I-E-L-D. I actually thought you would want to kill me the moment you walked in. Have I left such a dreadful impression? Ramon replied with a smile, while Nick Fury wore an odd expression. Is it not dreadful? To Nick Fury, Ramon was a quintessential villain. Yet this perception stemmed solely from different positions. Just as Nick Fury, in this moment, would also appear as a villain to Spider-Man and others, one whom they would prefer to eliminate swiftly. Spider-Man may break his no-kill principle, yet his fundamental worldview remains largely intact. At times, he still carries a faint shadow of Uncle Ben within him. However, this cannot entirely be blamed on Peter, for he has been profoundly influenced by Uncle Ben. Yet, all of this hinges on one condition, that Ramon remains uninvolved. Otherwise, all established norms will be discarded by Peter himself. The Avengers also collectively saved New York, and in light of this event, they could be deemed heroes. However, upon learning that they intended to take action against Ramon, Peter unhesitatingly launched an attack on S.H.L.E. alongside the Scarlet Cabal. If one were to ask Peter whether the greater good or his true self is paramount, he would unflinchingly choose the latter. After all, if Ramon were to truly be lost, could the greater good bring him back? Clearly not. So, have you already pinned your last will? Mumph. The fervor on Luo Mang's face suddenly cooled. Drops of blood splattered onto Luo Mang's cheek, trickling down his jawline. The glaring crimson hue entirely enveloped his chin. In a fleeting moment, Luo Mang lunged forward, decapitating Nick Fury. However, in truth, Luo Mang merely utilized a slight assistance from the power of space. He inserted something into Nick Fury's mind. When the space could not accommodate this sudden intrusion, an explosive sound erupted. Natasha and Hill instinctively recoiled a few steps, incredulous as they beheld the crimson liquid splattered upon themselves. Just moments prior, while listening to the exchange between Luo Mang and Nick Fury, they had harbored a glimmer of hope for a possible turn of events. Yet, to their astonishment, Luo Mang struck without warning, employing methods that even they could not discern. Instantly, his capricious demeanor tightened their chests with unease. They gazed into Luo Mang's eyes once more, filled with apprehension. Unexpectedly, Luo Mang, with an unperturbed expression, exited towards the door. Just as Natasha and Hill were about to exhale a sigh of relief, Luo Mang's hand, poised on the doorknob, suddenly froze. He turned his head, blood-stained, and revealed a smile. Natasha, have you never considered avenging Hawkeye? At the sound of Luo Mang's words, Natasha's heart raced, and she endeavored to maintain her composure. Their relationship, forged through years of shared experiences, lacked the depth of true friendship. Luo Mang, realizing this, mused, that makes sense. After all, you are an agent from the Red Room. At the mention of the Red Room, Natasha's gaze flickered momentarily. However, upon meeting Luo Mang's eyes, her pupils involuntarily constricted. She had encountered the most genuine version of Luo Mang on numerous occasions, fully aware that his gaze mirrored that of the moment he had slain Hawkeye. A chilling gasp began to permeate the room. Just the scent caused Natasha to sway, her body rendered powerless, and her words faltered. Within mere seconds, both Natasha and Hill collapsed to the ground. Blood surged through their tracheas, choking from their mouths. Natasha's exquisite visage, maintained for decades, began to decay at that very moment. Akin to a flower long past its prime, slowly wilting. As the gas gradually dissipated from the balcony, two lifeless bodies suddenly adorned the conference room. To deal decisively with enemies. This was a lesson Luo Mang had imparted to Peter, one he could not afford to forget. When Luo Mang reopened the conference room door, the sight of him, drenched in blood, rendered the surrounding agents speechless. They silently observed, yet their minds were already rife with speculation. Step by step, Luo Mang made his way towards the base's exit, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. Just as the onlookers prepared to breathe a sigh of relief as he receded further away, the sudden crack of a gunshot transformed their expressions. Bang! Someone had fired. Almost all the agents widened their eyes. Disbelief etched upon their faces as they turned to look. As if compelled by a final urge to uncover the identity of the fool responsible for this calamity, the silver muzzle of the gun emitted a faint wisp of smoke. Following the line of the barrel, the shooter was revealed to be none other than Agent Coulson, a level 8 operative of AHLD, who had once crossed paths with Ramon. Coulson, a trusted aide to Nick Fury and a devoted admirer of Captain America, epitomized the essence of an unblemished American spirit. Upon witnessing Coulson's intervention, the onlookers were unsurprised, even harboring a flicker of admiration. Yet, at this very moment, as they beheld Luo Mang's sinister grin, a collective desire to dismantle Coulson limb from limb surged through them. Ramon turned without uttering a word, his form swelling ominously. As countless tendrils emerged from behind him, he flashed a grin at the agents. A deafening roar erupted, plunging the area into darkness. Most agents were stationed at the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base, and Nick Fury's subtle maneuvers had inadvertently conserved Luo Mang's strength. In the enveloping gloom, sporadic gunfire and flashes of light punctuated the night, followed by the chilling sounds of anguish. A towering figure darted through the shadows. Each illumination revealed Luo Mang's form, claiming the lives of numerous agents beneath his claws. With Luo Mang's relentless assault, the gunfire swiftly dwindled. Suddenly, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. temporary base succumbed to an eerie silence. Coulson, with utmost caution, cradled his weapon, inching forward through the darkness. Unintentionally stepping upon the remains of a fellow agent who had once participated in the hunt for Ironmonger, he reached a familiar desk. There, he groped for a tactical flashlight, summoning his resolve to ignite it. A ghastly white beam illuminated the scene of carnage. Countless bodies, ripped open and severed in twain. Coulson held his breath, his vigilance surging to unprecedented heights. He dared to survey his surroundings in a full circle, yet apart from the fallen agents and scattered firearms. Luo Mang's presence remained elusive. A nagging suspicion crept into Coulson's mind. Luo Mang's imposing figure should be conspicuous. But why was he nowhere to be seen? Suddenly, a thought struck Coulson, sending a shiver down his spine as he tightened his grip on the gun. Tentatively, he raised his gaze to the ceiling above him. A droplet of blood began to trickle down. His eyes first met the sinewy, blood-like muscle tissue. As his gaze ascended, he beheld a row of jagged teeth, crowned by a pair of eyes stretched to their limits. In that instant, profound terror gripped Coulson's heart. Watching the crimson corners of Luo Mang's mouth stretch wider, he let out a desperate scream. The sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed through the S-H-I-E-L-D facility, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Chapter 114. Frank, it is time for your upgrade. The Crimson Edifice, Terrace. Luo Mang reclined languidly on a sunlit lounge chair, perusing a newly recommended book by Connors. Not far from him, in a shadowy corner, crouched a furtive figure. With a decisive clap, Luo Mang closed the book and turned his head toward the figure, exclaiming, "Max, do you have nothing better to do? You seem to be guarding me every day." Caught in the act, Max sheepishly stood up, scratching the back of his head, a picture of embarrassment. "Luo, I'm a bit worried ever since you and Frank faced that inexplicable incident." As he spoke, Max scrutinized Luo Mang's expression. After a brief pause, he hurriedly added, "And this is also Peter's directive. He told me to keep watch over you until he returns." Max's voice dwindled to a whisper, so much so that Luo Mang could scarcely hear him without exerting his abilities. "You ought to be looking after Frank, not me," Luo Mang retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. It seemed these two fellows were overly concerned. Did Luo Mang truly require their protection? At Luo Mang's words, Max displayed a bashful demeanor once more. However, amid Max's fidgeting, Luo Mang suddenly recalled the Punisher. He had been confined to the treatment chamber for some time. Although his injuries had long since healed, Connors remained uneasy and insisted on keeping the Punisher under observation. Furthermore, exercising his authority as the overseer of the Scarlet Tower, Connors restricted the Punisher's movements. Without his powers or equipment, the Punisher could hardly leap from a window, could he? Thus, he had spent recent days in the laboratory, collaborating with Connors to restore and adjust his condition. "I must go see Frank. As for you." Luo Mang glanced at Max, whose face was alight with hope, and irritably waved his hand. "If you wish to follow, then so be it." Max's eyes sparkled with excitement at this invitation. The entire journey was filled with his exuberance. As he eagerly pressed the elevator button and assisted Luo Mang with access control, ensuring that Luo Mang need not lift a finger. With a whoosh, the laboratory doors swung open, releasing a peculiar scent distinct to the lab. Perhaps due to his previous extended stays there, Luo Mang was quite accustomed to this aroma. As he entered with Max, he immediately garnered the attention of several individuals inside. "Luo," they greeted him, including the Swift One, who nodded in acknowledgment. Over the past few days, the Swift One had committed to daily runs, yielding some notable results. Indeed, his current condition was on the verge of breaking through the ordinary human limits. However, for someone of his caliber, this was merely the beginning. "Luo, just tell this bookworm to let me out of here." The enforcer spoke with a composed voice, revealing that he had not taken a life in recent days, leaving his hands restless with an itch. Initially, he failed to grasp the source of his disquiet, but it was only upon Connor's reminder that he came to understand. Throughout the years, the enforcer had relentlessly pursued wrongdoers, and now, the sudden cessation of such actions left him with an overwhelming sense of withdrawal. "Frank, not yet." Roman flatly refused. "Why?" Frank inquired, somewhat perplexed, yet he did not dwell on negative thoughts. If Roman intended to eliminate him, there would be no reason to save him, and given Roman's prowess, there was no necessity for such a confinement strategy. In response to Frank's question, Roman did not rush to reply. Instead, he took a few steps, his gaze drifting towards the orange-red and deep blue vials placed on either side. "Frank, I believe you're already aware," he said softly. "As we confront an increasing number of offenders, our strength is gradually proving insufficient." Roman turned back to the enforcer, his voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, the enforcer lowered his head, his fists tightening, yet he refrained from arguing, merely responding with a soft hum. This realization, even without Roman's prompting, had become evident to the enforcer after enduring severe injuries. In truth, Frank's contributions to the Crimson Society had never been particularly remarkable. Aside from Frank, all others were capable individuals. Peter had consistently followed Roman, their bond appearing strong, and they had made indelible contributions to eradicating criminals in New York. Flint, the Sandman, and Emil, the Abomination, both possessed formidable abilities and were direct subordinates of Roman. They were currently collaborating with Martin Lee to address the root causes of the burgeoning criminal underworld. Max had recently emerged as a new hero in New York, effortlessly dispatching criminals with each intervention. Although Connor intervened infrequently, he maintained the operations of the Blood Tower and had recently collaborated with Roman to develop the remarkable Compound 5. Deadpool and the Shadow, though newcomers, were always ready to charge in a battle at Roman's command. Even the latest addition, the Speedster Hunter, had his own unique strengths. The enforcer felt increasingly uncertain about his significance within the Crimson Society. He moved his lips slightly, but remained silent. Observing the enforcer's reaction, Roman nodded in satisfaction. He was untroubled by the enforcer's current strength. What he feared was the lack of a desire to grow stronger. Without the initiative for self-improvement, everything would become exceedingly challenging, even with others pushing from behind. After a moment's contemplation, Roman continued, "Thus, I wish to initiate a comprehensive upgrade for you." "Upgrade?" The enforcer lifted his head, intrigued by Roman's proposition. At that moment, the laboratory door behind the enforcer swung open once more, and a tall figure clad in a white lab coat strode in. A smile flickered across Roman's face as he clapped his hands together. "As promised, I believe you have already met the newest addition to our laboratory, Dr. Maya. She has pioneered a remarkable innovation known as the desperation virus. This virus enables individuals to regenerate severed limbs effortlessly, granting them extraordinary strength and offensive capabilities. However, regrettably, its success rate remains highly unstable. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Maya and Dr. Connors, along with a touch of my assistance, a stable and perfected version of the desperation virus has finally emerged." Roman's words caused both Connors and Maya, standing nearby, to blush slightly. Despite their notable contributions in their respective fields, they had not played a significant role in the final enhancement of the desperation virus. The majority of the arduous work had been accomplished solely by Roman on the terrace. His experimental methods were rather brutal. He had directly abducted several violent felons from a nearby prison, irrespective of the success of the experiments, ultimately eliminating them. This approach allowed for the observation of experimental effects while conducting extreme tests on the modified desperation virus. Thus, the perfected version of the virus was born. Observing Roman's methods, Connors couldn't help but marvel. Had he had an experimental environment like Roman's back in Osborne, he would not have had to worry about the failure of the regeneration serum. Chapter 115. "I mean, all of this is for you." The moment Roman finished speaking, the Punisher's gaze was fixated intently on the row of orange-red desperation virus vials on the table. These vials seemed to pulsate with life. Although contained within test tubes, they could not help but swim restlessly from end to end, as if some small creature was playfully confined within. The Punisher spent each day in the laboratory, having witnessed Connors and Maya's mysterious research, yet he had never delved into the details. Whenever Connors and Maya were busy sketching on the whiteboard, referencing the notes provided by Roman, the Punisher awkwardly realized he could not comprehend their discussions. To maintain his aloof demeanor, he refrained from asking questions. Little did he expect that such a small test tube could possess such immense potential, and right before him, within reach, instinctively, he stepped closer, approaching the row of orange-red vials. Even from a meter away, he could feel the powerful energy and intense heat emanating from them. Rather than resembling living organisms, they seemed more akin to a row of time bombs, poised to explode at any moment. As he touched the surface of the desperation virus vial, feeling its heat beneath his fingertips, the Punisher could not help but swallow hard. He pointed at the nearest vial and looked up at Roman, asking, Are you suggesting that this substance be injected in my body? However, to his surprise, Roman merely shook his head in response. No, I mean, all of this is meant for you. Luo Mang caressed a row of despair viruses, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the wide-eyed Punisher. This was precisely Luo Mang's plan for the Punisher. If Maya is the queen ant responsible for the production of the despair virus, then Luo Mang envisions the Punisher as the future strongest entity within the Despair Legion, destined to become the king ant leading the swarm of soldier ants. Unlike ordinary despair viruses, the entire row of serums before them contained no complete versions. Each vial represented a unique capability of the despair virus, brimming with searing energy, sufficient to mobilize the body's energy adjustment system, and coupled with the enhanced self-healing abilities derived from Deadpool's extracted regenerative genes. Each vial of the despair virus, when considered individually, might be the weakest, dubbed half-paralyzed, yet when combined and injected into a single individual, that person would emerge as the mightiest, the true sovereign among the despair viruses. Determined, the Punisher contemplated deeply before resolutely picking up a vial of the despair virus to ingest. However, in the next instant, a tendril obstructed his movement. Following the tendril, he found Luo Mang shaking his head in exasperation. Frank, I understand your eagerness, but please hold your horses. This is to be injected, not consumed. Luo Mang's words caused the Punisher's robust cheeks to flush. Laughter erupted from nearby, swift and merciless. Within the Scarlet Secret Society, he only heeded Luo Mang. As for the others, well, once he regained his abilities, he might consider not toying with them. Of course, this was all for Luo Mang's sake. Connors and Maya exchanged glances, both sharing a gentle smile. Witnessing their research being desired by others brought them a sense of joy. Connors, is there any residual effect from the regenerative serum? Luo Mang inquired, directing his gaze towards Connors, who presented a data board detailing the changes in the Punisher's bodily metrics over the past few days. The data indicated that the effects of the regenerative serum had been fully absorbed and expelled from the Punisher system. In fact, the injection of a despair virus could have taken place a week ago. However, Connors had always been apprehensive that the regenerative serum might conflict with the despair virus, potentially leading to a complete genetic collapse for the Punisher. After all, the despair virus he was to inject was extraordinary. It would not permit other serums to share its territory. Understanding Luo Mang's expectations for the Punisher, Connors had been exceedingly cautious. Now, we can proceed with the injection. I will inject alongside Frank. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Connors nodded solemnly, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Maya cast a surprised glance at Luo Mang, assessing him with newfound intrigue. Based on her observations of the crimson hue, it was evident that Luo Mang had undergone serum injections. However, Maya, though taken aback, managed to conceal her astonishment, resolutely deciding to keep the secret. Perhaps this revelation was of little consequence to Luo Mang, yet Maya felt compelled to express her stance. Since her arrival at the Blood Tower, she had encountered not only cutting-edge research facilities and laboratories, but also esteemed experts in the field, such as Luo Mang, Connors, and Hunter. Problems that once seemed insurmountable were effortlessly tackled by this remarkable team. Most importantly, the stable environment and atmosphere of the Blood Tower were unlike anything outside. Maya scarcely felt the tension that had previously plagued her. The constant anxiety over what Killian might do had dissipated, allowing her to wake naturally each day. She reluctantly admitted to herself that she had become somewhat enamored with this work, an effortless endeavor that traded the Abyss virus for a stable living environment and endless wealth. In that moment, she felt as though she had discovered her life's purpose in researching the Abyss virus. With this thought in mind, Maya followed Connors, beginning to prepare the necessary items for the injection of the Abyss virus. Meanwhile, Luo Mang took a few steps toward the isolation chamber located at the rear. The chamber was entirely transparent, with a blue cube at its center containing a solitary figure. Gently tapping on the glass, Luo Mang elicited a reflexive glance from the figure within. The darkened eyes and the posture of arms wrapped around knees spoke volumes of his distress. Banner, how have you been faring lately? Indeed, it was none other than the original Hulk, Dr. Banner, who shared a body with the formidable green giant. Ever since Luo Mang had reverted him to his original form, he had remained confined within this isolation chamber. Initially, Luo Mang harbored concerns that the chamber and the spatial cube might not contain Banner and Hulk. However, Since the last incident, when Hulk's moment of bravery had resulted in a merciless beating and subsequent imprisonment, he had remained dormant within Banner, refusing to emerge even at Banner's behest. Despite having surpassed his limits, Hulk had ultimately faced utter defeat. Luo Mang had unwittingly induced a state of self-isolation in Hulk. What has become of them? Banner's vacant gaze was tinged with sorrow. Them? Luo Mang smiled broadly. Since that day, S-H-I-E-L-D has ceased to exist. However, a new organization has risen in its place. What? Banner responded with a hint of excitement, instinctively believing that Luo Mang had spared others. Hydra. A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in Luo Mang's eyes. Ever since S-H-I-E-L-D had been dismantled by Luo Mang, he had intended to seek out trouble with Hydra as well. Yet Hydra persists to this day, concealing itself within S-H-I-E-L-D without detection. In terms of evasion and resurgence, it surpasses anything S-H-I-L-D could achieve. Hydra, akin to the mythological beast with multiple heads, seems to have its bases scattered throughout Blue Star. Recently, Roman has located and destroyed several Hydra-affiliated facilities, yet Hydra continues to sprout like resilient weeds after a fire. Roman even suspects that Hydra's influence extends to the cosmos. Though it poses no immediate threat to him, the feeling of being constantly watched is unsettling. Hydra? Banner's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had heard this name from Captain America, recalling it as a nefarious organization with sinister ambitions, though his understanding of it remained vague. What was certain, however, was that Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D were natural adversaries, worlds apart. Contemplating this, the flicker of hope that had ignited on Banner's face dimmed once more. With the Avengers in ruins and S-H-I-E-L-D no longer in existence, he felt lost and tormented. The existence of the Hulk was a source of anguish for him, something he struggled to accept. While others might view it as a divine gift, for Banner, the uncontrollable Hulk represented a perilous weapon. From this perspective, Roman's decision to confine him was not entirely misguided. It ensured that the Hulk would not harm any innocent bystanders. Yet, having been under constant surveillance and even imprisonment, Banner yearned for freedom. He craved liberty, yet found himself unable to attain it. He perpetually grappled with his suffering, hoping to reconcile his relationship with the Hulk, often finding himself powerless. Banner, let's make a deal. Roman stated plainly, cutting through the pretense. Me? What could possibly interest you? Banner replied with a self-deprecating smile, his words laced with despondency. His only sources of pride were his connection to the Hulk and his confidence in his professional expertise. Yet, both were ruthlessly overshadowed by Roman. In terms of combat prowess, Roman could easily overpower the Hulk with sheer physical strength. Regarding the realm of research, Banner had inadvertently discovered that behind every regenerative serum, Compound 5, or the ominous virus, lay Roman's influence. The achievements Roman accomplished with ease were those that many researchers would never even grasp in their lifetimes. How could Banner compete with that? What could he possibly offer in comparison? Do not underestimate yourself. You possess unique qualities, Roman remarked, smiling at Banner. For reasons unknown, Banner felt an unsettling chill at the sight of Roman's smile, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to meet Roman's gaze, silently inquiring with his eyes. I can separate you from the Hulk. From this moment on, you will be yourself, and the Hulk will be the Hulk. All I require is the Hulk. In return, you shall attain your freedom. Upon hearing Roman's words, Banner immediately perked up, despite still having slightly darkened eyes. He straightened his posture. Are you truly speaking the truth? Banner inquired, his excitement palpable, rather than voluntarily joining the Avengers. He felt as though he was compelled into their ranks. At present, Banner found it impossible to embrace the Hulk from the depths of his being, as the Hulk had long been a source of inner turmoil. However, joining the Avengers presented a viable means to effectively restrain the Hulk, preventing him from spiraling into utter chaos. Thus, under Nick Fury's advocacy for protecting the world, Banner ultimately chose to align himself with the Avengers. Indeed, Roman replied with a gentle smile, though internally he had already begun to strategize the complete exploitation of the Hulk. A Hulk devoid of battle spirit and rage was naught but a liability, inferior even to the Abomination. Rather than waste such potential, it would be far more prudent to utilize him effectively. Moreover, it was evident from Banner's demeanor that he was quite enticed by Roman's proposition. Excellent, Roman nodded. Another day of altruism. Banner was elated. Roman was pleased. Was this not a scenario of mutual delight? However, when Roman turned around, he found Quicksilver standing nearby, staring at him with a bemused expression. For the first time, he exhibited a somewhat bashful demeanor, as if he wished to speak yet held back. After a moment's contemplation, he locked eyes with Roman and finally voiced his inquiry. You mentioned previously that you had some conjectures regarding the disappearance of my speed. What is truly the matter? Quicksilver was eager to follow Roman, yet he was reluctant to appear vulnerable before him, embodying a rather proud disposition. Upon hearing Quicksilver's question, Roman recalled the events that had transpired since Killian's ill-fated visit, followed by a series of incidents. After concluding matters with S.H.I.E.L.D., Roman sought trouble with Hydra, subsequently addressing the extremist virus. Consequently, he had yet to find the time to resolve Quicksilver's issue. Glancing at Quicksilver, Roman pondered momentarily before responding. Do you remember when I was initially confined in the infirmary? At the mention of that time, Quicksilver could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. His abilities had still been intact back then. Although his speed was affected, it did not compare to the current state, and thus his voice was somewhat louder. Yet Roman appeared oblivious to Quicksilver's discomfort, continuing, You began to engage with me closely, and after I accelerated you, you remarked that I had absorbed your speed. Do you recall? Upon hearing the mention of speed, Quicksilver's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Despite following Roman, speed remained his essence. Of course, Quicksilver nodded. Roman acknowledged him with a nod and began to walk forward, with Quicksilver trailing behind, attentively listening. Let us leap through time once more, arriving at the moment we departed from that universe. You sprint madly while I open the portal, and ultimately, the transfer is successful. Yet you find yourself stripped of your abilities. Observing Luo Mang as he slowly contemplates, Jisoo nods in recollection. Thus arises the question, why have you relinquished the majority of your speed force, while Xiansei remains unscathed? Jisoo furrows his brow, his mouth slightly agape. Had Luo Mang not mentioned it, he might have overlooked such nuances. Indeed, why is it that only he has lost his powers, while Xiansei and Luo Mang have not? Could it be? Jisoo's eyes widen as realization dawns upon him. The multiverse traversal is linked to that portal. Acknowledging Jisoo's epiphany, Luo Mang nods, affirming that his former physicist's intellect has indeed grasped the crux of the matter swiftly. To be candid, my abilities were initially suppressed as well. However, it seems that after sampling your speed force, it has become rather discerning. In terms of the source of power from the Flash's universe, the speed force is a formidable force imbued with self-awareness, capable of traversing both space and time. From a qualitative perspective, it is not difficult to comprehend why the space gem, in a state of energy depletion, would favor the speed force. Indeed, Luo Mang speculates that should the time gem be involved, it might directly drain Jisoo of his very essence. Chapter 117. The Serum Injection. Then how can I regain my powers? Jisoo swiftly turns to Luo Mang, blocking his path, his eyes searching Luo Mang's for answers. He has grown weary of sluggish days. A speedster ought to run until their last breath, should they not? I cannot claim to possess extensive knowledge of your abilities. I have merely simulated your recovery in my mind. An ancient Eastern proverb states, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Your power has been absorbed by me. If I were to reciprocate, perhaps there exists a chance for rapid restoration. However, this power is formidable, and I fear that once I commence, I may lose control. Such overwhelming energy might even lead to your complete disarray. Luo Mang speaks candidly, devoid of any pretense towards Jisoo. I will accept any risk as long as I can reclaim my speed. Jisoo's veins swell at his neck, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Mang, as if to demonstrate his unwavering resolve. Observing Jisoo's demeanor, Luo Mang lets out a sigh. Understood. Once I complete the serum injection, I shall endeavor to help you regain your speed. Jisoo's tenacity might stem from his childhood, the torment endured during electrotherapy in the asylum. For the sake of power, he is willing to forsake himself. In this regard, he bears some resemblance to Luo Mang. Jisoo nods, towel in hand, stepping once more onto the cosmic treadmill. Luo, the injection can commence now. At this opportune moment, Connor steps forward, nodding at Luo Mang, an unusual tension evident in his eyes. Others may not be aware, but Connors has been present almost every time Luo Mang receives a serum injection. It remains uncertain whether Luo Mang can continue these injections after enduring so many. It is important to note that these serums have been continuously refined and enhanced. Their potency far surpasses that of the previous formulations. The two entered the laboratory hall, where 2 chamber beds had been prepared. The beds were inclined at a 60-degree angle and measured approximately 22 meters in length, ample enough to accommodate a tall adult male. The Punisher had already reclined in one of the chamber beds. As Luo Mang approached, Maya slowly administered a dose of the desperation virus, which governs the body's reparative abilities. This initial injection would provide the Punisher with self-preservation capabilities, with subsequent portions to follow, allowing for timely reaction in case of unforeseen complications. A faint hum emanated from the chamber bed, yet Luo Mang could discern a buzzing sound from its operational frequency. The minute dose of the desperation virus was injected, and the glass surface of the chamber instantly transformed to a vibrant orange hue. Sharp projectiles emerged, piercing various points on the Punisher's body. Simultaneously, wisps of smoke began to swirl within the chamber, as the desperation virus was absorbed with each breath the Punisher took. At that moment, every vein beneath his skin faintly illuminated, radiating a searing warmth. How long would this condition persist? Luo Mang glanced at Connors beside him. The modified desperation virus was primarily under Luo Mang's control, yet much of the subsequent intricate data had been delegated to Connors and Maya. Based on estimations, the desperation virus would integrate within his system for approximately 710 hours. Connors adjusted his glasses and conservatively estimated there should be no need for energy supply during this process. Correct? The desperation virus can fully sustain him without any need for food or water. In other words, he would need to remain here for several days. Indeed, based on his constitution, even a stay of half a month remains within a manageable range, Luo Mang affirmed, shedding his shirt to reveal his muscular physique before stepping into the vacant chamber. Luo Mang peered through the chamber glass at Connors. In that case, I may commence my injection. Based on my physiological metrics, I will first administer the specially formulated desperation virus, followed by the custom compound number 5. There's no need to estimate my awakening time. Connors, you should already be aware. Understood, Connors nodded. The so-called specially formulated desperation virus and compound number 5 were, in essence, tailored products developed specifically for Luo Mang's individual circumstances. Much like the Punisher-S version of the desperation virus, Luo Mang had engineered a bespoke batch suited to his own needs. What would be an uncontrollable surge of energy for others posed no such challenge for Luo Mang. Thus, the specialized version of Luo Mang can also be referred to as the Berserk Desperation Virus. The 5th compound was originally developed using the genes of our compatriots. Judging by the performance of the white mice, this specialized version has nearly restored all the capabilities of our people: super speed, heat rays, and immense strength. If we liken the process of the Punisher, which requires a grueling 710 hours to complete, to a slow simmer, then Luo Mang's forthcoming dual injections of serum resemble a raging inferno. Were it not for Luo Mang's fervent insistence, Connors would never have opted for such a method. Connors cautiously retrieved the most striking serum from the temperature-controlled chamber. Cradling it in both hands, he approached Luo Mang's pod and inserted the serum through the designated port. As the specialized desperation virus was injected, Luo Mang's entire being transformed into a vibrant orange hue, reminiscent of the Punisher's initial reaction. However, in the next moment, as the specialized virus coursed through him, Luo Mang seemed as if he were on the brink of combustion, his veins swelling with intensity. Each sinew resembled a vivid, intricate pattern. Surging dramatically, despite the pod's isolation, everyone present could distinctly feel the fervor emanating from within. This sudden transformation was far more intense than that of the Punisher. Connors and Maya observed Luo Mang's reaction with great caution. Even the seemingly focused speedster couldn't resist casting a sidelong glance. Yet, in the midst of such overwhelming change, Luo Mang remained composed within the pod, eyes tightly closed, as if the searing heat could not pierce his being in the slightest. No need for concern. Luo Mang was similar before. I believe he will soon absorb the entire serum, Connors reassured Maya, although his demeanor suggested he was merely comforting himself. Had Connors been accustomed to such experiences from a young age, he might have already begun to burn incense and chant incantations. Just as the two managed to relax, Preparing to enjoy a drink in the entertainment area of the Crimson Tower, the laboratory door suddenly swung open. Everyone turned their gaze, only to be astonished to find no one outside. Connors was the first to react, alertly exchanging glances with Speedster before cautiously making his way toward the laboratory entrance. His lab coat began to tear as his body swelled. As he approached the door, Connors had transformed into a tall lizard adorned with a serpent crown. Maya gasped in astonishment. Having worked alongside Connors for so long, it was her first realization that he too was a mutant. Meanwhile, Speedster quickly grabbed a bottle of fluorosilicic acid, shielding Luo Mang's pod behind him. Connors cautiously peered outside, but found no one. Just as he sighed in relief, a chilling voice echoed from above. "Hey, who are you looking for? I can help you find them." Chapter 118. Are they already at the door? The group hurriedly glanced upwards, only to meet the gaze of the dark spider, Peter, who was perched upside down on the ceiling, his legs crossed and hands outstretched. "Peter," Connors exclaimed softly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Peter and Connors were among the first to stand by Roman S.'s side, and Connors felt a surge of joy at Peter S.'s return. Observing Peter, Connors couldn't help but reflect on the past. The once Na'vi Peter, despite his formidable, mutated abilities, could still be engaged in a tussle with Connors due to his regenerative powers. Yet now, Peter had grown exponentially stronger, capable of entering the laboratory undetected. Even Velocity couldn't help but steal a few glances at Peter. Peter had been right above him, yet he had been foolishly holding a vial of acidic liquid, staring at the door. "Where's Roman? I heard he has been in some trouble lately," Peter inquired anxiously. Looking at Connors, "All troubles have been resolved. Roman has injected a new serum and is currently absorbing its power," Connors replied, gesturing towards the chamber where Roman was located. It was then that Peter noticed Roman within the confines of the chamber. "Oh no, I initially returned to fetch reinforcements," Peter said, rubbing his smooth head, a hint of frustration in his tone. "What happened? Even you couldn't handle it?" Connors was taken aback by Peter S.'s request for assistance, as this was the first time he had sought help from home. It was known that Peter usually dealt with challenges on his own, even against the other powered individuals in New York. "This is complicated. It can't be explained in a few words. How long until Roman awakens? I'm quite anxious." Peter expressed, his urgency palpable. "I'm not certain. It depends entirely on Roman himself," Connors admitted, feeling uncertain about Roman's condition. "That's troublesome," Peter murmured, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. In a hasty farewell, he added, "Once Roman awakens, ensure he comes to assist me," before departing, leaving Connors and the others exchanging puzzled glances. A month passed swiftly. Roman finally awakened in the chamber, yet he was met with an overwhelming darkness. As he clenched his fist, an uncontrollable surge of violent energy coursed through his body. Countless orange-red lights flickered beneath his skin. With a mere thought, he could envelop any part of his body in this searing energy, significantly enhancing his destructive power. However, just as he attempted to unleash a heat ray to cleave the chamber open, he realized his eyes were entirely unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, Roman first knocked on the chamber door, but received no response. He subtly harnessed his spatial powers, vanishing from the chamber and reappearing outside. As he moved, a cloud of dust cascaded down from above, settling upon him. Roman lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, only to discover that he was no longer in the Crimson Tower. What transpired? Roman pondered, sensing that a significant upheaval had occurred since his awakening. Otherwise, Connors would never have left him here. At the same time, the injection of Compound 5 did not proceed smoothly, which Luo Mang could perceive with clarity. This approach was utterly untenable. "I cannot abandon Ro." Suddenly, a faint sound reached Luo Mang's ears. He raised an eyebrow and began to move towards the source of the sound. With each step he took, blue waves of light rippled beneath his feet. In just a few strides, Luo Mang arrived near the source. To his astonishment, it was none other than the Punisher, Frank. He was clad in a dark combat suit, and every inch of his exposed skin was adorned with peculiar, striped markings that, from a distance, resembled countless serpents tattooed upon him. As the Punisher's chest heaved, those markings emitted a soft, orange glow. The sound had originated from Peter, who stood opposite the Punisher, his blood-black, textured spider suit contrasting with the scene. Clenching his fists, he declared loudly, "Peter says no, and that means no." The current Venom was evidently no longer as aloof as before, expressing a sense of camaraderie with Peter. It was clear that Peter had become the most compatible host Venom had ever inhabited. As Peter and the Punisher argued, others seemed to await the resolution of their dispute in silence. Since the Punisher's awakening, his power had surged, granting him considerable influence within the Crimson Secret Society. Naturally, many were reluctant to involve themselves. For instance, Emile only heeded Luo Mang's words. While everyone else could depart, Emile would choose to remain with Luo Mang until the end. In a corner, Speedy leaned against a dust-laden wall, arms crossed, coldly observing the two in their quarrel. The Punisher gazed at Peter, but ultimately sighed. His original intention had been to hide Luo Mang in an obscure location, far from New York, so that Luo Mang would remain unharmed. After all, Luo Mang's body was a coveted prize for that individual. This would allow them to confront that threat without worry. However, Peter's argument held merit. Without Luo Mang under their protection, the situation could indeed become more perilous for him. Stop arguing. Ro wouldn't wish to see you like this. Martin Lee, who had remained silent until now, raised his cane and tapped it against the ground, producing a series of sharp sounds. As the echoes reverberated in the dim space, both Peter and the Punisher fell into silence almost simultaneously. Though their opinions diverged, they understood that all were acting in Luo Mang's best interest. Moreover, continuing this dispute would lead nowhere. Anyone affiliated with the Crimson Secret Society was well aware of Peter's deep reliance on Luo Mang, whom he regarded as one of his only two family members. Since Peter is unwilling to relent, continuing down this path seems futile. Might I inquire if anyone remembers Captain Delicious Pants? Captain Delicious Pants is quite familiar with the War Police. At this utterance, the crowd instinctively lowered their heads. Before them stood a diminutive figure, less than a meter tall, bearing twin blades that matched his own height. At that moment, Deadpool was holding the hand of the darkly clad individual, resembling a child let out for play by family. They're hardly in a position to safeguard themselves. From the shadows emerged Connors, his once pristine white coat now tattered and torn. His words bore a certain hostility towards the War Police. As this conflict was instigated by their side, what shall we do then? We can't truly let loose the chaos. What are you even saying? Peter furrowed his brow, gazing at the stammering Max Ro. Ro. Max's eyes widened, revealing his characteristic wide, gap-toothed grin. He raised a hand, excitedly gesturing toward the position of Luo Mang, nearly fainting with exhilaration. The crowd, taken aback, turned to see the long-awaited figure of Luo Mang. Oh, Peter yanked off his mask and joyfully leapt into Luo Mang's embrace, sharing a profound hug. Chapter 119, To Death and Beyond. Peter collapsed into Luo Mang's arms, feeling a sense of relief, tranquility, and the unburdening of emotions that had been pent up for so long. It seemed that as long as Luo Mang was present, all obstacles and challenges would dissolve effortlessly. Upon discovering Luo Mang, smiles spread across the faces of the others. Even the usually stoic Velocity cracked a rare smile. The Crimson Society may have faded, but with Luo Mang, it remained alive. Hence the suggestion from the Punisher. However, if the Crimson Society existed solely without Luo Mang, it might cease to exist altogether. In that moment, upon seeing Luo Mang, everyone felt they had found their anchor. Ro, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Connors approached with a look of remorse, shedding his earlier cold demeanor. Faced with an imminent threat, he had no choice but to lead everyone away from the Blood Tower, bringing Luo Mang and the chamber along. What has transpired? Luo Mang inquired with a calm voice. Upon regaining consciousness and witnessing everything combined with the snippets of conversation from the others, Luo Mang felt an uncanny sense of having awakened to find his home ransacked. Hearing Luo Mang's question, the group turned their gaze to Peter, the first to encounter this incident, making him the most suitable to explain. Peter, upon hearing this, released Luo Mang, wiped the corner of his eye, and began to recount slowly. Ro, as you know, I was originally in another state, where there were many individuals with abilities. Roman led Peter to a secluded spot and patiently listened. Observing Peter's chapped lips, he casually poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Peter expressed his gratitude with a soft cough. He drank hastily, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. After a moment, he waved his hand and resumed his explanation. Initially, everything was going smoothly. Thanks to Wade's introduction, I quickly connected with the local organization of empowered individuals, the Sentinels. They did not oppose my methods. In fact, they even sought to recruit me into their ranks. Roman nodded in acknowledgement. In essence, both the Sentinels and the Brotherhood differ fundamentally from conventional hero organizations. Their primary concern is the welfare of mutants, aiming to ensure that mutants can thrive on Blue Planet. Simply put, their allegiance lies with mutants rather than with other humans residing on Blue Planet. However, the approaches of the two factions differ, which ultimately led to the rift between Professor X and Magneto. As time passed, uncontrollable changes began to unfold. According to their information, an ancient mutant had awakened from its slumber. I initially believed I could handle the situation, but to my surprise, he proved immensely powerful. I couldn't even approach him. As Peter spoke before Roman, his voice grew increasingly aggrieved, his eyes reddening, as if he wished to unburden the struggles he had endured. An ancient mutant? Could it be Apocalypse? Roman was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this individual supposed to have resurrected in the last century? Yet, observing Peter's current state, Roman refrained from interrupting and continued to listen intently. I joined forces with the Sentinels to combat him, but he was too formidable. I was unable to defeat him. I once considered returning for reinforcements, only to discover that you had already succumbed to slumber. Then one day, he suddenly became aware of your existence. He arrived in the heart of New York City, accompanied by his 4 horsemen. The Blood Red Tower was destroyed in our battle. Peter clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his face etched with humiliation. They invaded our home, and in the end, we could not even protect it. We barely managed to evacuate you and the others. Until now, we have remained hidden here. After Peter finished speaking, he fell silent, awaiting Roman's response. At that moment, Roman couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Apocalypse seeking him? What could that possibly entail? Merely an inquiry into the current state of modern society, eyeing his vessel, no doubt. According to Apocalypse's custom, when a body begins to decay, he seeks a new host to acquire its abilities and extend his lifespan. Currently, Apocalypse's revival has been delayed by over 30 years. If all goes as expected, his original vessel should have reached its limit by now. Thus, the urgency to arrive in New York was palpable, driven by the hope of seizing Luo Mang's corporeal form. At that very moment, Luo Mang was ensconced in slumber. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have succumbed to their desires long ago. A chuckle escaped Luo Mang's lips, laced with an inexorable malice. The living had been rendered lifeless, only for the lifeless to be resurrected in an unexpected twist. Intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. His laughter reverberated through the dimly lit space, as he reflected on the multitude of events he had unwittingly overlooked during his repose. Gradually, his mirth subsided, and he surveyed the members of the Scarlet Cabal with sincerity. "I appreciate your efforts during my absence," he declared, prompting all present to rise in unison. The Deadpool could not restrain himself, springing up with his diminutive legs, seemingly eager to capture Luo Mang's attention and convey his steadfast presence. "Luo Mang, what shall we do next?" Connors inquired softly, stepping closer. With Luo Mang's awakening, the need for further debate had dissipated. Both Peter and the Punisher would undoubtedly acquiesce to Luo Mang's directives. With Peter in tow, Luo Mang scanned the assembly before addressing them. "Each of you here is a member of the Scarlet Cabal. Joining the Scarlet Cabal and residing in the Blood Red Mansion unequivocally means that this mansion is our shared sanctuary. I wish to remind everyone of the manner in which we operate." As Luo Mang's words lingered in the air, though he did not elaborate, the sinister and guttural voice of Scarlet echoed in their minds. Scarlet was enraged, roaring defiantly. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This recent defeat marked the most significant setback the Scarlet Cabal had ever faced since its inception. While no lives were lost, an indelible stain of humiliation remained. The entire Cabal had been forcefully ousted from the Blood Red Mansion by the forces of Apocalypse, who brazenly vowed to find Luo Mang and usurp his body. Seemingly trivial details were magnified in the minds of the gathered, and a wave of shame washed over them all. Even Velocity, the erstwhile sovereign of that world, could not help but clench his fists until his flesh broke under the pressure. It was unthinkable that he, once the supreme ruler, would be reduced to fleeing in disgrace. At that moment, a singular phrase resonated in the hearts of all present, to death and beyond. Chapter 120, New York City. What was once a thriving metropolis had devolved into a desolate wasteland in a mere span of time. Smoke and flames danced amidst the ruins. This was no longer the most prosperous locale in America. It resembled a battleground. Yet unlike the previous cataclysmic clash in New York, at this moment, the area is devoid of any personnel clad in the crimson rescue uniforms representing the Scarlet Tower Foundation. The flames intertwine with the searing sunlight, scorching the gravel-strewn ground, causing the air near the surface to shimmer slightly. Two shadows approach, one following the other, arriving at a location close to the ruins of the Scarlet Tower. Are you ready? This may very well be your final broadcast. Indeed, without hesitation, Mia nodded in response to the photographer's inquiry. Since her encounter with the Crimson during the combat games, she felt as though she had discovered her life's purpose. If this is to be her last broadcast, she must conclude it with the Crimson. As the vibrant hue illuminated in front of the camera, Mia took a deep breath and, with her back turned to the ruins of the Scarlet Tower, began to speak. Hello everyone, this is the New York Daily. I am Mia, and today I will be your correspondent. Mia straightened her posture, her authentic broadcasting tone reflecting her professionalism. It has been a month since the apocalypse invaded New York. During this month, the city has endured an unfathomable catastrophe. Heroes such as Black Spider and Tony Stark have made multiple attempts to intervene, yet all have ended in failure. Behind me, you can see the once mighty Scarlet Tower, now reduced to a state of ruin. The heroes of New York have faltered, powerless in the face of the apocalypse. I believe countless citizens of New York share my pressing question. Where has the Crimson gone? Mia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her younger brother had been gravely injured in the attack and remained in a coma. Pressing her lips together, Mia endeavored to maintain her composure before continuing. Since the apocalypse descended, the population of New York has diminished by at least 30%. Many have abandoned the citizens, throwing their lot in with the apocalypse. It is possible that my broadcast channel may soon be banned. Nevertheless, I still wish to convey a message to the Crimson on behalf of everyone. Mia slowly raised her head, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She fixed her gaze on the camera, her eyes burning with intensity. Crimson, New York needs you. Indeed, we could use him as well. The sudden voice startled Mia, causing her and the camera to turn towards the sky behind them. There, a man clad in silver armor loomed above them, surveying the scene with an imposing presence. Behind him, a pair of wings forged from steel unfurled, slowly flapping. Witnessing one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, the Angel, Mia instinctively took a step back. Although the Angel is the weakest of the four, often requiring collaboration with the other horsemen, he remains far beyond the capabilities of two ordinary individuals. As Mia continued to retreat, the Angel glided closer, flapping his wings gently. He tilted his head, regarding Mia curiously. So, beautiful lady, could you possibly provide me with some valuable information? Gazing at Mia's terrified expression, the Angel felt a wave of satisfaction and exhilaration sweep over him. Since the destruction of his wings, he had never experienced such a sensation. It was akin to being revered as a deity. Spreading his angelic wings, he looked down upon the multitude of humanity. A subtle smile graced the corners of the Angel's mouth as he beheld Mia's fair and exquisite visage, his desires surging within him. From a cautious beginning to the acceptance of his true self, the Angel increasingly believed in the veracity of what the Harbinger had proclaimed. Mortals ought to regard mutants as divine beings. Conversely, mutants were justified in their treatment of mortals, regardless of the circumstances. The Angel's iron wings fluttered slightly as he extended a hand toward Mia. Just as he was about to make contact with her form, his palm abruptly froze in midair. He lifted his gaze to meet Mia's eyes, which sparkled with a bright, emerald hue. In that moment, those eyes brimmed with astonishment, joy, and hope. Simultaneously, a raspy voice, as if echoing from the depths of hell, whispered in his ear, "You, a god, are perhaps too weak compared to the deities I know." Startled, the Angel instinctively curled his palm. A question flickered through his mind. How could this person discern his innermost thoughts? Yet, in the next instant, the Angel's wings trembled, and he prepared to retaliate with a forceful strike. However, before he could make a move, a searing pain suddenly pierced through his back. Blood began to spatter, and the Angel felt his mind go blank as he plummeted toward the ground. Collapsing onto the earth, he felt the scorching sensation beneath him and, trembling, lifted his head. Beneath the sun stood a somewhat slender figure of a man. As sunlight bathed him, the Angel's eyes widened in alarm. Following the man's outstretched arms, he noticed that he was gripping two iron wings, the tips connected to two pristine white bones. Blood mingled with the bones, dripping down in steady streams. As the Angel stared in a daze at the blood pooling on the ground, an overwhelming wave of agony surged through him, far more intense than before. He felt as if his very soul was being extracted. Then, before the angel's horrified gaze, the figure of Roman began to swell and transform. In an instant, he morphed into a towering, 3-meter crimson form. This incarnation of Roman bore a slight resemblance to his previous appearance. Beneath the scaly armor, each muscle fiber no longer pulsed, but was instead infused with a molten orange energy that radiated a faint glow. Clearly, this was a being that should not exist within human society. Yet, as Roman stood in the sunlight, he appeared strikingly fitting. As Mia watched with a mixture of anxiety and excitement, Roman slowly approached the angel. The angel, filled with terror, continued to retreat, only to be pinned beneath the foot of Ramon. In a startling display, Ramon seized the angel's head with a single hand, lifting it high before the camera. Tilting his head slightly, he spoke in his characteristic crimson voice. In the next moment, a hissing sound erupted as his entire arm transformed into a vivid orange energy. Amidst swirling white smoke, it penetrated deep into the angel's skull. With a gentle grip, Ramon instantly reduced the angel's brain to a pulpy mass. The angel's eyes glazed over, then rapidly filled with blood, while its limbs fell helplessly to the ground. No more pleas for mercy escaped its lips, and its chest ceased to rise and fall. With a thud, the angel's lifeless body collapsed before Mia. Yet, Mia felt no fear. Instead, her gaze towards Ramon brimmed with excitement. She was not alone in this sentiment. At that moment, the entire city of New York would come to know. Crimson has returned. Chapter 121. Has the apocalypse arrived? Ramon glanced back at the blood-red skyscraper, a wistful expression crossing his face. His long slumber had passed swiftly, as if one moment he was within the confines of the Crimson Tower, and in the next, he discovered it had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the building had suffered minimal casualties. With ample reserves of regeneration serums, Connors had evidently anticipated such an eventuality, preparing accordingly for the blood-red tower. However, it was a pity that before the ancient being known as Apocalypse, who had lived for millennia, they remained at a disadvantage. Since awakening, Apocalypse had developed at an alarming pace, possessing the ability to awaken mutants. Many among the mutants were willing to serve Apocalypse. Crimson, Ramon turned to the call, meeting Mia's eyes, which sparkled with a fierce possessiveness. For reasons unknown, seeing Ramon in this state only heightened her exhilaration. In that moment, Mia had cast aside all prior sorrow and fear. To her, Crimson represented the pinnacle of strength in New York, and with his return, all would be well. As her gaze inadvertently swept over the flowing orange energy surrounding Ramon, a look of rapture flickered in her eyes. "We have been waiting for your return," Mia spoke, her tone tinged with a childlike sense of longing. Ramon approached, leaning slightly forward to meet her gaze. "I know. I am sorry for my delayed return," he replied, causing Mia to bury her face in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the photographer could not resist adjusting his camera to capture this moment. Straightening up, Ramon surveyed the photographer and the camera. "Utilize all your means, even if it requires direct communication. Crimson has returned, and everything will be set right. I shall place Apocalypse's head at the entrance. He must pay the price for the harm he has inflicted upon you." As Luo Mang's voice faded, numerous figures abruptly emerged behind him. Mia's eyes widened in astonishment. The Black Spider, Mr. Lee, the Sand Demon, and that individual clad in a red bodysuit, all stood firmly allied with Luo Mang. Witnessing the scene, Mia felt her heart nearly cease its rhythm. Her very soul seemed on the verge of bursting forth uncontrollably. Her arms were covered in goosebumps, raised by a chill. Covering her mouth with a delicate hand, Mia longed to speak, yet found her mind a blank canvas. Ultimately, she could only watch as Luo Mang and the others departed, rooted in place, replaying the earlier moment in her mind, unable to find solace. Suddenly, Mia pivoted sharply, gathering her cascading golden locks into an elegant tie. Casting a glance at the photographer, she strode purposefully towards the sun's embrace. "Let us go. Here, too, lies our battle." The photographer jogged to keep pace. For reasons unknown, he sensed a notable change in Mia each time she encountered Luo Mang. Luo Mang, accompanied by the Scarlet Secret Society, shifted through space. Having undergone enhancement from a specially formulated dire virus, his body could now withstand a greater influx of Infinity Stone energy, with the power of space capable of easily enveloping the entirety of America. As he guided his companions in search of Apocalypse's whereabouts, Luo Mang pondered the recent events. His words to Mia had not been mere kindness. The conflict between Luo Mang and Apocalypse was, after all, inevitable. Yet, upon seeing Mia and the camera, a new thought had suddenly taken root in his mind. A glance was cast at Martin Li, the ideal executor of Luo Mang's scheme. Given the impending destruction of New York and the invasion by Apocalypse, perhaps this presented an optimal opportunity. Buzz. Yet in an instant, a formidable mental force began to descend. An incessant buzzing filled Luo Mang's ears, reminiscent of auditory hallucinations emanating from the realm of the mind. Concurrently, the soul stone embedded in his chest flared to brilliance. This overwhelming psychic force was swiftly expelled, a demonstration of the soul stone's might. As the buzzing subsided, Luo Mang raised an eyebrow, his body halting abruptly in midair. Not far off, a cluster of dark figures had materialized, with 4 silhouettes standing before them. Centered around a figure exuding a gray-blue aura, they fanned outward in an arch, clearly having awaited this moment for some time. Remarkably, amidst the ruins lay 2 ancient high-backed chairs, adorned with carvings of the moon and sun, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. In Luo Mang's view, the gray-blue figure beckoned him before seating itself in one of the high-backed chairs. Without reservation, Luo Mang took a seat opposite the enigmatic figure. The members of the Crimson Secret Society stood closely behind Ramon. I was still pondering when you would finally emerge. The face of Apocalypse was adorned with an array of intricate patterns, complemented by his grayish-blue skin, creating a rather peculiar visage. After a brief slumber, I had not anticipated visitors. Ramon spoke nonchalantly. How fortuitous. I too have just awakened not long ago. Apocalypse grinned darkly, as if he had discovered a point of connection with Ramon. Observing Ramon's cheerful demeanor and noting his lack of response, Apocalypse swiftly altered the subject. I sense no angelic presence. Have you eliminated him? Should I utter an apology on your behalf? Ramon retorted. There is no need for that. Apocalypse waved his hand dismissively, fixing a serious gaze upon Ramon. One of the 4 horsemen is absent, and I require you to assume the angel's position. Me? Huh. Am I worthy of such a role? Ramon chuckled heartily. Unexpectedly, Apocalypse disregarded Ramon's jest and continued with his explanation. Initially, I sought your physical form. However, I have recently taken an interest in another. During my slumber, I have been reflecting on what I may have done wrong. Yet now, I comprehend that the realm of mutants requires neither excessive noise nor myriad thoughts. They merely need to heed my commands, the commands of a god. As he spoke, Apocalypse rose to his feet, extending his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. In due course, you may find yourself standing above countless others. Even in a future dominated by mutants, there will be a place for you. Obey me, and you may even attain immortality. A commendable notion. But might your approach be somewhat lacking in courtesy? Ramon lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Apocalypse. A fleeting spark flickered in both their eyes, causing Apocalypse to momentarily falter and retreat a couple of steps. Observing Apocalypse's demeanor, Ramon furrowed his brow. Apocalypse's mental prowess was significantly more formidable than the prior incursion. This indicated that the earlier invasion of Romang's psyche had not been executed by Apocalypse himself. Throughout the entire Blue Star, Ramon pondered and could only think of one individual, the Professor. Chapter 122. Apocalypse is dead. Were the Professor's intentions? Is it to prevent Ramon from encountering Apocalypse? Or perhaps to caution Ramon of Apocalypse's might? These questions remained shrouded in uncertainty for Ramon. Glancing at Apocalypse, he noticed a subtle shift in the latter's gaze towards him. Ramon and Apocalypse had never crossed paths, let alone engaged in combat. Apocalypse's understanding of Ramon had been derived solely from modern media and television. Thus, the image of Ramon in Apocalypse's mind likely lingered at the level of the New York battle. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to enhance their powers as swiftly as Apocalypse had bestowed upon them. Although Ramon was indeed powerful in the eyes of Apocalypse, who boasted centuries of life and multiple mutant abilities, he still lacked a certain refinement. Apocalypse, discontent with the performance of the angels, found himself deeming one of the 4 horsemen to be rather feeble. Thus, he set his sights on Ramon. Perhaps in the past, Luo Mang had been perceived as a formidable subordinate in Apocalypse's eyes. However, the astonishing transformation that Luo Mang had undergone now left Apocalypse in a state of uncertainty. Although Apocalypse's mental prowess may not rival that of the professor's amplified abilities, he was still among the elite of all mutants. Yet before Luo Mang, he found himself subjected to a backlash. Instantly, the thoughts in Apocalypse's mind began to shift subtly. As he gazed upon Luo Mang's form, a desire akin to that of an angel welled up within him. Perhaps he had been mistaken all along. It was Luo Mang's physique that was truly optimal. The longing in Apocalypse's eyes intensified, and he could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he had previously held. "I need him." Apocalypse's voice, akin to a rumbling thunder, began to brew within his throat, only to be unleashed in an instant. In a heartbeat, his voice reverberated throughout New York City. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, and the sounds of rain and thunder began to roll ominously. Countless mutants from his brotherhood surged forth, rallying behind the remaining 3 horsemen. Though Luo Mang had but a handful of allies, the Scarlet Spiders, led by Peter, showed no fear. The vicinity was littered with crumbling structures, devoid of any climbable surfaces. With a surge of energy, Peter's exterior was enveloped by the symbiote, and he launched himself towards the mutant army with tremendous force. Flint, witnessing this, clapped his hands together, summoning a torrent of sand from the debris of the buildings. In mere seconds, a colossal sand giant arose, roaring and swinging its sandy arms to attack. In such tempestuous weather, Max truly resembled a god of thunder, crackling with raw electricity. With his hands poised to harness the energy, Max suspended himself high above, launching frenzied assaults on the enemy. At the same moment, Martin Lee transformed, taking on a monochromatic appearance. From the surrounding ruins, a dozen blazing demons emerged, revealing that the Demon Gang's enhancement project had proceeded methodically during Luo Mang's slumber. Emil, now thoroughly corrupted, raised his hands, brandishing dark energy alongside Deadpool, and hurled them into the ranks of the mutant army amidst Deadpool's chaotic cries. The Punisher instantly embodied a figure of despair, his eyes glowing orange. Each time he plunged into the throng, he effortlessly took down swathes of mutants. Speed Demon clutched a blade of force, utilizing his slightly restored velocity to maneuver along the periphery. Though his speed had waned, his combat skills remained intact. Speed Demon would not allow anyone to threaten Luo Mang. As the battle loomed, the 2 figures in the midst of the chaos remained still. Luo Mang and Apocalypse locked eyes, and suddenly, Luo Mang stepped forward. Meanwhile, behind Tianqi, a violet portal emerged, through which Luo Mang directly traversed to a location several dozen kilometers away. Upon arrival, Tianqi was met with a menacingly expanding crimson fist, hurtling toward his face. In an instant, his eyes turned a ghostly white, frantically rolling within their sockets. In less than 0.01 seconds, a formidable energy shield materialized before him. Simultaneously, a violet portal appeared behind Tianqi, seemingly to conceal his presence. However, Luo Mang merely raised his hand slightly, and the previously operational violet portal abruptly sealed itself. When Tianqi attempted to engage the portal once more, he found it sealed tighter than cement. Observing the astonishment in Tianqi's eyes, Luo Mang grinned. "This realm restricts spatial movement. But not me." With a wave of his hand, a towering building materialized above Tianqi, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Dust began to scatter as the edifice shattered into fragments. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the debris began to coalesce, transforming into a swirling cloud of dust, rushing directly towards Luo Mang. Seeing this, Luo Mang clenched his fists, and a torrent of searing energy surged through his body, illuminating his form. A potent force gathered within his mouth, exuding an aura of overwhelming destruction, an energy potent enough to incinerate all in its path, radiating an unmistakable sense of peril. The intense energy was unleashed, colliding with the dust in a cataclysmic explosion, the sound of which could be heard for miles. The ground around Luo Mang glowed a fierce red, molten liquid flowing like lava across its surface. Before Tianqi's silhouette could be discerned, Luo Mang raised his fist and clenched it fiercely. The engulfing dust was instantaneously suspended in midair. As if time itself had come to a halt, Luo Mang gently brushed aside a grain of sand, observing the gray-blue figure behind the dust as it exerted tremendous force, pulling Tianqi towards him. Despite expending all his strength to resist the spatial binding, Tianqi still managed to throw a punch at Luo Mang. The blow was caught firmly by Luo Mang's hand, followed by the ominous sound of bones fracturing. Tianqi's entire arm was crushed in an instant. Yet, in merely 2 or 3 seconds, the limp arm regained its form. You claim you wish to dominate the world? What will you use to assert such control? Luo Mang remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the struggling Tianqi. He had anticipated that a being of the mutant progenitor caliber would pose some challenge, yet found Tianqi to be a mere collection of disparate abilities lacking refinement. Abundant in power, yet each skill was jumbled together, none standing alone with any merit. Buzz. Just as Luo Mang locked gazes with Tianqi, he suddenly felt himself being drawn into a realm of darkness. Beneath the night sky of Egypt, the distant pyramids shimmer with an ethereal glow. I shall take your life. Your body belongs to me. Apocalypse, now fully liberated, gazes at Luo Mang, who appears utterly deranged. As Apocalypse raises his arms, the entire realm of darkness begins to whirl violently. At first glance, it bears a resemblance to the mirrored space of Kamartaj. You wish to kill me? Luo Mang chuckles softly, taking a step forward. As he advances, the canopy of the dark world is abruptly torn asunder. A radiant beam of light seeps from the heavens, illuminating the entirety of this shadowy realm. A colossal figure, formed of a resplendent yellow hue, reveals one eye in the canopy, staring intently at Apocalypse. Externally, this giant's visage is nearly identical to Luo Mang's. The giant extends a massive hand, and before Apocalypse can utter a word, he is enveloped entirely from above. In Apocalypse's gaze, that hand grows larger and larger, until he perceives every intricacy of its palm. Only then does he fully comprehend the gravity of his situation. He wishes to flee, yet his body becomes utterly immobilized, leaving him helpless to witness the impending strike. A buzzing noise resonates once more. When Luo Mang opens his eyes, he is met with the sight of Apocalypse, devoid of consciousness, merely a vessel bereft of self-awareness. Chapter 123. May I join you? Observing the sudden stillness of Apocalypse, Luo Mang reaches out to trace his hand along Apocalypse's arm. A chilling sensation courses through his fingertips. Apocalypse has always coveted the bodies of others. Little did he foresee that his own form would ultimately become another's possession. Luo Mang regards Apocalypse's body. If memory serves him right, in one iteration, Apocalypse's blood is a treasure, capable of healing all ailments and directly enhancing the abilities of mutants. However, this is not the time for such contemplations. Luo Mang raises his hand, enveloping Apocalypse in spatial energy, and they are instantaneously transported back to the battlefield. The aftermath of chaos renders this place even more desolate. Not a single intact structure can be found within several kilometers. The ground is strewn with corpses, the majority belonging to the mutant legion or remnants of Deadpool and X-Force, shattered by others' powers. Among the 3 horsemen, Magneto, Psylocke, and Storm, Luo Mang is particularly concerned about Magneto, whose potential seems, in some respects, even more formidable than Apocalypse's. Surprisingly, Magneto finds himself ensnared by Max and Flint. Though they cannot vanquish Magneto, their elemental forms render them impervious to his direct lethal force. This desolate wasteland favors not only Magneto, but also Flint, as the swirling sandstorm has the capacity to engulf all. Flint's desire for strength is not particularly formidable. He simply yearns to remain with his family, witnessing his daughter flourish. Luo Mang was taken aback by Flint's pace of growth, which proved to be on par with that of other agents, even hinting at a potential surpassing. It seems that my prolonged slumber may not have been entirely detrimental. A smile crept upon Luo Mang's lips, reflecting his satisfaction with Flint's performance. Subsequently, as if sensing Luo Mang's presence, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards Luo Mang and the figure of Apocalypse standing behind him, awaiting his words. Noticing the shift in attention, Luo Mang beckoned, and Apocalypse approached him. With a swift motion, Luo Mang seized Apocalypse by the neck, slamming him forcefully to the ground, creating a considerable crater. Although Apocalypse lay dead, his regenerative abilities did not vanish with him, gradually restoring him to his original state within the pit. Yet, that single throw was sufficient for the mutants to comprehend that Apocalypse was indeed dead, marking their defeat. The mutants lowered their heads, but Luo Mang had no intention of letting them off easily. In an instant, Luo vanished, reappearing beside Blink. With a swift motion, Luo transformed his right arm into a colossal blade, enveloped in searing energy, effortlessly piercing through Blink's throat. In disbelief, she turned to look back at him, blood gushing from the wound, interspersed with bubbles. Blink ultimately could not utter a single coherent word before collapsing. Following the same method, Luo swiftly ended Storm's life. Despite her readiness, she found herself utterly powerless before Luo. Magneto's expression darkened, yet his raised arm faltered and fell. Witnessing Luo, the one capable of slaying Apocalypse, he hesitated to act. However, watching his fellow mutants perish one by one stirred a sense of unwillingness within him. As he gathered strength internally, he suddenly perceived a blur before him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered Luo standing right before him. The weight atop his head lifted. Unbeknownst to him, his deep brown helmet had somehow ended up in Luo's grasp. Their eyes met for but a fleeting moment, and Magneto felt all his anger and turmoil dissolve entirely. What remained was a profound sense of acceptance, trust, and warmth towards Luo. Eliminate them, Luo spoke softly to Magneto, indicating the remaining ordinary mutants. Among them, Luo did not recognize many familiar faces. Evidently, those accompanying Apocalypse and Magneto were mere fodder. Magneto, upon hearing this, lowered his head slightly, a flicker of hesitation unmistakably crossing his gaze. As long as one is a mutant, Magneto regards them with a discerning eye. Humans, on the other hand, are scarcely worthy of his attention, existing merely as superfluous entities. For the future of mutants, Magneto is willing to sacrifice everything. Yet now, Reman has audaciously compelled Magneto to turn against his own kind. Reman perceives Magneto's hesitation clearly. Leaning slightly, he whispers in Magneto's ear, "If you take action, I only desire their demise. They have harmed my people, and I never intended for them to survive." Suddenly pausing, Reman shifts his tone. As a tram approaches, one person is bound to the tracks while 100 others stand on the opposite side. Eisenhart, if it were you, what choice would you make? Upon hearing Reman's words, Magneto's gaze sharpens with clarity. The future he envisions belongs to all mutants, not just to an individual. To fulfill this vision, Magneto would even sacrifice himself. The primary distinction between him and the professor lies solely in their ideologies and methods. Nevertheless, from the perspective of mutants, both would serve as exceptional leaders. Casting a glance over the remaining mutant legion, Magneto's gloved hand rises abruptly. Instantly, numerous metallic objects around them levitate into the air. However, unlike before, this time not only structural metals float, but also various metallic fragments embedded within the bodies of the mutants. An incessant cacophony of flesh shattering fills the air, accompanied by blood raining down. The mutant legion begins to panic. Yet as Magneto clenches his fist, the metals plunge downward with tremendous force. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echo throughout the battlefield. Led by Peter, the members of the Crimson Court stand in stunned silence, witnessing this unexpected turn of events. They had not anticipated that Magneto, who moments ago was poised against them, would now unleash his power upon his fellow mutants. Within a minute, all the mutants fall victim to Magneto's metallic onslaught. In the presence of a mutant of Magneto's caliber, they stand no chance whatsoever. "I have fulfilled your demand," Magneto declares. As if aged by 20 years, his arms dropping limply by his sides. Reman places a reassuring hand on Magneto's shoulder. "Their deaths will pave the way for a brighter future for mutants. Trust me, I will assist you." A firm hand and a kind word, though seemingly simple. This is often the essence of governance. Hearing Reman's words, Magneto's murky eyes gleam with renewed light. "May I join you?" Chapter 124, Crimson. Crimson. Of course. Reman, unhesitant in response to Magneto's plea, witnesses the spark return to Magneto's eyes. Utilizing the power of space, he envelopes and lifts the body of Apocalypse. At this moment, a haze of bloodlust enveloped Luo Mang. Witnessing Magneto ruthlessly eliminate the mutants instilled a sense of unreality among the members of the Crimson Secret Society. However, upon catching sight of Luo Mang, this feeling of surrealism dissipated significantly. After all, as long as Luo Mang was present, every problem seemed trivial. "Peter, Please escort our new member to assist in constructing a new edifice. Luo Mang suddenly instructed Peter in a gentle tone. Magneto's abilities extended beyond mere metal manipulation. At their core lay a mastery of magnetism. For him, erecting a new Crimson Fortress would be a task of utmost ease. And what about you? Peter inquired with concern. Luo Mang had only recently awakened. Mere hours had passed. Peter had witnessed Luo Mang speaking and contemplating, allowing him to genuinely connect with him. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. I have matters to attend to, Luo Mang replied, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. During his slumber, while absorbing the serum, an intruder had dared to invade, even demolishing his home. Luo Mang's impending journey was not solely to inform everyone of the Crimson's return. It was also to convey a vital message. Do not dare to provoke me. With a wave of his hand, he dispatched Peter's companions away. Subsequently, a circle of luminous blue portals materialized beneath him, engulfing Luo Mang entirely. Along with him vanished a grayish-blue body, still radiating warmth. How long until the Crimson arrives? I can hardly wait. Do you see the commemorative Crimson shirt I'm wearing? It was the only thing I managed to grab while fleeing. My family perished in this war, and I hope the Crimson will avenge them. If the Crimson fails to slay that beast, shall we meet our demise? Damn it. My father came here with no intention of returning alive. Crimson, give it your all. Victory is assured. Indeed, since the awakening of Apocalypse, the persecution faced was not confined to New York and its citizens. However, because Luo Mang resided in New York, Apocalypse had also descended upon it. For Apocalypse, New York was merely a resting station. His gaze spanned the entirety of the globe. In the square ahead, a throng of people had already gathered, a dark mass from a distance. Despite its unique significance, with barriers and military presence at the entrance, nothing could deter the free people from converging. Whispers filled the crowd. The uncertainty of those in lower positions stirred a flicker of fear within them. Yet, they chose not to turn away, but instead persisted in their wait. They awaited a singular individual, the hero who once shone brightly in New York, the malevolent figure most anticipated on television. In that moment, Luo Mang emerged as the beacon of hope for the entire nation. Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted in the sky above. The sudden appearance of a crimson figure incited a wave of excitement among the crowd. The previously murmuring throng erupted with fervor at the sight of this scarlet silhouette. Crimson, crimson. The title of Luo Mang echoed incessantly from their lips. What began as a cacophony transformed into a synchronized chant within mere seconds, reminiscent of the rhythmic battle cries that instill boundless courage in the hearts of the people. Did I truly have such a multitude of admirers in other states? Luo Mang found himself bemused by the fervor of the crowd, having believed his influence was confined solely to New York, where he had predominantly operated, standing elevated above the masses. With hands clasped behind his back, Luo Mang savored the wave of chants cascading over him, a stark contrast to the previous 2 decades of obscurity. Observing the throng beneath him, he subtly gestured with his hand. Instantly, a silent, slate-blue figure materialized beside him. The crowd's exuberance hushed upon witnessing this apparition. Though many who had encountered the Harbinger had perished, a journalist had managed to relay a description of its visage before meeting their demise. Is this the Harbinger? A hush fell over the crowd, but in that moment, a burly man with a beard exuberantly vocalized his recognition, sparking a resurgence of excitement akin to a chain reaction. That wretched creature is finally dead, he roared. Father, do you see this? May you rest in peace in the heavens. Is this the crimson figure we saw on television? Son, take a good look at this face. He is our benefactor. To hell with it. He is dead. Finally, he is dead. At the sight of the Harbinger's lifeless body, some individuals fell to their knees, clasping their hands in prayer before their foreheads. Others, flushed with emotion, frantically tore at their white shirts, pounding their fists against their chests. Some crouched down, eyes glistening, imparting earnest words to their children. Others, in a fit of exuberance, poured entire buckets of beer over their heads. The crowd reveled, releasing pent-up emotions accumulated during the Harbinger's reign. Now, liberated, they celebrated the demise of the Crimson, who had vanquished the Harbinger. However, unlike the jubilant citizens, the soldiers swiftly turned their weapons towards Luo Mang. Their faces reflected no signs of relaxation, but rather a heightened seriousness. At that moment, it seemed as if the world had bifurcated into two entirely different realms, delineated by Luo Mang himself. Oblivious to the raised guns and slowly elevated cannons behind him, Luo Mang merely raised his palm slightly. In but a fleeting second, silence enveloped the crowd. The expressions on their faces still bore the marks of terror and jubilation. At this moment, not a single sound escaped their lips. All were quietly awaiting Luo Mang's utterance. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the symbiotic organism began to spread across the raised arm of Luo Mang. In the span of mere seconds, his right hand vanished, replaced by a formidable blade. Encircled by a glowing orange hue, the symbiotic organism flowed over the blade as if it possessed a life of its own. Witnessing this, the multitude behind Luo Mang tightened their grips on their triggers, ready to unleash fire at the slightest movement. Then, Luo Mang moved. Yet, contrary to expectations, the sound of gunfire did not erupt. With merely a sidelong glance, those who met his icy gaze felt their bodies rendered immobile. Chapter 125, The Professor. With a swift motion, Luo Mang executed a horizontal sweep. The massive blade sliced through the neck of Tianqi, leaving a crimson line that spread from front to back, enveloping the entirety of his neck. Following this sweeping action, Luo Mang's right hand swiftly returned to its normal state. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, he remarkably decapitated Tianqi, removing his head with an effortless motion. This act elicited gasps from the crowd below. Yet, at the moment the head was severed from the body, the anticipated scene of blood gushing forth did not transpire. Tianqi now resembled a rigid statue, his body immobilized, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Luo Mang stepped forward into the void, making his way towards the towering metallic pole. With a resounding clap, he affixed Tianqi's head atop it. In contrast to the tales and rumors, the people were more inclined to believe in what they witnessed with their own eyes. Just as before Tianqi's resurrection, no one would have believed that anyone could survive for such an extended period. As Luo Mang publicly severed Tianqi's head and mounted it on the lofty pole, the crowd erupted into joyous embraces, for they understood that, at last, this calamity had come to a definitive end. Observing the elation and tears of the people, Luo Mang cast one last glance at the soldiers who aimed their weapons at him. With a fleeting step, he vanished. Upon returning to the heart of New York City, he found a brand new edifice towering amidst the ruins. Magneto had clearly indulged in such endeavors. The new structure, from its exterior, bore an impressive semblance. At the center of the building, a striking blood-red metallic claw was prominently displayed. Although the overall color scheme of the building was somewhat muted, it still retained echoes of its former glory. Luo Mang made his way directly to the conference room, where a long rectangular table was flanked by high-backed chairs extending toward its ends. The members of the Scarlet Secret Society had evidently been waiting for quite some time. Peter rose to his feet, a radiant smile gracing his face. Logan nodded, gesturing for Peter to take a seat before waving his hand towards the others. Let's not rush. We are still awaiting one more guest. Logan's words left the assembly somewhat perplexed. Was everyone from the organization not already present? Who else could possibly arrive at this hour? Yet, shortly after Logan's statement, the metal door of the conference room was abruptly thrust open. The manner of entry was rather forceful, causing the door to collide with the wall and rebound violently, while simultaneously, the door handle appeared in the intruder's grasp. The quality of your door leaves much to be desired, Logan complained, casting a pointed glance at Magneto without the slightest hint of embarrassment. His rugged visage, adorned with a thick beard, and his formidable physique exuded an unmistakable aura even while standing still. Should he choose to unsheath his 6 adamantium claws at this moment, there would be no doubt as to his identity. Indeed, he was one of the most emblematic figures among mutants, James Logan Howlett, better known as Wolverine, affectionately dubbed Uncle Wolf. Unbothered by the damage to the door, Logan seemed entirely unfazed, and had the company not consisted of Logan and his companions, he might have even voiced a few more curses. Discarding the handle carelessly, Logan turned to leave once more. In that fleeting moment, Magneto's fingers twitched slightly, and the handle effortlessly returned to its rightful place on the door, as if it had never been disturbed. At that juncture, an unusual sound emanated from outside, and Logan re-entered, this time pushing before him a balding middle-aged gentleman. This gentleman, though bald, was distinctly different from the previous one. He sat composedly in a wheelchair, a blanket draped across his knees. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of dignity, donning an exquisite suit as he entered. Upon his arrival, he exchanged a steady nod with Magneto, who, in turn, acknowledged him with an unperturbed inclination of his head. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Logan. "You seem to have anticipated my arrival," the professor remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly oblivious to the curious stares of the others in the room. "I had my suspicions, though I didn't expect such courtesy from you this time," Logan replied, propping himself against the table, his fingers gently tapping his temple in a manner that carried a weight of unspoken implications. Logan was, in essence, holding the professor accountable for daring to intrude upon his psyche and spirit without cause. "I must confess, I merely wish to remind you of Apocalypse's formidable strength. However, after you forcibly expelled me, I came to truly comprehend your might. It was then that I recognized Apocalypse would never be your equal. I made the journey here by helicopter solely to meet with you, Mr. Logan." The professor, indeed a product of an affluent lineage, exhibited a poise and choice of words that far exceeded that of Logan. Of course, not all wealthy individuals resemble the professor. Take, for instance, the acerbic critic. "Just as a small meeting is about to commence, would you care to join? If you extend an invitation, I would be inclined to attend." Nevertheless, the professor, undeterred, propelled himself forward on his two large wheels, joining the roundtable discussion beside Magneto. Meanwhile, Logan stood silently behind the professor, his keen gaze scrutinizing the other attendees, ultimately resting upon Luo Mang. Luo Mang, however, maintained his composure, showing no sign of emotional disturbance from the earlier scene. As he surveyed the gathering, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his features upon observing the members of the Crimson Council. They had not stagnated since joining the council. Rather, they had markedly improved since their initial meeting. Among them, Peter was the most gratifying to Luo Mang. The current Black Spider had developed a formidable presence, ranking among the elite at a planetary level. Were it not for Apocalypse's formidable mental fortitude and sorcerer's control, a direct encounter with Peter would likely result in utter defeat, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Yet, despite these thoughts, Luo Mang's spoken words were starkly contrasting. After a moment of contemplation, he began to rhythmically tap his fingers on the table, each crisp sound sending a shiver through the assembly, akin to students before their most esteemed teacher and parents with their final exams in hand. "To be honest, I am quite disappointed in you all." Luo Mang's gaze swept over each individual, who could only lower their heads in shame, too intimidated to retort. "Each of you possesses an extraordinary talent that others can only envy. Yet, in the face of the Apocalypse Legion, you falter." With a sudden, forceful rap on the table, his tone sharpened. "And you, Connors, has your brain been sifted through sand? You chose not to awaken me in such circumstances? Who knows, the next time I awaken, I might find only your corpses before me." Chapter 126. You may quibble. "I am listening, hearing a faint sound." Luo Mang lifted his gaze. He noticed the sand at Flint's feet trembling slightly, while Flint himself buried his head, obscuring his expression. "Flint, I did not call your name, did I? Why are you laughing?" Luo Mang was not naive enough to believe that Flint's laughter stemmed from shame. Before Flint could respond, Luo Mang swiftly redirected his ire towards Max. "And you, what am I to say? I instructed you to safeguard yourself and your family, yet you venture out daily to rescue others. Do not look to Peter. This is my admonishment for you." Luo Mang continued his reprimand, addressing each individual until his attention finally turned to the Punisher, at which point he exhaled a sigh of relief. "You're doing well." After administering the entire dose of the Oblivion virus, the Punisher's strength began to escalate rapidly, incorporating the inherent qualities of a 10th level operative. The current Enforcer's power and status within the Crimson Society are rapidly ascending. Regarding the modified Despair virus, the Enforcer's destructive capability and self-repairing prowess rank among the elite within the society. The present Enforcer indeed possesses significant potential. Following this, Logan provided further commentary before retracting his gaze. "You may argue. I'm listening," he remarked, unconsciously adjusting his glasses. Logan realized to his surprise that they were already devoid of lenses. It dawned on him that he had long since rid himself of myopia and was no longer a teacher. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, with only Logan's restless eyes darting about. His boorish nature ensured he remained unfazed. However, the others were in stark contrast. Members of the Crimson Society bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Even Peter, the Society's implicit second-in-command, held his breath in silence. Noticing the collective reticence, Logan waved his hand and turned his attention to Martin Lee, who leaned on a cane. How has the situation unfolded regarding the recovery of the American underworld before the apocalypse descends? Logan inquired, referring to the state of the American mob. Although much of the prosperous regions of America lay in ruins, once the banner is raised anew, the scattered gangs would inevitably return, radiating from New York. They had encountered some resistance, yet with the assistance of Emil and Flint, it proved minimal. As the Demons gang's influence within the underworld grew, an increasing number of gangs willingly joined and pledged allegiance. When the apocalypse loomed, only the core members remained. The others were dispersed throughout America. At your command, they could once again haunt the streets. Martin Lee's report was delivered with considerable finesse, subtly implying that regardless of how the Demons gang expanded, the ultimate beneficiary would be Logan. He was merely Logan's shadow, fully aware of his role. Unlike other Chinese, Martin Lee had journeyed from the East, brought to America by a snakehead, thus possessing a profound understanding of the ancient histories of the East. When the birds have flown, the fine bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Having chosen to join the Crimson Society, Martin Lee naturally pledged his loyalty, whether for Logan or himself. This resolve was further solidified after the events of the apocalypse. In Martin Lee's eyes, there was no place in America safer than Logan's Crimson Edifice. Relying on America was inferior to relying on oneself. He vividly recalled the actions of Congressman Osborne against him. Upon hearing Martin Lee's words, Logan remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. From this day forth, the Demon Gang shall be entrusted to Frank's stewardship. Very well. Martin Lee nodded decisively, refraining from debating right or wrong, nor contemplating rallying other members to contest against Roman. With but a single affirmative word, he relinquished control of the largest gang in America. As for you, Lee, I wish for you to run for office. Office? Martin Lee could not help but exclaim, as he harbored no fondness for the idea of becoming a legislator. Yet now, Roman was urging him to pursue this very path. Do you recall? You are the proprietor of the homeless shelter and charitable organization. Your identity as a philanthropist is widely recognized, and you have even received accolades from the president. Entrusting this task to you is to your distinct advantage, unparalleled by any other member. It was only when Roman articulated this that Martin Lee began to grasp the implication, his expression shifting to one of astonished intrigue as he gazed at Roman. Are you suggesting? Indeed. Roman shrugged, revealing no hint of concealment. If the sole intention was to have Martin Lee run for office, there would be no need for such discussions. The influence of the Blood Red Mansion alone could effortlessly achieve that goal. However, by bestowing upon Martin Lee such an array of titles, the matter transformed entirely. In the eyes of the citizens, Martin Lee would be perceived as a man of action and integrity. When Martin Lee aspires to the presidency, these attributes will serve as his greatest assets. Upon hearing Roman's candid admission, even the professor could not suppress a glance exchanged with Logan. They had scarcely contemplated such a strategic maneuver. Mindful of the considerable challenges involved, few would willingly permit mutants to govern the nation. Yet Magneto, listening intently, felt a flicker of illumination in his gaze, as if he had uncovered a newfound path to hope. This narrow passage, though it led directly to the destination, was fraught with thorns. A misstep could leave even him severely wounded. However, at that moment, a scarlet figure emerged along this path, flanked by writhing tendrils. The tendrils, sharp and unyielding, cleared away all obstacles in their wake. Through the distant pathway, though Magneto had yet to reach the end, he could already glimpse the promise of hope. Slowly, he raised his head, seemingly in reverence of this towering scarlet silhouette, resolutely determined to follow in its wake. But why? Martin Lee's voice pulled Magneto back from his reverie, as he turned to Roman with a questioning gaze. Martin Lee's brow furrowed deeply, clearly struggling to accept this arrangement. Roman understood the unspoken query that lingered in Martin Lee's mind. Why? Why, with such formidable power, would Roman still seek to control America? Did America hold any capacity for resistance against Roman? Why engage in such seemingly superfluous endeavors? In response to Martin Lee's inquiry, Roman chuckled softly. Lee, do you know? Once upon a time, I was but a humble teacher, imparting knowledge within the confines of a modest high school. Yet the school always idealizes. And I have heard the most intriguing phrase there. Violence is not the underlying logic of the world. The proponents of this notion assert that violence is a tool wielded only by the incompetent. However, when one surveys the surroundings, it becomes evident that the survival of each individual and their families is invariably reliant on violence. Tony Stark, in the eyes of the world, is the most distinguished arms dealer. Yet, what he truly peddles is not merely weaponry, but violence and power. In this realm, it seems that violence is the sole predominant theme. Yet, there exists an entity that, though ensnared by violence, remains impervious to its grasp. This is the human heart. It may tremble in fear of violence, yet it never truly submits. Others may not comprehend this, but I am confident you will. Chapter 127. I have never been one to shy away from loss. Luo Mang and Martin Li exchanged glances. In that moment, it felt as though they beheld something uniquely possessed by those of Asian descent, a special charm stemming from the ancient East, transcending American thought. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Martin Li could not help but exhale deeply. Despite having controlled the demon gang for many years, he realized that his understanding of this matter was not as profound as Luo Mang's. His dominion over all gangs was founded on absolute force. For those in the underworld abide by the principle of survival of the fittest. When the demon gang emerged, under the coercion of interests and power, they willingly chose the mightier demon gang. Yet, the people of America are different. As Luo Mang stated, the human heart is difficult to fully dominate through violence. America serves as a prime example. Otherwise, the citizens of New York would not react with such fervor against the Crimson. Contemplating this, Martin Li felt a chill run down his spine. Could Luo Mang truly aspire to seize complete control over America? Moreover, such control would undoubtedly be propelled by the will of the American populace. Even if everything were sold to Luo Mang, the people would do so willingly. Terrifying, Martin Li could not resist casting another glance at Luo Mang. In the dim light of the conference room, it was not difficult for Martin Li to discern Luo Mang's visage. Half of his face was illuminated by sunlight, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Through the modifications of multiple serums, even Luo Mang's human form had become increasingly exquisite. His tall and slender figure, combined with a handsome countenance, exuded an indefinable allure. For the first time, Martin Li found himself pondering the depths of Luo Mang's character. In this moment, Luo Mang's usual appearance seemed even more fearsome than that of the Crimson. With a strategy of psychological warfare, Luo Mang's perception extends far beyond Martin Li's. When the entirety of America speaks with one voice, the Crimson Society will inevitably rise to become the embodiment of the people's desires. In light of this, Martin Li felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, after much deliberation, he had chosen to align himself with the Crimson Society. Otherwise, at present, the names of Martin Li and the Demon's Gang would undoubtedly appear on the list of those purged from the underworld. Can Martin Li confront the formidable Roman? With a heavy heart, Martin Li shook his head. In the face of crisis, he was utterly incapable of even safeguarding his own family. Had it not been for the Crimson Secret Society, which offered a semblance of warmth and unity, his family would have surely succumbed to the numerous perils they faced. Reflecting on this, Martin Li lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Leave it to me. This is a task only I can undertake." His words brimmed with unyielding confidence, dispelling any remnants of his previous indecision. In this moment, Martin Li had achieved clarity. Rather than allowing others to wield power over him, it would be more prudent to seize control first, eliminating dangers before they could arise. Once he assumed that prominent position, any lingering dissent would become inconsequential. After all, it would then be time for more forceful measures to come into play. Very well. As Roman raised his head, he directed his gaze towards Connors. A mere glance from Roman was sufficient for Connors to comprehend the unspoken directive. Beyond his role as a researcher, Connors was also responsible for overseeing the entire Crimson Tower. Although the tower now boasted a metallic facade, it still lacked much in comparison to its former glory. Presently, everything was in a state of disrepair, and Connors had his work cut out for him. He instructed the ordinary members of the Demon's Gang to replace the personnel of the Crimson Rescue Team, dispersing them to assist the citizens of New York and even the nation at large. All necessary expenditures were to be claimed from Connors. Roman had always placed great trust in Connors, and after a nod of acknowledgement, he turned his attention to the Punisher. Since he was in charge of the Demon's Gang, he naturally bore the weight of responsibility. Understood, the Punisher replied gruffly, a man of action rather than eloquence. Peter, Max, attend to your duties, and assist Lee with any necessary support. Flint, Emil, return to guard the Crimson Tower for the time being, following Connor's directions. As for you, Speed, your matters shall require a brief pause, but rest assured, it will not take long. And you wait? Wait, where on earth have you run off to? Call me Deadpool. Following the voice of Deadpool, Roman turned to see him with one arm resting casually on Logan's shoulder, striking an exaggerated pose while playfully winking at Roman. Unsurprisingly, Logan was among the close friends Deadpool frequently mentioned. Observing Deadpool's antics, Roman simply waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, go do whatever you and the Dark One wish. Once Roman had completed his arrangements, the aides exited the conference room one by one, leaving only Magneto, the Professor, and Logan behind. Mr. Roman's methods are truly astounding. The Professor applauded, his words filled with admiration. However, Logan dismissed the Professor's authority and slowly approached him. Logan intended to intervene, but was halted by a gesture from the Professor. With both hands resting on the table, Ramon looked down at the Professor. I have never been one to shy away from confrontation. In the past, someone offended me, and I cleave him in two from head to toe. When Apocalypse destroyed the Crimson Tower, I embedded his head at the entrance. Do not feign concern for my well-being. Charles, demonstrate some tangible action. As Romang's words echoed, the meeting room fell into a profound silence. The irritable Logan wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss, akin to a saber-toothed tiger's clawing at his heart. Meeting Romang's gaze, the Professor remained silent for a moment before responding, understood. Without inquiring about Romang's needs, the Professor already grasped what must be done. He slowly closed his eyes, and the world before him transformed into a divine perspective. In this state, the Professor felt the immense pressure of Romang's formidable mental force. It was not until his form flickered and his mental energy enveloped the entirety of America that he felt some relief. Although lacking the amplification of a mental enhancer, the Professor's psychic ability remained unparalleled among mutants. From this elevated stance, he swiftly located the individuals he sought. They were a group of individuals hiding in a bunker, former turncoats who had once allied with Apocalypse. As the Professor's mental essence swept over them, they instantly resembled energy-depleted automatons, collapsing to the ground. Following this, the Professor visited the military, where he encountered little resistance. Finally returning to his corporeal form, he opened his eyes and nodded at Ramon. While Romang's psychic abilities could not operate as the Professor's did, the events were easily corroborated. Should the Professor choose to deceive Ramon, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Ramon nodded in acknowledgment, signifying that the matter of the Professor invading his mental realm was now resolved. Chapter 128. Why didn't you bring the piano to see me? Now, the matter I am about to discuss concerns all mutants. Romang's words captured the attention of the three present. Magneto, in particular, gazed intently at Ramon, eager for him to speak. Facing their scrutiny, Ramon smiled. I have heard that a gene suppression serum has recently been developed. As mutants, you should be more aware of this than I. However, it is not as dire as it seems. You're not unfamiliar with dealing with them. The gene suppression serum poses no threat to you. Nevertheless, the three of them perked up, recognizing that this was the crux of Romang's message. Ramon wasted no time and spoke directly. However, should they enhance the gene suppression serum and integrate it into the water and food of daily life? How shall you respond to this? It is inconceivable, the Professor exclaimed urgently, nearly rising from his wheelchair. A staunch Republican, he championed the peaceful coexistence of mutants and ordinary humans. However, according to Romang's assertions, the relationship between mutants and humans had devolved into a state of relentless hostility. After all, humanity had always regarded mutants as aberrations, wishing for their demise. Now, with the introduction of the modified gene suppression agent into food and water sources, the very existence of mutants was under severe threat, rendering the vision of harmonious coexistence a mere farce. Logically speaking, mutants had always been human. The mutants of the future would simply revert to their pure human forms. Yet, based on the Professor's prior dealings with the United States, it was evident that they would not let mutants slip away unscathed. While publicly opposing mutants, the United States had been clandestinely conducting research on them. Their objective was to first eliminate the mutants and extinguish the threat they posed, then devise a means to control them ultimately creating mutants as instruments of their own design. Before the professor could articulate his thoughts, he regretted his previous statements, his mind echoing Luo Mang's words, which increasingly resonated with ominous probability. Just as he was about to speak, Logan interjected, frowning deeply. He displayed no fear in response to Luo Mang's terrifying demeanor. But why do we feel nothing at present? If your information holds true, we should have already transformed back into humans. Logan's reasoning was not without merit, prompting both the professor and Magneto to turn their attention to Luo Mang, awaiting his reply. To their surprise, Luo Mang chuckled softly, uttering words that left Logan momentarily stunned. Their target was never a singular individual. Rather, it was the entire mutant populace. A rapid conflagration may yield quick results, yet it risks incinerating everything in its path, including the very vessel. In contrast, a gentle and steady approach is their true strategy. Consider this. While you may feel unaffected now, what of 10 or 20 years hence? You will merely become a weary lamb, stripped of all means of resistance, awaiting slaughter. The trio fell into a heavy silence. Logan opened his mouth to voice a retort, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. Even he had to concede that Luo Mang was correct. Following Luo Mang's line of reasoning, if 2 decades were to pass, mutants might indeed find themselves utterly devoid of the ability to resist. In a mere span of 20 years, an entire mutant community could be dismantled. Such a scheme was insidious and ruthlessly cunning. Do you have any evidence to substantiate this? The professor inquired after a moment of contemplation. I merely wish to remind you that this does not necessitate any explanation on my part. Charles, you're no fool. The veracity of certain matters must be discerned by yourself. Logan raised his hand, adjusted the cuffs at his wrist, and spoke in a calm tone. In the presence of such a professor, the more one displays friendliness, the more one arouses suspicion. Instead, letting the professor seek evidence for himself would ultimately lead him to unwavering conviction. Suddenly, Logan turned to the figure seated in the high-backed chair. Magneto, please step outside and wait for me. I need to have a private conversation with Charles. Without a moment's hesitation, Magneto exited the conference room. You may leave as well. The professor pondered for a few seconds before turning to Logan and speaking directly. Professor, do not worry, if I desire to kill him. Even if it requires the combined efforts of your X-Men, I remain confident in my ability. Logan flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Of course, were it not for the particular individual among the X-Men, the probability of Logan successfully eliminating the professor would naturally rise to 100%. As for the others, they posed no threat to Logan whatsoever. After glancing at Logan and then at the professor, he could only bow his head and exit the conference room. Bang! The familiar sound of a heavy door slamming echoed through the room. With the noise subsiding, only Logan and the professor remained. The professor smiled at Logan, appearing like a benevolent middle-aged man. However, the next words that escaped Logan's lips caused the professor's expression to change instantaneously. Logan slightly raised his gaze, shadows flickering across his face. Charles, I expected you to bring Jean to meet me. Logan's statement left the professor momentarily speechless. Though uncertain how Logan had acquired knowledge of Jean, the professor managed a dry chuckle before explaining. Jean is better off staying at the academy for now. Is that so? Are you not concerned, as you mentioned earlier, that I might simply kill you? Logan's eyes met the professor's. In an instant, a formidable presence and force bore down upon the professor. Logan adhered to certain principles. He had turned the page on past events. This was merely a new matter, one he sought to validate. The professor's veins bulged visibly, yet he forced himself to speak. You have no reason to kill us. We stand united against a common adversary. There is absolutely no justification for war. The moment the professor's words left his lips, the oppressive force dissipated entirely. He gasped for breath, having nearly suffocated in those few seconds. However, as the professor lifted his head, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes. So, it seems you have indeed brainwashed Jean? The professor maintained his composure, even displaying a look of perplexity. What brainwashing? Huh? A smirk curled at the corners of Logan's mouth. Initially uncertain, he now felt his suspicions solidified upon witnessing the professor's reaction. This is not the benevolent Charles we once knew. Perhaps it is the shared suffering that lends a sense of familiarity to Luo Mang as he observes the professor. Gazing upon the professor, confined to a wheelchair, Luo Mang sees a reflection of himself. The professor had previously studied psychology and biology and Luo Mang too has delved into the realm of psychology. The more the professor endeavors to conceal his emotions, the more it validates Luo Mang's suspicions. Chapter 129. Charles, what is it that you truly desire? I confess, I do not comprehend your intentions. Jean is a student at the academy and a member of the war police. I have no reason to act against her. The professor's expression is earnest, his words imbued with a sense of righteousness, as if this were the natural order of things. No sooner had the professor finished speaking than he felt a penetrating gaze upon him. Thus, I shall speak plainly, Charles. Luo Mang slowly approached the professor from behind, his hands gently resting between the professor's neck and shoulders. Luo Mang could distinctly sense a slight tremor coursing through the professor's body. Even a renowned professor could not escape the peculiar thoughts that surfaced in Luo Mang's presence. Luo Mang's voice emerged softly, akin to a devil's whisper, chilling to the bone. Lingering in the professor's ear. What have you accomplished thus far? Have you crafted a helmet specifically for Cyclops, or prepared for the escalation of the techno-organic virus? Or perhaps it pertains to the Xavier Protocol? Upon hearing the mention of the Xavier Protocol, the professor could not suppress a flicker of his eyelids. The respectful demeanor that had graced his features abruptly vanished, and he attempted to turn, only to find himself immobilized. It was Luo Mang's hands, applying pressure upon his shoulders. Under the persistent force, the professor could even hear the faint sounds emanating from within his own body. Yet, in reality, Luo Mang had exerted merely a fraction of his strength. Luo Mang began to lean slightly closer, whispering into the professor's ear. Charles, every individual harbors desires. What is it that you seek? Your willingness to pry into, even manipulate, the memories of the war police. What is your ultimate goal? Luo Mang's voice pierced the professor's mind like a series of sharp needles, infiltrating his thoughts. The professor clutched the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, veins standing out on his forehead as he seemed to resist an unseen force. His formidable mental prowess granted him unparalleled resistance. However, before Luo Mang, who possessed the Mind Stone, such resistance was no more effective than a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Suddenly, the professor exhaled, his body slumping against the back of the wheelchair. He attempted to move his lips, and a faint whisper escaped. For the sake of mutants, some sacrifices are merely the pangs of birth. Upon hearing the professor's words, Luo Mang understood at once. This professor, though not the same as before, ultimately pursued an unchanged objective. However, the professor before Luo Mang appeared somewhat hypocritical. His assistance to the other mutants in the academy seemed merely a means to exploit them for his own ends. In this regard, Magneto appeared more like a paragon of virtue. After all, compared to the professor, Magneto was audacious and decisive. Once he accomplished a significant feat, the entire world was aware of his involvement. Considering the professor's character, it was reasonable that Jean did not make an appearance before Apocalypse. The Xavier Protocols, devised by the professor, are special plans tailored for each member of the X-Men. These protocols are designed to prepare suppression strategies based on the unique types of mutants and their abilities. The professor is the leader of the X-Men, yet he cannot place his trust in them. Thus, this protocol is activated when circumstances deviate from the professor's expectations. The fact that Jean has yet to go berserk or lose control suggests that the professor has manipulated her memories using his abilities. The professor fears Jean's power. Even fragments of the Phoenix Force, held by Jean, the most formidable among the X-Men, are beyond the professor's capacity to withstand. He wishes to maintain control over Jean, but is simultaneously apprehensive that her abilities may backfire. This is why he dares not present Jean before Luo Mang, fearing even a mere glance. After witnessing Luo Mang's formidable psychic prowess, the professor worries that Luo Mang might discern his intentions. He is even more concerned that should Luo Mang perceive any hint of his schemes, Jean may be provoked into unleashing her full destructive potential. The X-Men cannot afford such immense losses, let alone the mutants. Once Luo Mang obtained the answers he sought, he released his grip with satisfaction. Yet, simultaneously, a flash of bright yellow flickered in his eyes. Professor Xavier, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, felt a thin sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Strangely, after Luo Mang let him go, he suddenly felt that Luo Mang was not as terrifying as before. In fact, the closer he drew to Luo Mang, the more he experienced a sense of comfort. It was as if every cell in his body rejoiced at the proximity to Luo Mang. What is happening to me? The professor exclaimed in astonishment, sensing that something unusual had just transpired. Your psychic energy is somewhat unstable. I made a slight adjustment, Luo Mang said with a smile, withdrawing a handkerchief from the professor's breast pocket and unfolding it to offer a gentle wipe. I truly appreciate your assistance, Luo Mang, and regarding Apocalypse. You have indeed eliminated a significant threat to both humanity and mutants. I have given your recent proposal considerable thought and find your reasoning compelling. If possible, I would like the X-Men to become a subordinate organization within your roundtable. Of course, provided that you can facilitate the complete integration of mutants into human society. I'm willing to do whatever it takes for you. At this moment, the professor, compared to their initial encounter, exhibited less of the superficial politeness and more of genuine sincerity. Faced with the professor's sudden capitulation, Luo Mang exhibited no semblance of surprise. With a beaming smile directed at the professor, he readily consented. Of course, Charles, from today onwards, you shall be a member of the Scarlet Society. Under the influence of the spirit amplifier crafted by the beast, the professor's mental prowess could amplify to a terrifying extent, capable of simultaneously altering the memories of humanity on a global scale or even extinguishing their lives. The professor, an alpha, stood as the most formidable mutant nearing the pinnacle of level 4 power. However, the professor's true strength cannot merely be assessed by his rank. Even the formidable Magneto must don a helmet to shield himself for the professor's mental abilities. Mutants of level 4 or below are merely prey on the professor's proverbial chopping block. Thus, rather than granting the professor unfettered freedom, it is far more prudent to bring him under one's command. After all, in the presence of an adversary like the professor, Peter and his companions find themselves excessively passive. A moment's carelessness could lead to memory alteration, erasure, or even complete mental annihilation. Furthermore, mutants can serve as powerful allies, standing almost shoulder to shoulder with Luo Mang. With Luo Mang as presidential initiative, the future status of mutants is bound to undergo a significant transformation. The inclusion of mutants would further expand Luo Mang's coalition of empowered individuals, preparing them to seize the entirety of America. Viewed from any angle, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Just as Luo Mang was about to escort the professor from the conference room, the professor suddenly interjected, regarding Jean, Chapter 130, Eisenhardt, do you have family? The professor hesitated, clearly still grappling with how to address the matter of Jean. Her abilities are so formidable that they could potentially unravel the professor's very psyche. When wielded adeptly, she would be an unparalleled weapon. However, if mishandled, she could become a volatile nuclear bomb. Should Jean fully explode, the devastation would far exceed that wrought by Apocalypse. You need not worry. Henceforth you, like Eisenhardt, will also be a participant in the roundtable discussions. You will come to understand the arrangements concerning Jean in due course. Luo Mang paused, patiently elucidating to the professor. Just then, the doors to the conference room swung open, and Logan burst in. Upon seeing the professor unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He turned and took over the responsibility of pushing the professor's wheelchair from Luo Mang. The four stood in the corridor, sunlight filtering through the windows of the metallic edifice after the rain, casting a warm glow upon them. Magneto stood behind Luo Mang, quietly observing the professor and Logan across from him. In that case, I look forward to the arrival of the X-Men, Luo Mang said with a smile, extending his hand to shake the professor's. The professor's face lit up with genuine joy, and his gaze towards Luo Mang grew markedly warmer. As the two men clasped hands in a manner reminiscent of old friends, Logan, positioned behind the professor, appeared taken aback. Ever since the professor ascended to level 3 of his abilities, very few dared to engage him in such physical contact. Those aware of the professor's powers invariably maintained their distance, much like Magneto, who stood behind Logan. Despite donning a protective helmet, he too kept a respectful distance from the professor, seldom engaging in direct contact like Logan did. It was not only Logan who was astonished. Magneto shared his surprise. Although he initially intended to intervene with Logan, he felt a sudden sense of reassurance upon observing Logan's confident stance. At that moment, as Logan shook hands with the professor, he sensed a slight fluctuation in his mental energy. He hesitated momentarily, but then smiled and released his grip. Watching Magneto manipulate metal to elevate the professor and Logan onto the aircraft, they gradually diminished into a mere speck in the distance. It was only then that Logan glanced down at his hand, which had just clasped the professor's, deep in contemplation. Well, the guests have departed. It is time to attend to our business, Eisenhardt. I shall remain by your side, Magneto acknowledged, compelled to acquiesce to Logan's words. The two soared into the sky, with Magneto's precise control over magnetism allowing him to negate the gravitational pull acting upon him, facilitating their flight. As they surveyed the city below, which had suffered considerable devastation, the number of people traversing the streets began to increase. Logan turned to Magneto and spoke, "Eisenhart, the Blood Tower has established a blood rescue team. Regardless of who arrives, be they few or many, virtuous or vile, dignitaries or common citizens, they are treated equally. Do you understand my reasoning behind this?" Magneto fell silent for a moment. As a mutant, he seldom approached matters from the perspective of ordinary humans. After some contemplation, he ventured a guess. Is it to enhance Mr. Lee's selection rate? With the Blood Tower's proven efficacy, his path to becoming a legislator would indeed be much smoother. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Logan shook his head. Magneto furrowed his brow, continuing to speculate. Then, as if for the benefit of the citizens of New York, and indeed the entire country, after all, you are regarded as a hero in their eyes. I cannot claim to be great, Logan replied, shaking his head once more. Despite Magneto's change of perspective, he still failed to grasp Logan's true intentions. At that moment, Logan abruptly posed a different question. Eisenhart, do you have family? This time, Magneto's demeanor shifted, his voice laden with a somber tone. His eyes flickered, revealing the weight of an elder's burden. I once had, he replied, but now I do not. Though Magneto's expression remained concealed, Logan could still sense the profound loneliness emanating from his words. As the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto stands among the elite few at the pinnacle of mutant kind. Yet, despite his formidable power, he remains haunted by an indelible pain. The harrowing memory of his family's tragic demise lingers in his heart. It is precisely this loss that has forged the unyielding Magneto. Free from the bonds of familial affection, he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cause of mutants. But what if I were to tell you that you have 2 children still alive in this world? Children? Magneto's expression froze in an instant, even his breath stilled. The sight of such a stoic figure displaying such vulnerability was almost comical, akin to an elderly man who has unexpectedly become a father. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. Magneto fell silent, while Romulus turned to find him gazing intently, lost in thought. His lips parted as if to speak, but words eluded him. Do not look at me like that. What would you do? As Romulus spoke, a rare glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Magneto's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated his thoughts with sincerity. If they are mutants carrying the gene within them, I would teach them to harness their abilities wisely. If they are mere mortals, I would ensure they live lives of peace and happiness. Yet one truth remains unchanged. They are my children, the progeny of Magneto. Magneto's commanding presence shone through, revealing a softer side when it comes to family. If indeed he has 2 children alive, then from this day forward, alongside Romulus and the plight of mutants, he would harbor yet another concern in his heart. Romulus observed Magneto's change in demeanor. Over a month prior, Romulus had ventured to dismantle Hydra's base. His motives were twofold: to make a statement and to avenge the Punisher, while also gathering intelligence on Hydra's detention and experimentation facilities. After destroying several Hydra bases, he finally discovered a unique experimental site. It housed 2 individuals who, though still dormant in their abilities, possessed immense potential that could one day alter the course of the universe. At that time, Romulus chose not to act directly, opting instead to leave them in Hydra's custody. However, he now felt the moment was ripe for action. Suddenly halting mid-air, Romulus and Magneto's heartfelt exchange came to an end. A portal shimmering with azure light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves far from New York. Chapter 131. The Ancient Castle in the Mountains, Hydra's Secret Base. Before them lay an endless expanse of forest, with only a narrow road winding through the mountains to indicate the presence of human activity. Suspended in the air, Romulus and Magneto gazed down upon a sturdy castle that stood resolutely below. The ancient castle, cloaked in a somber hue, seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding forest. Were it not for Luo Mang's deliberate decision to bring Magneto here, the latter might have struggled to discern its presence at all. With his hands clasped behind his back, Luo Mang suddenly addressed Magneto, inquiring whether he believed there might be metal within. "I shall ascertain that myself," he declared. No sooner had Luo Mang spoken than Magneto uttered a brief remark and plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Just moments before impact, he halted abruptly in midair, suspended a mere 20 centimeters above the earth. He descended gracefully and entered the castle in silence. Within a minute, the air was rent with the cacophony of relentless gunfire. Such a barrage, under normal circumstances, would conclude within 20 seconds. Yet, it persisted for an astonishing 2 to 3 minutes without abating. As Luo Mang stepped into the castle, he beheld a colossal metallic sphere standing at the center, composed entirely of bullets. These projectiles revolved slowly around Magneto, forming a shield that protected him from the incoming onslaught. However, Luo Mang understood that the true barrier against the gunfire was an invisible wave emanating from Magneto himself. Sensing Luo Mang's presence, Magneto slightly tilted his head and released his clenched fist. In an instant, the bullets encircling him reversed their course and shot outward, filling the castle with the clattering sound of colliding projectiles. The bullets converged before Magneto, a process that took several minutes to accumulate. Yet he unleashed them in less than a second. As the dust settled, countless beams of light streamed through the castle's shattered openings, casting a radiant glow upon Magneto. He raised his hands gently, akin to an omnipotent creator, quietly welcoming the adoration of the myriad lights. "How far are you from level 5? Luo Mang inquired, approaching Magneto, whose feet were surrounded by a mountain of spent casings that rolled softly underfoot. Upon noticing Luo Mang's proximity, Magneto adopted a different demeanor. "Like Charles, I am the closest to level 5 among the level 4s. Although the gap is but a hair's breadth, it feels as distant as an entire nation." Luo Mang pondered Magneto's words. Perhaps upon returning, he could study the remains of Apocalypse. If he could uncover the key to enhancing mutants' powers, then Magneto's ascension to level 5 would no longer be a mere dream. In the dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights, Luo Mang and Magneto proceeded in tandem. Just as a lone figure emerged, brandishing a firearm, Luo Mang found that he need not lift a finger. With a subtle wave of his hand, Magneto commanded the Hydra members to aim their firearms at their own heads. In the expansive research facility, not a single individual with extraordinary abilities could be found. It was as if all the capable ones had been confined within cages by Hydra. They were neither controllable nor worth persuading. Thus, the organization resorted to relentless experimentation and brainwashing in an endless cycle. Those fortunate enough, like the Winter Soldier, occasionally had the chance to breathe fresh air while acquiring new equipment. In contrast, the unfortunate had already become discarded remnants of experiments. Hydra showed no mercy towards those abilities that had lost their practical utility. Upon arriving at the core of the castle, Luo Mang surveyed the scientific apparatus surrounding him, feeling a twinge of admiration. Despite Hydra's annoying persistence, akin to an incessant swarm of ants, their research capabilities and military prowess remained at the pinnacle of global standards. The Winter Soldier's left arm, crafted from rare metallic silver steel, was hailed as a technological marvel beyond the reach of Stark Industries. Particularly remarkable was Hydra's previous affiliation with SHIELD, which endowed them with the world's most exceptional intelligence network and cutting-edge technology. Observing the white-coated scientists flee at the sight of him, Luo Mang casually waved his hand, causing several blue cuboids to materialize around them. The overwhelming pressure instantaneously transformed the fleeing scientists into mere fragments of blood and flesh. They were indeed distinguished researchers, with many possessing expertise comparable to that of Connor's. Yet, what did that matter? It did nothing to hinder Luo Mang from exterminating them all. As Hydra awaited the day when Luo Mang would seize control of the entire blue planet, one could only wonder where they would hide. Luo Mang and Magneto stepped over the countless fallen blue cuboids, indifferent to the carnage beneath their feet, ultimately arriving before a large, black metallic door resembling a bank vault. The door was entirely circular, adorned with numerous intricate mechanisms that seemed to promise immediate lockdown at the slightest misstep of a key. The surrounding walls, treated with a special coating, mirrored the door's dark hue. Luo Mang glanced at Magneto, who nodded in response, and stepped forward. Lifting a hand toward the imposing black door, he forcefully pushed against it. In an instant, the once impregnable door was violently deformed by an unseen force. A deafening roar echoed as the entire door, along with the black metallic walls, was thrust inward. As the dust settled, the true nature of the space was revealed, a long corridor illuminated by a soft yellow glow. To the right, individual rooms were encircled by specially designed metal railings. To Luo Mang's astonishment, this heavily concealed area was merely a prison. The walls of the room appeared to have undergone special treatment. Even Magneto furrowed his brow upon entering, as a profound sense of constraint emanated from various parts of his body. It was only when he tightened his fist that this feeling of restraint gradually subsided. Embedded within the walls were designs specifically aimed at suppressing mutants and individuals with abilities. Subsequently, Magneto gestured with a wave of his hand, causing all the railings in the room to abruptly fly out and embed themselves into the walls. The soft yellow light flickered a few times. From the two rooms at the far end of the prison, two young individuals emerged, their faces painted with astonishment. The woman possessed long, silky chestnut hair that beautifully complemented her fair skin. Most notably, her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, locking gazes with Logan as she stepped out of the prison. The other young man sported silver-gray hair, his curls slightly tousled, exuding a sense of rebellion and flamboyance. His chiseled facial features suggested that had he been in school rather than a prison, he would undoubtedly have attracted a multitude of admirers. Upon seeing the two, Magneto felt a stirring deep within his bloodline. Though no words were exchanged, his gaze softened involuntarily. His lips trembled slightly, but before he could speak, the woman, her face alight with joy, spoke first. Scarlet. The moment Wanda and Pietro locked eyes with Logan, it seemed they had already recognized him. Despite Logan's long-standing identity as Scarlet, his true appearance was no longer a secret. At the end of the corridor, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, both surprised to see each other. It was as if they were puzzled as to why a figure they had only seen on television now stood before them. They slowly approached, leaning against one another as they reached Logan, their youthful anxiety and uncertainty evident on their faces. "Do you know me?" Logan smiled, understanding how to engage with these newly adult youths from his past experience as a teacher. "Yes, we once received help from the Scarlet Rescue Team. Do you remember the large red claw? Every supply package I received bore that emblem. Oh, I even received thermal blankets and temporary tents from the Scarlet Mansion. You must know these are highly sought after. Many have their eyes on them." Unlike Wanda, who remained silent, Pietro appeared somewhat exhilarated upon recognizing Logan. Like a child encountering a beloved idol, his excitement lingering in the air. Wanda and Pietro had not always resided at the Hydra experimental base. After experiencing the devastation of losing their home and family, they embarked on a journey of displacement. They had once participated in protests against Stark Industries, though their efforts proved futile. Perhaps in their world, aside from their late step-parents, it was only the Crimson Citadel that offered them a glimpse of hope and the will to survive. Thus, it is understandable that Pietro felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the master of the Crimson Citadel, the Scarlet Witch. In contrast, Wanda appeared far more composed, though she occasionally cast glances at Roman, seemingly scrutinizing him, attempting to discern the true nature of his character. "All right, let's depart from this place. It is hardly a sanctuary for you," Roman remarked, observing Pietro's exuberance and casting a resigned glance at Magneto, who had been overlooked by the siblings. What could this signify? With Wanda and Pietro's astonished gazes upon him, Roman gently waved his hand, conjuring a blue teleportation array beneath their feet. The azure light began to ascend, enveloping the four of them entirely. A faint humming filled the air, and in the next moment, a cacophony of sounds emerged, accompanied by a soft, rosy hue behind their closed eyelids. When Wanda and Pietro finally opened their eyes, they were greeted by a significantly brighter environment. Helicopters emblazoned with the emblem of the Crimson Citadel soared overhead. Amidst the ruins, the towering structure of the Crimson Citadel stood out prominently. Survivors returned to their refuge, bustling about amidst the debris. Although much of New York lay in ruins, a semblance of the city's former vibrancy seemed to be returning. Large emergency tents had been erected near the remnants of buildings, and individuals of diverse appearances busied themselves among the wreckage. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these people were uniformly clad in the standard uniforms of the Crimson Citadel, adorned with the striking emblem of a crimson claw on their chests and backs. Nearby, makeshift fires had been kindled using rubble, with pots suspended above, cooking meals. The aroma of food and instant meals wafted through the air. Despite the destruction of their homes, the faces of these individuals bore smiles of contentment. They exchanged words and laughter, seemingly celebrating their survival against the odds. What has transpired here? Wanda finally broke her silence. Her beautiful eyes fixated on a vast expanse of ruins, her pupils trembling slightly, perhaps recalling less pleasant memories. Hearing her words, Roman paused momentarily before realizing that Wanda and Pietro must have been affiliated with Hydra prior to the arrival of Apocalypse. In the span of this past month, not only Wanda and Pietro, but even the defense and research personnel of Hydra had been compelled to remain within their clandestine fortress, oblivious to the events transpiring in New York. Thus, their ignorance of the situation is hardly surprising. As Logan turned, guiding a few individuals toward the Crimson Edifice, he began to explain. Over the past month, an ancient mutant known as Apocalypse had descended upon America, with New York becoming one of his targets. Logan refrained from stating that Apocalypse sought his corporeal form. After all, Apocalypse's ambition was to dominate the entire world, making such an assertion not entirely unfounded. But why? Shouldn't you, as the mightiest hero of New York, be able to withstand him? Wanda furrowed her brow, her voice laced with incredulity. Indeed, it was not only Wanda. In the eyes of many across America, Logan was regarded as the strongest. This is my burden. I owe them an apology. For some peculiar reason, I fell into a deep slumber over the past month. Upon awakening, I found that everything had transformed drastically. Logan's tone was heavy, steeped in profound regret and self-reproach for his inability to assist the citizens in their time of need. I managed to salvage much, yet I could not save those who had perished. Upon hearing Logan's words, a flicker of anguish crossed Wanda's eyes. She and Pietro had yearned for power to exact revenge on Stark. But what of it? Those who have departed can never return. Meanwhile, Magneto silently observed his children's state. Contemplating Wanda's expression, "It is not your fault." Seeing Logan's demeanor, Pietro hastily offered words of comfort. Despite Logan's history of brutality, he had never turned his hand against the afflicted, always showing care for the ordinary citizens. Pietro had witnessed firsthand that even a homeless person could receive an equal share of supplies from the Crimson Rescue Team. Moreover, in Pietro's eyes, those individuals deserved their fate. Logan had done all he could, and thus he was not in the wrong. The child speaks truth. You are blameless. Chapter 133. Crimson, you are the true hero. The sudden voice caused everyone to turn. Before a blue and white tent at the edge of the ruins crouched a man. He was clad in a tattered, dusty coat, his beard and hair unkempt. In one hand, he clutched a compressed biscuit, and in the other, a bottle of potent liquor. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze intensely upon Logan. Noticing the attention, he clearly reiterated, "This child is not heired. You owe us nothing." With that, the man took a swig of the strong liquor, summoning the courage to step forward and meet Logan's gaze. However, the man soon lowered his head again, extracting a necklace from his chest pocket. At the end of the necklace dangled an oval-shaped carving. When opened, it revealed two faces strikingly similar to one another, a woman laughing joyfully, cradling a young girl in her arms. "These are my wife and daughter, both lost to this catastrophe." I watched helplessly as they were crushed beneath the debris of a collapsed building. I could only grasp half of Jenny's arm in that fleeting moment. But when the structure fell, that was all that remained of her. I dared not look again. Their deaths haunt me like a relentless nightmare. When I raised my gaze once more, I beheld the winged monstrosity hovering above me, declaring itself a deity sent from the heavens. As the subject of angels arose, the man ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage, as if he would weep for his lost family at any moment. He took another deep swig of spirits, the bottle's contents diminishing significantly with each gulp. "Oh, when I witnessed you crush that winged aberration, I swore it was the happiest moment of my life." The man gasped for breath, his inebriation evident as he turned his gaze toward Roman. "Scarlet, you are the hero of New York. You have done so much for us all. Were it not for you, perhaps this calamity would have merely been the beginning. I do not blame you for the deaths of my wife and daughter. I alone failed to protect them. You have aided me, New York, and all of America in vanquishing those abominations. You have even provided us with a warm place to rest and ample supplies to sustain ourselves. You are a true hero, Scarlet, far more meaningful than any worthless official." The man's eyes widened, his tone resolute as he addressed Roman. As his emotions intensified, more people emerged from the tents. Unlike the man, they did not approach to express their feelings. Instead, they stood by the roadside, gazing at Roman's figure. Their eyes held no trace of dissatisfaction regarding his delayed arrival. Rather, they were filled with gratitude. Were it not for Roman, they would have struggled to survive, let alone enjoy a nourishing meal, enduring the cold and anguished day after day. Roman had offered them not only material support, but had also infused each of their hearts with a potent dose of hope. Like a ray of warm sunlight, he illuminated the darkest recesses of their souls. Wanda and Pietro seemed to notice the people emerging from the tents and began to glance around. Though it was merely a few fleeting seconds, having survived the war, they understood better than anyone the unspoken sentiments reflected in those countless eyes. Witnessing so many individuals with experiences akin to their own receiving assistance, an unbidden sense of comfort and warmth washed over Wanda and Pietro, perhaps due to their past sufferings. The two individuals were reluctant to see others repeat the same misfortunes. Observing the ever-growing crowd, Wanda and Pietro found their alignment with Roman deepening. As the gazes of the onlookers gradually converged upon him, Roman turned to the man before him and gently placed a hand upon his shoulder. I am not the hero. You are the hero. Each of you is a hero to yourselves and your families. The more Roman looked at the man, the more he appreciated him. Roman chose not to utilize the space gem to teleport back to the Crimson Tower, opting instead for a leisurely walk, deliberately allowing Wanda and Pietro to witness all that he had accomplished. He wished for them to understand that even in their absence, Roman would persist in his endeavors, striving to exceed expectations. The man's arrival, coupled with his heartfelt words, elevated the anticipated impact of Roman's actions to an entirely new level. Even without turning around, Roman could sense the benevolent gazes of Wanda and Pietro upon him. Do you wish to join the Crimson Rescue Team? To assist even more innocent souls in distress? Roman suddenly inquired, gazing intently at the man before him. Upon hearing Roman's proposition, the man nearly dropped the bottle in his grasp. In that moment, he was far from the boisterous figure he had just been, indulging in spirits. His fingers quivered as they pointed towards himself, disbelief etched across his face. Are you saying I have the opportunity to join the Crimson Rescue Team? It is not merely an opportunity. I, Roman, extend a special invitation for you to join the Crimson Rescue Team. Roman's eyes gleamed with determination, his voice resonating with strength, compelling the surrounding crowd to take notice. The man observed Roman's expression, realizing it was no jest, and nodded vigorously. In response, Roman allowed a smile to grace his features, understanding that if a performance was to be undertaken, it should be done in full measure. Moreover, the man had inadvertently aided Roman, and thus, Roman felt obliged to reciprocate. The crowd, now attuned to Roman's words, shifted their gazes towards the man with newfound intensity. The prospect of becoming a member of the Crimson Rescue Team, with the chance to navigate the halls of the Crimson Tower, was a privilege many could only envy. Not to mention, their leader was none other than Roman, a man who had lost everything, yet stood tall. Having received the man's affirmation, Roman surveyed the audience and declared, I acknowledge that many of you have been discussing among yourselves. You are not mistaken. The individual beside me is one of the 4 horsemen who once served under Apocalypse. At such close proximity, Roman's keen hearing allowed him to discern every hushed whisper. Instead of retreating from the truth, Roman boldly acknowledged it in public. The revelation sent ripples through the crowd, akin to a boulder plummeting into water, creating a tremendous uproar. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at Magneto, standing beside Roman. Some even picked up stones in astonishment. Even Wanda and Pietro, positioned behind Roman, regarded Magneto with incredulity, astonished not only by him, but even more so by Roman. Why does Scarlet allow one of the 4 horsemen to remain by his side? This question lingers in the minds of many. Their reluctance to act immediately does not stem from Magneto's formidable power, but rather from a desire to hear Roman's explanation. Roman personally vanquished Apocalypse, severing his head and suspending it upon a pillar. It is inconceivable that he would inexplicably permit Magneto to survive. Chapter 134. Justifying Magneto as the crowd began to stir. They hesitated to take action. Roman recognized that he had successfully gauged their sentiments. In the hearts of these citizens, Scarlet's position had been solidified. Once the crowd fell into complete silence, Roman continued, I am certain you all harbor numerous questions. Why does Scarlet allow his existence? Could it be that Scarlet, too, is becoming like Apocalypse? Or Scarlet's true intentions in keeping Magneto alive? With each query, Roman advanced a step closer until he stood face to face with the entire assembly. Remarkably, in the brief span of Roman's words, some had already lowered their raised stones. Their rage towards Apocalypse was intertwined with their animosity towards Magneto, his subordinate. Yet this fury could be directed at anyone but Roman himself. Surveying the crowd, Roman absorbed the expressions of all present. Now that everyone has calmed down, I wish to pose a question. Have any of you witnessed Eisenhart kill a human being? Roman's inquiry was somewhat provocative, even bordering on a conceptual misdirection, particularly with the emphasis on the word witness. Magneto may have taken many lives, including officials and military personnel, but how many ordinary individuals have actually seen it with their own eyes? Indeed, many were hearing the name Magneto for the first time. Most knew only of a helmeted man among Apocalypse's ranks, a knight of his. Those truly knowledgeable about Magneto were the high-ranking officials. In response to Roman's question, several individuals shook their heads. They had been preoccupied with fleeing and had not witnessed anything firsthand. Their animosity towards Apocalypse had merely been redirected towards Magneto. Now, I can assert with confidence that Eisenhart was pivotal in my victory over Apocalypse. Without him, countless lives would have perished at Apocalypse's hands. As Roman's words echoed, the expressions of the crowd shifted perceptibly. Recognizing this change in sentiment, Roman added fuel to the fire. And you should have already seen that new crimson edifice in the distance. It has been rebuilt through Eisenhart's abilities. Starting tomorrow, Eisenhart will assist you in restoring your homes. Previously, the crowd had wavered, but after this proclamation, their views on Magneto undoubtedly began to transform significantly. The past is irrevocably lost, and only that which is firmly grasped in hand constitutes the future. This truth is well recognized by many, albeit seldom acknowledged. Gazing distantly at the crimson edifice, the crowd remained silent, yet an undercurrent of excitement stirred within many hearts. Observing the expressions of those around him, Luo Mang silently affirmed his intuition. Present-day New York has been drastically diminished, a significant portion of its populace claimed by the cataclysm. Those who have truly survived were either already beyond the city's confines or managed to escape at the earliest opportunity. When the forces of Apocalypse officially invaded, few could secure a safe passage. Most met their demise at the hands of Apocalypse and the other three horsemen. One of the horsemen, the Soul Butterfly, was a professional assassin, insatiable in her bloodlust. In this conflict, her tally of slain rivals only slightly trailed that of Apocalypse. Thus, as the crowd reflected, they discovered a startling absence of memories regarding Magneto's acts of violence. In their recollection, he seemed merely to have destroyed a few structures, remaining largely in the shadows of Apocalypse's onslaught. Noticing a handful still struggling, Luo Mang pressed on, declaring that from this day forth, Eisenhart would become the stalwart defender of New York. With his involvement, we shall undoubtedly safeguard you when the next crisis arises. As Luo Mang's words echoed, the crowd finally regained their composure. The stones they clutched were cast aside with a splash, and belief in Luo Mang's assurances solidified among them. Even Wanda and Pietro's gazes toward Magneto underwent a profound transformation. Through Luo Mang's vivid portrayal, Magneto was suddenly reimagined, transitioning from a perpetrator of slaughter to a clandestine hero of New York's protection. He had not only refrained from taking lives, but had also indirectly shielded countless others. Even now, he actively aided the citizens of New York in restoring their homes. Surely, he would emerge as one of the many champions safeguarding the city in the future. What grounds remained for them to harbor hatred against Magneto? With expressions of complexity, the crowd nodded toward Magneto, casting him looks of apology before gradually dispersing. Magneto remained silent. He too had been momentarily taken aback when Luo Mang inadvertently revealed his identity. Yet, witnessing the shift in perception among the people, even receiving glances of remorse, stirred a tumult within him. These refugees, had they not suffered? Ordinary humans endure pain, and so do mutants. They merely seek to survive. Who then is the true architect of their suffering? In observing these individuals, Magneto felt an awakening. His father was thrust into a pit. The mutant Black King had slain his mother, and a co-worker's betrayal led to the tragic demise of his wife and daughter. Should Magneto truly harbor resentment toward ordinary humans, or rather, towards those in power who wield their authority like a whip to drive the masses forward. To wield weapons and ruthlessly strike against ordinary people is no different from the actions of those who once persecuted his family. Humanity's rejection of mutants stems from a systemic discrimination imposed from above. As the United States began to exhibit its exclusionary tendencies, how could the common people not follow suit? In light of this realization, Magneto felt a shift in his thoughts at that very moment, increasingly aligning himself with the President Roman's ambitious plans. As the crowd dispersed, Roman returned to the Crimson Citadel with a few companions. Under Connor's guidance, although many parts of the Citadel remained unfinished, they quickly organized 2 or 3 floors, allowing the families to move back in. This will be your room from now on. You will reside in the Crimson Citadel henceforth, free from danger. Roman said with a smile, turning his gaze towards Wanda and Pietro. Wanda hesitated briefly, but ultimately remained silent. She dared not reveal to Roman that they had willingly joined Hydra, seeking power to make Stark pay a price. Roman watched Wanda and Pietro enter their respective rooms, his smile gradually fading. "Why do you ask about your children leaving?" Magneto finally inquired. Roman, aware that Magneto was referring to the earlier incident, turned his attention back to him. "Eisenhart, do you truly understand your children?" Roman's question left Magneto momentarily bewildered, yet he answered honestly. "I have only just met them." "Then you should realize that both Wanda and Pietro perceive themselves merely as ordinary individuals subjected to Hydra's experiments. Even their adoptive parents are just common folk. Can you fathom how they would react upon learning of your past actions? What might they do?" Chapter 135. Are you prepared? Upon hearing Roman's words, Magneto felt a sudden jolt in his heart. While Roman spoke, Magneto's focus remained on the children he had never seen before. The moment he laid eyes on them, he had all but confirmed their identities as his offspring. Despite their lack of powers, Magneto understood that if they were to discover his past deeds, how could these rebellious adolescents possibly comprehend? The best outcome might simply be a severance of ties, leading to a permanent estrangement. Yet, this was not what Magneto desired. Finally aware that 2 of his children were alive, he yearned to live together with them after securing a place for mutants in the world. To others, Magneto appeared powerful, decisive, and willing to do anything for mutants. However, within him lay a yearning for tenderness and warmth. He too longed for love. Noticing the change in Magneto's expression, Roman understood he had grasped the implications, and he chuckled lightly. Moreover, in the forthcoming plans, erasing the effects of this apocalypse on mutants would not be a simple task. The citizens of the United States already harbored prejudices against mutants, and following this cataclysm, the relationship between mutants and humans would undoubtedly deteriorate even further. To seek a sanctuary for mutants, one must extend their vision. Your recent endeavor to assist the citizens of New York in rebuilding their homes serves to subtly transform their entrenched perceptions. It is essential for them to realize that mutants are not solely harbingers of destruction. They can also usher in a better existence. Thus, when the citizens ponder the threats posed by mutants, they should equally recall the benefits of their existence. In this manner, when a dialectical relationship emerges, there shall be room for reconciliation. Magneto, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Since joining the Scarlet Brotherhood, the new perspectives offered by Romulus had illuminated his mind. He came to understand that beyond mere appeasement or opposition, there existed alternative methods of resolution. Am I to assist them in constructing their homes? Magneto inquired cautiously. Once the leader of the Brotherhood, he adopted a deferential stance before Romulus. Had other mutants witnessed this, they would have been utterly astonished. However, Romulus waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If you were to go tomorrow, then so be it. For now, you're free to pursue whatever you desire." With that, Romulus turned and departed, leaving behind the blood-red edifice, now merely a skeletal structure. With New York in ruins, he still needed to assist Connors in transporting supplies back. Magneto lingered, casting a contemplative glance at the rooms of Wanda and Pietro. A month swiftly elapsed. With Magneto's aid, the landscape of New York underwent a profound transformation. The vast expanse of rubble had vanished, replaced by towering skyscrapers that reached for the heavens. The scale of these constructions was immense, even with Magneto's assistance. It took nearly a month for them to be completed. During this period, citizens from other states flocked to New York, now under Romulus's stewardship. The city, which had once suffered a significant population decline, seemed to regain its former vibrancy. Amidst the multitude of skyscrapers, one building stood out distinctly, constructed of pure black metal. It prominently displayed an emblem of blood-red claws at its center. Indeed, this was the newly rebuilt Blood Tower. At this moment, the Blood Tower not only stood completed, but surpassed its previous incarnation in grandeur. It had undeniably become the preeminent structure of New York City. Each day, numerous visitors from other states arrived to capture photographs alongside the towering edifice. Following the apocalypse incident, Romulus had ascended to become the most celebrated hero across America. Remarkably, since that event, the national crime rate plummeted by nearly 30 percentage points. In New York City, the crime rate approached near zero. The personnel of the police department now resembled mere city security guards, idly passing their days. With Romulus's presence serving as a deterrent, their services were rendered unnecessary. Even disputes between neighbors could now be amicably resolved with ease. The phenomenon of random shootings has become a thing of the past. Children return home each day with a clear understanding of their after-school responsibilities. The sole prevalent cause of street brawls stems from derogatory remarks made about the infamous Scarlet, prompting collective beatings. The New York Police Department responds within 3 minutes, mediating for half an hour to ensure those involved do not suffer excessive blows. Yet, the officers remain courteous, escorting the individuals back to the precinct. This is partly due to the close ties between the police chief's daughter's fiancé, their future son-in-law, and the Scarlet. Unbeknownst to them, the Scarlet, often spoken of in hushed tones by the citizens of New York and feared by criminals, resides not in the city, but on a deserted island in the Pacific. "Hey, are you ready, Hunter?" A deep, hoarse voice emanated from the tall figure. Facing him, the speedster nodded earnestly. "You know me. I must regain my super speed." During the Apocalypse War, although Roman had decisively overwhelmed the opposition, the speedster harbored an unshakable regret for not participating and contributing significantly to the battle, especially when Connors had taken to the field while he remained sidelined. The speedster silently vowed that one day he would assist Roman. Noticing the speedster's serious demeanor, Roman cracked a smile. The orange-red energy coursing through him shifted to a brilliant blue. Roman felt a colossal force gathering within him. With a roar, he harnessed the energy of the desperation virus to expel the vast power from his body, subsequently utilizing the forces of space to confine it within a cube. Observing the blue cube suspended between his palms, Roman suddenly glanced at the speedster. Upon hearing Roman's words, the speedster wasted no time, immediately turning to run in a circular pattern. It seemed he had reached the limits of human capability. His super speed could no longer be augmented through running on the cosmic treadmill. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could barely achieve a fraction of his former velocity. Nevertheless, he continued to push himself, for as he had declared, speed was his essence. As the speedster reached his maximum velocity, Roman looked down. The energy in his palms was on the verge of exploding. He spread his hands wide, and the cube, initially the size of his fist, expanded exponentially, enveloping the entire island. Just as this immense energy surged past the speedster, his eyes widened. That peculiar sensation seemed to return. Grasping this feeling, the speedster ran with unparalleled fervor. This was the most intense run of his life, and he knew he could not afford a single misstep. Chapter 136. How about a race between us? With a rapid sprint, the space between the legs of the speedster began to emit arcs of bluish-purple electricity. Each patch of ground trodden upon by this swift figure bore marks of charred blackness, as if struck by lightning. At this moment, the speedster seemed to have returned to the days of a few months prior, in another realm. A colossal tornado began to form under the impetus of his speed. The figure of the speedster grew increasingly swift, nearly transforming into a mere afterimage. Yet, Luo Mang understood that this was not the apex of the speedster's velocity. For one endowed with super speed, leaving two distinct afterimages simultaneously was no great feat nevertheless. The acceleration he exhibited now had transcended all previous limits. The hypothesis that the energy of a space gem would amplify his super speed was indeed validated. Observing the ever-quickening pace of the speedster, Luo Mang could not help but murmur. Initially, the space gem lacked energy and state, necessitating the high-quality energy of super speed. However, now that the space gem had returned to the Marvel Universe, this locale was its rightful domain, and it owed the speedster a debt that it would repay in full. Gradually, the speedster's velocity became imperceptible to the naked eye. The The frantic sprint culminated in the appearance of bluish-purple lightning. In Luo Mang's sight, the speedster was enveloped in a myriad of these electric arcs. The lightning surged from within the speedster, propelling him into a frenzy of acceleration. His running range had expanded beyond that of a mere stretch of ground. Accompanied by the bluish-purple lightning, the speedster began to circle the entire island. Luo Mang could faintly hear a barely discernible cheer carried by the wind, as if the speedster was exulting in his return to such astounding speed. The sound, swept up by the wind, converged at the very center, contributing to the formation of the massive tornado. The winds of the tornado were fierce, yet Luo Mang stood resolutely with his arms crossed, unyielding amidst the tempest. Observing the speedster's ever-accelerating pace, a smile crept upon Luo Mang's lips. Given the speedster's current velocity, few in the Marvel Universe could rival him. At this juncture, the speedster had undeniably established himself as the unparalleled champion of speed within the Scarlet Order. Were Luo Mang not to rely on the space gem, he too would find it impossible to eclipse the speedster's swiftness. Gradually, the azure energy within the spatial cube began to be drawn into the eye of the tornado. This blue energy, as if imbued with life, transformed into a serpentine form, twisting and coiling as it descended, ultimately merging with the speedster's being, vanishing without a trace. The waves crashed upon the shore, mingling with the sounds of friction as the speedster came to a halt amidst the sand and stones. The speedster remains the same, yet the garments adorning his form have vanished in the swift winds of his run. His body bears countless burn marks from the friction of his high-speed sprint. Nevertheless, the speedster remains utterly unconcerned, not even furrowing his brow. As long as the velocity returns, all sacrifices are deemed worthwhile. But what is amiss? Upon noticing the speedster inspecting his own physique, Luo Mang gently waved his hand, causing the remnants of the whirlwind to dissipate instantly. He descended slowly onto the beach and inquired of the speedster, "I cannot manipulate the key to time. I am unable to unlock the door to time." The speedster gazed at himself in disbelief, unable to fathom where the issue lay. However, upon hearing the speedster's lament, Luo Mang couldn't help but chuckle. The Marvel Universe is replete with formidable energies, such as the Phoenix Force that resides within Jean Grey. Once fully mastered, the Phoenix Force can transcend the constraints of space and the multiverse, enabling one to traverse between different universes. Yet paradoxically, there exists no power known as Speed Force within Marvel. The energy coursing through the speedster is derived from the infinite energy of the Space Stone. Without Luo Mang's assistance, even if the speedster were to run for 1,000 years, he would be unable to reclaim his speed. If the residual speed force within him resembles a mere sapling, then the energy bestowed by Luo Mang serves as the fertilizer that could allow that sapling to swiftly grow into a towering tree. Furthermore, many seek to manipulate or even control time. What then becomes of the time stone? At this moment, the speedster's inability to unlock the door to time is entirely expected. Should he manage to do so, it would be Luo Mang who would worry. For while others may remain unaware, Luo Mang knows of an immensely powerful entity in this universe that continuously observes the illogical phenomena within it. The purpose of this being's existence is to rectify all that deviates from the laws of the cosmos, challenging the fundamental principles of the universe. While the speedster may thrive on Blue Star, his vulnerabilities are numerous within the vastness of the cosmos, not to mention the presence of that formidable being. It is conceivable that a mere glance from it, spanning countless light years, could obliterate the speedster. All of this is anticipated. The cosmic laws will not permit one to unlock the door to time, so he should spare himself the effort. Luo Mang stepped forward to offer consolation. For the mere fact that the speedster could regain his speed was enough to satisfy him. With the speedster's existence, the Crimson Tower gains another formidable champion, laying the foundation for true dominion over Blue Star in the future. After all, the speedster was once poised to scatter the ashes of the Flash, Barry Allen. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, once he regains his speed, he transforms into a ferocious beast. And that is acceptable. Indeed, it was only after he regained the speed force that the speedster began to show off. As he clenched his fist with remarkable speed, a bluish-purple energy surged throughout his entire being. The swift responses to Luo Mang's inquiries were articulated through the rapid vibrations of his vocal cords, powered by this extraordinary energy. Aside from his lack of attire, he seemed to have regained his former demeanor. Luo Mang, initially intent on further inquiring about his physical state, was met with a triumphant tilt of the head from the Swift One as he declared, "Let us race to see who reaches home first." The home he referred to was none other than the newly reconstructed Crimson Tower. After spending several months here, he had begun to cultivate a sense of belonging, especially in light of Luo Mang's presence, which compelled him to follow wherever Luo Mang ventured. "Very well, I shall grant you a 1-second head start," Luo Mang replied with a chuckle, readily acquiescing to the challenge. Before Luo Mang's words had fully dissipated, the Swift One had transformed into a blue streak of lightning, dashing toward the boundless ocean. His speed was such that he could run upon the water's surface without sinking. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Luo Mang's sight. Conversely, Luo Mang remained unfazed, taking a single step forward, which instantaneously transformed his surroundings. Standing on a new terrace of the Crimson Tower, he counted silently for 3 seconds before spotting the bluish-purple figure re-emerging at the horizon. Chapter 137. "Peter, you have always been my pride." The bluish-purple figure was astonishingly swift, seemingly traversing the distance from the skyline of New York to the Crimson Tower in less than the time it takes to blink. Passers-by on the streets of New York felt naught but a gust of wind as he zipped past. Women hurriedly pressed down their skirts, while men grasped at hats whisked away by the breeze. By the time they registered his presence, he had already covered several kilometers. In Luo Mang's line of sight, the Swift One approached, running at incredible speed along the edges of the Crimson Tower, akin to an electrified serpent coiling around its base before finally ascending to the terrace. As a flash of bluish-purple lightning whirled by, the figure of the Swift One materialized. At that moment, he was adorned in his customary running attire, a sleek black, unknown leather combat suit enveloping him from head to toe, designed to withstand the rigors of high-velocity movement. To the untrained eye, the Swift One donned in his form-fitting battle gear appeared as a feral beast. The bluish-purple lightning danced across him, celebrating his rebirth, coupled with his unique half-squatting running posture. When he finally retracted his energy and stood upright, an unsettling chill would wash over onlookers. It was as if they were not confronting a fellow human, but rather some extraordinary new entity. The Swift One tilted his head quizzically at Luo Mang before abruptly discarding his hood. Based on the role of incredible speed within cells, the damage incurred during the recent sprint has been swiftly mended. The handsome visage of the Swift One has returned to its pristine state, a far cry from the princely image one might envision. At this moment, the Swift One gazes in perplexity at Luo Mang, who reclines on a beach chair nearby. His expression intermingled with disbelief. "Did you cheat? How could you possibly have arrived home before me?" In response to the Swift One's skepticism, Luo Mang leisurely sips his drink before replying, "You utilized your incredible speed. I never claimed I wouldn't employ my own powers." Luo Mang glances back at the Swift One, then lifts a fresh drink from the table and hurls it toward him. The moment the beverage leaves Luo Mang's hand, it cascades from the cup. Yet, just as the drink and glass are about to meet the ground, a flash of blue-purple lightning zips by. Luo Mang turns to find the Swift One has already appeared behind him, effortlessly cradling the very drink that Luo Mang had just thrown. Not a single drop has escaped to the ground. In the future, refrain from engaging in peculiar antics at the blood-red tower. Luo Mang raises an eyebrow at the Swift One. While Luo Mang may discern the Swift One's movements, it does not imply that others possess the same clarity. Take Connors, for instance. With the inherent enhancements from the lizard serum and the subsequent acquisition of the Viper Crown from the mental institution after the dismantling of the Viper Gang, Connors' physical prowess has substantially elevated. However, even with such enhancements, he finds himself merely a passive recipient of the Swift One's onslaught. After all, the Swift One's velocity has surpassed Connors' visual perception, rendering him utterly unseen. What can he retaliate with? An adversary of this nature, if positioned within the opposing camp, could present considerable challenges. Fortunately, the Swift One is aligned with the Crimson Secret Society. With this thought, Luo Mang breaks into a smile. "Hey, how did you achieve that?" A sudden voice draws the attention of both Luo Mang and the Swift One. They look up to see a small black spider, astonished, pulling off its mask at the edge of the terrace, gaping at the Swift One. In its perspective, the Swift One merely twitched slightly, and upon blinking, he had already appeared nearby, drink in hand. Were it not for the undeniable presence of the Swift One standing there, Peter might have suspected a malfunction in his spider sense. Indeed, while Peter cannot observe the Swift One's movements, his spider sense still allows him to sense his approximate location. If you ever need someone eliminated, seek me out. My efficiency is unparalleled. The Swift One relishes Peter's astonished gaze, and in an instant, his form seems to split. Two identical Swift Ones, each holding a drink, materialize before Peter. "Oh my gosh," Peter exclaims, quickly rising to join the Swift One, eagerly poking at both identical figures with exhilaration. "Is this a visual afterimage? Goodness. Both resemble the true you. Just how fast can you run? It's hard to articulate." In a burst of speed, Peter's excitement manifested in a smile. As he donned his persona, he patted his chest, assuring Peter that he would always have his back. After all, the renowned Black Spider was still quite young. Following a brief display of bravado in front of Peter, he raced along the building and onto the streets of New York, treating the entire city as his racetrack. Running wildly. The earlier race with Roman was merely a warm-up. Having regained his strength, he was determined to run until exhaustion. This was also a way to announce to the rest of New York. He was back. "Roman, there hasn't been much to report today." After the swift departure, Peter approached Roman, feeling somewhat dejected. While the city's security had improved, which should be a cause for celebration, Peter felt an inexplicable void within. This indicated that all his efforts were indeed effective. Uncle Ben would be proud of him. Roman affectionately ruffled Peter's hair, having long understood Peter's emotional state. Ever since Uncle Ben departed with Aunt May, Peter had sought to fill the emptiness by punishing wrongdoers. At such a tender age, he needed care the most. However, the affection from Aunt May could never fully replace that of a father. Thus, whenever Peter attempted to pause, he felt an unsettling emptiness. The absence of Uncle Ben and his parents was palpable. Indeed, upon hearing Roman's words, Peter lifted his head with newfound joy. "I not only wish to make Uncle Ben proud, but I also want you to feel proud of me, Roman." "You don't need to prove anything to me, Peter. You have always been my pride," Roman replied, affectionately resting Peter's head against his side, feeling the warmth that brought Peter a sense of comfort. In the past, Roman had been completely numb from the waist down. According to some nefarious figures, Roman was deemed a worthless yellow-skinned individual. Thus, his initial thought was to make Peter his right-hand man, assigning all inconvenient tasks to him. The darkened Spider-Man seldom encountered foes of equal or greater strength. However, as Roman gradually spent time with Peter, he began to sense Peter's reliance on him. Although Roman was only slightly older, Peter seemed to regard him as a father figure. Eager to demonstrate his own capabilities and show Roman that he could stand on his own. Like a stubborn child, he unabashedly expressed his fondness for Roman. The moment that truly alarmed Roman was when Peter first distanced himself for an extended period. At that time, Peter was not far away, and Roman only needed a portal to meet him. However, when Roman found himself idly daydreaming, his thoughts would unconsciously drift to Peter. He found it somewhat disconcerting not to hear Peter's incessant banter. Gradually, though, Roman acclimated to this state of mind. After all, under his protection, both Peter and Aunt May could thrive for an extended period. Previously, it was Peter who safeguarded him. Now, the roles had reversed, and he was the one shielding Peter. Roman has never been parsimonious towards his own or those who have aided him. For instance, Martin Lee, who had been the sole dissenting voice during the initial Scarlet meeting, was given a second chance by Roman, despite the fact that he could have easily abandoned him and his family. This was not due to Roman's exceptional patience, but rather because Martin Lee had, in a tangible way, contributed to the making of Roman as he is today. Whether Martin Lee acted intentionally or was merely a pawn in Roman's calculations, he undeniably aided Roman through the power of reversal. Hence, Roman was willing to offer him another opportunity. Otherwise, during Roman's reign over the underworld, Martin Lee and the demons would undoubtedly have become the primary targets for his wrath, potentially meeting a grim fate. "Are you all done? If not, I can wait a bit longer." Peter was startled by the voice. Before he could ponder whose it was, he slipped from Roman's embrace, his cheeks flushing a rare shade of crimson. "Wanda, how many times must I remind you to knock before entering?" Roman turned back, exasperation evident as he regarded Wanda, who was clad in red attire. If Roman recalled correctly, this marked Wanda's 13th intrusion into his office. "Peter and I used to be outside. With no home, and thus no door," Wanda remarked, feigning sadness as if Roman's words had wounded her. Yet, Roman shot her a pointed glance. "This is also the 13th time you've used that excuse." Undeterred by Roman's retort, Wanda approached and grasped his arm, attempting to drag him outside. However, seeing her actions, Peter seized Roman's other hand. "Wanda, if there is something to discuss, let us clarify it here," he asserted, deliberately emphasizing the word sister. Thus, Roman found himself stretched out between these two youngsters. Wanda turned back and, mimicking Roman's earlier demeanor, smiled at Peter and said, "Peter, if you have no serious matters, you can let go. Roman can't play house with you every day." She too stressed the word brother. Although Wanda had yet to awaken her abilities, she held her ground firmly in the presence of Peter. "Playing house. Are you aware that I could easily crush villains far stronger than you?" Peter narrowed his eyes and stepped forward assertively. "Do you intend to crush me? Romain has stated that my potential exceeds everyone's imagination." Yet, Wanda was utterly unfazed by Peter's bravado and took a bold step forward as well. Thus, the two found themselves flanking Romain, their gazes locked in a fierce contest. "Enough. Both of you are adults. Cease this childish behavior." Romain finally interjected, prompting them to simultaneously release their grips with a huff. They may disregard others, but Romain's words held significant weight for them. In truth, from a certain perspective, Romain encouraged internal competition. It prevented these individuals from squandering their immense potential. However, if such competition revolved around Romain himself, he deemed it unnecessary. Turning to Wanda, Romain inquired, "Wanda, is there something you wish to discuss?" As Romain spoke, Peter instinctively opened his eyes to look over. Wanda first shot Peter an exasperated glance before turning to Romain with a serious demeanor. "Connors has requested your presence. He mentioned that the plan is nearly complete." Additionally, Wanda's face reflected hesitation, as if summoning courage. Was Eisenhart truly the father of Pietro and me? Back in January, when Romain instructed Magneto to carry on with his duties, Magneto had, upon Romain's departure, audaciously knocked on Wanda's door, proclaiming himself as her father. Had it not been for Peter returning to the Scarlet Citadel and intervening, Wanda would have recklessly challenged a level 4 mutant in her mortal form. The loss of her adoptive parents had always been a deep-seated issue for her. In Wanda's eyes, they were her true parents. Eventually, as Wanda regained her composure, her subsequent encounter with Magneto had stripped away that initial fury. However, his words continued to haunt her sleepless nights. Each nightfall, her mind would involuntarily replay Magneto's declarations. A week later, Wanda sought out Magneto at the construction site to undergo a paternity test with Connors. As a biological expert equipped with advanced tools, Connors swiftly conducted the necessary genetic analysis. When the results emerged, Wanda was astounded. She had brought Pietro along for the test, only to discover that not only was Wanda Magneto's biological daughter, but so was Pietro. Upon learning this truth, Wanda could no longer face Magneto. Accepting him as a father would force her to confront the memory of her deceased adoptive parents. Overwhelmed by confusion, Wanda chose to set this reality aside. In her own words, as long as she avoided meeting Magneto, she could pretend this matter had never occurred. Upon hearing Wanda's inquiry, Roman chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by her direct reference to Magneto's name. For the young Americans, this was merely a commonplace occurrence. After a moment of contemplation, Roman delivered a metaphorical response. "If you seek a father, then Eisenhart is indeed your biological progenitor. Should you feel no such need, Eisenhart will nonetheless remain a silent guardian over you." You inquire whether Eisenhart is your true father? I cannot assert that with certainty, yet I am aware that Eisenhart desires nothing more than your happiness and survival. Chapter 139. The Underground Laboratory, the Seventh Sin. Romang's reply was astutely crafted, neither affirming nor denying Wanda's question. When the answer evades a definitive response, possibilities abound. By merely addressing the notion of need, Romang subtly alleviated Wanda's inner resistance towards Magneto. As Wanda spent more time in Magneto's presence, the undeniable bond of blood would inevitably reveal its profound influence. With his words hanging in the air, Romang paid little heed to Wanda's complex expression and proceeded into the elevator. He pressed the button for the lowest floor thrice, and the elevator responded automatically. This was an identification detection system designed to recognize everyone entering the subterranean levels. The elevator descended abruptly, arriving at the depths of the Crimson Tower. Indeed, following the events of Apocalypse, Connors had decisively relocated the laboratory underground. He had also installed a recognition system that would alert in case of unauthorized access to the subterranean laboratory. In this regard, Even Luo Mang was not exempt. The underground of the Crimson Tower, aside from the laboratory, housed several emergency survival zones. Should Luo Mang fall into a deep slumber once more, or should any unforeseen calamity strike, they could swiftly mount an effective response. Particularly recalling the last visit from Apocalypse, when Connors had only managed to evacuate the specially formulated compound number 5. All other serums, including the vast reserves of regenerative serum, the perfected Doomsday virus, and various special samples, including Deadpool's spinal fluid, had been entirely obliterated. Fortunately, Maya and Connors still remained, allowing for the potential reconstruction of all that had been lost. Uncertain of how many meters the elevator had descended, Luo Mang felt a distinct drop in temperature as the doors opened. Stepping out, he was met with the sight of an expansive engineering marvel. It appeared that a vast portion of the Crimson Tower's subterranean expanse had been hollowed out, with a vacant area supported by special metals. Even the surrounding rock walls were wholly enveloped in metal, evoking the visage of an underground steel metropolis. At the very heart of this subterranean research facility, a colossal entity lay quietly in place, awaiting the final adjustments from the researchers. Upon noticing Luo Mang's arrival, Connors hastily approached him. "Luo Mang, the 7th sin has been successfully installed, meticulously adhering to your blueprints. Before the final installation, every component had been meticulously inspected by me, culminating in assembly by Eisenhardt, ultimately saving a considerable amount of time." Connors approached Roman, presenting a comprehensive information tablet. It displayed all pertinent details regarding the 7th sin, accompanied by three-dimensional animated diagrams. As Roman manipulated the device, the 7th sin was swiftly transformed into a myriad of individual parts, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the multitude of components. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, his pupils gently shifting beneath his eyelids. Connors refrained from interrupting Roman, patiently awaiting his return to consciousness. After 5 minutes, Roman reopened his eyes. "The components are flawless. I must personally delve into this." Upon hearing Roman's words, Connors finally exhaled in relief, for the recent project had not aligned with his expertise, and he had feared disappointing Roman. Fortunately, all had transpired without error. When Connors lifted his gaze once more, Roman's figure had vanished entirely. The 7th sin, Roman's presence materialized within the confines of the spacecraft. This vessel was a replica meticulously crafted based on the plans for the helicarrier, established after the destruction of SHELE. Although it did not possess the immense size of the helicarrier, it was still capable of accommodating a significant number of individuals. The ship's amenities were not overly complex. Aside from the relaxation and entertainment areas, there was the control zone located at the forefront. However, the control room of the 7th sin bore distinct differences from those of other spacecraft. At its center stood a colossal mechanical cage, beneath which a conical structure extended directly to the depths of the 7th sin. Roman raised his hand to caress the mechanical cage, feeling its frigid surface, and a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. In truth, the 7th sin was not intended solely for Roman. It was designed for the benefit of the Crimson Society's members. With the existence of the 7th sin, others would possess the capability for interstellar travel and combat. In Roman's absence, they would have a plethora of options available to them. His hand rested upon the cage, faintly glowing with a blue hue. Before long, the lights within the entirety of the 7th sin illuminated instantaneously. The infinite energy of the space gem could also be harnessed for the 7th sin's operations. However, Roman waved his hand, dispersing the energy entirely. His intention was that, in his absence, others could still undertake interstellar voyages. Thus, the infinite energy of the space gem was not to be utilized. Nevertheless, there was no cause for excessive concern, as Roman had already devised a plan. Turning back, he found himself in an energy field prison. This prison bore a striking resemblance to the one that had once confined Emil, yet now it served to hold Banner captive. When the apocalypse descended, no one attended to Banner, leaving him buried beneath the ruins of the Crimson Edifice. By the time Connors discovered him, Banner had been deprived of sustenance for an extended period, rendering him exceedingly frail. Were it not for the latent strength bestowed by the Hulk's physiology, an ordinary human would have succumbed long ago. When Connors found Banner, the spatial energy confining him had significantly waned. Fortunately, Luo Mang timely replenished it. Otherwise, this lad would have truly escaped. "How have you been lately, Banner?" Luo Mang's voice sent a tremor through Banner, whose lashes fluttered as he opened his eyes, casting a complex gaze at Ramon. How much longer will you confine me? At that moment, Banner resembled a fish on Luo Mang's cutting board, yearning to flee, yet fearful of the looming blade overhead. With shield in ruins and the Avengers shattered by Luo Mang's might, Banner craved freedom but hesitated to flee. Do not worry, it will be soon. Before long, I shall restore your freedom, Luo replied, observing Banner's condition with a smile. Will the Hulk also be? A flicker of hope crossed Banner's face. Logically speaking, despite his confinement, Luo had not subjected him to maltreatment, providing sustenance. However, the absence of freedom weighed heavily on Banner's spirit, prompting his frequent desire for liberation. Luo had no reason to deceive him, and now he was poised to fulfill his earlier promise. In Banner's eyes, the Hulk remained an uncontrollable calamity, an aspect he could not wholly accept. Acknowledging Banner's words, Luo nodded slightly. Indeed, I shall separate the Hulk from you. From this day forth, you shall be merely yourself. Luo gazed at Banner with a cheerful expression. Chapter 140. The Sky Darkens. When Luo sold Banner, the latter found himself grateful to Luo. Indeed, the Hulk was designated as the seventh source of original sin energy, capable of generating virtually limitless fury as a power source, sufficient to sustain the eternal flow of the seventh original sin. As long as the Hulk's rage could be maintained, the operation of the seventh original sin would persist. Yet, a question arose. What could keep the Hulk perpetually enraged? The answer lay in the betrayal of Banner, their shared essence. The Hulk and Banner shared an intimate bond. Banner was the first individual the Hulk ever encountered. However, how could the Hulk not be enraged when such a person sold him into Luo Mang's hands? Yet, for Banner, this proved to be a fortuitous turn of events. It was equally advantageous for Luo Mang and the members of the Crimson Secret Society. The Hulk could unleash his fury without harming others or destroying structures. And this, too, was a positive outcome. Roman assisted Banner in alleviating his concerns, thus eliminating a potential threat to the world in the form of an uncontrollable beast. This outcome is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Roman beamed at Banner, yet an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Nevertheless, Banner nodded in acknowledgment, expressing his anticipation for favorable news. Presently, he yearned to extricate himself from the troublesome presence of the Hulk. Just as Roman was about to respond, his demeanor shifted abruptly. The warm smile vanished, replaced by an overwhelming coldness and an oppressive aura that left Banner gasping for breath. Struggling to find his voice, Banner inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Roman's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Stay calm here. Hulk cannot harm anyone in this space. Do you understand?" Banner nodded repeatedly. Since arriving at Roman's location, he had never lost control, and he would not leave until the Hulk was resolved. After delivering this statement, Roman inexplicably vanished, leaving Banner to retreat uneasily into a corner. Suddenly, the space began to ripple. When Roman appeared on the terrace of the Crimson Tower, blue and purple lightning crackled behind him, rapidly manifesting as a figure in a crouched running stance. The Flash, who had been racing around New York, instinctively sensed something amiss and hurried back to the Crimson Tower, his swift arrival anticipated by Roman. Following closely were Peter and Max, whose original mission was to combat crime and restore stability in New York. However, with the crime rate plummeting to nearly zero, they found themselves with little to do, often lingering near the Crimson Tower. Flint arrived, flanked by Emile and Martin Lee. Connors emerged from the elevator of the Crimson Tower, and Deadpool placed a hand on Connor's shoulder, followed by the silent presence of the enigmatic figure in black. Magneto ascended directly from the exterior of the building, his magnetic field seemingly defying gravity, standing not far from Roman. At the base of the Crimson Tower, the Punisher, Frank, tightened his wrist, flanked by dozens of gang members, all enhanced by the dire virus. At this moment, whether it was the already arrived Flash or the recently arrived Magneto, all eyes were drawn skyward. The once clear sky above was now rapidly darkening, as if obscured by a colossal entity, and ominous clouds gathered over New York City, accompanied by flickering lightning. Even the pedestrians on the streets of New York felt an unsettling change, hastening their steps. Once teeming with people, the thoroughfare now saw a significant reduction in its populace. What was happening? Peter approached Roman, his spider sense blaring with alarming intensity. Even Venom, who typically lurked in shadows, emerged from his symbiotic attire, joining the throng of onlookers gazing skyward. However, unlike the others, a flicker of fear crossed Venom's eyes, dispelling his usual brazen demeanor. The combination of Venom's trepidation and the frantic alerts of Peter's spider sense intensified his unease. Guests were arriving, hovering ominously above the clouds. Roman squinted, sensing something rapidly approaching. Hearing Roman's words, the members of the Crimson Cabal focused their attention, fixated on the ominous clouds above. Although the nature of the approaching entity was unknown, the foreboding atmosphere it exuded was unmistakable. The Crimson Cabal stood ready for battle. Suddenly, a dark creature plummeted from the clouds, capturing the gaze of all present. Its form was cloaked in an array of unknown black tendrils, resembling both scales and sinew. As it broke through the cloud cover with a deafening roar, the onlookers finally discerned its true visage. It was a creature reminiscent of a dragon, adorned with an armor-like hide, expansive wings unfurling from its back, and a long, elongated head, a quintessential image of a Western dragon. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following the emergence of the first dragon, a second, third, and fourth followed suit, cascading from the clouds in a formidable formation. It soon dawned on the crowd that what had obscured the sky was not a singular colossal entity, but rather a legion of terrifying black dragons. As the first roar echoed throughout the heart of New York, the few remaining pedestrians vanished, having developed an instinctive wariness of such bizarre occurrences after numerous encounters. In scarcely 2 or 3 seconds, the entire sky above the city center was dominated by the formidable black dragon horde. Initially, their roars seemed random, but suddenly, as if sensing something, they aligned their aerial positions, directing their focus towards the blood-red edifice's terrace. Indeed, Roman thought to himself, these unexpected guests were coming straight for them. If Roman recalled correctly, this was not his first encounter with a Black Dragon Legion. After having consumed the Dreamer and the Toxin, he had acquired fragments of their memories. In those recollections, he could hear the echoes of their roars resonating from the Gray Planet. It was indeed the Black Dragon Legion. Chapter 141. Given this, the first grand feast today shall be you. However, as the Black Dragon Legion approached, before Luo Mang could even entertain any thoughts, they retreated, parting to reveal a path in the center. A dragon, vastly larger than the typical black dragon, slowly emerged from this passageway. Yet, what captured Luo Mang's attention was not merely this colossal black dragon, but rather the striking crimson figure astride it. This being was unlike any human. Clad in black and gold armor reminiscent of a warrior, the armor enveloped its massive form at the shoulders, arms, knees, and shins, harmoniously contrasting with the unique crimson substance that adorned its body. At the very center of its torso, a black crystal was embedded, prominently set in its chest. A pair of exaggerated crimson horns spiraled from its crown, almost stretching to the limits, mirroring its ghastly white eyes that seemed to harbor malevolence. Countless tendrils writhed behind it, while it wielded a formidable trident spear measuring at least 3 meters in length. Even from a distance, one could palpably sense the overwhelming aura it exuded. Upon glimpsing this resplendent figure, Venom instinctively recoiled, a faint desire to flee bubbling within. For Venom, even the most suitable host was merely a vessel. As long as it survived, hope remained. Yet, ultimately, Venom refrained from such an escape, its gaze involuntarily drawn to Luo Mang. In Venom's memory, the only one capable of confronting the entity in the sky was undoubtedly Luo Mang. However, Venom was not alone in casting its gaze towards Luo Mang. The members of the Crimson Secret Society, upon recognizing the crimson figure soaring in the heavens, instinctively turned their eyes to Luo Mang. This reaction stemmed from their striking resemblance. When Luo Mang transformed into crimson, his skin bore an almost identical hue to blood, and his pair of sinister eyes, stretched to their limits, appeared to contemplate the slaughter of all. Particularly striking were the peculiar tendrils that sprouted from both their backs, writhing as though infused with life. This similarity in physical traits caused the psychological pressure among the onlookers to peak. Accustomed to Luo Mang's formidable presence, they found themselves unable to suppress their sense of identification when faced with that celestial crimson figure. Confronting that silhouette felt akin to encountering a second Luo Mang. Are you and he? Is there a possibility? Deadpool exclaimed, cupping his face in astonishment. While all present might have been taken aback, Deadpool was an exception. For him, the concepts of death and fear had become exceedingly nebulous. Although Deadpool did not finish his sentence, Peter, who was well acquainted with him, filled in the blanks in his mind and immediately darkened his expression. Were it not for the present circumstances, he would have eagerly removed Deadpool's mask and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon his handsome face. Even if he could not inflict real harm upon Deadpool, it would certainly serve as a valuable lesson for the rogue. Deadpool's voice drew the attention of the crimson figure, whose malevolent gaze swept across the crowd. Upon spotting Peter, he fixated on the pure black battle attire that adorned Peter, as if he had discovered something he had long yearned for. A droplet of sanguine saliva escaped the corner of his mouth, trailing down and landing on the colossal black dragon beneath him. With a hissing sound, white smoke began to emanate from the dragon's body, which writhed in agony as though it had suffered a grievous injury. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The crimson figure, leaning over the immense black dragon, raised his double-pronged spear and viciously plunged it into the beast below. The gigantic dragon, pierced through its body and vital core, struggled feebly, attempting to mend its fatal wound. However, it appeared to be facing a natural enemy, utterly incapable of recovery. The crimson figure seized the dragon's head and, with its gaping maw lined with rows of sharp teeth, savagely bit down. In a mere span of 3 or 4 breaths, he had completely devoured it. Meanwhile, the remaining parts of the colossal dragon's body began to be torn apart and consumed by the restless other black dragons. Within moments, its vast form was entirely consumed. In the face of such a spectacle, the crimson figure seemed unperturbed, standing defiantly in midair. The 3-meter-long, double-pronged spear gradually lifted, its sharp tips aimed directly at the blood-red edifice where Luo Mang and the others resided. Yet this time, the crimson figure did not direct his gaze towards Peter and Venom, but instead turned to face Luo Mang. The sharp tips of the spear pointed squarely at Luo Mang. The crimson figure gazed at Luo Mang, bearing a wide mouth that revealed sharp, menacing fangs, uttering incomprehensible, strange sounds. It resembled a hoarse growl, mingled with a frenzied roar. The aura you possess feels familiar. What is your name? The peculiar voice of the crimson figure echoed across the skies of New York City. Just as the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, an equally strange sound emanated from Luo Mang's own mouth. Luo Mang took deliberate steps forward, his form shifting as he advanced. By the time he stood before Magneto, he had transformed entirely into a scarlet visage. I am Luo Mang. You may also refer to me as Scarlet, he declared, embracing his new identity with arms crossed over his chest, while countless tendrils swayed gracefully behind him. Indeed, the strange voice belonged exclusively to the unique language of the symbiote. For the majority of symbionts, they are capable of inheriting the skills or abilities of their hosts. This explains why, after parasitizing human hosts, they can communicate in the same language. However, the entity, known as Slaughter, has only just arrived on Blue Star, and being a battle body formed from the consumption of countless similar symbionts, it is naturally unable to articulate the language of the Me people. As he observed Luo Mang gradually transforming into a scarlet form, Slaughter narrowed his eyes. From Luo Mang, he sensed a peculiar essence, distinct from the millions of symbionts he had devoured. While Slaughter scrutinized Luo Mang too was assessing Slaughter. The physique of Slaughter had become entirely different from what it originally was. It seemed that after consuming numerous symbionts, Slaughter had acquired certain traits of the symbionts. The symbiotic tissue belonging to Slaughter was beginning to attain a state of perfection, which was fundamentally why he no longer required a host. Scarlet? Slaughter cast a dubious glance at Luo Mang, seemingly attempting to ascertain whether Luo Mang was indeed a symbiont. But soon, he could not suppress a maniacal laughter. His double-pronged spear pointed directly at Luo Mang, and his elongated tongue slithered out from his mouth. If that is the case, then today as first grand feast shall be you. Chapter 142. What constitutes a signal? This is the signal. Slaughter laughed boisterously. At this moment, in addition to Venom, Luo Mang had also entered his sights. Do not be anxious. You must remain until the final revelry. Slaughter, as half-meter-long tongue caressed his sharp teeth, and his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the venomous battle attire. For the symbiotic family beneath Venom, patricide has almost become a tradition. Had Slaughter not ascended to semi-divinity, the toxin would not have chosen to assassinate Luo Mang. Therefore, in Slaughter's mind, the delectable nature of venom far surpassed that of the oddly scented Luo Mang. Nevertheless, for Slaughter in the present, each act of consumption warranted significant attention. After all, Slaughter's ambition was to become the true god of new symbionts. With a swift motion of Slaughter's spear, countless symbiotic black dragons surged forth from the clouds, roaring madly as they charged toward the crimson edifice where Luo Mang and others were located. Yet, in the face of such a formidable display, Luo Mang remained utterly unperturbed, instead softly uttering the name of Magneto. Eisenhart, almost without the need for further communication, Magneto comprehended Luo Mang's intent. Immediately, his left hand rose steadily, palm raised with singular purpose. As Magneto executed his movement, those standing on the terrace of the Crimson building found themselves as if endowed with the ability to fly, ascending into the air. Even Flint, who had learned to manipulate sand for flight, discovered he had surpassed his limits and could now manipulate even more sand. Eisenhart maintained the integrity of the building. The rest shall await the signal to act. As the symbiotic black dragons drew ever closer, Connors tightened his lizard-like fists. What constitutes a signal? A signal? A faint smile curled upon Luo Mang's lips. In an instant, he swelled with energy, the searing essence within him replaced by the boundless power of the spatial gem. This indeed is the signal. Luo Mang roared, and a beam of light erupted from his chest, expanding from small point to a colossal size, surging forth towards the oncoming legion of black dragons. The diameter of this psychic beam of energy exceeded even 4 meters. Were it not witnessed with one's own eyes, few would believe that Luo Mang could unleash such a tremendous energy beam, larger than his own form. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the torrent of the psychic beam, the leading symbiotic black dragon was instantaneously vaporized, its life force utterly extinguished. The psychic beam shifted in tandem with Luo Mang's movements, transforming him into a mobile interstellar artillery, relentlessly unleashing beams of assault. The once visible sky was filled with the obliterated forms of the Black Dragon Legion, annihilated beneath Luo Mang's radiant onslaught. With each sweep of his power, the numbers of the Black Dragons diminished at an astonishing rate. Faced with such an overwhelming assault from Luo Mang, even the semi-divine entity known as Slaughter felt compelled to evade. Only after instinctively dodging did the entity realize its fury. On the symbiotic star Clinter, it was an undefeated force. Thus, in the struggle for survival, it was Slaughter that remained, not any other symbiote. Yet now, confronted with Luo Mang's formidable beam, it had instinctively sought to evade. Unforgivable. The more Slaughter recalled the perilous essence of that cerulean beam, the more its heart sank with fear and rage. The greater the fear, the more intense the anger became. Slaughter would not permit a mere banquet to threaten him. He was the king of the symbiotes, the strongest among them. Even the symbiotic beings on their home planet were no match for him. What right did this peculiar symbiote on Blue Star have? With this thought, Slaughter could not contain a roar of defiance, his body tilting downwards like a cannonball, charging towards Luo Mang. The dual-pronged spear in his hands aimed directly for Luo Mang's head. Meanwhile, Luo Mang, noticing the relentless swarm of black dragons surging from the clouds, frowned slightly. With his back to the Crimson Assembly, he spoke softly. The rest is in your hands, Eisenhart. The Blood Tower is entrusted to you. Do not let it be destroyed. Rest assured, Luo Mang. Leave it to me, Peter and Magneto replied in unison. Magneto slowly raised his hands from his sides, and the metallic framework of the stairwell within the Blood Tower twisted and enveloped the entire structure, completely encasing it. Meanwhile, countless massive metallic shards, embedded in the soil surrounding New York, began to tremble as if summoned by an unseen force. In the next instant, these shards erupted from the earth, converging around the crimson edifice in a matter of moments. They encircled the structure like colossal shields, staunchly guarding the blood-red tower against any threat of harm. This was Magneto's hidden stratagem, meticulously laid during the reconstruction of New York, waiting for this very day to arrive. As Magneto unleashed his full might, Roman boldly ascended, soaring through the air. The Scarlet Cabal, led by Roman, clashed head-on with the symbiote faction, spearheaded by the merciless Carnage. Peter, with a single punch, could pierce the body of an ordinary symbiote dragon, while Venom greedily absorbed the symbiotic essence from the fallen creature to augment his own strength. Others, be they Flint or Martin Lee, turned their backs to the Crimson Tower, exerting every ounce of their power in the assault. Perhaps they were unaware of the origins of these creatures. All they knew was that their loved ones resided within the blood-red structure behind them. Hey, dark treasure, catch! The dagger slipped from the grasp of the dark figure, but Deadpool, quick-witted and agile, spun around, thrusting his rear to return the blade. Just then, a symbiote dragon swooped by, ripping half of Deadpool's face away. Clutching the elongated neck of the dragon, he gritted his teeth and drew forth his carbonadium sword. Do you know how precious this face is to me now? I stab. He stop. With a visage that could frighten a child, Deadpool raised his blade and severed the head of a symbiote dragon. That old fellow will have to wait. I'll turn this into a trophy. As he spoke, he hurled the dragon's head towards Magneto. However, Magneto, with an impassive expression, merely swatted it away, and it fell into obscurity. You old nuisance. Deadpool's face blanched in shock, nearly uttering a curse towards Magneto's family. But upon reflection, he recalled Wanda and Pietro's amicable ties with Roman, prompting him to swallow his words. Instead, he drew another long knife, channeling his fury upon the multitude of symbiote dragons. Chapter 143. A Swift Execution. Amidst the chaos of battle, "Hey, Max!" Flint called out when he noticed Max from the Black Dragon Legion turning his head. "Shall we proceed with that plan we discussed last time?" "Oh, is that so? So you're all set then?" Max replied, a hint of excitement in his voice as he approached Flint. As the two gathered in an area teeming with symbiote dragons, Flint suddenly conjured sand to envelop Max, expanding outward from his center. In a fleeting moment, the entire sky above the battlefield became enveloped in sand. However, if one were to observe closely at this instant, they would discern that this sand differed remarkably from the ordinary. Before the symbiotic black dragon could react, a tremendous surge of electricity erupted from Flint's very being. Astonishingly, this unleashed current did not wreak havoc indiscriminately. Instead, it flowed through the sand that emanated from Flint, leaping directly between the grains. Instantly, the surrounding symbiotic black dragons were assailed by the high-voltage electricity, their bodies charred to a crisp. Yet, this was not the culmination of the event. One could observe that the sand, still crackling with high-voltage arcs, began to surge into the mouth of the symbiotic black dragon. As the sand infiltrated its body, it began to swell until reaching a critical threshold. With a sudden hiss, numerous symbiotic black dragons erupted without warning, their dark ichor raining down as if from the heavens. Amidst the deluge of black droplets, a bluish-purple figure darted by in a blur. Had one not paid careful attention, they might have thought it a mere illusion. Though endowed with Magneto's abilities, allowing for rapid self-propulsion, the speedster preferred the sensation of running. Utilizing the bodies of the many symbiotic black dragons, he weaved through the chaos with fervor. Each time he zipped past, a lethal wound capable of piercing through the entire form of a black dragon would appear. The rapidly vibrating blade of his hand was enough to dispatch the majority of his troubles. "Peter, I promised I would watch over you," he declared, extracting Peter from the throng of nearly coalescing symbiotic black dragons. Yet, before Peter could utter a word, a black head suddenly emerged from his own form. "Hey, we're having a snack. Care to join?" Faced with Venom's invitation, even the speedster found himself momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in refusal. He had once believed himself to be the epitome of abnormality, having decimated 90% of the population in his own world. However, upon arriving in this realm, he realized that there were greater heights of peculiarity. For instance, Venom, who was currently gnawing contentedly on a dragon's tail, had been rumored by others in the Crimson Secret Society to have devoured humans raw. Most absurdly, Venom and Peter shared a singular digestive system. Although it was Venom who consumed, one could argue that it was fundamentally Peter who ingested it. The speedster, once the greatest foe of the righteous Flash, had never encountered such a scene. With a peculiar expression, he glanced at the tail being devoured by Venom and turned away, departing with haste. What has become of him? Martin Lee approached, his entire being awash in negative hues, his eyes emanating a ghastly white glow. Peter could not help but glance down at Martin's feet, where he discovered that he was standing upon a fallen symbiotic black dragon. Unlike other symbiotic black dragons, this particular creature emitted a radiant white light from its eyes, appearing remarkably obedient and docile. It lay peacefully at Martin Lee's feet, seemingly waiting patiently for his commands. Gazing into the eyes of this symbiotic black dragon, Peter harbored doubts. He suspected that even if Martin Li commanded it to end its own existence, it would comply without hesitation. Venom had invited him to join for a meal, and so he departed. Peter shrugged with a hint of resignation, raising his hand to gently stroke the dragon's head beneath Martin Li's feet. The dream of becoming a dragon rider was shared by many boys, and Peter was no exception. "Oh," Martin Li remarked, understanding immediately. He wished Venom a hearty appetite before turning to leave. Although Martin Li possessed an evil persona, he remained cautious about consuming certain ambiguous foods, of course, unless he was ravenously hungry. Roar! Just as Martin Li turned his head, a half-dismembered body of a symbiotic black dragon swept past him. Fragments of limbs accompanied by a pool of dark blood and a foul odor. Merely gazing upon the remains of the symbiotic black dragon, Martin Li could deduce the identity of the assailant, Emile. "Be careful, Emile, don't get too carried away." However, what awaited Martin Li was yet another corpse of a symbiotic black dragon. Emile, transformed into a grotesque form, roared with excitement. This was his first experience battling from such perspective, and the exhilaration of the heights only intensified his desire for combat. In this fervor, the act of tearing apart the symbiotic black dragon accelerated significantly. "Emile, calm down." Connor's voice echoed in Emile's ears. Emile felt a peculiar sensation at his neck, akin to being bitten by an insect. By the time he realized what was happening, the multitude of tiny wounds on his body began to heal at an astonishing rate. Turning to look, Emile saw Connor holding a syringe filled with a regeneration serum. Connor casually jabbed the used syringe at a nearby symbiotic black dragon that lunged at him, striking it perfectly. The dragon's tail became ensnared, and with a sharp crack, the creature was brutally crushed to death by Connor. Connor glanced back, where Peter and the voracious Venom stood nearby. The members of the Crimson Secret Society paused their actions, turning to observe the two bloodied figures that collided. With a flash of blue light, the two figures mysteriously vanished without a trace. Connor returned his gaze, instinctively touching the non-existent frame of his glasses, and looked up alongside Peter at the multitude of symbiotic black dragons filling the sky. "Peter, this is our battle now. I shall not disappoint Ro." Peter stepped forward, the venomous suit enveloping him until it obscured his eyes entirely. Is it merely an illusion, or does Venom seem to have grown even stronger than 20 minutes prior? The muscular contours of the suit have become more pronounced, each bulge slightly inflating. Even Peter can perceive the ceaseless surge of power within him. At this moment, he distinctly feels the acceleration of his own strength. Extending his hands, Venom's black tendrils unfurl from Peter's forearms. With a gentle flick, they prove far more effective than web shooters. Peter lifts his gaze to the swarm of symbiotic black dragons descending from the heavens, grinning like a savage beast. Let's make this quick. Chapter 144. I look at you as if gazing into a mirror. A soft buzzing resonates in Luo Mang's ears, a unique side effect of spatial teleportation. Rising from the pit, he notices not far off a vivid crimson figure similarly brandishing a bifurcated spear, shaking its head as its malevolent eyes scan the surroundings. It gradually dawns on him that this place is no longer Blue Star. The area is enveloped in lush forests, the sound of flowing water echoing around him. Perhaps it is merely a trick of perception, but everything here appears more vibrant than on Blue Star. Each blade of grass and leaf seems to radiate with heightened saturation. It seems this is indeed the graveyard you have chosen for yourself. With a subtle motion of his bifurcated spear, Slaughter speaks in a deep tone, observing Luo Mang. The tendrils behind Slaughter sway unconsciously, giving Luo Mang an opportunity to compare their statures. Apart from their individual physical characteristics, Slaughter towers nearly a meter above Luo Mang. The spear, measuring at least 3 meters in length, fits perfectly in Slaughter's grasp. Unlike Luo Mang, whose tail has evolved into tendrils, Slaughter possesses not only tendrils but also a robust crimson tail, entirely composed of symbiotic material. The black horns atop his head have slightly cracked, revealing a brilliant red beneath. Observing Slaughter's formidable physique, Luo Mang cannot help but chuckle. Do you know? Symbiotes are truly fascinating. They can be crushed and trampled like pests, yet they can also ascend to godhood, a height most will never reach in their lifetimes. Initially, I presumed you would appear after Venom, yet you have truly surprised me. Luo Mang beams as he surveys Slaughter's form, feeling as though he is gazing into a mirror. Witnessing Slaughter's immense power, a flicker of desire ignites in Luo Mang's eyes. Slaughter yearns to eliminate Luo Mang and consume him, just as Luo Mang harbors the same desire to vanquish and devour Slaughter. Slaughter has now absorbed the entirety of the symbiotes from Clinter, and his genetic makeup has reached an extraordinarily complete state. Immunity to flames and sound waves are merely the fundamentals. Just moments ago, when Slaughter engaged the symbiotic black dragon, the creature offered no resistance whatsoever. Thus, Luo Mang speculated that, if his conjecture proved accurate, the present demigod of Slaughter had evolved a certain ability to restrain the symbiotic entities. Perhaps this capability differed somewhat from the principles of Luo Mang's serum. Nonetheless, it could effortlessly subdue other symbiotic beings. In this light, everything began to make sense. No wonder the Slaughter could effortlessly ravage the entirety of Clinter, devouring millions of symbiotic entities. It was because these entities, upon encountering the Slaughter, could only flee in terror. However, such a tactic might not be as effective against Luo Mang. As Luo Mang's words fell, the Slaughter unexpectedly extended a half-meter-long, pointed tongue to lick the tip of a spear. Let us hope that when I consume you, you will provide me with ample surprise. The figure of the Slaughter suddenly erupted into motion, accompanied by a swirl of smoke, as it lunged forth with dual-pronged spears from the mist. In the blink of an eye, it had reached Luo Mang's very front. Gazing closely at Luo Mang's visage, the Slaughter's resolve to eliminate him and devour his flesh and blood intensified. At that moment, upon seeing Luo Mang, the Slaughter experienced an instinctual revelation. Should it consume Luo Mang, it would almost attain divine status. Confronted by the oncoming Slaughter, Luo Mang's right hand instantaneously transformed into a long blade, spanning the entirety of his forearm, matching the length of the Slaughter's dual-pronged spear. Boom! Crash! This marked the inaugural clash between the two. The formidable force generated shockwaves that resonated through the surrounding forest, causing nearby trees to be uprooted, revealing their yellowed roots. Dust rose from beneath Luo Mang and the Slaughter, but swiftly cleared, revealing the Slaughter's left hand, which had miraculously elongated into a vibrant, blood-red giant axe. This blood-red axe, emerging from the depths of its arm, though not quite reaching the length of the dual-pronged spear, was nearly 2 meters in size. Yet, it was not the spear or the axe that initiated the assault. Rather, it was the multitude of tendrils sprouting from its back. These tendrils writhed and extended, darting directly toward Luo Mang's head. Their tips were sharp, resembling the lethal polearms that only heavily armored knights might wield. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the air. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted at the battlefield's center. All dust was swept away from this strike, revealing a large section of the ground that fractured under the tremendous force, crumbling inch by inch. The earth sank dramatically. Akin to the aftermath of a violent earthquake, its destructive power could only be described as terrifying. However, after this strike, the Slaughter furrowed its brow. In the next instant, as if struck by a thought, it slightly parted its mouth, lined with sharp fangs, and abruptly looked upward. What first captured the attention amidst the carnage was a colossal hand enveloped in searing orange-red energy. The world of Slaughter seemed to dull instantaneously, as the enormous face was seized tightly by this formidable hand. A crackling sound ensued, and to one's astonishment, the malevolent gaze of Slaughter was directly dissolved by Luo Mang. Black-red blood flowed incessantly from the eyes of the fallen. In a sudden fit of rage, Slaughter swung its arms violently, wielding a double-pronged spear and a battle axe with such swiftness that it far surpassed the speed of its tendrils. Under the force of such velocity, Luo Mang's entire arm was astonishingly severed. Enraged, Slaughter removed the arm it had ensnared within its eye socket and cast it aside. Once its gaze had healed, it turned to look at Luo Mang, who, at that moment, appeared entirely unscathed, having rapidly reformed. "I gaze upon you as if gazing into a mirror," Slaughter bellowed in a deep, resonant voice, its newly formed eyes fixated intently on Luo Mang. "But if I cannot destroy you, how can I ascend to become the god of the black attire?" This declaration momentarily stunned Luo Mang, for it echoed words Slaughter had once uttered in the presence of the symbiotic god, Null. It was evident that Slaughter regarded Luo Mang as its greatest rival. This was not difficult to comprehend. At present, Luo Mang and the Crimson Entity were one and the same. Luo Mang embodied the crimson, and the crimson embodied Luo Mang. Thus, it was not entirely erroneous to consider Luo Mang as a symbiote. The two beings, resembling one another in form and appearance, shared a mutual understanding, and simultaneously broke into sinister grins. The two blood-hued creatures with their bared fangs resembled malevolent specters emerging from the abyss, casting a shadow over their surroundings. Chapter 145, The Golden Warrior. As the dust settled, a flurry of dislodged leaves began to descend. Suddenly, the two towering figures sprang into action. Luo Mang's left hand was shrouded in searing energy, while his right wielded a long, sharp blade. Yet, at the moment their figures converged, the anticipated violent clash did not occur. Both Luo Mang and Slaughter halted simultaneously. In that instant, a soft, resonant voice echoed in their ears. "Who permitted you to battle on my dominion?" Turning in unison, Luo Mang and Slaughter beheld a warrior clad in golden armor. The armor enveloped his entire form, revealing only his cheeks. Unlike the formidable builds of Luo Mang and Slaughter, this warrior was of average height. However, an immense force radiated from him, hinting at his formidable prowess. He hovered majestically above, casting a downward glance upon Luo Mang and Slaughter. In the face of the Golden Warrior's admonition, Luo Mang and Slaughter exchanged a glance and could not help but break into smiles. Subsequently, the massacre did not utter a word. It abruptly redirected its aggression towards the Golden Warrior. The Golden Warrior's expression shifted dramatically, losing the leisurely demeanor he had previously exhibited. In a frantic attempt, he raised his weapon to defend, only to be struck down by the massacre, sent hurtling backward. He collided with an entire row of sturdy trees, yet could not halt his momentum. In the next moment, a sudden flash of blue light appeared behind the Golden Warrior. Luo Mang emerged steadily from a portal, his searing palm gripping the Golden Warrior's helmet. With his right hand, he swung a sharp blade towards the Golden Warrior's neck with formidable force. Sensing the impending danger, the Golden Warrior struggled violently, leveraging his strength to plummet into the thicket. He rolled several times on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, which finally mitigated the impact of the overwhelming force. "I am a god. How dare you?" The Golden Warrior, weapon in hand, rose from the ground, hissing through gritted teeth, unable to contain his fury. He had never anticipated that Luo Mang and the massacre would launch such a direct assault against him. All his previous grandeur had vanished, leaving him covered in dirt. Even his golden hair, revealed after removing his helmet, was sullied with dust. With a fierce glare directed at Luo Mang and the massacre, the Golden Warrior struggled to regain his footing. It was evident from his words that he regarded Luo Mang and the massacre as warriors from his planet or nearby ones. His expression soured as he confronted them. "God?" The massacre extended its tongue to lick its lips, its visage contorting into a grotesque snarl as it roared. It seemed particularly sensitive to that word. The moment the Golden Warrior uttered it, the massacre could no longer restrain itself. It was indeed a god that they were hunting. For the massacre, no interference was permissible in the battle between symbiotes. It sought to obliterate Luo Mang openly, to consume every inch of his flesh. In that moment, regardless of strength or prestige, the massacre aspired to be the true king of symbiotes. The massacre recognized Luo Mang as the greatest obstacle before challenging the symbiote god, Nair. However, at that very instant, both the massacre and Luo Mang had a singular target. With a thunderous roar, the sounds reverberated across a radius of several hundred kilometers. Once again, Luo Mang and the massacre launched their assault. The Golden Warrior gritted his teeth, clearly struggling against the simultaneous onslaught of the two. His arms began to tremble under the immense force, and gruesome scars appeared on his body, seeping golden blood. With a powerful swing of his weapon, he forced the massacre to retreat, and in an instant, the Golden Warrior radiated a brilliant golden light. A massive surge of energy began to coalesce. Unperturbed, Luo Mang raised a finger, and a blue cube enveloped the Golden Warrior entirely. The Golden Warrior surveyed his surroundings, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of the ominous cube. With a snap of his fingers, Blazing Roar uttered a single word that appeared to seal the Golden Warrior's fate. Suddenly, the blue cube began to contract at an alarming speed. As it approached the Golden Warrior, it transformed into a thin membrane that adhered closely to him. The space continued to compress, yet the golden energy accumulating within the warrior could no longer be contained. Boom! almost instantaneously following Blazing Roar's utterance. The golden energy erupted in a cataclysmic explosion before the wide-eyed golden warrior. The immense force of the golden energy even stretched the spatial membrane to its limits. A radiant light began to overflow, engulfing the golden warrior entirely. For a moment, anguished cries filled the air as the golden warrior writhed in agony at the epicenter of the energy. When the radiant golden energy finally dissipated, the sight that greeted Blazing Roar was one of utter devastation. One entire arm, along with its golden armor, had vanished without a trace. Fragments of the lower leg, intermingled with shards of bone, hung limply beneath the golden warrior. At this moment he bowed his head slightly, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Blood streamed down from his forehead, obscuring his eyes, and the golden warrior's form began to sway precariously. This self-proclaimed deity now resembled a mere insect, ready to be crushed by Blazing Roar and the embodiment of slaughter. "Why you? What are you?" But before the golden warrior could complete his sentence, the embodiment of slaughter lunged forward with ferocity. With a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, it clamped down on the golden warrior's neck. With a gruesome, tearing sound, the golden warrior's head was wrenched from his body. The terror and panic remained etched on his face, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and disbelief. He could not fathom that his own words had led to his demise. Spitting out a gory mass, the embodiment of slaughter tossed the golden warrior's head aside and flashed a blood-stained grin at Blazing Roar. "Would you care for a taste?" The flavor of this deity is not as delightful as one might imagine. Its voice was a hoarse, guttural timbre, resonating from deep within its chest rather than the throat. After tearing the golden warrior to shreds, an aura of madness enveloped the embodiment of slaughter. It glanced at Blazing Roar and, with a casual flick of its wrist, cleaved the precariously swaying body of the golden warrior in two. Instantly, golden blood gushed forth, pooling around them. The master of a planet, a god who governed countless souls, lay defeated in the shadowy forest, his body obliterated. Chapter 146. This half-god of slaughter is unsettling. Without a glance at the golden warrior's remains, now that the external factors have been addressed, the confrontation between Luo Mang and the slaughter commences. Luo Mang merely observes the slaughter, his finger gently pointing, as if an invisible wall were descending directly upon the head of the slaughter. Yet, in the face of such oppression, the slaughter astonishingly remains upright, his body displaying no tremor whatsoever. Beneath the dark horns atop his head, two dark red lights suddenly blaze forth. The slaughter opens his mouth wide, unleashing a piercing shriek that reverberates throughout the forest. Blood begins to trickle from Luo Mang's ears, and at that moment, a brilliant yellow light emanates from his chest. As Luo Mang gazes upward, the figure of the slaughter rapidly approaches. With a swift motion, the dual-pronged spear in the slaughter's hand effortlessly pierces through Luo Mang's scales, embedding itself within his flesh. The large visage of the slaughter looms merely 50 centimeters away from Luo, the persistent stench of blood lingering at the tip of his nose. With a thunderous roar, the slaughter unleashes a furious bellow, the spear piercing through Luo Mang's body, emerging from his back. Such overwhelming force proves too potent for even Luo Mang's formidable physique to withstand. Witnessing the spear's penetration, the slaughter swings his battle axe towards Luo Mang, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. The tendrils behind him launch a rapid succession of attacks, each strike aimed at Luo Mang's potential vital points. Yet in an instant, the slaughter feels a lightness in his arm, only to perceive a flash of blue light before him. A searing heat gathers behind him, and as he turns, he finds himself face to face with a blinding beam of light. Boom! Smoke billows into the air. Luo Mang hovers above, arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazes down at the haze below. Merely 2 seconds have passed since the confrontation, yet the injuries upon Luo Mang's body have already begun to mend automatically. Luo Mang does not presume that the slaughter has perished so easily. The slaughter's reaction was too swift. Luo Mang's energy had not yet converged to its peak before it was unleashed through the mind gem. Indeed, within 3 seconds, a dark figure stirs amidst the smoke. Suddenly, the shadow bursts forth, charging directly towards Luo Mang. With a slight raise of his hand, Luo Mang ensnares the slaughter within a blue cube. With both hands forming a palm, he forcefully brings them together towards the slaughter trapped within his grasp. Within the spatial cube, the fabric of space contorts, even collapsing. Simultaneously, the power of space relentlessly slices through the slaughter's form like a searing laser. The slaughter gazes up at Luo Mang, seemingly having surrendered any hope of resistance. Yet, in a surprising turn, the slaughter hoists the spear of full-blooded death and thrusts it forward with great force. A white circle suddenly opens, revealing an impenetrable darkness within, into which the spear boldly plunges. With disbelief, Luo Mang looks down at his own body, now pierced by several full-blooded spears. The neck, heart, head, and arteries, all critical points of vulnerability, were presently pierced by a spear of pure blood. Behind Ramang, several white luminous circles opened, from which the spear had evidently emerged. As the spear began to retract slowly from Romang's body, he lifted his gaze once more, only to find that the vivid crimson figure had vanished from the cubic space. Something was amiss. This demigod of slaughter was not behaving as expected. Alarm surged within Ramang as he realized the slaughterer possessed such formidable abilities. Could it be that this entity had consumed a kin of his within Clinter? As Ramang contemplated, the wounds on his body began to heal. Perhaps due to the pure blood spear, he sensed that his healing process was significantly slower than usual. Fortunately, the infinite energy supplied by the spatial gem mitigated the decline of his condition. "Crimson, were you gazing?" A resonant voice echoed, seemingly emanating from above the clouds. Startled, Ramang looked up, and his pupils constricted at the sight before him. The slaughterer floated above, but now its form had expanded 100-fold, resembling a legendary divine manifestation. The pure blood spear had vanished, replaced by monstrous jaws directly connected to its limbs. The toes and heels were embedded with countless sharp teeth, lunging towards Ramang. Instantly, Ramang transformed his hands into lethal blades, each extending over 5 meters and gleaming with a faint golden hue. He struck upwards towards the monstrous maw beneath the slaughterer, enveloped in swirling white mist. In concert with the searing energy of his dual blades, the symbiotic tissue on the slaughterer's skin was effortlessly sliced apart, akin to paper. Yet, before Ramang could ascend further, the previously wounded area astonishingly healed itself. The symbiotic tissues fused tightly, as if they had never been harmed. A gust of wind surged, and Ramang turned to see a battle axe, reminiscent of a pirate ship's wheel, descending towards him. He retreated, stepping onto a portal and disappearing. However, upon reappearing, he found one of his legs had vanished. Before he could regenerate a new leg, numerous white circles suddenly materialized around him, from which colossal fists, born of the slaughterer, erupted. These fists emerged from all directions, seemingly intent on crushing Ramang to death. Gazing up at the slaughterer, a figure of cataclysmic power above the clouds, Romang's hands transformed back into palms, parting at his chest to reveal a glimmer of blue light. His body gradually became enveloped by this azure radiance, and even the energy coursing beneath him was wholly assimilated into the energy of the spatial gem. Countless invisible walls descended from the heavens. As they passed through the white circle, they severed the arms of the slaughterer entirely. Yet, the multitude of walls did not come to a complete halt. They encircled the body of Luo Mang, embedding themselves firmly into the ground. They fit together seamlessly, not revealing a single gap, and in an instant formed a vast, translucent room in the shape of a diamond. Once the room was constructed, Luo Mang lifted his gaze and across thousands of kilometers beheld the colossal slaughterer looming above. The gem on his chest suddenly illuminated. As a ripple of space twisted, Luo Mang's figure merely swayed before vanishing completely. In his place stood the slaughterer, magnified 100-fold. The entire lower half of the slaughterer was directly embedded into the planet beneath, while the upper half rested precisely within the room constructed by the power of space. Nevertheless, the slaughterer continued to flail its arms, seemingly attempting to crush Luo Mang, who hovered above the clouds, in its grasp. Chapter 147. Your most adorable child has come to find you. Luo Mang stood tall above the clouds, observing the thrashing slaughterer from his elevated position. Suddenly, the tendrils behind him swayed gently. The room enveloping the slaughterer's upper body flickered abruptly, as if a frame had been removed, causing the upper half to vanish instantaneously. The mountain-like head plummeted, rolling through the forest and flattening a swath of trees. Witnessing this, Luo Mang stamped his foot, sending ripples of blue emanating outward. when Luo Mang reappeared. He stood before the slaughterer's severed head. At this moment, the slaughterer was left with only its head, its enormous eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend its decapitation. Observing the slaughterer, who appeared entirely devoid of life, Luo Mang raised his right hand, transforming it into a blade. Faced with such an adversary, Luo Mang felt compelled to obliterate him completely to find peace. Yet, just as Luo Mang's blade descended, the slaughterer's wide eyes suddenly flickered. As the blade fell, the massive head vanished without a trace. It seemed to have disappeared suddenly, yet Luo Mang clearly saw a white circle appear beneath the head, whisking it away. Indeed, Luo Mang mused quietly. The slaughterer's capabilities were far more enigmatic than he had anticipated. But where had the slaughterer gone? Luo Mang furrowed his brow, for there was no trace of the slaughterer's presence remaining. Upon entering the white circle, the slaughterer seemed to evaporate into thin air. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Mang, causing his brow to arch and his eyes to clear. Blue Planet. Luo Mang remembered that the slaughterer had an old father still residing on the Blue Planet, within Peter's body. The massacre pales in comparison to the infinite gems, as it appears to seek self-enhancement through the consumption of venom. If Ramong embodies slaughter, then he would undoubtedly act in such a manner. With this thought, Ramong cast a glance back at the corpse of the Golden Warrior. With a firm step, he vanished from the unknown planet. On Blue Star, the fierce battle involving the Scarlet Secret Society and others had surpassed 2 hours. The once unending surge of symbiotic black dragons emerging from the clouds now seemed to be reaching its conclusion. Peter raised his hand and snapped the neck of one black dragon, while the remaining fragments were wholly absorbed by venom. With a gaping maw, it devoured the black dragon's remnants entirely. As slaughter was restrained by Ramong and departed from Blue Star, venom found itself in a veritable buffet, ravenously consuming the symbiotic black dragons. After each consumption, although the enhancement was not notably significant, the sheer number of black dragons overwhelmed any minor gains. In just 2 short hours, venom had devoured at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of black dragons. With such an accumulation, venom ascended to an unprecedented level of power, especially when venom parasitized Peter. It seemed as if a hidden potential was fully unleashed. Feeling the ceaseless flow of strength within, Peter let out a low growl. In an instant, the black symbiotic tendrils erupted from his body like spikes, spreading across a vast expanse of several thousand meters. Countless symbiotic black dragons were pierced through in an instant by these dark spines, though appearing as indiscriminate attacks. Each black spike skillfully avoided the other members of the Scarlet Secret Society. The spikes pierced the bodies of the black dragons, but did not hastily withdraw. Instead, they began to writhe slowly, and as they did, the numerous symbiotic black dragons gradually began to weaken. These spikes acted like elongated straws, greedily siphoning the symbiotic material from within the black dragons until they vanished completely. Delightful. Venom extended ahead from Peter's form, baring its teeth in a display of exhilaration. It was not that Venom had never encountered grand spectacles. Rather, it had simply been far too long since it had experienced such satisfaction. Since arriving on Blue Star and being imprisoned, Venom had not been living the life of a symbiote. Thankfully, after encountering Peter, Venom's sustenance had improved somewhat. Aside from the high-energy protein bars and chocolates provided by the Crimson Tower, it only felt a semblance of comfort while assisting Peter in consuming the sinners. Today, however, marked the most gratifying day for Venom since its inception. Not only was it satiated, but its power was also soaring to new heights. Now I ask, who can make me retreat even a single step? Venom roared with exuberance, its grin stretching almost to its forehead. The rapid ascendance of power instilled in Venom a sense of elation, leading to a certain recklessness in his demeanor. Yet in the next moment, Venom suddenly retracted, resembling a mouse as he retreated back into Peter's form. Above the city of New York, a white halo abruptly manifested. From within, a partially restored Carnage emerged, revealing a row of sharp, insatiable teeth, letting out a ravenous roar. Your most beloved child has come to find you. Where are you? Upon hearing this voice, Venom couldn't help but curse inwardly. What on earth is Ravage doing? How could he return this creature? Sharing a singular consciousness with Peter, Venom's thoughts reached him. While remaining vigilant alongside others against Carnage, Peter mentally responded, from now on, never speak of Ravage in such a manner again. unless you wish to experience a symphonic assault. Peter's words momentarily stilled Venom's breath, nearly causing him to forget that Peter was Ravage's staunchest supporter. Ahem, perhaps you should consider how to deal with my beloved child first. With this remark, Venom fell silent, as if in slumber. Upon hearing Venom's final thought, Peter instinctively glanced toward the Carnage emerging from the white halo. At that very moment, Carnage's gaze fell upon him, unmistakably locating Peter's position. Their eyes met, and the malevolent, aggressive glare of Carnage made Peter feel an innate discomfort. As soon as Carnage spotted Peter, his eyes visibly brightened with a predatory gleam. Extending his hand toward Peter, a white halo materialized before him, and Carnage surged into it. In the next second, he appeared directly in front of Peter. Faced with the sudden manifestation of Carnage, Peter exhibited no fear, though an undeniable heaviness settled in his heart. Clenching his fist, he charged directly at Carnage's chest. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated, yet Carnage merely trembled slightly. The symbiotic tissue on his chest split open like armor. Yet Peter's fist could push no further. Nevertheless, that very blow allowed Carnage to seize Peter's arm. Chapter 148. In the name of the Father. Countless nights had I longed to merge with you. The gaze Carnage cast upon Peter was almost tender enough to elicit tears. At that moment, golden blood seeped between Carnage's razor-sharp teeth, the pungent scent of blood invading Peter's nostrils. Carnage's nearly 1 meter-long claws sank deeply into Peter's arm. A crimson tongue, half a meter in length, emerged, licking Peter from neck to cheek with meticulous care. Then he turned his fervent attention to the white eyes of Venom's symbiotic suit. However, before Carnage's voice could fully resonate, a blue-purple figure darted past in a flash. Clang! With a rapid and forceful thrust, an arm shot forward, piercing through Carnage's back. Even the razor-sharp, rapid strikes of the killer were unable to push further into the symbiotic organization of Slaughter, merely sinking into its depths. Despite the full-force onslaught, it garnered no attention from the massacre. Witnessing the pure black substance beneath his palm, threatening to slip away into a liquid state, the killer suddenly opened his gaping maw and clamped down on the venom. With a violent tug, he pulled not only the venom, but also a significant portion of Peter's flesh along with it. Peter! All this transpired in a mere span of 1 or 2 seconds. As the onlookers turned back to discover the figure of Slaughter, they were met with a sight that threatened to shatter their sanity. They rushed forward in haste, while Magneto manipulated countless shields to surge towards the scene. As they sliced through the air, each shield morphed its shape, the edges thinning out, resembling a multitude of oversized blades converging upon them. At that very moment, accompanied by a low growl from the killer, the remaining symbiotic black dragons above in the clouds surged forth, seemingly willing to sacrifice their lives for the cause of Slaughter. Observing the crowd temporarily obstructed by the symbiotic black dragons, the killer grinned widely. He raised the venom high, exposing his numerous dagger-like teeth, and, under the collective gaze of the crowd, swallowed the venom whole. Feeling the venom quiver upon his tongue, the killer's mind momentarily blanked. His tail and tendrils behind him writhed uncontrollably in a frenzy. This rush of stimulation and pleasure nearly brought him to the pinnacle of ecstasy. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, and the crimson whispers of those attempting to intervene only fueled his madness. His tongue incessantly licked at the symbiotic venom, drawing back any that sought to escape his mouth. Such a pity. If not for the urgency of the situation, the killer would have relished this exquisite moment further. Amidst the excitement, a hint of regret lingered, but the thought of Ramon potentially arriving at any moment sparked a surge of vigilance within him. Instantly, the killer clenched his jaw, intent on fully consuming the venom within him. Just as he proclaimed, he aimed to merge completely with the venom. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the killer's jaws closed tightly. Yet, he did not exhibit any signs of elation. Even his body underwent no discernible change. The intimate sensation of devouring the symbiote was not as profound as he had envisioned. Suddenly, the killer sensed something amiss and whipped his head around. A figure hovering in the near distance caused his pupils to constrict to the size of pinpricks. Even the previously thrashing tendrils and tail fell still. At this moment, it felt as though one had plunged into an icy abyss, completely immobilized and unable to move even an inch. Gazing around, one could only see the location where the massacre had just unfolded. Standing, there was a towering figure, 3 meters tall, bathed in a deep crimson hue, clutching a mass of black substance in one hand, with the severely bloodied Peter trailing behind. This was none other than Luo Mang, who had pursued from another planet. In the instant the massacre was about to consume its prey, Luo Mang had directly extracted the venom from its throat, along with the injured Peter. Now, Luo Mang's countenance was dark, an aura of ferocity emanating from him. The light that had just begun to brighten the sky now dimmed once more, retaining a flicker of rationality. He placed the venom upon Peter's body. "Heal yourself, for if you do not consume him, I shall." Luo Mang's voice, though calm, resonated like a beast's growl. Upon sensing Luo Mang's arrival, the venom, which had just resigned itself to fate, instantly rejuvenated. It swiftly entered Peter's body, the venomous armor reattaching itself, and the color returned gradually to Peter's face. "Ro," Peter hesitated, but Luo Mang's voice interrupted him. "Do not worry, this is Blue Star. Since they have arrived, they shall not escape. Leave everything to me. Now it is time to cleanse the field." As Luo Mang's words fell, he raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. Instantly, myriad symbiotic black dragons surrounding him were enveloped in spatial energy. With Luo Mang's grip tightening, these black dragons detonated simultaneously in mid-air like a dazzling display of fireworks. A deluge of black blood rained down, but before it could touch the ground, Luo Mang redirected it to drip above Peter's head. I feast, I devour." The venom excitedly opened wide its maw, absorbing every drop of blood. Though this method of absorption was not as effective as direct consumption, the venom welcomed the divine gift with open arms. Witnessing Luo Mang's silhouette, the venom was nearly overcome with emotion. Not only had he saved itself, but he had also provided a sumptuous meal, truly akin to a rebirth from one's progenitors. "O Father of righteousness, today I wish to pay homage to you." Before the venom could finish, Luo Mang turned his head slightly. His piercing gaze, tinged with bloodlust, made the venom retract its head and chuckle awkwardly. "I was merely overwhelmed with joy. Please continue." Ignoring the venom's antics, Luo Mang turned his attention to the now fully healed massacre. At this moment, the massacre had returned to its normal stature of nearly 4 meters, and the previously vanished blood spear reappeared in its hand. The massacre's gaze swept over the assembly of crimson beings before finally resting upon Luo Mang. Observing the venom, which had absorbed a significant number of symbiotic black dragons and was growing stronger, the massacre's expression darkened. In terms of power, although the massacre had achieved semi-divinity, it was still wary. With the formidable assistance of the full-blood spear and having absorbed the powers of 1,000,000 symbionts, one would expect a sense of invincibility. Yet, when facing the formidable Luo Mang, a profound feeling of helplessness prevails. Furthermore, with all the symbiotic black dragons now vanquished, each kill brings forth an onslaught of multiple assailants. At this juncture, one truly finds themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 149. Integrity in Human and Symbiont Existence. You wish to consume me? Now, I too genuinely desire to devour you. Luo Mang, with a sinister grin, regarded the slaughter, his demeanor devoid of the usual gentleness and elegance. Observing Slaughter's wary gaze flitting among others, Luo Mang stepped forward, his right hand transforming into a lethal blade that struck fiercely. Slaughter endeavored to fend off the attack with a full-blood spear, yet was met with Luo Mang's terrifying smile. "Were you looking? Weren't you intent on killing me to prove your divinity?" Despite sharing a fearsome visage, Slaughter felt an inexplicable dread at Luo Mang's grin. Gritting his teeth, he leveraged his strength to tilt backward, his form engulfed by a white halo, vanishing from the skies above New York City. In response to Slaughter's sudden disappearance, Luo Mang showed no hesitation, swiftly following in pursuit. As Slaughter reemerged, Luo Mang was already upon him, unleashing a torrent of attacks. To the onlookers of the Crimson Secret Society, Luo Mang and Slaughter appeared as if they were continuously flickering in and out of existence. In an instant, they would vanish from sight, entangling in combat only to reappear in another location. Luo Mang gripped the tendrils trailing behind Slaughter and yanked forcefully, causing Slaughter's blood to surge and splatter. In retaliation, Slaughter thrust his spear towards Luo Mang's head, causing large scales to rain down from above. From the initial use of the space gem for teleportation, Luo Mang had directly followed Slaughter into the white halo for transit. The two unleashed their inner energies, engaging in a brutal melee, each strike aimed with lethal intent. Suddenly, the bridge could no longer withstand the immense pressure and fractured in the middle, collapsing under the strain. The cacophony of screeching brakes echoed around as countless citizens fled their vehicles in panic. A few bold souls, recognizing one of the monsters as Crimson, did not retreat immediately. Instead, they pulled out their phones and commenced live streaming. In the live footage, Luo Mang had Slaughter pinned beneath him, his fists relentlessly creating indentations on Slaughter's form. Countless tendrils behind Luo Mang continued to clash with Slaughter's own, despite the grotesque wounds and the blood that spurted uncontrollably from both creatures. Luo Mang and Slaughter fought on, resembling tireless machines, undeterred by fatigue or pain. Abruptly, the bridge succumbed to the overwhelming strain, shattering into pieces. As the colossal boulder plummeted, Luo Mang and the Slaughter unexpectedly plunged into the sea, creating towering waves that soared several meters high. Though both figures vanished from sight, their fierce confrontation was far from over. Seizing the fleeting moment of weightlessness, the injuries on their bodies mysteriously healed, restoring them to their former state. Upon submerging, a brilliant flash illuminated the surface of the water, and they disappeared once more. On a snow-covered mountain peak, Luo Mang and the Slaughter engaged in a tumultuous struggle. Tumbling together atop the summit, Luo Mang hovered in midair, arms crossed as he gazed down at the Slaughter. A golden energy surged through him, causing the snowflakes that dared to settle on his shoulders to evaporate instantaneously. Meanwhile, the Slaughter knelt on one knee, propelled far back by tremendous force. Before coming to a halt, he took a deep breath, gradually rising to his feet, with his bloodied spear planted firmly in the snow. Casting his eyes upward toward Luo Mang, noticing the unwavering intensity radiating from Luo Mang, the Slaughter instinctively took a step back. The malevolent glint in his eyes met the equally fierce gaze of Luo Mang. The Slaughter suddenly spoke. "My true aim is merely the venom. There is no need for conflict between us." His words elicited laughter from Luo Mang. Just recently, who had declared the necessity of eliminating Luo Mang as an obstacle to ascend to the throne of the Symbiont King. Although Luo Mang could easily deduce the Slaughter's intent without much thought, the Slaughter's resolve remained intact. Unlike many fools, he had learned to think critically. If he could consume the venom, he would draw closer to the power of the Symbiont deity. At that moment, Luo Mang would undoubtedly become his primary target, for devouring him would bolster the Slaughter's confidence when facing Gnarl. "I vowed to consume you, and I shall. Integrity is essential, whether one is human or symbiont." Luo Mang's lips curled into a sinister grin, steam emanating from his mouth, his eyes directed at the Slaughter, imbued with a chilling coldness. No sooner had Luo Mang finished speaking than the Slaughter abruptly lifted his head. A crimson energy beam surged forth from the prongs of his bloodied spear, hurtling toward Luo Mang. It appeared that the Slaughter's earlier negotiations had merely been a guise to gather strength. With a subtle gesture, Luo Mang raised a finger, conjuring a ripple of blue light that swiftly engulfed the energy beam. The blue wave then reappeared before the Slaughter, who, sensing an impending threat, underwent a swift change in demeanor. His body trembled, and a white light circle materialized before him. In the next instant, the crimson energy beam surged from the space Luo Mang had vacated. It was effortlessly absorbed by the white circle. The circle swayed momentarily before re-emerging behind Luo Mang, with the crimson energy bursting forth anew. After executing this maneuver, the Slaughter exhaled in relief, raising his gaze. But the space where Luo Mang had been hovering was now devoid of his presence. At that moment, waves of energy fluctuations emanated from Massacre. Before the Slaughter could turn around, it was engulfed by the energy beam converging at Romang's chest. Under the immense power of the energy beam, the Slaughter was propelled several dozen kilometers away. The entire stretch of snow-capped mountains was blasted open by the energy beam, creating a massive cavity. From a distance, it appeared nothing short of spectacular. Boom! The Slaughter crashed down upon a snow-covered peak, subsequently buried beneath a torrent of snow triggered by the violent tremors. In the next instant, Ramong swiftly arrived, materializing from the air above. He gazed down at the spot where the Slaughter had just fallen, raising his arm to grasp the air. The vibrant crimson figure of the Slaughter slowly emerged from beneath the thick layers of snow, eyes wide open and head held high, as if Luo Mang had seized the very throat of its fate. However, at that moment, Luo Mang sensed something amiss. Although on the surface, it appeared that the slaughter had completely lost its capacity to resist. Merely submitting to Luo Mang's will, he could not detect even a hint of life emanating from it, as if it were merely a shell. Given the formidable strength of the demigod slaughteress body, it should not be this feeble. Just as Luo Mang began to realize the anomaly, he suddenly lost his footing and was dragged into a white circle by a massive crimson hand. Chapter 150, Devour. When Luo Mang opened his eyes again, he was enveloped in darkness, with an overwhelming heat and golden light radiating from behind him, causing his brow to furrow. Turning his head slightly, he beheld a colossal sun, merely tens of kilometers away. Simultaneously, a slender shadow approached from afar, directly penetrating Luo Mang's abdomen. Immediately, a tremendous force surged through him, compelling Luo Mang to twist his neck around, only to find the slaughter, with a grotesque expression, pressing down on his head and pushing him towards the sun. Faced with the slaughter's savage demeanor, Luo Mang could not help but smile knowingly. He had been contemplating how to completely corner the slaughter, yet it seemed the slaughter had devised a method of its own. Luo Mang seized the slaughter's wrist, and the searing energy within him began to surge. The slaughter's wrist was continuously scorched and melted away. In the void of space, there was no sound. Yet, this silence was far more perilous than any noise he had encountered back on Blue Star. Gradually, the slaughter's enormous claws began to weaken. The distance between Luo Mang, the slaughter, and the sun diminished, with the intense heat even beginning to char the scales on Luo Mang's body. Having temporarily lost the use of its hands, the slaughter resorted to opening its massive jaws, using its sharp teeth to bridge the gap between itself and Luo Mang. A frenzied look gleamed in the slaughter's eyes. One of them must perish today. Observing the slaughter's final desperate attempt, Luo Mang maintained a stoic expression, yet a brilliant blue light suddenly radiated from his chest. Buzz! Suddenly, the massacre vanished entirely from sight, taking with it the entirety of Luo Mang's arm. Unable to escape the slaughter, it seemed fitting that a part of Luo Mang himself should be removed alongside it. As he observed the massacre dissipate, Luo Mang raised one hand slightly, causing the surrounding darkness to flicker momentarily. To the naked eye, the dark cosmos began to shimmer with ethereal light. This was Luo Mang's manipulation of the space gem, locking down all the space around him to prevent the recurrence of being forcibly teleported alongside the massacre. After approximately half a second, Luo Mang grasped the void and forcefully pulled back. A shapeless mass of charred flesh materialized in his hand. Although the massacre, like Luo Mang, was impervious to intense heat and sound waves, this did not imply that high temperatures would not inflict harm. The surface temperature of the sun had reached a staggering 500 degrees. Luo Mang then sent the massacre deeper into the heat, all occurring in an instant. The massacre barely had time to summon a white halo before it was grievously burned, reverting to its primordial liquid form. Luo Mang silently observed as the massacre writhed and attempted to mend itself in his grasp, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Truly, the demigod of slaughter had not been entirely consumed in that fleeting moment. Feeling the soft, yielding mass in his palm, Luo Mang hesitated not at all, directly tearing a piece of the massacre and bringing it to his mouth. At that moment of tearing, a faint scream of resistance echoed in Luo Mang's ears. Even the portion that had been swallowed twisted and coiled, striving to escape through the gaps between Luo Mang's teeth. However, Luo Mang denied the massacre any chance of resistance. He subsequently stuffed the remaining parts into his mouth, bulging his cheeks as he chewed vigorously. Had he still been on Blue Star, the sound of his chewing would have been horrifically loud. The act of consumption between symbiotic entities was straightforward. The stronger party naturally devoured the weaker. In the realm of symbiosis, the law of survival of the fittest applied equally. Thus, before Luo Mang, even a demigod of symbiosis was destined to be obediently consumed. Once the chewing was complete, the essence of the massacre fully entered Luo Mang's being, absorbed by the crimson symbiotic tissue. At that moment, he was inundated with frenzied screams and anguished roars, as if countless symbiotic entities were howling in his ears. As the cacophony gradually subsided, Luo Mang experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. It felt as though a void deep within his bloodline had been entirely filled. Facing the blazing sun, Luo Mang's form inexplicably grew nearly a meter in height, almost matching the stature of the original massacre. His body remained crimson, yet beneath the scales, the symbiotic tissue seemed to bear faint, intricate patterns. The patterns were not overtly conspicuous. Had one not observed closely, they would have gone unnoticed. Simultaneously, the tendrils swaying behind Luo Mang detached from his body, quietly hovering in the air. They ceased their erratic motion and stood still in a fan-like formation. Each tendril bore fissures reminiscent of the massacre of the Black Horns, emanating a blood-red glow from within. At that moment, Luo Mang and the tendrils seemed to truly become one, as a wondrous sensation akin to that of a skilled archer surged within him. The arm that had been teleported alongside Luo Mang swiftly reformed in this instant. With his eyes closed tightly, Luo Mang appeared to be undergoing a profound transformation. Abruptly, he raised his hand and extracted the blood spear still lodged in his abdomen. A sensation of connection, rooted in his very bloodline, emanated from the spear. It seemed that after consuming the massacre, the spear had automatically shifted its allegiance. Luo Mang nodded to himself. This blood spear, as a weapon exclusive to the demigod of slaughter, was undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of breaching his symbiotic defenses. Grasping the blood spear, Luo Mang focused his gaze toward the distant sun. Bathed in the golden radiance of the sun, he momentarily assumed an almost divine demeanor. Suddenly, Luo Mang's figure vanished from sight. Familiar spatial fluctuations emerged from an unknown source, enveloping the sun and its surrounding area. The power of space rippled like sound waves, reverberating back. In an instant, Luo Mang reappeared at his original location, while the sound waves seemed to have found their master, returning to his body. Noticing that the entire vicinity near the sun had utterly lost all signs of life, Luo Mang nodded in satisfaction. The massacre had been scorched by the sun, leaving only a mass of decayed flesh, which Luo Mang completely consumed. From this perspective, it was akin to the massacre being reduced to ashes. Recalling the Golden Warrior from that unknown planet, Luo Mang turned to leave, yet paused momentarily, glancing back. Here, only the sun radiating golden light remained. With that, Luo Mang firmly set his feet and vanished from the scene entirely. Shortly after Luo Mang's departure, a hollow door encircled by a white glow suddenly swung open. The white aura now appeared somewhat different from the one previously controlled by the massacre. At the edges of the white circle, incessant currents of electricity extended outward. Even the white circle itself flickered in and out of existence, occasionally appearing to be right there, only to vanish in the next moment, akin to a frame rate drop, before re-emerging once more. It resembled an unstable virtual projection. Chapter 151. Returning to an unfamiliar planet. Buzz. Luo Mang reappeared on the unfamiliar planet, which remained in disarray, bearing the marks left from the battle between him, the massacre, and the Golden Warrior. Upon stepping through the portal, Luo Mang endeavored to reintegrate the crimson essence within himself. To his astonishment, he found that the blood spear was also drawn into his body. It appeared that the spear could seamlessly merge with Luo Mang's symbiotic tissue. Thus, it became evident why the butcher could effortlessly summon and dismiss the spear. It was intrinsically linked to him, akin to the bond Luo Mang shared with the Crimson. He nodded to himself, appreciating the fact that the blood spear was at least 3 meters long and could be carried with such ease. Subsequently, Luo Mang shifted his gaze towards the remnants of the Golden Warrior, scrutinizing the fragmented pieces of gold armor as if to ascertain something. Perhaps the Golden Warrior differed from the Blue Star beings. Upon its demise, it gradually transformed into a pool of golden blood, resembling a liquid form. Although Luo Mang had only battled with the butcher for a mere 3 hours, upon returning, he observed that the Golden Warrior had already dissolved into blood. Rising to his feet, he ascended swiftly, the world below appearing diminutive in comparison. Ignoring the forest beneath him, Luo Mang gazed into the distance, noting a vast expanse of dusky yellow, inwardly acknowledging its significance. The environment here, along with the Golden Warrior, evoked memories of a certain individual, one who even communicated with the eternal deity. Though endowed with the power to slay gods, he remained merely mortal. The Godslayer, Gr. Luo Mang lifted his lips, uttering a name that would instill terror in countless deities in the future. True to his title, he was an entity that exclusively hunted divine beings. Yet, Ger's uniqueness stemmed not only from his persona, but also from the extraordinary weapon he wielded. Amused by this thought, Luo Mang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Coincidentally, this special weapon was related to the symbiotic deity Gnarl, targeted by the butcher. I hope it's not too late, he murmured to himself, rising into the sky at high speed, his gaze scanning the area below. Should Ger locate that weapon first and establish a connection with it? Luo Mang would have only one method left to retrieve it from him. Contemplating this, his eyes grew cold. He was determined to possess that formidable weapon. As Luo Mang ventured deeper into the forest, the trees became increasingly lush, bearing an abundance of fruits, starkly contrasting with the arid desert beyond the boundary. One side was a parched wasteland devoid of any water source, while the other was a verdant oasis teeming with life. Here, Luo Mang scarcely saw any human presence. Yet he gazed out towards the desert. In a mere blink, he spotted groups of figures wandering across the sands, perhaps in search of water or driven by hunger. However, Luo Mang remained utterly indifferent to it all. A minuscule fraction of individuals possesses the vast majority of resources, a truth that resonates regardless of location. Even on Blue Star, it is artfully proclaimed that we are all part of the human race, all equal. Yet, it is only after one has traversed the entirety of that dark, tangled wilderness that one comprehends the reality. This is far from an era of peace and equality. It is in fact a jungle where humanity consumes humanity. Tragedies unfold incessantly, and the prevailing ethos champions the supremacy of sheer strength. The one with a mightier fist wields greater authority. Therefore, rather than allowing Roma to descend into the plight of those in the desert, it is preferable for him to ascend to the ranks of the few who hold power. In acquiring strength, one simultaneously gains corresponding rights. It may seem as though Roma has traversed this path solely for personal gain. However, how many of those in positions of power have not engaged in similarly self-serving acts? Conversely, should power rest in Roma's hands, it may not be a detrimental outcome. At the very least, Roma possesses the wisdom to temper his desires. Often, if others do not provoke him, he will not provoke them either. Half an hour has elapsed. Roma has now ventured deep into the forest. The sunlight on this planet appears to differ significantly from that of Blue Star. Despite the passage of time, there are no signs of the sun setting here. Suddenly, Roma halts his flight, not due to the discovery of a weapon, but rather because he has spotted the imposing figure of Gel. Gel's entire body radiates a gray hue, a color seemingly unique to the inhabitants of this land. Even from his elevated vantage point, Roma can discern every contour of Gel's skeletal frame, visible through his gaunt skin. This transformation is a consequence of prolonged deprivation of both water and food. Such conditions are also present on Blue Star, though typically confined to regions plagued by extreme poverty. Observing Gel, who is cautiously navigating the forest floor, Roma ponders a notion. Gel, undeterred by the sharp branches that tear at his body, finds no blood flowing as one might expect. His lips have lost their luster, mirroring the deep gray of his skin. In such intense sunlight, Gel does not even produce a single drop of sweat. He raises his hand, peering through the branches of towering trees towards the sun above, the incessant buzzing in his ears suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Yet, upon seeing the fruits dangling from the trees, Gel shakes his head defiantly and presses onward. This is the realm of the divine. I cannot forsake my plea for salvation for my daughter. As he advances, Gel murmurs to himself, his voice barely audible. Yet it serves as his sole impetus to persist. With every ounce of strength, he parts a dense thicket of leaves, and the scene that unfolds before him leaves Gel speechless. Before him lies a vast clearing, where two figures stand in unison. One figure radiated a brilliant golden hue, while the other emanated a pure white light. Ger rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to discover that the golden silhouette was none other than the deity who governed the entire planet. In ordinary times, Ger could only observe from a distance, worshipping and venerating the god. In Ger's memory, the deity was always enveloped in golden radiance, a sight too overwhelming for mere mortals to behold directly, compelling them instead to kneel in reverence. Yet, to Ger's astonishment, today he found himself in the presence of the divine. Moreover, it appeared that the god was not so different from them. They shared the same visage, even the same physical structure. Ger slowly lifted his gaze towards the other being. Unlike the golden deity, this figure shone in pristine white, prompting Ger to widen his eyes in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. At the instant he beheld the man, cloaked in white, One word resonated in Gear's mind: perfection. Every aspect, from his demeanor to his physique, even the soul that shone through his eyes, exuded an extraordinary flawlessness. Gear was utterly convinced that this was the messenger sent by the true God, an immortal being. Chapter 152. Gear, you are free. Gazing at the white deity, Gear could hardly contain his excitement. His limbs trembled, adrenaline surging through him, seemingly propelling him to bridge the final distance. However, just as Gear was about to part the dense foliage before him, the sudden movement of the golden god halted him in his tracks. He stood frozen, watching as the golden deity knelt before the white god. This tableau typically unfolded between commoners and the golden deity, yet Gear had not anticipated that even the golden god would bow before another. Fear gripped him instinctively. Did the divine not possess any self-interest? Indeed, gods too were susceptible to desire. Gear understood this deeply, and the realization made him yearn to retreat. Yet, the thought of his daughter on the brink of dying from thirst anchored him in place. As he grappled with his indecision, a voice suddenly pierced the air, the voice of the golden god. I am guilty. I have allowed desire to obscure my heart from the path to the divine. I cannot maintain the scales of justice, for my ears are deaf to the cries of the people. The booming voice of the golden god resonated through Gear, reminiscent of the grandeur he had heard during rituals. It seemed the golden deity was in prayer, confessing sins, and with each word, Gear's expression grew increasingly grim. To his dismay, the once revered god in his eyes revealed himself to be an unrepentant villain. Each day, Gear had implored the deity for blessings, even for just a few drops of water, yet the golden god remained indifferent. To his astonishment, the golden god's private demeanor was one of such pretense. Gear's faith began to waver. His concept of divinity and boundless reverence underwent a profound transformation in that moment. Just as he felt his anger becoming insurmountable, an unbelievable scene unfolded before him. In the center of the open space, the golden deity knelt before the immaculate god, and to the astonishment of all, drew forth its weapon and pressed it against its own fatal point. With a soft, almost imperceptible sound, golden blood spilled forth, staining the ground. The golden god, it seemed, was willing to pay the ultimate price to atone for its transgressions. Gear, covering his mouth in shock, stared with wide eyes, momentarily forgetting his thirst. Rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. A god has perished? A god has indeed died. In that instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through Gear's mind. What would become of them now that the god had fallen? Would this pristine deity ascend to take the golden god's place and rule over them? In that fleeting moment, Gear reflected on every event of his life since birth. When he finally regained his senses and turned back to the open space, he was compelled to take a half step back. Before him stood the radiant god, smiling directly at him. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, Gear summoned his courage and stepped forth from the thicket. He knelt down, pressing his knee against the ground, indifferent to the sharp stones that pierced his skin. His gaze remained fixed upon the earth, too fearful to lift his eyes and meet the gaze of the pristine deity. O Divine One, Gear beseeches you, grant me the precious water. With the last of his courage, he uttered these words, only to be met with a profound silence. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation seemed to manifest above his head, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground. Gear gritted his teeth and cautiously lifted his gaze, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. A sphere of water, seemingly conjured from nowhere, floated in the air before him. The vibrant hues he had seen while staring at the ground were, in truth, sunlight refracted through this very sphere of water. What filled Gear with even greater trepidation was the fact that the immaculate god had now approached him directly, extending a hand enveloped in radiant light toward him. The deity's name was Luo Mang, and Gear found himself momentarily entranced, his throat tightening in awe. Under the sun's glow, the god appeared especially sanctified, leaving Gear in a daze. I am Luo Mang. Gear, you should rise now. Indeed, the man radiating pure, white light was none other than Luo Mang. Everything Gear had witnessed before was merely an illusion constructed by the gem of the soul, manifested within Gear's spiritual realm. The golden warrior was unequivocally dead. The only presence here was Luo Mang himself. At this moment, Luo Mang spoke gently to Gear, his smile as warm as sunlight, invigorating Gear's spirit. The command of the deity was not to be denied. Rising, Gear slightly bowed, though still unable to meet Luo Mang's gaze. his eyes drawn irresistibly to the suspended sphere of water. Clean, pure, and flawless, it resembled the azure sky itself. Gur had never encountered such water before, and an insatiable desire arose within him. Upon witnessing Ger's expression, Roman could not help but chuckle softly. This water, if placed on Blue Star, would merely be the remnants of washed dishes after a meal. Yet, on this planet, it had become an object of yearning. What are you waiting for? All of this has been bestowed upon you. Hearing Roman's words, Gur swallowed hard, his gaze filled with turmoil. He cast a wary glance at the corpse of the Golden Warrior, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Not asking left Gur unsettled, but inquiring would ignite concerns about Roman's reaction. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter 2 words. He is guilty and deserves to face the consequences. From today onwards, you are free. The revelation took Gur by surprise, instinctively lifting his head as if to verify the truth of Roman's declaration. Upon meeting Roman's warm and radiant smile, he found himself believing it, even if he did not voice it. Gur promptly knelt again, fervently bowing before Roman. In that moment, he felt as though he had been granted a second chance at life. Uncertain whether to curse the golden god or to express gratitude to the divine figure before him, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. Cool me. Roman extended his hand once more, and with a lightness beneath him, he took Gur into the sky. Viewing the world from such a height for the first time, Gur trembled slightly, tightening his grip on Roman's hand. For reasons unknown, proximity to Roman enveloped Gur in warmth and familiarity, as if an irresistible force drew him closer. In the next moment, Gur found himself surrounded by blue, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. By the time he regained his senses, he had arrived in the desert. Below, in a shadowed area, lay a small, frail figure. Gur instantly recognized it as his daughter. Chapter 153, Crimson Excitement. Gur felt as if he were dreaming. Only when his feet touched the scorching sand, baked by the sun, did he fully awaken. Go, Jar, encouraged by Roman's gaze, he quickly cupped a handful of water. Without even taking a sip for himself, he brought it directly to his daughter's lips. 1 handful, 2 handfuls. His daughter drank eagerly from his palms, her complexion visibly improving. After consuming a significant portion of the water, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. When she opened her eyes, she was met with the ecstatic visage of her father. Are you all right? Gur exclaimed with overwhelming joy upon seeing his daughter awaken. Father, have I arrived in the realm of the gods after my death? The little girl, with a touch of innocence, inquired softly, her words tinged with a hint of confusion. Father, you are alive. It is the divine who has saved you. In that moment, Jel felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, yet tears would not flow. Upon catching sight of Luo Mang's imposing figure, the girl was startled into rising abruptly, kneeling before him in reverence. Divine One, I express my gratitude for your blessings. However, what is your name? Luo Mang inquired, casting his gaze upon the girl, who was the sole person Jel truly cherished in this world. I am simply Min, without a name, she replied. Jel hastily interjected, eager to prevent Luo Mang from perceiving any disrespect. In that case, allow me to bestow a name upon you. How does divine sound? At the outset of this suggestion, a flicker of joy illuminated Jel's countenance, but his expression swiftly darkened with Luo Mang's subsequent words. Yet, before Jel could voice his thoughts, Luo Mang's voice resonated once more. This is my decree. Upon hearing this, Jel swallowed his words, his apprehension evident, while the girl mirrored his innocence with wide eyes. With a mere flick of his finger, Luo Mang lifted both Jel and the girl into the air. Gazing down upon the vast expanse of desert, Luo Mang proclaimed, his voice echoing as if to reach every corner of the planet. From this day forth, the oasis shall be open to all men. They may enter and exit freely, and all sources of water and fruit are to be consumed at will. His words rippled through the skies, lingering in the ears of all who heard. Suddenly, amidst the desolate sands, numerous gray heads emerged, and after a brief moment of astonishment, they surged forth towards the oasis in a frenzied dash. Figures began to coalesce, gradually forming a torrent. Observing the men below, Luo Mang transported Jel and the girl directly into the depths of the forest. He plucked 2 fruits and handed one to each, watching as they devoured them hungrily. Then, Luo Mang spoke unexpectedly. Jel, there's a matter upon which I seek your assistance. His words caused Jel to cease his actions instantly, rising to await Luo Mang's command. Having liberated the men, saved his daughter, and given her a name, Gel felt compelled to reciprocate the divine's kindness within his capacity. Satisfied by Gel's demeanor, Luo Mang nodded approvingly. Indeed, Luo Mang intended to enlist Gel as help in locating the symbiotic entity Nar's weapon, the all-black death sword. This planet was vast, and the likelihood of Luo Mang finding it on his own was slim. However, Gel was different. The all-black death sword did not select Gel. Rather, Gel was chosen by it. In the sword's eyes, both Gel and his animosity towards the Golden Warriors reflected the qualities of an exceptional host. Of course, despite being chosen by the all-black death sword, it equally required Gel. For the sword, their fates were destined to intertwine. Just as a spider's bite marks Peter, so too is the encounter between Gel and the all-black death sword destined. In truth, Roman had contemplated directly wielding the Mind Stone to control Gel. However, he was uncertain whether Gel, once ensnared and manipulated by the mind, could still be guided by fate towards the all-black death sword. Thus, he orchestrated a splendid performance, elevating Gel's loyalty to its zenith. "What do you wish for me to do?" Gel inquired, wiping the remnants of juice from the corner of his mouth. "It is an artifact left by the Sin God. My purpose here, beyond punishing the Sin God, is to reclaim that item. I require little from you. Merely assist me in locating a corpse that does not belong here within the forest. Remember, Gel, heed the guidance of your heart." As Roman's words settled, Gel nodded in a manner both perplexed and enlightened, then turned to lead his daughter into the search. Roman, as a deity, had bestowed upon them so much. Let it not be said that it was merely a corpse. Gel was more than willing to search for a lifetime. Upon resolving the crisis of existence, Gel was suddenly filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Roman quietly followed Gel from a distance as he ventured deeper into the forest, where he might soon encounter the body slain by the Golden Warrior, the former master of the all-black death sword. It is indeed amusing to recall that when the Golden Warrior first appeared before Roman and the Butcher, he likely mistook the two for the hapless victims he had hunted to death, audaciously assuming the role of master. Ultimately, he was bitten to death by the Butcher rather than tortured to death by Roman. A stroke of luck for the Golden Warrior, one might say. In retrospect, even Roman could not help but shake his head. The Golden Warrior's demise was not without justification. Surviving so long under the combined onslaught of Roman and the Butcher was indeed an achievement in itself. This self-proclaimed god, it must be said, possessed a modicum of skill. Yet regrettably, that skill was limited to but 3 tricks. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Roman's flesh, as if the symbiotic entity concealed within him was awakening. The fine hairs on Roman's body stood on end, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. At that moment, the scarlet within him seemed to have detected something, rendering him acutely sensitive. After but a brief pause, Roman teleported straight to Gel's location. Truly, Gel, the future slayer of gods, had discovered what I had sought for so long, without success. Roman's lips curled into a smile, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. What could possibly excite the Scarlet so profoundly, if not the mightiest of all symbiotic entities, the all-black death sword? Upon his arrival, Roman's gaze fell upon a long-dead, withered body. The figure before him stood at a height akin to that of an ordinary person, yet was clad in a rare black battle armor. Unmistakably one of the self-proclaimed deities of yore. Nevertheless, the object of Luo Mang's attention extended beyond this mere corpse. As his gaze shifted, it fell upon Gel, who was now confronted by an ancient and intricately designed cross-shaped sword suspended in the air. This sword emanated a dark energy that exuded an overwhelming aura, capable of enveloping the entire forest in an instant. Although Gel's daughter deity remained alive, his resentment towards the Golden God had only intensified, for the more one possesses, the greater the fear of loss becomes. Memories of the daughter deity would inevitably lead Gel to recollect the confessions of the Golden God, revealing the sins born from his own desires. Gel, run! Yet, as Gel momentarily lost his focus, he was startled by Luo Mang's commanding voice. Without a second thought, he grasped his daughter's hand and fled. Upon witnessing the ominous black sword, a flicker of exhilaration danced in Luo Mang's eyes. He raised his hand, intent on seizing the sword, but in that very moment, the black sword surged through the air toward Gel. I have found you. Do you still wish to escape? Luo Mang sneered, his demeanor starkly contrasting the gentleness he had shown toward Gel moments earlier. He raised both hands toward the retreating sword, and, as he brought them together, The very fabric of space began to unravel like a spider's web, ensnaring the sword with an unyielding grip. Feeling the sword's futile struggles, Luo Mang's expression remained one of ease. Deprived of its wielder, the sword could not unleash its full potential. Coupled with Luo Mang's enhanced physique from his previous devouring of life, the power of the Infinity Stones was further unleashed. At that moment, controlling the black sword felt as effortless as teasing a lost child. Return, he bellowed, and with a swift motion, the sword was drawn back toward him as if on an invisible string. It settled before Luo Mang with an unsettling calm, no longer exhibiting the fierce resistance it had displayed earlier, as if it had surrendered to him. However, discerning, I would reveal that the sword trembled ever so slightly, restrained by an immense force that rendered it immobile. Luo Mang raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across the cold blade of the sword. Though it appeared lifeless at first glance, he, possessing the symbiotic power, could sense the vibrant life force pulsating beneath its surface. Suddenly, Luo Mang seized the black sword tightly. Even as the sharp blade cut into his flesh, blood flowing freely down its length, he remained unwavering. Why do you refuse to submit to me? In this world, almost no symbiotic beings remain. I am the strongest. Luo Mang gazed at the all-black death sword softly, as if addressing a beloved, his eyes tender. However, Luo Mang's silence proved fleeting. Upon hearing his words, the all-black death sword began to struggle with renewed vigor. As it appeared on the verge of breaking free from the constraints of spatial power, a fierce glint flashed in Luo Mang's eyes. He directly yanked the all-black death sword from the air, forcefully pinning it to the ground. Simultaneously, Luo Mang's form began to swell and expand. In less than half a second, a scarlet visage manifested above the all-black death sword. Realizing its predicament, the all-black death sword trembled slightly, as if it had come to a profound understanding. In the hands of the god of symbiosis, Nar, it could be an invincible artifact. Yet at this moment, Nar lay in a sealed slumber, leaving it utterly powerless against Luo Mang. Typically, I do not relish putting others in difficult positions, but now, as Luo Mang's gaze magnified before the all-black death sword, his jagged teeth appeared menacing. I am Scarlet. The instant Luo Mang's words fell, he beckoned with his right hand, and the all-blood spear, integrated within the symbiotic organization, instantly materialized. Luo Mang raised the all-blood spear high, fixating on the all-black death sword, before striking down with tremendous force. Luo Mang audaciously wielded the all-blood spear as if it were a hammer for forging. The resounding crash echoed for thousands of kilometers around, clearly audible to all. Perhaps, in terms of strength and material, the all-blood spear could not compare to the all-black death sword, forged personally by Nar. However, the all-black death sword, shaped by Nar's fiery forge and hammering, bore a fatal flaw, a fear of fire and a fear of noise. These two attributes are the inherent weaknesses of the first symbiotic being, the all-black death sword, and indeed, of nearly all subsequent progeny of symbiosis. Only a few exceptional entities can entirely resist these vulnerabilities. Among them are Luo Mang, the slaughter, and the toxin of the son of slaughter, once consumed by Luo Mang. At present, even the venom that has devoured numerous symbiotic black dragons struggles to escape these two weaknesses, underscoring the profound influence of the all-black death sword symbiotic genes. In the instant the thunderous sound reverberated, trees in the vicinity were uprooted by the resulting shockwave, all inevitably toppling outward, centered around Luo Mang. A large crater formed within mere moments. Yet the only constant remained the figure of the cruciform sword. However, after being struck by Luo Mang and collided with the all-blood spear, the sword began to vibrate at a high frequency. At this moment, the all-black death sword had lost its strength to struggle, and Luo Mang could even hear faint whispers of surrender. Nevertheless, he paid no heed. His right hand lifted once more, the all-blood spear poised above the all-black death sword. Another resounding crash followed. The pit beneath Luo Mang suddenly collapsed several meters. At this moment, the dark energy enveloping the pitch-black death sword had entirely vanished. Even as Luo Mang pressed down on the sword with his palm, he could distinctly sense that it had lost its rigidity. Once more, Luo Mang showed no mercy, swinging the sanguine spear down once again. The pitch-black death sword sank into the earth. Upon releasing his grip, Luo Mang was astonished to discover that the sword had become utterly unresponsive. even without Luo Mang's restraint. The sword exhibited no signs of life. Gazing at the pitch-black death sword lying quietly amidst the soil, Luo Mang grinned, inverted the sanguine spear, and grasped its shaft firmly with both hands. He raised it high above his head, ready to thrust it downward. Yet in that fleeting moment, the seemingly dormant pitch-black death sword surged back to life, reabsorbing dark energy. It transformed into a shadowy streak, darting away with remarkable speed. In that instant, it sought not a suitable host, but merely wished to distance itself from the monstrous Luo Mang. In a dazed state, the pitch-black death sword appeared to reminisce about its inception, lying quietly on the forge, observing the panting Nar. At that moment, it yearned for Nar to have equipped it with a propulsion system at its hilt, allowing it to flee even faster now. Chapter 155, Merged. However, in the very next instant, the pitch-black death sword was astonished to find its perspective shifting, reappearing within the deep pit. Above it stood Luo Mang, brandishing the sanguine spear, casting a menacing smile down upon the sword. The blue glow emanating from Luo Mang's chest had only just begun to dim. Yet this time, Luo Mang would grant the pitch-black death sword no further opportunities. Clang! As the pitch-black death sword collided with the sanguine spear, the sound resonated distinctly different from the previous three encounters. Looking down from Luo Mang's perspective, he beheld the two prongs of the sanguine spear fully penetrating the body of the pitch-black death sword. At the moment of complete impalement, the sanguine spear began to stir, akin to a parched soul discovering water and sustenance. It greedily consumed from the pitch-black death sword, which found itself powerless to resist, trembling slightly. Before long, the pitch-black death sword could no longer maintain its form. It shrank dramatically, losing 3 or 4 sizes, its body softening into a mass of sludge. Simultaneously, the sanguine spear also transformed into a pliable state, drawing the pitch-black death sword into the palm of Luo Mang's right hand, becoming utterly entwined. Luo Mang gazed down at his palm, where only an oval mass remained, distinguishable solely by the contrasting hues of black and red, signifying the pitch-black death sword and the sanguine spear. Though merely cradled in his palm, Luo Mang could still perceive the formidable energy gestating within. While the all-black death sword undoubtedly held immense power, could the all-blood spear, as the exclusive weapon of demigod slaughter, truly be considered inferior? In the later stages of exterminating the symbiotes and achieving true divinity, even the hand wielding the all-blood spear could stand face to face with Nar, who had emerged from his seal while brandishing the all-black death sword. In terms of hierarchy and essence, the all-blood spear possessed vast potential, capable of ascending to the same heights as the all-black death sword. Yet at this moment, the demigod slaughter had been consumed and extinguished by Luo Mang, and Nar remained blissfully unaware in some hidden nook. Both the all-blood spear and the all-black death sword lay within Luo Mang's grasp, under his watchful gaze. The scarlet all-blood spear gradually began to merge with the silver-black all-black death sword, transforming the hue of the entire elliptical orb into a dark crimson. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but at that moment, the elliptical orb seemed to acquire a semblance of form. Suddenly, the orb collapsed like a mass of slime, dissolving into a pool of liquid that completely obscured its previous shape. Before Luo Mang could ponder this transformation, the liquid began to seep through the scales of his palm, slowly infiltrating beneath. As he felt a chilling sensation emanating from his hand, he glanced down, finding no difference from usual. Yet, a unique sense of satisfaction surged within him, rising to his heart and radiating outward. Instinctively, Luo Mang lifted his right hand, and in an instant he felt a weight descend, revealing an additional object. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered a deep red, long-handled weapon had materialized in his grip. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from the all-blood spear, but a closer inspection revealed intricate patterns adorning the handle, exuding both elegance and dominance. Following the handle to its terminus, he beheld a triple-edged blade, embellished with symmetrical hollow designs, with dark red liquid ceaselessly flowing beneath. Gripping the handle tightly, Luo Mang experienced a sense of kinship, as if they were of the same essence. Although this long blade operated independently of his body, wielding it felt as natural as extending his own arm. Simply holding it, he could distinctly sense the powerful energy contained within. Maintaining its crimson demeanor, Luo Mang lowered the blade and, with a decisive swing of his right hand, unleashed a beam imbued with dark energy from the edge, cleaving a vast expanse of forest in half. Observing the devastation wrought by the blade, Luo Mang nodded to himself. That strike had not been executed with his full strength. To prevent any loss of control, he hadn't even exerted more than 50% of his power. It is important to note that this does not involve even the slightest infusion of the power of the Infinity Stones. Rather, it is the unadulterated physical strength of Luo Mang combined with the might of his long blade. With this single strike, he possesses the capability to obliterate any ability user of Earth-tier attributes. Retrieving his blade, Luo Mang grasped it with both hands, inverting the hilt against the ground, and then thrusting it down with great force. In an instant, a dark crimson mist emanated from the blade, enveloping the surroundings. Astonishingly, all the grass covered by this ominous fog withered completely in the blink of an eye. A gentle breeze swept through, reducing the desiccated grass to fine particles of dust, which vanished into the horizon. Yet this was not the end. Before long, the area shrouded in the dark crimson mist began to swell ominously. A colossal, unidentified creature emerged, its massive palms slamming against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, it exerted force with its hands, seemingly having clawed its way up from the depths below. This unknown being, towering above the already formidable Luo Mang, stood even taller than him by a considerable margin. Following its emergence, numerous figures of varying sizes began to rise from the dark crimson mist, positioning themselves behind Luo Mang, exhaling deep, foreboding breaths. Though all originated from the same ominous fog, their forms and expressions were remarkably diverse. Some bore no semblance of humanity, with 8 robust legs rising from the scarlet haze, their massive fangs appearing utterly menacing. Countless appendages, reminiscent of tentacles, spread around them, their true forms shrouded in the dark mist, obscuring their actual appearance. With limbs planted firmly on the ground, a creature resembling a salamander, adorned with a ring of sharp protrusions at the back of its head, raised its neck and let out a piercing roar. While their shapes may differ, they shared one strikingly identical trait. All these beings seemed to be composed of the dark crimson mist, their entire bodies enveloped in its hue. Their specific features and true visages remained indistinct, rendering these entities summoned by dark forces akin to mere shadows. The Blood Shadow Legion, indeed. Observing the myriad creatures emerging from the long blade, Luo Mang nodded in acknowledgment. They were summoned through the blade as a medium and understood only his commands, living or dying at the mere whim of his thoughts. As Luo Mang stepped forward, one hand wielding the blade, he gently placed the other upon the blood shadow before him. The moment his hand made contact, a wave of icy sensation coursed through him, though these monsters exhibited a rhythmic rise and fall in their chests, suggesting the act of breathing. They bore no warmth whatsoever. Strikingly, the spider-like creature, faced with Luo Mang's hand, lowered its form, not daring to move. Obedient, as if it were a toy crafted to his specifications. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed beside his ear, prompting Luo Mang to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. The countless tendrils behind him merely lifted, and all the nearby creatures suddenly pivoted, rushing frantically towards the source of the earlier sound. Among the Blood Shadow Legion, there were numerous imposing beings, yet their speed remained unimpeded. In fact, some of the seemingly colossal figures were sprinting at the forefront of the Blood Shadow ranks. When they ran, they transformed into a swarm of shadows forged from crimson. Even the radiant light trailing closely behind them shimmered with a blood-red hue. Just as the entire legion of blood shadows encircled their prey, poised to surge forward, Luo Mang abruptly raised his hand, and all the blood shadows froze in place. As if a pause button had been pressed, Luo Mang looked up and saw that the figure ensconced within the ring of blood shadows was none other than Gel. Confronted by the multitude of blood shadows, Gel, as steps faltered, his gaze betraying fear. With a sigh, Luo Mang watched as all the blood shadows instantaneously morphed back into mere shadows, dissipating into the forest. Were you not supposed to take the child away? Why have you returned? Luo Mang approached Gel, and after passing a sturdy tree, his form reverted to its usual state. I'm worried, Gel murmured, his lips pressed together. Though he was no longer deprived of water, he felt parched. The transformation into a 4-meter-tall monstrosity, capable of summoning sinister beings with a mere wave, left Gel feeling as though he had struck a grand prize, as if he shared an inexplicable bond with the jungle. First, he witnessed the golden deity take its own life in guilt, and now this new divine form. Observing Gel's bowed silence, Luo Mang's fingers twitched slightly, and at that moment, the crimson heart gem embedded within him illuminated. Now that he had discovered the all-black death sword, Gel's self-awareness seemed insignificant. Yet, just as Luo Mang was about to extend his hand towards Gel unexpectedly knelt before him, reminiscent of the first time he had prostrated himself before Luo Mang. Before Luo Mang could furrow his brow, Gel's voice reached him. I have seen the true form of the deity. It is an honor for me, Gel. Regardless of the deity's appearance, I know it's the divine that has saved us. Gel's eyes remained fixed on the ground, unwavering as he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The golden deity radiated brilliance, perpetually accompanied by dazzling golden light. Yet what had the golden god truly done? It had oppressed the people, treating them like disposable refuse. Despite occupying 99 of the oasis, it refused to bestow even a fraction of water and food upon the populace. Such a deity, in Gel's eyes, no longer deserved the genuine devotion and prayers of the faithful. However, Luo Mang was different. Though he had only been present for a day, however, what Roman has accomplished far surpasses that of the golden deity. The resources of the oasis appear to be nothing more than those inherently present on the planet, not bestowed by Roman. Yet, Roman merely returned to the inhabitants the resources that rightfully belong to their world. This act alone constitutes a monumental gift from Roman, for which Ger is profoundly grateful. In Ger's heart, whether Roman is a true god or a malevolent deity is ultimately inconsequential. From the moment Roman rescued his daughter, liberated the forbidden oasis, and freed all its people, Roman became the sole deity in Ger's heart. Upon hearing Ger's words, Roman's outstretched hand suddenly halted. Instead of reaching out, he chose to assist, lifting Ger to his feet amidst Ger's astonishment. I must take my leave. This is all I can offer you. Everything that follows relies upon your own efforts. Roman, observing the man who should have been a formidable god-slayer, added, do not place your hopes in others. Rely solely on yourself. What is referred to as a god is merely a person of greater strength. Do not let them dominate your existence. Yes. Ger quickly bowed his head. Yet, before he could inquire why Roman was departing, he lifted his gaze to find the space before him already empty. God Roman, Ger murmured, his eyes drifting to the spot where Roman had just stood. This marked the first instance in which Ger uttered Roman's name. Above New York City, Roman's figure flickered as he appeared beneath the clouds, gazing down upon the heart of Manhattan. At that moment, the influence of the symbiotic black dragon and the encroaching black clouds of slaughter began to wane. Gradually, foot traffic reemerged on the streets of New York. It seemed that the citizens, having noticed Roman in the sky, began to erupt in joyful exclamations from the bustling commercial thoroughfare below. New Yorkers celebrated, with men tearing off their shirts, faces flushed, raising their hands in exuberance as they roared the name of the Crimson. Their iron cans of beer shook as they paid no mind to the spilling contents. The populace rejoiced, heralding the Crimson's rescue of New York once more, this time with the primary battleground in the heavens. Aside from a few toppled streetlights, New York had suffered minimal damage, a significant improvement from the last encounter. Amidst the clamor, Roman took a single step and vanished into thin air. Yet, the cheers continued unabated. The once uncertain citizens, upon witnessing Roman's instantaneous disappearance, became resolute in their belief. With the truth of the Crimson confirmed, their jubilation only intensified. At that moment, Roman had arrived at the terrace atop the Blood Tower. At the edge of the terrace, Peter sat with his legs dangling over the edge, seemingly awaiting Roman's return in tranquil anticipation. Upon hearing the jubilant cheers of countless citizens, Peter suddenly rose to his feet. He then noticed, not far behind him, the silhouette of Ramon quietly materializing. Ramon! Peter's face lit up with joy as he circled around Ramon. Don't worry, I'm fine. Observing Peter's demeanor, Ramon couldn't help but smile, naturally placing his hand on Peter's head in a familiar gesture of affection. What about that symbiote? Chapter 157, The Return to the Crimson Tower. Peter lifted his gaze to meet Romang's, inquiring with concern. Aware of the venomous presence within him, Peter was acutely conscious of the massacre that had transpired. Even Peter, who had faced formidable foes before, had never encountered such a terrifying symbiote with overwhelming pressure. Even the apocalypse he faced earlier was no match for the massacre, which caused Peter to feel a wave of anxiety. Now that Luo Mang had returned, it was evident that he was unharmed. However, if they were to inadvertently allow the massacre to escape, troubles would surely follow. The symbiote had demonstrated its capacity to return to Clinter and consume millions in such a brief period. Its potential for growth was undeniable. The thought of letting the massacre slip away this time, and what the next encounter might entail, was almost too daunting for Peter to imagine. Hearing Peter's words, Luo Mang chuckled softly, his face instantly flushed with a crimson hue. He opened his blood-red mouth and gestured inside. If you're fortunate, you might even glimpse some remnants caught between my teeth. The massacre had been thoroughly consumed by Luo Mang, leaving not even a fragment behind. Otherwise, there would have been a possibility of its resurrection. Luo Mang's words were meant to reassure Peter that the threat had been extinguished. Really? Though Peter was questioning the truth of it, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, it was Peter's own anxiety that had clouded his judgment. Luo Mang's safe return already confirmed the demise of the massacre. Otherwise, given the massacre's frenzied intent to devour Luo Mang and the venom, if it were still alive, it would have already returned to Blue Star, reappearing over New York. All right, Peter, you've had a long day. It's time for you to rest, Luo Mang said gently. Peter had consumed far too many symbiotic black dragon entities throughout the day, although the effects directly impacted Venom. As the host, Peter and Venom were one. Now, Peter needed to recuperate after the fierce battle and master his newfound powers. I'll visit Aunt May first, then I'll rest, Peter replied obediently with a nod. Since the defeat of the symbiotic Black Dragon army, he had yet to comfort Aunt May, having been preoccupied with Luo Mang's safety. Suddenly remembering, Peter quickly bid farewell to Luo Mang and headed towards Aunt May's floor. TSK, I see he considers you a father figure. A distinct sound emanated from the corner of the terrace, prompting Luo Mang to stride into the office without a backward glance. If you remain silent, Hunter, no one will regard you as mute. Swift emerged from the shadows, still clad in his well-worn black vinyl combat suit that had served him for over a decade. He had arrived earlier, yet refrained from stepping forward in the presence of Peter. It seems you have grown stronger, he remarked, his gaze fixated on Luo Mang, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. Previously, when faced with Luo Mang, Swift only sensed a faint, almost serpentine prickling and oppressive aura. However now, merely looking at Luo Mang allowed Swift to perceive the palpable threat of death emanating from him. It was a menacing danger that could snuff out life with bare hands, akin to a chick being crushed. When Swift first encountered Luo Mang in his crimson form, Luo Mang had discerned Swift's silhouette through his dynamic vision. At this moment, Swift harbored doubts. Were Luo Mang to unleash his true power, even with the enhancement of his superhuman speed, he would be unable to endure 3 seconds in Luo Mang's grasp. Speak if you have something to say. Otherwise, find something to occupy yourself with, Luo Mang replied nonchalantly, though he felt a twinge of annoyance at Swift's presence. Many could be easily appeased with wealth, yet Swift's desires were utterly pure. In his eyes, there existed solely the pursuit of power, and for Swift, the ultimate power lay in the absolute mastery of speed. Luo Mang worried that, should Swift have nothing to do, he would incessantly seek to challenge him to speed contests. After all, for a speedster, the world could be traversed in mere seconds. Once entangled with Swift, Luo Mang would find it impossible to enjoy any semblance of personal space. It seemed imperative to swiftly find a rival for Swift to race against, Luo Mang mused. Someone wishes to see you. They have been waiting for your return, Swift remarked darkly. If Luo Mang were to give the command, Swift could, in less than a tenth of a second, tear out the throats of those waiting. Upon hearing the name of this American official organization, Luo Mang raised an eyebrow. What would they possibly want with him? Understood. I will handle it myself, he declared, downing the recently poured strong drink in one swift motion before slamming the glass onto the table. Although alcohol no longer held any effect on Luo Mang, he relished the sensation of the liquor coursing down his throat. In moments when his thoughts weighed heavily upon him, the act of consuming strong spirits brought him a fleeting sense of relief. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, Luo Mang observed that the Crimson Building's entrance was completely sealed, rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Both inside and outside the doors stood the formidable presence of the Demon Gang's enforcers, a precautionary measure arranged by the Punisher for the building's security. Even if they could not offer direct assistance, They provided a degree of early warning and could ensure the safe evacuation of the families of Crimson Society members. In the center of the first-floor lobby, several figures stood in silent assembly. Martin Lee, his back turned to Luo Mang, leaned upon his cane. Although Martin no longer held the title of leader of the demon gang, the aura of authority surrounding him had intensified. This transformation may stem from his complete severance from the gang, as he embarked upon a legitimate path toward a political candidacy. When confronted by officials, Martin stood with a newfound straightness in his posture. Opposite him stood a group, uniformly clad in suits, arranged in a formation of 122. Each member sharing a standard height of over 19. Only the leader engaged in dialogue with Martin. Suddenly, the individual paused mid-sentence, his gaze shifting from Martin to Luo Mang. He approached, accompanied by his entourage. "Greetings, I am Constant, representing the department." The newcomer first presented his credentials to Luo Mang. Indifferent to their authenticity or the origins of the group, addressed Constant directly. "It seems we have no prior association." Luo Mang's tone was arguably the most brusque Constant had ever encountered. In contrast, a common citizen might have expressed concern over potential wrongdoing, fearing immediate detainment. Yet, Luo Mang's assertion of no connection conveyed a clear message. Whether or not he had committed a crime was irrelevant, but it would be wise for them to refrain from provoking him. In response to Luo Mang's demeanor, Constant exhibited no signs of offense. Instead, he lowered his head slightly and spoke with respect. "We should not be the ones reaching out to you. Other departments should be involved. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, this matter is now under our purview." Constant indeed appeared to be the leader, his words laden with implication. The other departments he referenced were, in fact, the once mighty SHIELD agency, which had fallen from grace after incurring Luo Mang's wrath, leading to its downfall along with the Avengers. Upon realizing this, Luo Mang understood that the nation was now apprehensive of him, compelled to approach him cautiously. Following the arrival of the apocalypse, Luo Mang had commanded the professor to eliminate all officials swayed by external pressures, along with any military forces that had aimed their weapons at him. Presently, the United States, at least publicly, dared not show him any disrespect. With a nod from Luo Mang, Constant continued his discourse. Having witnessed Luo Mang's formidable presence during the recent symbiote invasion, Constant approached with utmost caution, aware that his continued existence hinged upon this delicate interaction. The discussion at hand concerned the damages inflicted upon New York City and the coastal bridge. "It is believed here that your actions, albeit inadvertently damaging, were undertaken in defense of the United States and represent one of the emergency measures. Therefore, the final restoration and compensation will be borne by the expenditures. On behalf of the United States and citizens, I express my heartfelt gratitude for all that you have done." Constantine gazed earnestly at Luo Mang and, in a gesture of respect, even performed a traditional Eastern bow. It seems that Constantine has done considerable research regarding Luo Mang's Chinese heritage. Upon hearing Constantine's words, Luo Mang stifled a laugh. His battles against the Massacre and the symbiotic Black Dragon Legion were solely for his own sake, as both factions had targeted him and Peter. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself to him. Although Luo Mang now possessed immeasurable wealth, capable of reconstructing countless edifices akin to the Crimson Tower, should someone be willing to bear the costs, would he refuse? Contemplating this, Luo Mang smiled at Constantine. "Very well," he replied, decisively and without hesitation, as straightforwardly as a leader granting a minor request to a subordinate. It was crucial not to appear overly weak in the eyes of the United States. Had it been anyone else from the Avengers rather than Luo Mang standing here, those righteous heroes would likely have already fallen prey to scheming and machinations. After sending the others away, Luo Mang was about to turn when a commotion outside the main entrance drew his attention. He observed that members of the demon gang were earnestly trying to restrain a woman. However, upon seeing Luo Mang, the woman's face lit up, and she began frantically pounding on the glass door, eager to capture his attention. In an instant, Luo Mang recognized her from his memory. They had encountered one another on 2 previous occasions. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Mia from the New York Daily," he thought as he approached her, basking in her surprised gaze. Upon seeing Luo Mang advance, the demon gang members immediately ceased their obstruction. Although he had only glimpsed Luo Mang distantly during the New York battle, he could still distinguish his true identity. "This lady wishes to see you for an exclusive interview," one of the demon gang members said nervously, speaking softly as Luo Mang drew near. Mia looked at Luo Mang, her eyes sparkling as if little stars had been born within them. Taking a moment to straighten her slightly disheveled attire, she finally spoke. Your memory is truly impressive. We have only met twice, and yet you recognize me. The smile adorning Mia's face was not the professional fade she wore when facing the camera, but rather a genuine expression of joy. In her interaction with Luo Mang, her voice softened considerably, a stark contrast to her earlier confrontation with the demon gang members. Miss Mia's elegance remains vividly etched in my memory. Luo Mang smiled. After the hero-villain competition, it was Mia who first stepped forward to conduct interviews. Later, when the apocalypse descended, even as the harbingers of doom lingered in the city and everyone fled beyond New York, Mia bravely stood her ground to deliver one final report. Faced with the threat of angels, Mia did not waver. Since Luo Mang became an empowered being, there have been few ordinary individuals who have entered his sight and memory. Mia is certainly one of them. Does this mean you have agreed to my exclusive interview? Mia exclaimed with joy, nearly jumping up as she waved to someone in the distance. Suddenly, a large van across the street swung open, and a man, holding a camera and a microphone in one hand, rushed over. As Luo Mang observed the man panting in front of him, he realized that this was a familiar face. This man had been responsible for filming every one of Mia's interviews, serving as her dedicated cameraman. When did I become so impatient? Mia remarked, holding a small notebook filled with questions she had meticulously prepared. With excitement dancing in her eyes, she looked at Luo Mang, her demeanor betraying no hint of fear. If that's the case, shall we begin now? Now. Mia blinked, and in an instant, she found herself in a minimalist office. It was only when she plopped down onto a sofa that the reality of her surroundings registered. Wow, Mia exclaimed, her expression exaggerated as she experienced this for the first time. She scanned the room, realizing she was on the top floor of the Crimson Tower. The cameraman who had rushed over was now sitting beside her, still visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events. What are you looking for? Hearing Luo Mang's voice, Mia quickly turned to the opposite sofa. There, Luo Mang sat, holding 2 cups of hot tea, which he gracefully offered to Mia and the cameraman. This is Chin Cha, a form of hospitality from the East. It is my honor. Embodying the spirit of a daring adventurer, Mia, unlike the more reserved cameraman, eagerly lifted her cup and took a couple of sips. Oh, the flavor is quite unique. It is more flavorful than black tea, she remarked earnestly, occasionally smacking her lips in appreciation. Observing Mia's delight, Luo Mang chuckled. Shall we commence the interview? Oh, Mia exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she recalled the purpose of her visit. After finishing her tea with satisfaction, she set the cup down. Taking out the small notebook from his pocket, he signaled the photographer to set up the camera before turning his gaze towards Luo Mang. Ahem, let us commence officially. Crimson, every word you utter henceforth will be meticulously captured for the citizens of America. You may simply call me Luo Mang nodded in acknowledgement. With Luo Mang's assent, Mia finally exhaled in relief and posed her first question. Luo, this marks your inaugural interview, and as the journalist conducting this interview, I'm truly honored. However, due to this significance, we must adhere to certain protocols. Therefore, my first question is, Crimson Demon, are you pleased with the moniker bestowed upon you by the citizens of New York? Or do you prefer the titles Butcher and Tentacle Baby assigned by the citizens of other cities? Butcher? Tentacle Baby? What on earth are those? Luo Mang sighed, realizing he had underestimated the American populace. If he was not mistaken, the title Tentacle Baby likely originated from a certain state renowned for its eccentricity. After a brief pause, Luo Mang spoke candidly. In truth, Crimson is my original title, and I rather like it. As for Demon, do you truly perceive me as one? Luo Mang smiled gently, entirely devoid of the ferocity displayed during his bloody rampages. Observing Luo Mang in this moment, Mia could not help but contrast him with the Crimson Demon. It was difficult to fathom that this poised Asian gentleman was indeed the notorious figure of chaos. Clearing her throat tactically, Mia jotted notes in her little book before continuing. Regarding the recent spate of external invasions, what are your thoughts? I have always believed that if one does not provoke others, they may remain unbothered. However, it is now evident that this notion is flawed. A staggering 21 citizens have remarked that your battles are excessively bloody. What do you have to say about this? I think that they are fortunate to occupy the moral high ground and criticize, thanks to my brutality, while they desperately flee for their lives. I'm the one fighting with my own. It is apparent that many heroes have been active within the Blood Tower for an extended period. Does this imply that they act under your command, as members of your organization? I impose no demands or restrictions on anyone, nor do I belong to any organization. We are merely gathered together for the sake of justice. The dialogue unfolded as Mia and Luo Mang exchanged questions and answers. Each inquiry posed by Mia elicited involuntary twitches from the photographer seated nearby, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. Too bloody? A hidden organization? Dear lady, is this truly a topic one can discuss within the Blood Tower? The photographer now regretted not having intervened to vet Mia's questions. Though the exchange of questions and answers transpired within the span of an hour, the photographer felt as if several months had elapsed. A chill lingered in his heart, a persistent fear that Mia might inadvertently provoke Luo Mang, leading to their immediate demise. It was well known that whispers circulated outside. The last man who had sought out Luo Mang had entered the Crimson Tower and had never emerged again. What transpired within those walls was a matter one could easily surmise. At that moment, the photographer's thoughts wandered to the notion that Luo Mang had not deliberately employed the mind gem. Were Luo Mang aware? He would undoubtedly regard the photographer with a knowing smile and respond, "Your information is indeed accurate." Soon, Mia's notebook reached its final page. Contemplating the queries inscribed within, she fixed her gaze upon Luo Mang, her voice deliberate as she inquired, "Scarlet, what has been your reason for fighting all this time? What do you truly fight for?" Desire flickered in her eyes. Perhaps she had long sought this answer, seizing the opportunity to voice her curiosity. "What do I fight for?" Upon hearing Mia's question, Luo Mang rose to meet her gaze. "Come, I shall take you to a place." With a wave of his hand and a gentle snap of his fingers, the world around them shimmered. Mia, having grown accustomed to the sudden changes, was momentarily taken aback as she beheld the void beneath her feet, instinctively stepping back in trepidation. However, as the surrounding blue cubes enveloped her, her expression softened slightly. Turning her head, she discovered that Luo Mang and the photographer had also materialized in this realm. A glance to the side revealed a magnificent blue sphere. Witnessing the blue planet from this unique vantage point for the first time, Mia was captivated by its enchanting beauty. "Are we in outer space?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Yet, as the words left her lips, she paused. This was indeed space. Yet how could she articulate her thoughts? Before Mia could ponder further, Luo Mang's voice resonated softly. "This is space, more precisely, the universe." He stood beside Mia, both gazing upon the blue planet. The universe was vast, a concept beyond the comprehension of those confined to the Earth's surface. Only by traversing the cosmos, witnessing its grandeur, and experiencing the profound solitude it offered could one truly grasp its magnitude. The blue planet was merely a minuscule drop in the vast ocean of the universe, with most civilizations on it struggling to undertake long-distance space travel. Luo Mang paused, turning to Mia with an inquiry. "Tell me, what do you see now?" After a moment's hesitation, Mia responded, "Blue." It was indeed blue, yet it represented so much more, an embodiment of vitality. Luo Mang nodded in acknowledgment. The present blue planet continues to thrive, with humanity existing as a parasitic entity upon its surface. Without the blue planet, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. When one can genuinely observe the world from this perspective, standing before the blue planet, while behind, lies an apparently endless, infinitely extending darkness, what thoughts arise? "I wonder if humanity is as insignificant as the Earth," Mia conjectured with uncertainty. Upon hearing Mia's speculation, Roman shook his head and gestured towards the satellites orbiting the blue planet. "Whenever I turn my back to the darkness, I cannot shake the feeling that something lurks within it, just as satellites can detect every inch of the blue planet's surface. Perhaps humanity, too, is being scrutinized. This multitude of wars surely attests to that." "Mia, you asked me why we must fight and what the justification for combat is." Roman raised his hand slightly, as if grasping something weighty. "For survival, Mia. Everything is for survival." Chapter 160. Preparing to inject new serum. As Mia gazed at Roman's elevated hands, she found herself captivated. Yet Roman, seemingly oblivious, continued to speak passionately. "We are not omnipotent deities, incapable of achieving omniscience and omnipotence. However, the threats from the cosmos perpetually encroach upon the blue planet. What is the significance of fighting? Mia, only through battle can we secure our existence. Alternatively, To refrain from fighting is to forfeit survival. Although the inhabitants of the blue planet do not initiate conflict, they remain unwilling to allow us peace. Thus, we must fight. We shall fight until they tremble in fear. We shall fight until they instinctively retreat at the mere mention of the blue planet's name. We shall fight until they dare not trouble the blue planet any longer. Nothing etches lessons into memory more profoundly than the blood of experience. All threats that arrive at the blue planet must face inevitable annihilation. Roman delivered his impassioned speech, his fervor reminiscent of a great leader, articulating a grand vision that resonated from the depths of his being. Through the lens of the camera, his elongated silhouette gradually transformed into a vivid crimson hue. A towering, monstrous figure emerged before the photographer, countless tendrils writhing incessantly. Behind this scarlet apparition, numerous monstrous forms rose, roaring in a cacophony. The photographer swallowed nervously. His throat parched despite having just sipped tea. Yet, he dared not make a sound, fearing to draw Roman's attention. "Your vision is truly magnificent," Mia exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she swiftly recorded notes in her little notebook, generously praising Roman's ideals, embodying a moment of creative inspiration. Interrupted by Mia, Roman coughed softly, gathering his thoughts anew. "Of course, it is not enough for me to undertake this alone. The active cooperation of the citizens is essential. Martin Li, we are both of Chinese descent and share a profound friendship. I aspire for him to become integrated into the political framework, serving as a voice for the citizens. I have conveyed all my ideals to him, and he not only resonates with them, but also wishes to assist a greater number of citizens. Undoubtedly, this will be the first time Crimson appears on camera for an exclusive interview, promising to wield significant influence." Thus, Roman did not forget to rally support for Martin Li. Despite Martin Li's numerous contributions in New York, they remain confined to the city. For many individuals elsewhere, it is far more persuasive to have Crimson represent them, especially in the absence of tangible benefits. After all, in Roman's vision, Martin Li will not merely be an assemblyman in the future. "Oh, are you referring to that philanthropist, Li?" Mia exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. As a journalist for the New York Daily, she has encountered an array of prominent figures. It was the New York Daily that conducted an exclusive interview when Martin Li established a shelter under the guise of benevolence. Indeed, it seems that many are now aware. Li is not solely a philanthropist. He is also a person of remarkable abilities, having participated in the defense of New York. Initially, I became acquainted with Li due to the pervasive rumors circulating among the citizens of New York, suggesting that he is not merely a philanthropist and a person of power, but also the leader of a criminal syndicate. However, I feel compelled to clarify that such claims are utterly baseless. Y personally apruacali. And had he been, as some allege, believe me, I would not have allowed him to continue posing a threat to the citizens. Roman spoke with righteous conviction, his words carrying an air of authenticity that compelled belief. "Is that so?" Mia nodded earnestly, diligently recording the conversation. After witnessing firsthand Roman's contributions to New York, Mia now harbored unwavering trust in him. As she continued to document, she mentally composed her narrative, determined to exonerate Mr. Li upon her return. Observing Mia's earnest demeanor, Roman's tone softened. "Since we have addressed this final inquiry, let us conclude today's interview. I shall escort you back." Upon hearing Roman's words, Mia instinctively lifted her gaze, casting a reproachful look in his direction. As one of the star reporters for the New York Daily, it was always her prerogative to conclude interviews. If it were anyone else, they would relish the opportunity for her to ask more questions. Yet, with Roman, it felt as though he scarcely regarded her presence. Before Mia could voice her thoughts, the scene around her shifted dramatically, accompanied by a faint buzzing in her ears, and she found herself once again outside the Crimson edifice. At the entrance, members of the demon gang, stationed at the outer gate, regarded her with perplexed expressions, seemingly pondering how she had appeared. "What shall we do now?" The photographer, somewhat at a loss, inquired of Mia while holding his camera. As for whether he was tired from carrying the camera, he could only apologize. The photographer's endurance was boundless. What else could he do? Others had already escorted her to the door. Mia rolled her eyes at the photographer, responding with a hint of exasperation. To be honest, she found this somewhat peculiar man of Chinese descent intriguing and wished she could delve deeper into his character. Yet, alas, this insufferable man offered no opportunity. "Let us go," Mia called, turning on her high heels to leave the Crimson Tower. On the terrace of the Crimson Tower, Luo Mang was preparing to descend to the underground laboratory via the elevator. The specially formulated compound number 5 had been delayed for far too long. It was time for the injection. Otherwise, one could only dread what unforeseen events might transpire by morning. Deep within Luo Mang's mind lay a singular thought: to borrow the time stone. Once the injection commenced, he intended to accelerate time for himself and the injection apparatus. A month may seem lengthy, yet compressing it to a mere second would suffice, wouldn't it? Presently, Luo Mang possessed the all-black death sword fused with the all-blood spear, yielding the all-scarlet dark blade. This weapon embodied the properties of both the all-black death sword and the all-blood spear. As long as the all-scarlet dark blade remained intact, Luo Mang was virtually immortal. The concept of time was merely a human construct. How could it possibly confine him? Regrettably, the peculiar Doctor Strange had not made an appearance even during the apocalypse, let alone during the subsequent massacre by the symbiote Black Dragon Legion. Luo Mang had yet to catch even a glimpse of Doctor Strange. Was this old fool spying on him daily through the eye of Agamotto? The more Luo Mang pondered, the more uneasy he grew. Ever since the demise of the Ancient One, all her legacies had been bequeathed to Doctor Strange. Yet, this Doctor Strange seemed to be avoiding Luo Mang, never making himself known. What was he afraid of? Luo Mang, a public figure, could hardly be expected to shatter him into pieces and extract the time stone from the eye of Agamotto. Could he? It was pointless. After finishing a glass of strong liquor, Luo Mang strode toward the elevator, fully prepared to accept the injection of the new serum. Chapter 161. Injection of compound number 5. As the elevator doors opened, Luo Mang beheld a familiar figure he hadn't seen in ages. Is everything arranged? Luo Mang smiled as he spoke. And standing in the elevator was none other than the long-absent Professor Charles. Yes, you are in New York. Their presence here is of little significance. So I instructed them to remain at the academy. The professor nodded, stretching his recently restored legs. If only I had joined the Scarlet Secret Society sooner. I might not have had to endure the agony of losing my legs for so many years. The professor's words were tinged with nostalgia. Since that fateful incident, he had been unable to walk. This is merely the beginning. By joining the Scarlet Society, what you gain will far exceed what you lose. Luo Mang patted the professor's shoulder, his commanding tone momentarily disorienting the professor, coupled with Luo Mang's prior revelations regarding the arrangements for mutants. He radiated an aura akin to brilliance. The professor, having devoted his entire life to unattainable ideals and lingering regrets, found that under Luo Mang's influence, these aspirations transformed into tangible plans within reach. All that remained was to follow Luo Mang's meticulously laid-out path, step by step, to ultimately realize them. Of course, I trust you, the professor affirmed with a solemn nod, placing the future hopes of mutants entirely in Luo Mang's hands, much like Magneto. Very well. I have matters to attend to. If you have no pressing issues, go find Eisenhart for some tea. For the time being, remain in the Blood Tower and do not stray until I awaken and assign you tasks. Understood. With the professor's response, Luo Mang pressed the button to close the elevator doors and proceeded directly to the underground laboratory. Once more, he prepared to inject the serum. Who could predict how long he would slumber given his current state? However, it mattered little, for with 2 pinnacle-level mutants alongside other members of the Scarlet Society, their collective strength had surged to new heights. Not to mention, Venom had absorbed a considerable number of symbiote black dragons, and, alongside Peter, the duo was formidable. If they faced an adversary like Apocalypse, they would likely hold their ground rather than retreat without the means to fight back. As the elevator doors opened, Connors, having received a prior system notification, appeared at the entrance. Luo Mang nodded at Connors and stepped into the underground laboratory, with Connors quietly trailing behind him. I am preparing to inject the special gene compound number 5, Luo Mang announced suddenly. Connors raised his head, not particularly surprised, for this had long been anticipated. Yet, a flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Although the Scarlet Society had indeed grown powerful, many issues could now be resolved without Connor's intervention. Nevertheless, as long as Luo Mang was absent, Connors felt an unfounded anxiety. In Luo Mang's absence, the Scarlet Society seemed to lack its backbone, teetering on uncertainty. Perceiving Connor's unease, Luo Mang spoke gently. Do not worry. Simply awaken me should any issues arise. Regardless of whether the serum is fully absorbed, there will always be opportunities to acquire strength in the future. However, I cannot find members as devoted as you all. Haha. We will steadfastly guard you. Connors inhaled deeply, yet remained unconsoled by Luo Mang's reassurances. Instead, it seemed as though he had been entrusted with a significant responsibility, and he spoke to Luo Mang with a grave demeanor. Luo Mang rubbed his forehead. After all, Connors was impeccable in every regard. As the steward of the blood-red mansion, no data or matter had ever gone awry under his supervision. Furthermore, he served as a combat force for the Crimson Secret Society. Although he was gradually losing his status as a primary combatant, with the continuous modifications from the Serpent Crown, Connors remained formidable within Earth-level standards. Ultimately, he was also the most crucial researcher in the underground laboratory of the Blood-Red Mansion. Connors had nearly taken charge of every serum study and injection since he had been with Luo Mang. Unlike Maya, Luo Mang only trusted Connors among the research personnel in the Blood-Red Mansion. Thus, every serum injection was conducted solely with Connors' involvement. The two proceeded into a large chamber at the innermost part. Connors first performed an ocular and facial scan, then passed through a disinfection corridor before entering his fingerprint in his lizard form. Observing Connors' meticulous actions, Luo Mang chuckled. You are indeed quite cautious. Connor's series of procedures implied that if he were not eliminated, it would be nearly impossible to pass through the first great door. Conversely, should he be killed, he would inevitably lose the ability to maintain his lizard form, thereby forfeiting the chance to enter the second great door. Connors' approach was undeniably prudent. It seemed that, apart from an overwhelming show of strength, only a shapeshifter of extraordinary capability, akin to Mystique, could navigate through after acquiring all necessary intelligence. As the second great door swung open, a plethora of sophisticated equipment came into view. At the far end, a transparent isolation window revealed an injection chamber, set at a 45-degree angle. The chamber had undergone extensive reinforcement from head to toe, exuding an aura of solidity. Its sleek form left not a single exposed screw. Luo Mang surveyed the surroundings, then turned to Connors and inquired, were all these prepared in advance? Indeed, I knew you would not choose to halt your progress, and I certainly cannot be the one to hinder you. Every piece of equipment here has been personally calibrated by me to ensure there are no issues. Very well. Let's proceed swiftly. With that, Luo Mang shed his shirt and reclined into the injection chamber. As the chamber sealed, the first substance to envelop him was a nutrient solution predominantly composed of regenerative agents. If one were to estimate its worth based solely on market value, the solution contained within that chamber would amount to hundreds of millions. Moreover, under Connor's control, regenerative agents were nearly priceless. On the black market, each vial could potentially be marked up by as much as 68 times. As the nutrient solution gradually enveloped his form, Luo Mang suddenly recalled something and spoke through the chamber to Connors. Now that the seventh original sin has reached a conclusion, we can accelerate the research on the apocalyptic body. You and Maya have conducted profound research in the field of biology. Should you require assistance, you may seek out Charles, as he may also be of help. Of course, we have already established the new project. Connors promptly nodded, acknowledging that even without Luo Mang's mention, he and Maya would set about their tasks. Upon hearing Connors' response, Luo Mang slowly blinked several times, his consciousness beginning to fade into darkness. After such a long period of busyness, it was time for a well-deserved rest. Chapter 162, Hail Hydra. In the dimly lit underground base, a steady stream of individuals dressed in various attires hurriedly attended to their respective duties. A soft crimson light enveloped each person, akin to the glow of emergency lighting. At the center of the grand hall within the underground base, a formidable emblem composed entirely of metal displayed a six-clawed skull. This symbol, formed by half a skull and 6 serpentine tentacles resembling octopuses, evoked an aura of malevolence, cunning, and danger. The multiple serpent appendages appeared both sinister and intricate, hinting at the resilient and cunning nature of this creature. Standing before the Hydra emblem, with his hands clasped behind his back and observing the bustling individuals, was the current patriarch of the legendary von Strucker family, Wolfgang von Strucker, sharing the same name as his ancestors. At that moment, a precision computer beside him flickered intermittently, revealing a half-skull image composed entirely of computer symbols, radiating an eerie green glow. This unsettling display, coupled with the dim crimson lighting, intensified the atmosphere of intrigue. Your sudden appearance suggests a significant breakthrough, Dr. Zola, Wolfgang remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the suddenly illuminated computer. His words carried the distinct pride and nobility characteristic of the von Strucker lineage. With striking blue eyes and golden-tipped hair, his composed inquiry was enough to enthrall a naive young girl. Indeed, I have made some fascinating discoveries. The computer screen flickered again, and the half-skull image parted its mouth, with a voice emanating from a nearby speaker. If the outside world were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of astonishment. For this was the very technology of consciousness uploading, a method to preserve one's essence within the digital realm, an elixir of immortality that humanity has long coveted. As the chief scientist of Hydra during the previous century, Dr. Zola had inexplicably re-emerged in the present day. Even after being uploaded to the computer, his thoughts and memories remained vividly intact. It appeared that aside from the necessity of forsaking his corporeal form, this technology bore no apparent shortcomings. Following Dr. Zola's revelation, the computer screen flickered once more, and the next moment, an image materialized before Wolfgang's eyes. At this moment, the image reveals several indistinct white circular shadows, appearing immaculate. What could this be? Volgandov furrowed his brow, gazing at the background, which was ablaze with a vivid crimson, seemingly located not far from the sun. It presented an intriguing light phenomenon, initially detected as seemingly boundless. I once believed it to be a transient occurrence, yet after a period of observation, I discerned that it not only persisted, but was also continuously replicating. The luminous circles you now behold originally existed as a solitary entity. A light phenomenon? Volgandov quickly grasped the crux of the matter. I presume your visit is prompted by some reflections regarding this light phenomenon, while others remain oblivious. The von Strack family, behind Volgandov, has long been devoted to serving Hydra. They are acutely aware of Hydra's ultimate plan to welcome the return of the Inhuman and reclaim dominion over the world. Currently, the Crimson Tide reigns supreme in New York City, compressing Hydra's space for existence. However, it is fortunate that Hydra's greatest asset is not its advanced technology, but rather its tenacious vitality akin to resilient weeds. While Luo Mang resists external threats, Hydra has been persistently relocating its bases to conserve strength. Their plans concerning the Inhuman Hive have never faltered, although the extent of the Hive's power in comparison to the Crimson remains uncertain. Ancient records suggest that the Hive possesses vast capabilities to rule the world, likely rivaling the Crimson. With this in mind, Volgandov began to hear Dr. Zola's explanatory voice. According to my extensive exploration over the past few days, these light phenomena appear to be interconnected rather than existing in isolation. They seem to function as gateways capable of directional teleportation. What lies beyond these gateways remains unclear for now, but undoubtedly, they possess powers akin to the cosmic cube. Moreover, it appears that their potential is not merely limited to this. If utilized wisely, they could achieve even greater feats. Presently, their sole drawback is their instability. Thus, we must devise a means to encourage the proliferation of these white circles and stabilize them. When a sufficient number of white circles emerge, there exists a probability of connecting to that distant planet. Volgandov, following Dr. Zola's words, grew increasingly animated, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Even before Dr. Zola could substantiate the feasibility of the experiment, Volgandov had already envisioned grand prospects. His mind wandered, imagining the moment the Hive vanquished the Crimson and seized control of the entire planet. At that juncture, the von Strack family, as trailblazers, would bask in the glory of unparalleled honor. In theory, this course of action is feasible, yet requires meticulous testing and experimentation. Dr. Zola's voice remained devoid of emotional fluctuation, akin to the declaration of a predetermined fact. If that is the case, you shall oversee this plan, naming it the Initiation Project. You are empowered to mobilize all resources within the organization, provided you can stabilize this white halo. You shall be the foremost architect of that glorious return. Leave it to me. Volgangov's excitement escalated as he spoke, even halting all Hydra members present in their tracks. Observing the soldiers who instantly froze in place, he gazed fervently at the assembled crowd. Dr. Zola has uncovered some intriguing discoveries for us. From this moment onward, You are to unconditionally assist Dr. Zola in his research. After centuries of toil, we are on the cusp of achieving that supreme and magnificent moment. All personnel, prepare for battle. For our ultimate goal, charge forth. One head severed. Two heads shall grow. Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra. The response was synchronized, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. They stood with their legs together, right hands raised to their chests in a gesture of allegiance. Witnessing their united resolve, Folkengov displayed a maniacal grin. A faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of blood. In his vision, he could almost perceive the moment of the hive's return. The glory of the von Strack family would finally be reborn through him. Long live Hydra! Long live the hive! Chapter 163. The Awakening of Luo Mang. Ready for competition again? In the darkness, a solitary chamber emitted a soft green light, irresistibly drawing the eye. Beneath the crystalline liquid, a striking figure lay submerged. His upper body revealed perfectly sculpted muscles, and his excellent proportions compelled one to draw near, yearning to touch and feel every inch of his skin. His chest rose and fell slowly, seemingly ensnared in a state of low-power slumber. Yet in an instant, his eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then, in the next heartbeat, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. His gaze was profoundly deep, akin to an abyss, ready to consume anyone who dared to look. With a tumultuous splash, the figure within the chamber vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a silhouette appeared abruptly on the terrace, startling Wanda. However, her astonishment quickly morphed into delight as she rushed forward, her white attire fluttering. "Ro, you have returned," Wanda exclaimed, embracing half of Luo Mang's arm, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Ever since Luo Mang's departure, she had been diligently tending to his office and the terrace daily. Just moments ago, she had been pondering when he would return, only to turn around and find him standing there. How long have I been gone?" Luo Mang nodded, casually draping a white towel over his shoulder from the outdoor beach chair. It had been 7 months since he left after the interview. "Luo, welcome home." Wanda greeted him with a radiant smile. If Peter, Wanda's arch-rival, were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. When did the Scarlet Witch ever display such a demeanor? Ever since Magneto and the Professor joined the Brotherhood, the previous conflicts had been resolved. Wanda and Pietro, as the well-known biological children of Magneto, naturally became the Professor's niece and nephew. With the protection of the Professor and Magneto, despite being merely ordinary individuals, no one dared to provoke them, especially considering that even Peter, who was often irritated by Wanda, refrained from taking action. As a result, Wanda had firmly established herself as the leader of the Brotherhood. Members of the Demon Gang, who usually patrolled the Scarlet Citadel, turned away upon seeing Wanda. Whenever she stepped out, gang members would quickly cover their faces and retreat. After all, who was unaware of how well the owner of the Scarlet Citadel cared for this young lady? To lay a hand on her would be to court death. "Thank you." Luo Mang smiled in acknowledgment. After sleeping for a full 7 months, he felt invigorated. Though sleep was no longer a strict necessity, a sudden slumber had remarkably sharpened his mind. "If he didn't come back, I would have been bored to death." Just as Wanda was animatedly recounting the amusing events of the past few days, a low, raspy voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. They turned to see Quicksilver assuming a nonchalant stance, embodying the solitude of one who feels the world's weight. However, he was taken aback when at that moment Luo Mang, who had been standing nearby, vanished without a trace, leaving only Wanda, arms crossed, observing Quicksilver with keen interest. No way. The long period of comfort had dulled Quicksilver's vigilance. Yet, in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. Simultaneously, the lightning coursing through his body flickered, and his eyes glowed with a dark violet sheen as he swiftly turned his head. It seemed that the glimmer of light could barely keep pace with his speed, trailing behind him as he moved. Quicksilver suddenly turned his head and discovered that Luo Mang, who had just vanished, was now right behind him. "Indeed, it appears that during these 7 months, you have also made significant progress," Luo Mang nodded, affirming Quicksilver's advancement as a teacher would commend a diligent student. "No matter how much I improve, I cannot keep up with your pace," Quicksilver replied, narrowing his eyes as if he were re-evaluating Luo Mang. In the aftermath of the brutal massacre, the rapid advancement of Luo Mang was astonishing, leaving one utterly speechless. However, after the passage of 7 fleeting months, Jisoo found himself utterly unable to decipher Luo Mang's current capabilities. In that brief moment, despite Jisoo's momentary lapse, the speed that could circumvent him was indeed rare. "Did you just employ that peculiar teleportation ability again?" Jisoo inquired with a calm voice, feeling the weight of pressure intensifying due to Luo Mang's remarkable progress. Luo Mang offered no words, merely shaking his head in response. "Over 7 months ago, we raced. Shall we attempt it once more?" "Cool me." Upon hearing Luo Mang mention the race, Jisoo hesitated not a moment, uttering a quick phrase before vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, a cigarette had mysteriously materialized in his hand. Jisoo's palm gently enveloped the cigarette, and a minuscule spark of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, igniting the tip in an instant. "The race begins." Jisoo casually dropped the cigarette, which landed with the burning end facing down. Whoosh! 2 gusts of wind surged, causing Wanda to sway from side to side, yet deftly avoiding the ignited cigarette end. In Wanda's eyes, both Luo Mang and Jisoo had vanished in an instant. By the time she regained her composure and lifted her gaze, all she could discern were 2 arcs disappearing into the streets of New York and the vast sky above. In the air, Luo Mang was enveloped in a crimson hue. Jisoo required a specially crafted suit for high-speed movement. Otherwise, the strength of his body would falter, dissipating into the wind. Conversely, Luo Mang did not share such dependencies. The crimson was Luo Mang, and Luo Mang was the crimson. Everything the suit could accomplish, the crimson could nearly replicate. The protection of his essence was merely a fundamental aspect for Luo Mang. As he soared at high speed, Luo Mang distinctly observed a blue-violet flash of lightning directly beneath him. Should one magnify the view, they would undoubtedly witness Jisoo frantically flailing his limbs, his lower half nearly becoming a mere illusion. Simultaneously, Jisoo lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Luo Mang. Noticing Luo Mang hovering directly above him seemed to trigger something within Jisoo. Gritting his teeth, his jaw visibly tensed, and in an instant, Jisoo propelled himself forward with remarkable force. Observing Jisoo's escalating speed, Luo Mang reflected on his own state with a hint of resignation. Indeed, the people of the homeland were merely an inferior imitation, their quality incomparable to the original. This current rate of flight and movement was already the extent of my capabilities. However, as he gazed at the ever-distant Jisoo, a smile graced Luo Mang's lips, and the blue gem upon his chest suddenly shimmered. Chapter 164. Congressman Martin Lee. Buzz. Huh? Jisoo regarded the landmark he had just passed, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. Before he could ponder further, a swift sound sliced through the air as Luo Mang surged past him like a bolt of lightning, overtaking him with astonishing speed. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. For the past 7 months, he had been preparing to rectify the defeat he had suffered in that fateful match. All his efforts were directed towards the day when Luo Mang would return, determined to secure a definitive victory. As he watched Luo Mang distance himself further, how could he remain calm? The blue-purple lightning coursing through his veins surged violently, spilling forth uncontrollably from within. In that moment, he seemed to transcend a certain limit. Even the depths of his eyes flashed with blue-purple lightning. Every jolt of energy within him propelled him forward with relentless force. Beneath his black rubber uniform, his veins bulged ominously. The lightning flowed through his bloodstream, and his mind was a blank slate. Yet, one word echoed incessantly in his thoughts. Run. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from his body, and his speed surged dramatically. The distance that had been steadily widening between him and Luo Mang was now instantly bridged. Their encounter was fleeting, and in an instant he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly in front of Luo Mang. Cough, cough. Faced with the ominous crimson edifice looming before him, Luo Mang couldn't help but emit a soft cough. The familiar blue glow re-emerged. Just as he was about to reach the blood-red building, he found himself inexplicably returned to a distant point, miles away. Staring at the familiar spot he had just vacated, he felt a momentary lapse in breath, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, in that fleeting instant of confusion, Luo Mang managed to reach the terrace of the Crimson building first. He slowly picked up a cigarette from the ground, and only then did Jisoo dart back with a swift motion. Upon halting, Jisoo did not immediately turn to Luo Mang, but instead lowered his gaze to scrutinize his own body. The sensation he had just experienced was exquisite. Yet he discerned a critical flaw. He slowly raised his head, his expression a complex tapestry as he looked at Luo Mang. It seems my speed power has encountered an issue. An issue? Luo Mang scanned Ji-Su from head to toe, his eyes flashing with curiosity. To Luo Mang, the energy pathways throughout Ji-Su's body were glaringly evident. At that moment, Ji-Su's speed power surged like a tidal wave within him. Though it had far exceeded the level of speed he had just regained, it still remained within the realm of what he could endure. Why do you claim that your speed power is problematic? Seemingly sensing Luo Mang's confusion, Ji-Su spoke in a low voice, explaining. I had thought I had lost my ability to traverse time and space. Yet just moments ago, I discovered that I was repeatedly drawn back to the very places I had previously sprinted through. Moreover, this ability to traverse is entirely beyond my control. With a scoff, the rapid-fire words from Ji-Su nearly pushed Luo Mang to the brink of restraint. Yet, could he openly admit to his own deceit? Certainly not. Luo Mang stepped forward, gently patting Ji-Su on the shoulder and soothingly assured him, do not worry. I shall assist you, no matter the predicament. Thank you, Luo, Ji-Su replied, profoundly moved by Luo Mang's words, though his innate demeanor compelled him to respond with a curt acknowledgment. Unbeknownst to him, he had been sold out by Luo Mang, who now expected him to help count the spoils. Moments later, Ji-Su swiftly vanished back into his own laboratory. Luo Mang turned just in time to meet Wanda's gaze, who was grinning mischievously while holding a peculiar instrument. The device was a glossy black with a round lens at its center, resembling a camera in appearance. Approaching Luo Mang, Wanda feigned annoyance as he extracted something from the instrument and gave it a slight shake. It seems Hunter's creation has encountered yet another malfunction, he lamented, extending a piece of paper toward Luo Mang. Upon receiving it, Luo Mang's eyelids fluttered in surprise. The paper bore a photograph capturing him and Ji-Su just before reaching the finish line. Ji-Su appeared blurred while Luo Mang, positioned behind, was strikingly clear. This is confiscated. Refrain from meddling with your Uncle Hunter's inventions in the future, Luo Mang declared, his demeanor unflustered as he promptly transported both the paper and the instrument into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Just as Wanda seemed poised to speak again, Luo Mang interjected. What transpired during my absence? Did Li ascend to the Senate? With this diversion, Wanda acquiesced to Luo Mang's line of inquiry. They settled into their office. Wanda's gaze fixed intently on Luo Mang. You may not be aware, but the exclusive interview with the New York Daily exploded in popularity after you left. Especially the segment where you took that reporter into space. The viewership shattered all historical records. Your famous quote has become a catchphrase for nearly everyone. Even the teenagers frequently recite it. Without fighting, one cannot survive. How cool. Wanda's enthusiasm surged as he regarded Luo Mang with admiration. Ultimately, Wanda was merely an adolescent who had recently come of age. Thus, in contrast to his earlier lengthy discourse, what resonated with him most was Luo Mang's parting words. And then, Luo Mang poured a cup of tea for Wanda, delicately nudging it toward him, watching as Wanda gulped it down eagerly. And then, you have been voted the most illustrious and charismatic hero by citizens across the nation. Do you recall when you casually mentioned Li? Subsequently, his approval ratings skyrocketed during the election. Almost every American, regardless of legal implications, cast their vote for Li. Those unable to personally visit New York to vote simply mail their ballots. It is truly unimaginable that the post office could ever reach a point of being overwhelmed. When this matter was mentioned, Wanda appeared quite exhilarated, clearly indicating the significant impact it had on her. Is it an elite representative? Ramong chuckled, handing Wanda a tissue. She took the tissue to dab at her face. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Ramong and inquired, How do you know? Haven't you just awoken? They wouldn't dare to disregard it, Ramong replied with a smile, yet an unmistakable air of dominance permeated his words. The United States is divided into elite representatives and civilian representatives. The distinction between the two is rather straightforward. One represents the upper class while the other embodies the grassroots. Naturally, in terms of power and privileges, what the civilian representatives rely on for survival is but a mere trifle in the eyes of the elite representatives. The two factions are akin to those who dwell in the heavens and those who inhabit the earth. It is essential to understand that the influence of elite representatives surpasses that of ordinary governors. The Speaker of the elite representatives directly corresponds to the Vice President of the United States. Given Luo Mang's current influence, The country would not dare to deny Li the position of elite representative. Ultimately, however, it is Luo Mang's formidable strength that speaks louder than any reasoning. Chapter 165, Experimental Records. Wanda appeared to have an abundance of thoughts, eager to express them all at once now that Luo Mang was awake. Yet, the moment a figure emerged from the elevator, she was rendered silent. It was a woman with a slightly plump appearance. In terms of looks, she was no less striking than Wanda, yet her aura was entirely different. She wore a soft, fitted light blue top layered with a thin outer garment, complemented by jeans and black ankle boots. She appeared significantly older than Wanda, exuding a mature charm. However, this very woman cautiously regarded Luo Mang, her fingers entwined in an anxious manner, exuding an introverted demeanor. Luo Mang, Charles and the others are calling you to the laboratory. Her voice was soft, almost like the whisper of a gnat. Without Luo Mang's extraordinary hearing, it would have been nearly impossible to catch her words. Understood. Thank you, Jean. I appreciate you running this errand. Luo Mang smiled at Jean, acknowledging her. Indeed, she was the only student the professor had brought from the academy, and she was the sole mutant who had once instilled genuine fear in the professor, Jean Grey Summers. Essentially, Jean could no longer be considered a pure mutant. Within her resided fragments of the Phoenix Force, endowing her with an immense power that transcended ordinary mutants. No need to thank me. Jean cautiously retreated into the elevator, with Luo Mang following her inside. The elevator doors slowly closed, and in that final fleeting moment, a sorrowful gaze from Wanda lingered. With a soft thud, the elevator sealed shut. Luo Mang and Jean stood on either side, the confined space enveloping them in an awkward silence, as Jean hesitated to break the ice. Just as she extended her hand, she noticed Luo Mang doing the same, prompting her to retract hers in surprise. You go ahead, it's all the same, she whispered, her demeanor childlike despite her being considerably older than Luo Mang. Don't be nervous, Jean. In the blood-red building, there's no need to worry, Luo Mang reassured her with a smile. Once their identities were verified, the elevator swiftly descended to the ground floor, the temperature dropping significantly upon their exit. Luo Mang stepped out first, with Jean silently trailing behind. They entered a room deep within the building, where not only the professor awaited but also Connors, Maya, and Magneto, all of whom were absorbed in their observations, oblivious to Luo Mang and Jean's arrival. At the center of their collective gaze lay a headless corpse, suspended in the isolation chamber. Its bluish-gray form was connected by numerous tubes, and pure blue blood flowed continuously from its body. After a brief purification process, this blood collected in a small container, ejected from a nearby apparatus. Amusingly, the focus of the onlookers gradually shifted toward the container, following the flow of the blood. It was at that moment they finally recognized Luo Mang and Jean's presence. Hey, Luo, Connors acknowledged with a nod, unable to conceal his grin, evidently pleased that Luo Mang had successfully awakened. If Luo Mang's intuition served him right, Connors was likely the second to notice his revival. Responding to the greetings with a slight nod, Luo Mang approached the apparatus. With a soft hiss, a thin mist emitted from the device as he lifted the container. He held it up to the light, examining the translucent blue hue, reminiscent of a fluid sapphire. However, upon contact, he felt nothing unusual. It merely felt cool to the touch. Has the blood of Apocalypse already undergone experimentation? Luo Mang inquired without turning back. We are nearing completion, Connors replied, stepping forward and retrieving a tablet. After a few taps, he handed it to Luo Mang, explaining, initially, we experimented with the simplest healing abilities. As Connors spoke, the tablet displayed an enclosed space where a frail, white-haired elder lay helplessly on a hospital bed, his limbs tightly bound. As soon as Connors entered, he held a syringe in his hand and administered the medication through an intravenous drip. The screen then displayed the passage of time. 8 hours later, the elderly man had completely absorbed the infusion. Once weak and frail, he was now energetically playing basketball with the young men, his vitality reminiscent of 30 years ago. At this point, Connors added that the efficacy of the serum had been predetermined, though the extent of its healing effects remained uncertain. Upon completion of the treatment, the individual's memories had been adjusted by Li, ensuring no lingering repercussions. From Connors' words, Luo Mang discerned one clear truth. He could trust Connors to handle matters competently. Everything had been meticulously arranged by Connors alone, who indeed did not disappoint Luo Mang's expectations. The scene then shifted, revealing Deadpool before Luo Mang's eyes. Despite being bound to a gurney, Deadpool's incessant chatter filled the air. "Hey, are you ready? I'm a bit sensitive to pain, so go hard on me. Don't hold back." Luo Mang helplessly looked up at Connors. Perhaps sensing Luo Mang's potential misunderstanding, Connors clarified that it was Deadpool's own request. He wouldn't leave Connors alone until he agreed to let him participate in the experiment, even insisting on accompanying him to sleep and a restroom. At this point, Connors paused and leaned closer to Luo Mang, whispering, "Wade has been quite unhinged lately, talking about suicide every day." Luo Mang nodded in understanding. Such behavior might be perplexing in others, but with Deadpool, it was hardly surprising. After all, this fellow was practically invincible, allowing Luo Mang to watch with ease. This was likely the first instance of a human experiment aimed at enhancing the abilities of mutants. The method of injecting Apocalypse's blood was not the refined test tube approach of today. Instead, countless delicate, transparent tubes were directly connected to Deadpool's corresponding points. For a mutant like Deadpool, Connors and his team didn't even bother with alcohol disinfection. They aggressively administered the serum, seemingly venting their frustrations over Deadpool's relentless antics. "Oh, Connors, you truly are the most exhilarating." Even with his hands and feet bound, Deadpool's lively spirit remained undiminished. Before he could ramble on for 3 minutes, however, the effects of the Apocalypse blood seemed to take hold. Deadpool's speech slowed, and he appeared to be drifting off, his head gradually drooping. Chapter 166, The Apocalypse Serum. Just as Deadpool's head was about to fully sag, he suddenly jerked it up as if electrified. "I'm still good," he exclaimed. Yet this time, he couldn't even last a minute before his head drooped again. "Could you please summon Shin Say Baby for me? I need a little pick-me-up." Just as everyone believed that Deadpool was truly on the brink of slumber, he lifted his head once more and cheekily remarked. However, this time, his words tumbled out in a disorganized fashion, as if he had nearly lost the ability to articulate coherent thoughts. "Hey, did you know? My dream is actually to open a barbecue restaurant." Vanessa, I see you." Wade. So utterly confused. "Damn it. Ro, do you like my face? If it were yours, it wouldn't be too bad." Feeling the collective gaze directed towards him, Luo Mang took a deep breath. He raised his finger and lightly waved. Skipping over Deadpool's chaotic 24 hours, the screen shifted, revealing the moment Deadpool exited the laboratory after a successful experiment. With a somber tone, he emerged, suddenly drawing 2 carbon steel knives from behind him. Deadpool slowly raised his head, his voice still deep and husky. At that moment, his aura seemed entirely transformed from what it once was. Just listening to his voice, one could sense an almost imperceptible pressure. "From now on, please call me Batman." Before Deadpool could finish his sentence, his signature mischievous grin flashed with those unmistakably white teeth. "Fine." Luo Mang promptly shut off the tablet. Deadpool remained the same Deadpool, perhaps even more irreverent. Luo Mang raised his head again, looking towards the others. "Now, let us discuss the results and data from Deadpool's experiment." Hearing Luo Mang's words, Maya stepped forward. She had been responsible for Deadpool's experimental data. "Initially, I intended to analyze it through a genetic framework. However, Connors advised me that a more straightforward and brutal approach was sufficient for Wade. Thus, I later modified the experiment to resemble a Saw scenario." Maya paused, seemingly still haunted by the memories of that time. The data from Wade's experiment was, evidently, unexpected. In the chainsaw dismemberment experiment, Wade's regenerative ability had amplified 100-fold. If it previously took Wade 3 days to regenerate and heal a short leg, now he could restore his body in under a minute. Luo Mang nodded, anticipating this outcome. After being enhanced by Apocalypse, Angel's feathered wings had instantly transformed into steel wings. Storm, after her augmentation, could directly influence vast swathes of natural elements. As for Psylocke, even the razor-sharp constructs of her abilities could instantaneously extend by 2 meters. Apocalypse's enhancements targeted the most potent and pronounced genes within a host. Therefore, Luo Mang was not surprised that Deadpool's self-healing capability had been magnified. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Mang gestured for Maya to continue. "Next, there's Wade's bone density. This was something I had already noticed during the initial chainsaw dismemberment. Currently, Wade's bone density, along with an enhancement in his regenerative abilities, has significantly improved. Although it may not rival that of rare metals, in terms of hardness, it has reached the level of ordinary steel. If he so desires, He might consider experimenting with direct alloy injections in the future. That sums up the entirety of the enhancements bestowed upon Wade by the Apocalypse Blood. Roman lifted his head in surprise, as he had anticipated that Deadpool would present him with some remarkable surprises. However, he did not expect that Deadpool's increase in strength would culminate here. Upon reflection, Roman realized that his comparative approach was flawed. Witnessing Deadpool's regenerative prowess, he instinctively compared him to himself. In reality, however, Deadpool's near invulnerability, combined with his now 100-fold enhanced healing capabilities and augmented bone density, has allowed him to surpass the vast majority of mutants. Although, in terms of raw power and destructive capability, Deadpool may still seem lacking, his indestructibility is a significant advantage. Indeed, this fellow seems to embrace danger daily, showing no fear of death whatsoever. Roman nodded, contemplating that many perilous missions could be entrusted to Deadpool in the future, ensuring a reliable outcome. Thus, it seems that this serum is, in fact, a complete and stable version. Roman looked towards the others, and the professor nodded in agreement. Relying on the remnants of Apocalypse, this serum can be produced in large quantities. However, to introduce it to the market, a period of adjustment is still required. Roman understood that the professor's reference to market introduction pertained to the elimination of gene-enhancing effects, retaining solely the capacity to treat ailments. At that point, possessing both a regenerative agent and the Apocalypse serum would truly signify a state of invulnerability. After all, hospitals hold an indispensable position in human society precisely because no one can predict what tomorrow may bring. With these two serums, at least for the affluent and powerful, the world would transform into a new reality. There's no rush. Roman waved his hand. This serum can be researched at a leisurely pace. There's no need to present it prematurely. In truth, Roman had already devised plans regarding the Apocalypse serum. With Roman's influence, Martinley could smoothly ascend to the rank of elite council member. However, to continue climbing the ladder, mere intimidation would not suffice. One must also establish beneficial relationships. The Apocalypse serum was the breakthrough Roman had pinpointed. Consider this. If the lives of every individual in the United States were entrusted to Roman's hands, what resistance would he encounter in his endeavors? The nation would inevitably become a bastion of the Scarlet Cause. Setting down the Apocalypse serum, Roman scanned the faces of those in the laboratory. Two peak mutants and Connors seemed well, yet Maya, as a human, appeared remarkably unwell after a prolonged absence from sunlight and a chaotic routine. When Luo Mang first encountered Maya, he presented two distinctly different personas. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Mang turned his gaze towards Maya. Dr. Maya, although you have always existed in the Blood Mansion as a researcher, your contributions have, in truth, surpassed those of many others. You may wish to consider the mutation technologies currently possessed by the Blood Mansion. I hope that when we meet next, you will have become an empowered individual. Maya appeared somewhat taken aback by Luo Mang's unexpected kindness. In truth, even without his words, she felt quite content with her treatment within the Blood Mansion. As for sustenance, there was no need to elaborate. The Blood Mansion boasted an entire floor dedicated to a cafeteria, offering a vast array of self-service dishes from around the globe each day. Various daily necessities could be procured with a mere request, as Connors would promptly ensure their fulfillment. Amidst the numerous crises that had befallen New York, the Blood Mansion had consistently ensured her safety. Maya could dedicate herself entirely to her research, free from any anxieties regarding funding, an enviable condition that many researchers could only dream of. Thank you, Luo Mang. I take great pride in being a part of the Blood Mansion. Maya expressed her gratitude openly, gazing at Luo Mang with sincere appreciation. Chapter 167. At that moment, he seemed akin to a deity. Luo Mang nodded gently, then turned to Professor Charles. Do you recall what I mentioned before my departure? He inquired. The professor approached Luo Mang, his head slightly bowed, embodying a demeanor of obedient submission. Luo Mang then picked up the Apocalypse serum, presenting it before the professor. Since the experimental results have stabilized, you shall be the first to receive a stable injection. Enhance your genes, Charles. I wish for you to draw out those elusive mice lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing Luo Mang's words, the professor exhibited no hesitation, promptly loading the Apocalypse serum into the injection gun and raising his gaze to Luo Mang. At your service. A faint sound signified the release pressure of the injection gun. As one of the participants in the serum research, the professor had long harbored a yearning for its amplification effects. It was known that Deadpool's abilities had expanded more than 100-fold after receiving the serum. Had it not been for Luo Mang, the professor likely would have already benefited from a serum by now. The blue serum coursed through the professor's veins, pulsating beneath his skin, flowing and converging towards his heart. Thump, thump, his heart suddenly beat violently. He could distinctly feel the cortical activity within his brain. As the apocalypse serum was rapidly absorbed, the professor's genes continued to receive enhancements. His mind was clearer than ever, entering a peculiar state of heightened awareness. Gently raising his hands, a visible, transparent energy twisted the surrounding air. Even the various objects within the laboratory, regardless of size, seemed to levitate momentarily. This extraordinary phenomenon was directly influenced by the professor. Observing the professor's demeanor, Luo Mang furrowed his brow slightly. With a single hand raised, a blue-hued energy enveloped the professor. It was at that moment, when the blue energy shrouded the professor, that countless objects fell to the ground. Luo Mang had effectively isolated the space surrounding the professor, confining the amplified effects of his abilities within that realm. While the professor absorbed the apocalypse serum, Luo Mang turned his gaze towards Magneto. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Luo Mang suddenly spoke. I recall that you underwent genetic enhancement from Apocalypse. Can you still inject the Apocalypse serum? Magneto appeared hesitant in response to Luo Mang's inquiry. Noting the indecisiveness etched upon Magneto's face, Luo Mang realized that his question had been futile. After all, Magneto was different from Luo Mang and Connors. Then for the time being, remain in the laboratory and assist Connors and the others with their research. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters regarding the Crimson Citadel for now. Understood, Magneto nodded, responding quietly. Your abilities and potential are indeed formidable. It's merely that age has caught up with you. Without reliance on the Apocalypse serum, significant advancement may prove challenging. With that remark, Luo Mang waved his hand, and both he and the energy-encased professor vanished from the laboratory. Meanwhile, Magneto gazed at the spot where Luo Mang and the professor had just been, lost in thought. In the open sea, the waves ebbed and flowed, seemingly endless. Suddenly, two figures materialized out of thin air, defying logic as they stood upon the surface of the water. Luo Mang turned to the professor, whose neck and forehead were lined with prominent veins, and dissipated the blue energy. With a sudden eruption, the professor unleashed a visible wave of energy, radiating outward from his core. Although merely a manifestation of mental energy, it profoundly affected the tangible world around them. The surrounding waves were forcefully displaced, revealing a bowl-shaped depression in the ocean that struggled to reform. The professor's eyes glimmered with a faint whiteness, and beneath his feet, a swirling tornado materialized in the water. Observing this spectacle, Luo Mang narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. That's enough, Charles. Though it was a simple phrase, it carried immense weight in the ears of the professor, who instantly regained clarity as the whiteness in his gaze vanished. At that moment, the tumultuous waves ceased their chaos, and the tornado beneath the professor came to a complete standstill. Were it not for the countless fish surfacing with their eyes rolled back, one might have thought that everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. How splendid! Indeed, unprecedentedly splendid. The professor clasped his hands, feeling the immense power emanating from the depths of his psyche. At level 5 now? Luo Mang inquired, gliding effortlessly across the sea to approach the professor. No, reaching level 5 is not so simple. The professor hesitated momentarily before finally exhaling with relief and conceding. True enough, Luo Mang acknowledged, understanding that even he could contend with a level 5 mutant. At that juncture, the professor would wield the ability to govern the entirety of humanity with but a thought, without the need for external aid. A level 5 mutant is formidable enough to obliterate planets. Such beings could rightly be deemed the gods among mutants. Their existence transcends all others, genuinely brushing against the threshold of the highest echelon. Since that is the case, let us not squander time. I have long been preoccupied with those vile rodents. Luo Mang could sense through the mind gem the professor's overwhelming and almost uncontrollable psychic power surging forth. Although it still paled in comparison to the strength of the mind gem, in terms of mutant psychic energy, it was undoubtedly the foremost. The thought of those rodents that sprouted 2 heads upon the loss of one brought an eager, bloodthirsty grin to Luo Mang's face. Perhaps Luo Mang was somewhat different from ordinary individuals. His thoughts were not consumed by the vibrant or the alluring. Rather, he remained fixated on the frightful and the sinister conspiracies lurking in the shadows. With that, Luo Mang placed a hand on the professor's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the open sea. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an exceedingly minimalist, blank room. In the center of this vast chamber stood a platform and a silver chair. Spread your consciousness and spirit across the globe, observing the memories of every human. Should you find the information overwhelming, I will assist you and instruct you on what to do next, Luo Mang said, gazing at the professor seated calmly in the chair. I can accomplish this, the professor declared decisively as he donned the headgear. As his words fell, he slowly closed his eyes, feeling the psychic amplifier's enhancement once more. A smile crept across the professor's lips. In that moment, he resembled a deity. Chapter 168. The initial plan, the final phase. They were a group of humans harboring wild ambitions. Severing one head only to sprout two, they could be omnipresent. Leave no human unaccounted for, including those in the military. Charles, I shall borrow your abilities to eradicate them completely, Luo Mang whispered in the empty room, his words resonating unmistakably in the professor's ears. Yet in truth, the professor had already begun to survey the entire blue planet. The entire perspective is astonishingly clearer and more expansive than that of the most advanced satellites. In terms of speed, the professor's mental prowess moves with a swiftness that even surpasses the extraordinary velocity attained by our homeland's superhuman, Roman. Whenever the professor sweeps across the sky, an overwhelming torrent of human thoughts and memories floods into his consciousness, as if each individual's essence is presenting itself within him, unreservedly sharing all their information. Yet, for those endowed with mental faculties, the greatest challenge lies not in penetrating the hearts and minds of ordinary people, but in fully assimilating this information and converting it into something of value. Within a mere 2 minutes, millions upon millions of thoughts and memories have surged into the professor's mind. Remarkably, he exhibits no signs of distress, not even a bead of sweat upon his brow. At this moment, his brain resembles an unprecedentedly advanced computer, continuously absorbing mental memories while simultaneously processing the influx of information. In the professor's expansive mental vista, the entire blue planet transforms into a holographic tableau, visible only to him. Centered around the professor, his consciousness radiates outward, gradually enveloping the entirety of Earth. Within his field of vision, certain areas, having been swept by his mental force, reveal clusters of red dots, indicating individuals who meet Roman-esque criteria, as discerned through the professor's analytical prowess. In less than 10 minutes, the professor's consciousness traverses the globe. The next moment, he abruptly opens his eyes, gazing at Roman, who appears hesitant to speak. You ought to know that I dislike wasting time, Charles, the professor states. Feeling the weight of the professor's gaze, Roman raises his head and replies, "This is something you must witness for yourself." The professor raises his hand, seemingly inviting Roman to grasp his palm. It's not that complicated. To this, Roman, without hesitation, lifts one hand, palm facing upwards toward the professor's mind. And the soul gem illuminates instantaneously. Simultaneously, Roman seems to enter the professor's perspective, able to perceive and hear the information that the professor senses. Our plan is on the verge of success. We are entering the final debugging phase, ready to sacrifice for the organization at any moment. The time to welcome the return of that esteemed individual is today. We are entering the highest level of combat readiness. No mistakes shall be tolerated. The final checks are complete. We are now in the ultimate stage of the initial plan. Fragmented images and sounds flicker before Roman's eyes and ears. In what appears to be merely a fleeting second, he receives an immense volume of information. This sensation resembles that of omniscience. Any fleeting doubt triggers a torrent of related knowledge to surge forth. Suddenly, Roman snaps back to reality, his body still ensconced in the minimalist room. After a moment of contemplation, he utters a single phrase. There is no need to rush. I shall investigate personally. Without waiting for the professor's response, Luo Mang swiftly turned and appeared in the underground base. At that moment, everyone in the base was entirely focused on the center, oblivious to the figure that had quietly emerged from the dimly lit corner. Following the gaze of the others, Luo Mang beheld a somewhat unstable white halo. Its familiar shape caused him to furrow his brow. While others might misinterpret it, those who had suffered once at the hands of the white halo could not forget. Was this a special ability possessed by the demigod Slaughter? But had I not already consumed the slaughter? What could this possibly mean? Luo Mang's brow knitted in confusion. Yet he chose to remain silent, observing the subsequent actions of the Hydra members. He was eager to uncover how they had acquired such power and what they intended to do with it. Like a rocket launch facility, as the countdown on the main console reached its conclusion, an individual at the central position pressed a black button. Suddenly, the 9 machines encircling the white halo roared to life, unleashing arcs of electricity towards the halo. In an instant, the space within the white halo was shrouded in mist, rendering it indistinct from afar. Accompanied by the electromagnetic forces generated by the 9 machines, the halo began to stabilize gradually. Every Hydra member fixed their gaze upon the halo, as if paying homage to the spectacle about to unfold. The figure at the main console leaned forward, eyes locked onto the halo, filled with fervor and anticipation. Boom! Yet, in an unexpected turn, all machines simultaneously malfunctioned, sending electromagnetic energy spiraling uncontrollably. The lights in the base extinguished, leaving only the myriad arcs of electricity in the center, gradually losing their efficacy. Damn it! Volganov struck the metal table with a fierce blow, the collision producing a dull thud. Within 3 seconds, the backup lights flickered to life, restoring power to the entire base. Volganov whipped his head towards the vacant computer, nearly roaring in frustration. Zola. Before he could utter the name, the white halo began to flicker. This subtle flicker captivated everyone's attention, and the underground base fell silent once more. To their astonishment, the mist within the white halo began to spread outward, a dense, chilling fog that penetrated to the bone. As the white mist emerged, frost appeared even on the steel walls surrounding the underground base. Many Hydra members turned pale, their bodies trembling, yet they stifled their voices. Suddenly, a figure, not particularly imposing, suddenly emerged from a mist. Despite its shadowy appearance, it undeniably captivated the attention of many. Wolfgang seemed to have forgotten everything that transpired moments ago, his lips trembling as he gazed at the figure. It was unclear whether it was the chill of the air or sheer excitement that caused his reaction. Where am I? A deep, ancient voice resonated from the slowly advancing figure. As it stepped fully into the light, emerging from the white circle, all present were rendered speechless by its visage. Chapter 169. Offer your body, and I may spare you and your family. The figure that emerged from the white circle, though resembling a human at a distance, revealed itself upon closer inspection to be a monstrous entity composed of irregular, writhing parts. While the upper portions appeared humanoid, they were, in fact, formed of segments that moved slowly and unnaturally. As one's gaze traveled upwards towards its head, it became evident that the entirety of its cranium was akin to the tentacles of an octopus, reminiscent of the serpentine limbs depicted on the Hydra insignia. Its contorted jaw, while speaking, inadvertently displayed sharp, non-human teeth. The eyes, concealed beneath the serpentine appendages, glimmered with a sinister red light, as if capable of devouring human souls. Notably, its entire body bore a golden hue. Where am I? The ancient, complex language emerged once more from its lips. You are now in Blue Star, the Great Hive, Wolfgang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he approached. Although the hive appeared monstrous, there was no trace of fear upon Wolfgang's countenance. Oh, the hive's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the human who spoke the ancient tongue. At that moment, Wolfgang, adorned in the garments of his ancestors, bore numerous medals on his chest, each symbolizing the glory of the von Strack family. He knelt before the hive, his face betraying an undeniable fervor. I, Wolfgang von Strack, have achieved the ultimate goal of the Hydra. I shall bring back the glory of our family to the great otherworldly hive. I am hungry. The ancient language gurgled from the hive's throat. I will prepare food for you. Wolfgang responded, visibly thrilled. There's no need for such trouble. At this, Wolfgang looked up in astonishment, only to witness the hive raise its hands. A sudden cloud of dust swirled around the hive, rapidly spreading towards the other Hydra members. The members, witnessing the encroaching yellow sand, instinctively took a step back in fear. Yet in the blink of an eye, The yellow sand inexplicably infiltrated the mouths and noses of these individuals. They clutched their mouths and bellies, but an unknown entity began to rise beneath their skin, coursing throughout their bodies. A piercing scream erupted, resonating through the air. All members of the Hydra, infused with the yellow sand, visibly withered before one's eyes, leaving behind only thin, delicate layers of skin and clothing that collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the yellow sand, astonishingly, surged forth from the remnants, slowly returning to the hive. The taste of humanity was now more delectable than it had been a millennium ago. The visage of the hive swelled noticeably. As a serpent's tongue slithered forth from its mouth, the hive licked its lips in satisfaction, declaring that they offered their lives as a tribute for your arrival. A testament to their glory. Vorgangfu was not deterred by this gruesome spectacle. Rather, a feverish intensity ignited in his eyes. It seemed that at the hive's command, he would willingly offer himself as a sacrifice. However, the hive did not respond immediately. Its serpentine visage contorted, and its head gradually turned toward a shadowy corner of the base. The hive raised a grotesque finger and pointed into the darkness. For my next meal, I shall feast upon him. Huh. Following the hive's finger into the dimly lit corner, Vorgangfu suddenly froze. A man, clad in casual attire and exuding an extraordinary elegance, emerged from the shadows. Both his garb and the unique aura he projected felt eerily familiar to Vorgangfu. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the computer housing Dr. Zola began to flash a frantic red light, sounding an urgent alarm. It's Crimson, the Sovereign of New York. Dr. Zola's voice pierced through the chaos, his alarm prompting an irate reaction from the hive. With a single hand, it reached out, silencing the alarm instantly. The computer containing Dr. Zola was effortlessly crushed by the hive's unseen grip. In that moment, Vorgangfu's mind was a blank slate. But Dr. Zola's warning finally jogged his memory of that seemingly innocuous face. As Luo Mang approached, Vorgangfu could not help but swallow hard. Clap, clap, clap. Luo Mang smiled, applauding with evident enthusiasm as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Marvelous, simply marvelous. I never anticipated that my casual visit would allow me to witness such a historic moment. According to your Hydra rhetoric, should I not feel honored and proclaim long live Hydra? However, upon hearing Luo Mang's words, Vorgangfu leaned in to whisper to the hive. This is the most powerful human on this planet, who has long been seeking to hunt us down, were it not for the need to evade him. Your return could have been expedited significantly. The words of Wolfgang drew the hive's attention once more to Luo Mang. The hive subtly lifted its gaze, its eyes glinting with a predatory intensity as it regarded Luo Mang. It became acutely aware that if it could directly parasitize Luo Mang, it would attain an unprecedented level of power. Surrender your body, and I shall spare you and your family. Unlike its direct approach towards the members of Hydra, the hive offered Luo Mang a choice. Luo Mang felt the mental waves directly penetrate his mind. This was the hive's mode of communication, aside from the ancient language, enabling an unambiguous understanding of its intentions. A faint chuckle escaped Luo Mang, accompanied by a breathy sound, as if he had heard something amusing. The hive's brow furrowed in response, but before it could utter a word, a searing beam of light surged towards it. The beam extended from Luo Mang's feet and enveloped the hive. Drip! Blood splattered instantaneously, showering Wolfgang's face. Wolfgang stared in shock at the hive, which had been cleaved in two by Luo Mang's gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet in the next heartbeat, the severed hive emanated several grains of yellow sand. The sand burrowed into the bodies of the Hydra members, and the earlier scene replayed itself. Once the yellow sand fully departed, several human skins lay strewn across the ground. The sand rapidly converged back into the hive, which astonishingly restored itself before the eyes of the onlookers, revealing its previous intact form. However, after this restoration, the hive's demeanor towards Luo Mang had completely transformed. The once mighty figure, resembling a creator, now displayed a fleeting glimpse of fear in its eyes. Chapter 170. Trash. Who are you? The hive fixated its gaze fiercely on Luo Mang. Just moments ago, observing Wolfgang, it had presumed that the current blue star was merely at the same level as it had been a millennium ago. Yet, upon gazing at Luo Mang, the hive felt a twinge of trepidation. Unbeknownst to it, Luo Mang was disinterested in responding. Once again, A crimson energy beam erupted from his eyes. The hive's recently restored body could not evade in time and exploded. This time, Luo Mang slightly intensified the energy output. Witnessing the hive begin to siphon from other Hydra members to repair its body once more, Luo Mang sighed in boredom. He had initially thought the hive was a formidable power wielder. To his dismay, it turned out that even the act of bodily restoration required the absorption of other humans, rendering it inferior even to the mutant apocalypse. Luo Mang glanced at Wolfgang, collapsed on the ground, and jested. Is this the leader you Hydra have sought to welcome back to Blue Star after hundreds of years, employing every conceivable means and sparing no expense? Huh. Truly a delightful plaything. Luo Mang erupted into laughter, while Wolfgang's face turned ashen and his eyes became vacant, embodying the visage of a shattered resolve. In those fleeting seconds of Luo Mang's utterance, the hive consumed every last member of the Hydra present, restoring its form to perfection. I can never forgive you. Upon this restoration, the hive seemed to be incensed by Luo Mang's provocation, its countenance twisted in fury as it roared. With an outstretched hand, one grasping grains of sand and the other wielding a translucent psychic energy, it lunged ferociously toward Luo Mang. Silence. With a mere flick of his wrist, Luo Mang banished all sound from the hive into an isolated realm, rendering it utterly inaudible. Although no noise emanated, the hive's frantic gestures appeared comical in their absurdity. The translucent energy and grains of sand hurled by the hive vanished upon contact with Luo Mang's form, as if they had never existed at all. Observing the hive's ferocious assault on the fabric of space, the corners of Luo Mang's mouth curled into an ever-widening grin, a flash of crimson coursing through him. Enveloping his entire being, the hive's furious strikes against the spatial barrier slowed with each passing moment. Gazing up at Luo Mang, now towering at 4 meters, even his shadow eclipsed the hive entirely. Unable to suppress a gulp, the hive's fists gradually descended, its fury waning, as Luo Mang's upper body remained shrouded in darkness. Obscured from view, in the next heartbeat, his horrifying visage loomed larger before the hive, causing it to retreat in terror. Ironically, despite being a parasitic monstrosity itself, the hive found itself gripped by fear at Luo Mang's sanguine form. At that moment, a singular thought consumed its mind. Why have these wretched humans brought me back? I wish to return. This Blue Star is too terrifying. Having been overwhelmed by Luo Mang's onslaught, and now daunted by his appearance, the hive had lost all will to fight. If a choice were presented to it now, it would surely implore Wolfgang and the Hydra with the words, "Leave me be." Should there be a time limit on those words, the hive would hope for infinity. Compared to the Blue Star with Luo Mang, the desolate environment of its exiled planet seemed far more tolerable. Although it had been less than half an hour since its return to the Blue Star, the hive found itself yearning for the forsaken world it had once inhabited. Let me go. I shall never trespass upon your domain again. Faced with Luo Mang's imposing presence, the hive ultimately chose to bow its head. What a Hydra! What are the grudges harbored for a millennium? Let them all be damned. Witnessing the hive submit before him, Luo Mang chuckled, for even he had never encountered such an adversary before. Some adversaries, from the very outset, clearly comprehend the chasm that separates them from Luo Mang, and thus they decisively bow their heads in submission. Conversely, another type chooses to battle Luo Mang to the death, fighting until the very end. Strangely, the hive opted for a middle ground, enduring a fierce beating from Luo Mang before ultimately conceding. Witnessing their leader, for whom they exerted every ounce of strength to retrieve, bowing directly before Luo Mang, Wolfgang's countenance turned ashen, as if all vitality had drained from him, causing him to collapse. Meanwhile, the hive gazed at the advancing Luo Mang, even managing to present a fawning smile. I assure you, I will never return, the hive began, only for their expression to shift to one of sheer terror. In Luo Mang's hand, a 3-meter-long blade had appeared seemingly from nowhere, its dark crimson aura emanating beneath intricate patterns. Just gazing upon it evoked a profound sense of impending doom in the hive. What are you? What kind of monster are you? The hive shrieked, having seemingly grasped their fate. But the ominous crimson blade descended, piercing through the hive's head, impaling them entirely. As Luo Mang lifted the blood-stained blade once more, it aligned perfectly with the hive's wide, terror-filled crimson eyes. Luo Mang grinned, revealing a set of teeth even more fearsome than those of the hive. I am Luo Mang. With a tearing sound, a visceral and sticky noise echoed through the air. followed by a shriek that was not of this world. Each time Ramon opened his mouth, that unsettling cry would follow. The hive found themselves unable to flee, yet equally unable to embrace death, left to helplessly witness their parasitic form being devoured bite by bite. They could do nothing but watch in horror as their very essence was consumed by Ramon, the dread ultimately swallowing their last vestiges of sanity. The hive's consciousness faded into the abyss, and the final image etched in their mind was that of bloodied, razor-sharp teeth. With a swift motion, Ramon flicked the blade, and the blood of the hive erupted from it, splattering against the steel walls, slowly trickling down. Feeling the surge of power after consuming the hive, Ramon smirked, seeming unsatisfied. Trash, not even a fraction of worth. He then turned his bloodthirsty gaze toward the prostrate Volgand. Approaching in a few strides, Ramon observed Volgand's total lack of resistance, and with a powerful swing of the blade, cleaved Volgand's body in two, organs and blood spilling onto the ground. Yet, despite this, Volgand did not emit the same pleas for mercy as the hive had. Instead, his lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, but at that moment, words utterly failed him. He donned a uniform revered by the von Strack family, yet it was now tainted by the blood that gushed forth from Volganov's mouth. With an overwhelming sense of indignation, Volganov's eyes dimmed, losing all semblance of color. Chapter 171, The Invasion. Charles. Observing the lifeless form of Volganov, Roman turned back. In that instant, his voice seemed to traverse thousands of kilometers, directly reaching the professor's ears. Charles instantly comprehended Roman's intent, the luminescence of the mental amplification halo atop his head flickering faintly. Charles merely furrowed his brow. In that fleeting moment, all signs of life in a certain mountainous base ceased abruptly, replaced by the heavy thud of countless bodies collapsing, leaving everyone devoid of breath. This scene unfolded simultaneously across the United States and around the globe. In a bay gorge, within a military camp, high-ranking officials and inconspicuous henchmen from various nations succumbed to a nightmarish harvest, their bodies collapsing in an instant, as if they had merely drifted into slumber. The act of killing was imperceptible, devoid of any trace of bloodshed. This was a destruction emanating from the mental realm. Before the professor, these Hydra members had nowhere to hide. Now, with the von Strack family leading the Hydra organization, the fall of Volganov marked the onset of total annihilation. This was a day of grievous suffering for Hydra since its inception. The vow of cutting off one head to grow two had utterly lost its efficacy. Whether on land, submerged beneath the sea, or soaring through the skies, in that singular moment, they all transformed into warm corpses. At this juncture, the Hydra underground base had been rendered silent, with only Roman remaining. Yet he refrained from utilizing the space gem to depart, instead turning towards the computer ravaged by the hive, gazing at the seemingly incapacitated machine. A flicker of crimson light passed through Roman's eyes. What followed was a searing beam capable of easily slicing through steel. The red ray swept across, cleaving the computer in two, exposing a portion that pulsated erratically. Nevertheless, even in such a state, the machine remained unresponsive. Observing this, Roman felt no urgency. His body subtly shifted, returning to its normal state. He raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across the shattered screen of the computer. I have often pondered, do you now qualify as a machine or a human? Roman inquired softly, yet the computer's continued silence rendered him akin to a madman speaking to himself. Remarkably, Roman remained unperturbed, continuing in a leisurely manner. In truth, the method of experimentation is rather simple. I merely need to. Roman spoke as the soul gem upon his chest began to glow, its radiance striking against the darkness. Meanwhile, the computer, which had seemingly been utterly destroyed, flickered back to life with a faint green glow. At that moment, the green skull, originally composed of Guhong's programming language, began to gradually take on a yellow hue. It appeared as though it was being eroded. The pattern of the green skull danced and writhed, refusing to yield. From the damaged speaker lying on the ground, the voice of Dr. Zola emerged, articulated slowly and deliberately. However, at that moment, Dr. Zola's speech was not fluid. He struggled to articulate even a complete sentence. Luo Mang lowered his gaze to the half-skull representing Dr. Zola's consciousness, a flicker of realization passing through his eyes. Just moments ago, when Dr. Zola had referred to him as the Lord of New York, Luo Mang had begun to harbor suspicions. He doubted that the current Dr. Zola was merely a simple backup of consciousness or just a string of data. Rather, he suspected it was a complete consciousness possessing all of Dr. Zola's memories, capable of emotions and independent thought, rather than a mere soulless contraption. Luo Mang employed the mind gem to probe, directly affecting the consciousness of Dr. Zola concealed within the computer. It now appeared that Dr. Zola was indeed more complex than anticipated. As Luo Mang lifted his gaze once more, he observed that the clear light had already permeated a significant portion of Dr. Zola. The half-skull, representing Dr. Zola, flickered uncontrollably, as if it were on the verge of losing its signal. The snowflakes began to intermingle, and Dr. Zola had completely lost his ability to speak, seemingly resisting some unseen force. Hydra has been vanquished. You possess the potential to join a grander stage. Do not resist me. You should ally with me. Luo Mang smiled, raising his hands slightly, and the mind gem on his chest suddenly radiated with brilliance. In an instant, the remnants of the computer's screen transformed to a vivid yellow. The immense power of the mind gem was beyond Dr. Zola's capacity to withstand. Just moments ago, Dr. Zola had been struggling, but now he fell silent in an instant. It was as if, with the invasion of the clear light, Dr. Zola had completely laid down his arms, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. Dr. Zola? Luo Mang softly called out to the now utterly still figure of Dr. Zola. I am here, Master, Dr. Zola responded, his voice still imbued with emotional resonance. Yet his demeanor towards Luo Mang had undergone a dramatic transformation. He even directly addressed Luo Mang as Master. Seeing that Dr. Zola had been thoroughly transformed by the mind gem, Luo Mang nodded in satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. Observing the nearly destroyed computer and the scattered debris, Luo Mang merely raised his hand gently. The entire computer vanished completely from the underground base, and with a flash of blue light, Luo Mang's form also disappeared. In the next moment, the entire Hydra base began to shake violently. All the electrical appliances seemed to erupt with sparks and arcs of electricity. Suddenly, the dome of the underground base collapsed, burying countless corpses beneath its weight. The entire Hydra base was plunged into darkness. In the Crimson Tower, Luo Mang materialized in the subterranean laboratory. Observing the nearby computers and a multitude of debris, Luo Mang gently uttered a name, Hunter. This soft call resonated throughout the entirety of the Crimson Tower in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a figure cloaked in pure black appeared before Luo Mang. The blue-purple arcs of electricity enveloping him slowly dissipating. Shall we compete? It seems my speed has returned to normal. The figure, known as Swift, inquired eagerly upon arriving at the underground laboratory. Having faced defeat at Luo Mang's hands twice, Swift did not feel excessively humiliated, despite the identity of his opponent. Yet, a lingering sense of discontent remained within him. After all, speed was his greatest asset. He believed he should not be too far behind Luo Mang in that regard. Upon hearing Swift's words, Luo Mang raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. All you ever do is run. You are here for serious business. As he spoke, Luo Mang gestured towards the damaged computer. According to this machine, assemble an identical one for me. Preserve the old core and install it in the new computer. Chapter 172. Zola takes residence in the Crimson Tower. Although Dr. Zola had uploaded his consciousness into the computer, Hydra's modus operandi would undoubtedly prevent him from accessing the network. Thus, preparing a new body for Dr. Zola was indeed necessary. However, the moment Luo Mang finished speaking, a large array of materials suddenly appeared beside him. Then, a blue-purple lightning bolt darted back and forth between the materials and the broken computer without pause. In less than 20 seconds, a brand new computer materialized before Luo Mang's eyes. Luo Mang's gaze shifted slightly, and through the exterior of the computer, he could see the core housing Dr. Zola's consciousness. Swift had even taken the liberty of etching the unique blood claw emblem of the Crimson Tower onto the machine surface. At that moment, Swift revealed himself, standing beside the new computer. Thank you, sir. Dr. Zola suddenly manifested on the new screen in the form of a translucent skull, winking at Swift and expressing his gratitude. Seemingly sensing the influence of the Mind Stone on Swift, Dr. Zola's tone was notably more amiable. Upon hearing Dr. Zola's voice, a flicker of surprise flashed in Swift's eyes. But he quickly composed himself, for this matter pertained to Luo Mang. Should Luo Mang choose to enlighten him, he would be privy to that knowledge. However, if Luo Mang preferred to remain silent, Swift had no intention of pressing for answers. "If you need me, I will be in the Crimson Tower." The Swift figure began to sway, uttering a final phrase before vanishing in an instant, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Once the figure had departed, Luo Mang turned his gaze toward the computer housing the consciousness of Dr. Zola. Approaching it, he addressed the half-skeletal visage. "Zola, I wish for you to take control of the entire intelligence system of the Crimson Mansion. What are your thoughts on this?" "At your service," Dr. Zola replied succinctly, the vocal apparatus on the skull moving up and down, mimicking the motion of speech. As Dr. Zola's words echoed, the screen of the computer abruptly plunged into darkness. Almost immediately, the lights throughout the Crimson Mansion flickered momentarily, and even the elevators paused for a full 23 seconds before resuming operation. "So, you have now accessed the network of the Crimson Mansion?" Luo Mang turned to see the surveillance camera in the corner of the room swivel to face him. Nodding in acknowledgment, a smile crept onto Luo Mang's face at this sight. If Connors were to find out, he would surely be quite fond of you. Just as Luo Mang finished speaking, Connors approached briskly from a short distance away. "Luo, what is happening?" His tone was grave, as if the previous scene had cast a shadow over the entire Crimson Mansion. Even Connors, situated in the laboratory, sensed the disturbance immediately. After all, such events had not transpired since the reconstruction of the Crimson Mansion. Luo Mang, observing Connors, prepared for the worst. "You arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce a new companion, Zola. From today onward, your workload will be significantly lighter, Connors. You can relay any concerns to Zola, who will assist you. From now on, he will serve as the new steward of the Crimson Mansion, as well as a research assistant in the laboratory," Luo Mang elaborated, gesturing towards the computer. "Zola?" Connors gazed at the black-screen computer, perplexed, seemingly assuming that Zola was a fully-fledged individual. However, the next moment, upon hearing Luo Mang's introduction, the screen flickered back to life, revealing the clear outline of the skull. "Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Connors," Zola spoke, his tone markedly more courteous than before. Though there was still an air of darkness in his voice, it did not hinder Zola from conveying goodwill towards Connors. "Artificial intelligence?" Connors looked astonished at the self-operating computer, his eyes betraying a surprise akin to that of the Swift figure just moments prior. "Luo, is this your creation?" "Artificial intelligence?" he directly inquired, voicing his curiosity. "Intelligent it may be, but it is not truly artificial. Zola is a genuine person, and you will come to understand this in due course. The Crimson Tower can now incorporate certain intelligent devices, and what Zola can achieve may surpass your imagination." Luo Mang does not hesitate to lavish praise, stating that with Zola, the entire Crimson Tower will come to life. However, Connors expresses some hesitation. The underground laboratory has always been the most pivotal area of the Crimson Tower. Now, not only the upper levels, but even the lower levels are fully under Zola's control, which leaves Connors feeling somewhat apprehensive. Yet, in contrast to Connors' concerns, Luo Mang offers gentle reassurance. "Zola will only enhance the safety of the Crimson Tower, Connors. You can trust Zola just as you trust me." While Luo Mang harbors doubts about the original Dr. Zola of Hydra, he places his faith in the Zola transformed by the Mind Stone. The power it possesses instills in Luo Mang a profound sense of confidence. "I understand now." After hearing Luo Mang's final words, Connors is completely relieved. He even proposes, "In addition to the intelligent control devices, I believe we should prepare one or more physical embodiments for Zola to facilitate temporary movement. However, regarding this matter, we must rely on you, Luo Mang, as we are not adept in this area. Furthermore, I need to procure some precision machine tools." Connors recognizes Luo Mang as a perfect solution to any shortcoming. It seems any request directed at Luo Mang can be effortlessly fulfilled. There is no need for such trouble. Our friend has already prepared everything for us. Luo Mang chuckles at the remark. Perhaps instruments related to biology and genetics will need to be adequately supplied by the Crimson Tower itself. However, when it comes to machinery and related fields, Luo Mang has not forgotten that he possesses nearly half of Stark Industries shares, making him the largest shareholder. Stark Industries, vast in its scope, encompasses nearly all of the finest precision manufacturing instruments in the United States. After conveying a few more instructions, Luo Mang swiftly turns and re-enters the minimalist room. At that moment, the professor is still seated, patiently awaiting his return. "Help me locate a human, Tony Stark. He should not be in New York at this time." Upon hearing Luo Mang's voice, the professor immediately perks up, his mental faculties casting a net across the globe. Though Luo Mang utilizes him like a satellite, the professor bears no grievances. Before long, he spots Tony in a leisurely posture. Chapter 173. Farewell, Tony. The sound of waves crashing upon the shore fills the air. As the bubbles from the surf recede into the sand, they inevitably leave behind a pool of deep hues that contrast with the sandy tones. Jarvis, could you please pass me the juice? At this moment, Tony, wearing sunglasses, reclines comfortably on a beach chair. Dressed in tropical shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, he lies relaxed beneath a sunshade, lazily speaking. As Tony finishes his request, a hand reaches out beside him, its palm faintly glowing with a reddish hue. Beneath the crimson glow, the juice gently simmered, its temperature evidently rising. Tony, without lifting his gaze, reached out to take it. However, the intense heat that enveloped him a moment later prompted an exclamation of frustration. Is it really this hot in Hawaii? I distinctly remember the juice being icy just moments ago. Tony muttered, pulling off his sunglasses, only to be momentarily stunned by the figure before him. Yet, after a brief pause, his expression swiftly adjusted. He set the juice aside and reclined back onto the beach chair. What brings you here, Desmond Doss? You're not in New York. Upon hearing Tony liken himself to the hero who saved lives on Hacksaw Ridge, Roman couldn't help but smirk. So, the illustrious Iron Man is experiencing a twinge of jealousy? If New York needs saving, I can just make a brief appearance. Roman comfortably settled into the beach chair beside Tony, responding with ease. With you around, does New York truly require Iron Man? Tony chuckled self-deprecatingly. So this is the reason you sold Stark Tower? Roman gestured with his right hand, conjuring a freshly minted ice-cold Coca-Cola from New York. Let's be clear. Since the last war, Stark Tower has ceased to exist. Tony found no fault in this, casually accepting the ice-cold Coke from Roman's hand. Noticing Tony's reaction, Roman tilted his head. You seem somewhat different than before. Different? I've always been like this, Tony replied, raising his chin, suddenly dropping his smile. A moment of silence enveloped them before Tony finally broke it, his lips moving softly. Pepper is pregnant. Congratulations, Roman raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding the reason behind Tony's seemingly carefree demeanor. A flicker of movement in Roman's hand revealed not a Coke this time, but a slender red envelope. What is this? Tony accepted it, peering inside with curiosity, eager to discover its contents. A gift for the child, a gesture of ancient Eastern ritual and blessing. Roman smiled at Tony. Roman had known Tony and Pepper as a couple from the outset, and it was Pepper who had saved him after the incident with Peter. A gift that was both sentimental and logical should rightfully be given to Tony. Furrowing his brow, Tony's trademark mustache curled slightly as he unceremoniously opened it before Roman's eyes. Inside, contrary to his expectations of cash, lay a thin white sheet of paper, upon which was inscribed a phrase in ink. This is a wish. Surprised, Tony turned to meet Roman's gaze, who smiled in response. With your presence, my child shall never know want. Rather than speculating on what she might require, I would prefer to await the day she comes to me, ready to make her wishes known. Upon hearing this, Tony's lips quivered before he managed to utter a heartfelt, "Thank you, Ro." He understood that this was a promise from Roman. Should that day ever dawn, both Pepper and young Morgan would undoubtedly be safe. Thus, Tony gazed at Roman with a complex expression, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Where's Pepper? I haven't seen her. Roman, without employing any abilities, merely glanced around, yet failed to spot Pepper's figure. She is inside. Is it not common for women during pregnancy to feel this way? She perceives New York as perilous and wishes to escape to Hawaii for a vacation and a romantic getaway. Yet, here I am, left to venture out alone. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, where's my armor? It was only after Roman's earlier diversion that Tony remembered his suit. Roman chuckled softly and snapped his fingers, causing Tony's latest model of armor to materialize once more upon a beach. Good afternoon, Mr. Rowe. The armor, now autonomously controlled by J.A.R.V.I.S., greeted Roman in a mechanical timbre. Good afternoon, J.A.R.V.I.S. Roman gazed at Tony's newest armor with a smile. Perhaps due to the pressure exerted by Roman, Tony's armor had surpassed the expected advancements for its timeline. Although it posed no real threat to Roman, it had improved significantly since their last encounter. You did not seek me merely for nostalgia. did you?" With the armor's return, Tony set down his cup of cola and inquired. "I require Stark Industries to manufacture something necessitating authorization from Pepper and J.A.R.V.I.S." Even though he had left New York, the power of Stark still resided with Pepper. With her years of experience managing various matters at Stark Industries, coupled with J.A.R.V.I.S.'s assistance, Stark could continue to operate smoothly, even from the islands. J.A.R.V.I.S. understood. Tony nodded at J.A.R.V.I.S., who promptly began to handle everything remotely. "Mr. Rowe, you now possess the freedom to enter and exit Stark Industries, as well as the authority to access various resources." J.A.R.V.I.S. turned his mechanical form towards Roman and patiently explained. Roman nodded, but seemed to recall something, glancing at Tony. "Do you remember the last message I left you? You once expressed a desire for Pepper and young Morgan to move into the Crimson Tower. Perhaps now is an opportune moment. You could even join them." Before Tony could respond, J.A.R.V.I.S. straightened up. "What is it?" Tony asked, directing his attention to J.A.R.V.I.S. "I think you should take a look at this." As he spoke, the chest of the armor projected a holographic image. In the realm of holographic projections, the bustling streets of New York materialized vividly. Shadows darted across rooftops, only to be swiftly pursued by a multitude of dark figures that surged over the eaves. Upon recognizing the leading figures in the fray, Luo Mang furrowed his brow in concern. What was happening? Could it possibly be due to that luminous white circle? He pondered, recalling the vanishing white circle that had greeted him upon his return to Blue Star. "I need to return for a moment. Please convey my regards to Pepper," he uttered before vanishing in an instant, leaving Tony and Jarvis exchanging glances on the beach. Chapter 174. Peter, are they all your relatives? On the rooftops of New York, a myriad of figures were engaged in parkour. At first glance, the foremost figures bore a striking resemblance to one another. Among them, one figure was unmistakably Peter, clad in a black suit. "Go find Luo Mang." "Peter, I know. Venom, could you refrain from incessantly shouting in my ear?" Peter executed a daring leap, deftly maneuvering through a gap in the billboard atop the building. Upon landing without a hint of breathlessness, he swiftly shoved Venom's extending head back into place. "Is this Venom? Quite an intriguing ensemble," he remarked. Beside Peter stood another man dressed in a black bodysuit. Upon hearing Peter's quip, he couldn't help but chime in cool. "So does your suit resemble his as well?" To Peter's left, a slightly shorter figure approached, exuding the exuberance of youth. "Ahem, after all this time escaping together, have you all not introduced yourselves yet?" Together, Peter and the two others leaped from the rooftop, adhering to the smooth surface of a skyscraper. The trio assumed nearly identical stances, clinging to the glass, their limbs coordinating as they ascended. "I am Peter." Peter couldn't resist glancing back at the two individuals below, who possessed similar abilities. To his surprise, they were also gazing at each other, seemingly puzzled by the shared name. Curiously enough, they all possessed identical powers. "Well, if you don't hurry, you might find yourselves turning into burritos," Peter warned, but his attention was suddenly drawn to the multitude of figures leaping behind them, causing his pupils to constrict. Among them were not only those with similar abilities, but also others with distinct attributes, such as two creatures resembling octopuses, equipped with mechanical arms and genuine spider legs. With each ascent, shards of glass cascaded down. The citizens below began to notice the peculiar spectacle, their screams echoing through the air. "What on earth are those things?" Peter mused, feeling a twinge of frustration amidst the chaos. He had merely been conducting his routine inspection of New York when, quite unexpectedly, two individuals claiming to be Peter appeared by his side. Soon after, a torrent of peculiar entities began to pursue them, forcing them to flee until the present moment. "Where are we headed now?" inquired the slightly shorter Peter, coughing on a cloud of dust and speaking rapidly. Upon hearing his voice, the other man, clad in a similar black bodysuit, but possessing a more robust physique, turned his head in response. "They have allies, and I can summon mine. Follow me. My associates will make them regret ever provoking us." Peter extended his hand, and tendrils of symbiotic webbing emerged, drawing him forward. "Peter, shall we attempt that maneuver from before?" At that moment, the symbiote, Venom, emerged from within Peter, rasping his query. "You mean flying?" Peter hesitated. The last time he had experimented with Venom, the outcome was disastrous. resulting in 3 fractured ribs that had deterred him from trying again until now. As he gazed at the menacing figures approaching from behind, he clenched his teeth. You better succeed this time. Beep, beep, beep. All checks complete. Wishing you a smooth flight. Venom laughed maniacally, and simultaneously, a pair of jet-black wings unfurled from Peter's back. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these wings bore a striking resemblance to those of the original symbiotic Black Dragon Legion, though Peter's wings appeared more streamlined. Ah, a skyward spider? The petite Peter could not help but look up as he felt the encroaching shadow enveloping him. Upon seeing the wings behind him, he was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. Should you dare to call me by that petty thief's name again, I shall seal your lips with webbing. Perhaps having spent too long in the company of Luo Mang, Peter's tone had taken on a certain commanding quality. As the black wings behind him fluttered slightly, he successfully hovered in midair. All right, Peter exclaimed with delight, and the symbiotic entity on his forearm swiftly extended to bind the waists of the other 2 Peters, lifting them along with him. Whoa, we're taking off. The smaller Peter was visibly elated, glancing back at the pursuing figures and cheekily remarking, if you wish to chase us, consider taking to the skies. To his astonishment, several figures from the crowd indeed began to levitate, soaring towards them. You really shouldn't have provoked them, the black-clad Peter remarked, unable to resist covering his face, even though he had been tempted to mock. Oh dear, we look so alike. Why do they seek to trouble us? The smaller Peter said innocently, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Do me a favor and silence both of you. Your incessant chatter is driving me to distraction. Peter quickened the flapping frequency of his black wings, unceremoniously addressing the 2 individuals accompanying him. He ascended with them, soaring over a familiar edifice, finally catching sight of the Crimson Tower of New York City. Hey, Peter, have you brought friends back? Max stood on the terrace, spotting Peter from afar and excitedly waving at him. At this moment, it was not just Max on the terrace. Many others were present as well. The Professor, Magneto, Quicksilver, Flint, and Emil were all there, with wisps of smoke rising from the terrace, as they seemed to be enjoying an impromptu outdoor barbecue gathering during their leisure time. Indeed, I have brought back a few friends who are quite eager for my demise, Peter exclaimed, unable to restrain himself as he watched Max happily indulging in skewers with one hand and a frosty beer in the other. The other members of the Sinister Six, who had initially been indifferent, turned in unison upon hearing Peter's furious retort. Though Peter often engaged in light banter, he would never jest about such matters. In the very next moment, a multitude of figures began to scale the towering structure behind Peter, seemingly having also noticed the gathering of the Sinister Six atop the Crimson Tower. Each figure's spider sense blared with alarm, prompting them to halt in their tracks. The 2 factions exchanged distant glances, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Peter, those over there, are they all your relatives? Deadpool tugged at Xian-Sei, rising to his feet, tilting his head, and placing a finger to his lips, as if his mind had just exploded with realization.